Who can understand my despair? I'm a 6-year-old kid pretending to be dead, and standing by my bed is Uchiha Itachi, who just wiped out his entire clan, here to send me on my way. This all started when I crossed over. I met the little strong ones on the first day of school, and stimulated Sasuke to open his eyes. But now I've become Itachi's target. What am I going to do? Let me tell you, in a panic right now. Seriously, my heart is about to leap out of my throat. I, a 6-year-old kid, am lying in bed pretending to be dead. And by my bed stands a shadow, those scarlet eyes in the darkness like two glaring searchlights, with 3 Tomo slowly rotating inside. Uchiha Itachi, this guy just finished wiping out his family, and he's here at my bedside, saying he wants to send me on my way. Who understands this suffocating sense of oppression? I feel like I'm going to be stabbed by him any second and head straight to the Pure Land. This story is long and starts from the day I crossed over. Luo, an ordinary ninja scholar at level 10 of Hokage. Last night, I just finished the character profile of Kaguya, and maybe my empathy was too strong. I actually dreamed about Kaguya. Yes, the final big boss, the goddess of the moon, Otsutsuki Kaguya. In my dream, Kaguya was crying, saying she had waited for me for 1,000 years, and complaining about her 2 rebellious sons, leaving me dazed. But I'm someone who cherishes beauty. A beautiful woman crying in my dream? How could I endure that? I went up and gave her a loving hug, emphasizing companionship. As a result, when I woke up, I was done for. I found myself shrunk down to a 6-year-old kid, staring blankly at the mirror. I crossed over. Fine. Crossing over is fine. Who doesn't have some experience with it these days? But the problem is, at least give me a cheat. A Sharingan, a Byakugan, anything would do. But what do I have? Nothing. I turned into a commoner. My parents died in the Nine Tails incident, purely cannon fodder. The only consolation is that it's now the 54th year of Konoha, and on the surface, things seem peaceful, so I can survive a bit longer. Moreover, as a martyr's orphan, I at least managed to qualify to attend the ninja school. Today is the first day of school. I pumped myself up and jogged to the ninja school. Wow, it was a sea of people. I stood at the back of the line, like an invisible person, looking around. Hey, isn't that Inuzuka Kiba? I saw a kid with painted face and a small white dog on his head, Akamaru. That little expression was so arrogant, like a fool. He seemed to hear me and turn around with a smile. With someone as cool as me, of course you recognize me. Inuzuka Kiba, he'll protect you from now on. I was taken aback and thought, you're a Kiba who makes it to the end, and you're going to protect me? But more friends mean more paths. I pretended to be cute and pointed at Akamaru. Luo, can I pet him? In no time, I got familiar with Kiba. Then I glanced around the crowd. Sure enough, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, all the Konoha 12 were having a freshman meetup. Wait, that cool kid is Sasuke? And behind him, oh my god, Uchiha Itachi. My mind went blank today. Isn't it the night of the massacre? I couldn't help but glance at Itachi again, just in time to see him looking at Sasuke with a gentle and affectionate gaze, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of unspeakable sadness. I felt a pang in my heart. Sigh, this guy likes sweet food, but has suffered all his life. In that moment of emotional fluctuation, oh no, Itachi, that top-tier powerhouse, has a perception as sharp as radar. And he suddenly looked over at me. Our eyes met, and I felt my heart drop. I froze on the spot, my heart racing, cold sweat pouring down. That gaze was terrifying, as if it had dragged me straight to hell. I quickly turned my head, pretending to chat with Kiba and Choji. On the other side, Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve. Brother, what are you looking at? Itachi flicked his brother's forehead and smiled. Nothing, just a very interesting little guy. What I didn't know was that because of my he looks so pitiful gaze, I had already made it onto Itachi's kill list. He thought I was sent by the root to monitor Sasuke. Goodness, this is a burden I didn't see coming. The registration process was boring as hell. Irika and Mizuki, the 2 teachers, were so busy they looked like they were about to collapse. I thought, with such a big event, how could our prince not show up? Just then everyone, step aside, blades have no eyes. A blonde kid wearing a fox mask rushed in, swinging 2 wooden swords. Uzumaki Naruto here. As soon as he appeared, the crowd erupted. Get lost, demon fox. Stay away from us. A chorus of insults rang out. Naruto, forced a smile, lifted his mask trying to play dumb, but all he got was deeper disdain. Irika also looked at him with disgust and told him to go to the back of the line. My temper flared up. Seriously, what's more valuable than helping someone in need? You have to seize opportunities, everyone. This is the future 7th Hokage. Seeing Naruto isolated by everyone, I dashed over, grabbed his hand, and exclaimed with admiration, "You're amazing. Luo, you were so cool just now." Naruto was stunned, stuttering, "Why you? Aren't you afraid of me? They all say I'm a 9 Tails demon fox." I pretended to have "Are you stupid?" expression, Ninetales demon fox? Why don't you transform into one for me to see? I want to see what it looks like. Of course, he couldn't transform. I immediately put on a "I knew you were a fraud" expression and was about to leave when he hurriedly grabbed me, almost crying, "I am. They all say so." I leaned in, stroking my chin to analyze. "Naruto, you must have been deceived. Think about it. Have you ever transformed into a fox in all your years? Has anyone seen it with their own eyes? No, right? So, don't care what others say. Just be yourself." My heartfelt words opened Naruto's eyes. His gaze lit up as if he were looking at a deity. I pulled Naruto back to Kiba and Choji, and Kiba hesitated. "But he is the Ninetales demon fox?" "Fake," I interrupted directly. "The villagers say a lot of nonsense. I also heard that the Uchiha kid still wets the bed at 6 years old." I secretly pointed at Sasuke. "What? Is that true?" Kiba and Choji looked shocked. "Don't believe me? Watch this." I pouted and walked straight to Sasuke, shouting loudly, "Hey, I heard you still wet the bed at 6. Is it true?" The whole place fell silent. All eyes suddenly focused on Sasuke. His little face instantly turned red, his eyes wide like saucers, wanting to eat me alive. He didn't speak, so I turned to Kiba and the others, shouting, "See? He admitted it. You're talking nonsense." Sasuke was furious and threw a punch at my face. I easily dodged it, smirking, "Still won't admit it." Just then, Sasuke suddenly covered his eyes and cried out in pain. I was startled. No way. The Sasuke in the original story only opened his eyes after the massacre. He wouldn't be triggered to open them early by my few words, right? When he lifted his head again, whoa. In those blood-red eyes, a shining single tomo was hanging there. "Geneva, refund." I casually opened Sasuke's eyes with just a few words. "This incredible fortune, I can't even dare to accept." I borrowed a mirror from Ino, who was looking at me with a lovesick expression, and handed it to Sasuke. "Look, get ready to thank me." Sasuke gazed at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but grin foolishly. I rolled my eyes, returned the mirror to Ino, and turned to leave. Behind me, Ino admired my handsome back, then glanced at the grinning Sasuke, decisively deciding to move on to someone else. After school, I walked home with Naruto, our shoulders linked, officially establishing our family relationship. Meanwhile, Sasuke rushed home excitedly to tell Itachi about his awakening. After hearing this, Itachi felt a sense of relief that I was unaware of at the time. He believed Sasuke had become stronger, and his plans could finally be executed without worry. The night grew deeper. What was meant to come still arrived. The night of the UchihaMassacre. Obito, wearing a mask, appeared, and Itachi coldly warned him, "If you dare to touch Sasuke, I will not let you go." Let me tell you, this moment is one of the most heartbreaking scenes in Naruto. Itachi returned home to face his parents, Fugaku and Mikoto, who were kneeling there. They knew everything. "Itachi, take care of Sasuke," Fugaku said calmly. "Don't be afraid. This is the path you've chosen." Mikoto gently comforted him. Tears streamed down Itachi's face, his hands trembled, but he ultimately swung the knife down. Then came the most cruel scene. Because I had spread a rumor about him wetting the bed during the day, Sasuke was in a bad mood and got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, only to hear some noise. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door, and was met with his brother's Crimson Sharingan. "Tsukuyami." Sasuke was instantly pulled into a mental space, bound to a cross, and forced to watch a playback of Itachi slaughtering their entire clan for 72 hours non-stop, over and over again, especially the slow-motion close-ups of their parents being killed. "My foolish little brother, hate me, despise me, then live on ugly." With the most venomous words, Itachi pushed Sasuke to the brink of mental collapse, forcing him to evolve from a single tomo to a double tomo. Looking at the unconscious Sasuke, Itachi sadly reached out, touching his forehead. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Then came the key moment. After finishing all this, Itachi did not leave. With a body flicker technique, he surprisingly headed straight to my house. He was coming to kill me, the potential threat. It's a coincidence that I can't sleep tonight, tossing and turning, feeling like something big is going to happen. As a result, just when I was feeling dazed, I suddenly found myself in a strange space. Before I could figure out who I was or where I was, a beautiful woman hugged me and pinched my face, saying how cute the childlike Luo was. I was completely stunned. Who is this sister? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Is my time travel related to her? Her next line was even more shocking. "Luo, do you not love me anymore?" No, sister, this is not the right vibe. When did we ever love each other? The script doesn't say that. I realized at that moment, if I didn't answer well, I might be in big trouble today. I'm not stupid. I know the risks from Madara's past experiences. Who knows if there's a backdoor in this power of yours? I was suddenly possessed by the spirit of an Oscar-winning actor, looking at her with a face full of melancholy. It's not that I don't love you. It's just that I'm not even a ninja right now. What qualifications do I have to love you? Guess what? She actually bought it. She said her strength is my strength. I quickly refused, saying I want to be with her in a dignified manner. Then she tilted her head and thought for a long time, suddenly yanked me over, and kissed me mouth to mouth. Family, who understands? I was completely stunned. After the kiss, she proudly said that she had opened a door to power for me, and that from now on, my training wouldn't count as borrowing from her. I'm still savoring it. With a flick of her hand, she conjured a Tao-seeking gem and said to me, "Look, for now on you'll be able to use this simplest of ninjutsu." The simplest. Ninjutsu. Tao-seeking gem. I feel like my CPU is about to burn out. Moo stretched out his hand. And hey, guess what? I made one too. I'm still soaring in my dreams. But in the real world, Itachi has quietly approached my bedside with a cold gaze. Without saying a word, he thrusts a sword towards my throat. And guess what happened? The Tao jade on my wrist flew out in a flash, transforming into a small shield that blocked his sword with a clang. Even more outrageous in Itachi's shocked gaze. His sword was shattered into pieces. Yes, you heard that right. It was literally eaten by my Tao jade. Itachi was stunned, but he didn't believe in evil. He immediately launched a fireball jutsu. That huge fireball came rushing at me, but my Tao jade just took a stroll and absorbed the entire fireball, leaving not even a spark. Now Itachi was truly perplexed. Was he immune to physical ninjutsu? He still wasn't ready to give up and activated his Manjiki Sharingan, launching Amaterasu at me. That so-called everlasting black flame, what happened? As soon as it touched my Tao jade shield, it was completely absorbed, showcasing absolute defense. In the end, he got anxious and tried to attack my mind with Tsukuyumi. But just as he activated his eye, my sister Kagaya in the dream sensed it, opened her eyes wide. And lo and behold, Itachi outside spat out a mouthful of blood, as Tsukuyumi instantly shattered him. As soon as I saw the situation, I quickly comforted Kagaya in my dream. "Dear, I'm encountering a little trouble in reality. Can you let me go back to solve it first? Be good, listen to me. I'll come to see you every day from now on." After a lot of effort, I finally managed to soothe this ancestor, and my consciousness returned to my body. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Itachi propped up against the bed, panting heavily, his face as pale as paper. I understood immediately and slowly sat up. "Oh, Itachi, what are you doing here? You look like this. Has the Uchiha clan been wiped out?" He stiffened all over, staring at me intently. "Who exactly are you?" I shrugged my shoulders, and Chiodao circled around me. With his confidence, I said, "As for me, just treat me as a prophet. You came here because of Sasuke, right?" I intentionally teased him. "That's not right. I don't have much to do with Sasuke. Is it just because I said he went to bed at 6 that you came to take revenge for him? Isn't the Uchiha's perspective too small?" He was so angry that his killing intent almost lifted the roof. I saw it was about time, sighed, and laid my cards on the table. "Well, let me be straightforward. I can see the future, and the future ninja world needs Sasuke and Naruto to save it. I'm here to protect them." Then I increased the intensity, asking him if it was worth it to do so, whether Konoha is still the same Konoha, and if the will of fire has already changed. A few words left Itachi speechless. In the end, he actually bowed deeply to me and said thank you, then disappeared with a body flicker technique. The next day at school, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Sasuke didn't come to school until a month later, and he was like an ice block, with the words "do not approach" practically etched on his forehead. Guess what happened next? Haruno Sakura. Oh my god. She thought her chance had come. She eagerly approached, wanting to be Sasuke's only support. Sasuke didn't even look at her, just dismissed her with a "get lost." Naruto, that hot-blooded idiot, couldn't stand it and stood up to defend Sakura, slamming the table. Sasuke shot back. "How can you, someone who has been an orphan since childhood, understand my feelings?" And that left Naruto speechless. The craziest part came next, everyone. Sakura turned around and pointed her finger at Naruto, scolding him. "What right do you have to talk about Sasuke? Just because you're an orphan and had no parents to educate you. That's why you're so willful, right?" Let me tell you, at that moment my blood pressure shot up to the sky. What they said was like stabbing a knife into the hearts of all the orphans in the class. It's 2025, and there's still this prehistoric green tea? I can't tolerate it. Really can't tolerate it at all. I jumped up and stood up quickly, Sasuke tried to stop me, but I turned around and hit him with a Rinnegan technique, slamming him against the wall, unable to move. Then I walked up to Sakura, and in her disbelieving gaze, I swung my arm and slapped her. She covered her face and screamed, "You dare hit me?" Slap. I gave her another slap and said, "I'm hitting you, so just take it." The more I spoke, the angrier I got. Slap. I gave her another slap in return. "How dare you mock those sacrificed heroes? They risked their lives to protect people like you. If they knew, they would probably be so furious they could come back to life." I directly scolded her to tears, and she covered her face and ran out of the classroom. I looked at Sasuke, who was frozen against the wall, and he shivered under my gaze, lowering his head sincerely. How boring. I waved my hand, and the ceiling orb flew back to my wrist, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. But what I didn't know was that old man, the third Hokage, had been live-streaming the whole thing in his office with a crystal ball. Sure enough, after school, Irika-sensei came to find me and said the Hokage wanted to see me. I knew exactly what was going on. That old fox was definitely after my impressive ceiling orb. As soon as I entered the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting there pretending to be a kind old man, asking me to call him Grandpa Third. Then he started probing me, asking what I thought about Naruto being the reincarnation of the Nine Tails. I threw the question back at him. "So, Grandpa Third, what do you think?" The old man's face instantly darkened, and a terrifying aura pressed down on me, almost making me buckle. As expected of the Hokage, he was still fierce even in old age. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate me, he began to suspect whether I was one of Danzo's people, insisting on checking my tongue for any marks of the curse seal. I opened my mouth wide for him to see nothing. Now he was relieved, and his gaze towards me changed completely, filled with enthusiasm, as if he thought I was some precious gem who had awakened a new bloodline limit. After confirming my innocence, this old fox's attitude did a complete 180, and he started to ramble on about his will of fire. On the surface, I nodded along, agreeing with Grandpa Third, but inside, I was already rolling my eyes. He talked about sacrificing everything to protect home and comrades. Haha, doesn't he know how Tsukumo Hitaki was forced to commit suicide? And what about the older generation passing down their experiences to the younger? I might as well have bought a watch last year. I'll tell you, when old Dang saw how well I was doing, he got so excited that he immediately wanted to take me out for a meal, saying he wanted to give me a good lesson. I thought to myself, no way, and quickly said I had plans with Naruto to grill fish, try to slip away. Guess what? He actually said he wanted to go too. Goodness, to win me over this potential asset. He was willing to disregard his dignity and insisted on tagging along with us kids for a meal. Fine, if he wants to tag along, so be it. By the time we got to the riverbank, Naruto had already grilled 2 fish and was eagerly waiting for me, starving but holding back from eating a single bite. Family. Who understands this brotherly bond? It's just unbelievable. I had just finished explaining to Naruto that Grandpa Third insisted on coming along when this old man started his performance. When Naruto said there weren't enough fish, he directly used water release, rain of 1,000 pearls, and in an instant, a large number of fish floated up, belly up in the river. I couldn't help but laugh. How old is he, showing off ninjutsu in front of 6-year-old? Can he even be that shameless? That silly Naruto was so stunned he shouted and wanted to jump into the water to catch them. I quickly pulled him back. The river water was freezing at night, and I didn't want my brother to catch cold. It was my turn. With a wave of my hand, a seeker's jewel shot out, forming a black line in the air, stringing up all the fish in the river like candied haws. I dare say, if Madara saw this scene, he'd be so furious his coffin lid would crack, jumping up to point at me and yell, "Who the hell taught you to use the seeker's jewel to string fish?" That night, lying in bed, I thought about how I had made a name for myself in front of the Third. That old schemer, Danzo, probably would come looking for trouble with me for a while. Sigh, in the end, it still comes down to not having enough strength. If I could produce 10 or 8 seeker's jewels, would I still need to perform for them? Forget it. No more thinking, just go to sleep. Kagaya is still waiting for me. The next day at school, we had a practical class. As usual, I brought breakfast for Naruto. This kid is now eating well, and his spirit is different. He is shouting to take first place. Soon, Irika-sensei arrived and announced the groups. The first match, Me against Uchiha Sasuke. Wow, what a fated duel. As soon as we stood in the center of the arena, Sasuke's little eyes were filled with apprehension. As soon as the referee shouted to start, without saying a word, he immediately formed hand seals and launched a fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball came flying straight at my face. The surrounding classmates, including Irika, were shocked. After all, this was a C-rank ninjutsu, and for a newly enrolled child, it was simply far ahead. Unfortunately, he was up against me. I didn't even want to move. The Seeker's jewel on my wrist floated out on its own, turning into a small black shield, and with a puff, that imposing fireball was extinguished like a fart. I was laughing inside. Ninjutsu? In front of the Seeker's jewel, it's all just little brothers. Besides, how much chakra can a little kid like him have? Starting off with such a big move is just pure foolishness, right? Sasuke was completely dumbfounded, his pupils shaking. He originally wanted to take me out in one move, but discovered his chakra was drained while I was completely unharmed. This guy's mentality completely collapsed. He raised his hand to concede. Can I make him concede? Then my fun would be gone. I immediately snapped. Oh, is this the resolve of an Avenger? Is this it? Buddy, your revenge script is so cheap that even AI would have to work overnight to optimize it for you. It's just too low quality, really. With one sentence, I hit him right where it hurt. What did you say? His face turned pale with anger. I walked towards him step by step, continuing to output crazily. I said your awareness is as cheap as street vendor goods. All I saw in your eyes was fear and weakness. But I didn't see any determination to move forward. With you like this, you still want revenge? That man was right. Killing you would indeed dirty his hands. Shut up. Sasuke completely lost it, roaring as he swung a punch at my face. The seeking Dao Jade instantly transformed into a shield to block his fist. With a thud, he trembled. The feeling of having all his strength drained from his body returned, and he hurriedly tried to retract his hand in fright. Can I make him shrink? I'll directly mock him. Is this how cowardly you've become? No wonder it's you, Uchiha Sasuke, a useless waste who can only rage ineffectively. Today you can retract your fist, but does that mean you can give up on revenge tomorrow? That man stand in front of you, and do you even have the courage to strike? I think you might as well just hide like this, Avenger. Haha, what a joke. I tell you, my words are like steel needles, piercing one by one into Sasuke's heart. He completely broke down, roaring as he threw another punch. The pain was excruciating, and his strength was rapidly draining away. He instinctively wanted to withdraw his hand, but when he looked up and saw my eyes filled with amusement, he forced himself to keep his hand there, unmoving. I saw that the timing was almost right, and I couldn't PUA him anymore. I might really extinguish the child's desire for revenge, and the Weasel God would have to rush back from the Akatsuki to fight me. So I changed my tone and said with a tone of deep sympathy, I think your deceased clan members will forgive you. After all, your enemies are too strong. Strong enough to make someone as useless as you shrink back, which is quite reasonable, right? Shut up. I will definitely take revenge. My last provocation steadied Sasuke's mindset, or rather, drove him completely mad. His crimson eyes widened fiercely, and the two Tomo inside spun wildly. The double Tomo Sharingan activated on the spot. Very good. Now it's more like it. I nodded in satisfaction, turned to leave, and left him with a final phrase. Remember, you are an Avenger. An Avenger who will bite down hard and charge forward even if it means death. I just messed up my mentality over here and over at the Hokage office. That old coot Danzo watched the whole thing through the crystal ball, slamming the table in anger, insisting that someone like me is a danger and must be brought into his rude organization. The third Hokage obviously refused, saying I'm someone he has high hopes for, and the two old men ended up in a heated argument, until the third finally said, I am the Hokage, which drove Danzo away. But that old fox, the third, also started to doubt me, thinking my obedient demeanor yesterday was just an act, so he directly sent the Umbu to summon me to his office. As soon as I walked in, we tore off our masks. He smiled and asked me what I thought of the Uchiha clan, and I countered by asking him whether the current Konoha belongs to the higher-ups or the villagers. The old man's face darkened instantly, his aura bursting forth as he tried to suppress me. What a joke, am I afraid of you? I swiftly produced a truth-seeking orb from my wrist, 2 of them. 2 truth-seeking orbs hover between us. This is my confidence. 1 for defense, 2 for both offense and defense. The old man's aura immediately softened, asking me what I really wanted to say. So I didn't hold back, directly opening the skylight to speak clearly, bringing up all those old, rotten matters. The UchihaMassacre. Can you really say that your warmongering comrade Danzo didn't push things from behind? How many Sharingan did Root collect? Do you not keep count? And the death of Konoha's White Fang. That was a complete conspiracy. Danzo leaked mission information on purpose to force Tsukumo Hatake to his death. And you, for the sake of so-called political balance, allowed rumors to drive a hero to death. Kakashi was so young back then. Was he also used as a pawn to threaten his father? And you outside eavesdropping, what do you think? Just as I finished speaking, the door creaked open, and Kakashi, wearing a cat mask, walked in, his white hair standing out, his voice as cold as ice. Third Hokage, is what he said true? The third Hokage still wanted to argue, but I didn't give him a chance and continued my barrage. What about the death of the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru's defection? Tsunade leaving the village. What piece of garbage behind those events doesn't have Danzo's shadow? Kato Dan was also aiming to be Hokage, so he died. Tsukumo Hatake was too accomplished, so he died. Minato Namikaze became Hokage, so he died too. Grandpa Third, you really have grown old. Under your leadership, Konoha has rotted to the core. I threw my words at him one by one, and Kakashi's fists tightened more and more. In the end, the third Hokage was left slumped in his chair, looking as if he had been drained of strength, letting out a long sigh. I smiled at him and said, Third Hokage, can you eliminate the tumor that is Danzo from the village? He hesitated for a long time, but ultimately said that Danzo had worked hard for the village. I knew it. Without saying another word, I shot a truth-seeking orb at him, easily piercing through his earth release wall and pinning him to the chair, making him experience what it feels like to have all his chakras sealed. I have a bad temper, so don't mess with me. I retracted the truth-seeking orb and gracefully turned to leave. Now, the third Hokage was truly scared. On the other hand, when Danzo heard that I had beaten the third Hokage, he was overjoyed, thinking I was a great asset he could use, and immediately sent his subordinates, those root ninjas who were like robots, to invite me. I was enjoying the breeze on Hokage Rock when those two masked figures suddenly appeared behind me and said in a completely emotionless tone, Luo, Lord Danzo requests your presence. I didn't even pay them any attention. They repeated themselves again. I was in a bad mood at the time, turned to look at those two wooden lumps, and coldly said, Go back and tell Danzo that if he wants to see me, he can come over himself. The two root members didn't care about that. The mission was everything, and Danzo was like a god to them. Seeing that I was so disrespectful, a murderous aura instantly erupted from them. Wow, these two really don't understand the concept of moderation. Their killing intent was almost palpable. The next second, without giving me any time to react. One used wind release, great breakthrough, and the other used fire release, great fireball, charging straight at my face. I tell you, the fire, fueled by the wind, instantly turned into a sea of flames, surrounding me in a flash, and the grass around me was directly scorched into charcoal. But did I panic? Not at all. I slowly raised my hand, and my two precious bracelets flew out automatically with a swoosh. One transformed into a black round shield, directly blocking the raging fire outside, not even singeing a hair on me. The other one was even fiercer, directly turning into hundreds of black sunbon, shooting towards the hearts of those two members. The speed was incredible. Those two guys' pupils trembled, and they couldn't even dodge in time. But to be fair, they were elite under Danzo, and their survival instincts were fully developed. Just as the sunbon were about to hit them, there were two loud bangs, and only two wooden stumps remained on the spot. The people had already escaped using the substitution technique. After dodging, they didn't even take a breath, one on each side, holding kunai, and instantly appeared on either side of me, stabbing towards my waist. They were calculating perfectly, thinking that while one of my balls was blocking the fire, the other had just flown out to attack, leaving a vacuum around me where anyone could stab me twice. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Let me tell you, these ninjas, those who have survived by licking the edge of a blade, are hardly fools. Just with this move, they found my flaw. Unfortunately, their firepower was still too low, just as their kunai were about to pierce my flesh. The Taoist jade that had just flown out to attack suddenly executed an extreme spin, returning at 10 times the speed it left, and instantly transformed into a shield beside me. Bang! Bang! With two crisp sounds, their kunai collided fiercely against my black shield. Then, for those who understand, the eyes of those two members nearly popped out. Their prideful steel kunai, upon hitting my black sphere, disintegrated inch by inch like paper catching fire, turning to ash. At this point, they were truly scared out of their wits, instinctively wanting to retreat using the body flicker technique. I let out a cold laugh. Now that you're here, don't leave. As soon as the words left my mouth, two sharp spikes shot out from my black shield, faster than they could activate their teleportation technique, directly piercing through their hearts. Blood splattered onto my face, warm and sticky. I watched them fall, feeling not a single ripple in my heart. I was still pondering, is this what it feels like to kill? Just this? It's not even as thrilling as winning a game. Life is just too fragile. I was just there feeling emotional, about to leave, when suddenly, a buzzing sound filled my head, and a sinister voice echoed. Secret technique, the art of turning the heart. Oh no, I was careless. I didn't dodge. I told you. At that moment, I felt like my body couldn't move, and my consciousness seemed to be locked in a small dark room. This is a secret technique of the mountain tribe, directly invading the spirit to take control of the body. I still lack battle experience. After just killing someone, I relaxed my mind, and someone took advantage of that. But I wasn't too anxious because I knew my Tao-seeking jade had an automatic protective feature. Even if he controlled my body and tried to use my hands to harm myself, it would depend on whether my two hands agreed. Sure enough, when I looked into my conscious world, there was a guy with a mask and golden hair looking around in my head, preparing to seize power. And guess what? Just as he was about to make a move, a huge figure suddenly popped out of my body. Kaguya. Let me tell you, Kaguya is truly majestic. She did nothing, just floated there quietly, and then slowly opened the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead. Just by opening her eyes, that golden-haired guy's mental energy didn't even make a sound, and it turned to ashes instantly. He evaporated on the spot. Then Kaguya smiled at me, and she was incredibly beautiful before slowly disappearing. I was stunned at that moment. Wow, Kaguya is even providing 24-hour back-end support? That's really considerate. The root ninja outside who used a mental attack on me was already bleeding from all 7 orifices and fell straight down. But his remaining companions didn't even blink, still calmly recording my battle data. Black bloodline limit, extremely fast. Ninjutsu resistance, taijutsu resistance, mind transfer technique ineffective. Next, they could try Jinjutsu. I was speechless at that moment. These people are truly emotionless fighting machines. With a wave of his hand, several masked figures suddenly appeared from the shadows. My good mood that just appeared because of Kaguya instantly vanished. These people truly won't stop until they achieve their goals. I just want to have a moment of peace. What did I do wrong? Fine, since you insist on sending me off, I won't be polite. As soon as those few people formed hand seals, they simultaneously launched an illusion technique at me. Ninja art. Magical tree binding kill. The scene before me suddenly changed. Countless large trees sprang up from the ground, and vines rushed towards me like crazy. I recognized this technique. It was developed by the first Hokages would release, specifically designed to mess with people's mindset. But this little trick was nothing more than child's play to me. As the illusion took effect, the Seeker's jade on my wrist began to spin rapidly, and the tiny bit of chakra that invaded my body was instantly expelled. The illusion before me shattered with a crash. But I didn't move. I decided to play along, adopting a strategy of feigning weakness. I pretended to still be trapped in the illusion, contorting my body and pretending to struggle against the vines. The few root members saw that I had fallen for it and immediately believed it, rushing at me with kunai drawn. Just as their blades were less than a centimeter from me, suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, like 1,000 birds chirping at once. Zzz. A flash of white light, and the root members who charged at me fell to the ground without making a sound. A distinctive figure with white hair and a mask appeared before me. I focused and saw, wow, Kakashi? How'd he get here? This is interesting. Did he come on his own, or was he sent by the third Hokage? Kakashi took out those few lackeys in an instant and turned around, seemingly wanting to use his chakra to help me break the Jinjutsu. He had just come out of the Hokage building and followed me, partly to see my strength, and partly to verify with his own eyes whether Danzo was really as unscrupulous as I said. Just as his hand was about to touch me, I spoke directly. I didn't expect that besides the Root members, there would be someone so interested in me. So tell me, did you come on your own? Or did the third send you? Kakashi's exposed, I instantly narrowed, and he froze. You broke the Jinjutsu? I smirked. It broke before they rushed over, didn't it? Now, it was Kakashi's turn to be speechless. He originally wanted to use saving me as leverage to ask for some information about his father, but now his plan was completely ruined. I looked at his conflicted expression and smiled, then extended an invitation. I know what you're thinking. So, how about taking a trip with me to the Root base? Kakashi was in a real dilemma. He knew that going with me would mean completely breaking ties with the higher-ups in Konoha. I don't push him. Just look at him and ask with a hint of teasing. Are you afraid? This question hits him directly in the gut. The death of his father, Minato Namikaze, has always been a knot in his heart. Now that he has the chance to uncover the truth, how could he not be tempted? But the will of fire that has been instilled in him since childhood is also pulling him back. I shook my head and walked straight ahead. Konoha? Is it the Konoha of the higher-ups, or the Konoha of everyone? If you can't figure out this question, you'll never live comfortably. As I walked, I shouted into the air, Is anyone watching? Take me to see Danzo. Kakashi instinctively reached out his hand to stop me, but his mouth opened and closed without a word. The remaining Root member, who was about to retreat upon seeing Kakashi, immediately stopped and appeared in front of me with a whoosh, bowing respectfully. Lord Luo, please follow me. My strength has already earned his respect. I didn't look back. My tone is flat as if I were saying the weather was nice today. Those corpses, please take care of them. Yes. He waved his hand, signaling the companions in the shadows to take action, his face showing no expression, as if the ones who died were not his teammates, but just a few bags of trash. When I arrived at the Root base, it was eerie. Danzo, that old bastard, was already sitting in the main seat waiting for me. His gaze towards me was filled with eagerness, but behind that eagerness was an unmistakable greed and calculation. The white bandages wrapped around the right side of his face and body, and I knew that beneath them lay his Sharingan. The cross-shaped scar on his chin also proved that he was a tough character in his younger days. The aura he emanated was no weaker than that of the third Hokage. I started the conversation, smiling as I asked, I wonder why Lord Danzo called me over. What is the matter? His voice was hoarse like a crow's caw. Can you understand the Root? As soon as I heard that, I got fired up. Let me tell you, my expression became serious, and in an incredibly respectful tone, I said emphatically, Is Lord Danzo trying to say that kind of self-sacrifice, quietly contributing, even when no one knows your contributions, and even being misunderstood and scorned by everyone, still being able to hold on to your original intention, clearing all obstacles for the darkness of Konoha with a great will? Danzo's single I lit up more and more as he listened, almost ready to stand up in excitement. He thought he had finally found a kindred spirit. Yes, exactly. This is the will of Root. Welcome to Root. I couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing so hard that I was doubled over. Stop it. Danzo, this routine of yours is just for fooling others, but trying to deceive me is pointless. Danzo's face instantly darkened, his gaze as cold as an ice blade, staring at me fiercely. I laughed enough, then straightened my back, looked at him, and said word by word, You want to be Hokage. Or rather, it doesn't matter who becomes Hokage. I only have one request. Don't disturb my life. After saying that, I raised my left index finger and lightly tapped my right eye in front of him, then patted my right arm. This hint was quite obvious, right? I know a lot of things. However, they mean nothing to me. Lord Danzo should understand my meaning, right? A bright smile reappeared on my face. Danzo's expression changed several times, and finally he burst into laughter. Luo, what are you talking about? How can I not understand? As he spoke, his right hand reached to uncover the bandage on his right eye. I narrowed my eyes and interrupted him. Danzo, I've told you I know more than you can imagine. Don't use your Jinjutsu on me. It won't work. His hand paused in midair, still trying to hold his ground. What Jinjutsu? I don't understand. I just feel a bit uncomfortable in my right eye, It's an old problem. Thank you for your hard work, Danzo. I followed his lead. But as soon as I relaxed my guard, that old fox swiftly tore off the bandage. A bizarre, windmill-shaped kaleidoscope Sharingan was staring at me. Jinjutsu, submit to me. He still made his move. This old man was too paranoid. He wouldn't believe it unless he tried it himself. An invisible consciousness attempted to invade my mind and alter my thoughts in an instant. Although I didn't notice it, Kaguya-sama appeared in my mind again, just like before. As soon as her eyes opened, that invading consciousness was instantly reduced to ashes. Danzo was still unaware that he had failed. He thought he had succeeded and immediately ordered me. Lo, I command you, go and assassinate the third Hokage now. I just stood there, watching as his eyes transformed back into the three-tomo Sharingan, and shook my head. It seems that Lord Danzo doesn't trust my words at all. However, I can pretend I didn't hear what was just said. Danzo reacted quickly and immediately burst into laughter. I was just joking. How could I really send you to assassinate the third Hokage? I thought the same way. I also joined in the hearty laughter. The two of us, a big and a small fox, were just awkwardly laughing with our own ulterior motives. In the end, I made it clear, Lord Danzo, who becomes Hokage doesn't really matter to me. That position can be occupied by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and of course, you can occupy it too. I believe you understand what I mean. I also don't want to be thought of by others every day. Today's battle made me realize that I still have many shortcomings, and the Dao Yuan is not omnipotent. Danzo sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Since you don't intend to help me, I won't force you. Well then, kid, I'll take my leave. I turned to leave without any defenses. I knew that he didn't dare to completely fall out with me before he was sure of himself. After this incident, life finally became peaceful. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Naruto and the others to graduate. Let me tell you, there have been huge changes in the past few years. Sasuke has been stimulated by me every day, saying things like, "You can't even beat me. And you want to kill that man?" Now he's incredibly strong, like a monster, and has fully mastered the double Tomo Sharingan. But as a person, he's even more twisted and power-hungry than in the original story. As for Naruto, it's the exact opposite. With me protecting him, he's been living happily, but the fox inside him isn't pleased and has been wildly interfering with his chakra. During the graduation exam, when it came to the shadow clone technique, in the original story, he could at least create an abstract clone, but now, he formed the hand signs, used up his chakra, and then, nothing happened. He couldn't even produce a puff of smoke. Unsurprisingly, he failed the exam. After the test, Naruto sat alone on the swing in the playground, feeling emo, his head hanging low, with tears welling up in his eyes. I sat down beside him and patted his shoulder. How could that be? In my heart, Naruto is always the most reliable partner. What's a failed exam? At worst, I'll stick with you and repeat a year. When Naruto heard this, he panicked. But then we won't be able to graduate together. His blue eyes were filled with reluctance, fearing to return to those lonely days of the past. This sentence made him determined not to hold me back. He must graduate. Our conversation was overheard by a teacher named Shuemu, who was lurking in the shadows. This guy has long wanted to defect from Konoha and join Orochimaru, and he was just looking for a gift to bring to the meeting, so he set his sights on Naruto. I just separated from Naruto when Mizuki approached him, earnestly trying to deceive him. Naruto, aren't you disappointed about not passing the exam? Let me tell you a huge secret. He tricked Naruto into believing that there was a forbidden scroll at the Hokage's place. And as long as he learned the jutsu written on it, he could graduate. The foolish boy actually believed it. As soon as night fell, a big show began. Naruto, Mizuki, the third Hokage, and even I had our own little schemes. On the other side, Iruka-sensei was also unable to sleep, tossing and turning over the conversation he had with the third Hokage during the day, struggling with whether or not to accept Naruto. Just then, Mizuki rushed and knocked on the door, saying Naruto had stolen the forbidden scroll and ran away. In the Konoha forest, Naruto really did steal the huge scroll. With a clueless expression, he opened it and pouted. Huh? The first jutsu. Shadow clone technique. What the heck? Why is it the jutsu I'm least good at? While he was pulling his hair in distress, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Naruto, what are you doing here? Startled, Naruto jumped, thinking he had been caught. But upon hearing the voice, he immediately turned his surprise into joy. Because the person who came was me. Lo, it's you. You scared me to death. Naruto patted his little heart and then, like a treasure, handed me the forbidden scroll, saying, "Look, I just got this from Grandpa Third, and Mizuki-sensei said if I learn the jutsu on it, I can graduate, but it's so hard." This foolish child had no guard against me at all. I am overjoyed. Things are going even smoother than I expected. I came here today with the goal of obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique from this book of seals. I have long known that Shimizu is up to something, and the third-generation old man also wants to take the opportunity to help Naruto and Iruka establish a bond. What do I call this move? This is called going with the flow and getting an S-rank ninjutsu for free. I took the scroll, quickly unraveled it, found the section that recorded the Flying Thunder God technique, and engraved the principles and various changes into my DNA. Naruto was beside me with "Isn't it difficult?" I rolled up the scroll and handed it back to him, encouraging him with a serious expression. "Yeah, it's really difficult. But I believe in you, Naruto. I think this shadow clone technique is especially suitable for you. Is that so? Let me take another look." Naruto opened the scroll again, still half in doubt. However, just 2 minutes into reading, a furious shout came from outside the forest. "Naruto, let me tell you," Iruka's expression at that moment was like he'd seen a ghost. His face clearly saying, "Just you? Learning forbidden jutsu?" That silly Naruto was still there basking in his glory, scratching his head and grinning. "Iruka-sensei, you finally made it. Look at this technique I learned. Isn't it amazing? Mizuki-sensei said if I master this, I can graduate." As soon as Iruka heard Mizuki's name, his face turned pale and cold sweat poured down his back. He was about to say something, and let me tell you, it was thrilling. Kunai and shuriken were flying towards us everywhere. Without thinking, Iruka pushed Naruto and me away and ended up getting pierced like a hedgehog. The next second, Mizuki's arrogant demeanor came out, standing on a tree looking down at us, with a grin that was just asking for a beating. "Naruto, hand over the scroll." Naruto was completely dumbfounded, looking this way and that, and finally shot a pleading look at me. What could I do? Of course, I had to speak up. I said, "It's simple, Naruto. What you have in your hand is the Book of Seals, a treasure of the first Hokage, full of forbidden jutsu. That guy over there in the tree is using you as a pawn to steal." I pointed directly at Mizuki's face. "Am I wrong, Mizuki-sensei?" Mizuki smiled with a hint of malice and said, "Smart little brats don't live long." At that moment, I thought to myself, you can't even touch a single hair on my head. What are you trying to pull with us? Iruka over there was in so much pain his face was twisted, still holding on and shouting at Naruto, "Don't give it to him. Absolutely don't give it to him." When Mizuki saw he couldn't trick us, he started to unleash his big move, ready to reveal that Naruto was the Nine Tails, try to break him down mentally. "Naruto, I have a secret to tell you. The rule from 12 years ago is that you can't be told. You are the Nine-Tails Fox." Iruka was so anxious he almost jumped up, shouting for him to shut up. And guess what? Naruto had this "Is that so?" expression completely calm. "Oh, that? I've heard others say it before. I was just pretending not to know. Besides, Lu said to listen to advice and not argue with stupid people. Just like that time when Sasuke wet the bed. No matter how many people say it. It's not true. Family, who understands?" Naruto's reverse output directly fried Mizuki's CPU. He screamed hysterically, "You're the Nine-Tails Fox." Naruto just shrugged and said, Yeah, you're right, as long as you're happy." Mizuki completely lost it, his hatred shifting directly to me, and with a furious shout of "You're dead." He threw a massive shuriken at me from behind. I was speechless at the time. Why did this blame fall on me? I waved my hand lightly, and 2 Dao-seeking orbs flew out, smashing that broken thing into pieces. "That's enough. I've acted with you for so long. Hasn't Grandpa Third been waiting anxiously?" I directly taunted the whole area. "Do you really think you're the only smart one? Without Grandpa Third's approval, could he have stolen the Book of Seals?" The old man just wanted Naruto to learn a couple of moves, but was too embarrassed to say it outright. I shouted towards the dark forest, "Am I right, Grandpa Third?" At that moment, Mizuki was so scared that his legs went weak, looking around like a rattledrum. The next second, Grandpa Third really appeared behind Mizuki like a ghost, knocked him unconscious with a hand chop, and then a bunch of umbu suddenly emerged around us. Iruka was dumbfounded. It turned out there were people all around, just watching us put on a show. Grandpa Third was also a great actor. He first came over with a smile to interact with Naruto, praising his talent, then smoothly took back the Book of Seals and reminded him to keep it a secret. The whole operation was seamless, achieving the goal, and with a whoosh, he disappeared with the others. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even glance at Irika, who was still bleeding beside him. Let me tell you, that scene was so real, it was heart-wrenching. I couldn't stand it anymore and went over to help Irika up. Teacher Irika, let me take you to the hospital. Naruto quickly ran over to help as well. After coming out of the hospital, the three of us went to eat Ichiraku ramen. It was on the way that Naruto couldn't help but ask Irika, a bit emo, whether he was really the Ninetales. Irika is a really good person. He stopped, endured the pain, tore off the forehead protector from his own forehead, and solemnly tied it around Naruto's head, saying word by word, "No, you are you, Uzumaki Naruto. You are my recognized student, Uzumaki Naruto." So at that moment, tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. Aside from me, he was the first person to truly acknowledge him, just after we finished eating and parted ways. As soon as Irika got home, he was called away by the Hokage. In the office, Grandpa Third started his routine again, saying things like he didn't show up to catch Mizuki's accomplices and was too busy interrogating afterward to take care of him, painting a big picture and explaining everything, completely distancing himself from the situation. And Irika, he actually believed it. What a naive person. I don't have the time for that. I went home early to sleep. In my dreams, as usual, I was secretly meeting with Lady Kaguya. She hugged me and said she wanted to give me all her power. I thought to myself, that's not going to work. Won't that make me a freeloader? So I decisively refused. As a result, I spent the whole night pondering the Flying Thunder God technique, but couldn't figure it out. It's tough. The next day was the graduation ceremony, and the third Hokage went on stage to talk a bunch about the will of fire, to the point that my ears were almost calloused. It was time to go back to the classroom and wait for the class assignments. Naruto was so nervous. He kept asking me if I would be in the same team as him. Irika started reading the list with a small booklet, mentioning things like Inoshikacho and Hinata's Class 8. All the same as before, nothing interesting. Finally, he got Naruto's name, and that kid got so excited he stood up. Uzumaki Naruto. UchihaSaSake. Naruto instantly wilted because according to the rules, a small team definitely had to have a girl, so I was definitely out of luck. Sasuke also had a frown on his face, clearly unhappy to be on the same team as the underachiever. I was just marveling at how impressive the plot correction is. And then Irika's next line directly left the whole class in silence. Wow, the three of them formed Team 7. I told you. The classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. In the next second, Naruto let out a loud shout and jumped onto the table, grabbing my arm while yelling and jumping around. On the other side, Sasuke's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and his gaze at me was full of fire. Wow, he treating me like a big boss on the road to leveling up. I'm a bit confused. What is this old fox from the third generation up to? Team 7 is supposed to be the legacy of the Hokage, and he puts me in here. Does he really think the will of fire can change me? No way, right? He can't be that naive, can he? Later, Irika continued reading, and Sakura was assigned to Team 6, teamed up with kids from the Nara and Yamanaka clans, which is also quite meaningful. Soon, the teachers from each team came to pick up their students, Asuma, Kurenai. The number of people in the classroom dwindled until only the three of us from Team 7 were left. Naruto was slumped over the desk, powerless, saying, "Where's our teacher?" Only I knew that the late king, Kakashi, was on his way. Naruto, getting impatient, ran to the door and grabbed a chalk eraser, saying he wanted to teach the late teacher a lesson. Sasuke coldly remarked from the side, "Idiot, how could a jonin fall for such a silly trap?" Just as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Kakashi's iconic white hair poked in, smiling as he greeted us. "Hello there." Bang! The eraser hit him squarely. Naruto was rolling on the floor laughing, and Sasuke's face turned green, probably not expecting such a ridiculous jonin. Kakashi, however, wasn't embarrassed at all. He walked in still smiling and said, "Well, on my way here, I just happened to run into an old lady who needed help crossing the street." The expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces instantly became bizarre as they looked at me in unison. He shrugged, he guessed. Kakashi's gaze fell on me as well. After 6 years, his eyes still held a complex expression when he looked at me. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but I spoke first, slowly starting to tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a very kind boy in the village. All right, Sasuke. He was from your clan too. His name was Uchiha, and his dream was to become Hokage. He was always late because he kept helping old ladies cross the street, just like our current team leader. However, I seem to have heard that our team leader was quite against that kind of behavior back then. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Kakashi in unison and saw the sadness on his face beneath the mask. That expression, I tell you, was just like when we watched the tragic ending of a drama back in the day, full of stories. He cleared his throat and said, "That's right. Obito was a great person, but unfortunately, I didn't understand back then. Now I do, and he's gone." Goodness. That artsy and melancholic atmosphere hadn't even lasted 3 seconds before he changed the subject and started the process. "I'm Hatake Kakashi, and if all goes well, I will be your team leader. But let's get the unpleasantness out of the way. You all have to pass my test. If you can't, you'll be sent back to the Ninja Academy to start over." After saying that, he winked at us. "Tomorrow morning at 8, training ground 7. Oh, and a friendly reminder, don't eat breakfast." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in a whoosh, probably off to find a place to emo. Naruto exploded on the spot. What the heck? This teacher is so unreliable. I shrugged my shoulders. Who can say otherwise? After a whole day of fussing around, I cooked a meal with Naruto, and by the time we were done, it was already dark outside. I was itching to go, so I quickly used my teleportation to enter my exclusive little world to find Kaguya. I tell you, one must learn to hide their cards in life. Just like the old man from the 3rd generation and that old fox Danzo, they still think I only have 2 Dao stones in my hand. Little do they know that over the past 6 years, I've secretly saved up 6, enough to play a whole game of Dodiju. So, when the Umbu is watching, I don't practice anything. As soon as I went in, wow, a fragrant, soft body just leaped into my arms. "Luoyun, I miss you so much. Family, who understands? I just got off work, and she is already clinging to me like a pure love war god." I started to sweat, gently stroking her hair. "We've only been apart for a day. Be good." She nuzzled against my chest, like a little cat. "But I want to be with you every moment." I fell silent at that moment. Is this really the Tsutsuki Kaguya who almost formatted the world? Did I grab the wrong script? I can only quickly paint a big pie. Okay, I'm just about to practice a new jutsu. Once I master it, I'll be with you every day, all right? Kaguya then pouted and let go of me. Seeing her sulky expression made me feel quite uneasy. There's no way around it. Knowing the plot, I really couldn't open my heart to her completely. I could only lean in and give her a kiss on the cheek. Once I'm ready, we won't be apart anymore. She immediately turned from cloudy to sunny, her eyes sparkling with pink bubbles. "Luo-jun, what is jutsu like? Can I see it?" "Of course." I smiled and explained the principle of the flying thunder god to her. And guess what? After she listened, she blinked, and in an instant, her figure disappeared, reappearing 10 meters away, still innocently asking me, "Luo-jun, isn't this just simple spatial movement?" I am completely speechless. The S-rank ninjutsu that I worked so hard to study is as easy for her as taking a stroll outside, and she doesn't even need to form hand signs. It's true that comparison leads to despair, and one can only throw away inferior goods. But wait, I suddenly grasped the key point. Space-time. That's right. The Flying Thunder God technique requires an extremely high talent for space-time ninjutsu. An ordinary ninja can at most use summoning techniques, but Flying Thunder God is the advanced version. So only 2 people in a village can use it. So, do I have that talent? It seems I don't, but it doesn't matter, because I have a god standing behind me. I immediately put on a face that looked like I was about to cry, hugged Kaguya, and started acting. Good girl. I realized my talent isn't enough. It seems I can't practice this technique anymore. Kaguya panicked upon hearing this, held my face, and shook her head vigorously. Impossible. Luo-jun's talent is the best in the world. Don't lie to me, I just don't have spatial time talent. Tears were almost welling up in my eyes. It's just spatial time talent. How could Luo-jun not have it? Saying this, she kissed me directly. In that moment, I felt like something inside me had been lit up. All the key points of the Flying Thunder God technique suddenly connected. Wow. She directly gave me a talent airdrop, a kiss, and ding. Your spatial time talent has been credited. Feeling her unreserved dedication in my arms, a bit of guilt surfaced in my heart. To be honest, for a moment, I thought about just opening my heart completely. But as soon as that thought arose, I extinguished it. No, not yet. The fear comes from not having enough power right now. We are not on the same level at all. If one day she gets unhappy, a single slap and I will be done for. This matter should at least wait until I can talk to her on equal terms. My emotional fluctuations might be too intense. Even Kagaya has noticed. She actually understands everything, but is just blinded by love and willing to selectively ignore my resistance towards her. Early the next morning, I completely disregarded Kakashi's kind reminder and devoured 2 big bowls of rice. Come on, do you think I could be fooled after reading the script? When I casually strolled to the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke were already standing there like 2 stone statues, starving. I guess they both were cursing themselves for being fools, knowing that the teacher loves to be late, yet still showing up an hour early with empty stomachs. Oh, you're here so early. I found a comfortable spot to sit down. Naruto dashed in front of me. Luo, tell me honestly, did you know all along that Kakashi-sensei would be late? And that not allowing us to eat breakfast was a lie? I chuckled and said, that's right. As soon as I finished speaking, Kakashi appeared with a whoosh. Still wearing that lazy smile, you're not wrong. To you, I am the enemy. If you dare to trust the enemy's intel, calling you stupid would be an understatement. Naruto immediately protested, you're cheating. Kakashi's smile instantly vanished, and a chilling killing intent bore down on Naruto. Cheating? Do you think the ninja world is child's play? People can die. A single mistake in intel judgment can lead to the end for you and your comrades. He shifted his focus, pointing a kunai directly at me. Now, because of your foolishness, your comrade, Lo, has been captured by me. Your mission is to abandon him and bring back the message that the intel is incorrect to the village. As for him, he will be cruelly killed by me. I was taken aback for a moment, then I forced a bitter smile. Well, it turns out he was waiting for me here. He directly handed me a red card, sending me off the field and making it impossible for me to take action. Kakashi then added, all right, luck is also a part of strength. If you give up on Lo, he will forever lose the qualification to become a genin. If you choose to save him but fail the mission, then the 3 of you will be sent back to school. How about that? Isn't this test great? Naruto and Sasuke's faces turned pale. That old guy Kakashi has thrown us a real workplace trolley problem. He pulled me aside and gave me a special session. Now it's your turn to be tested. For the village, are you willing to sacrifice yourself? 2 choices. First, you voluntarily give up, allowing them to graduate, but you will forever be an intern. Second, you take a gamble and place your hope in them. I laughed, Kakashi. This question you posed is quite interesting. You're testing my spirit of sacrifice while also testing my trust in my teammates. If I choose one, and they insist on saving me, my sacrifice would be in vain. If I choose 2, and they betray me, then I would be nothing but a pure clown. You've seen through it, huh? Kakashi smiled. So what's your choice? Do I even need to choose? I rested my hand behind my head, leaned against the tree, and lazily said, if it were someone else, I might hesitate. But if it's those 2, I only have one choice. Wait for them to rescue me. Kakashi was stunned. You have that much confidence? We'll see. I closed my eyes. They should be reaching a conclusion soon. Sure enough, on the other side, Naruto's fists were clenched tightly. He dreamed of becoming a ninja, but if it meant stepping over his comrades' corpses to rise, he would rather not do it. He was going to be the Hokage. Sasuke, I've made up my mind. I'm going to save Liao. Naruto's tone was firm, but Sasuke lowered his head, his voice cold. Do you know the gap between us and him? It's impossible to save him. So what? Even if I fail, I have to try. That's my ninja way. Sasuke fell silent. He understood that kind of despair too well. In the face of absolute power, passion is worthless. Just as he was about to say to give up, my words filled his mind. You're an avenger. How can you take revenge if you're cowardly and weak? If you give up once, you'll give up 1,000 times. And in the end, you won't even have the courage to seek revenge. Am I even worse than this underachiever? No, I am Uchiha Sasuke, a vengeful spirit with nothing to lose. If I give up on this, what meaning does my life have? I choose to save. Sasuke coldly spoke, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. Watching those 2 huddle together to discuss a strategy. Kakashi smiled. It seems there's a result. I wonder what they'll choose. You won't be disappointed. I didn't even raise my eyelids. Oh, you know what I hope they choose? I spat out 2 words. White Fang. Kakashi froze on the spot. That's right. This trial was exactly the same as the choice his father faced back in the day. In fact, he hoped more than anyone that someone could make the same choice as his father. They are here, I reminded him with a smile. Don't let your guard down and get caught off guard. If you really get ambushed successfully by 2 freshly graduated ninjas, you will lose. You really underestimate the Jonin. I curled my lips and thought to myself, you really underestimate these 2. Naruto and Sasuke stepped into attack range, and without a word, they immediately took their stances. Sasuke gripped his kunai, while Naruto formed a cross seal with both hands. Kakashi's smile widened. Good. I can see the answer in your eyes. So, bring out the determination to kill me and attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto shouted, Shadow, Clone Jutsu. Wow. In an instant, the entire training ground was filled with thousands of Narutos, causing the server to crash. Kakashi was stunned. The amount of chakra was simply outrageous. Go. With Naruto's command, a torrent of fists came crashing down. Although Kakashi was shocked, his movements were not slow at all. His hand signs were so fast they left afterimages. I thought to myself, this hand speed must have come from watching Paradise of Affection. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A gigantic fireball shot out, instantly clearing the field. However, just as he caught his breath, several shuriken came flying through the air. Kakashi easily dodged them, not forgetting to taunt. Is this all you've got? Sasuke couldn't stand this and sneered. With a fierce tug of his right hand, the flying shuriken instantly turned around, and the wire tightly bound Kakashi. His Sharingan with the 2 Tomo was already activated, and he was incredibly skilled at this shuriken manipulation technique. Teacher, you were careless. Sasuke bit the wire and spat out flames. Dragon Fire Jutsu. The flames quickly traveled along the wire and ignited Kakashi. Boom! We did it! Naruto shouted excitedly. I shook my head, too naive. If Kakashi could be taken down so easily, then his title as the copy ninja would be bought. Sure enough, amidst the flames, there was a loud bang, leaving only a charred wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned rapidly. No one in front, behind, or on the sides. Not even in the sky. He couldn't imagine that there was a ninjutsu that could allow someone to emerge from underground. Ninja technique, à décapitation technique. A hand suddenly reached out from the ground, directly pulling Naruto in, leaving only his head outside. 1. Kakashi emerged from the ground, starting to put pressure on Sasuke. Sasuke reacted quickly, jumping back to create distance, and shot several shurikens. Useless. Kakashi easily dodged. Is that so? A smirk appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. Was he starting to play mind games? However, at that moment, Naruto, buried in the ground, suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Kakashi was greatly shocked inside. Where was the real body? His mind raced, and he quickly figured it out. The thousands of shadow clones at the beginning were just a diversion, making him think the real body was hidden. Once he cleared them out, Sasuke would use a flashy combo to attract all his attention, making him subconsciously go after the least threatening Naruto first. And the shuriken that Sasuke just threw, seemingly ordinary, actually had hidden tricks. Kakashi suddenly looked over at me. Sure enough, there was a shuriken embedded right in front of me. The moment he looked over, that shuriken exploded into a figure of Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. I couldn't help but applaud. Great teamwork, Kakashi-sensei. You lost. Kakashi looked at me, now standing, and helplessly shrugged. I didn't expect it to be taught a lesson by 2 freshly graduated kids. I shrugged and started to show off, so even if you're an elite jonin, you can still mess up if you let your guard down. In the ninja world, never be careless, because any moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Kakashi surprisingly remained humble. I learned something. To remember today's lesson. I'll treat you all to a big meal. Yay! As soon as he heard about food, Naruto immediately forgot the lecture. After the meal, Team 7 was officially formed. Kakashi had us introduce ourselves, talk about our interests, hobbies, and life goals. Naruto raised his hand first. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I love eating Ichiraka ramen. My dream is to become Hokage. Kakashi clapped. Next. Sasuke crossed his arms, his gaze icy Uchiha Sasuke. No interests or hobbies. My goal is to kill a certain man. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. It was my turn. I looked at the sky and said leisurely, "My name is Luo. As for my life goal, it's to become strong enough, at least as strong as her. Then, I want to stand beside her and see if she really loves me." Kakashi and Naruto were both stunned. Finally, Naruto asked Kakashi, and Kakashi smiled and said, "Me? Hatake Kakashi. I don't have any particular goals or interests. Probably just reading books." I glanced at him sideways and asked, "Is that book of yours serious?" As the days went by, just as I imagined, the miserable life of a corporate slave began. Catching cats, fighting dogs, weeding. I wondered if I was becoming a ninja or a community grid worker. Finally, after yet another task of catching cats for Lady Tsunade, Naruto completely lost it. In Hokage's office, he slammed his hand on the third Hokage's desk and shouted, "No way. Change the mission. I want to take on a cooler mission." The third Hokage babbled on about a bunch of things. But the core message was, "You guys are too weak. You only deserve to do menial tasks." Naruto wouldn't listen and kept making a fuss. In the end, the third Hokage had no choice, glanced at Kakashi, who nodded, and finally relented. "All right, there's a C-rank mission to protect someone." Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. When the door opened, in walked a drunken old man holding a bottle, Tazuna. He looked us over with disdain, saying, "Just these kids? Especially that shortest one. Looking all silly. Is he really a ninja?" Naruto was taken aback, glancing at me and then at Sasuke, realizing he was indeed the shortest, and exploded, "You old pervert. Who are you calling silly?" Sasuke and I both face-bombed. This level of intelligence was truly on full display. In the end, it was Kakashi who put an end to this farce. Just like that, the four of us protected Tazuna and left the village for the first time. Wow, it's my first time leaving the village at this age. Naruto was incredibly excited. I also nodded. It was indeed quite refreshing. Behind us, Dazna looked at us, several clearly inexperienced kids with a face full of conflict, probably regretting his decision. But what could he do? The money was already paid. He couldn't just jump off the train halfway. He could only place all his hopes on Kakashi, who was walking at the front. After all, he was the copy ninja. His reputation was there. Let me tell you, the excitement when we first left the village faded away in just 2 hours. What was left was just an endless journey, and the atmosphere was incredibly dull. Just then, out of nowhere, a puddle appeared on the dirt road ahead, which was almost smoking from the heat. Can you believe it? The sun was blazing in the sky, and it hadn't rained for days. Where did this puddle come from? Kakashi, that sly one, furrowed his brow but didn't say a word, acting as if he hadn't seen anything and just kept walking straight ahead. Seeing this situation, I immediately started to tease. "Wow, it's really hot today. It would be great if it rained." The old man Dazna chimed in. "It hasn't rained in a long time." That clueless Naruto was still there playing along. "Lo, you're too soft. What is this heat even?" Only that clever Sasuke quickly caught on and understood what I meant. In this kind of weather, where would a puddle come from? There is definitely something wrong. He reacted swiftly and started forming hand seals. Fire release. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Unfortunately, he was still a beat slow. Just as his fireball was formed, 2 guys suddenly jumped out of the puddle, swinging a big iron chain, and in an instant they bound Kakashi. Then with a snap, I tell you, it was so decisive. Kakashi was torn into 3 pieces right there, scattering everywhere. Naruto completely froze, his eyes almost popping out, mumbling, "Teacher Kakashi is dead?" Who can understand? This was our first mission, and our team leader was dismembered right in front of us. This was a rookie experience like no other. Sasuke was really on top of it. Seeing that Naruto was useless, he immediately assigned tasks. "Naruto is out of commission. I'll take the one on the right. You take the one on the left. Lo, protect the old man." I was so amused, I said, "Are you sure that guy next to you can still fight?" Sasuke turned his head and saw Naruto standing there like a wooden post, shaking like a leaf. Just during that moment of distraction, the 2 guys opposite had already teleported right in front of him. Sasuke was impressive. In a flash, he activated his Sharingan, deflected the attacks with a couple of clangs. I mentally gave him a thumbs up. That reaction speed was no joke. That's right. I intentionally spoke up to distract him. If he didn't face some pressure, he would know what a real fight was like. Sasuke blocked the attacks, but didn't he forget to shout at Naruto, which was useless. With a gritted jaw, he thought, well, I'll just rely on myself. I tell you, his moves after that were really cool, throwing shurikens and pulling wires, and finally, a burst of fire sent out, turning the opponents into a live barbecue. Those two missed village rogue ninjas became charred corpses on the spot. After the battle, Sasuke was panting, too lazy to even glance at Naruto, and directly asked me, Teacher Kakashi is gone. What do we do now? This mission information is wrong. Can we withdraw? I shrugged and was just about to speak. Guess what? The three corpses on the ground suddenly burst into a puff of white smoke, and Kakashi, that old six, stood up unscathed. He clapped his hands and started commenting. Sasuke, not bad, but during battle, don't always think about your pig teammate. I also added, that's right, this time the opponent was too weak. Next time you dare to lose focus in battle, your grave grass will be 2 meters high. The three of us were chatting among ourselves, completely ignoring Naruto, who was standing there with his face turning red and white, probably on the verge of a breakdown. Sasuke, with his sharp tongue, immediately turned to Naruto and said, You're at the bottom, being this cowardly. How can you call yourself a ninja? Naruto's lips trembled as he tried to retort, but remembering how cowardly he had just been, he couldn't say a word. I didn't let up on him either. I straightened my face and said, Naruto, remember, this is what it means to be a ninja. If you can't adapt to this, then this path really isn't for you. I probably said that a bit too harshly, and Naruto was instantly stunned because I had never spoken to him in that tone before. The atmosphere became tense, and Kakashi quickly stepped in to ease the situation, turning to question Dazna. Old man, this mission doesn't seem right. You need to give us an explanation, or we have the right to leave. Sasuke chimed in as well. We have to abandon this. With such a burden, we can't complete the mission at all. Naruto kept his head down, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Suddenly, this kid showed his fierce side. Without saying a word, he pulled out a kunai from his bag and stabbed it into his left hand. Blood gushed out, and then he lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fire, glaring at each of us in turn, finally looking at me and saying word by word, The mission continues. The pain in my hand will remind me. I will never be weak again. The scene was a bit melodramatic, but it was quite inspiring. I couldn't hold back and said, Dude, you've set the mood this high. If you keep bleeding, you'll seriously lose too much blood. Hurry up and bandage it. Naruto let out a cry and instantly broke down. Anyway, later that old man confessed everything, saying there was a black-hearted boss named Kato who was after him. We discussed it and decided to continue. When we arrived in the land of waves, Naruto was like he was on adrenaline, leading the way with full alertness. At the slightest rustle in the bushes, a row of shurikens flew past. And what do we find? A frightened little white rabbit. The atmosphere at that moment was just like a skit from the 2025 Spring Festival Gala, radiating awkwardness. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Kakashi, that old fox, immediately sensed something was off. The next second, there was a loud whoosh, and a knife bigger than a door flew past my hair and embedded itself in a tree behind us. Goodness, there was even someone standing on that knife. The mist ninja, Zabuza Momochi. The tension shot up instantly. Seeing this, Naruto wanted to rush in and show off, but Kakashi stopped him. Back off. This guy is not on your level. After saying that, Kakashi dropped the act, flipping up his forehead protector, revealing his red 3-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke was so shocked he pointed at him and shouted, Why you have our Uchiha eyes? Now is not the time for explanations. Zabuza used a mist jutsu, and I swear the mist was so thick I felt like I lost my phone signal. Then, his eerie voice echoed from all directions, listing the vital points of the human body like a menu. Throat, spine, lungs, liver. Have you decided where you want to die? The killing intent was so thick it felt suffocating, and even Sasuke's hand gripping the kunai began to tremble. Kakashi quickly encouraged him, Don't worry, I will protect you with my life. But just as that was said, Zabuza appeared right beside us kids in an instant. Naruto and Sasuke were so scared they jumped back, forgetting the employer entirely. I was speechless and could only pull Dazna back. What followed was some high-level stuff, all about water clones showcasing their skills. Kakashi stabbed Zabuza, but it was just water. Zabuza countered with a slash at Kakashi, and again, it was just water. The two were playing a game of Russian nesting dolls. In the end, Kakashi got careless and was kicked into the lake, trapped in a water prison technique, looking like a large ornamental fish. Zabuza split off a clone to deal with us, and seeing the situation, I immediately pulled the old man back. That guy mocked me for being cowardly, but he didn't understand. This was called a strategic retreat. Sasuke was really holding strong. Knowing Naruto had stalled again and had to rely on himself, he unleashed a great fireball to disperse the mist and charged forward with his kunai. What happened next? He was caught by Zabuza's clone by the neck and slammed down like a rag doll. Naruto was trembling again, about to shrink back. I was genuinely getting a bit angry, my voice turning cold as I said to him, "Naruto, you're really disappointing. I tell you, just that one sentence seemed to hit his switch." Boom! Red chakra erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. Damn, the script didn't write it this way. This kid directly exploded. His eyes turned red, and he shouted at me, "Lo, I'm sorry. I will never let you down again." Then he used the shadow clone technique, and suddenly created a strengthened squad, rushing forward in droves. The target was very clear, heading straight for the real Zabuza, who was holding Kakashi captive. Zabuza wasn't a pushover either. His hands moved so fast they created afterimages. With a water dragon jutsu, it was truly impressive. A water dragon sent Naruto's army of clones scattering. The rest were also taken down by his clones, one by one. In the end, Zabuza flashed in front of Naruto's real body, punched him away, and then raised his big blade to deliver the finishing blow. That kid Naruto was in midair, unable to dodge, yet he seemed quite calm, as if using his eyes to say, "Look, I didn't run this time." I was thinking to myself, all right, this soldier has trained enough, it's time for me to make my move. Just as I was about to act, that little brat Sasuke charged out, shouting, "Bastard, I'm here too. Don't give up so easily." Wow, that kid's shout really energized me. In an instant, he flashed to Naruto's side and grabbed a kunai to block Zabuza's huge sword, which was as heavy as a door. I was just about to make a move, but seeing the situation, I put my hand down. Looks like I underestimated these little brats. But you can't deny, a jonin is a jonin. That kind of strength is something Sasuke's small frame can't withstand. It was just a stalemate for a second or two. Then with a bang, Sasuke was sent flying, rolling into a heap with Naruto. Zabuza was being incredibly arrogant. "Oh, little brat, in such a hurry to go? Fine, I'll show some mercy today and give you a ride." Before he finished speaking, he charged in like he was riding the wind and fire wheels, dragging his big sword along. Naruto had just gotten up, still catching his breath, when he saw Zabuza right in front of him and subconsciously wanted to create a bunch of shadow clones. The idea was good, but he was still naive. The speed of a jonin is no joke. Just as he was about to form his hand signs, Zabuza was already right in his face. Bang! A clean, swift kick directly interrupted Naruto's jutsu. Immediately after, that big sword swept horizontally at his waist. In that critical moment, Sasuke yelled, "Fire style! Great fireball jutsu!" Let me tell you, that was the fastest I've ever seen him form hand signs. A fireball the size of a basin shot out and slammed into Zabuza's face. Zabuza had no choice but to stop his attack and jump back to dodge. This really made him furious. Perhaps he felt embarrassed for not being able to deal with two Chunin for a long time. Or maybe he couldn't stand Naruto and Sasuke's ridiculous act of "you don't die, I die first." Anyway, he was completely enraged. His face twisted in a way that looked like he wanted to eat someone. Ninjutsu. Misconcealment jutsu. Great. Here we go again, the third time, buddy. He was clearly done playing. The thick fog instantly engulfed all of us, and Sasuke reacted quickly, wanting to use the great fireball to blow away the mist. But would Zabuza let him succeed? Too slow, brat. Just as Sasuke's hands moved, Zabuza's ghostly voice sounded right next to his ear, accompanied by the hissing sound of a weapon slicing through the air. There was no time. Sasuke's mind raced, and he instantly gave up on forming hand signs, rolling forward to awkwardly dodge the ambush. But when he looked up, there were no shadows where the voice had come from. "Where are you looking, brat?" Damn. Zabuza was like a ghost. Just as Sasuke steadied himself, that big sword was already stealthily pressed against his back. Sasuke's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. When did he get there? How'd this guy get past him? But he had no time to think about that. He could only instinctively counter with a kunai. Clang! Another crisp sound, and Sasuke was sent flying once again. He now understood that, in this mist, they were nothing but meat on Zabuza's chopping block. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted at the top of his lungs. He knew there was only one way to break this situation. Naruto understood too. Their tacit understanding was at its peak. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Family who understands. Regardless of your fancy ninjutsu, Naruto has only one move. Charge in with shadow clones. If one bunch isn't enough, then create another bunch. In an instant, the dense fog was filled with countless shadows. Thick and numerous, with no place to step. Another one of these? Do you think it will work? Zabuza snorted dismissively, but he quietly slipped over to his water clone, stopping his attack. In his view, how much chakra could these two little brats have? Sooner or later, they would exhaust themselves. He just needed to guard Kakashi. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they were surrounded by countless clones, unsure of where the enemy was, and didn't dare to move. Good grief. It had turned into a competition of who could survive longer. All right, the farce should end now. Zabuza didn't know. I still know. Chakra consumption? Competing with Naruto on that? What a joke. Even I can't compare to him. At this point in the battle, Naruto and Sasuke had already won. It was just a matter of time. Whoosh. I moved. Standing in front of Mizuki, Zabuza suddenly heard a whooshing sound near his ear. Almost instinctively, he raised his big knife to block. However, the metallic clashing sound he expected did not occur at all. My Taoist jade easily pierced through his beheading sword like it was tofu, then transformed into a kunai, steadily resting against his neck. "It's over, Zabuza." My slow and leisurely voice echoed behind him, and only then did he realize that this little ghost, who had not moved at all, was somehow already standing behind him. In that moment, I felt Zabuza's entire body stiffen, a chill rushing from the crown of his head straight to the soles of his feet. The only thought in his mind was, when Kakashi, who was imprisoned in the water prison, was wide-eyed in disbelief. His Sharingan was activated the whole time, and to him, I had seemingly appeared out of thin air. The only jutsu capable of such a feat, in his understanding, was his teacher Minato Namikaze's famous technique, the S-rank jutsu developed by the second Hokage, Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi's mind raced. The Flying Thunder God should only be recorded in the sealing book, and given my subtle relationship with the third Hokage, he couldn't have taught it to me. The only conclusion was that the rumors about Naruto stealing the sealing book were true, and I was right there beside him. Goodness, the weight of this information made him hesitate to think further. Just then, a ninja wearing a mist umbu mask, known as Haku, moved from the shadows. Whoosh! Two poisoned Simban needles silently shot into Zabuza's neck. Crash! As Zabuza's body fell, the clone controlling the water prison immediately turned into a puddle, and the surrounding thick mist dispersed. As Kakashi emerged, he fixed his gaze on the direction from which the needles had come, where the figure of the masked Umbu was already standing. "He's dead." The voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. I crouched down and pressed 2 fingers on Zabuza's carotid artery, then nodded to Kakashi, confirmed he is indeed dead. The masked ninja appeared in front of me in an instant and began his performance. "Thank you, sir. I am a pursuit ninja from the Mist Village, and Zabuza is an S-rank rogue ninja from our village. I have been hunting him for a long time. This time, it was thanks to my friends from Konohagakure." I slowly stood up, looking at him with a half-smile, as if my gaze could penetrate through the mask and see right through him. He felt a bit uncomfortable under my stare and quickly continued, "The body that needs to be dealt with, I have to take it back to the village. I hope you can grant me this request." I didn't say a word and stepped back behind Kakashi. After all, on the surface, he is the captain. Kakashi understood my meaning and nodded. "Farewell." The masked ninja hoisted Zabuza onto his shoulder, and with a gust of wind, the two vanished without trace. With them gone, we should continue our journey. I shrugged and walked over to Tazuna. The old man looked at me now with a gaze that was completely devoid of the previous calmness, filled instead with awe. As we walked along the road, the atmosphere was incredibly silent. Naruto and Sasuke had their heads down, their faces clearly showing their defeat. Kakashi also seemed preoccupied, saying nothing. I thought the atmosphere was not good, so I took the initiative to comfort Naruto. "Naruto, you and Sasuke performed really well this time." "No, it's far from enough. Don't even compare it to you. I couldn't even beat that person just now." Naruto was not comforted at all. Sasuke shook his head as well. Am I that bad? Oh, you mean that guy with the mask? He's different. I shrugged and started to give them a psychological massage. As soon as I said this, everyone looked at me. His strength is indeed decent, but not as amazing as you all think. I smiled and said, if it really came to a fight, whether it's the current Naruto or Sasuke, I wouldn't say it's a guaranteed win, but at least it would be a 50-50 chance. But he killed Zabuza, Naruto retorted excitedly. That's because Zabuza had already been subdued by me at that time and had no ability to resist. Understand? I said this white lie without blushing or skipping a heartbeat. As for me, I was just relying on my bloodline limit. Once Sasuke's Sharingan evolved a bit more, he'll be about the same as me. And it seems like it's coming soon. During the fight earlier, I noticed your eyes were almost heading towards the three-tomo state. After hearing my grand vision, Sasuke's confidence finally returned a little. What about me? What about me? Naruto immediately got anxious when he heard Sasuke was going to get stronger. I shot him a glance. You? That depends on whether the old iron inside you is willing to help. If he nods, you could easily beat Kakashi-sensei in no time. Kakashi's expression darkened. Hey, can you not use me as an example? All right, I almost forgot you weren't talking. I shot back directly, Kakashi-sensei. You've been out of the Umbu for a few years now. You've gotten lazy. At this level of combat today, the old you wouldn't be this pathetic, right? It feels really embarrassing to be lectured by a kid your age. Kakashi looked helpless. He didn't know that a casual remark from me had already planted a seed in Naruto's mind. It's time to have a good talk with the Nine Tails. On the other side, in a dimly lit room, Zabuza slowly woke up. Zabuza-sama, you're awake? Haku stood respectfully beside him. Haku, thanks for this time. Zabuza rubbed his head. Realizing he had misjudged, there was actually a monster in that team that was no less than Kakashi. By the way, did you see his movements back then? Haku shook his head. No, it was as if he just appeared out of nowhere. This is really tricky. Zabuza sighed. Just then, a strange voice suddenly sounded behind them. Mr. Zabuza, why are you so determined to kill Tazuna? Zabuza-sama, be careful. Haku exclaimed, already launching a flying needle. Zabuza instantly sprang into action, grabbing the executioner's blade next to him and slashing backward. The one speaking was of course me. As soon as I arrived at Tazuna's house, I used Flying Thunder God to teleport here. Facing their attacks, I wasn't even flustered. My expression didn't change at all, still wearing the harmless smile. But to Zabuza, that smile was even more terrifying than a demon. I didn't even move, and the Tao-seeking jade on my wrist flew out to protect me. Ding, ding, ding. The densely packed flying needles from by turned to ash the moment they touched the Tao-seeking jade. The same fate awaited one of the 7 ninja swords. As the blade started to melt and disappear like ice cream upon contact with the Tao-seeking jade. Frightened, he quickly withdrew, or he would have been left with just the hilt. Sigh, I just wanted to have a good conversation with you all. Why did it have to come to violence? I feigned a sigh, and my pretentious demeanor made anyone watching want to give me a couple of slaps. What do you want to talk about? Faced with my bizarre presence, even he didn't dare to move. I casually leaned against the wall, looking at him. Zabuza, I'm curious. As a wandering ninja, you could easily make a good living by taking on odd jobs. Why go through all this trouble? Are you really that short on money? Zabuza, suppressing his irritation, replied, to save enough capital to overthrow the Mizukage and end the tyranny of the Mist Village. Clap, clap, clap. I lightly applauded. What if I could help you? But there's one condition. Hearing this, a fiery light suddenly erupted in Zabuza's squinted eyes. What condition? I looked at him, then at Bai, and the smile on my face instantly turned cold. I want his life. No one in this world has dared to deceive me. He is the first. Therefore, he must die. Zabuza was momentarily stunned. He never expected I would propose this condition. In an instant, he felt a mix of emotions, caught in extreme conflict. On one hand was a long-held desire, and on the other was his only family. Go ahead, Zabuza. Bai, however, was very at ease. He turned to look at Zabuza with a smile, saying as your tool, I can finally help you fulfill your wish today. Looking at Bai's pure smile, Zabuza's fists clenched tightly, trembling all over, yet he still couldn't bring himself to strike. My lord, I only hope that after I die, you won't go back on your word. Seeing that Zabuza was motionless, Bai turned to me. He wore the same smile as mine, but mine was fake, while his was pure enough to make one's heart tremble. I was stunned at that moment and blurted out, "Are you male or female?" "Male," he answered truthfully after a brief pause. "All right, I promise you. If you die, I'll help you kill Zabuza." I nodded. "Thank you, my lord." Bai bowed to me and conjured a long needle, about to stab it into his own heart. "Wait." Zabuza finally snapped out of his conflicted state and grabbed Bai's hand. "Zabuza-sama, you are my tool. I won't allow you to die." Zabuza said coldly, then turned to me. "Bai is lying. It's all my orders. If anyone should die, it should be me. If you truly wish to end the Blood Mist era, I am willing to die." "Zabuza-sama." Bai's voice trembled, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He knew Zabuza was resolute, and if this continued, it would indeed be Zabuza who would die. No, Bai made the decision to disobey orders for the first time in his life. "I am sorry, Zabuza-sama." Secret technique. Ice mirror. In an instant, an ice house rose up, pushing Zabuza away. Bai looked through the ice, giving Zabuza one last lingering glance. "Zabuza-sama, goodbye." After that, he conjured the long needle again and resolutely stabbed it toward his heart. "No, don't." Zabuza roared, swinging his large sword to shatter the ice house. But it was already too late. Watching this scene, a satisfied smile appeared on my lips. With a gentle wave of my right hand, a jade of seeking the way flew out, as fast as lightning, transforming into a thin snake that wrapped around Bai's wrist just before the needle pierced, rendering him unable to move at all. Seeing that Bai was safe, Zabuza seemed to have all his strength drained, collapsing to the ground. The illusion of the fourth Mizukage had already been dispelled by me, and the blood mist would soon come to an end. "Go back and take a look, Zabuza. It's been too long since you've been home, and everything has changed." When Zabuza looked up again, I had already disappeared. He remained silent for a long time before looking at Bai. "Bai, do you think I should go back for a visit?" Bai objectively evaluated. "That lord wants to kill us. It would be as easy as pie. His words should be credible." "That's true. If that's the case, it's time to go back." Zabuza made up his mind. "Bai, you don't need to follow me for now." "Why? Did I do something wrong?" Bai immediately panicked. Zabuza stood up, just like when they first met, and patted Bai's head. "Silly child, there are still risks in my return this time. If I don't come back, with your abilities, you can still survive. The meaning of my life is to be Zabuza-sama's tool," Bai said earnestly, unwilling to part. "You, fine. If you want to follow, then follow. But you must promise me, if there's an accident, I will clear the way for you, when the time comes. You must not look back." Zabuza's gaze was incredibly gentle. Bai lowered his head, remaining silent, but secretly vowed that if there were any accidents, he would protect Zabuza with his life. Outside the Dasna house, I had just returned using the flying thunder god technique when I ran into the patrolling Kakashi. "Luo, where you been?" "Huh, I thought you'd first ask me why I used the flying thunder god technique," I joked, feeling good, as the unresolved issues from the past have been rewritten by my own hands. "You'll say it when you want to. My asking is useless. Anyway, I can't beat you." Kakashi shrugged, appearing particularly carefree. "Oh, your mindset has changed," I said, somewhat surprised. "Yeah, ever since I learned some truths from you, I've let go. Knowing the truth about my father's death is enough. Konoha can't be in chaos right now." Kakashi's tone was relaxed, but his eyes still concealed loneliness. I remained non-committal. Naruto and Sasuke's combat abilities are decent, but their chakra control is too rough. As the team leader, it's exhausting. Stop acting like a salted fish all day. I casually found a rock to sit down on. "Speaking of salted fish, who can compare to you?" Kakashi glanced at me. "With that said, I'm training even while I sleep. I absolutely refuse to admit I'm a salted fish." Let's see if I believe you." Kakashi scoffed, "But you're right. Their battle against Zabuza did reveal this issue. I know, you got control before the fight even started. TSK, TSK, TSK. I seized the opportunity to tease him. Get lost. This matter can't just be brushed off, right? Starting tomorrow, I will give them special training. Are you interested in joining?" Kakashi provocatively glanced at me. After all, my combat style relies entirely on bloodline limits, so he can't see how solid my foundation is. Sure, I immediately agreed. To be honest, I haven't tried this kind of systematic training before. After a night of silence, early the next morning, Kakashi's shadow clone brought the three of us to the forest. Training chakra is blah blah blah. Kakashi began explaining the theory, and Naruto was almost falling asleep while Sasuke looked impatient. Kakashi smiled. Simply put, you both have enough chakra, but your utilization is too low, leading to serious waste. So, you need to train to help your body remember the feeling of balance. How do we train? Sasuke eagerly asked. Climb trees. Huh? Naruto and Sasuke looked at him with puzzled expressions. I shrugged my shoulders. It turned out it was still about climbing trees. Without waiting for Kakashi to continue explaining, I walked directly to a big tree, stepped on it with one foot, and then walked up step by step as if walking on flat ground. Kakashi's eyes were almost popping out. He definitely practiced. Wow. Lo, how did you do that? Naruto said with admiration. I took a few steps, hung upside down on a branch, and slowly began to speak. It's simple. Just concentrate the chakra at the soles of your feet and stick to the trunk. After trying it, I found it rather boring. This training was like kindergarten level for me. After hearing this, Naruto excitedly ran to give it a try. The result was a loud thud as he fell flat on his back. Seeing this, Sasuke had a look of disdain. A bottom feeder is still a bottom feeder. So he confidently found a tree as well, took one step, 2 steps. All right, he only took one more step than Naruto before falling too. Sasuke's face instantly darkened. Is this the gap between him and Naruto? He felt like a clown, overwhelmed by a strong sense of defeat. Naruto, however, was carefree and got back up to try again. I flipped over and sat on a branch, watching the two completely different reactions, shaking my head. What's wrong? Kakashi appeared beside me in an instant. He is too proud. I looked at Sasuke, who was deeply affected. I originally thought that with me around at school, his mindset would be better, but it seems not. There's no helping it. Anyone who encounters something like this would inevitably have a breakdown. Kakashi seemed to understand this well. Since that's the case, there is no choice but to use some tough love. I turned to Sasuke and shouted, Hey, are you planning to give up again? That is fine. People without talent who don't work hard can just live in their dreams, talking about revenge. Hey, Kakashi held his forehead, thinking this was too harsh. Like stabbing a knife into someone else's heart. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his flesh, and shouted back at me. No, I won T. Really? Huh. Anyone can say that. Prove it to me. My eyes narrowed slightly, my aura rising, and my gaze was filled with cold light. Sasuke didn't say anything more. He wanted to prove through action that he absolutely hadn't given up. See, isn't this getting better? I raised my head proudly. Is it really okay to provoke him like this? Kakashi still seemed a bit worried. What is wrong with that? Anyway, Itachi just asked me to help his brother become stronger. He didn't specify how. I said nonchalantly, Itachi? Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. Yeah, how do you know him? Kakashi's reaction wasn't that big, as he had already learned some dark truths about the village. When the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Itachi came to find me. Find you? You should have just entered the ninja academy at that time. How would he have noticed you? The more Kakashi listened, the more confused he became. I told you, who knows? Maybe I just happened to glance at him a bit more in the crowd, and that's why I ended up being resented. Anyway, that's all in the past. Let's talk about the Land of Waves. The mission was completed quite smoothly. The bridge was built in no time, but I always felt something was off. So I sat at the bridge's edge and asked those two fools, Is this it for the mission? Naruto, without thinking, said of course. Well, can't count on him. Sasuke was a bit sharper, furrowing his brows and saying, Are you saying that even after we leave, there will still be people coming to cause trouble? I snapped my fingers, finally finding someone who understood. This bridge is no different from one made of paper for a ninja. If we don't take down that boss named Kato behind the scenes, building this bridge is pointless. As I spoke, I shifted my gaze to Sasuke. Have you ever killed anyone? The two I killed right after leaving the village don't count. That was meaningless. Kakashi looked at me strangely, probably wondering what I was up to this time. Sasuke was also confused and said no. I pressed further. Have you ever heard that being a ninja isn't child's play? It's about shedding blood? Naruto, with his saintly heart, interjected, Why does it have to be about killing? Isn't it better for everyone to live in peace? Family. Who understands this? He's so naive, I almost wanted to punch him. But I held back and turned up the intensity. Naruto, what if one day someone wants to kill me? What would you do? Without thinking, he said, I would give my life to protect you. Then what if only one of us could survive? And if you don't kill him, I would die. What would you do? I pressed him further. This time I caught him off guard. He lowered his head, struggling for quite a while, and when he looked up again, his expression had changed. I won't let anyone hurt you. If it comes to that, I will kill him. I couldn't help but laugh and patted his shoulder. Congratulations, Naruto, you've finally stepped into the real world of ninjas. Of course, talking without action is just a show. I directly told Kakashi, let's take down Kato's hideout and give these two kids some practical lessons. Kakashi had that I knew expression on his face, but he could only agree. When we arrived at Kato's territory, we were stopped right at the entrance. That little thug was quite arrogant, holding a knife to my neck and saying, "Kid, this isn't a place for you." I completely ignored him and turned to Sasuke with a smile, asking, "Do you know why I said that your previous kills don't count?" The lackey, seeing that I was ignoring him, got angry. "Hey kid, I'm talking to you." Because my smile never changed. But the Taoist jade in my hand had somehow transformed into a jet black kunai, and that just wasn't shocking enough. With a poochie sound, I tell you, it was quick and decisive. The kunai pierced that guy's neck directly. Warm blood splattered all over my hands. I pulled out the kunai and watched the corpse slump down. I expressionlessly told the two kids, who were already scared silly, "You have to get over this mental hurdle." Then I said, "Go on, take care of everyone here." And no ninjutsu allowed. After that, I vanished in an instant. As soon as I turned the corner, I leaned against the wall and vomited. Goodness, that scene was too disgusting. Kakashi stood nearby, stunned, and couldn't help but tease me. "Teasuke, I can't believe you would react like this." I gasped while cursing. "Nonsense. I'm not a pervert. That was just a performance for them. There's only you here, so why would I pretend?" I thought to myself. Playing up the contrast, I had to give these two little brats a little shock. "Aren't you afraid I'll spill the beans?" Kakashi asked. "You won't," I said confidently. "You know better than anyone who I'm guarding against." We were chatting here when Sasuke and Naruto finally came to their senses over there. Sasuke took a deep breath, activated his Sharingan, and charged in with his kunai. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed. When blood splattered on his face, his body stiffened for a moment. But as he kept killing, his gaze gradually became numb. Naruto, on the other hand, was struggling. He couldn't land a killing blow and was only pushing people back, resulting in him getting wounded all over. This time, he completely broke down. I really can't do it." He hugged his head and let out a roar. A burst of red light. Wow. The chakra of the 9 tails exploded. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. In the blink of an eye, he reached 5 tails. The scene instantly turned into a hell of slaughter, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, severed limbs scattered around. That old man Kato. I don't know when he got slammed against the wall by a tail, but he was turned into a meat patty. Kakashi panicked. "Hey, you messed up. Aren't you going to stop it? What's the rush?" I pulled Sasuke, who was trying to rush in, back and let him vent. It's quite good. Once there was no one left to catch their breath, I used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of Naruto. 6 truth-seeking orbs transformed into ropes and directly tied him up like a zongzi. Let me tell you, the little fox inside Naruto, sensing Kagaya's aura on me, immediately curled up in fear, trembling, behaving like a little kitten. When Naruto regained consciousness and saw the tragic scene before him, he hugged me and cried. I didn't say much, just dragged him into Kato's office and threw that black ledger in his face. "Look, these are the scum you've killed. Smuggling, drug trafficking, human trafficking." The more Naruto looked, the paler his face became. I patted him. There's no right or wrong in power. It depends on who uses it. By killing this group of losers, you've saved more innocent people. That is justice. At this point, he finally understood. After we dealt with everything and returned to the village, Naruto's little frog wallet was bulging as he shouted that he wanted to treat me and Sasuke to Ichiraka ramen. Just halfway there, I saw an old man with white hair squatting on a rooftop, lewdly scribbling in a little notebook while looking towards the women's bathhouse. Naruto, filled with a sense of justice, pointed up and shouted, "There's a pervert." The bathhouse immediately erupted in chaos, and the old man ran away in fear, rolling his pants, but not before shooting Naruto a glare. "What nonsense, kid. I'm just gathering material." I couldn't help but laugh and said to Naruto, "Do you know who he is?" "The teacher of the 4th Hokage, the legendary Sannin, the great Jiraiya." As soon as I finished speaking, that old man actually came back, looking at me with a smug expression. Hey, kid, you actually have heard of the name of my greatness, Jiraiya? I still respect him very much and greeted him. He seemed quite happy and wanted to pat my head, but I immediately dodged with a Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya was stunned, his pupils shaking. Flying Thunder God? He probably recalled what the third Hokage had said to him and directly asked me my name, then immediately offered to take me as his disciple. Of course I agreed, and I also thought about packing Naruto and Sasuke along with me. Sasuke was quick to agree, but Naruto looked disgusted. I don't want to learn from this lecherous old man. Jiraiya's face darkened instantly. He glanced at Sasuke, and upon seeing the Uchiha fan symbol, his frown deepened, clearly not wanting to get involved with the Uchiha clan. Just as it seemed like it was going to fall through, I leaned in closer to his ear and softly said 2 words, prophecy. These 2 words hit him like thunder. He was instantly stunned, his eyes wide open. What do you mean? Both of them were. I nodded affirmatively. At this point, Jiraiya was completely flustered. Without saying another word, he pulled out a scroll and took me to Mount Myaboku, saying he wanted to confirm with the great sage Toad. Guess what happened? When we got there, that old Toad who had lived for over 1,000 years completely ignored Jiraiya and just stared at me intently. After a long while, he actually used honorifics and said, "You have returned?" I was so dumbfounded that I asked him if he knew me. He said he did, and that he knew me 1,000 years ago when he was still a little frog. Then he mysteriously said that since you have returned, that person must have woken up too. I wanted to ask him more, but good grief, he just fell asleep. I was completely speechless. Jiraiya was even more frustrated than I was, and he didn't manage to ask a single serious question. In the end, he had no choice but to leave first. So I decided to stay in Myaboku Mountain and play around with some sage techniques. You know, my talent is really impressive. I mastered it in just a week. The only thing is my sage mode is a bit different from Naruto's. I don't have any eyeshadow at the corners of my eyes, but I do have an orange-yellow swirl done on my forehead. Sigh, I was hoping to have some built-in makeup, but it seems that's not going to happen. I originally wanted to learn from Jiraiya and have both Shima and Fukisaku perched on my shoulders to give me unlimited chakra. But just as they were about to merge with me, they were suddenly bounced away by an invisible force. I quickly slipped into the spiritual world. Goodness. Kaguya was looking at me with a face full of grievance, cuddling up to me and nuzzling in my arms, saying, "I don't want to share you with anyone else. You can only be mine. Not even with a toad. Family, who understands this possessiveness. It's just too much. All right, my fault. I'll indulge her. What else can I do? But the main thing is important. Let me tell you, I'm starving. In that cursed place of Myuria Mountain, they serve me that all-bug feast every day, claiming it's the highest treatment. Thank you very much. If I eat any more, I might grow elytra. Right now, I need to eat some human food immediately to reward my poor stomach. I was just thinking about going to look for a bowl of noodles, and bam, I bumped right into someone at the corner. I figured it was my fault, so I quickly looked down and apologized. Sorry, I was paying attention. But the guy on the other side wouldn't let it go, acting all dramatic like he was in a play, and his voice was pretty loud. Is one apology enough? I frowned and looked up. Oh, it's Kanjiro. Beside him is his sister, the one named Shoju, who is also giving me a disdainful look. Hey, everyone from Sunagakure is here. Huh. I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them and directly walked past the two, looking at the heavy weight behind them, the little red-haired brat carrying a big gourd, with a face that says, "Don't mess with me." Hey, buddy, are you serious with those dark circles? Staying up every night playing baby bus? As soon as I finished speaking, Kanjiro and Shigeru's faces turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. They were probably already thinking about how to clean up the mess for me. Sure enough, Gaara's eyebrows knitted together like twisted dough, his gaze fixed on me, the killing intent almost palpable. Shigeru wanted to speak, but her lips trembled for a long time without a word escaping. But who am I? Would I care about this little killing intent? I walked straight past them to stand in front of Gaara, casually patting the big gourd on his back. Bro, carrying this thing every day. Aren't you tired? You're asking for death. Gaara's voice came out like a beast's, squeezed through his teeth. Come on, don't be so tense. I didn't care and grabbed his shoulder, started my earnest lecture. Honestly, you still want to listen? I'm telling you, always having that stiff face will make it easy to have no friends. Friends? The word seemed to hit a switch in him, and he froze up. Huh, look at you, quite the tsundere. I could tell this kid was suffering inside, being treated like a monster since childhood. Even his own father wanted to kill him. How could he dare to hope for friends? My voice softened immediately. It must be very painful. He was taken aback. I patted his shoulder and continued. I have a friend who also has that thing sealed inside him. He's been looked down upon since childhood. He let out a cold laugh, his emotions shifting again. As expected, we are monsters wherever we go. No, I said, showing him a big smile. In my eyes, he is just him, not some monster. Because we are friends. Actually, we could become friends too. Gaara wanted to refuse, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he couldn't say them. Come on, stop with the me. I'll take you out for a meal. After saying that, I directly grabbed his wrist and headed towards the ramen shop, leaving behind a flustered Kankuro and Temari, who exchanged glances before reluctantly following us. Once we arrived at the ramen shop and finished a delicious bowl of noodles, I realized that this little guy, Gaara, had been staring at me the whole time. His bowl of noodles hadn't been touched at all. I asked him if he didn't like it, and he shook his head before slowly starting to eat. I knew then that this kid's defenses were starting to weaken. After finishing the meal, I slapped my forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't believe I forgot to ask your name. I'm Gaara. I'm Lo. Come on, let me introduce you to my friend." I led the three of them and quickly found Naruto and Sasuke's training ground. Wow, I could hear the sounds of Rasengan and Chidori from distance. Are they setting off fireworks here? But luckily, Kakashi and Jiraiya were watching on the side, so nothing would go wrong. As soon as Naruto saw me, he ran over excitedly. I ignored him and turned to pat Gaara's shoulder. How about it? Don't they look a lot happier than you? Gaara murmured, "Is it him? I can feel the aura of a kindred spirit." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly clutched his head, his expression filled with unbearable pain. Mumbling something about his mother saying to kill him, "No, can't kill." As soon as I heard that, I understood this little thing was going crazy again. I raised my hand, and a seeking Dao jade shot out from my sleeve, sticking to his belly in an instant. The next second, the world became quiet. Inside Gaara, that stinky raccoon cat was so scared that it curled up into a ball, and even the nine tails inside Naruto felt my aura and instantly became obedient. Gaara looked up in confusion. Mom's voice has disappeared. I face-bombed. This child is just too innocent. I really couldn't bear to directly expose the truth. What mother-s voice? That S, just the tailed beast in your belly, trying to manipulate you. The power that protects you does indeed come from your mother. She infused her will into the sand, which is why the sand automatically protects you. That thing is just a fraud. This revelation had a huge impact on Gaara. He was completely stunned. I took the opportunity to add, "If Shikaku inside you acts up again, just tell him you're coming to find me." And he definitely quiet down. My words sounded like an imperial edict, and Gaara instantly relaxed. Then, he closed his eyes and fell asleep right on the spot. Family, who understands? This child must not have had a good sleep in ages. Kankuro and Temari were completely stunned, nearly bolting away on the spot. At that moment, Jiraiya and Kakashi also arrived, looking bewildered at the sight of the sleeping Gaara. I casually explained, he came from Sunagakure for the exams, just like Naruto, a Jinchuriki. What? A Jinchuriki? Jiraiya exploded, saying that Sunagakure must have a conspiracy and that he needed to report to the third Hokage. Could I let him go? The chakra of the truth-seeking ball turned into ropes and tied him up securely. Jiraiya was dumbfounded, looking at me in terror. I smiled slightly at him. That's not going to work, Jiraiya-sama. I don't want you involved in this matter. The skies of Konoha are about to change. Kakashi, standing by, hesitated to speak, but ultimately sighed and chose to trust me. Only Naruto, the fool, didn't understand anything and asked why I was tying up the perverted old man. I made up a lie, saying he was caught peeping and needed to be sent to the security department. Then I handed the peacefully sleeping Gaara over to Naruto to take care of, letting him introduce his new friend to some warmth. I used Flying Thunder God to bring Jiraiya back to my little house. He was still unwilling to give up and asked me what I really wanted to do. Didn't I say it already? The current Konoha is too decayed. It's time to clean out some pests. I looked at him, my tone calm, yet undeniable. Jiraiya fell silent, but ultimately couldn't hold back and pleaded with me to spare his life. We both tacitly avoided mentioning the third Hokage's name. I couldn't make any guarantees, only telling him that the final judgment would be left to the first Hokage and the others. Perhaps, compared to living in disgrace, dying gloriously as a hero would be a better outcome. He had no words left, but I was still worried. This old man had two deep feelings for the third. Sure enough, he started secretly gathering natural energy, trying to perform sage jutsu. I immediately activated sage mode, a tomo appearing on my forehead. Lord Jiraiya, don't waste your effort. I can do this too, and I'm more adept at it than you. He was completely despaired. To make him completely honest, I decided to apply some pressure. I left a shadow clone behind and used Flying Thunder God to return to Naruto. I needed to borrow something. I placed my hands on Naruto and Gaara's stomachs, and my spirit instantly sank in. The next second, Kagaya lunged at me in my spiritual space. When she turned her head and saw the consciousness of the 9 tails and 1 tail that I had pulled in, her face immediately darkened. Luoken, you promised me. You only belong to me. Wow, she's really jealous. I quickly changed the subject, pointing at the 2 little beasts trembling in the corner. Don't you think they look familiar? Kagaya then took a closer look, tilting her head and saying, This aura is somewhat like SH10, but it's also filled with malice. And there's also the aura of Yui. I was stunned at the time. Sister, you call the 10 tails little 10? And still innocent? You call the sage of 6 paths little Yui? Do you even hear what you're saying? But this woman with late-stage love brain quickly regained her focus. No way. Even if it's little U, E, and little U village, they can't take you away. Hey, she's even jealous of her own son. I could only switch to the scumbag mode, stroking her hair to comfort her, saying I was afraid she would be lonely. So I would get her 2 pets to keep her company, and I would never leave her. Goodness, she really believed it, looking so happy. After taking care of Kagaya, I turned to the 2 terrified-tailed beasts and told them I needed them to share some of their conscious chakra to help me monitor someone. Will they dare to say no? With just one look from Kagaya, they nearly passed out on the spot, trembling and saying that as long as the Jinchuriki agreed. They had no problem. They made things easier. I kicked their consciousness out, exchanged a few sweet words with Kagaya, and exited the spiritual space. When I mentioned it to Naruto and Gaara, they agreed without a second thought. I extracted chakra from both of them, instantly summoning 2 mini 9 tails and Shikaku. Naruto found it fascinating and said that the monster inside him was quite cute. Gaara, on the other hand, looked ashamed, thinking about how he had been tricked by this little raccoon for so long, awkwardly digging his toes into the ground. I brought the mini 9 tails and mini Shikaku back to the cabin and placed them next to Jiraiya. Hey, I found you 2 companions. Don't be bored. Jiraiya looked at the 2-tailed beasts, his face more unpleasant than if he had eaten a fly. He understood this was making him choose between his teacher or Konoha. In the end, he sighed deeply and resigned himself to it. In the following days, I transformed into a devilish coach, training Naruto, Sasuke, and the Sand Village group together intensively. The result was that I single-handedly knocked all 5 of them down, and even my truth-seeking balls couldn't defend against it. However, the effect was remarkable. The immense pressure directly stimulated Sasuke to awaken his 3 Tomo Sharingan. On the day of the Chunin exams, our team of 6 marched into the exam hall with great momentum, instantly becoming the center of attention. Sakura, hiding in a corner, watched Sasuke being surrounded by everyone, her eyes filled with disappointment, feeling increasingly left behind. Just then, a guy in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon head and big eyes cautiously approached her. Hello. My name is Rock Lee. Can you be my girlfriend? I tell you, I was right there, watching Sakura's face, and her expression was like she had swallowed a fly, her brows furrowed enough to crush a mosquito. With a firm declaration, get lost. Wow, I finally understood in this girl's world. There are only 2 categories, Sasuke and other living beings. Her life KPI is to conquer Sasuke. Everything else is just fluff. That watermelon-headed guy had his heart broken at that moment, but guess what? He revived in a second. A hot-blooded manga male lead, you know what I mean. Then he looked up and saw Sakura making a lovesick face at Sasuke. And just like that, the psychological defense he had just built collapsed. He got anxious and rushed in front of Sasuke. Let us fight. I want to prove I'm better than you. Sasuke looked at him with disdain, as if to say, You think your taste is good enough to talk to me? It was written all over his face, a direct refusal. But Lee didn't give him a chance to argue. With a shout of leaf whirlwind, he went straight into action. The speed, let me tell you, was like a green flash of lightning. We both laughed at that moment. Once the Sharingan was activated, I felt like I was back in the game. Slow motion, right? I saw through you. And what happened next? Who understands, right? The eyes saw clearly, but the body received the command and refused to execute. With a loud bang, Sasuke was kicked away. How is that possible? Sasuke was completely dazed from a hit. Lee was standing there, striking a pose, starting to show his value. Is that what you call a genius? I can defeat a genius with hard work. I was next to him, laughing out loud. Clapping, well said. I second that. Then I walked over and helped Sasuke up, brushing the dirt off him. See, Naruto? Your little effort doesn't even count as a warm-up for him. Sasuke's face was a mix of green and white, indifferent to everyone, but when he looked at me, his eyes were like an elementary school student who scored 59 points begging the teacher for a favor. I was just careless. Believe me, I'll definitely do better next time. Seeing his little act, my heart softened a bit, so I patted him. All right, I believe you. Keep it up. Sasuke was so moved, he was almost in tears, feeling like his life had been uplifted and wanted to fight again. I stopped him. All right. The exam is about to start. No time for dawdling. In the corner, Sakura's gaze towards Lee had changed, and I could hear her calculating. This guy is so strong. Why not? Take advantage of this. TSK, this girl is really willing to go all out for Sasuke. I immediately turned to look for Shaoli. To deal with this hot-blooded fool, you have to use magic to defeat magic. I opened my mouth and said, yo bro, your youth is too dazzling. Goodness. The word youth seemed to trigger something, and Xiao Li's eyes lit up instantly. Just as we were chatting, a plus-sized, watermelon-headed muscle man dropped from the sky, hugging Xiao Li tightly, and the two of them started sweating and crying like waterfalls. Teacher Kai, Lee. At that moment, I really felt like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. These two definitely had some kind of blood relationship I didn't know about. I hurriedly went up to flatter them, praising Kakashi-sensei, saying that they were lifelong rivals and close friends. Teacher Kai got excited right away, his palm the size of a fan clapping on my shoulder, and I felt like my shoulder blades were about to crack. I forced a smile, folks. As the conversation heated up, I gave him a signature thumbs up and bright smile in return. In that moment, I watched as Sasuke and Gaara quietly moved away several meters like they were avoiding a plague. Only Naruto, that silly guy, thought it was really cool and kept imitating us. When we entered the exam room, a white-haired guy with glasses came over, mysteriously saying he had intel cards. Except for Naruto, who was still clueless, the rest of us looked at him like he was a thief. This guy was called Yakushi Kabuto, and to prove he meant no harm, he pulled out Xiao Li's card. Sasuke looked at it and was dumbfounded. What is this? Only taijutsu? I took the opportunity to give him a lesson. Now you know what it means to be the king of competition, right? Then I pulled out Gaara's card, and Naruto, with his loud voice, shouted, wow. Sand Waterfall Gaara, you're so cool. No wonder you always play with sand. We looked at him like he was an idiot. Dude, what have you been watching during training these days? Just then, I noticed that Yakushi Kabuto was glancing at a random guy in the corner. I looked over and wow. That gaze, that aura, was definitely not just a background character. Orochimaru. He looked at me, and we locked eyes from across the room, the air crackling with tension. Naruto, still clueless, asked what I was looking at, and I said, that guy, he's interesting. I even smiled at Kabuto, and his face instantly turned pale. He knew he was exposed. Suddenly, a scarred bald guy stepped onto the podium. It was Ibiki Marino, the main examiner for the first round. As soon as he came up, he set the intensity, took off his headband, revealing a pockmarked head, and started talking about how cruel the ninja world is, making everyone feel uneasy. Then he threw out a rule. If you withdraw now, there won't be another chance. If anyone gets eliminated after the exam starts, you and your teammates will never become a Chunin in this lifetime. At that moment, the entire exam room was in a panic. Several teams immediately broke up and withdrew from the exam. If I hadn't warned Naruto beforehand, he would probably have been the first to run away. Once most people had left, Ibiki finally announced the rules. A written test, 10 points, with points deducted for wrong answers, and cheating would cost you 2 points. If anyone in the team scores 0, the whole team is out. Well, I got the paper and looked at the first question. I couldn't answer. The second question, still couldn't answer. The ninth question, still couldn't answer. Forget it. Might as well give up. I decided not to pretend anymore and started online shipping in the exam room. Watching Hinata pass a cheat sheet to Naruto, who had a look that said, "Don't bother me," making me laugh so hard I nearly hurt myself. As time passed, the most explosive moment came. Ibiki was about to announce the 10th question. The rule for the 10th question was, if you choose to answer but fail, you will be permanently stripped of your ninja qualifications. Let me tell you, when those words came out, it felt worse than killing them. Instantly, the entire exam room erupted like a boiling pot, and half the people raised their hands to run away. If I hadn't warned Naruto in advance, that guy would have probably bolted too. Once most people had left, the classroom was empty, and Ibiki slowly stood up, suddenly smiling. Congratulations, you all passed the 10th question. Turns out the 10th question was all about courage. Before we could relax, there was a loud crash as a window shattered, and a purple-haired hot girl jumped in. It was UchihaMassacre. She was so cool, and immediately said, "Yo, Ibiki, is this all that's left? Looks like I can take it easy in the second round, and aim to eliminate all of them." Then she brought us to the entrance of the Forest of Death. 24 people, 8 teams. Kurenai pondered how to deal with us while pulling out a bunch of heaven and earth scrolls. "Sister, can't you come up with a new trick?" The rules were simple and brutal. Steal someone else's scroll, gather a complete set, and then survive to the tower at the end. "All right," she added. "You could go all out, little kids." Ino came over, smiling, wanting to form an alliance since we had the heaven scroll. I instinctively took a half step back, and Shikamaru, looking like he just woke up, came over to mediate. "Luo, we all have heaven scrolls. Maybe we can join forces." I said, "We'll see." With a command from Kurenai, the exam began. The first team to rush in was that problematic team from the grass village. Orochimaru definitely isn't in there. It was clearly a setup. Oh no, we missed the chance to be the first to enter. This is bad. The opponent will definitely set traps in the Forest of Death. Kiba was pounding his chest in frustration. No problem. As for why, Shino, wearing sunglasses, was about to analyze the situation when he noticed that his 2 teammates had completely ignored him. Kiba had already run to the entrance of the Forest of Death, ready to be the second to enter. Hinata, on the other hand, was blushing, secretly watching Naruto jumping around. And Naruto, that guy, was completely oblivious to Hinata. All he thought about was rushing in a fight. I'm telling you, over there he's still bouncing around. And those 3 unlucky guys from the first team that entered the grass-hidden village have already started working. But good grief, those aren't teammates at all, it's pure bullying. Those 2 guys are pointing at our poor Cheyenne, and the things they're saying are just nasty. "You go hide over there if a fight breaks out. Nobody will care about you." Oh my, I really. Family, who understands? Our Cheyenne's little eyes instantly dimmed, and she looked like she had been abandoned by the world, quietly shrinking into a corner, hugging herself. It broke my heart to see this. What kind of life is this? Then the second team came in. Who is it? It's Team 8. These guys are also bold. They know for sure that the first team must have trigger traps, yet they dare to be the second team in. This guy Kiba seems quite pleased, though. A lone target? Should we take him out first? Just as Shino wanted to say something about this. What happened? No one paid him any attention. Ha. My heart ached for Shino for a second. His presence is so low, it's like dust. As a result, Kiba thought for a long time and said, "Forget it. Their scrolls are the same as ours. No need to waste time. Let's do a mantis catching a cicada with a yellow bird behind." Then it was our main team's turn. I tell you, the reason why Rock Lee and Sasuke came in so quickly is purely because Naruto was making so much noise that it was giving them a headache. If they didn't come in, their ears would have calluses. Rock Lee waved his hand directly. "Naruto, aren't you full of energy? Go, you lead the way." Naruto was so excited. "No problem, leave it to me," and dashed out. Sasuke's face turned green from behind. "Are you sure? Let this idiot lead the way." Rock Lee was calm. "It's fine. If he doesn't suffer a bit, he won't learn. We just have to watch. Nothing major will happen." Guess what happened? This kid Naruto, not even looking where he's going, stepped right on a trap. Boom! A huge explosion. Luckily, he dodged quickly. Rock Lee and Sasuke couldn't bear to watch. Really, this operation made me feel embarrassed for him. Naruto was still there complaining, so sneaky. Using traps. Of course. Is this an exam or a dinner party? Sasuke couldn't help but mock. Probably only he wouldn't think they were traps. Then Naruto immediately activated his big move, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos appeared. Then he waved his hand, brothers, charge. Good grief, I call this move the Shadow Clone's self-destructing minefield method. Simple and brutal, but effective. The entire death forest echoed with explosions, like firecrackers during the New Year. The people outside, like Shikamaru, were so scared they took 3 big steps back. Cough, I think. We should wait a bit longer. This commotion ignited Lee's youthful fire. Youth means we can't retreat. Let's go. Neji looked indifferent. On the other side, those 3 sound ninja didn't know what was wrong with them and insisted on provoking Gaara. Taiyuya was being sarcastic, only to be silenced by Gaara's glare. Then her teammate, a girl named Kin, insisted on being tough. What if you have an opinion? Oh my sister, you're testing the edge of death here. Gaara's smile was so cold it could drop ice. I hope you won't regret it. Temari and Kankuro were almost crying beside him, definitely thinking, what are you provoking him for? Sure enough, as soon as the sound ninja went in, Gaara followed right after. His killing intent even startled the proctor, Anko. Back to the forest, Naruto's swarm tactics were indeed effective, quickly forcing those 2 grass ninjas to flee with their heads in their hands. At this moment, Rock Lee mischievously stopped Naruto from chasing and made a gesture to Sasuke, leaving the rest to you. This was clearly setting up a marriage for the second pillar. Sasuke chased after them, but the sight before him made his pupils shake. Those 2 grass ninjas were clinging to a red-haired girl's arm, like vampires sucking blood. I tell you, that scene was too brutal. Shine's arm was covered in bite marks, blood everywhere. Sasuke exploded in anger. This scene gave him PTSD, instantly reminding him of the night of the massacre. The 2 words were cold and piercing. Chidori. With a crackling sound, blue light flashed, and Sasuke transformed into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, one grass ninja's head flew off. The other, terrified, turned to run, but a hand pierced right through his chest. But this guy had a strong will to survive, dragging half his life towards Cheyenne. Still wanting to take another bite to recover, but just one step away, he fell dead at Cheyenne's feet. We thought we were going to be killed, and I closed my eyes in relief. After waiting for a long time without any movement, I opened my eyes and saw Sasuke's handsome face, along with a hint of concern hidden in his Sharingan. Oh no, my heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Luo and Naruto also arrived. Luo took one look at Sasuke's wooden expression and got angry. Hey, Sasuke, what are you standing there for? Can't you see she's bleeding? Only then did Sasuke come to his senses, pulled a roll of bandages from his bag, and tossed it at Xiangling's feet. Wow, what a classic straight man move. Luo facepalmed. Are you going to let her bandage herself? Both her hands are injured. Can't you help out a bit? With Luo's heavy tone. Sasuke didn't dare to argue and obediently squatted down, gently taking Xiangling's arm to start bandaging. Oh my, let me tell you, Xiangling's eyes were practically sparkling. Luo beside them had an anti-smile, clearly enjoying the moment. This scene was live-streamed by Hinata in the distance using her Byakugan. The little girl was so scared she sat down. Inuzuka was shocked too. What the heck? Did they really go for the kill? Shino calmly analyzed. The rules allow it, but the 3 of them were clearly frozen in place, and they decided on the spot to back off. This team was too fierce. They needed to change targets. Niji's team also saw what happened. While they weren't scared, they had a new understanding of Sasuke's strength and decided it wasn't worth it, so they also opted to switch targets. When Niji heard that Hinata was among the remaining targets, his obsession with the branch family versus main family rivalry flared up. It's her target, Hinata's team. At that moment, on the other side, Gaara and the Sound Ninja trio officially started their fight. The 3 of them tried to play tactics, but Gaara didn't give them a chance at all. As soon as he unleashed his sand, a wave of yellow sand rushed over like a tsunami. The Sound Ninja trio was jumping around in a desperate attempt to evade. In the end, they panicked and went for a combination jutsu with earth walls, fire, and wind techniques, but the firewall was useless. What happened? The sand wall rose in front of Gaara, rendering their efforts pointless. Tisu wanted to use sound waves to penetrate the defense, and Gaara mocked him mercilessly. You think this is ordinary sand? Too weak. Bored with the game, Gaara slammed his hands down on the ground. Sand waterfall, funeral. Boom! The area within a kilometer turned into a quicksand pit. And the three of them didn't even have time to scream before being turned into mush. The commotion was so great that Luo felt it. Wow, this chakra fluctuation. Who provoked Gaara? Meanwhile, Shikamaru's team was forced into the forest of death by connection. The three of them were casually eating chips while walking. Suddenly, they looked up and saw Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro standing there like door gods. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Shikamaru, who was most afraid of trouble, probably had a mental crash at that moment and made a historic move. He offered his chips. Want some? Ha ha ha. I almost spat out my drink. What a bizarre turn of events. Tamari was probably just as stunned and actually took them. The expressions on Gaara and Kankuro's faces were like they had seen a ghost. Tamari, holding the chips, short-circuited as well and offered them to the two. How about? You guys have some too? Shikamaru quickly signaled to Choji, who understood and pulled out 2 more bags of chips, handing them to Gaara and Kankuro. The atmosphere on the scene became increasingly strange. I'm telling you, this is simply a dream collaboration, trading potato chips for a scroll of land. This deal is a huge profit. Shikamaru probably felt a bit embarrassed and just pulled a scroll out of his pocket, saying, "Here, take it, it's extra." When Shikamaru took the scroll, his expression was like he was dreaming, probably thinking that this world is a bit too magical. Gaara and the other 2 were munching on chips while watching Shikamaru and the others walk away. Tamari was still reminiscing, saying, "The people of Konoha are actually quite nice." Kankuro, standing beside her, had black lines all over his forehead, thinking, "Sister, wake up. We're here to take an exam, not to make friends and socialize. At this rate, are we even going to complete our mission?" Gaara, however, was quite determined, saying, "We must do it. This is the plan given by Lord Luo." Fine. For the sake of friendship and the village, the 3 of them reignited their enthusiasm. But guess what? Not all Konoha teams were so friendly. Just outside the Forest of Death, another team was practically exuding arrogance. One was named Mito Men 10, and the other was Shigemura Ryosuke. The 2 were mocking the examiner. Akamichi, saying things like, "Oh, the Inoshikacho team is probably going to get wiped out in there. How pitiful." Akamichi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and her killing intent was almost palpable as she gritted her teeth and said, "If you don't go in, you'll be disqualified from the exam." The 2 of them swaggered in nonchalantly. I tell you, these 2 are typical rich young masters from powerful families. Their teammate Sakura is like a nobody in front of them, not daring to make a sound. Who understands this? If she continues to act like before, making a fuss, she might just disappear on some mission. In the monitoring room behind the scenes, Asuma's face was extremely dark. He had long been displeased with the arrogance of the Sarutobi clan and the Nara clan, but his father, the 3rd Hokage, kept trying to smooth things over, saying something about enduring for a moment to keep the peace. Now, this group of kids has caused trouble for his students, and Asuma, furious, directly confronted the leading jonin from the other side. "You Nara clan are going too far." But the other guy completely ignored him, grinning and saying, "Oh, Asuma, don't let outsiders ruin the harmony between our 2 families." This made Asuma so angry that he could only snort coldly. Kakashi, on the other hand, was calmly reading a book called Intimate Paradise, fully aware that they were just making trouble. And once Luo makes a move, the entire Konoha will be turned upside down. And I, at this moment, was very interested in the unexpected visitor in front of me. That's right, Orochimaru, the real deal, had actually infiltrated the Forest of Death and appeared right in front of me. I wasn't worried at all and smiled to greet him. "Orochimaru, I've heard so much about you." Orochimaru's tongue flicked like a fan, his eyes gleaming with greed. Orochimaru? One interesting title. However, I'm more interested in your body. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, his neck stretched like a rubber band, and he opened his mouth to bite my neck. I was speechless at that moment, thinking, why does he want to bite me right away? I quickly threw a truth-seeking orb to block it. But guess what? The legendary Sannin is still a Sannin. His neck twisted in midair, bypassing my orb, and continued to lunge at me. I threw out another truth-seeking orb to form a shield. Orochimaru seemed quite pleased. "Kid, the same trick 1T work on me. What other methods do you have now?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Oh, Snake Uncle, your intel is so outdated. Who told you I only have 2 balls? But I didn't reveal my cards either. Just when his snake fangs were about to touch my neck, I used Flying Thunder God swoosh. I appeared right behind him, and the seeking Dao Jade that had just flown out instantly transformed into a kunai pressed directly against his neck. But, Snake Uncle, this move seems to be quite effective for you. The giant snake official's pupils shook, and he blurted out, Flying Thunder God? He must have cursed Danzo 1,000 times in his heart. What kind of terrible intel is this? I wasn't polite, and with a quick thrust, the seeking Dao Jade pierced through his neck. Of course, I knew this move wouldn't kill him. The next second, he spat out a brand new version of himself, covered in slime, completely unharmed. You really are impressive, Luo Jun. Wow. The way he addressed me changed from little ghost to Luo Jun. Looks like I've convinced him. I shook the liquid on the Dao Jade and said lightly, whoever has taken your Dao, you won't be able to. I'm quite clear about your little life-saving tricks. Even if I kill this body of yours, you can revive elsewhere. For example, right outside is the examiner, the heavenly curse seal on your disciple Hongdo, right? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was completely stunned, his snake-like pupils shrinking to pinpoints. This was his top secret. How'd he know? I shrugged and said so. Uncle Snake, can we have a proper talk now? Orochimaru's tongue began to lash around again. This blatant threat made him hesitant to gamble. He could only ask darkly, what exactly do you want? Don't be so cold, I said with a grin. I have a more interesting research topic. But there's no rush. Let's chat in detail after your plan is done. For now, could you plant a heavenly curse seal on me first? Orochimaru was momentarily dumbfounded, his face filled with question marks. Do you want to hear what you're saying? What was the point of our earlier fight? Playing house. He was completely baffled. I urged, what's wrong? Can't you do it? Everyone's time is precious. Orochimaru had completely lost his temper and could only agree. He stretched his neck and bit down on my neck to plant the seal. After finishing, he felt utterly disillusioned, as if he had no sense of achievement at all. But in the next second, his expression changed, because he discovered that the soul he had left in the curse seal to monitor me was instantly erased. He pointed at me, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. You. How did you do that? I replied calmly. Is that difficult? Just kidding. Don't say your little consciousness. Even the consciousness of a tailed beast would be coiled up in me. Immediately afterward, an orange tomo appeared on my forehead, and the heavenly curse seal was drawn to my forehead like it was magnetized, merging with my tomo. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. Mayaboka Mountain Senjutsu? You already know Senjutsu. So why do you still want my curse seal? I kindly explained to him, oh, that's because I can't absorb natural energy while fighting. With your curse seal, it can automatically help me absorb, acting like a plug-in. How convenient. After hearing this, Orochimaru gave me a thumbs up. Impressive. I seized the opportunity. By the way, Uncle Snake, later please give me the address of the Dragon Cave. I want to see if I can learn some Senjutsu from there. Orochimaru readily agreed. Sure, I'll give it to you later. As long as I earned his recognition, Uncle Snake wasn't bad to deal with. When he was about to leave, I reminded him, don't forget your plan. I'll have Shikaku and Kurama cooperate with you. Orochimaru's body stiffened, and he left without looking back, probably too overwhelmed by the day's events to feel anything. Once he was gone, Naruto and Sasuke dared to come over and ask who that was. I told them. That was Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, a very powerful ninja, perhaps even more suited to be your teacher than Jiraiya. This planted a seed in Sasuke's heart. On the other side, Gaara and his team happened to run into that previously arrogant Shimizu team. As soon as they entered the forest and saw Gaara, they began to mock him. However, Gaara was ruthless and said little, ready to send them off with a sandstorm. Temari quickly stopped him. Gaara, calm down. They might be friends of Lo. Upon hearing this, those guys' survival instincts kicked in, and they immediately shouted, Yes, yes, we are friends of Lo. Gaara frowned, a bit unsure. But then he had a sudden idea and decided to ask someone. Oh no, ask a beast. He directly sank into the spiritual world and saw Shikaku squatting on the ground drawing circles. Ahem, Shikaku, could you help me out? Shikaku didn't even lift his head. No way, don't bother me. Gaara's face darkened, and he could only unleash his trump card. It's about Luo. I tell you, As soon as those words came out, Shoha jumped up in an instant. Just a moment ago, he had an impatient look on his face. But now he instantly transformed into a flattering expression, squeezing his voice and saying, "Oh, Lord Gaara, why didn't you say so earlier?" As a cute little-tailed beast. "I'm always eager to help." Gaara was laughing inwardly, but on the surface, he remained very polite. "I encountered 3 Leaf Village ninjas who said they are friends of Luo. Can you help me ask?" "No problem." Shikaku immediately started contacting the Nine Tails. "Moshi Moshi, is this the Nine Tails?" The Nine Tails responded grumpily. "Speak. There's something to ask Lord Luo." Upon hearing it was about Luo, the Nine Tails immediately stood up straight. "Understood." Naruto patted me on the back. "Luo." The Nine Tails said, "The One Tail is looking for you." I was a bit confused. What could Shikaku want from me? As soon as our minds connected, I heard Shikaku acting cute. "Lord Luo, Gaara is asking you. He encountered 3 Leaf Village ninjas and said they are your friends. He wants to know, is it true?" At that moment, there was an old man on the subway with a phone face, and a huge raccoon was waving its paws and trying to be cute with me. The scene was so beautiful that I didn't dare to look. I forced myself to ask, what are the characteristics? 2 men, 1 woman, and the woman has pink hair. Before the sentence was finished, I interrupted. "Got it, tell Aero. I'm not familiar with those 3. Let him do as he pleases." "Okay, Lord Luo. Xiao Shoha is very happy to serve you." After disconnecting, I felt unwell. Does anyone understand? Is this still the Shoha who would send someone off with a sandstorm at the slightest disagreement? This is simply Shoha 007, infatuated with Lord Luo, crazy for Lord Luo, and banging against the wall for Lord Luo. Gaara received a reply, and his expression instantly darkened. Oh, not only did he speak disrespectfully to himself, but he also dared to lie to me. That's simply asking for death. He raised his hand and was about to strike with lethal force. But Temari stopped him. Killing them would be problematic since they are Leaf Village ninjas. Gaara struggled for a while, then clenched his fist tightly. Death can be avoided, but living punishment is inevitable. Sand coffin. Ah, ah. 3 screams echoed through the forest as the limbs of the 3 were instantly crushed by sand, knocking them out in pain. By the time Hanabi arrived at the scene and saw the plight of the 3, she actually felt a bit of dark satisfaction. However, she ultimately adhered to humanitarian principles and dragged them to the Leaf Village Hospital. At this time, the second round of the CH-NIN exams was also nearing its end. The last match was Niji against Hinata's team. Kiba and Shino had already been defeated, leaving Hinata to hold on alone. Niji was truly fighting to kill. Tearing off her forehead protector to reveal the caged bird curse seal, his expression terrifyingly vicious, striking with lethal intent, quickly sealing off all of Hinata's chakra. It's over. Niji wore a cruel, yet relieved smile, preparing to finish Hinata off with the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. At that moment, a figure rushed forward without a second thought, using all his strength to block in front of Hinata. It was Kiba. I arrived with Naruto and Sasuke just in time to see this scene, and I couldn't help but feel emotional. Sometimes, the person who advises you to give up is the one who truly cares about you. I didn't hesitate any longer. With a tail beast ball, I directly flashed into the scene. Xiao Li and Tion also arrived, and the 3 of us together blocked Niji. But Niji had already gone mad, screaming, "What do you guys understand?" I stared into his eyes and said word by word, "Do you really want to be a coward? Bound by fate? I can help you." Niji first laughed maniacally, then roared, "What can you use to help me?" I didn't explain much, just told him, "Wait for me. After the CH-NIN exam, I will come to find you." My tone was calm, but Niji's struggling body slowly stopped, and a glimmer of hope unexpectedly arose in his frenzied eyes. I nodded again. "Trust me." Niji, the person who had been tormented by fate for a lifetime. I was determined to save him. As things calmed down, I had Shino take Hinata and Kiba to the hospital, and then everyone headed to the central tower together. The 3rd Hokage was already there, announcing the list of those who passed. Our Team 7, Niji's Team 3, Shikamaru's Team 10, and Gaara's team from Sunagakure. Next was the draw for the 3rd round of 1v1 battles. First match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Well, Fate's duel has arrived. Second match, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Choji Akimichi. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief, while Choji was still munching on chips. Third match, Neji Hyuga versus Kankuro. Neji was absent-minded, his mind filled with my words. Fourth match, Ino Yamanaka versus Naruto. Ino immediately became emo, casting a resentful glance at me, saying sweetly, "I want to be close to Rock." I was left speechless, thinking if you fight me, a simple body flicker technique would leave you unable to take control, and I'd have no one to argue with. Fifth match, Shikamaru Nara versus Temari. What a fate. These two matched up again. I felt they had a little secret regarding their chip connection. Sixth match, Tenten vs me. I had a good impression of this Chinese-style girl with a bun, smiled at her, and she instantly blushed and looked down. The groupings were completed, and everyone prepared accordingly. In Konoha Hospital, Kiba had already woken up, stroking Akamaru's head, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know where he found the courage at that time to rush up. He was just a pursuer of light, quietly guarding Hinata, who was chasing after another beam of light. In another hospital room, Hinata stared blankly at the ceiling. Her younger sister, Hanabi, came to visit, but she only managed a forced smile, saying she had disappointed their father again, and then asked Hanabi to go back first, wanting to be alone for a while. As soon as Hanabi left, Hinata's mind began to play like a movie. One moment, it was the small figure that had stood in front of her when she was 5, and the next it was the same resolute figure from when she was 13. The two shadows flashed back and forth, making her feel restless. On the other side, in the Hyuga clan mansion, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata's father, knelt there like a statue, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. I tell you, that expression was both angry and sad, like he had just seen the A-shares market crash. At that moment, Neji entered silently and knelt in front of him. Hayashi didn't waste words, directly pushing a scroll over from the table, his voice filled with a sense of weariness. "About that incident, I should have died back then. Open it and take a look. It contains the truth and what your father wants to tell you." Neji's hands trembled as he opened the scroll. Goodness. The first line was in his father's familiar handwriting. "Little Neji, how old are you now when you see this?" With that one sentence, Neji's tears gushed out like a broken faucet. What was written in the scroll was the truth about how his father chose to die in place of Hayashi to protect the main family. Seeing him like this, Hayashi patted his shoulder and left, telling him to take his time. But before Neji could catch his breath, I tell you, Rock appeared out of nowhere, floating beside him, glancing at the scroll and smirking. "Don't believe it. This thing isn't the whole truth." Neji exploded, taking a fighting stance. "You say this is fake?" "Not exactly. Your father wrote the truth." Rock waved his hand, with a look that said, "You read too young, my friend, but to protect you. There are some dirty matters he couldn't write about. Come, follow me. I'll show you something exciting." Saying this, without caring whether Neji agreed or not, he grabbed him and whooshed him away to his little shabby house. As soon as they entered, Neji was dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was tied up in the corner like a big rice dumpling. "Jiraiya-sama." Neji stuttered. Rock slapped his forehead, feigning innocence. "Oh dear, I forgot I had a guest at home. I told you I had 2 pets, and Jiraiya-sama insisted on helping me take care of them. Can you believe that?" Neji's expression practically screamed. "Do you take me for a fool?" All right. Rock shrugged. "I have a big plan, and he accidentally overheard it. So I can only ask him to recuperate here for a few days. Right, Jiraiya-sama?" Jiraiya looked utterly disheartened, managing to squeeze out a word through clenched teeth. "Yes." "All right then, with Jiraiya-sama as a witness, you can rest assured to listen to what I'm about to say next." Rock then began to lay out all the dark secrets of Konoha's upper echelons. Back in the day, the 3 great powers of Konoha, Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and now, one is extinct, one was exterminated, and your Hyuga clan is also on the verge of collapse. Do you think your father's death was simply sacrifice? Naive. That was a thorough political assassination. Rock's mouth was like a machine gun. The Cloud Village wanted to negotiate back then, but they were actually unable to fight. They just wanted to extort some money. But the 3rd Hokage, having just regained power, how could he miss the opportunity to weaken your Hyuga clan? He dragged it out, neither refusing nor agreeing, shifting all the pressure onto your Hyuga clan. If you compromised, the clan leader died, and the clan would be severely weakened. If you didn't compromise and went to war, then the Hyuga clan would be the center of war. This operation, I can only say, the old man is more cunning than a cold briquette. Your uncle understood and prepared to sacrifice himself. Your father understood even more for the family. He took the initiative to end his life, preserving the main family. So from that day on, your Hyuga clan was pushed out of the power center. I tell you, Jiraiya was listening so intently that his head was nearly buried in his pants. He didn't dare make a sound. Didn't this equal to admitting it? Niji's worldview collapsed right there. He never expected that the third Hokage, who always smiled with a pipe in his mouth, was secretly such a schemer. What do you want me to do by telling me all this? Niji steadied his mind, staring intently at Rock. You? Rock smiled. You're not qualified to participate yet. I'm telling you this to make you understand that I can help you break free from your cage. Just trust me, and that's all. A week passed in a flash, and the CHNIN exam officially kicked off. The scene was packed with people, like a festival. I spotted Kiba and Hinata from afar and quickly went over to greet them. Kiba was quite sincere, thanking me repeatedly. I waved my hand. Come on. Back then you said you would protect me, so this counts as me returning a favor. Kiba scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Hinata also quietly said thank you, and I winked at her, pointing at Kiba. Don't thank me. This time it was Kiba who heroically saved the beauty, so you should thank him. Goodness. Hinata's face flushed all the way to her neck. This looks promising. I tell you, I was really worried about this. I originally wanted to matchmake Sasuke and Karen, but that fool Sasuke, even though I went through so much effort to put Karen next to him, he instead practiced every day with Naruto, completely immune to Karen's flirtations. I was really fed up. This operation was simply Einstein ISNT, as good at relativity as you are, ignoring the beauty and insisting on looking for the prince. Just as I was thinking this, the sand in the center of the arena stirred, and Gaara appeared. Immediately after, Lee performed a series of stunning flips and landed steadily in front of him. The first match began. As the referee Moonlight Breeze's voice fell, Xiaoli shot forward like a green lightning bolt. But Gaara was no slouch either. He flicked the gourd behind him, and sand surged out like it had eyes, instantly blocking Xiao Li's path. In the stands, Kanjiro leaned over and said, "Looks like Xiao Li is being suppressed. Gaara is sure to win." I shrugged. Not necessarily. That thick-browed kid is hiding something. On the field, Gaara's sand clung to Xiao Li like superglue, leaving him in a dire situation. Gaara's mouth curled up in a smirk as he glanced proudly in my direction. Just then, a thunderous shout came from the sidelines. "Li?" It was Teacher Kai. "Release it." Xiao Li paused, taking a step back, confused. "Teacher Kai, didn't you say that you can only release it when protecting someone important?" "It's fine, I approve." Kai gave him a thumbs up, his gaze resolute. "Okay, Teacher Kai." Xiao Li immediately sat down and began to remove the weights on his legs. Kanjiro was still muttering. "Is that it? What good is that?" The next second, he shut up. Xiao Li casually tossed the two weights to the ground. Bang. Bang. Two loud crashes echoed as the floor was smashed into two large pits. The entire arena fell silent. Kanjiro's eyes nearly popped out. What the heck? Does this guy usually run with two houses on him? On the field, Gaara's pupils shrank to pinpricks. "I'm ready." Xiao Li untied his restraints, feeling as if his body had lightened, and flashed a smile at Gaara. Gaara's face turned green, and without a word, he unleashed a storm of sand, trying to bury Xiao Li alive. But now, Xiao Li's speed was so fast that even his shadow was hard to see. Kakashi beside them was speechless. "Kai, this is too outrageous." Kai looked proud. He is a hard-working genius. In the blink of an eye, bang, Xiao Li had already teleported in front of Gaara and landed a punch. The sand was fast, but still a beat too slow. Not stopping, Xiao Li flickered again and delivered a kick. Gaara's sand defense was becoming increasingly strained, and finally, bang, a crisp sound rang out as the sand defense broke. Xiao Li's fist landed solidly on Gaara's face. Then came an upward kick, sending Gaara soaring into the sky. One kick, two kicks, three kicks. I'm telling you, that scene completely violated Newton's laws, as Gaara was kicked in the air like a sandbag, flying higher and higher. The audience collectively gasped. Primary Lotus. Xiao Li shouted in anger, wrapping Gaara in bandages and spiraling down hard into the ground. Boom! A massive pit formed, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Xiao panted heavily, walking over to see that Gaara was shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of sand. It was a sand clone. Xiao heart sank, and he quickly dodged. In the stands, Kai sighed. The 8 gates technique puts too much strain on the body. Just now, there was a momentary pause of a few tenths of a second, and he caught it. Before Xiao Li could react, yellow sand gathered, and Gaara appeared unharmed. Looking shaken as he said, "You're strong. I almost lost." Xiao Li grinned foolishly, but his movements didn't stop. 8 gates, 3rd gate open. 4th gate open. 5th gate open. With each shout, Xiao Li's face turned red, veins popping out, looking like a super saiyan. Boom! His figure vanished again, and in the next second, Gaara was once again launched into the air. Bang, 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 bang. This attack was even fiercer, faster, and more unreasonable than before. Gaara was completely defenseless in the air, and the mark on his forehead was nearly beaten into a crisis. It was the final strike. This time, Xiao Li didn't use the primary lotus, probably fearing he might actually kill him, instead opting for a heavy punch, smashing hard into Gaara's abdomen. Gaara plummeted like a meteor, creating an even more exaggerated deep pit. After landing, Xiao Li's 8-gate state was released, and he was nearly exhausted. After a long time, Gaara finally crawled out of the pit, his body feeling like it was falling apart, and his gaze towards Xiao Li changed, filled with respect. "You win." Seeing Gaara still able to stand, Xiao Li could only reluctantly concede. "Thank you for holding back." Gaara was quite honest. "I declare the winner, Gaara." As the match ended, Gaara was about to leave when Xiao Li called out to him. "Wait a moment. What is it? Help! Help me up. I'm in pain all over." Gaara had a string of question marks appearing above his head. "What the heck? I took a beating, and you were the one calling for help." Despite internally complaining, he walked over and helped Xiao Li up. The scene was incredibly harmonious. In the second match, UchihaMassacre faced Akimichi Choji. Goodness, as soon as they heard Uchiha, the entire crowd erupted. Sasuke arrived on the field in a flash of lightning, looking incredibly cool. On the other side, Choji, furious because Ino stole his potato chips, exploded on the spot, shouting at the referee, "I concede." Then he dove back to grab his chips. The audience was stunned for 3 seconds before erupting into a wave of angry shouts. "Arnim, refund." Moonlight Breeze, with a head of leafy hair, helplessly announced Sasuke as the winner. In the third match, Hyuga faced Kanjiro. Finally, we had a proper match, and the audience's emotions calmed down a bit. But Kanjiro was even more extreme. He didn't even get down from the stands, raising his hand. "I concede." This caused an uproar. The roar of "R&M, refund," nearly blew the roof off. The third Hokage on the high platform turned green. In the fourth match, Uzumaki Naruto faced Yamanaka Ino. When Naruto heard his name, he got as excited as a monkey. "Finally, it's my turn." "Huh." On Ino's side, she skipped over to me and sweetly said, "Roku-kun, cheer for me." I nonchalantly gestured, and she happily bounced onto the field. The fourth match began. Naruto yelled and charged forward, but Ino didn't move. Instead, she widened her eyes in fear, staring at something behind Naruto. This single-celled organism that is Naruto actually stopped and stupidly turned to look. Just like that, he fell for a trick that was elementary school level. By the time he turned back, Ino had already completed her hand signs. Mind-body switch technique. Naruto's body stiffened, standing frozen in place. In the stands, everyone who knew Naruto silently covered their faces. There was a reason for this. At that moment, I was in Naruto's consciousness world, and I could hear Ino laughing like a villain, saying how easy it was to trick Naruto and that she could just make him concede. But what happened? Just as she was about to act, she suddenly felt a chill behind her. For those who understand, it's that feeling of thinking someone is behind you when going to the bathroom at night. She turned around, and lo and behold, a pair of blood-red eyes, like 2 searchlights, were fixated on her. It was none other than the Nine Tails. Ino was instantly terrified, screamed, and was ejected from Naruto's mental world, collapsing in a faint. When Naruto woke up, he was still confused, shouting at the unconscious Ino. "Ino, what the hell?" The referee immediately declared him the winner. throughout the entire event. Naruto was like, "Who am I? Where am I? How did I win?" The audience erupted, a wave of R&M refund filling the arena. No wonder. This was already the fourth match, and none had been properly fought, leading to a terrible viewing experience. The face of the third Hokage was as dark as a pot bottom when he saw that the next match was Shikamaru, and then looked at that expressionless, world-weary face. I bet the third Hokage wanted to cast a silence jutsu on himself right away. Sure enough, Temari stood proudly on the field, while Shikamaru was lazily leaning on the railing. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore, went up and slapped him, and bam, he knocked Shikamaru down. As a result, this guy fell down and directly lay on the ground looking at the clouds, contemplating life. The audience was demanding refunds again. Temari wouldn't let him off that easily. The referee hadn't even called for the start yet, and she charged up with her 3-star fan to smash him. Shikamaru lazily rolled over to dodge, muttering that women were really troublesome. The two chased each other, and Temari thought she had calculated the distance of Shikamaru's shadow jutsu, feeling quite proud. But Shikamaru smiled slightly. "Did you forget? I can move." Then, the high-energy moment arrived. After chasing for a while, Shikamaru suddenly stopped and formed hand seals. Temari's heart skipped a beat, knowing something big was coming. Then, Shikamaru in front of her poofed into smoke. It was a shadow clone. Where was the real one? It had already turned into an inconspicuous rock behind her. The shadow mimicry jutsu succeeded. Shikamaru's voice came, and Temari was frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. This move was all about the information gap. Just when everyone thought Shikamaru was going to control Temari to hit herself with the fan and make her surrender, let me tell you, Shikamaru raised his hand directly. "Referee, I concede." Huh. The entire audience was stunned. Temari also incredulously asked why. Shikamaru first joked that he had run out of chakra and couldn't last 10 seconds. Of course, Temari didn't believe it. Shikamaru then slowly turned around, lightly leaving a sentence. "Because it's you, I really don't want to lose. But I also really don't want to hurt you." Wow. Family. What top-tier pure love statement. Temari's face turned beet red on the spot. I was watching from the side, feeling amazed. Wow. Shikamaru lost the match, but won a wife. Not a loss at all. When it was my turn to go on stage, I directly stepped on the flying sword made from the seeking Dao Jade and flew down, aiming for a cool look. My opponent was Tintin, and I went up to tease her about her and Niji. "Hey, how's it going with Niji lately?" The little girl turned beet red. As soon as the match started, Tintin wasn't shy anymore, directly unfurling 2 scrolls in midair, double rising dragon. Weapons rained down like it was pouring. I just stood there, raised my hand, and the seeking Dao Jade transformed into a black curtain blocking in front of me. Clang, 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 and then there was nothing after that. All her weapons were decomposed into dust by my seeking Dao Jade. Tintin got anxious at that moment, angrily pointing at the empty ground. "I'm not playing anymore. I concede." Family, who understands? What she meant was that my fighting style was too costly. She went bankrupt. After a few matches, the audience was going crazy, and the requests for refunds never stopped. The third Hokage had no choice but to announce a tiebreaker, directly going from 6-3. In the first match, Gaara versus Sasuke Uchiha. As a result, Gaara took a long time to come out. What was he doing? He was learning from me, using sand to shape a flying sword. Wow, my cold and aloof idol Gaara. When did he become my little fan? He wobbled onto the field, and Sasuke's face darkened, feeling like he was being NTR'd. Both were geniuses, neither willing to back down. Sasuke directly used his ultimate move, Chidori. His whole body flickered with electric light, looking incredibly cool. Gaara wasn't to be outdone. Absolute defense. Shield of the Sand. A giant raccoon sand sculpture blocked in front of him. Sasuke was smart too. He tried to zigzag to get around it. But who was Gaara? After being tricked once, would he fall for it again? Boom, 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 boom. 4 sand walls rose up, wrapping him tightly, performing the shield of the sand, 4 corners. Sasuke was stunned at that moment, having to output crazily against a wall. Chidori, Chidori, Chidori. Naruto commented from the side. Is he angrily scratching the wall? Haha, it really looks like it. Sasuke went crazy, breaking through one wall, and another one rose behind it. Finally, he broke through the last layer of defense and saw Gaara's face. He smiled, wanting to deliver the final blow. But when he raised his hand, he ran out of chakra. He was out of energy. Then he just collapsed straight down. To be honest, Sasuke has really been through a lot these years, carrying too much on his shoulders. I sighed and used Flying Thunder God to pick him up. Gaara thought I was angry and hurriedly came over to apologize. Sigh, these kids lacking love. I could only pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. In the next match, Naruto faced Neji, and it was quite exciting. Naruto won. In the end, the third Hokage announced that the next round, the finals, will be held a week later. The rules were more thrilling. The three of us who advanced, me, Naruto, and Gaara, would have a big free-for-all. Meanwhile, in Sasuke's little room, Karen was taking care of him, but he was running a high fever, trapped in nightmares, returning to that bloody night of the massacre. Then, the next second, Sasuke suddenly bounced up from the bed, shouting no, which startled Karen beside him. Just as she wanted to comfort him, Sasuke pushed her hand away, not even looking at her. His mind filled with I'm too weak, and he was about to get out of bed to train. I was leaning against the door, watching him in the throes of his PTSD, knowing he was reliving the night of the massacre. I could only say, calm down, Sasuke. Only then did he notice me. His little face flushed instantly, and he lowered his head in shame. Luo, I'm sorry I lost. I told him. I really didn't want to blame him at that moment. I just walked over and said, the one who should apologize is you. You've been pushing yourself too hard. Aren't you tired? With that one sentence, I completely broke down this kid's defenses. He buried his head low, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Who understands, family? This unloved child really breaks my heart. All I could do was continue to guide him. Revenge can't be rushed. You always think your brother is a genius and that you can't measure up to him, so you push yourself relentlessly. But do you know? You've already done really well. I counted on my fingers for him. Your brother Itachi opened his Sharingan at 13, and you? 12. Are you trying to say kaleidoscope? Don't worry. Your ocular power is already sufficient, just lacking an opportunity. And this opportunity, hasn't your brother already told you? I've said all I need to say. Now it's up to him to choose. Itachi told him the way was to personally kill his best friend. Sasuke remained silent for a long time, but finally raised his head, his gaze incredibly resolute. I won't. I want to defeat him my own way. Very good. I nodded in satisfaction. This is the Sasuke I wanted to see. I'll help you with the kaleidoscope. Now just relax. This is also an essential step to opening your eyes. After I said that, I gave a wink to Karen. The red thread was already in hand, and the rest was up to the two of them. I quickly slipped away, leaving the two of them behind. Xianglin hurriedly handed over a handkerchief, and Sasuke, surprisingly gentle, said thank you. Sigh, finally some progress. This week has been nothing short of chaotic. That kid Inuzuka suddenly came to find me, saying he wanted my help to become stronger because he didn't want to lose to Naruto. I was at a loss, as the secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan have their limits. Where was I supposed to get him some cheat? I could only brush him off for now and said I would think about it. Before I knew it, the finals were upon us. Naruto, Gaara, and I stood on the field, and the brawl mode was activated. Gaara quietly said to me, Lo, I need some time to prepare. He is getting ready to let Shikaku go berserk. Naruto, that silly guy, is still shouting beside us. What are you preparing for, Gaara? Come on, let's take down Lo together first. I smiled and said to the two of them, no need, leave it to me. After saying that, I looked up at Orochimaru in the audience, the guy disguised as the Kazekage, and gave a slight nod. Orochimaru understood immediately, and his chakra began to surge as he waited for my signal. The referee, Moonlight Breeze, who had darker circles under his eyes than last time, shouted, the match begins. As soon as the words were out, whoosh, I disappeared from my spot. The audience below erupted, wow. It's the Flying Thunder God, the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God. I completely ignored them, and the next moment appeared right in front of Naruto, pulling at his stomach. With a howl, a red fox with 9 tails was forcibly yanked out of his body. Wow. The 9 tails was so arrogant, howling at the sky. I thought, why is a fox trying to howl like a wolf? Before everyone could react, I flashed in front of Gaara and did the same thing, pulling Shikaku out as well. As soon as Shikaku emerged, the scene changed dramatically, and he immediately prostrated himself before me. Lord Luo, greetings. Lord Luo, auspiciousness. Long live Lord Luo. May he live for thousands and thousands of years. I was living in Bungbu at that time. When did you, Shoha, become so sensible after being trained by me? In an instant, the situation changed dramatically, leaving even the third Hokage confused. Just as he was about to move, a kunai was already pressed against his throat. Teacher, don't get excited. Isn't it good for us to watch a show here? Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed. Orochimaru. The third Hokage was stunned. The surrounding Umbu, seeing the Hokage being taken hostage, immediately couldn't sit still and rushed forward. Orochimaru jumped onto the roof with the third Hokage, and the Sound Ninja Quartet had been waiting there, quickly surrounding them all with a 4 purple flames formation. At that moment, Guy was filled with adrenaline and wanted to charge in to fight the tailed beast, but Kakashi held him back tightly. Don't go, Kakashi said. This is all part of Luo's plan. He means no harm to Konoha. Just watch. I told you, Kakashi still understands me. Those 2 tailed beasts didn't attack the civilians at all. Instead, they stood in front of the 4 purple flames formation like 2 guardians, preventing anyone from getting through to save the people. On the battlefield, Naruto still looked confused and asked me, Luo, what exactly is going on? I pointed to the distant Hokage rock, then to the third Hokage inside the barrier, and said softly, did you see that? Your father, the 4th Hokage. For all these years, everyone knows you are the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, but no one knows you are the son of the 4th. Why? All thanks to him. Impossible. Naruto's entire worldview collapsed. The 3rd Hokage, whom he admired the most, was actually the culprit behind his miserable childhood? Who could accept that? Under the intense shock, the remaining 9 Tails chakra within him instantly erupted, and he began to transform into the 9 Tails. I looked on and thought, hey, this just got more interesting. It was time to give the old-timers a little shock from Konoha. On the rooftop, Orochimaru had already released the 3rd Hokage, forming hand seals with both hands and slamming one down on the ground. Edo Tensei. 2 coffins rose from the ground, with the characters 1st and 2nd written on them. The 3rd Hokage's pupils shook. The 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru was about to summon a 3rd one when the 3rd Hokage interrupted him with a shuriken. As the coffin lids fell, the 1st and 2nd Hokage appeared before everyone. Tobirama immediately understood his situation. Edo Tensei? Monkey, is there trouble in the village? Hashirama also sensed his power and complained that he was only at 30% of his peak. Just as Orochimaru was about to insert control tags on their heads, I appeared beside him, bringing Naruto, who had already grown 5 tails, with a flying thunder god technique. Wait a minute. Lokon. Orochimaru was taken aback. No need to control them. I smiled at the 1st and 2nd Hokage. The next big show needs your support. Besides, Orochimaru, you don't really think this thing can control them, do you? Tobirama ignored me, his gaze fixed on Naruto. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki has gone wild? No, no, no. I explained while loosening my grip on Naruto. This isn't a rampage. He's conscious. Whoosh. Naruto broke free, his blood-red figure charging straight at the 3rd Hokage, roaring, die. I want you dead. Hashirama raised his hand to stop him, but the 5 orbs from my wrist, made from the truth-seeking balls, flew out and blocked him. Lord Hashirama, I advise you to listen to why this child is targeting the 3rd Hokage before deciding whether to intervene. Hashirama looked at the black sphere behind me, sensed the threat, and surprisingly laughed, sitting down cross-legged. An interesting little guy, go ahead. Big brother. Tobirama was anxious. His student was about to be beaten to death. Tobirama, don't rush. Hashirama held him back. Don't you want to hear the reason? Well, now that Big Brother has spoken, Tobirama could only hold back. I also sat down and began my performance. Lord Hashirama, haven't you noticed? It's been chaotic for so long, and all that has come are small fry. The major clans like Uchiha and Hyuga haven't shown up at all. Uchiha, hee, there are no more Uchiha left. I casually dropped a bombshell. Hashirama was shocked, while Tobirama found it amusing. A clan born of evil. It's just right to be exterminated. Tobirama. Hashirama sternly reprimanded him. I continued to add fuel to the fire with a cold smile. Yes, it's all thanks to your disciples. Not only is Uchiha gone, but the Senju clan is also gone. Impossible. Hashirama couldn't sit still anymore. What about Tsunade and SHT? Tsunade is still alive, but she hasn't returned to the village in a long time. As for SHT, I pause intentionally. He's dead. Not only dead, but his body was also completely eviscerated. Crack. Hashirama smashed the roof with a punch. Tobarama was also gritting his teeth. Everything I'm saying is the result of your good disciples' efforts. I looked at Tobarama, my sarcasm at its peak. What do they have to fear? Have you seen that Jinchuriki? The fourth son, who was deliberately isolated by the whole village because they wanted to train him as a perfect tool, hiding his identity. I just told him the truth. The great tree of Konoha has rotted from the roots. I finally stated my purpose. I want a clean house and need your support. Hashirama was still hesitating, so I stood up directly. Let's go. I'll take you to see a good place. After you see it, you can decide. All right. SHT's organs might be there too. As soon as Tobarama heard this, he exploded on the spot, shouting without a second thought. Let's go. I took one hand each of them, put them on their shoulders, and turned back to explain to Orochimaru. Wait for Naruto to calm down. Then bring the third Hokage to the root base. Before I finished speaking, the three of us had already disappeared from the spot. In the next second, we appeared at the heavily guarded entrance of the root base. The guard immediately stopped us. Stop. No entry allowed here. Hashirama was confused. I can't go in either? Without Lord Danzo's orders, no one can enter. The guard had a blank expression. Tobarama was shaking with anger. Shimura Danzo? I'm his teacher, and I can't go in? You cannot. I stepped forward and sighed. It's useless. They're all Danzo's diehard followers, human tools. Don't even mention you guys, even if the third Hokage comes. He can't enter without Danzo's permission. Who gave him that right? Tobarama shouted angrily. I took a Taoist jade and took out the guard without looking back. Just walking inside. It was just a conspiracy, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. Who do you think is behind it? Inside, it was even more exaggerated. We caught a ninja, and Tobarama personally interrogated him, but the guy was as silent as a wooden block. He pulled out his tongue and showed the first and second Hokage the mark of the tongue that indicated the root of the disaster. They couldn't reveal any information about Danzo. Otherwise, I cast a Jinjutsu to force him to speak. Danzo-sama. Just as that ninja said a few words, bang, he exploded into a mist of blood. Tobarama and Hashirama went crazy on the spot, for the village they built now being harmed by their own people into this state. Who could stand it? We fought our way to the root hall, and there he was, Danzo, standing in front of more than 200 masked ninjas, giving an impassioned speech, talking about doing it for Konoha, rooting out obstacles, and saying that you will always live in my heart. It was truly a display of righteousness. I couldn't help it and applauded him right there. The faces of Tobarama and Hiruzen were already dark enough to drip water. When Danzo saw us, he seemed unfazed, perhaps because he had nothing to lose, and shouted at Tobarama, Teacher, I just want to prove that you made the wrong choice back then. I am more suited to be Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tobarama sighed deeply, looking completely dejected. Danzo, you are mistaken. The mistakes I made back then, I will erase with my own hands today. Teacher, Danzo's expression turned cold. Do you think your reanimated body can defeat me? I am no longer the same as I was back then. With a wave of his hand, over 200 root ninjas surged towards Tobarama like a tide. A trace of reluctance flashed across Tobarama's face, but it quickly transformed into determination. He formed hand seals and brought his hands to his mouth, water style. Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure water line instantly shot from his mouth, like an incredibly sharp knife, cutting straight towards the dense crowd. The root members reacted quickly, and someone immediately formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. I tell you, those guys from the root are really reckless. They erected several large earth walls right away, effectively blocking the high-pressure water blade from the second Hokage. But do you know what's the craziest part? They didn't care at all about their teammates' lives. The earth walls only protected a portion of them, while the rest who weren't covered were immediately sliced in half by the water flow, blood instantly staining the water red. The second Hokage was furious at that moment. All the last bits of mercy in his heart vanished. How could these cold-blooded beings even be called ninjas? He finally understood what it meant to be a human weapon. Without saying a word, he formed a hand seal, water release, exploding water colliding wave. You think Earth can overcome water? That's because your water isn't enough. In the next second, that wasn't even a water technique anymore. Let me tell you, it was a moving tsunami. The entire root base was almost submerged, and the earth walls that had just been so imposing crumbled like paper in an instant. But those root ninjas, as if they didn't see it, continued to rush forward like madmen. Finally, after stepping over hundreds of lives, one of them wearing a monkey mask charged right in front of the second Hokage, expressionless, and opened his mouth to say, "Mutual explosive tag." I was shocked at the time. Brother, are you serious? Isn't this technique the forbidden jutsu invented by the second Hokage? It's the kind that harms the enemy 1,000 while damaging oneself 1,200. Using the inventor's technique to blow up the inventor is just too abstract. However, the second Hokage wasn't worried at all since he was already reanimated and couldn't be killed. As for Lord Luo, he had long since used the flying thunder god to disappear, going after that old man Danzo, who had fled early. Sure enough, Lord Luo directly appeared in front of Danzo, blocking him. Danzo's old face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere?" Lord Luo smiled innocently. "Lord Danzo, for someone like you, I sent a promise just like passing gas." He knew how to hit where it hurts, and with one sentence, he tore away Danzo's fig leaf. Everything is for Konoha, right? The current route is already hindering Konoha's development, so please, go to your death. Danzo immediately broke down and started justifying himself, claiming that everything he did was for Konoha, bearing the blame, and being willing to be shattered. As a result, Lord Luo directly recited the lines he usually used to manipulate his subordinates, walking in the darkness, adding bricks to Konoha. That is root. So, Lord Danzo, please contribute your last nutrients for Konoha. Family who understands. This was like a public execution. Danzo was so choked he couldn't say a word because what Lord Luo said was all the grand illusions he had painted for himself. At this moment, the explosion sound stopped, the entire root base was flattened, and all evidence was gone. This old man was really calculating. Hashirama and the second Hokage also came over, completely unharmed. Seeing he couldn't argue back, Danzo flipped the table. With a rip, he tore off his sleeve, revealing his entire arm covered with Sharingan. It gave me goosebumps. I was about to have a panic attack from the density. This old man still wanted to use Shirsue's Kodoamatsukami to control Hashirama. But Lord Luo didn't give him any chance, zipping a truth-seeking orb past, then flashing right in front of Danzo, and with a poof, he pulled out Shirsue's Kodoamatsukami. It was so fast, he didn't even have time to react. I was just about to shout awesome, but what happened? Danzo actually knows Izanagi. One eye on his arm was closed, and Shirsue's I just popped back. Lord Orochimaru was speechless. I actually forgot about this. But it's fine. Lord Orochimaru quickly brought over Sasuke, pointed at Danzo's arm, and said, "See, those are all lies from your Uchiha clan. Maybe even your parents are up there." Then, Lord Orochimaru smiled at Danzo. "Danzo-sama, did you want to explain yourself, or should I do it for you?" Danzo realized he could no longer hide it. So he simply gave up and started his conference, talking about how he had deceived Shisui, pressured Itachi, and exterminated the Uchiha clan, presenting it as if they were great achievements, speaking passionately as if he were the true hero of Konoha. He even revealed a classic saying that the Sharingan he revived with Izanagi was actually Shirsue's father, Uchiha Kagami's. I had a thought at that moment. How could this old man Danzo be so brazenly double-standard and play it so skillfully? Sasuke, listening nearby, had red eyes, trembling all over, with his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, and suddenly transformed into a kaleidoscope. Blood shot out from the corners of his eyes. Without saying a word, he unleashed its Tsukuyomi at Danzo. The black flames instantly engulfed Danzo. But this old bastard has a strong life force. Using Izanagi once again, he emerged unscathed. Now Danzo was completely panicking, with the first and second Hokage, plus a kaleidoscope-eyed Sasuke, and the unfathomable Lord Orochimaru. This lineup would make even the gods shake their heads. He looked at the 8 Sharingan left on his arm, and his heart sank. There was no choice but to charge and head first. He first summoned a creature called the Dream Eater, pointed it forward, and ordered it to charge while he followed behind, ready to find an opportunity to use his other techniques. However, the coordination of the first and second Hokage was seamless. One used would release, advent of the trees, and the other used the technique of darkness, instantly sealing off Danzo's line of sight. Just as Sasuke was about to rush in, Orochimaru held him back, telling him not to throw his life away. The next second, Tobirama directly performed the Flying Thunder God Slash, throwing his sword and teleporting behind Danzo, stabbing him through. Tobirama was quite sentimental, saying, "Danzo, you took the wrong path." Yet, just before Danzo died, he still stubbornly retorted, "Teacher, if you had chosen me as Hokage back then, I would definitely be better than Sarutobi." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell. But Hashirama immediately shouted, "Be careful." Sure enough, Izanagi activated, and Danzo's corpse vanished, reappearing intact on the other side, countering with a wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere, shattering Tobirama's reanimated body, proudly shouting, "Teacher, you're getting old." Just as his laughter hadn't even faded, he saw Tobirama, who had been shattered into pieces, reassembling himself like a puzzle. Danzo's face turned green, screaming, "What is going on? Why is this happening?" Orochimaru, shaking his head, mocked, "Sai, suffering from a lack of culture, this is embarrassing." When Danzo saw that physical attacks were ineffective, he completely panicked, lifted his shirt, and performed the four-symbol sealing. He wanted to take us down with him. But what happened? Orochimaru took us with a flying thunder god and directly flashed a kilometer away to watch the show. Good heavens, Danzo exploded in solitude, creating a pit beneath him. Even funnier, after reviving, he fell into the pit and actually used wind release to propel himself up. I was stunned at that moment. What a talent. A jet-powered warrior, right? Climbing out of the pit, Danzo knew that this matter couldn't end well today. Hashirama was still trying to persuade him to surrender, while Tobirama directly scolded him for being soft-hearted. Danzo watched these two arguing as if no one was around, and his pride completely exploded. He slammed his hands together. "In that case, teacher, how about this move? Corpse Demon Sealing Jutsu." At that moment, my heart sank. This old guy was going to exploit a bug. Izanagi sealed the Shiki, and he understood all the tricks. As soon as the Shinigami appeared, Danzo's resentful gaze didn't look at Tobirama, but was fixated on Lord Luo. He figured it out, since Hashirama and Tobirama could be controlled by Kotoame Tsukumi. Only Lord Luo was an unknown variable that had to be eliminated first. In an instant, Lord Luo felt himself being immobilized, unable to move at all. The Shinigami shadow behind Danzo reached out its hand, ready to seize Lord Luo's soul. I felt my heart drop. It was over. This was a disaster. Just when the Shinigami's hand was about to touch Lord Luo, it suddenly stopped. Let me tell you the most ridiculous part. A woman's shadow suddenly appeared behind Lord Luo. Kagaya. The Shinigami was instantly petrified. His legs went weak, and he trembled as if he had seen his ancestors, greeting her stutteringly. "Kagaya, big sister, hello." Kagaya's eyes widened. "Who are you calling big sister?" The Shinigami trembled even more. Miss Kagaya?" Kagaya was even angrier. "You're the one who is a miss. Your entire family is a bunch of misses." I was dumbfounded watching from the sidelines. Family. Who would have thought that the Grim Reaper is actually an ultimate sycophant? Kagaya turned to Lord Luo and asked how to deal with it. Lord Luo scratched his head and tentatively asked, Grim Reaper, can you spit out the fourth Hokage and 9 tails that you swallowed 12 years ago? The Grim Reaper nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. If I can't, I can still do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out Minato's soul and the 9 tails. The just-released 9 tails wanted to act tough, but as soon as it saw Lord Luo and Kagaya, it immediately cowered, feeling wronged and wanting to crawl back into the Grim Reaper's mouth. The Grim Reaper tightly closed his mouth. Don't even think about it. Kagaya told the Grim Reaper to get lost, and Lord Luo added, remember to take the offerings with you when you leave. The Grim Reaper happily went to catch Danzo's soul, but as soon as he grabbed it, poof, it was gone. Danzo used Izanagi to resurrect. The Grim Reaper didn't believe in evil and grabbed several times, but Danzo was like a whack-a-mole, dying once and resurrecting once. And the Sharingan on his arm closed 6 times in a row. Finally, when the time was up, the Grim Reaper left work in tears, having achieved nothing. Kagaya gave Lord Luo a kiss and then disappeared. Now, on the field, Danzo was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what had just happened. In an instant, he had inexplicably died 6 times. Looking at Lord Luo, who seemed unfazed, he felt like his worldview had collapsed. What kind of monster is Lord Luo? Even the Grim Reaper couldn't do anything to him. How could he fight? Just as he was about to execute his plan to take down Lord Luo, reality ruthlessly shattered it once again. Let me tell you, Danzo was really anxious at that time. He couldn't fight back, and he couldn't escape. Suddenly, he had an idea. Hey, if I can't kill Lord Orochimaru, can't I just kill your teacher, Hashirama Senju? As long as I take down Tobirama, I can control the first Hokage, and wouldn't the whole Konoha be under my command? At that point, even if Lord Orochimaru is powerful, can he really go against the entire village? Thinking of this, he clapped his hands together and prepared to summon the Shinigami again. But guess what? There was no response for a long time. I suspect the Shinigami directly blacklisted him, thinking this guy's performance was too poor, always calling me out for overtime, yet accomplishing nothing. It's so annoying, seen but not replied. Danzo was so embarrassed that he literally scratched out a Hokage building on the ground with his toes. All his trump cards were exhausted. What to do? This old guy was also adaptable. He just knelt down. With tears and snot, he cried out to Tobirama, "Teacher, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once." Tobirama's face darkened at that moment, and he sneered. "Forgive you? Go ask the Senju clan that you betrayed. Ask the Uchiha clan that you exterminated. If they agree." Danzo was still putting on an act. "I did this all for Konoha to gain stronger power to protect the village." Tobirama couldn't even be bothered to respond to him, drawing his sword and approaching, ready to clean up the mess himself. Just then, the first Hokage, Hashirama, suddenly reached out and held his brother back, surprisingly showing a bit of compassion, looking at Danzo and asking, "Did you really repent?" Let me tell you, with just that one sentence, Danzo instantly felt like popping champagne inside. It's done. The opportunity has arrived. He suddenly looked up, and his right eye, with the windmill Sharingan locked onto Hashirama's eyes, muttering, "I'm the 5th Hokage. No more gods." Instantly activated, directly altering the first Hokage's thoughts. Ha ha ha. Danzo stood up abruptly, so arrogant, declaring, "I won. First Hokage, in the name of the 5th Hokage, I command you to stop them." After saying that, he turned around and intended to run towards the village. But the next second, crack, a sharp wooden branch pierced through his back, straight through his heart with a thud. Hashirama's cold voice came from behind him. "The village is the most important thing to me. Even as Hokage, I cannot jeopardize the village's interests." Danzo's face was filled with disbelief as he turned to look at the indifferent Hashirama, completely stunned. "No, this isn't how the script goes. The Hokage's orders are supposed to be absolute, right?" I was watching nearby, shaking my head in disbelief. This old guy still doesn't understand Hashirama. For the village, the first Hokage could even take down Madara. What are you, a 5th Hokage who rose to power through cheating, worth? Sure, the gods may have favored you and made you the 5th Hokage, but your next step is to run away. This behavior itself endangers the village. If Hashirama won't take action, who will? As the last Sharingan on his arm closed, he could no longer suppress the Hashirama cells within him. Branches began to grow wildly from his body, and he was about to turn into a giant tree. He was screaming in his heart, "I can't die. I haven't even become Hokage yet." He wanted to use Shirsui's to activate his Anaji for one last struggle. Would Lord Orochimaru give him that chance? In a flash, faster than the eye could see, he appeared in front of him and, with a snap, plucked that eyeball out. "No, get back to me." His last hope stripped away, Danzo completely went insane, dragging his half-transformed body towards Orochimaru. Just then, a sinister voice echoed, "Oh my, what a grand performance. I almost missed it." I turned around and saw Orochimaru dragging 2 people over. One was the unconscious Naruto, whose Nine-Tails chakra had already healed him. The other was the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, beaten to a pulp, looking ghastly. When Danzo saw his old comrade, he shouted hoarsely as if he had found a savior. "Hiruzen, save me." However, Hiruzen didn't even glance at him, instead tremblingly looking at his teacher Tobirama. Too afraid to lift his head, "Teacher," Tobarama sneered. "Heh, it's rare that you still recognize me as your teacher." Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely respectful. He knew that if he couldn't get through this ordeal today, his entire reputation would be ruined. "You will always be my most respected teacher." He began to frantically shift the blame, saying that he only knew part of what Danzo had done over the years, and that later he became too powerful for him to control. It was all about glory for him, and the blame was on Danzo. What kind of person was Tobarama? His political acumen was unmatched. Listening to Hiruzen's excuses, he was as clear as day and directly ordered, "All right, gather all the Jonin and clan leaders. We will hold a meeting in the Hokage building." He grabbed the barely alive Hiruzen and vanished with a flying thunder god technique. Meanwhile, Hashirama looked at Danzo, who was almost transformed into a complete tree, and sighed. "I didn't expect that the village's 5th Hokage would end up like this." I couldn't help but laugh, and I said, "Big brother, they relied on the power of the gods to ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage, and you really believe it? But it does fulfill Danzo's lifelong dream of becoming Hokage, even if it was only for a few seconds." On Sasuke's side, as soon as he opened his Manjiki Sharingan, he was ready to use Amaterasu to burn that Danzo tree to ashes. Lord Orochimaru stopped him. "Wait, that's too lenient for him. Dig him out and plant him at the Uchiha ruins to comfort the spirits of your clan." Sasuke trembled all over, and his eyes instantly lit up. "Right, dying like that is too easy." After a moment of thought, he said, "Orochimaru, without the clan's ruins, it has no meaning. I want to plant him in front of the Uchiha clan's tomb." "As you wish." Without saying another word, Sasuke directly uprooted the tree and carried it on his shoulder. When he arrived at his parents' graves, he knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "Father, Mother, I've avenged you." On the other side, the trial meeting at the Hokage building was truly spectacular. Tobarama summoned big shots like Hayashi, Hyuga, and Jiraiya and confronted them one by one in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hayashi Hyuga started off, saying that Hiruzen had abused his power to benefit the Sarutobi clan. Upon hearing this, Tobarama pressed for specifics. Hayashi then dropped a bombshell. "As far as I know, the Sarutobi clan has over 1,000 ninjas who aren't even registered." What a revelation! I was shocked at the thought of over 1,000 private soldiers. The wealth of the Sarutobi clan was hidden so deeply. Tobarama laughed angrily on the spot, pointing his finger at Hiruzen Sarutobi and scolding. "You really are an excellent Hokage." Hiruzen buried his head even lower, feeling cold inside. In the end, it was Lord Orochimaru who made the final decision. He said that although Hiruzen had indulged Danzo, the main victims were the big clans, and he was decent towards the common ninja. The merits and faults couldn't cancel each other out, but the crime didn't warrant death. The final judgment was, remove Hiruzen from the position of 3rd Hokage, and the entire Sarutobi clan would serve as border guards for 3 years as penance. After dealing with Hiruzen, Tobarama took people to investigate Danzo's root organization base. Let me tell you, that scene was like a hellish painting. One base was specifically for young children to kill each other. Only by killing their companions could they graduate. Another base was filled with human experiments, with failed subjects piled like garbage in pits, many of whom were Konoha ninjas. Tobarama watched all this, and, as a tough man, he knelt down on the spot, howling in pain. The shame of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing beside him, was also devastated by these unknown atrocities, crying and shouting that he was sorry for the village and unworthy of being Hokage. As for the advisors, Kurama, Shikamaru, and Mito Minen, they were already scared out of their wits and voluntarily confessed their negligence in providing funds and equipment to Danzo. Tobarama couldn't be bothered to argue with them, directly telling them to roll up their bedding and go home to retire. The tumor of Konoha was finally cleaned up in one go. Kakashi took the truth scroll to visit his father's grave and told him that he had been vindicated. Hashirama looked at his grandson, SH-10, whose organs were soaked in nutrient solution, and began to reflect on his own naivety back then. With everything coming to a close, there was just one last thing left. Lord Orochimaru patted Jiraiya on the shoulder and told him to go find Tsunade to bring her back as the 5th Hokage. Let me tell you, this task is not simple. Tsunade, She is a legendary big shot known throughout the ninja world, losing wherever she goes. If you want to find her at a casino, it will take some effort. And guess what? My lecherous sage friend actually has some skills. After some twists and turns, he really managed to corner her at a place called Short Book Street. While I got there, good heavens, Tsunade was going crazy as slot machine, while the silent girl next to her wore an expression of utter despair. The little piglet in her arms looked like it was about to frown and worry. The silent girl wailed, "Lady Tsunade, it's 30 million. 30 million. You fed it all to this broken machine." Tsunade's eyes turned red, and she slapped the machine, saying, "Shut up. I have a feeling the next round will definitely pay off. What kind of gambler loses every day? I tell you, that posture is exactly like those streamers in 2025 who shout at the screen asking for another card, all about risking everything." As a result, 3 seconds later, the icon on the screen perfectly missed. Tsunade let out a sigh and turned to Jingyin with a pitiful look, wanting to coax her for money. Jingyin firmly covered her wallet. "No way. If we lose again, we won't even have food to eat today." Just as they were pulling at each other, Jiraiya made a grand entrance, looking at Tsunade with deep affection. After brewing for a long time, he opened his mouth. "Long time no see, big fat sheep." I was dumbfounded at the time. "Buddy, you really know how to chat," bringing up what Shun TB mentioned. Sure enough, the next second, a fist as big as a clay pot directly deformed his face. Jiraiya rubbed his swollen face, which looked like a pig's head, and surprisingly sighed, "Wow, still this feeling. Still so violent." Tsunade was furious, sneering coldly. "What are you here for?" Only then did Jiraiya remember the main business, and hurriedly said, "The teacher has stepped down and wants to invite you back to be the 5th Hokage." "Not going," Tsunade replied decisively. "Hokage? Not even a dog would take that position." The two most important people in her life died for that dream. That position was a curse for her. Jiraiya saw this wouldn't work, so he threw out the big bomb. "Danzo is dead." "What?" Tsunade's eyes instantly lit up. "He is dead? Ha ha ha, good riddance. Although I won't be Hokage, I have to hear this gossip. Let us go find a place to talk. You're treating." Good heavens, these two just ran off to an izakaya. As soon as they sat down, Tsunade downed a bottle of sake in one go and wiped her mouth. "Talk. How did Danzo die?" Jiraiya scratched his head, looking awkward. I'm not too sure about the details." Boom! A bottle cap flew straight at his forehead. Jiraiya fumbled to catch it, feeling incredibly frustrated. How would he know what happened in the village when he was locked in a small dark room? Seeing his cowardly appearance, Tsunade didn't bother to ask further and changed the topic. "So why did the teacher step down?" "Oh, almost forgot." Jiraiya cleared his throat, took another sip of sake. "It's not the third who wants you back. It's your grandfather, Senju Tobarama, who wants you to be the 5th Hokage." "Who did you say?" Tsunade's voice instantly split, and she stood up, her expression saying, "If you dare joke about my deceased grandfather, I'll twist your head off." Jiraiya was so scared he quickly explained, "I'm not joking. That bastard Orochimaru brought your grandfather and your great-grandfather back with impure world reincarnation." "Bastard." Tsunade slammed the table into pieces. "Orochimaru. I'm gonna kill him right now. He should be in the village now," Jiraiya added slowly. Tsunade exploded even more. "A rogue ninja is in the village? Are the ninjas of Konoha just sitting around? Who's in charge now?" "The 2nd Hokage, Lord Senju Tobarama." Let me tell you, that scene was spectacular. One moment Tsunade was ready to kill, and the next second she was sitting down obediently. Oh, great-grandpa, never mind. He must have his reasons for doing things. The speed of her change was incredible. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly and asked, "So now are we going back?" Tsunade was silent for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth. "Let's go back." Just as she was about to get up, she glanced at the mess on the floor, waved her hand. "Boss, another table. It's not my money anyway." Meanwhile, the two old guys were drinking heavily, and over in Konoha village, things were lively. Ino had been worried sick lately. She was responsible for providing psychological counseling to a former root member named Sai. But this guy, he had a fake smile plastered on his face all day long and just wouldn't talk. Ino was on the verge of breaking down from his AI-generated fake smile. As soon as I showed up, though, good grief, Sai immediately started talking and even shook my hand. Ino was furious. Family, who understands? Nowadays, not only do you have to compete with women, But you also have to compete with men? I patted Zuiyi's shoulder, encouraged him a few words, and quickly slipped away. I had to see off Gaara and the others. His father, the fourth Kazekage, was killed by Orochimaru, and they needed to hurry back to the village to take charge. Looking at Gaara's face, which showed no sadness and even a hint of happiness, my heart raced. This kid, well, as long as he's fine. After seeing off Gaara, I headed straight to Orochimaru's lab. I had been keeping the matter about Neji in mind. Orochimaru, how's the research on the caged bird technique going? I got straight to the point. Orochimaru furrowed his brows. Not ideal. I don't know the specific jutsu. Forcing it could be deadly. Great. This difficult problem was thrown back in my face. The caged bird technique was the lifeblood of the Hyuga clan. How could they easily hand it over to me? Just as I was feeling troubled, a flash of inspiration struck me, and I used the flying thunder god technique to appear at the entrance of the Hyuga clan's house. This time, since I needed something from someone, I had to be more polite. The moment Hyuga Hayashi heard I was coming, he became very nervous and personally came out to welcome me. Once in the living room, I didn't beat around the bush. Head of the clan Hayashi, I need the caged bird technique. Guess what? Hayashi not only didn't explode in anger, but instead had a look of relief that I finally showed up. He told me that the caged bird had long become a tool for oppressing the Branch family, and he didn't want his daughter Hinata to be marked by it in the future. He was also at a loss for what to do. As soon as I heard that, I thought, this is promising. I immediately threw out my chips. Elder Hizashi, what if I have a way to evolve the Byakugan? Hizashi jumped up from his seat, his eyes wide like copper bells. First, give me the technique. I knocked on the table, my tone filled with confidence. In a week, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually handed me the scroll containing the technique. Before I left, I made sure to add, by the way, make sure Hinata eats more. Don't let the child go hungry. This left Hizashi looking completely bewildered. After getting the scroll, I hurriedly gave it to Orochimaru. Uncle Snake was so excited that he started munching on the scroll. After studying it for a while, he looked up with a fervent gaze. It's difficult, but I like it. However, there aren't enough test subjects. Stop. I quickly interrupted him. Don't go capturing people from the Hyuga clan. The village has just settled down. After leaving the lab, I found Neji. When he heard, there was hope. He became anxious and said he wasn't afraid of death and was willing to be the first test subject. His words reminded me that I didn't have to hang all my hopes on Neji. If I wanted free Hyuga branch members, there were plenty to choose from. I shared my thoughts with Neji, and he understood immediately. Soon, he brought in 3 trusted elders from the Hyuga branch family. The 3 old men, with their white hair, had resolute expressions. Lord Lo, what is there to fear in death? If I can use my life to exchange for freedom for the next generation, it's worth it. I also feel quite uncomfortable in my heart. I brought them to Orochimaru and specifically instructed Uncle Snake to be fully prepared before taking action. 3 days later, Orochimaru succeeded. The cost was that 2 out of the 3 sacrificed their lives. Neji's caged bird was successfully undone, but as he looked at the 2 cold corpses, tears flowed uncontrollably. I patted his shoulder and told him to remember their names, so they would live on forever in his heart. Now that the caged bird issue was resolved, the only thing left was the evolution of the Byakugan. I asked Kagaya, and she simply replied, I don't know, I was born this way. Goodness. Truly born with a silver spoon. With no other options, I decided to go for broke. The Manjiki Sharingan is awakened through strong mental stimulation. So why not give the Byakugan a try as well? Let's go for a miracle through sheer force. I immediately took Neji and used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush into the Hokage's office. Tobirama was handling documents and looked surprised when he saw me. I didn't have time for pleasantries and said directly, Lord Second Hokage, please do me a favor and call the 3rd Hokage over. I want him to recount exactly how he betrayed Neji's father back in the day, right in front of Neji. Before long, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived. To save face, Tobirama dismissed the Umbu. I looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and pointed at Neji beside me. Could you please recount the events of that year in detail, Lord Third? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the expressionless Neji, his face filled with hesitation. After all, to admit in front of the man's son how he had schemed against his father back then, it was truly hard to say. I tell you, as soon as he said that, the second Hokage Tobirama next to him couldn't hold his face anymore. His brows knitted together like a knot, and he directly started to scold. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you acting all dramatic for? Stop stalling. Well, the teacher got angry, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to hesitate anymore. It was like someone pressed the play button. He spilled the beans right there about how he had tricked Hinata Hayashi back in the day. I told you, Niji was listening nearby, and his face gradually turned darker, eventually as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes had already popped wide open, and the veins at the corners of his eyes were coiling like little snakes. That gaze, if I hadn't firmly pressed down on his shoulder, he would have charged at the third Hokage and torn him apart on the spot. But I felt something was off. Who understands the family dynamics? Niji's state was like that experience bar in a game. Almost full and just a tiny bit away from leveling up, but stuck and not moving at all. What was missing? I pondered, recalling the chats I had with Kagaya back in the day. Oh, I remembered. The feathered robe, that is, the sage of 6 paths, inherited the power of the fruit of the god tree, resulting in the Rinnegan. Down the line, it became the Uchiha Sharingan. But what about his brother Yurin? He inherited the power of Kagaya's own body, which is the Byakugan. So, in order for the Byakugan to evolve, it definitely needs the most original and purest Tsutsuki chakra. The Hyuga clan has the bloodline, but the chakra has long been diluted. Hey, I got it. It was missing a bit of ancestral technology and fierce spirit. Without a second thought, I pointed my finger at Niji's forehead and directly gave him a wave of the purest chakra supply. Guess what? A miracle happened. The grotesque veins at the corners of Niji's eyes suddenly vanished, and his pure white eyeballs began to become as transparent as crystal, even emitting a faint silver light. It worked. I couldn't help but exclaim as I withdrew my hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tobarama, who were beside me, had long stopped talking, their eyes wide open, staring intently at Niji's eyes, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Tobarama mumbled, "Is this the true power of the Byakugan?" No kidding. The Byakugan and Sharingan used to be known as the two great ocular techniques of Konoha, but who didn't know that was just to give face to the Hyuga clan? Now this is the real deal that can hold its own. I hurriedly asked Niji, "How does it feel? Any new features?" Niji also had a face full of joy, temporarily forgetting about revenge, and excitedly said, "The visual range has skyrocketed, and I feel like I can control space now." As soon as I heard it, controlling space? Wow, this is a bit too much. Obito just plays with space transfer, but this is directly at the level of control. I got really excited, like discovering a new toy. Come on, show me how it works, let me feel it." Niji was straightforward and immediately shouted at me, "Byakugan, space ceiling." And what happened? I just stood there, nothing happened, not even a breeze. The scene became very awkward. Kagaya was almost laughing crazily in my head. Are you kidding? The abilities that come from me want to work on me? What a beautiful thought. I quickly tried to smooth things over. Ahem, well, my constitution is quite special, immune to all negative effects. At this moment, Tobarama stepped up. "Let me give it a try. I tell you, this guy Tobarama is a pure tech geek." As soon as he saw the new jutsu, his eyes lit up, more enthusiastic than anyone else. Niji immediately turned his target towards him and said again, "Byakugan, space binding." In the next second, I watched as the air around Tobarama instantly became as thick as glue and then rapidly solidified. Tobarama exploded with chakra, trying to struggle. But it was useless. He was like an insect trapped in amber, frozen in place, unable to move. Strong. Too strong. I couldn't help but marvel. This ability is absolutely on par with a Manjiki Sharingan. Niji let out a sigh of relief and released the technique. I quickly asked Tobarama, "How does it feel?" Lord Second. Tobarama took a while to respond, describing it as, "It's like everything around you instantly turns into cement, and then this cement solidifies at the speed of light, encasing you alive. But can it be broken? That's the key." Tobarama thought for a moment, nodded and shook his head. "It can. But with my current Nin level strength." "No, I can't." I gasped. "You can't break free? Does that mean only someone at the Hokage level can move?" "Hokage level?" Tobarama smiled. "And I guess that even at that level, one could only ensure not being completely frozen. Moving freely would be difficult." Wow. I immediately gave Niji a thumbs up. With this, his combat power skyrocketed from an ordinary Nin to a super Hokage level, far ahead of the rest. I was thinking that such impressive eyes deserved a grand name. So I said, looking at your eyes, they are transparent with a silver glow. How about we call them silver mirror white eyes? Niji now trusted me completely and nodded directly. It's up to you, Luo. All right, the eyes have been upgraded. Let's go. We're going to Hyuga main house to have a good chat about life with those old stubborns. I grabbed Niji and was about to leave after saying goodbye to Tobarama. But then Tobarama got anxious and stopped me. Luo, what are you trying to do? The first Hokage promised them back in the day. If you go like this, it will cause a big mess. I looked back at him. My tone as calm as can be. A village cannot have two voices. The branch family system of the Hyuga clan must come to an end today. Before Tobarama could say anything else, I directly added, don't worry. I've already talked to clan leader Hizashi, and he supports me. Of course, if those old guys truly refuse to see reason. Saying this, I lightly traced my right hand across my neck. Tobarama fell silent in an instant. He knew that this matter was a huge benefit for Konoha in the long run, and besides, he couldn't beat me. I just gave him a way out. Don't worry. Unless absolutely necessary, there won't be any bloodshed. When we arrived at the Hyuga clan's main house, Hayashi was already waiting, sitting next to Hinata and Hanabi. I glanced at Hinata, her complexion rosy, and teased Hayashi with a smile. Not bad, clan head Hayashi. It seems you haven't let our Hinata go hungry these past few days. Hayashi's old face instantly turned red, and he sighed awkwardly. I'm ashamed. He only recently realized that his daughter had such a big appetite. She used to go hungry every day, too afraid to say anything because of him. I stopped teasing him and directly let everyone see Niji. Niji first opened a normal Byakugan, and I pointed out, Lord Hizashi, please take a look. This is the first form, the level of all of you from the Hyuga clan. Then I signaled Niji to continue. Silver Mirror Byakugan, activate. Niji shouted softly, and the silver light in his eyes flashed. This is the second form, I explained lightly. If the normal Byakugan corresponds to the normal Sharingan, then this silver mirror Byakugan corresponds to the Manjiki. Niji, show Lord Hizashi. Without saying a word, Niji unleashed silver mirror Byakugan, space binding. Hizashi, being a top expert among Jonin, reacted extremely quickly and was about to activate the heavenly reversal. The blue chakra sphere had just lit up, and then it vanished. His whole body remained in the position of the technique, frozen in place, unable to move. When Niji released the binding, Hizashi almost couldn't steady himself. Looking completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his face filled with disbelief. So strong. I had no power to resist at all. I crossed my arms and asked him with a smile. So, how about it, Hinata clan leader? Is my chip heavy enough? Hinata didn't reply. Tapping his fingers on the table with a rhythmic sound, his brows furrowed tightly. After a long pause, he finally asked, can all members of the Hyuga clan awaken this silver mirror Byakugan? I rolled my eyes at him on the spot. What good thing are you thinking about? Just look at the Uchiha clan. How many have awakened their Sharingan? And how many have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? This thing depends on talent. That's going to be tough, Hayashi sighed. Those old guys, one by one, won't reveal anything unless they see results. They definitely won't loosen their lips without some benefits. I frowned, feeling that this old guy was about to change his mind. Rizu noticed my expression was off and quickly explained, No, I'm still the same mind. I was just swept away by the news of the white-eyed evolution and didn't think it through. It was only after calming down these past couple of days that I realized how difficult it would be to execute this. So what do you plan to do? Since he hadn't backed down, my expression softened a bit. The room was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of Rizu tapping on the table could be heard. Suddenly, his hand stopped tapping, his gaze became incredibly sharp, and he blurted out one word, kill. Damn, I was stunned at that moment. Is this really the elegant Hinata Hizashi? He is practically a killer. For the sake of his daughter, is he really going to betray his own family? Looking at my expression, Hizashi knew I was thinking in the wrong direction again and quickly added, just kill those who lead. Oh, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was really startled just now. All right, since the clan leader is so decisive, I won't hold back either. I walked up to Hinata and Hanabi, placed my hands on their heads, and infused them each with a surge of chakra. All right, I've planted the seeds of evolution in them. From now on, It's up to their own fortunes. Hizashi was extremely grateful and kept thanking me. He then asked, what if more geniuses come out in the family in the future? We can't keep coming to you every time, right? I hadn't really thought about that question, but my mind works fast, and I quickly came up with an idea. I whispered my plan to Hizashi, and his eyes lit up. We hit it off immediately, and Hizashi called all the clan elders over on the spot. When everyone arrived, the elder leaned on his age and asked, Hizashi, what with this big commotion? Hizashi pressed his hand down to quiet everyone, then dropped a bombshell. Everyone, I have confirmed news that our Hyuga Byakugan can evolve, just like the Uchiha Sharingan. The crowd erupted in an uproar, and someone immediately shouted, how does it evolve? Hizashi stepped aside and let Niji come forward to explain the specifics. My nephew Niji will demonstrate for everyone. Niji was straightforward. As soon as he activated his Byakugan, the power of spatial confinement swept across the entire area, freezing everyone in place. Although it was only for a moment, the absolute sense of pressure was enough to scare those old folks out of their wits. After the demonstration, Niji's face was a bit pale. It took a toll on him. I nodded. That's more like it. With such a broken ability, if there were no cooldown, it would be a disaster. After experiencing this power, the clan elders' eyes turned red, like hungry wolves seeing meat. One particularly clueless elder immediately commanded Niji, Niji, I order you to make the method of evolution public immediately. I frowned, realizing why the division of the clan was so contentious. These people truly didn't regard the division as a matter of importance. Niji wasn't angry at all. He merely spoke coldly. Want to know? Fine. First listen to my conditions. Who do you think you are to negotiate with us? Another member of the clan jumped out, appearing as if he was going to uphold justice, and immediately tried to activate the caged bird technique to teach Niji a lesson. As a result, he completed the incantation, but Niji remained unfazed, instead looking at him with the eyes of someone staring at a corpse. The man was dumbfounded, thinking he must have recited it incorrectly, and stubbornly tried again. This time, Niji didn't give him the chance. I barely saw the movement before he was already in front of the man, striking down with his hand, and a head flew off with a splat, blood splattering onto those nearby. This wasn't over. Niji moved like a whirlwind, flickering around and picking off the loudest ones one by one, heads rolling on the ground. After he finished killing, he slowly returned to his original spot, shook the blood off his hands, and coldly scanned the group of trembling clan members below, sneering. This is the clan that needs to be desperately protected during the division? A bunch of useless drunks. The entire place fell silent. Now Niji's cold voice rang out again. Can I share my conditions now? No one dared to speak. Everyone cast pleading looks at Hayashi, but Hayashi didn't even lift his eyelids, directly ignoring them. The old men's hearts sank, realizing that the head of the clan was on Niji's side. From today onward, lift all the caged bird seals of the branch family. Niji's voice wasn't loud, but every word hit their hearts like a hammer. He looked around the room and slowly uttered the earth-shattering question, who is in favor and who is opposed? Listening to Niji's emotionless voice, the audience was dead silent. The old clan members turned pale, but no one dared to be the first to step forward. Just as it seemed they would tacitly agree, the elder finally couldn't hold back and stiffly stood up, trying to appear earnest. Niji, it's not that we're unwilling. It's just that since the caged bird technique was developed, we've never studied how to lift it. Hey, these old men still thought Niji had evolved immunity to the caged bird with his Byakugan. Niji didn't take the bait at all. You don't need to worry about that. Since I brought it up, I naturally have a way to solve it. The elder was left with nothing to say, and the second elder quickly followed up, appealing to emotions. This matter is too significant. Think about it. The caged bird is meant to protect the Byakugan from being taken by outsiders. If it's lifted, wouldn't other villages pounce on us like cats smelling fish? Niji coldly retorted. All your concerns boil down to a lack of strength. Back when Uchiha was around, who dared to covet the Sharingan? The second elder was left speechless. Seeing that hard tactics weren't working, the third elder tried a softer approach. Niji, this matter is quite serious. How about we hold a family meeting to discuss it further? Did they really think Niji was a child to be fooled? By the time you go back and control the branch family members, using them as hostages, wouldn't we be the ones at a disadvantage? Niji's silver eyes stared at the third elder, making him feel uneasy, and he instinctively shrank back. I watched the play and felt amused. At this moment, Hizashi knew it was his turn to step in. He took a step forward, stood beside Niji, and began to play the role of the red-faced character. I know what you were worried about. You're simply afraid that these years of bullying the branch family have become a habit. Once we release the birds from their cage, they will retaliate. Don't worry. He changed his tone. I won't let that happen. Niji has already given me the method to evolve the Byakugan and the key to unlock it. From now on, the Hyuga clan will not be divided into main and branch families. Everyone will compete for the opportunity to evolve based on their strength. I will also use this opportunity to restrain the original branch family members, preventing them from actively seeking trouble with you. Of course, if you continue to maintain that high and mighty attitude and ask for trouble yourself, then I can't help that. Now, the conditions and the ladder have been provided. It all depends on whether they will take the step. The group of people had unwillingness written all over their faces. But as soon as they caught sight of Niji's icy glare beside them, they could only swallow all their unwillingness. In the end, the elder made a final struggle. Okay, but there is one condition. The quota for the first year must be given to our main family members. Hizashi frowned, pretending to be in a difficult position, and finally reluctantly agreed. All right then. This year's quota can be given to the current main family members. Damn, I was standing next to them and almost laughed out loud. Hizashi, how shameless. A member of the main family? Isn't Hinata and Hanabi too? This old guy, taking advantage and acting all innocent, completely baffled the elder. The poor elder thought he had the upper hand and happily agreed. With that settled, the rest of the job of lifting the curse mark was handed over to Orochimaru, so I had nothing to do. Just as I was about to leave, Hizashi called me back and summoned Hinata as well. There were just the three of us in the room, and Hizashi rubbed his hands together, grinning like an old fox. Lord Lo, what do you think? About my daughter Hinata? She's great, gentle, and kind. I spoke honestly. Who wouldn't love Hinata? But then he hit me with this. How about you two spend more time together? Goodbye. I jumped in shock, barely had time to put down my teacup. And with the Flying Thunder God technique, I was gone. Are you kidding me? Spend time with your daughter? Your ancestor Kagaya is still here with me. How does that work out? It's all messed up. I left Hizashi and his daughter staring at each other, probably thinking, is my daughter that intimidating? A couple of days later, I heard that the legendary big catch, Tsunade, had returned to the village. I thought I had to see this for myself. With a Flying Thunder God, I instantly appeared in the Hokage's office. Tobirama probably got used to it and didn't even raise an eyebrow. A blonde beauty immediately took an attack stance, watching me warily. Tobirama quickly intervened. Tsunade, don't be impulsive. Let me introduce you. This is Lo. This little brat? Tsunade looked me up and down, clearly skeptical. Hey, little brat. I'm Tsunade. Have you heard of me? I looked at her bold demeanor, my mouth faster than my brain, and blurted out, big. Fat Tsunade, of course I've heard of her. I have to say she's really big. As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it. Tsunade immediately exploded in anger. Her fist, as big as a pot, came crashing towards my face. Tobirama and Jiraiya shouted in unison. Stop. Too late. Just as the fist was about to hit my face, the chakra ball on my wrist flew out automatically, transforming into a black shield in front of me. There was a loud bang. I have nothing to say. Tsunade twisted her entire arm at a strange angle, completely incapacitating it. Jiraiya stood nearby with a knowing expression, but still ran over to support her with concern. I'm a bit embarrassed too, scratching my head. Well, sorry about that. This thing has automatic defense, and I didn't react in time. Tsunade is also a tough person, paused for a moment, and waved her other hand. No worries. Kurishishun Rebirth. With a flash of green light, that ruined arm instantly restored to its original state. I was drooling while watching, when suddenly the door was slammed open, and the first Hokage, Hashirama, rushed in like a monkey. Is Tsunade back? I heard Tsunade is back. Grandpa. Tsunade happily rushed over. The grandfather and granddaughter were having a sweet moment when Hashirama's next line left everyone stunned. Tsunade, can I borrow some money from Grandpa? I've been holding it in for 2 days, and I want to gamble a bit. I had a thought at that moment. Wow, borrowing money from Tsunade to gamble. You really picked the right person. One has 0 assets, and the other has negative infinity. What a perfect match. Sure enough, Tsunade's face instantly turned red, and she helplessly spread her hands. Grandpa, don't you know my gambling luck is inherited from you? Hashirama retorted. Is that so? Then that means you're very rich now. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Hashirama cast a pleading glance at me. Lo. I didn't let him finish speaking and directly shrugged my shoulders. I have no money. In my heart, I silently added, even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. However, I quickly thought of something and pointed to Jiraiya, who looked innocent beside me, and nodded my chin at Hashirama. He has money, and a lot of it. Jiraiya? Who am I? Where am I? How did I become the big fool? Let me tell you, Jiraiya's face at that time was so green it could almost photosynthesize. He was trembling as he pulled out a scroll and handed it to Hashirama, mumbling, First Hokage, this is all I've got, so take it easy. And guess what happened? That old rascal Hashirama, like a child who just received their New Year's money, snatched it away, shouting, don't worry, I'll handle this, and then turned around and disappeared, running off in little steps, afraid we would change our minds. Jiraiya's expression at that moment was like a frostbitten eggplant. He was so heartbroken he was nearly shaking. But then he thought to himself, hey, it's okay. I still have my little stash. Just as he was secretly delighted, he turned around and, wow, Tsunade's gaze was like she had opened the 8 gates, staring at him intently with her fists cracking. Didn't you say you were out of money? I tell you at that moment. The temperature in the entire office dropped to freezing point. Jiraiya was sweating, stammering as he explained. Well, I forgot when you asked me. Who understands, family? This excuse was so bad I couldn't bear to hear it. Tsunade coldly laughed and stepped closer. Is there anything else you forgot? Jiraiya shook his head like a rattle, just about to say no. But when he saw Tsunade's expression as if she was ready to send him to meet the sage of 6 paths, he changed his words at the last moment. Not much left. As soon as he said that, Tsunade's face changed faster than flipping a book. 1 second she was an iceberg. The next she was smiling like a flower, gently extending her hand. Jiraiya, with a mournful face, handed over the last little stash. Tsunade took the money and said, today I'm going to wreak havoc, don't bother me, and turned to leave. In the office, it was just the 3 of us staring at each other. I couldn't help but ask, by the way, why did we go through all this trouble to bring her back? Tobirama looked uncertain. It seems. We wanted her to be the 5th Hokage? I couldn't hold back at that moment. Is she really like this? Where she turns around and loses the entire Konoha. Tobirama imagined that scene and shivered on the spot, saying, how about we discuss this a bit more? Of course, this was all a joke. The appointment letter had already been sent to the daimyo's residence. So how could it be changed just like that? I'm just curious. I took a glance at the past casinos and wow. Who understands this, family? This pair of grandparent and grandchild together is simply a walking lantern of doom. When they bet big, it definitely goes small. When they bet small, it definitely goes big. When they bet on both, it directly opens a jackpot. I realized it right then and there from now on, no matter what financial products, just bet against them, and tomorrow I'll be staying in Dubai. A few days later, Tsunade officially took office, and Hashirama and Tobirama were about to leave. Just as they reunited, they had to part again, and Tsunade was crying terribly. Jiraiya quickly went up to comfort her. It's okay. I'll be here for you from now on. I'll always be with you. Well, he really is the one who wrote the tale of the gutsy ninja, with such smooth lines. Once Tsunade calmed down, I quickly approached. Hey Tsunade, when can I go see the wet bone forest? Tsunade gave me a glance, completely giving up on treating me with that name. I can't beat her, and scolding is useless. I can only accept it. What are you going there for? To learn. Look at my friends. They're all getting stronger. I'm anxious. I began to sell my misery like crazy. What are you anxious about? Who can deal with your blackball? She complained, but still impatiently pulled out a scroll and tossed it to me, telling me to sign and go over there. I opened it up and was stunned. 1,000 hands XX. 1,000 hands XXX. Hashirama Senju Tsunade. I thought, what is this, a summoning scroll? This is basically a family tree of the 1,000 hands. Complaining aside, I signed my name on the scroll, pressed my handprint, bit my finger, and slammed it on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang! With a deafening roar, the white smoke dissipated. The Hokage building was gone. Yes, you heard that right. The giant slug I summoned flattened it to the ground. Tsunade's roar almost sent me flying low. I awkwardly scratched my head. It was an accident, purely an accident. I had no experience the first time. Tsunade looked at me expressionlessly. The money for the building repairs will be deducted from your commission. At that moment, my heart sank. Life is not easy, sighed Luo Jun. I explained my intentions to the slug, and it readily sent me to the wet bone forest. Let me tell you, that place was something else. The sky was gray. The rain was yellow, and the Tao-seeking jade automatically created a protective shield for me, like holding an umbrella. The mist on the ground was filled with natural energy, and taking a breath fell off. Just then, a very pleasant female voice came. Welcome, Lord Luo, to the wet bone forest. I looked around, only to hear it say, I'm right beneath your feet. I looked down and was shocked. I had been stepping on something soft and jelly-like, which turned out to be the true form of the slug sage. It was so vast that I couldn't see the edges. It said that those who failed in learning immortality eventually turned into little slugs, merging into its body. I shivered at that. It also advised me that since I had already learned the immortality techniques of Myoki Mountain, learning those of the wet bone forest would cause a conflict between the two powers, which could be very dangerous. I suddenly blurted out, what if I also learned from a dragon cave? Wouldn't that create a balance, like a tripod? The atmosphere became so awkward that I could have used my toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. I quickly laughed it off, saying, just kidding, just kidding. I'll give it a try, but if something goes wrong, you have to save me. It then moved me to a bubbling yellow little pond and said, dive in and cultivate. I was completely stunned. This thing, the Tao-seeking jade, is deemed dangerous, and you want to take a bath? I hesitated. Sitting here for a month, I wasn't afraid of dying. I was afraid of what would happen to Kagaya and Naruto if I died. During this month, I didn't train. But the Tao-seeking jade surprisingly went from 6 to 9 pieces. On the day the 9th piece was formed, a gentle voice rang in my ear. Instinctively, I pulled the person into my arms, mumbling I was thinking about whether I should practice. As soon as I finished speaking, I froze. Looking down, I was shocked to see that I was holding Kagaya. How'd she end up here? It seemed like she saw through my thoughts, and her body suddenly shattered into 9 pieces of Tao-seeking jade, then instantly reassembled into her form. My mind buzzed. Could she be using me to refine the Tao-seeking jade to return to life? The Kagaya, transformed from the Tao-seeking jade, quickly explained. I am just a fragment of her split consciousness. I don't believe it. My consciousness directly sank into our mental space. As soon as I entered, Kagaya pounced on me. Luo Jun, I miss you so much. Looking at her like that, I couldn't bring myself to ask anything. In the end, I mustered up the courage to ask, what's going on with you outside? She looked surprised. Did you see her? She's half of my love will. I was afraid you would be lonely, so when you refine 9 Tao-seeking jades, she will appear to accompany you. She is me, and I am her. We have experienced the same things. I felt a pain in my heart. This silly girl, locked away in such a lonely place, still thought of me everywhere. I held her close, said nothing, just wanted to be by her side like this forever. But before long, Kagaya actually started to feel sleepy. Her eyes couldn't stay open, and she said she wanted to fall into a deep sleep, and when she woke up, it would be the time when we would be together forever. No matter how much I shook her, it was useless. In the end, I could only watch her fall asleep. Reluctantly, I returned to reality with Kagaya, transformed by the Taoist jade, still in my arms. I asked her if she knew the reason for the main body slumber. In response, she playfully stuck out her tongue at me and said, it's because my current consciousness is the consciousness of the main body. There's no other way. Those 2 naughty kids are too mischievous, so I had to use this method to sneak over to you. Goodness, after all this time. It wasn't just a fragment of will, but the main body's consciousness had directly crossed over. It's all about online to offline. I really appreciate it. She's just trying to punish me for not visiting her for a month by putting on such a show. I was both angry and amused, pinching her face. Only then did she curiously look around and immediately spot the slug. Hey, aren't you that little caterpillar? The slug was so scared that it peed itself and respectfully shouted, Goddess of the Moon, Lady Kagaya, Kagaya hugged my arm, looking very happy. I prefer others to call me Lady Luo now. I affectionately patted her head. Mischievous. The slug felt like it was about to burst from all the dog food. Kagaya asked me what I was here for, and I said to learn celestial arts. Upon hearing this, her brows furrowed, and she coldly looked at the slug. Little caterpillar, are you not teaching him? The slug was so scared that it couldn't even speak properly, and I quickly explained that I was afraid of the danger and worried about not being able to see her again. As soon as Kagaya heard this, the frost on her face immediately melted away, sweet to the point of being nauseating. Darling, you're so good. Don't worry, just focus on your training, and I'll protect you. Well, since it had come to this, I steeled my heart and plunged into the water. I tell you, that feeling was incredible. The moment my body touched the water, it was like being splashed with aqua regia. My flesh sizzled and disappeared, completely corroded. Kagaya was instantly terrified and wanted to jump in to save me. But the slug, trembling, held her back. Lady Luo, this is a necessary process. As long as you protect the Lord's soul from perishing, the physical body will be reforged. Kagaya, half believing, could only watch helplessly as my body was corroded away, until even the bones dissolved, leaving only a glowing soul. My consciousness sank completely, feeling as if I merged with the universe, warm and comfortable, not wanting to wake up. 3 days later, the slug became anxious and shouted to Kagaya, Lady Luo, the time for rebirth has come. You must awaken his soul within a minute, or else he will no longer grow back as a human, but as a slug. Kagaya panicked and flew to my soul, desperately calling out to me, Dear, wake up. You promised to always be with me. Please, wake up. Her voice was filled with tears, becoming clearer. In my chaotic consciousness, it felt like I heard someone crying. Who is it? So familiar. Luo? That's my name. Kagaya? That's my beloved. Suddenly, I jolted awake, realizing I was learning immortality. Just as the fire of my soul was about to extinguish, it flared back to life. The slug was so excited it was almost in tears. It worked. Lord Luo has succeeded. Kagaya also snapped back from despair, watching as my body gradually reforged, starting from the skull, slowly growing a skeleton, internal organs, muscles, skin. It took a full half-month. During this half-month, Kagaya stayed by my side without leaving. However, at the moment my body was fully formed, a shocking change occurred. The wet bone forest sage chakra that has just formed in my body clashed with my original Mayaboka mountain sage chakra, and a civil war broke out. The two forces refused to back down, wildly colliding within me, and my newly healed body instantly became riddled with wounds again. The slug was dumbfounded, screaming, It's over. I forgot about this. Kagaya had never seen this before. She hugged me, who was spitting blood, and was almost going crazy. Little bug, what do we do now? We must immediately cultivate the third sage technique system, the sage techniques of the dragon cave. Only with a tripartite balance can we stabilize. The slug spoke so fast it was like rapping. Kagaya picked me up, her gaze cold enough to turn the Sahara into Antarctica, staring fiercely at the slug. Tell me, where's the dragon cave? None of our 3 sacred places know the locations of the other sacred places. Kagaya's voice had lost all warmth. Then, what use do I have for you? I tell you, as soon as Kagaya said that big slug, oh no, the slug sage, got so scared that it started laying eggs right there. Really, it was like dropping dumplings, little slugs were falling everywhere. At that moment, I thought if this goes on, the wet-bone forest might have to be renamed the slug breeding ground. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going well, I quickly stepped in to mediate. Babe, don't be angry. I know how to get to the dragon's cave now. Don't make it difficult for her. You have no idea how fast Kagaya can change her expression. 1 second, she's the Grim Reaper demanding a life, and the next, she looks at me with eyes so soft they could almost produce water. It's unbelievable. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to the slug, could you please send me back? As a result, this big slug was dragging its feet, its little eyes constantly darting towards Kagaya. Does anyone understand? It was afraid that I would leave this big Buddha behind for it. I couldn't help but laugh inside. Don't worry, big sister, I wouldn't dare. I quickly had Kagaya transform back into the 9 black orbs and reattach them to my arm, and only then did it seem relieved. With a bang and a puff of white smoke, I found myself back in the Hokage's office. As soon as I opened my eyes, Tsunade was right in front of me. When she saw my condition, she was instantly shocked and said my complexion looked like a candle about to burn out, ready to extinguish with just a breeze. As a top-notch healer, her instinct was to rush over and boost my health, but before I could even react, Kagaya suddenly popped out from me and, without a word, slapped the 5th Hokage away. Goodness, my scalp went numb at that moment. If that slap had been any harder, Konoha would have to prepare for the inauguration speech of the 6th Hokage. I quickly blocked Kagaya, who looked at me with a wronged expression. Her little eyes were so adorable that my heart nearly melted. I could only comfort her, saying, "Darling, don't misunderstand. She is here to treat me. If my body isn't treated soon, I really want to last until the Dragon Cave. I even swore an oath. In this life, aside from you, I want no one else." Only then did I manage to soothe this lady. Poor Tsunade had just taken a beating and now had to be force-fed dog food. Her face turned green. Just as I finished comforting Kagaya, I felt a sweetness in my throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. My body was really giving up. Kagaya panicked and shouted at Tsunade, "Come here, help him heal." Her tone was commanding, like ordering a maid, utterly domineering. Tsunade had no choice but to come over reluctantly. Let me tell you, Kagaya's gaze was fixated on Tsunade's hand pressed against my chest, and I had no doubt she was already calculating whether to chop off Tsunade's left or right hand after the treatment. Tsunade checked me and was stunned, saying that 2 streams of sage chakra were fighting a civil war inside me, and it was a medical miracle that I had survived this long. I said I wanted to lure a 3rd type, and she directly scolded me for being crazy. What could I do? I could only shift the blame to the slug sage. In the end, Tsunade struggled for a long time and barely stabilized my injuries for 3 days, warning me not to use chakra again. I could feel Kagaya's sharp gaze behind me, as if it would turn Tsunade into a sieve. After leaving the Hokage office, we rushed to find Orochimaru. The moment Orochimaru saw me, his eyes lit up like Columbus discovering a new continent. I didn't want to waste time talking. I got straight to the point. To the Dragon Cave, quickly, it's urgent. Orochimaru was straightforward too. He spat out a scroll and summoned the Great Serpent. As soon as the purple giant snake appeared, it arrogantly declared, "Orochimaru, this time I want 100 living sacrifices." But before it could finish, it sensed Kagaya next to me, and its tone instantly changed from a booming bass to a mosquito buzz. This creature was a master of face-changing in the snake world, known for its quick cowardice. One moment it was flaunting its power, and the next, bam, its massive head was pressed against the ground, asking me in an extremely humble tone, "What does this esteemed one wish from Little Snake?" I asked it to reverse summon me back to the Dragon Cave, but it wanted to negotiate, saying that the White Snake Sage would punish it. What happened next? Kagaya raised an eyebrow, and her earth-shattering aura pressed down, making the air feel like it had solidified. The Great Serpent immediately panicked, scrambling to say, "I'll go prepare right now." Once I was summoned to the Dragon Cave, a cold voice rang out. "Who brought a stranger here?" Kagaya completely ignored it, directly holding me and charging toward direction. Walls and obstacles crumbled before her as if made of paper. With just a wave of her hand, they all vanished. When we found the White Snake Sage, she was lounging on a jade couch, smoking a pipe and showing off. Upon seeing Kagaya, the pipe fell from her hand with a clatter, and her attitude did a complete 180. "Oh, it's Lady Kagaya? Please, make yourself at home." I had only one thought at that moment. What on earth did my wife do 1,000 years ago? Why does each of these immortals look at her as if they've seen a ghost? I hurriedly said that I wanted to learn immortal techniques, and the White Snake immortal readily agreed, just like a play god. As she spoke, she stretched her neck and opened her mouth to bite my neck. Goodness, she hadn't even touched me yet when Kagaya slapped her away. Her gaze was chillingly frightening. "What do you think you're doing?" I guessed that Kagaya was thinking, "I haven't even had my turn with my man yet, and you, a little snake, dare to take advantage?" I finally understood that learning the art of immortality requires being bitten to inject immortal energy. I hadn't figured out how to explain this to Kagaya yet, but she surprisingly said, "Come again." However, her little expression was so aggrieved that tears were almost about to fall. The White Snake Sage cautiously approached and gently bit my neck. With that single bite, a tooth mark appeared on my neck, and Kaguya instantly turned black and white, her resentful gaze breaking my heart. But the next moment, the immortal energy surged into my brain, and it felt like my soul was about to explode. I let out a scream and fainted. Before losing consciousness, I only heard Kaguya roar, "If anything happens to him, you better not live." The White Snake Sage was almost in tears, trembling as she explained, Everyone goes through this." Kaguya got even angrier. "What use are you then?" When I woke up again, it was a month later. The first thing I did upon waking was to tease Kaguya. "Be good, smile for your husband." To my surprise, she took it seriously and said she was going to make snake soup to nourish me, constantly glancing at that White Snake Sage. My goodness, the Snake Sage was so scared that she immediately stood up, bowing and saying she had already informed Orochimaru, and they would send us away soon. As I watched us disappear, I seemed to hear her roaring, "Notify everyone. From this moment on, the Dragon Cave will cut off all contact with the outside world." Back in Uncle Snake's laboratory, I heard some bad news. During the month I was in seclusion, Hinata's team had an accident. In order to protect Hinata, Kiba was severely injured, and Akamaru was left with only half a life. It is said that this triggered Hinata to awaken some kind of silver mirror Byakugan, and she single-handedly took out everyone on the opposite side. As soon as I heard that Chiburu was in critical condition, my heart tightened. No yoke. Ya and Chiburu had a bond that was life and death. If Chiburu were gone, Ya's life would be ruined. I couldn't even eat my meal and directly had Uncle Snake take me to check on the situation. As soon as I entered the secret room where the nutrient pod was, I saw Ya slumped on the ground, his whole body weakly leaning against the glass, as if he had lost his soul. I told you, Hinata was right next to him, looking very worried, and inside that nutrient pod. Goodness. Shamru only had his upper body left, his eyes closed, looking almost like he was dead. I was so frustrated that my teeth hurt. I thought to myself, if it weren't for Uncle Snake's top-notch nutrient solution, Chiwon would have long gone to play mahjong with the first and second generations. Is there still hope? As a result, Orochimaru, looking like a secluded master, said in a deep voice, "Yes, there are two methods." I was stunned at the time, thinking to myself, no wonder he's Uncle Snake. Even in this situation, he has two plans. But when he started speaking, I almost rolled my eyes to the back of my head. First, transplant interstitial cells. As soon as I heard it, I said, "Are you serious, buddy? If this thing is like a cabbage, how can Konoha have only one would-release ninja? I mean, does this even make sense?" Second, let Akamaru learn Tsunade's creation rebirth technique. All right, I get it. Uncle Snake, your thought process is all about being unexpected. I was so annoyed that I patted his shoulder and said, "Uncle Snake, with this line of thinking, why not just let it die and then use Edo Tensei to bring it back?" And guess what? This guy's eyes lit up and he said, "That's a good point. Luo-jun, you're amazing." When I looked at his expression, it was like looking at an internet genius. For the first time, I felt that this chief scientist of the ninja world didn't seem very smart. When he saw my disapproving gaze, he quickly coughed twice and said he was just joking. Sigh, I couldn't be bothered with him and walked over to Inuzuka Kiba, giving him a pat. That kid Kiba looked up dully, his eyes completely devoid of light, lifeless. But when he saw me, it was like he had grasped the last straw for survival. He suddenly stood up, gripping my shoulders tightly with both hands. "Lo, save Akamaru. You used to carry him when he was little." His pleading gaze was something I couldn't withstand, so I could only agree first. "Okay, I'll think of a way." However, Kiba's hand was still on my shoulders, and I immediately felt a chill down my back. Without even turning around, I knew my family member was once again in jealous mode. Who understands family? She not only gets jealous of women, but also of men. I quickly went over to calm Kaguya down, giving her enough sense of security before returning to the nutrient pod. I sat cross-legged, my mind racing. The ability to regenerate lost limbs, aside from Tsunade's bug skill, has only been used by Naruto and Obito. To figure this out, I need to find White Zetsu. But that thing is currently attached to the body of the Ten Tails. Who knows where it is? I leaned close to Kaguya and whispered to her to see if she could sense it. She said she wasn't the main body and couldn't sense anything. Great, the lead is gone. Time passed minute by minute, and after an hour, everyone's expressions shifted from hope to despair. Kiba completely broke down, tears streaming down his face. Orochimaru, growing impatient beside me, said, "Come on, just use that Edo Tensei technique you mentioned. It's not worth it for just a dog." I told him, death is death. It's different. I hope that none of my companions will be missing. Just then, Yi suddenly stood up. Although his face was covered in tears, his expression was exceptionally determined. He saw my dilemma and said, "Luo, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be so powerless anymore. Shikamaru, let's do it the way Lord Orochimaru suggested." How much pain must he be feeling inside to make such a choice? He doesn't want Shikamaru to suffer anymore. I excitedly shook his shoulder. You can't give up. If you give up, there's really no hope. He was completely broken down, squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, cry like a child, saying he didn't want to either. But he couldn't bear to see Chiharu in so much pain. I tell you, that scene was heartbreaking. Just then, a sudden thought hit me. Right? Why does it have to be Hashirama's cells? I abruptly turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Uncle Snake, can we use cells from other organisms instead of Hashirama's cells? Can they fuse?" Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, "Same species will definitely succeed, but different species. We need to research it." Really? That's great. I jumped up directly. I thought of a solution. Haha, actually too. Everyone was energized by my shout and looked at me in unison. I directly unleash my power. In the ninja world, there is a summoning beast called the Hell Three-Headed Dog. Its body can be severed, yet it doesn't die and can split into two. Do you guys know about this? Orochimaru looked confused and said he had only seen it in books, asking if I knew who had it. I looked at him, smiling meaningfully. This person, you still recognize him. Pain. The moment I said pain, Orochimaru's face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and he gasped in shock. Let me tell you, the psychological shadow left by pain back in the day is probably larger than the entire Hidden Leaf Village. He trembled and asked me, "Luo, are you really going to provoke pain?" It was a fear ingrained deep in his bones, a sense of helplessness that made you unable to resist. Just when he let out a sigh of relief, my next sentence dropped his jaw in disbelief. The three-headed hellhound is just too ugly. I really can't imagine three-headed Akamaru swaying in front of me. What if it splits and can't come back together? That would be quite the fun. After hearing my description, Kiba couldn't help but shiver, probably picturing the spectacular scene of the Inuzuka clan being filled with three-headed dogs. Orochimaru was completely stunned, with a face that seemed to say, "You're kidding me just because of this?" I laid it all out. What else? You don't really think I can't handle pain, do you? Come on. It's just a Rinnegan, a small matter. Even if Sage of Six Paths showed up, I wouldn't be scared. At that moment, Kagaya popped her head out of my arms, looking adorably confused, and asked, "Sage of Six Paths?" I explained to her, "It's the feathered robe." She responded with an "oh," and then went back inside. Orochimaru was beside us, his jaw almost dropping in shock, probably thinking that our conversation about the Sage of Six Paths was like chatting about the misbehaving kid next door. I ignored him and continued with the second method, to merge the slug's cells into the red orb. As soon as I finished speaking, Orochimaru jumped up and exclaimed, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible." I said, "You can't do it?" He said no, it's that he doesn't dare. If he dared to make this request to the slug immortal, that person could beat him to a pulp. I laughed at that moment. Wow, Uncle Snake, you have your day too, focusing on being true to oneself. I said it's a small matter. Let me handle it. I directly bit my finger, pressed it to the ground, and summoned a spirit. Boom! A little slug appeared. The little guy was quite polite. "Lord Luo, Lady Kagaya?" But then Kagaya coldly replied, "Call me Lady Luo." The poor little slug almost split in fright right then and there. I smiled and said to it, "Can I borrow some cells for an experiment?" The little slug was almost crying and explained to me that each cell it divides is an independent consciousness, and I would essentially be murdering its doppelganger. Moreover, there is magical power within the cells, and once fused, Chi-Wan could very likely be assimilated, directly turning into a slug dog. I handed the choice to Ya. It was either to become a potentially ugly three-headed dog or to risk turning into a slug to gain sage power. Ya's feelings were truly deep. In order to prevent Akamaru from completely disappearing, he chose the hellish three-headed dog, just as the little slug was about to run away. A faint cry suddenly came from the nutrient pod. Akamaru woke up. He used all his strength to open his eyes and looked at me, his gaze filled with pleading. He understood. He wanted to give it a shot. He wanted to become stronger and help Ya. You couldn't hold back and started crying. All right, I made the decision. Since we've decided, let's go to the wet bone forest now. With a flying thunder god technique, we arrived directly at the wet bone forest. As soon as I sensed it, I was shocked. My chakra felt like it was useless. Later, I realized that the thing on my forehead was like a super power bank, constantly absorbing natural energy. My blue bar must have already skyrocketed. The slug sage was very generous and directly gave me a small slug. Uncle Snake took it, and his gaze was both shocked and excited, feeling like all the experiments he had dreamed of for a lifetime were finally realized today. He started operating, looking very skilled, and I found it familiar. Wow, isn't this the same method I experienced when I was infused with sage power in the Dragon Cave? The fusion process was extremely painful, and Akamaru cried out in agony. His body melted to the point of becoming a skeleton, and finally, even the skeleton disappeared, leaving only a mass of spiritual light. I had experience, and just as I was about to remind you to call out his name quickly, it turned out to be unnecessary. Akamaru was incredibly resilient. His soul blurred for just a moment, and his mind was immediately filled with memories of growing up with you, stabilizing in an instant, and successfully reconstructing his body. I was thinking, wow, do I even have a dog's willpower that strong? 3 days later, the new Akamaru was online. His originally snow-white fur now had green stripes on all 4 legs, looking incredibly cool. Orochimaru treated him like a treasure and asked him to show off. The next second, I was completely stunned. Akamaru suddenly split into hundreds of himself, and then all the clones entered sage mode in a second. Black eyeshadow appeared around their eyes. At that moment, I had one thought. Wow, hundreds of sage technique dogs using the same technique. Who can withstand that? This was simply a walking multi-warhead missile. But it wasn't over. One of them jumped over and bit ya, and with a flash of green light, he was instantly at full health and full chakra. A versatile dog that could both fight and heal. I was fired up at that moment, and just when my Tao-seeking jade transformed into Kagaya, I had to find someone to challenge. I shouted directly at, "Come on, let's have a match." This guy is also quite straightforward. As soon as I finished shouting, without saying a word, he directly hit me with a full combo. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. Hundreds and thousands of red balls suddenly appeared, and my face was covered in sage mode eyeshadow. Does anyone understand? A dog going into sage mode. Is that reasonable? Granny Tsunade beside me looked pale, probably thinking, I couldn't even master this back in the day, and now a dog has done it? Is there no law anymore? Immediately, Kiba shouted, "Sage art, fawn over fawn." Those thousands of dogs in sage mode instantly turned into little spinning tops, rushing towards me. The spectacle was unbelievable. But who am I? Am I scared of this? I got excited and clapped my hands. Let's go. Sage art, true thousands hands. With a loud boom, a giant statue of a 1,000-handed Buddha rose up behind me. How big was it? When I jumped onto its head, it felt like I was standing at the top of Mount Everest. Everyone from Konoha was dumbfounded, probably reminiscing about the first Hokage's heroic figure. Mainly, this release was super easy for me. It was like using my hands, simpler than making a rice ball. Countless wooden fists, as big as cooking pots, smashed down like hail. Those dogs on the opposite side were stubborn, not dodging or avoiding, and took the hits head on. After one wave of attacks, a bunch of red balls were lying on the ground. I thought it was over, but what happened? A flash of green light, and they resurrected on the spot. Full health, full chakra. Tsunade was almost going crazy beside me, wondering if this was some bug-level summoning beast from a game with its splitting and self-healing abilities. Kiba saw this move worked well, and with another roar, he used the same Fong over Fong again. I said, dude, can we change skills? Are you just a repeating machine? All right, if you have one trick, then I'll show you something new. Standing on the Buddha's head, I open my mouth, Sage Art. Ice release. Ice Age. With a snap, the entire training ground turned into Harbin Ice and Snow World, with snowflakes like blades drifting down, turning those red balls into ice sculptures. You think it ended there? They actually shattered the ice, and, with a flash of green light, we're back to full health again. Not bad. There is something there. I laughed. Press my hands on the Buddha, Sage Art. Wind release, Flying Dragon. Countless black lightning dragons crawled over the ice surface, zapping those white-haired dogs with a wave of electricity, making them smoke. Kiba gave up looking at me with resentment. I'm not fighting anymore. You're just messing with me. Only someone crazy would keep fighting you. Come on, dude. I was anxious. I hadn't even finished using my new skill. I had so many new moves left to try. Kiba refused to fight, saying he wouldn't fight even if the ninja world was destroyed today. Seeing him give up, I thought, hey, aren't the experts from Konoha all here to watch? This is the perfect opportunity for practice. In a flash, I pulled Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Guy Lee, Sasuke, Naruto, and anyone who could breathe into the arena. Tsunade was the first to blow up. Hey, Luo, what are you up to? I grinned and said, come on, don't just stand there looking. All of you attack together. I haven't had enough fun yet. Orochimaru licked his lips with a playful expression and asked, Luo Jun, are you sure you want to take us all on by yourself? I replied, what else? Should I pull you all in to be the referees? As soon as I said that, Kai and Xiao Li, those two hot-blooded fools, were the first to get fired up. 8 gates of Duanjia, 5th gate, open. The 2 green steam beings charged at me with a loud shout. The 3 ninjas were in perfect sync and summoned their spirit animals at the same time. The result was hilarious. Jiraiya's toad, Gamabunta, appeared. Tsunade's slug came out, but when it was Orochimaru's turn, there was just empty space under his feet. Goodness. His legendary snake was sneezing in the dragon cave and didn't show up. Orochimaru's expression at that moment was just like the old man on the subway, looking at smartphone. JPG, completely dumbfounded. To avoid the awkwardness, he stretched his neck and spat out the Kusanagi sword, stabbing it over here. Sasuke also activated his power, and the purple Susanoo rose up from the ground, shooting a Susanoo arrow straight at my forehead. Naruto was even more ruthless, directly unleashing 9 tails and forming an enormous tailed beast bomb to smash down at me. Neji and Hinata were supporting from the back, one slowing me down while the other opened a portal for Akamaru. When Kiba saw the crowd, he got even more excited and charged forward with his dog army. Let me tell you, at that moment, it was like gods fighting. Various light cannons and ninjutsu were flying everywhere, and I was just about to unleash my ultimate move. But then, my girlfriend, Kagaya, flashed right in front of me. With just a little wave of her hand, all the attacks, like tailed beast bombs and Susanoo arrows, were deflected back in an instant, and it was an accelerated rebound. The whole place went silent. I was stunned, and the people on the other side were also stunned. Kagaya even turned back and gave me a sweet smile. That little expression, it was as if she was saying, darling, I'm amazing, right? You should praise me. At that moment, I felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through my mind. Sister, this is my game. You came in and took me out in one move. What am I supposed to do? Am I just going to stand by and shout 666 at you? I could only comfort her. Darling, didn't I say I didn't want you to step in? As a result, her eyes turned red, and she looked aggrieved. Woo-woo, dear, you blaming me? Great. This is what I fear the most. What else could I say? I quickly reassured her. How could I? My darling is the strongest. Only then did Kagaya stop crying and nuzzle into my arms. The people across from us looked at us, feeding each other dog food. Their faces darkened. After I calmed Kagaya down, I sheepishly asked them, So, should we go again? Tsunade was the first to turn around and leave, angrily shouting, What the hell? If I fight you again, I'll be Akamaru. Jiraiya followed suit, bouncing along. Exactly, whoever fights you is Akamaru. Then one by one, they all ran away, leaving behind a parting shot. Whoever fights you is Akamaru. Kai and Lee even ran away upside down, shouting that they needed to strengthen their training. Poor Akamaru was lying on Kiba's shoulder, looking utterly disillusioned. Folks, just like that, a century battle turned into a large-scale dog abuse scene. Isn't that ridiculous? A week later, Sasuke came to me saying he wanted to find his brother. I thought that made sense, so I told him Itachi was an undercover, suggesting he simply defect and go help him, while also delivering a message. On the other hand, Sakura was quite stubborn, insisting on undergoing a risky surgery with only a 20 success rate, and her parents' tearful persuasion was useless. In the end, she actually won the gamble, and the surgery was successful. One day, I had nothing to do, so I went to the Hokage's office to find Tsunade, who was buried in paperwork, looking utterly disillusioned. I teased her a bit, saying I wanted to take Naruto and Kagaya on a trip and also pick up an A-rank mission as a funded vacation. She was more than happy to approve me quickly. Before I left, I even suggested she capture Jiraiya to handle official duties, and her eyes lit up at that. Oh, Jiraiya, this is where I can help you. Then I went to Orochimaru's lab. He was worried about the container for the Edo Tensei. Seeing his plight, I took out a pair of Byakugan and told him this thing could cure Kimimura's terminal illness. When I arrived at Jumaro's hospital room, I was amazed. Uncle Snake was really quick. He had already installed the white eye for him. I made it clear to Junmaro that once he was cured, he would have to become Orochimaru's vessel. Are you sure about that? As a result, this guy was so excited that he jumped off the bed and knelt down in front of me, saying it was his lifelong dream. What else could I say? This brainwashing I would call a skill. I placed my hand on his forehead, channeled chakra into him, and upgraded his Byakugan directly to Silver Mirror Byakugan, curing his illness on the spot. Sigh, looking at his happy expression, I really didn't know whether to say he was pitiful or tragic. I only told Orochimaru to cherish him, as these eyes would be no less than pains in the future. Finally, I went to find Naruto and happened to catch him arguing with a mini version of the Nine Tails. Let me tell you, that scene was like elementary school kids bickering. That arrogant Nine Tails, who could it possibly argue with? It must be true love. As I walked over to greet them, the Nine Tails, probably caught up in the argument, didn't even turn its head and started spouting. Who do you think you are? As soon as it finished speaking, it probably sensed my killing intent and instantly changed its tone, praising me like crazy, saying things like the endless flow of a Yangtze River and the towering giant mountains standing firm, giving me goosebumps. This survival instinct, truly the model worker of 2025. All right, enough with the nonsense. I couldn't be bothered to argue with it. Naruto, we're here for a mission. As soon as this kid heard that, he got all excited, bouncing up and down. Really? That's great. It's been so long since we've had a mission. My body is about to rust. I pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Well, Kakashi-sensei just wanted to take a mission to clean up feces. Since you're so excited, I'll leave it to you. What? Naruto was instantly petrified on the spot, as if doubting his own ears. No, absolutely not. I'm going to find Granny Tsunade right now. Even though they did not meet like in the original timeline, Naruto still became familiar with Tsunade. Do as you wish. Not long after, the three arrived at the Hokage building. Naruto pushed the door open and shouted loudly, "Granny Tsunade, I absolutely refuse to clean up feces." In the room, Tsunade and Kakashi, who were discussing character details, were stunned upon hearing Naruto's voice. What on earth is going on? However, when they saw Luo's half-smiling expression, they instantly understood. No, since the mission has already been accepted, it cannot be abandoned. This is a ninja's principle. Tsunade resolutely refused. No, no. Seeing that Tsunade disagreed, Naruto immediately played the rogue. Since it's Kakashi-sensei's mission, let Kakashi-sensei go himself. Naruto, since I'm your team leader, I have the right to assign tasks. Kakashi's expression was very stern. If it weren't for Luo seeing the corners of his mouth twitching under the mask, he might have actually believed that Kakashi was serious. Naruto, obey the order. Tsunade added fuel to the fire. As things seemed to become a foregone conclusion, Naruto gave up struggling, looking like a frostbitten eggplant. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Naruto's aggrieved little appearance, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Luo could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. As for Kaguya, well, she completely did not understand why a few people were laughing. However, seeing Luo laugh so happily, she also revealed a sweet smile. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. This time, you have received a mission to escort. An A-rank mission, Tsunade said. Escort the actress Fuji Keisuke to the land of snow to complete a shooting task. Upon hearing that they were all lying to themselves, Naruto initially wanted to protest. But when he heard the name Fuji Keisuke, his protest immediately stalled. His face showed a look of surprise. Is it the Fuji Keisuke who played Princess Fongyan? Really? Really? Haha, I must get her autograph. Not good, not good. Miss Keisuke is missing. Just then, the mission initiator, Santai, suddenly burst into the Hokage's office, shouting anxiously. It seems our Miss Keisuke is very resistant to going to the land of snow, Luo said with a half-smile on his face. What do you think is the reason? Mr. Santai? Well, I don't know, Santai said, showing a hint of guilt. Maybe it's because Miss Keisuke doesn't like the land of snow. Is that really the case? Luo shrugged, not exposing Santai's lie. Naruto, the task of finding Fuji Keisuke's is entrusted to you. Make sure to complete the mission. Naruto saluted and dashed out with great enthusiasm. Just a couple of days ago, she had just finished watching the movie starring Keisuke's and was really fond of the Princess Fengyan in it. With this motivation, Naruto seemed to forget what fatigue was, spending the entire day searching through the entire Konoha village. Until night fell, she finally found Fuji Keisuke's, who was drinking alone in an izakaya. At this moment, Fuji Keisuke's eyes were somewhat dazed, her chin resting lightly on the table, her fingers fiddling with an empty wine glass. She murmured to herself, not knowing what she was saying. Haha, finally found you. Seeing her idol, Naruto excitedly rushed to her side, took out paper and pen from her pocket, and looked at Fuji Keisuke's with hopeful eyes. Princess Fengyan, I like you. Please give me an autograph. Chapter 84. Setting sail to the land of snow, Fuji Keisuke's sluggishly turned her head to look at Naruto's excited face and disdainfully curled her lips. You like me? What do you like about me? What is so worth liking? Because you're an actress. A great actress. Naruto's face showed no sign of losing excitement. Instead, she looked even more adoring. Ha ha ha. Hearing Naruto's words, Fuji Keisuke's laughed so hard that tears almost came out. What a fool. Being an actress is the worst profession. Only the worst people would do such a job. Acting out a false life according to someone else's script. Just a complete fool. Huh. Naruto was dumbfounded, slowly putting down the paper and pen, and leaned closer to Fuji Keisuke's. Sister, are you drunk? However, this gentle concern seemed to touch Fuji Keisuke's reverse scale. She turned her head, looking angrily at Naruto, and shouted loudly. So annoying. Can you just get lost? Just then, Santai rushed in, panting. Miss Keisuke's. The ship to the land of snow is about to set sail. If you don't hurry, you will miss it. However, Fuji Keisuke's completely ignored the anxious Santai, picked up a cup of sake, and drank it in one gulp. This is the end. There will be no more Princess Fengyan, and I will not go to the land of snow. What a hassle. At this moment, Kakashi also walked in from outside and immediately heard Fuji Keisuke's voice. He turned to Luo and asked, Should you go, or should I? You go ahead. Luo shrugged. He had no motivation to use ninjutsu on an ordinary person. All right. Kakashi slowly walked to Fuji Keisuke's back and patted her shoulder. Upon hearing someone call her, Fuji Keisuke's instinctively turned around. However, what greeted her was Kakashi's scarlet Sharingan. Luo facepalmed. Was it really appropriate to use the Sharingan to swat a fly? In the palace of the land of snow. Are you saying the key is on the little Snow, who is now using the name Fuji Keisuke's, right? Fengwan Nuda sat high on the throne, taking a gentle sip of the red wine in his cup, and said in a deep voice, Yes, Lord Nuda, I saw it with my own eyes. Langia Shubing knelt on one knee, lowering his head, and answered firmly, Just a little girl, why didn't you take action directly? I think it should be very easy for you, Fengwan Nuda said, his face showing no sign of joy or anger, and his voice sounded equally flat. However, anyone could see the dissatisfaction hidden beneath his calm exterior. Lord Nuda, it's because the other party invited the Hatake Kakashi to be the bodyguard for Little Snow. Moreover, the other party is on Konoha's territory. To avoid alarming the enemy, I did not act rashly, Langia Shuobin, who had been under Fengwan Nuda for many years, immediately explained. Oh, Hatake Kakashi? Things seem to be getting interesting, Fengwan Nuda said. Speaking of which, this should be considered a so-called fateful confrontation. Among the three, the only female ninja. Fei Shuichian slightly raised her head upon hearing this familiar name, her eyes full of mockery as she licked her lips and smiled. I wonder if he, who fled like a stray dog back then, will bring us any surprises this time. Listening to Fei Shuichian's teasing words, the last sturdy ninja, Bingbao Dongxiong, also slowly spoke. His words also laced with mockery. On the other side, Fuji Keisuke's had a very long dream. In the dream, she was still that carefree little girl, gently nestled in her father's embrace. Her father told her that when spring arrives, she would be able to see the future in the mirror. For a long time, the dream ended, and Fuji Fuyuki slowly woke up from her dream, gently rubbing her throbbing forehead, her expression appearing somewhat sorrowful. "Father, have you forgotten? In the land of snow, there is no spring. Miss Yuki, are you awake?" At this moment, a knock sounded from outside the room. Fuyuki tidied her somewhat messy hair from just waking up and groggily said, "Santai, is there any water? I drank a bit too much yesterday and still feel a bit dizzy. Also, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it feels like everything around me is swaying." "Miss Yuki, that's not your imagination. We are on a ship right now," Santai replied with a smile. "What?" Hearing Santai's response, Fuyuki seemed to instantly wake up, jumping to the floor without even putting on her shoes, and rushed out of the room. However, what greeted her eyes was an endless sea. Fuyuki pulled at her hair in despair. "Why is this happening? Once we're on the ship, there's no turning back." Santai walked slowly to Fuyuki's side and said with a smile, "Miss Yuki, I wish you a pleasant work experience," until she was pulled away by the crew members for makeup. Fuyuki still hadn't recovered from the shock of being on the ship, her whole demeanor remaining wilted and listless. Looking at Fuyuki in front of him, Naruto felt that the princess of the storm had shattered in his heart. All the beauty had vanished. This was completely not the princess of the storm I had in mind. Distance creates beauty. Huh? Naruto, leaning against the railing, feeling the sea breeze gently blowing against his cheeks, Luo said softly, "But no matter what, she is our protected one. You must protect her no matter what happens." "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I won't let her get hurt," Naruto patted his chest and promised. In their conversation, the filming had already begun. Entering work mode, Fuyuki seemed to transform into a different person in an instant. Naruto's mouth dropped open. The princess of the storm in his heart seemed to have returned. Seeing Naruto's admiring gaze, Santai proudly said, "This is Miss Yuki. Once she enters work mode, her acting is the best." However, before Santai could finish speaking, Fuyuki suddenly raised her left hand. "Wait. Santai, bring me my eye drops." Naruto, who was seriously listening to Santai's explanation, couldn't help but stumble at Fuyuki's sudden outburst. What the heck? Naruto felt that the princess of the storm in his heart had shattered once again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Luo held Kagaya's small hand, and as they just stepped out of the room, they bumped into Kakashi. "Luo, something seems off." Kakashi pointed at the iceberg blocking their path, his brow furrowed tightly. "No kidding. Who suddenly has an iceberg blocking their route? It's obviously not right," Luo said, glancing at the iceberg in the distance, sounding annoyed. "Should I go take a look?" Kakashi asked quietly. Hey, big brother, who is the captain? You or me?" Luo was directly speechless. "Do what you need to do. I'm just here to tag along. This time, unless absolutely necessary, I won't make a move." Saying that, Luo ignored Kakashi and took Kagaya to the side of the ship, pointing at the iceberg in the distance, gently saying, "Dear, I want to carve your likeness on that iceberg. What do you think? Then I want to carve my husband's likeness too." Kagaya smiled sweetly, nuzzling into Luo's embrace. Thus, under Kakashi's expression that seemed to be constipated, the two directly flew to the top of the iceberg. Meanwhile, the director of the crew also wanted to shoot on the iceberg, so Kakashi didn't say much. However, at that moment, a loud boom suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Kakashi's reaction was very quick. With a flicker, he was already beside Fuyuki, his gaze fixed on the direction of the explosion, three figures suddenly coming into view. "Little Snow Princess, it's been a long time. Hope you've been well. I wonder if you brought the hexagonal crystal?" one of the long-haired ninjas said with a smile. Looking at the stunned crowd. "What? Little Snow Princess?" Kakashi turned to look at Fuyuki, his expression filled with disbelief. However, in an instant, his expression shifted from disbelief to seriousness. "Naruto, you must protect Miss Yuki. Chuyin, Dongxiong. The Little Snow Princess is in your hands. I'll go meet our old friend." After saying that, Avalanche rushed towards Kakashi. Seeing the Avalanche rushing straight towards him, Kakashi helplessly glanced over there, not even looking this way, still enthusiastically carving ice sculptures with Luo and Kagaya, and could only rush up helplessly. "Long time no see, Kakashi. This time, are you going to run away like last time?" Seeing Kakashi rushing towards him, Avalanche's face was filled with a mocking expression. "Cut the crap." Kakashi squinted his eyes, pushing off the ground with force, and a kunai that had appeared in his hand stabbed straight towards Avalanche's chest. At this moment, Naruto also flickered and stood in front of Fuji Fuyuki, his eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching Chuyin and Dongxiong. I still don't understand what's going on, but isn't this just like in the movies? Haha, Princess of the Storm, leave her protection to me. Seeing Naruto so serious, the Nine-Tails couldn't help but tease. Hey, little Naruto, do you need help? If you beg me, I might help you. Stupid fox, don't underestimate me. Dealing with these two is enough for me alone. Naruto snorted coldly, quickly crossing his hands in front of his chest. Shadow, clone, jutsu. Prince's battle strategy, first form. Overwhelm the few with the many. Bang, bang, bang. As the white smoke dissipated, countless shadow clones had firmly protected Fuji Fuyuki behind them. Chapter 85. When did you become so weak? Ice Shield, Snowstorm. Looking at the dense shadow clones, Chuyin revealed a disdainful sneer, and with a fierce wave of his right hand, countless icy swallows shot towards the army of shadow clones. Watching the shadow clones being attacked and dissipating one after another, Naruto felt no panic in his heart. This minor chakra consumption didn't concern him at all. Unlike the original timeline, Naruto didn't need to separately allocate chakra to suppress the Nine-Tails. With the Uzumaki bloodline, his chakra amount was terrifying. Miss Yuki, the rest is up to me. You should return to the ship first. The best defense is offense. Naruto decided to take the initiative. Brothers, charge. With Naruto's command, countless shadow clones began to form Razengans. Prince's battle strategy, second form, bombardment. However, just as Naruto's main body intended to attack, he suddenly realized that Fuji Fuyuki wasn't following his plan and returning to the cabin. Instead, she stood there in a daze, her legs trembling, as if she had lost her soul. Ice release. Ice prison technique. Countless shadow clones rushed towards her, and Chuyin slammed her hands onto the ground. Instantly, a thick ice wall rose up to block the spiraling attacks of the shadow clones. Seeing the ice shards flying in all directions, a hint of seriousness appeared on Chuyin's face. Unexpectedly, the little ghost on the other side could unleash such a terrifying attack. However, little ghost, this isn't enough. With this thought, the chakra armor worn by Che Yin suddenly sprouted a pair of giant wings, and in the next moment, she soared into the sky. Ice release. Yin, Chue Shui. Once again forming hand seals, countless icy flying swallows fell from the sky, launching a carpet bombing directly at the army of shadow clones. On the other side, Dongxiong was equally unwilling to back down, stepping onto his portable skateboard. The chakra armor on him released jets of steam, and with each burst of steam, his speed increased even more. In no time, his speed was so fast that he could only be seen as a blur. All the shadow clones that collided with him turned into white smoke and vanished. Seeing this scene, Naruto felt a bit anxious. He turned to Fuji Fuyuki, who was kneeling on the ground trembling. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry back to the ship's cabin. However, Fuji Fuyuki's mind was completely consumed by fear. The scene of escaping from the land of snow 10 years ago flashed in her mind. Miss Fuyuki, hurry back to the ship. Santai Fu was anxiously urging from the side. If this continues, you'll lose your life. Yet, Fuji Fuyuki ignored everything, tightly holding her head, shaking uncontrollably, repeatedly muttering, I don't want to go to the land of snow. Absolutely not. At this moment, Naruto could no longer pay attention to the battle with Chue Yin and Dongxiong. He had to ensure the safety of his employer. After once again sending out hundreds and thousands of shadow clones to block the enemy's advance, he turned around and directly scooped up Fuji Fuyuki, running towards the big ship. Don't mind me, just let me die, okay? Fuji Fuyuki struggled in Naruto's arms. Hey, don't be so willful. Seeing Fuji Fuyuki struggling and refusing to cooperate in his arms, Naruto's temper flared. You think you can just escape like this? You really don't take me seriously. Watching Naruto fleeing quickly, Chue Yin, who was flying in the air and was not disturbed by the shadow clones, sneered. Ice release. Yin Chue Shui. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless icy flying swallows shot directly at Naruto, densely packed, completely blocking all his escape routes. One by one, the icy flying swallows kept hitting Naruto's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Fuji Fuyuki, who had been struggling in Naruto's arms, gradually quieted down. She looked at the crimson at the corner of Naruto's mouth and murmured, "Why are you saving me?" Naruto did not answer. His gaze became more resolute, and his movements quickened once again. One attack failed, and Yin did not hesitate to launch her ninjutsu again. Naruto, Kakashi, who had noticed the situation from a distance, exclaimed, suddenly exerting force under his feet to shake off the avalanche that was entangling him, instantly appearing behind Naruto. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball spewed from Kakashi's mouth, directly melting the icy flying swallows that were shooting at Naruto. Kakashi, you really are just like 10 years ago, only knowing how to run away. Looking at Kakashi escaping, the avalanche mocked, "But are you sure you can escape?" Ice release, a bucket of white whale. With the sound of the avalanche falling, a gigantic whale suddenly appeared on the sea, crashing toward Kakashi and Naruto. So that's it. Using the environment to create a ninjutsu similar to ice release. I thought it was really a bloodline limit. Kakashi had always thought that the opponent was a ninja with the ice release bloodline limit, but now it seemed not to be the case. He quickly formed several hand seals and shouted, "Ice release, a bucket of white whale." Two huge ice whales collided, producing a tremendous roar, and the icy island was shattered with the collision of the two ice whales. It must be said that Luo and Kagaya truly had no talent for sculpture. The ice sculptures they had spent so much time carving bore no resemblance to their appearances. Looking at the ice sculpture in front of them, the two exchanged glances. "Destroy it. This was our first heartfelt gift carved for each other. Keep it. These two ice sculptures are simply unbearable to look at." Just then, the ice island suddenly collapsed, causing Luo and Kagaya to brighten up. "Cough. My dear, while the ice sculpture is beautiful, it can never capture your brilliance. And your most beautiful brilliance will always remain in my heart." Kagaya's face also flushed. She didn't know if it was because her ice sculpture was too ugly or because of Luo's sweet words. "Husband, you will always be in my heart too. Shall we go back?" Luo asked softly. Let's go back. It's quite cold outside." Kagaya pretended not to understand Luo's subtle intentions. Neither of them mentioned the ice sculpture again as they flew back to the ship together. At this time, everyone had returned to the ship. Kakashi looked at Luo, who was leisurely and completely unfazed. "Are you really just here for a vacation? Hey, I trust you and Naruto's strength, right? Isn't that right? Naruto?" Luo turned to Naruto, who was beside him, and was momentarily stunned. "What is going on? Those two little weaklings can hurt you like this? When did you get so bad?" Hearing Luo's teasing, Naruto retorted, "I want to prove that even without the stinky fox, I can protect Princess Fengyan by myself. TSK, TSK, TSK. So that's how it is. This person and Fox are still in a quarrel. Well, mutual understanding takes time to develop. From the looks of it, whether it was the One Tail or Nine Tails, they were still quite cooperative. When he resurrected the 10 Tails later, he would just extract most of their chakra. That way, their consciousness could still be preserved. However, there was no rush for all this, since it would still take some time before the 3 Tails could be revived. Avalanche. Why don't we chase after them? On the shattered ice island, Yin looked at the avalanche in confusion. Just now, I suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations. It felt like if we chased after them, I would definitely die. The avalanche looked solemnly at the big ship that was quickly sailing away. Forget it. Let them bounce around for a while longer. Anyway, when we reach the land of snow, it will be our territory. They won't stir up any trouble. Dong Xiong said in a deep voice. Perhaps due to shock to her mind, although Naruto was unharmed by the ninjutsu attack, Fuyuki had fallen into a coma. Inside the small cabin of the ship, Kakashi gently picked up the pendant that Fuyuki had placed on the table and examined it closely. Is this what they were looking for? His thoughts were drawn back to the harrowing rescue mission from 10 years ago. Unknowingly, she has grown up so much. Looking at Fuyuki lying on the bed, who still bore some resemblance to her childhood self, Kakashi murmured, "Did you recognize her?" At this moment, Luo walked in and, seeing Kakashi in deep thought, instantly realized that he probably already knew Fuyuki's true identity. "Yes, 10 years ago, I brought her back from the land of snow. Now I understand why she is so reluctant to go to the land of snow. That place must be her eternal nightmare." Kakashi sighed. You should consider how to complete this mission. The Land of Snow is the other party's territory. Luo casually replied, curling his lips. Are you sure you won't take action? Kakashi's brows were tightly furrowed. This mission had clearly exceeded the scope of an A-rank task. If it weren't for Luo being here, Kakashi would have already considered requesting support from the village. For me, the essence of this mission is simply that I want to take my family treasure to see the sights. You'd better not have too high expectations of me. Pulling Kagaya along, Luo turned and walked out of the room, leaving Kakashi alone, bewildered. Damn! Hearing Luo's casual tone and indifferent attitude, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Even if he sought help from the village now, the Hokage probably wouldn't agree. Forget it for now. He could only pray that Luo still had a bit of conscience left. Kakashi looked once more at the pendant in his hand before placing it in his ninja tool pouch. Then, using the transformation technique, he created an identical fake pendant and placed it on the table. Chapter 86. The Princess's Night. As Kakashi walked out of the room, he saw Luo gently holding Kagaya with one hand while leisurely sipping hot tea with the other, and he instantly felt his anger rising. Luo, you're going too far. At this rate, we will never complete our mission. Oh, don't say that, Kakashi. You need to have confidence in your own abilities. Putting down his teacup, Luo waved his hand dismissively. Mission? What mission? Didn't I come out this time just to enjoy some fun with you? Kagaya looked up, her gaze towards Kakashi carrying a dangerous glint. Under Kagaya's stare, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. So, he quickly changed the topic and turned to Sandame. Sandame, you must know about Miss Yukihira's identity by now. Then, you should also know what will happen when she returns to the Land of Snow. I know, but to bring the princess back to this country, I can only do this. Sandame sighed, looking quite helpless. Haha. At this moment, Naruto suddenly burst into laughter. Hey, uncle, you're really getting too into character. That sister is just playing the role of the wind and cloud princess in a movie. No, she's a real princess. Fujikaze Yukihira is just her alias. In fact, she is the heir to the Land of Snow, Princess Kaze Hanayuki. Kakashi found a seat, leaned on the table with both hands, and spoke calmly. What? Naruto stood up abruptly, looking at Kakashi with disbelief in his eyes. That was a mission I executed 10 years ago. Back then, I didn't have the strength I have now. When I encountered those snow ninjas, I could only escape in disgrace. To keep Princess Kaze safe was already the limit. Retracting his arms from the table, Kakashi slumped back against his chair, recalling the scene from 10 years ago. If only you hadn't saved me back then. At some point, Fujikaze Yukihira, also known as Kaze Hanayuki, gently pushed the door open and walked out. Princess Kaze, please don't say such things. For people like us, your Highness's survival is our last hope. Sandame excitedly slapped the table, tears already filling his eyes. Although my people have been rescued, my heart has long since died in that great fire. Kaze Hanayuki's gaze was incredibly calm, even numb. Princess Kaze, the people of the Land of Snow are still waiting for your return. Please, you must lead us to defeat Naruto and become the new ruler of this country. Sandame suddenly stood up and jogged to Kaze Hanayuki, kneeling on the ground, hoping that she would regain her confidence, knowing that there were still people supporting her. However, reality often defies expectations. Leaning against the wall, Kaze Hanayuki's expression showed no sign of change. Put away your ridiculous thoughts. Naruto's power far exceeds your imagination. No matter how hard you try, you will never be able to defeat them. Give up on that hope. Kaze Hanayuki's tone grew increasingly agitated. Doesn't she want to defeat Naruto and avenge her father? No, she wants it more than anyone else. But if she agrees to Sandame's request, countless people will lose their lives because of this illusory dream. For the sake of the Land of Snow, she does not want to, nor can she do so. Give up? That's too easy to say. At that moment, Naruto slammed his hand on the table, standing up forcefully, his eyes fixed on Kaze Hanayuki. In anything, only by never giving up can we see a hopeful future. Luo glanced at the furious Naruto, then at Kaze Hanayuki leaning against the wall. It seemed that it wasn't impossible after all. Age was definitely not an issue. What was that saying? A woman 3 years older can hold gold bricks. A woman 30 years older can give a kingdom. A woman 300 years older can give an elixir. A woman 3,000 years older can be ranked among the immortals. Moreover, the age difference between the two of them wasn't that much. Luo tightened his grip around Kagaya's arm. This guy's wife was at least 1,000 years old. With newfound determination, Luo seemed to have found the backbone of this mission and instantly felt revitalized. "Husband, what's wrong?" Kagaya noticed Luo's gaze occasionally drifting towards Kaze Hanayuki and immediately grew anxious. "I've discovered something interesting." Of course, Luo wouldn't reveal his true thoughts. Hearing Luo's vague response, Kagaya's suspicion deepened. No, she had to keep a close eye on Luo and not let him be tempted by other women. "Naruto has already discovered our presence. We have no choice but to fight. You have no second path to choose." Seeing that Kaze Hanayuki wanted to refuse again, Kakashi directly extinguished her last glimmer of hope. Kaze Hanayuki staggered back 2 steps unsteadily. Did she really have no way out? Then it's decided. The mission continues. Naruto clenched his fists tightly and walked to Kaze Hanayuki's side. "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you." To be honest, such a mission originally required returning to the village to gather some manpower. However, with this guy around, even if they returned to the village to gather people, the Hokage probably wouldn't agree. Thinking of this, Kakashi once again shot a resentful glance at Luo. Feeling the resentful gaze from Kakashi, Luo immediately felt a chill run down his spine. All right. I'm scared of you." Hearing Luo back down, Kakashi's tension instantly melted away. Then it settled. Filming continues. The director immediately made the decision, and everyone wore excited smiles on their faces. No one noticed that Kaze Hanayuki's eyes had dimmed once again. A group of fools. As the car started moving, Kaze Hanayuki quietly stayed in the carriage, her gaze directed out at the white world beyond the window, murmuring to herself. At that moment, the car stopped, and everyone began preparing their equipment. Kaze Hanayuki knew this was her last chance to escape, so she slipped out of the carriage without hesitation. Turning back to glance at the busy crowd, she murmured softly again, "Perhaps, only by leaving can I save your lives." With that, she ran off into the distance without looking back. By the time everyone realized what had happened, a considerable amount of time had passed. "What? Yukihira has escaped again." Upon hearing this news, the director instantly lost his composure and shouted excitedly. Kakashi was also helpless. He never expected that after making his intentions so clear, Kaze Hanayuki would still choose to run away. He turned to Luo and asked, "Can you sense the location?" "Yes, but I don't want to move." Luo shrugged and directly refused. The snowflakes fell, and the vast expanse was beautiful. How could he choose to find someone instead of strolling in the snow with his precious one? Only someone with a hole in their head would do that. They split up to search, keeping in touch via radio. Kakashi had 1,000 complaints in his heart, but ultimately turned them all into a sigh. He explained a few things to Naruto, and the two set off to find Fanghua Xiaoxue. "Dear, where are we going?" Seeing that Luo had chosen not to look for Fanghua Xiaoxue, Kagaya's tense heart relaxed a little, leaning gently into Luo's embrace and quietly asking, "Us? Of course, we're going to eat melons." Seeing Naruto already far away, a mischievous glint appeared on Luo's face. While speaking, he took Luo's hand, and the two slowly ascended into the air. Santaifu watched the two ascend, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. Just from Kakashi's attitude towards Luo, he knew that this pair of men and women was definitely not ordinary. However, he couldn't gauge the attitude of the other party, so he couldn't say much. Naruto moved quickly, obviously not someone like Fanghua Xiaoxue could compare to. Soon, he found traces of Fanghua Xiaoxue. At that moment, Fanghua Xiaoxue stepped into empty space and fell directly into the snow, feeling the coldness of the white snow beneath her. Her thoughts drifted back 10 years. "Father, the land of snow will never have spring. I will never see the future." Creak, creak. Just as her eyes slowly closed, she heard the sound of footsteps in the snow. Really, how many times do you have to run before you're satisfied? Watching the numb expression on Fanghua Xiaoxue's face, Naruto felt a flicker of sympathy. He sympathized with her plight and wanted to help her. "Come on, everyone is waiting for you." After speaking, he walked directly in front of Fanghua Xiaoxue, lifted her body, and carried her on his back. Floating in the air, Luo looked at the two below and instantly turned into a melon thief. Little stars sparkled in his eyes. "Alas, Naruto, If you had this kind of delicate thought earlier, do you think your betrothed princess could have run like that? Soon, the two entered the cave that the convoy had just passed through. I have to say, Luo was really putting in the effort for the sake of eating melons. Senjutsu. Telescope technique. The ninjutsu developed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly improved by Luo. Locking onto Naruto's chakra, a transparent ice mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, the sounds of Naruto and Fenghua Xiaoxue talking were fully captured by him. Why is it always you who finds me? Fenghua Xiaoxue murmured as she lay on Naruto's not-so-wide, even somewhat thin back. Because of the mission, no matter how far you run, I will find you. Although Naruto's expression was very displeased while carrying Fenghua Xiaoxue, his steps remained firm. Luo, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't help but frown again. All right, I said too soon. Naruto was still the same Naruto, still clueless about the feelings. However, Naruto's next sentence almost made Luo fall from the sky with excitement. And I said I would protect you, like a knight guarding a princess. If the knight can't find the princess he protects, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Chapter 87. Do you three need my help to get down? However, Luo's excited heart only lasted a moment before a rumbling sound entered his ears. Looking for the source of the sound, a huge train was rushing into the cave. Luo's brows furrowed slightly. The two had finally had a chance to be alone, and now this interruption. What did it mean? He reached out his hand, preparing to block the train's advance. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that a plain story had no heroes saving the beauty directly. Perhaps this was the assist sent to Naruto by the heavens. With that in mind, Luo allowed the situation to develop. Inside the cave, Naruto and Fenghua Xiaoxue clearly heard the rumbling sound of the train. Turning his head, Naruto saw the light coming from around the corner and asked in confusion, "What is that sound?" Fenghua Xiaoxue, who was on his back, showed a hint of fear on her face. A train? Why is it appearing here? What I say train? Naruto asked again in confusion. But before he could get an answer from Fenghua Xiaoxue, the train rounded the corner and appeared in front of him. Are you kidding me? Watching the fierce train charging towards him, the two of them felt like two tiny ants in front of this massive steel beast. Naruto shivered and ran towards the cave exit. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the train was getting closer to Naruto, but he had no time to look back. Give up, it will catch up. Fenghua Xiaoxue, who was on Naruto's back, had sorrow in her eyes. Would she still not escape the fate of being killed? No, it definitely won't catch up. Naruto shouted excitedly, his pace quickening. It's impossible, I won't escape. Shut up, you're so noisy. I won't give up. Feeling Fenghua Xiaoxue's pessimism on his back, Naruto shouted again. The nine tails within Naruto was now stirring. It shared Naruto's fortune and misfortune, and it absolutely couldn't let him die like this. A trickle of red chakra overflowed from Naruto's body, forming a mini nine tails. Naruto, hurry up and ask me for help. I'll help you with the rest. Shut up, I can do it myself. Naruto ignored the nine tails' goodwill and continued to run. Luo was also nervously watching everything happening in the cave, his hands slightly raised, ready to unleash ninjutsu at any moment. Although eating melons was very enjoyable, he would not hesitate to act if Naruto encountered any danger. Naruto's running speed was getting faster, but the distance between him and the train had not widened. Instead, it was getting closer. The nine tails, now not caring about its pride, began to charge its tailed beast bomb from its mouth in the form of a mini nine tails. Finally, Naruto saw the light at the cave's exit. With hope, Naruto completely erupted, pouring all his strength like it was free at that moment. Finally, at the last moment when the train was about to catch up with him, he rolled and dodged. The nine tails let out a long sigh of relief and slowly disappeared from Naruto's shoulder. Luo also breathed a sigh of relief, dispelling the completed ninjutsu. Fenghua Xiaoxue would never know that if Naruto had run just a little slower, he would likely have met his end there. Of course, Fenghua Xiaoxue didn't know this, and neither did Fenghua Nuteo. Watching the train rush past, almost brushing against her body, Fenghua Xiaoxue still felt a lingering fear. However, she hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief. A familiar voice suddenly entered her ears. This voice was something she could never forget because its owner was the one who killed her father. Xiaoxue, it's been a long time. It must have been about 10 years, right? Come, let me have a good look at what you look like now. Fenghua Nuteo's voice sounded high and mighty, as if examining the ants beneath him. Fenghua Xiaoshue's expression changed, instinctively wanting to flee, but at that moment, Naruto's figure suddenly blocked her path. Though his figure wasn't tall, it gave Fenghua Xiaoshue a slight sense of security. Boom, boom, boom. Fenghua Nuteo wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, logs rolled down from the mountain peak, crashing heavily onto the train car. Fenghua Nuteo, today is your day of death. With Princess Xiaoshue protecting us, victory will always belong to us. Standing on the snow hill, Santaifu drew the long knife hanging at his waist and pointed it fiercely at Fenghua Nuteo. Fenghua Nuteo looked at the crowd on the hill, his eyes narrowing slightly. Haven't the rats from back then been dealt with yet? Shueping knelt on one knee. I'm very sorry, Lord Nuteo. I will handle it soon. No need. These guys must feel despair before they will behave. Looking at the bloodthirsty crowd rushing towards him, a cruel smile appeared on Fenghua Nuteo's face. Crack! On the train, the iron armor covering the carriages slowly opened, revealing numerous crossbow bolt launch holes inside. Countless crossbow bolts shot out from the launch holes, raining down towards the crowd. Husband, aren't you going to help them? Kagaya wasn't clear about Luo's intentions, but she knew that if Luo didn't take action soon, that group of people wouldn't survive. Sigh. In the end, I still can't bear to see it. Silently sighing. Although Luo wanted to give Naruto a chance to save Fenghua Xiaoshue, he also couldn't bear to watch these people die tragically in front of him. Sigh. Influenced by Naruto, I seem to have become a bit of saint now. Raising his right hand slightly, he prepared to release a ninjutsu to save the group. However, before he could act, he suddenly felt a strong chakra fluctuation. Kyubi, help me. If forced to choose between saving face and saving people, Naruto would choose to save people without hesitation. This was what Naruto thought, and this was what he did. In almost an instant, Nine Tails appeared behind Naruto, and the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the countless crossbow bolts at a speed almost impossible for the human eye to see. Boom! The chakra of the Nine Tails erupted suddenly, causing the ground beneath Naruto's feet to shake violently due to the Nine Tails chakra surge. Stop it! With a furious roar from Naruto, the chakra of the Nine Tails suddenly expanded, intercepting all the crossbow bolts. You despicable person who doesn't value human life. Watching the rampaging Naruto, Kakashi was suddenly stunned. Damn, why do I feel like I'm the weakest among the whole team as the leader? Fenghua Xiaoshue stared blankly at Naruto, who stood like a god in front of everyone, and couldn't help but recall what Naruto had just said to her. Perhaps the princess and the knight who protects her always meet unexpectedly. At this moment, Naruto's slightly thin figure gradually became taller. Naruto, what will you say now? However, just as Naruto's emotions surged, the Nine Tails' untimely voice entered his mind. I admit, you're a little strong. Just having borrowed the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto felt awkward not giving the other party face and reluctantly spoke up. Just admit it. Don't worry, with my support, you can walk sideways in this ninja world. The Nine Tails said proudly, but then suddenly seemed to remember something. Provided that you don't become enemies with Lord Luo. One day, I will catch up to Luo's footsteps. Naruto clenched his fist, full of confidence. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes at Naruto's inexplicable confidence, non-committal. Fenghua Nuteo's expression didn't change much, but his heart was already like a raging storm. If he sensed correctly, this chakra presence was from a tailed beast. Then, this little brat is the Jinchuriki from Konoha. He never expected that Konoha would be so bold as to send a war weapon to protect Fenghua Xiaoshue. Again, with a command from Fenghua Nuteo, another round of crossbow bolts erupted from the train's launch holes. Kyubi, let's go! Naruto shouted fiercely, and Nine Tails suddenly danced wildly behind him, rapidly forming a black-tailed beast bomb, which he hurled directly at Fenghua Nuteo. Fenghua Nuteo's pupils constricted, and his clothes suddenly tore apart as a pair of purple wings spread out, instantly taking to the air to evade. Beside him, Shuepeng, Chuyin, and Dongxiong did the same. What a powerful force! If I could obtain the power of the tailed beast, I could take another step towards unifying the 5 great nations. Looking at the deep pit on the ground created by the tailed beast bomb, a greedy smile appeared on Fenghua Nuteo's face. Indeed, if possible, I think you should master all 9 tailed beasts. Then, the entire ninja world will be yours to command. However, just as Fenghua Nuteo was immersed in this wonderful fantasy, a calm voice suddenly came from above his head. Fenghua Nuteo was shocked. Is there someone up there? Why didn't he sense the slightest aura from the other party? Suddenly looking up, Luo's half-smiling expression appeared in his sight. What Fenghua Nuteo couldn't accept even more was that there was more than one person who had not been discovered by him, and the silent woman's presence exerted even greater pressure than the one who spoke. Who are you? Fenghua Nuteo asked in horror. Guess. Luo's face showed a sly smile. Seeing the expression on Luo's face, Fenghua Nuteo's heart raced, and he immediately wanted to escape and plan carefully. However, in front of Luo, his strength was like that of a child. Before Fenghua Nuteo could take any action, Luo had already flashed in front of him. Crack! With a swift motion, Luo tore off the wings on Fenghua Nuteo's back. Without the support of his wings, Fenghua Nuteo fell directly from the sky, crashing into the snow and splattering snowflakes everywhere. You 3, will you go down yourselves, or shall I send you down? Chapter 88 1 for 1. Xueping and the other 2 looked at each other. Did they have a choice? Absolutely not. In front of the opponent, their once proud strength felt like a 3-year-old playing house. They could only slowly retract the mechanical wings on their backs and land on the ground. Fenghua Nuteo, who crashed to the ground, didn't suffer much damage due to the chakra armor he was wearing. However, the intense frustration filled his heart. If a person's strength is only slightly stronger than yours, you might feel jealous. But if a person's strength has reached a level where you must look up to them, then all that remains in your heart is fear. At this moment, Fenghua Nuteo no longer considered how to dominate the ninja world, but was thinking about how to escape. His gaze turned to Naruto, and he vaguely guessed Luo's intentions. Hee, do you want me to become a stepping stone for the Jinchuriki? That's a bit too arrogant, isn't it? Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them landed behind Fenghua Nuteo and had completely lost their composure. Lord Nuteo, what should we do? Don't worry. That lord up there regards us as a stepping stone for the Jinchuriki, so he probably won't act again. What we need to do now is defeat that kid over there. Fenghua Nuteo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing deep within. Of course, if anything unexpected happens. Fenghua Nuteo didn't finish his sentence, only secretly glancing at Fenghua Xiaoxua, who was staring at Naruto in disbelief. I-style Black Dragon Storm Kill. Whoosh! With that thought, Fenghua Nuteo struck fiercely, quickly forming seals with both hands in front of his chest. 2 black ice dragons suddenly burrowed up from the ground, lunging towards Naruto to bite him. Seeing that Fenghua Nuteo had already made a move, the 3 from Avalanche were equally unwilling to show weakness. Ice Release, a jar of white whales. Ice Release, swallowing snow. Ice Release, bear appears. As soon as they attacked, the 3 unleashed their strongest techniques. A gigantic white ice whale, swirling icy swallows flying through the sky, and a towering white giant bear. However, the terrifying attacks from the 4 seemed like child's play in the eyes of Luo and the 9 tails. The 9 tails behind Naruto stood tall again, and amidst their fluttering, a black-tailed beast ball had already formed. Luo watched Naruto's battle in the air, his brow slightly furrowed. Was he being too impatient with Naruto? This made it so that whenever he entered high-intensity combat, it was always tailed beast balls, nothing but tailed beast balls. However, it seemed there was no problem with that. Luo suddenly thought that in the original timeline, Naruto's later battles were similarly dominated by either Rasengan or various other techniques like Magnetic Shield, Scorch Release, and Lava Release. No issues there. If one could end the battle through absolute dominance, who would choose to use ordinary ninjutsu? However, after this trip back, it seemed Naruto's training with the Rasengan could be prioritized. Boom! As expected, under the overwhelming power, the attacks from Fenghua Nuteo and his companions were utterly fragile. They dissipated into thin air with just a touch. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a rumbling sound like that of a steam train suddenly emanated from the chakra armor of the 4. Their speed instantly reached its limit. In an instant, they were right in front of Fenghua Xiaoxue. Without any hesitation, Fenghua Nuteo grabbed her by the neck, and the three from Avalanche also produced several kunai from their hands. After doing all this, Fenghua Nuteo's gaze subtly turned towards the sky, seemingly wanting to see how Luo would react. What would Luo's reaction be? Surely, he would quietly give him a thumbs up. With such assistance, it was hard for Luo not to give them a like. Seeing that Luo did not react, Fenghua Nuteo's heart gradually settled. It seemed that as long as they fought on the ground, battling the Jinchuriki fairly, the opponent would not interfere. With this thought, a strange light flickered in Fenghua Nuteo's eyes again. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me. Princess Xiaoxue. Watching as Fenghua Xiaoxue fell into Fenghua Nuteo's hands, San Taifu's world seemed to collapse, and he appeared to be drained of all spirit. Ninja Master, please save Princess Xiaoxue. The crowd behind San Taifu also spoke up. Naruto's recent attack had already left an invincible impression in their hearts. With Fenghua Xiaoxue captured, they could only place all their hopes on Naruto. Little brat, don't act rashly, okay? Otherwise, I can't guarantee Princess Xiaoxue's safety. Looking at Naruto, whose face was filled with urgency and anger, and the crowd behind him, treating Naruto as their savior, Fenghua Nuteo displayed a hint of madness on his face. Let her go, and I will let you leave. Naruto suppressed the anger within him and said in a deep voice, No, Naruto. Fenghua Xiaoxue called out Naruto's name for the first time, her expression carrying a hint of relief. Living is torture for me. Just act. If I can drag them down to hell with me, I can die with a purpose. Naruto ignored Fenghua Xiaoxue's plea, fixating on Fenghua Nuteo, waiting for his response. A twisted joy emerged in Fenghua Nuteo's heart. So what if you were a Jinchuriki? So what if you were strong? Right now, you are still at my mercy. Slap. Fenghua Nuteo slapped Fenghua Xiaoxue hard across the face, silencing her. Then he signaled to Avalanche, who immediately understood and pulled out a gear-like device embedded with a special crystal from his pocket. With this, I can release Xiaoxue. Fenghua Nuteo's face showed no signs of emotional change, but if one looked closely, they would see the greedy flames burning in his eyes. Good. Without any hesitation, Naruto stepped forward. Wait, Naruto! At that moment, Kakashi flashed in front of him, grabbing his arm and turning to Fenghua Nuteo. What is that? No matter what it is, you have no other choice, do you? Fenghua Nuteo did not answer Kakashi's question, tightening his grip on Fenghua Xiaoxue's neck slightly to indicate to Kakashi that his only option was to cooperate. Cough, cough. Don't mind me. Struggling against the feeling of suffocation, Fenghua Xiaoxue used all her strength to scream. Shut up. Fenghua Nuteo once again slammed a fist into Fenghua Xiaoxue's abdomen, his eyes filled with brutality. Hurry up and make your choice. I don't have time to waste with you. Looking at Fenghua Xiaoxue's almost pleading gaze, Naruto shook off Kakashi's hand and slowly stepped forward, taking the gear-like device from Avalanche. How do I use it? Fenghua Xiaoxue was still desperately shaking her head. No matter what, she didn't want to involve Naruto. Just press it against your abdomen. Seeing Naruto take the device, excitement was already overflowing in Fenghua Nuteo's eyes. Naruto silently raised the device in his hand, inching it closer to his abdomen. As a knight protecting the princess, how could I let her get hurt? A determined smile appeared on Naruto's face. Without hesitation, he pressed the device hard against his abdomen. Click, click. As soon as Naruto pressed the gear device against his abdomen, 6 metallic tentacles shot out from the device, fiercely attaching themselves to Naruto. In an instant, Naruto felt as if countless electric currents were coursing through his body. The chakra within him was also suppressed at that moment. Enduring the pain throughout his body, Naruto struggled to lift his head and looked at Fenghua Nuteo. Let her go. Fenghua Nuteo laughed heartily, throwing Fenghua Xiaoxue aside. Of course, she is no longer of any use to me. Laughing maniacally, he grabbed Naruto by the collar, and the 3 from Avalanche also placed their hands on Naruto. In an instant, the chakra equipment on the 4 lit up with a flickering glow at the energy core's crystal. Waves of crimson chakra flowed from the metallic arms of the 4 into the energy core. Naruto, Fenghua Xiaoxue, caught by Kakashi, looked at Naruto, who was being controlled by the others, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, tears flowing uncontrollably at that moment. Once, she thought her tears had run dry. Little did she know that she just hadn't met the person who would make her cry. Haha, is this the chakra of the tail beast? It's truly wonderful. Feeling the surging chakra flowing into his body, Fenghua Nuteo could no longer suppress his inner joy. In just a few breaths, the bodies of the four were enveloped in a layer of red-tailed beast chakra. Lord Nuteo, with such powerful chakra, what could possibly stop us now? Avalanche also felt this terrifying chakra, and the joy on his face was hard to conceal. Fenghua Nuteo raised his head and looked towards the sky. The only thing he was worried about now was whether that great person in the sky would intervene. Great One, you won't interfere, will you? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but make the Jinchuriki of Konoha disappear. Hearing Fenghua Nuteo's threatening words, Luo couldn't help but shake his head. Even if the Nine Tails were standing right in front of him, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Moreover, the tiny amount of chakra they absorbed was like a single hair on the Nine Tails' thigh, compared to its total chakra. It truly echoed the saying, "A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the great ocean." However, Luo's silence gave Fenghua Nuteo a false impression that the other party was fearful. Thus, his smile became even more vigorous, and the speed at which he absorbed the Nine Tails chakra quickened again. Chapter 89, Spring Gudagulu. The tailed beast chakra attached to Fenghua Nuteo and his companions became thicker and stickier, and a red tail was about to emerge from behind them. Such powerful strength. I feel like I'm at least twice as strong as before. Fenghua Nuteo looked at Naruto as if he were gazing at a rare piece of art. If I could absorb all the tailed beast chakra. He couldn't help but recall what Luo had just said. If what Luo said was true, and he could absorb all the tailed beast chakra, then who in this world could be his opponent? However, imagination is beautiful, while reality is cruel. The few people who were crazily devouring the Nine-Tails chakra had completely failed to notice that the energy core of their chakra armor was already at saturation. Crack! A crisp sound reached the ears of the four. It interrupted Fenghua Nuteo's beautiful dream. He lowered his head to look at the energy core on his chest, where a tiny crack had already appeared. It's actually saturated? It seems the chakra armor needs further improvement. Fenghua Nuteo's mood darkened instantly. However, since that great one-up there hasn't acted yet, it seems they will continue to refrain from acting out of fear. As long as I hold tightly onto this Jinchuriki of Konoha one day. With this thought, Fenghua Nuteo was about to retract his hand for Naruto. The energy core was already saturated, and absorbing more would cause damage. Though he was reluctant, he had to let go. However, how could the Nine Tails within Naruto agree to that? Boom! With a loud roar, the Nine Tails chakra suddenly surged violently, rushing towards the energy core of the four people's chakra armor with even more overwhelming force. The chakra restriction device in Naruto's abdomen exceeded the critical point in an instant. It shattered with a bang. The momentary pain made Naruto cry out. Nine Tails, you did that on purpose. Diving into the spiritual world, Naruto angrily pointed to the Nine Tails and shouted, "Oh dear, you've caught me." The Nine Tails grinned and said, "I must say, ever since being intimidated by Luo, the Nine Tails personality has really changed a lot. What can I say? You were just so weak. In the end, I had to take action." Who said that? With just these few people, I could defeat them in a minute. Naruto was unconvinced, and his consciousness instantly detached from the spiritual world, ready to take action. Too late. Just watch me perform. As the Nine Tails' voice fell, the energy core of the chakra armor on Fenghua Nuteo and the others instantly shattered. The chakra they had just absorbed erupted at that moment. Boom! Such a massive amount of chakra. The power generated from the instant explosion was definitely not less than that of a large-scale ninjutsu. With a loud rumble, a huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. As the dust settled, there was no trace of Fenghua Nuteo and his companions left. Only a massive, deep pit remained. Naruto. Although the figures of Fenghua Nuteo were not visible, Naruto's figure also disappeared from the spot. This scene made Fenghua Xiaoxue feel as if all her strength had been drained in an instant. She collapsed softly to the ground, staring blankly at the enormous deep pit. Tears fell onto the snowy ground. However, the tears did not melt the white snow. Instead, they formed ice crystals. Father, does the land of snow really have no spring? Will I really not see the future? Fenghua Xiaoxue had thought of her father's words for the third time. The first time was a sigh. The second time was despair. And this time, it was more of a plea for a miracle to appear. A plea for the knight who had entered her heart and promised to protect her to show up. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue waited for a long time, but still did not see Naruto's figure. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through the sky, as if it had brought a glimmer of hope to this crying land of snow. However, this glimmer of hope seemed to have failed to shine into Fenghua Xiaoxue's heart. All that remained in her heart was sorrow. She couldn't help but lower her head, letting the tears blur her vision again. This time, you won't run away again, will you? However, just as Fenghua Xiaoxue was in despair, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears, making her momentarily doubt whether she had misheard. Holding on to her hope, Fenghua Xiaoxue struggled to lift her head, and what came into her view was a face that was not particularly handsome, but radiated immense warmth. That face carried determination and warmth. Naruto. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue's inner excitement could no longer be suppressed, and she rushed towards Naruto. I thought I would never see you again. Cough, cough. Naruto, who was pinned to the ground by Fenghua Xiaoxue, couldn't help but cough a couple of times, inwardly cursing the Nine-Tails for being unreliable. That surge of chakra almost took him out. Nine-Tails, Sundara. That was a lesson for you, for provoking my authority. Of course, since their lives were connected, the Nine-Tails would definitely not let Naruto just disappear like that. Perfect. At that moment, a voice full of excitement reached everyone's ears. It was the voice of the director of the production team. The real scene that had just occurred was nothing short of perfect. The princess ultimately fell into the embrace of a knight who protected her. What could be more beautiful than this? Back in the palace of the land of snow, with Fenghua Nuteo absent, Fenghua Xiaoxue smoothly inherited the throne of the land of snow. Looking at the cheering crowd below, Fenghua Xiaoxue wore a sweet smile on her face. In a daze, she seemed to see her father. Father, the land of snow has no spring, but it seems I have found my own spring. Fenghua Xiaoxue couldn't help but clutch the pendant hanging around her neck, suddenly recalling something. After the coronation ceremony, she eagerly brought Naruto to the rainbow ice wall. This was a gift left to her by her father, a trust from her father. She wanted to obtain her father's blessing together with Naruto. Youth is wonderful. Watching the two hurriedly leave, Kakashi took out the latest issue of Intimate Paradise from his ninja tool pouch and began to read it carefully. You talk as if you're so old. Luo looked at Kakashi speechlessly, thought about the other sage, and couldn't help but remark, "What's wrong, jealous? If you're jealous, go find someone yourself." Kakashi's body suddenly stiffened, and his hand holding the book trembled uncontrollably. After a long time, he sighed, "Being alone is also quite nice." Lo glanced at Kakashi, understanding what the other was thinking, and decided not to continue this topic. Let's go see what those two want to do. Kakashi had no objections. Suddenly being brought up on this topic, he also wanted to divert his mind. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Fenghua Xiaoxue took the pendant from her neck and inserted it into the keyhole of the rainbow ice wall. However, after waiting for a long time, there was not the slightest change before her eyes. Naruto curiously looked at the rainbow ice wall, then strangely at Fenghua Xiaoxue and asked, "What exactly did you bring me here for?" Fenghua Xiaoxue felt her face flush under Naruto's gaze. She wanted to explain, but couldn't find a suitable excuse. Seeing this scene, Kakashi couldn't help but slap his forehead. How could he have forgotten this? Luo had said he wouldn't make a move, and he had overlooked the existence of the Nine-Tails. So, he had switched the pendants. Now that such a big blunder had occurred, Kakashi hurriedly flashed to Fenghua Xiaoxue's side and handed her the real pendant. Sully. The real pendant is here, Kakashi said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Understanding the situation, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt a bit angry. However, the person before her had saved her life 10 years ago, so she couldn't say anything. She could only angrily throw the fake pendant away in protest. When she inserted the real pendant into the rainbow ice wall again, suddenly, the rainbow ice wall shone with dazzling light. Moreover, The light grew more and more intense. Soon, everyone felt a warmth that did not belong to the land of snow. With this warmth, the land, which had been covered in ice and snow for years, began to melt at that moment, revealing the wild grass and wildflowers buried beneath the ice. Fenghua Xiaoxue covered her mouth in surprise, watching the scenery before her, tears streaming down her face. Is this the gift left to me by my father? It's so beautiful. Spring has come to the land of snow. Days later. No. I want to go back to the village. The sound of Naruto's loud protests echoed in the royal palace of the land of snow. No, this is your mission, Luo replied without any mercy. Originally, after completing the mission, the group was supposed to return to Konoha. However, as the chief matchmaker of Konoha, Luo would never let Naruto's budding romance come to an end so easily. Therefore, he unhesitatingly returned to Konoha and requested a task from Tsunade for Naruto to cooperate with the filming crew. Additionally, he secretly handed a complete set of Intimate Paradise to Fenghua Xiaoxue. After seeing the contents of Intimate Paradise, Fenghua Xiaoxue understood Luo's good intentions and immediately agreed. Thus, the first season of the movie version of Intimate Paradise was confirmed. Male lead, Uzumaki Naruto. Female lead, Fujiwara Fuyuki, Fenghua Xiaoxue. In the land of rice. Itachi, I finally found you. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, Sasuke didn't know what kind of emotions he should face the other with. Sasuke, you've grown up. Unlike Sasuke's internal conflict, Itachi was filled with joy in his heart, especially upon seeing the fragrant phosphorus beside Sasuke. Even the usually serious Itachi couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth slightly. Indeed, one of the conditions for Luo to allow Sasuke to leave the village was to have him bring along fragrant phosphorus and ensure her safety. Those who are here should be able to handle it. This is Naruto's first. Chapter 90, Target, Hidden Rain Village. Hey, Itachi, is this your brother? Kisame, not noticing Itachi's expression, unsheathed his sword, Samehada, from behind and pointed it at Sasuke, grinning to reveal his shark-like teeth. Kisame, I want to talk to Sasuke alone. Itachi knew Kisame was sent by UchihaMassacre to monitor him, but he also believed that Kisame wouldn't refuse such a small request. Can't I listen? Kisame's smile was somewhat eerie. This is a private matter between us brothers. Itachi's tone was calm and unchanging. All right. Since it's Itachi's request, I have no choice but to comply. Kisame shrugged and slowly placed Samehada behind his back, somewhat reluctantly. After seeing Kisame walk away, Itachi turned his gaze back to Sasuke. The image of Sasuke as a child and now continuously overlapped, causing Itachi's eyes to become a bit misty. Sasuke, you've grown up. Your strength seems to have increased as well. That's thanks to you, brother. Sasuke wanted to get closer to Itachi, but thinking of his parents, the words at the tip of his tongue turned around directly. I already know what's happened in Konoha recently. About what happened back then. Itachi opened his mouth to say something, but was directly interrupted by Sasuke, waving his hand. Don't speak to me about repentance. Luo told me to pass on a message to you. Live well, and if you want to repent, do it in person with father and mother. Sasuke's expression turned cold again. He realized he still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart and couldn't forgive Itachi. What does Luo-kun mean? Itachi asked, confused. He had seen through too many people's hearts, so even the person who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, he could guess a thing or two. However, Luo was the only one he couldn't understand, whether in strength or temperament. Therefore, he couldn't help but suspect Luo's words. I don't know. Don't ask me. Sasuke denied flatly. Also, Luo said to follow you and join the Akatsuki organization. What? Did he really say that? Itachi exclaimed. He could tolerate anything, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate Sasuke falling into even the slightest danger. I admit, your current strength is very strong, but it seems you are still somewhat unqualified. Itachi, although I'm your brother, do you underestimate me too much? Sasuke hated it the most when people looked down on him, especially Uchiha Itachi. Boom! With a loud bang, a purple Susanoo suddenly soared into the sky. How about it? How does my power compare to yours? Looking at Itachi, who seemed a bit stunned, Sasuke spoke coldly. In the distance, watching the rising Susanoo, Kisame murmured, "What terrifying power! I didn't expect to see it in someone other than Mr. Itachi." Having witnessed Itachi's Susanoo, Kisame clearly knew that the one before him was not Itachi's. He never expected that Itachi's brother would also be so powerful. What a terrifying family. While murmuring, Kisame couldn't help but think of the person who told him about the Eye of the Moon plan. It seemed that person was also from the Uchiha clan. Have you already obtained this power? Looking at Sasuke, who was enveloped by Susanoo, Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated Sasuke's strength increase, he really didn't expect it to have reached this point. Who did you kill? Oof. The path you speak of isn't the only correct path. I have my own path to walk. Sasuke despised Itachi's pious tone. I see. After a moment's thought, Itachi recalled Luo. If it was that person, it wouldn't be impossible to help his brother awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Since that's the case, then the plan he had in mind could be put on the agenda. After so many years, he was somewhat tired. If it weren't for Luo asking Sasuke to bring him a message today, he would have actually given up hope for life. Seeing Itachi make no move, Sasuke's Susanoo slowly dissipated as he asked, "So what do you think? With my current strength, can I join the Akatsuki?" Not enough. However, to Sasuke's surprise, Itachi still shook his head. There's one more thing that needs preparation. What is it? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Above the Mangekyou Sharingan, there's a higher form of the Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. I want to help you evolve your eyes into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. As he spoke, Itachi directly took Sasuke to Kisame's side. Kisame, protect me. I need to contact pain. After saying this, Itachi sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, contacting pain through the Suzaku ring on his finger. In Amigakure, in a dimly lit room, Nagato sat in a wheelchair, his frail body almost skin and bones, with long red hair obscuring his pale cheeks, making it impossible to see his expression. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato's personality had become increasingly paranoid. To turn the ninja world into the way Yahiko wanted to see it, Nagato was willing to become everyone's enemy. Let the world feel pain, and they will yearn for peace. The grand ambition that Yahiko couldn't complete, let me help him fulfill it, Nagato murmured as if he hadn't heard Konan's voice. The man who called himself Uchiha Bito seemed to have a much more complicated purpose. Compared to Nagato, Konan clearly had more thoughts. She always felt that the other party was using Nagato. No matter. Everyone will bow before my eyes. Even if he truly is Uchiha Bito, there will be no exception. Nagato raised his head, a confidence never seen before on his face. Konan wanted to say something more, but Nagato suddenly raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! Konan was taken aback, looking at Nagato in confusion. What is it? Uchiha Itachi is contacting me. Let's go see what's going on. Nagato had nothing to hide from Konan. As Nagato activated the H-Rin technique, their consciousness entered the H-Rin space. Itachi, what is it? Nagato asked straightforwardly, wasting no time. I want to make a deal with the leader. Itachi glanced at Konan, who stood silently to the side, and without surprise, spoke directly. Oh, what kind of deal? The Akatsuki's rules were very loose. They just needed to take on some commissions and bounty tasks. As for capturing tailed beasts, that had not yet begun. Nagato was clearly very interested in the deal Itachi intended to make with him. The leader should know. Kisame is someone Uchiha Bito arranged to monitor me, Itachi stated plainly. There are some things I do not want Uchiha Bito to know. Itachi, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to sow discord between me and Uchiha Bito? Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly, and he feigned anger. The leader doesn't need to test me. I need the leader to help me with something. In the future, if you will conflicts with Uchiha Bito's, I will unconditionally stand behind you. Itachi directly exposed Nagato's probing, not wanting to waste time on pleasantries. He only wanted to help Sasuke become stronger as quickly as possible. He was unwilling to engage in any time-wasting matters. Give me a reason to believe you. Nagato remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. To be honest, he was tempted. The leader should know the reason I defected from Konoha. The only survivor I left, Uchiha Sasuke, is my only brother. Today, he came to find me, Itachi said calmly, not taking Nagato's suspicion to heart. Uchiha Sasuke, the one who was labeled a rogue ninja for attempting to assassinate the third Hokage? Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Nagato immediately became interested. A ninja who could escape unharmed after failing to assassinate the third Hokage was definitely not to be underestimated. If he truly wished to join the Akatsuki, he would be a significant asset. However, Nagato could not yet determine why he had attempted to assassinate the Hokage and whether there was some conspiracy involved. The events of that year were largely due to the schemes of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Now that their schemes had been exposed, it was unexpected that Konoha would choose to protect the third Hokage. As Itachi spoke, he paved the way for Sasuke to join the Akatsuki while slowly gaining Nagato's trust. Are you suggesting that I help you take revenge on Konoha? Nagato thought he had deciphered Itachi's thoughts, and his brows furrowed slightly. The plan had not yet begun, and the Akatsuki was not in a position to completely tear its face with the ninja world. No, my brother is a very stubborn person. He wants to take revenge himself. As his brother, I want to help him, and the only way to quickly make him stronger is to transfer my eyes to him. Itachi finally revealed his purpose. He wanted Nagato to protect him and Sasuke. And you? The Uchiha clan's signature technique is their fire release. But the true elite of the Uchiha are still their Sharingan. Losing my eyes would greatly diminish my strength. In that case, even if I firmly support you, it will be meaningless. No problem. After getting my eyes, Sasuke's strength will completely surpass mine. Moreover, I still have a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, which won't affect my strength too much. Itachi's intelligence was far from ordinary. As soon as Nagato spoke, he knew what the other party was thinking and had already thought of his reasoning. All right, I agree. In Amage Cure, the Akatsuki's angels will assist you. I will personally protect you. Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan was generally not used lightly. After carefully considering the gains and losses, Nagato ultimately made his decision. Of course, personally here did not mean Nagato would go himself, but rather his public identity as the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, leaving the H-Rin space. Itachi slowly opened his eyes. Let's go. Destination, Amage Cure. Chapter 91. Eternal Manjiki on the other side. Konan, what do you think of what Itachi said? Although he had already agreed to Itachi's terms, Nagato still wanted to ask for Konan's opinion. Konan did not answer, falling into a long silence, constantly thinking about the pros and cons. What's wrong? Is something not right? Didn't you say to be cautious of Uchiha Obito? By bringing Itachi into our camp. Isn't that an added assurance? Seeing Konan's silence, Nagato began to doubt his judgment. Be careful of Uchiha Itachi. A person who can make someone who claims to be Uchiha Obito wary is definitely not a simple character. Knowing Nagato's personality, Konan chose not to say more. She secretly decided to buy some explosive tags for emergencies. A few days later, Itachi, Kisame, Sasuke, and Karen successfully arrived at Amage Cure. Is this Amage Cure? Looking at the steel city before him, which was completely different from Konoha, Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim, yes, this is Amage Cure, a village that is always crying. Just as Sasuke's words fell, white pieces of paper began to slowly float down from the sky, gathering in the air, and in an instant, Konan appeared before the group. Who are you? Having witnessed Hidara's strength, Sasuke did not regard the suddenly appearing woman with much importance. Akatsuki's white tiger. Konan. Konan did not show any change in expression due to Sasuke's arrogance. Her face always carried a hint of sadness. Come with me. As Xiaonan spoke, the white wings made of paper behind her slowly fluttered, leading the 4 of them toward the center of rain-hidden village. Sasuke was surprised to see that on every street they passed, anyone who saw Xiaonan would bend down in respect, as if they had seen an angel. Isnt, it's strange. Xiaonan seemed to sense Sasuke's astonishment and said lightly, the land of rain, a country ravaged by war. The people here are displaced. The existence of the Akatsuki organization gives them hope for survival. At this point, Xiaonan seemed to recall something and gave a self-deprecating smile. Why am I telling you this? You, living in a big village, will never understand the sorrow of small villages. They arrived. Following Xiaonan's footsteps, they soon reached a tall tower in the center of rain-hidden village. The door of the tower slowly opened. Inside was darkness, just like the former rain-hidden village, with no glimmer of hope visible. As they walked into the tower, they could vaguely see a figure standing quietly with its back to them. Pain, the people have arrived. Regardless of what was said privately, Pain was always the leader of the Akatsuki in public, and Xiaonan would show him absolute respect. At this moment, Pain seemed to have just heard the commotion and slowly turn around. The light purple ripple-patterned eyes immediately caught everyone's attention. In an instant, a heavy sense of oppression pressed down on Sasuke. He frowned slightly. For the first time, he felt such terrifying pressure from someone other than Itachi. His Sharingan unconsciously activated, and without any intention of evading, he quietly stared into Pain's eyes. Fortunately, Pain's oppressive aura only lasted a moment before it retracted. However, his gaze did not linger on Sasuke, but instead shifted to Kaguya, who was tightly clutching Sasuke's clothing. Uzumaki clan? Pain's voice was hoarse and heavy, like that of a deity looking down from above. Sasuke frowned and moved sideways to block Kaguya, his gaze toward Pain carrying a hint of hostility. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I just suddenly thought of a friend who is also from the Uzumaki clan and has red hair. Sensing Sasuke's hostility, Pain explained. Although Nagato could no longer remember the matters of the land of whirlpools, the closeness of their bloodline softened his attitude slightly. Itachi has already told me about the situation, so let's begin. I will personally guard you. With that, Pain turned and walked deeper into the tower, not caring whether anyone followed. Let's go. Itachi gestured to Sasuke and followed. Kaguya, wait for me here. I have some things to take care of. Although he did not yet have feelings for Kaguya, Sasuke was already accustomed to her presence. Moreover, Itachi had specifically instructed him about her. Okay. Though a bit scared, Kaguya nodded. She did not want to become a burden to Sasuke. Kisame glanced at Itachi walking toward the depths of the tower, his eyes narrowing slightly, but he said nothing. Although the order was to monitor Mr. Itachi, he had long considered Itachi a friend and his only bond. Completing the mission was something he had strived for his entire life. This time, however, he wanted to be a little willful. Following Pain, Sasuke and Itachi walked for what felt like a long time until they arrived at a medical room. What are we doing here? Sasuke frowned slightly, showing great reluctance toward the unknown. I said I would help you. A rare smile appeared on Itachi's face as he walked over to the operating table and lay down slowly. At that moment, a medical ninja approached Itachi's side. Pain had already spoken to him about the procedure. Watching the sharp scalpel slowly approach Itachi's eye, Sasuke became a bit anxious. His body flashed, intending to stop the medical ninja's actions. Bang! However, his speed was nothing compared to Pain's. With a swift move, Pain blocked Sasuke's advance. Itachi noticed the commotion and quickly spoke up. Don't move. This is my own choice. When he said this, Itachi's expression was incredibly calm, as if what he was about to lose was not his own eyes. Itachi. Sasuke's emotions surged, and he appeared somewhat hysterical. Don't make choices for me. It's fine. I have a backup plan. As he spoke, Itachi pulled out a container holding a pair of Sharingan. You should know that the ocular power of the Manjiki Sharingan is continuously consumed. I can no longer withstand that consumption. This pair of Sharingan is the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Therefore, my strength will not decrease significantly. Doing this not only helps you, but it also helps me. Listening to Itachi's gentle words, Sasuke stopped struggling, lowered his head, and fell into silence. Sasuke knew that what Itachi said was merely to comfort himself. No one understood the difference between the 3-Tomo Sharingan and the Manjiki Sharingan better than he did. However, what was the point of continuing to argue? Itachi's decision was not something that could be compromised. Seeing Sasuke's mood calm down, the medical ninja finally began to act. In a ninja world, an eye transplant was a trivial procedure. Soon, Sasuke had received Itachi's Sharingan, while Itachi had the eyes from the container. Are you saying that Itachi gave his eyes to Sasuke? In a mountain graveyard, once the base of Uchiha, Obito sat in the position where Madara once sat, lightly tapping the armrest of the stone chair, murmuring, "Yes, if it weren't for the fact that there were white Zetsu spores left in the Akatsuki base, we might still be in the dark." In front of Obito stood a shadowy figure. This Isnt Otsutsuki Kanshiki, who else but Black Zetsu? I never expected that Itachi would choose to ally with Nagato. Obito asked, "Did you receive any news from Kisame?" The mask obscured Obito's face, but from the one exposed Sharingan, it was evident that he was not entirely calm. "No, very good. I didn't expect even Kisame to have his own thoughts." Obito's tone turned colder. "What do we do now? Everything is still under Black Zetsu's control, so he hasn't rushed to express his opinions. That is fine. Without the Sharingan, Itachi no longer poses a threat. We need to find an opportunity to silence him completely. As for Uchiha Sasuke, just a little brat. Obito's face showed disdain. Nagato might have some minor troubles, but there's no rush. We could take our time. The Rinnegan is not something just anyone can control. Once the Rinnegan has devoured most of his life force, you should be able to control him easily. Originally, Itachi thought he was merely replacing his eyes with an ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan and would recover quickly. Who would have thought that he, like Sasuke, would endure for an entire month? Moreover, he vaguely sensed that the ocular power of his Sharingan had not diminished at all. Instead, it had become even more powerful. After years of being a ninja, Itachi had long learned to keep his emotions in check, even though he was deeply shocked inside. He did not show any unusual expression outside. Furthermore, Pain did not suspect anything. He thought that both Itachi and Sasuke had simply exchanged their Sharingan, and their recovery times would be the same. Little did he know that this so-called recovery was actually the process of the Mangekyou Sharingan evolving into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. After completing their rehabilitation, Sasuke and Karen successfully joined the Akatsuki organization and each received a ring symbolizing their identity. Sasuke received the Ring of Void, which Pain reclaimed after Orochimaru's defection. As a condition, the Akatsuki organization publicly ceased its pursuit of Orochimaru. The fact that Pain could compromise shows just how incredible Orochimaru's escape abilities are. As for Karen, she received the Ring of Mystique. At this time, Jaibai had not officially joined the Akatsuki, so this ring was given to Karen. Although Karen's strength was not sufficient, her vast chakra made her barely meet the standards for sealing tailed beasts. Mr. Itachi, you seem to be in a bad mood. After spending a long time together, Kisame could be said to understand Itachi very well, and sense something was slightly off with him. Chapter 92. What does it have to do with me, Kisame? Have you already told that person about my departure from Amigakure? Itachi stopped and turned to look at Kisame. As expected of Mr. Itachi, it seems you already know. Kisame grinned sheepishly. Itachi did not blame Kisame. Instead, he looked toward a tree not far away. Come out. Hiding in the shadows is not Uchiha Obito's style. Kisame was taken aback and followed Itachi's gaze to the empty tree branch nearby. Just as his gaze landed, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared on the originally empty branch. A person wearing a tiger-striped mask slowly appeared before them. Itachi, long time no see. Sitting on the branch, Obito greeted in a frivolous tone. Without the Mangekyou Sharingan, Itachi no longer seemed worthy of Obito's attention. Are you here to kill me? Itachi spoke calmly, his tone flat, as if discussing life and death was just a casual chat with an old friend. Your existence is a nuisance, Obito bluntly stated, showing no concealment of his murderous intent. Oh, may I ask why? Itachi's expression showed confusion, not understanding why Obito harbored such animosity toward him. Because without you, I'm the only Uchiha left in this world besides your brother. Do you think he will believe what I say? Perhaps due to his disdain for Itachi's current strength, Obito did not hide his intentions. However, his words directly touched Itachi's sore spot, and in an instant, the lazy aura around him vanished, turning extremely cold. It's a matter of the Uchiha clan. It seems I'm not suited to get involved. Kisame shrugged, hoisting Samahata, and in a flash, he was already 100 meters away. An angry Mr. Itachi is quite terrifying, and Kisame did not want to provoke him. Obito coldly glanced at the fleeing Kisame, thinking, if you weren't useful right now, today would be your last. Swish! Itachi's black pupils suddenly turned crimson, 3-Tomo appearing vividly before everyone. With your 3-Tomo, you probably aren't qualified to fight me. Seeing the 3-Tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes, Obito sneered, stepping on the tree trunk and quickly charging toward him. F-Senks! Swish, swish, swish. Watching Obito charge toward him, Itachi's left hand calmly shot out several shuriken. His right hand quickly formed a few hand seals, and then a fireball was spat out from his mouth, attaching to the shuriken that had just flown out. The shuriken, now engulfed in flames, dramatically increased in speed as it flew toward the oncoming Obito. However, just as the shuriken was about to hit him, Obito did not dodge, but instead crashed straight into the shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. As all the shuriken passed through Obito's body and struck the ground behind him, Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. Intangibility? Is this the ability of his Manjiki Sharingan? Just as Itachi pondered, Obito's attack had already descended, straightforwardly reaching for Itachi's body. Itachi reacted swiftly. At the moment Obito reached for him, he had already produced a kunai, stabbing fiercely toward Obito's palm. However, as expected, the kunai met no resistance and passed right through Obito's hand. The next moment, Obito's palm had firmly grasped Itachi's shoulder, and around his Sharingan, spatial fluctuations began to ripple. Itachi's heart raced, and the hand that didn't hold the kunai quickly formed a hand seal. Ka-ka-ka. In an instant, a flock of crows appeared where Itachi had been standing, while his actual body reappeared several meters away. Substitution jutsu? Your reaction is quite fast. A cold smile appeared on Obito's masked face. But this time, can you react again? Seeing Obito charging at him once more, Itachi's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that Obito's body only solidified when attacking. Moreover, when he had just grabbed Itachi's shoulder, Itachi felt as if he was being pulled into another space. From this, Itachi could determine Obito's abilities. One was to phase himself to avoid attacks. The second was to touch the opponent's body and transport them to another space. However, knowing was one thing. Dealing with it was quite tricky. It seemed some things could no longer be hidden. As he watched Obito charging toward him, the three Tomo and Itachi's eyes suddenly changed, a brand new pattern appearing. Seeing the change in Itachi's Sharingan, Obito's advancing body suddenly halted. Manjiki Sharingan? How is that possible? Obito's eyes were fixed on Itachi's eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. This was the first time Itachi activated the Manjiki after changing his Sharingan. However, there was no joy on his face, only a deep sense of sorrow. It turned out that his father had not been incapable of fighting him back then. Indeed, the Sharingan that Itachi had changed to was that of Uchiha Fugaku, his biological father. However, the situation on the battlefield did not allow him much time to continue lamenting. Genjutsu, Tsukuyami. As the soft voice fell, even with Manjiki Sharingan, Obito's ocular power was still insufficient before the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. With almost no struggle, he was pulled into the Tsukuyami space. This is the Tsukuyami space, where time and space are completely under my control. Looking at Obito, bound to a cross in the Tsukuyami space, Itachi said coldly, "You absolutely should not, under any circumstances, have set your sights on Sasuke." Thud! Itachi's long knife pierced through Obito's body. Don't underestimate it just because it's an illusion. The pain you are experiencing is very real. Thud! Another long knife pierced through Obito's body. 2 seconds had passed, and there were still 798 seconds left. How long can your mind hold out? Thud! Long knives continuously pierced through Obito's body, yet the corner of his mouth under the mask revealed a mad smile. Is this all the pain? Ah. Obito laughed wildly. This little pain, compared to the suffering in my heart, is nothing. Ha 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 ha. Itachi, do you know what pain is? In the Tsukuyami space, he experienced a full 7 days of time. Yes, after Itachi's eyes evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The time flow rate between the Tsukuyami space and the outside world became even greater. However, in Kisame's eyes, the 7 days in the Tsukuyami space had only passed for a second. Next time, I won't give you any chance. In the next moment, Obito coldly glanced at Itachi, and his figure slowly disappeared into the air. What happened? Returning to Itachi's side, Kisame asked with confusion about what had just happened. Itachi did not answer him, but his brows were tightly furrowed, because just now, before Obito retreated, he had seen countless scenarios of what was about to happen. One of them was Obito retreating directly. Predicting the future? Itachi lowered his head, pondering in his heart. What kind of future did father foresee back then? The ninja world was peaceful. Luo, accompanied by Kagaya, traveled through the beautiful mountains and rivers of the ninja world, enjoying themselves for over half a year without a care. One day, Luo suddenly received a message from Tsunade, asking him to hurry back to the village. Luo thought something had happened in Konoha and directly activated the Flying Thunder God, arriving at the Hokage's office. What the hell? You want me to lead a team to participate in the CHNIN exams jointly held by Sunagakure? Little Tsunade, are you joking? Originally thinking something serious had occurred. Upon hearing Tsunade's reason for summoning him back, Luo sat down in the guest chair without any image, shaking his head like a rattle drum. The Wind Shadow specifically requested you to go. What can I do? Tsunade shrugged, her two snow-white mounds shaking, nearly causing Jiraiya beside her to bleed from his nose. I'm still a Genin. You want me to lead a bunch of Genin to the CHNIN exams? Are you out of your mind? Or am I out of my mind? Luo looked at Tsunade with concern for her intelligence. Now you're already a Genin. Tsunade boldly took out a document of Luo's from her drawer and stamped it heavily. Luo was stunned by Tsunade's action. Can this really happen? Is a promotion to Genin in Konoha this hasty? No way. Even if you make an exception and let me become a Genin directly, I won't go. However, Luo still refused, joking that leading a team of Genin was nowhere near as enjoyable as traveling with a goddess. Seeing Kagaya's increasingly cold gaze towards him, Tsunade felt enormous pressure. For the friendly relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure, Luo, please make the effort. Just think of it as a trip to Sunagakure. Am I crazy? Going to play in a big desert? Is the Wind Shadow out his mind? Why do I have to go there for no reason? Just after saying this, Luo's expression suddenly became strange as he looked at Tsunade and uncertainly asked, Don't tell me, Gaara has already succeeded the Wind Shadow? To be honest, the fact that the little guy succeeded the Wind Shadow so quickly has a lot to do with you. Tsunade nodded, her expression teasing, as if to say, How do you feel about the pit you dug for yourself? Related to me? Don't joke, it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 93. Those who smile will not have bad luck. How could it not be related to you? Originally, there were still opposing voices in Sunagakure regarding that little guy. But who knew that the one-tail would jump out unceremoniously and ask, who supports and who opposes him being the Wind Shadow? Tsunade clicked her tongue and shook her head. After being questioned like this by the one-tail, the faces of those old guys in Sunagakure turned green. Oh, the one-tail can still be this domineering? I didn't see it coming. Hearing what Tsunade said, Luo was enlightened, feeling that he barely recognized that big raccoon. Tsunade shot Luo an exasperated glance. Do you think everyone is like you? Luo shrugged. All right. How many people are participating in this joint CHNIN exam? Not many, just over 100. Tsunade spoke lightly. What? That's not many? No way. You must send me a few assistants. Otherwise, it's off the table. Luo immediately started acting unreasonable. For Luo, Tsunade also felt a headache. To fight? Can't win. To scold? He has a fiercely protective companion. If scolded, it would be a big deal. As for persuading him with kind words, don't mess around. The other party's skin is thicker than the gates of Konoha. Completely useless. In the end, Tsunade still compromised. Half a day later, at the Konoha gate, Luo looked at the assistant Tsunade had arranged for him, amazed. I didn't expect that you two were arranged. Yueying, when did you retire from the Umbu? Indeed, the two people Tsunade arranged were Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao. It's been a while. The Umbu work was a bit too busy, Yuzuki Yugao said with a gentle smile, which was pleasing to the eye. I have to say, Gale's frail health definitely has its reasons. All right, just kidding. Moonlight Gale is purely due to a hereditary disease. Hey, we're not outsiders. Why say it so nicely? It's just one generation of Hokage and one generation of Umbu. When the third Hokage stepped down, Tsunade had to start cultivating her own Umbu. Luo waved his hand, speaking casually. This made the expressions of Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao very awkward. However, what Luo said next left them completely speechless. It's good that you retired from the Umbu. After all, the work in the Umbu was too dangerous and too busy. Once you retire, you have time to marry Gale sooner. Sigh. Lord Luo, you're impressive, but your mouth really has no filter. Just as the two were so awkward they could almost dig out the Hokage building with their toes, Luo became more and more addicted to talking. I tell you, a girl's youth is only a few years. Once you grow old, no one will want you. Look at her Hokage, getting on in years. TSK, 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 truly pitiful. Luo rambled on, unaware that Tsunade was approaching from behind, her face already as dark as a pot bottom. Bastard, I will kill you. Tsunade shouted angrily, her fist as big as a cauldron ready to smash down on Luo. She had completely lost her rationality. Even if the king of heaven came, she would first beat Luo to vent her anger. Don't be impulsive, Tsunade. Don't be impulsive. Seeing the situation was not good, Jiraiya hurriedly blocked Tsunade. Being caught eavesdropping while badmouthing someone, Yuzuki Yugao and Moonlight Gale beside them felt embarrassed for Luo. Cough cough. Little Tsunade, I'm mainly thinking of you. But what kind of person is Luo? He completely doesn't know how to be embarrassed. Hearing the voice from behind, he calmly turned around, looking at Tsunade with a face full of concern for her. Look at you, you're already this age. If you don't find someone to marry soon, I'm afraid the big pillar will jump out of the coffin. As his good brother, I naturally can't let you degenerate like this. I think Jiraiya is quite good. Why don't you consider him? Upon hearing Luo's words, Jiraiya, who was still desperately blocking Tsunade, froze, looking at Luo with gratitude in his eyes. If the occasion were right, he would definitely give Luo a thumbs up. Luo, I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Luo repeatedly bringing up age made Tsunade completely explode, her golden hair nearly standing on end. Cough cough. I think the people are almost gathered. Let's go. Destination, Sunagakure. Seeing that if he continued to provoke her, Tsunade would have a way to kill him, Luo hurriedly pulled the increasingly cold Kaguya beside him, turned to the group of dumbfounded genin, waved his hand, and set off directly. Only after Luo and his group were out of sight did Tsunade stop her rampage, helplessly rolling her eyes at Jiraiya, who was still blocking her. Let go. Are you addicted to taking advantage of me? Cough cough. Well, I'm just afraid you'll do something silly. Being exposed on the spot, Jiraiya's old face turned red as he hurriedly explained. Feeling down, I want a drink. Tsunade said lightly, straightforwardly. No problem. Let's go. I'll arrange it. This time, the joint exam held by Sunagakure is even grander than the one in Konohagakure, mainly because Gaara is still too young. He wants to use this Chunin exam to intimidate the other ninja villages that are eager to take a bite out of Sunagakure. Having Luo come over is also a precaution. In case the One-Tail cannot intimidate these ninja villages, Luo absolutely won't let his friends be bullied. Well, the main reason is that even though Gaara has become the Kazekage now, everyone still only fears him, and Luo is Gaara's only true friend so far. Hello, my name is Fu. Can we be friends? The closer they got to Sunagakure, the more people there were. Luo's team encountered a team from Takigakure who were also heading to Sunagakure. After traveling for a long time, Fu finally met ninjas from other villages and excitedly fluttered her 3 pairs of little wings behind her as she flew over. No, before Luo could answer, Kaguya beside him coldly spoke. Luo rubbed his forehead. The goddess is still so easily jealous. He gently embraced Kaguya and kissed her lightly on the forehead. You need to have confidence in me. Although Kaguya had already been kissed by Luo in public many times, she still felt a bit shy, her little face reddening as she nestled into Luo's arms, no longer showing any hint of hostility. Hello, why do you want to be friends with me? Luo looked at Fu and asked with a smile. I have a wish, which is to make 100 friends. I already have. Originally feeling a bit down after being rejected by Kaguya, Fu's mood brightened when she heard Luo talking to her again. She began counting on her fingers how many friends she had made. So, have you made friend with the big guy inside you? Looking at the somewhat naive Fu, Luo couldn't help but tease. Upon hearing Luo's words, Fu's expression changed, and she involuntarily took a step back. You know? Luo nodded gently. I have 2 friends, and they're just like you. However, they have already become very good friends with their big guy inside them. But its temper is really bad. Fu's expression was a bit hesitant. She had thought about this, but the big guy inside her really had a bad temper. However, for some reason, today this big guy seemed to be unusually quiet. Oh, really? Luo's expression was somewhat playful as he looked at the location of the sealed 7 tails on Fu's abdomen. At this moment, the 7 tails sealed inside Fu was trembling. What kind of monster is this person in front of me? Why does his chakra feel even more terrifying than mine? And who is that woman beside him? Just standing there makes me tremble uncontrollably. You see, it's not even talking. Its temper shouldn't be that bad. After a moment, seeing the 7 tails make no move, Luo said with a smile. Yeah, it's so strange. If it were usual, the big guy would have started making a fuss by now. Why is it so quiet today? Fu was puzzled. Can I see the big guy inside you? Luo spoke again with a smile. However, upon hearing Luo's words, the Seven Tails nearly scared itself into submission. Don't come over. I don't want to see you. However, reality is often contrary to expectations. Fu happily nodded. Sure, but how are you going to see it? Luo said nothing, just gently tugged at Fu's lower abdomen, and a mass of red chakra was pulled out. The red chakra gradually formed the shape of the Seven Tails. My name is Luo. Seven Tails, I heard your temper is very bad. Luo looked at the Seven Tails, who looked like a bug, with a half smile. Rumors. They're definitely just rumors. The little bug, am the best behaved. The Seven Tails shook its head like a rattle drum, almost swearing. I think its temper is pretty good. Why don't you try to be friends with it? With the One Tail and Nine Tails in front, now with the Seven Tails appearing in this posture, Luo felt completely accustomed to it. Really? Fu pinched her chin, looking at the Seven Tails on her shoulder with some skepticism. Yes, absolutely true. The little bug, have the best temper. The Seven Tails nodded vigorously, afraid that if Luo was unhappy, it would be done for. Hee, that's great. Then let us be friends. Fu dan step bidi, yai. One step closer to making 100 friends. Looking at Fu's pure smile, Luo couldn't help but smile as well. People who love to laugh usually have good luck, right? Luo silently glanced at the Seven Tails on Fu's shoulder, as if telling it, this girl will protect her. You just watch. Seeing Luo's warning gaze, the Seven Tails didn't dare to oppose at all. It wished it could treat Fu like a revered ancestor. Fu, after this Chunin exam, I want to go to Takigakure for a few days. I wonder if that is okay? Suddenly, Luo thought of how, in the original timeline, Fu seemed to have been attacked on her way back during this time, and he developed a desire to help her. I will be very welcome. I just don't know if the village chief will agree. How about I ask when we get back? Chapter 94. Shocking the audience, Fu scratched her head a bit embarrassedly, a look of apology on her face. Her village was somewhat closed off and had always disliked ninjas from other villages visiting. She really wasn't sure if she could get the village chief to agree. No worries. I'm just asking casually. Seeing Fu's awkwardness, Luo smiled and comforted her. With Luo's presence, Fu decided not to leave, but to join the Konoha team and head to Sunagakure with them. The two jonin from Takigakure, escorting her, also rubbed their foreheads helplessly. They knew Fu's personality all too well. After being bound in the village for so many years, it was tough for her. Hello, can we be friends? Thus, this voice would occasionally ring out in the Konoha team. A few days passed, and after crossing the vast desert, Luo and the others finally arrived at Sunagakure. Upon hearing the news, Gaara, ignoring everyone's objections, had already been waiting at the village entrance for a long time. Anxiety and anticipation were plainly written on his face. Gaara, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have become the Kazekage. Coming to Gaara's side and looking him up and down, Luo couldn't help but sigh at the sight of this small figure. Long time no see, Luo. Gaara's expression was somewhat excited. He had too many words he wanted to say, but didn't know where to start. How is the big raccoon doing lately? Seeing that Gaara's dark circles had faded a lot, Luo asked with concern. Gulp gulp. It seemed that the One Tail heard Luo's inquiry and suddenly released its chakra from Gaara's body, instantly forming a small mini One Tail. Lord Luo, your most respectful little raccoon greets you. I've been very well behaved lately. I haven't thrown any little tantrums at all. As soon as the One Tail appeared, it immediately displayed its sincere attitude. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was someone's little lapdog. Huh, you have such a big eye inside you too? At this moment, a girl with green hair peeked her head out from behind Luo, curiously looking at the One Tail on Gaara's shoulder. Then she pointed at the Seven Tails on her own shoulder. I have one too. Seven Tails, do you know each other? The Seven Tails on Fu's shoulder looked at the One Tail, who had a very sycophantic demeanor and was utterly shocked. Is this the legendary Shikaku, the most eccentric of the nine-tailed beasts? I originally thought my attitude was already quite open-minded, but turns out this individual before me surpasses that. One Tail, long time no see. The Seven Tails flapped its wings and slowly flew in front of One Tail, seemingly confirming whether this was truly the Shikaku it knew. To think there would be a day to meet again in their lifetime. Shikaku sighed, After they were assigned to different villages, it had become quite difficult for them to meet, except on the battlefield. Especially for the Seven Tails, the village it belonged to had never participated in the Ninja World Wars, making any chance of meeting even more scarce. Let's go. No need to chat here. Let's head into the village. Seeing that staying at the entrance wasn't productive, Gaara smiled and called everyone to enter the village. Upon arriving in Sunagakure for the first time, Luo was very curious about the scenery around him. He looked around, constantly scanning the environment. However, all that caught his eye was yellow, still yellow. The color of the yellow sand had become the main color of the village. Sigh. This poor kid Gaara. This one do. After all, he has my responsibility, and with Sunagakure looking like this, it's a bit embarrassing for me. Thinking this, Luo stopped and placed a hand on the ground. As his chakra continuously flowed into the earth, green saplings began to rise from the corners of Sunagakure and continued to grow. Before long, they had transformed into towering trees. Looking at the greenery amidst the swirling yellow sand, Luo nodded in satisfaction. Now it looks much better. However, little did he know, his actions had scared everyone around him. Wood release, it's actually wood release. Konoha has once again produced a wood release ninja. Moreover, judging by the range of this jutsu, it's not inferior to that of Hashirama from back in the day. In the reception area, a dark-skinned man, whose pupils involuntarily contracted, gazed at the transformed Sunagakure. This man was none other than the Reikage from Kyomogakure. This time, he led the participation from Kyomogakure, primarily to discuss the current military strength of Sunagakure and see if they could extract some benefits from this level of Sunagakure. However, Luo's sudden action left him feeling shocked, and his initial intent to probe turned hesitant. The Two Tails felt the presence of its kind. The gaze of the wooden person sitting on the roof also turned towards the direction of the chakra fluctuations, speaking softly. Could it be that Konoha's Jinchuriki has mastered wood release? If that's the case, it could be troublesome. Let's go check it out. Not knowing the enemy's true strength, I decided to personally investigate this ninja capable of using such a wide range of wood release. Konoha seems to have grown stronger again. In another courtyard of the reception area, Inoki floated in the air, watching the rising wood release around him, his hunched figure becoming even more stooped. He couldn't help but think back to the time when he followed his master to Konoha and faced the humiliation from UchihaMassacre. That disdainful look and arrogant demeanor were deeply etched in his heart. Now, seeing the wood release utilized by Senju Hashirama, who was on par with UchihaMassacre, made this old man, who refused to admit his age, feel somewhat disheartened. This time, he had also come to Sunagakure to gather intelligence. Initially, he hadn't planned to come personally, but after hearing that he was leading the team from Kyomogakure, he felt he had to come to avoid falling behind. Sigh. Why does Konoha always seem to have an endless supply of geniuses? He also thought of Deidara, his rebellious disciple. If only he hadn't left the village. It would have been great. Is it time for me to retire? Let's go take a look. This time, to let his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, see the world. He arranged for her to be included in the Chunin exam list. Water Shadow, should we go take a look? Ao, standing behind Terumi Mei, quietly inquired. No way. He is not even handsome. Terumi Mei leisurely lay back at her chair, soaking up the sun, her lazy voice reaching everyone's ears. Sigh. What will my future husband be like, being such an excellent woman like me? I really want to find him and get married soon. The four people standing beside Terumi Mei exchanged glances. This generation's Water Shadow is indeed powerful, but her desperate desire to marry is truly hard to commend. This time, Terumi Mei brought a total of 4 guards. Ao, Chojuro, Zabuza, and Haku. That's right, Zabuza and Haku did not face punishment after returning to Kirigakure. On the contrary, Terumi Mei valued them greatly for being the first to resist the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage. Not only did she cancel the pursuit order for Zabuza, but she also promoted him to be a guard for the Mizukage. If Zabuza weren't so lacking in looks, she might have even considered marrying him. He is a handsome guy, Ao said helplessly, finally resorting to his trump card, leaning close to Terumi Mei's ear and whispering. Upon hearing the words handsome guy, Terumi Mei instantly perked up, her lazy demeanor disappearing in an instant. She suddenly jumped up from her chair. What are we waiting for? With such a powerful wood-release ninja appearing in Konoha again, we absolutely cannot sit idly by. We must grasp the first-hand information. Ao. Chojuro. Zabuza. Huh. Alright, you're the Mizukage. What you say is right. Thus, under Luo's flamboyant display, the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage hurriedly rushed towards his direction. Sensing several terrifying presences approaching, Gaara couldn't help but tense his body. However, despite the nervousness in his heart, he instinctively stood in front of Luo. Luo also noticed these presences and, seeing Gaara's actions, felt a wave of comfort in his heart. The little one hasn't been in vain. Since that's the case, should I let Tsunade send Yamato to the land of wind to plant trees when we return? It seems feasible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three Kages and their guards arrived almost simultaneously in front of Gaara. A looked at the little brat Gaara and felt a sense of disdain in his heart, but due to the presence of the person who had just acted, he didn't show it. Lord Kazekage, may I ask who used the wood release just now? Inoki had also arrived, floating in the air, with a forced smile as he said, "Is it a ninja from Konoha? Haha, Konoha really is full of talents." The atmosphere on the scene became tense instantly with the words of the two Kages. However, all tension was shattered with Terumi Mei's arrival. Whereas the handsome guy? Watching Terumi Mei rush in with heart-shaped eyes, everyone couldn't help but break out into cold sweat. This Mizukage seems to have a bit of an offbeat character. However, Ao, standing behind her, scanned everyone on the opposite side and naturally noticed the amount of chakra contained within Luo. In an instant, he froze in place, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. How could there be such a monstrous amount of chakra, several times larger than a tailed beast? However, the surprise didn't stop there. His gaze landed on Kagaya. He only saw a mist and couldn't see her true form at all. The Byakugan in his right eye even throbbed painfully, causing him to look away. What kind of monster has Konoha sent this time? Chapter 95. Demonstration. Seeing everyone's gaze directed toward him, Gaara couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Facing the three Kage, his current strength felt somewhat inadequate. Realizing that Gaara had reached his limit, Luo gently patted his shoulder and pulled him behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Although Luo wore a smile, there was not a trace of warmth in it, causing a sense of gloom to rise in everyone's hearts. Step by step, he walked toward the crowd opposite him. With each step, it felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present, making them feel a sinking sensation. Even the seemingly unreliable Terumi was now tense. The pressure from this seemingly young Konoha ninja was overwhelming. Just like that, Luo approached the opposing side. The first to confront him was Reikage. It seems that Kumogakure has invested heavily this time, bringing out two Jinchuriki from the village. Luo smiled as he brushed past and walked directly to the wooden figure. However, even though he was so blatantly ignored, beads of cold sweat dripped down A's forehead, and he dared not make any move. Although he believed he could crush the opponent's skull in just 0.01 seconds. Reason told him that the other party could kill him even faster. Luo casually approached the wooden figure, gently tugging at its abdomen, pulling out a mass of red chakra. This scene left everyone who witnessed it in shock. What kind of technique is this? The tailed beast chakra was so easily extracted from within. The extracted two tails chakra instantly transformed into the form of a cat demon engulfed in azure flames. Luo lightly scratched the chin of the two tails, smiling as he said, "Little two tails, you're so good." Turning, he walked toward Inoki, leaving the two tails trembling on the wooden figure's shoulder. "Inoki, you don't seem too bad either." TSK. A Jinchuriki of the five tails. Hee, if the four tails Jinchuriki were in the village, would you have brought him too? Luo's smile remained, but his words left Inoki even more shaken. How did the other party know that old Noki was not in the village? How many spies had Konoha planted in his village? The same action was repeated as Luo extracted the mini five tails from Han's body. A horse that doesn't know its place is not a good five tails. Just after being pulled out, the five tails nuzzled its small head against Luo's palm, fully expressing goodwill. "So good. You must always behave, don't cause any trouble." After saying this, Luo turned again toward Terumi Mei. Hi, Zabuza, long time no see. Unlike the atmosphere with other ninja villages, Luo's smile became more genuine upon seeing Zabuza and Haku. Long time no see, Lord Luo seems to have become stronger again, Zabuza said, trying to muster a friendly smile, which, combined with his fierce face, made the smile seem less sincere. You two know each other? That's great. Zabuza, can you introduce him to me? Upon noticing Luo's change in attitude, Terumi Mei returned to her usual marriage-seeking demeanor. Hearing her words, Luo couldn't help but shiver. What kind of wolfish words are these? Isn't living good? Miss, please have some self-respect. Feeling the pressure from Kagaya behind him getting lower, Luo quickly waved his hand. I already have someone I like. While saying this, Luo pulled Kagaya in front of him and smiled as he introduced her. Terumi Mei's expression suddenly turned extremely dejected. Why are all the good men taken? With Terumi Mei's words, the tense atmosphere that Luo had created instantly dissipated. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he seemed to reevaluate the fifth Mizukage. Anyone who could break out of such a bloody mist and become the shadow of a village was definitely not simple. In fact, in this ninja world, anyone who could become a shadow of a village was a formidable figure. Haha, I didn't expect the joint Chunin exams held by Sunagakure to be so grand. However, the purpose of the demonstration has been achieved, and I don't intend to create more trouble, Luo said with a chuckle, moving to Gaara's side and gently patting his shoulder. All the ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages have come. Other villages sent their Kage personally, while Konoha sent me here, which feels a bit unworthy. If I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have listened to Tsunade and come myself. Still the same saying, anyone who becomes a village's Kage is not simple. Even Tsunade, who usually seemed carefree, was no exception. Only now did Luo understand Tsunade's intentions. Konoha had just undergone a significant change, and the spies from other villages must have already sent the message back. This time, Tsunade likely wanted him to show off a bit. I didn't expect it. Unintentionally, I've managed to help improve Gaara's living environment in Sunagakure. Haha, you flatter me. Your strength is more than enough if you want to become Hokage. Leading a team to participate in the Chunin exams is naturally no problem, Reikage laughed heartily. It sounded like flattery, but it subtly provoked the relationship between Luo and the Hokage. The faces of the Konoha genin who heard Reikage's words changed. Haha, I like what you said, Reikage. Luo knew Reikage's intention and continued with his words. Once Luo finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the Konoha ninjas became even more awkward. However, Luo's next sentence offered them a sense of reassurance. But you see, I'm a bit lazy. My only wish is to accompany my precious one to travel around the entire ninja world. Moreover, the first Hokage also told me to take care of his granddaughter. You ask who the first Hokage is? That's Senju Hashirama. Recently, Orochimaru brought him back with impure world reincarnation. You all should have heard this news, right? Luo's words made Reikage narrow his eyes, the wariness in his gaze toward Luo intensifying. Inoki, floating in the air, also looked at Luo with a meaningful expression. Spies are usually things that are understood without words. Unexpectedly, Luo openly pointed them out. However, whether it was a display or something else, he could not admit it at this moment, hastily smiling and saying, what? Orochimaru actually brought back the god of ninjas, Lord Senju Hashirama, with impure world reincarnation? Such desecration of the dead is simply outrageous. Reikage turned to look at Inoki in surprise, cursing the old fox in his heart. He quickly spoke up. I didn't expect you to have such connections with the god of ninjas. I should have considered this better. However, since Inoki had set the stage, he didn't mind going along with it. With verbal sparring and subtle exchanges, the group ultimately dispersed, each with their own hidden agendas. At the Kumovikure Reception Center, the fourth Reikage A, who should have been an enemy, and the third Tsuchikage Inoki, seemed to have put aside their hatred, sitting quietly around a round table together. Reikage, how much information do you have about that person? Inoki placed both hands on the table, slightly raised his eyelids, and looked at AI across from him. Speaking in a deep voice, he knew a bit but not much. He only knew that the person's name was Luo. He used to be an obscure junior. But last year, he suddenly emerged during the upheaval in Konoha. AI's expression was equally serious. He didn't expect such a figure to appear in Konoha. Just now, the pressure the other party brought him was no less than the pressure UchihaMassacre had given him back in the day. Inoki showed a hint of annoyance. After so many years, he still couldn't let it go. Not only that, just as AI was about to speak, Murin suddenly interrupted. What's wrong? Imurin, do you have any other discoveries? AI turned to Murin. The technique Luo had just displayed, which directly extracted the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki's body. Indeed, left them astounded. Murin just told me. That person is terrifying, but if encountered alone, it still has a bit of courage to resist. However, the woman beside him makes it feel utterly hopeless to resist. This was the first time Murin had seen why Torai shows such fear. That's right. King Mu just told me the same thing. If it had resisted just now, it was certain it would no longer exist in this world. The man in red armor, wearing a red hat, added, What? Wasn't it said that tailed beasts cannot be truly killed? Hearing Han's account, AI and Inoki both slammed their hands on the table, their eyes revealing disbelief. I don't know the specifics. King Mu said he wasn't clear either. It's just a feeling he has. Han's face was full of lingering fear. He and the Five Tails shared a fate. Knowing such news, how could his heart be calm? Receiving Han's affirmative answer, AI and Inoki sat down in their chairs in despair. The emergence of such a monster in the ninja world destined to suppress an era. After a long while, Inoki sighed, his aged face seeming to age a few more years. Alas, it is what it is. Fortunately, the other party seems to have no ambition to compete for supremacy. We just need to avoid provoking Konoha. After hearing Inoki's words, AI felt 1,000 regrets in his heart, but for the sake of Kimobikure, he had no choice but to compromise. Damn it, why does Konoha always produce such exceptional talents? Chapter 96. Murin vs. Hinata, this joint CH-NIN exam. Due to the large number of participants, the first 2 rounds lasted an entire week. After another week of adjustments, the third round began 2 weeks later. Hundreds of genin were ultimately reduced to 16 for the third round of battles. It had a feeling akin to 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. Among those remaining, Konoha had the most participants, with a total of 5. Among these 5, Hinata, Niji, Rock Lee, and Kiba were all somewhat expected by Luo. However, one person completely surprised Luo, Haruno Sakura. He didn't expect that, even with the change in the timeline, Sakura still successfully became Tsunade's apprentice, and her strength received an unprecedented boost. Moreover, Luo had a vague feeling that Sakura's current performance was not her full strength. If the previous Sakura had shown a domineering attitude, the current Sakura displayed a demeanor of low profile and patience. She seemed like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows, ready to strike and end her opponent's life at any moment. As for the other ninja villages, their numbers had dwindled. The 2 who made it into the top 16 from Kimobikure were the Storm Release user Darui and the Two Tails Jinchuriki Murin. However, even Luo had to admit that aside from Konoha, the ninjas of Kimobikure were the strongest among all the participants in the exam. The reason for only 2 making it to the top 16 was mainly due to their own actions. It is said that the people of Kimobikure have muscles for brains. That saying is not just talk. Who would directly provoke the remaining ninja villages if they had brains? As a result, they were directly besieged. Having 2 people in the top 16 was partly because the Konoha ninjas did not participate in the siege. The main reason was that they had already far surpassed the ordinary genin level. Of course, the most likely reason was that these 2 were no longer genin. The Raikage chose to conceal their ninja ranks. The 2 other prominent figures from Sunagakure to make into the top 16 were Temari and Kankuro, besides Gaara. Luo felt that their entry into the third round had some luck involved, having received help from Ino Shikicho. It must be said that this Shikamaru kid is indeed skilled at pursuing his girlfriend. He would rather not advance himself than help his future wife advance. The entry of the Mist Village into the top 16 was also someone Luo found surprising, Zuki Suigetsu. He didn't expect that after Orochimaru returned to Konoha, Suigetsu was actually taken under the wing of Karui. As for Iwagakure, only Kuratsuchi made into the top 16, which also puzzled Luo. Wasn't it said that Iwagakure's military strength is the strongest among the 5 great nations? The entry of F from Takigakure into the top 16 was also expected by Luo. Of course, F participated in the CHNEN exam mainly for fun. As for rankings, she really didn't care. The third round of the exam finally began. Luo remarked how strong the participants from Konoha were this time. Looking at the 5-member team from Konoha, Gaara couldn't help but sigh. It's just that they got lucky. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only Luo was not a Kage. Yet sitting among these people, Luo felt no discomfort. In this first battle, who does Mr. Luo think has the upper hand? Looking at Luo's smug expression, the Raikage spoke in a deep voice. The first battle was between Murin, the Jinchuriki from Kumobikure, and Konoha's ninja, Hinata Hyuga. The Hyuga clan is well known in the ninja world. Their bloodline limit, Byakugan, displays unparalleled reconnaissance abilities on the battlefield. However, because of this, the combat strength of the Hyuga clan is somewhat overshadowed by their reconnaissance capabilities. Therefore, in AI's view, the Konoha ninja named Hinata Hyuga and Murin were not on the same level of combat strength at all. I don't know. Luo looked at AI with interest, shrugged, and casually replied, I think Murin from Kumobikure should be stronger. Due to the meeting between Inoki and AI a few days ago, their relationship seemed to have eased quite a bit, and at this moment he stood up and spoke. Luo raised his eyelids. When did these two start sharing the same pot? Hard to say. However, I think that little girl from Iwagakure should be able to advance to the next round. After all, the opponent is just a ninja from a small village. If she can't win this, TSK, then Iwagakure will be annihilated. Luo shook his head sarcastically. By the way, I heard that girl seems to be the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Luo's words made Inoki's back hurt with anger. There was nothing to be done. Who told him Iwagakure to excel in combined ninjutsu, but not in one-on-one combat? Thinking of this, Inoki couldn't help but recall his runaway apprentice, Deidara. While a few of them were talking, the battle on the field had already begun. As soon as the battle began, Murin's fingernails quickly elongated, and with his body slightly leaning forward, his hands' nails appeared glistening and sharp. Give up, you're not my opponent. The pupils of Yuki's eyes slowly turned into vertical slits, fixating intently on Hinata across from him as he spoke coldly. No matter who it is, I will not choose to retreat again. Listening to his words, Hinata's delicate face was filled with determination. Her legs bent slightly, one hand in front and the other behind, assuming the stance for her technique. Then don't blame me. As the words fell, Yuki's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, moving as swiftly as a nimble cat demon. Bang! The two quickly engaged in combat, fists and feet colliding, creating waves of buzzing sounds. Whoosh! Seeing no progress, Yuki leaped high backward. Ninjutsu, Fire Mouse Ball. Suddenly, several clusters of eerie blue flames erupted from his mouth, transforming into blue baby mice that darted toward Hinata. Hinata pushed off the ground, swiftly moving to the side to dodge the Fire Mouse Ball. Hinata, be careful! Just as she let out a sigh of relief, a voice of urgency rang out from the stands. Kiba's warning. Hinata froze and looked back. The Fire Mouse Ball, which had already flown far away, had somehow turned around and was attacking her again. Is it tracking me? Hinata murmured, without Kiba's reminder. She might have suffered a significant loss this time due to her ignorance of the opponent's jutsu effects. However, just as Hinata turned back, Yuki's attack was already coming again, his entire body turning into a streak of light, sharp claws aimed straight for Hinata's neck. Wow, such a ruthless attack. Watching Yuki's deadly strikes, Luo couldn't help but click his tongue. This assessment can also be considered a small battlefield. However, with such a minor trick, I believe the ninjas of Konoha should be able to handle it easily. Hearing Luo's astonished voice, AI revealed a smug smile. In the blink of an eye, while Luo and AI were talking, Yuki's attack had already reached Hinata. Hinata's situation became precarious at once. With Yuki's attack in front and the Fire Mouse Ball's sneak attack behind, it seemed there was no way to break through. A victorious smile appeared on Yuki's face. Just at this critical moment, Hinata's eyes suddenly emitted a silver light, and a blue spatial door flashed away. Hinata's figure had already disappeared from the spot, reappearing over 10 meters away. Watching Hinata suddenly vanish, Yuki's body momentarily froze. However, this slight pause allowed the Fire Mouse Ball, which had been flanking her, to charge directly at her. Yuki was startled and wanted to change the trajectory of the fire mouse ball, but it was already too late. At the critical moment, a series of eerie blue flames erupted from Yuki's body, and her golden hair was tied up at that instant. Her cat-like eyes turned white. Half-tailed beast transformation. The fire mouse ball collided fiercely with Yuki, but it caused her no harm. The blue baby mice merged directly into the flames surrounding her body. That move just now. Flying Thunder God technique? AI suddenly stood up from his seat, exclaiming. After a moment, he shook his head. No, it's not the Flying Thunder God. The technique did not appear in that direction. In the past, during his battle with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he had narrowly lost. This left AI with lingering regrets, prompting him to conduct detailed research on the Flying Thunder God technique, hoping that one day he could defeat Minato in another encounter. Thus, even after many years, seeing Hinata's jutsu only caused him a moment's hesitation before he dismissed it. His gaze turned to Hinata's silver-glowing eyes. Then he turned to Luo and spoke in a deep voice. Is it the power of those eyes? He had seen enough of the Byakugan on the battlefield in the past. Initially, he had even strategized to seize the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Indeed, if the Sharingan can evolve, isn't it only natural for the Byakugan, which is on par with it, to evolve as well? Luo spoke in the most ordinary tone, delivering the most pretentious statement, causing those around him to feel a pang of jealousy. Why does all the good stuff go to Konoha? They were all frustrated. After Yuki neutralized the crisis of the fire mouse ball, she did not choose to exit her half-tailed beast state. She no longer underestimated the seemingly weak Konoha ninja before her. I acknowledge you now. Next, please use all your strength otherwise. Yuki's words trailed off, but an immense pressure was released. Hinata's expression became more serious, her eyes shining even more brightly with silver light. Chapter 97. Saying goodbye to the past. As the silver light flickered in Hinata's eyes, several blue spatial doors appeared in the arena. The center of the spatial doors was endless darkness, as if merely looking at it could devour one's spirit. Yuki's eyes narrowed slightly, and eerie blue flames burned and flickered around her, the terrifying heat making the spectators feel a wave of scorching warmth. Ninjutsu, Fire Mouse Ball, with Yuki's sharp command. Several times more blue baby mice suddenly emerged from the eerie blue flames surrounding her, overwhelming Hinata. The countless afterimages resembled shooting stars, tracing beautiful yet dangerous arcs through the air. Hinata stood still, seemingly frozen in fear. However, if anyone truly thought that, they would be gravely mistaken. Just as the fire mouse ball was about to envelop Hinata, she finally moved. A blue spatial door suddenly wrapped around her. In an instant, her figure vanished from everyone's sight. The next moment, she stepped out from another spatial door, leaving the onlookers in awe. Such an incredible ability would surely make her invincible on the battlefield. However, upon witnessing this scene, a strange smile appeared on Yuki's lips. The fire mouse ball showed no sign of stopping and directly followed Hinata's footsteps into the spatial door. Although Hinata's sudden disappearance surprised her, she also realized the essence of her spatial traversal. The two spaces were like a wall. What Hinata did was open a door on that wall. Passing through this door would lead to another place. However, this method of transfer had a fatal flaw. If the spatial door was not closed in time, the opponent could follow her footsteps and traverse the space too. Yuki thought this and acted accordingly. The moment the fire mouse ball entered the spatial door, she felt she could already see her victory. However, after a long wait, the fire mouse ball did not emerge from the spatial door where Hinata had just appeared. Instead, it appeared in other different spatial doors. You think that just because I can open spatial doors, I won't control where they open? A sweet smile graced Hinata's lips. As her voice fell, a surge of blue chakra appeared in her hands, slowly forming into 2 lion heads. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Watching Hinata's starting stance, Luo's lips curled into a smile. At this distance, using the 8 trigrams, 64 palms is quite impressive. Has she already mastered the use of spatial doors to this extent? 2 palms. Hinata's hands suddenly thrust forward. Suddenly, a space gate appeared in front of her palms, just large enough for her hands to pass through. In front of her, under the incredulous gaze of the wooden man, 2 blue space gates also appeared. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, Hinata's palms slammed hard against the wooden man's body. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. Bagua, 64 palms. Hinata's attack speed was incredibly fast, like raindrops, striking the wooden man fiercely, making it difficult for her to defend. Her body was continuously hit, retreating repeatedly, with blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. The fire mouse ball that had just been sent flying was also left floating in the air as the wooden man's acupoints were sealed. Thud! After receiving the complete bagua, 64 palms, the wooden man's body softened and slowly fell to the ground. However, her aura did not weaken at all with her fall. Instead, it grew stronger. Boom! Boom! With two explosive sounds, two dark blue tails suddenly sprouted from behind the wooden man. The flames surrounding her body also became increasingly fierce, gradually forming the shape of a blue cat demon. Complete tailed beast transformation. It must be said that the village of Yun Hidden really has a knack for cultivating Jinchuriki. The wooden man was also a perfect Jinchuriki. However, at this moment, regardless of whether the wooden man was a perfect Jinchuriki or not, her heart was already consumed by anger. She was a wooden man, the two-tailed Jinchuriki of the village of Yun Hidden. She had her own pride, but today, in front of so many people, she was crushed by an unknown ninja. How could she accept this? As the blue cat demon with black patterns slowly raised its head, a black-purple-tailed beast ball quickly condensed in front of it. Mr. Luo, aren't you going to stop this? Once the tailed beast ball is formed, the destruction it causes is not something an ordinary person can bear. AI did not expect the wooden man to suffer such a great loss. Nor did he expect her to recklessly use the tailed beast ball, completely forgetting that this was just a Chunin exam. No witties. Luo's mouth slightly curled into a smile. His hands crossed in front of his chest. Senjutsu, shadow, clone technique. As his voice fell, 4 shadow clones identical to Luo appeared in front of everyone. The 4 shadow clones moved very quickly, almost instantly reaching the 4 corners of the competition arena. Senjutsu, for red yang formation. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 4 crimson barriers rose around the arena, isolating the audience from the combatants. Luo was not worried about whether Hinata could withstand the attack of the tailed beast ball with her current strength, if necessary. She could simply open the space gate and leave the battlefield. He just wanted to see if Hinata could come up with a way to respond in such a situation. In the arena, Hinata frowned as she looked at the slowly forming tailed beast ball, the pressure emanating from it making her feel a sense of dread. However, she had already said that no matter what happened in the future, she would never choose to retreat again. Therefore, her expression, though grave, was filled with unwavering determination. Boom! The tailed beast ball had formed, and the wooden man spat it out without any hesitation. The massive tailed beast ball, carrying overwhelming pressure, surged towards Hinata. Behind the tailed beast ball, a huge chasm formed as it moved, shocking everyone. As the tailed beast ball drew near, the silver light in Hinata's eyes grew stronger. At that moment, she used all her ocular power. The dozens of space gates that had been present gradually disappeared at this moment. The tailed beast ball was closing in fast, now less than a meter away from Hinata. However, just then, a space gate, several times larger than before, suddenly appeared between the tailed beast ball and Hinata. Boom! In an instant, the space gate swallowed the rapidly approaching tailed beast ball, and another space gate appeared behind the wooden man. Boom! 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 The transition from heaven to hell often happens in an instant. Just a moment ago, the wooden man saw Hinata unmoving and felt secretly pleased. But the next moment, the tailed beast ball suddenly appeared behind her, scaring her soul out of her body. Even though she was now in a completely tailed beast state, taking such a hit from the tailed beast ball was still quite difficult. But now, it was too late to do anything. The terrifying energy of the tailed beast ball erupted at that moment. The violent explosion resonated within the 4 red yang formation. Waves of energy struck the wooden man, causing her injuries, which had just begun to heal due to her complete tailed beast transformation, to break down once more. On the other side, although Hinata was at a considerable distance from the center of the tailed beast ball explosion, the arena was not that large, and there was only so much distance she could be from it. The violent waves also impacted her, causing her face to turn pale in an instant. Boom! 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 As the explosion ceased, two figures lay on the ground, battered and bruised from the devastation. It was actually a draw. Looking at the situation in the arena, AI was filled with unwillingness. He never expected that the wooden man would use the tailed beast ball and still not completely defeat her opponent in the end. Dispelling his shadow clones, Luo's mouth once again curled into a smile as he turned to AI. Rakage, it seems the result is not quite what you said. Looking at AI's face, which had turned the color of liver, Luo teased with a smile. Does the result matter? I scolded, unimpressed. In his view, both of them had already lost their fighting ability. Continuing to show off was certainly not the behavior of a wise person. Perhaps. Luo shrugged, non-committal. Maybe for others, this kind of temporary pride was indeed unwise. However, for Hinata, it was her unique stubbornness. After the medical ninjas carried the two of them away, the second round of the examination began again. This battle still featured ninjas from Konoha. The one stepping up was Rock Lee, and his opponent was a genin from the Hot Water Village. This battle started quickly and ended even faster. Rock Lee didn't even need to open the 8 gates before finishing the fight. One must say, the power gap between the 5 great ninja villages and those smaller villages was still quite obvious. The subsequent battles further showcased this disparity. In the third match, Temari advanced. In the fourth match, Ao Ijetsu Mizuki advanced. In the fifth match, Kiba advanced. All 4 matches were against ninjas from smaller villages. One could not say they lacked highlights, but it was simply one-sided crushing. Luo on the high platform was almost dozing off. Finally, when the referee announced the participants for the 6th match, Luo finally perked up. Not only did Luo perk up, but even Rakage and Tsuchikage and Noki also became alert. 6th match of the examination, Darui from the Cloud Village versus Kuratsuchi from the Rock Village. Stroking his chin, Luo watched the two in the arena with great interest. In the original timeline, Darui became the future Rakage, while Kuratsuchi became the future Tsuchikage. Oh no, I mean Tsuchikage. I wonder what kind of sparks this future duo will create when they meet here. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Due to the chakra nature, ninjas from the Rock Village generally possess strong physical techniques. Right from the start, Kuratsuchi rushed towards Darui, and during her charge, a layer of rocky armor quickly formed over her right arm. As a ninja from the Cloud Village, Darui was also proficient in physical techniques. However, his personality was somewhat similar to Shikamaru's. He was extremely averse to trouble. If it weren't for Rakage and watching from above, he would have preferred to concede right away. Sigh. Therefore, he did not take the initiative to attack, but after a long sigh, he reluctantly drew a weapon from behind, a broad-bladed sword, which he held firmly in his hand. Bang! The two quickly engaged, fists and sword clashing, producing a tremendous humming sound. Earth Release, Heavy Rock Technique. However, after Kuratsuchi's armored right hand slammed down on Darui's sword, she did not withdraw it, but instead unleashed another technique. Boom! Immediately, a massive force of gravity pressed down on the sword. Crack! Darui found his legs bending involuntarily under the sudden pressure, and seeing that he couldn't withstand it, he did not plan to forcefully resist. A layer of lightning suddenly burst forth around his body, a physical technique of the Cloud Village, using lightning chakra to enhance his muscle speed and penetrating power beyond the ordinary. With a crack of thunder, Darui's figure had already retreated several meters. The long sword in his hand was forcefully plunged into the ground, and he quickly formed several hand signs in front of him. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Suddenly, a water dragon surged from the ground, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards Kuratsuchi, seemingly aiming to tear her apart. Normally, at this moment, Kuratsuchi could easily defuse the opponent's attack by calmly using her most proficient earth release techniques. However, she chose to do the opposite and quickly formed several hand signs. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Behind Kuratsuchi, a winding water dragon also surged up and swiftly tore towards the opponent's water dragon. Boom! The two water dragons collided violently, splashing water everywhere. You fell for it. Seeing the spray of water, a sly smile appeared on Darui's face. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon. A blue bolt of lightning spread along the airborne water droplets and almost instantaneously reached Kuratsuchi. However, Kuratsuchi's face showed no panic. Instead, she revealed a similar scheming smile to Darui's. Lava release. Lime solidification technique. Crack, 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 with a series of crisp sounds. The scattered water droplets suddenly solidified into white lime and quickly converged towards Darui, binding him in place. What a hassle. Bound by the lime solidification technique, Darui showed no signs of frustration. Instead, he looked quite disdainful. Kuratsuchi's previously smiling face tightened the moment she saw Darui's expression. Her instincts sensed a wave of danger, and she quickly darted back. Wind release. Black spot. With Darui's low voice, black lightning suddenly appeared around him. The lava release, a bloodline limit that combined fire and earth, was utterly weak against the wind release combined with lightning and water. Crack, 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 with a series of crisp sounds. The layers of black lightning peeled away from his body. Moreover, the black lightning showed no signs of stopping, shooting towards Kuratsuchi at an unbelievable speed like a laser. As it rushed forward, the black lightning grew larger, gradually forming a black lightning leopard. The speed of the lightning leopard was so fast that even though Kuratsuchi sensed the danger in advance and tried to dodge, she was powerless to escape. With no other choice, her hands quickly formed several hand signs in front of her chest, pressing down hard toward the ground. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls technique. Lightning strike earth. Kuratsuchi knew that a simple earth flow wall technique would never be able to block the opponent's attack. Therefore, she immediately used the advanced version of the earth flow wall, multiple earth flow walls. With her shout, several earth walls instantly rose from the ground. Crack. However, the lightning strike earth was not just talk. With a series of thunderous roars, the seemingly impenetrable earth walls were torn apart as if they were made of paper in an instant. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi did not underestimate her opponent, the lightning leopard. After shredding several earth walls, finally stopped before the last wall. However, once a distracted person became serious, it was not something an ordinary person could imagine. As the first wave of Darui's attack just calmed down, the second wave of assault was already upon them. Holding the great sword, he quickly closed in on Kuratsuchi, arriving before her in an instant. The great sword swung down hard. Earth release, rock fist technique. Seeing the great sword coming towards her, Kuratsuchi used the rock fist technique without any hesitation. However, this time, the opponent's attack was not as simple as she had imagined. The black lightning on the sword easily tore through the rocky armor protecting Kuratsuchi's arm, advancing further to sever her arm. Seeing this scene, Inoki's eyes went wide with rage, and his aura exploded. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, beams of white light formed instantaneously. That was his beloved granddaughter. And now that the rock village was struggling, Kuratsuchi was his only hope. At this moment, Inoki was somewhat reckless. Dust release, the bloodline limit that surpasses all others. At this moment, it was about to unleash its true power. Seeing Inoki's madness, it also erupted with bolts of lightning. Darui was equally one of his trusted aides. How could he allow Inoki to bully the smaller? With a powerful push of his legs, he flashed forward, preparing to interrupt Inoki's attack before he could unleash it. Sage Art. Ice release. Absolute zero. However, at this critical moment, a calm voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Crack. With a crisp sound, 2 ice sculptures suddenly appeared in the arena, and 2 more ice sculptures appeared in the high stands. What a hassle. Why get so excited just to watch a match? Putting his hands down, Luo said, "Everyone calm down. AI announced that in this match, Yunin Village's Darui wins." Both AI and Inoki, who were instantly frozen, were filled with shock in their minds at that moment. Was the gap between them really this big? A strong sense of unwillingness continuously filled their hearts. Crackle, crackle. Lightning surged from Raikage AI's body, constantly striking against the ice that bound him. However, in the face of Raikage struggles, Luo couldn't even be bothered to take a glance. What a joke. With your chakra amount, you think you can break my seal? Moreover, it is reinforced by Sage Art. Do you think you're a big pillar? However, just as Luo's thoughts settled, a white light suddenly appeared before him. The ice binding Inoki had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at this scene, Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder it's a bloodline elimination. Inoki's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he sat down without saying a word. Although he had used dust release to dissolve the ice binding him, the shadow of being frozen in an instant lingered in his heart. However, when he saw AI, who had rushed to his side and was still frozen, a momentary sense of glee appeared on his dark face. When a person is crushed, they might feel unbalanced inside. When someone who has fought against you for many years is also crushed alongside you, and you've already broken free while the other party is still being crushed, the feeling is much more delightful. Watching the occasional gleam of glee in Inoki's eyes, AI's body erupted with lightning again. It was too frustrating, especially being seen in such a predicament by his old rival. Forget it, since Inoki has already broken free. Luo couldn't be bothered to continue restraining AI and directly withdrew the chakra supply. Chapter 99. Can we be friends? Inoki never expected Luo to suddenly withdraw the chakra supply. Completely unprepared, he was caught off guard by AI's sudden surge of lightning chakra. The hair that had been bound together was instantly turned upside down by the lightning. Reikich, were you doing this on purpose? Inoki's face turned genuinely dark, the kind of dark that was charred. Cough, cough. Although AI secretly felt pleased at Inoki's miserable state, he couldn't show it at this moment. Don't talk nonsense. What am I doing on purpose? You can't stand to see my Yunin village ninja win this match. So you're deliberately stirring things up, right? PFF. AI's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely into Inoki's heart, making him unable to suppress the urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood. It's just a fluke win. Inoki felt extremely aggrieved, his tone filled with bitterness. Sigh. Another day of missing my disciple Deidara. Winning a match is still winning. Unlike some villages, TSK, one of the 5 great ninja villages stopped at the top 16. If this gets out, I wonder if some old folks can still hold their heads high. Taking advantage of the situation, AI continued to speak sarcastically. Inoki wanted to retaliate, but couldn't find a reason, so he could only turn his face away and ignore the smug AI. With Luo's chakra supply withdrawn, Darui and Akatsuchi, who had been frozen into ice sculptures below, found the ice layers around them shattering in an instant. Both of them looked towards Luo, who was sitting on a high platform, their eyes filled with caution. The first round, 7th match, officially began as the two walked out of the arena. Hyuga Niji versus Fu. Unlike the battles of others, the two did not start off with tension. Fu always wore a sunny smile on her face as she stepped closer to Niji. Can we be friends? Here we go again. The same words had a significant impact on Niji. Niji was not someone who liked to talk. During the few days they had come to Suna, Fu had already asked to be friends countless times. Niji had initially been too lazy to respond, but now that it had come to this moment, the other party still had this attitude. This really made Niji feel a bit overwhelmed. A strong sense of helplessness surged in his heart, but he couldn't say much. After all, the other party was invited into the team by Luo. If you beat me, I'll agree. Finally, Niji cleverly thought of a not-so-great solution. Upon hearing Niji say this, Fu's eyes immediately lit up. During this time, due to Luo's friendly communication with the 7 tails, well, whether the tailed beasts acknowledged it or not, in Luo's eyes, it was friendly communication. Fu's mastery of the 7 tails chakra had made tremendous progress. While she may not have reached the level of a perfect Jinchuriki, she was not far off. Now, she was very confident in her strength. It's a deal. Both sides were ready, and the battle began. With the referee's command, Fu acted first, her wings fluttering as she soared into the sky. Looking down at Niji from above, Fu's face broke into a sweet smile. I won. A flying ninja inherently had an advantage in battle. Words spoken too early. Looking at Fu in the sky, Niji's eyes slowly glimmered with silver light. Silver Mirror Byakugan. Space Binding. Every pair of Mangeki Sharingan has its unique ability. While each pair of Silver Mirror Byakugan is related to space, they're all different. Hinata mastered the Space Gate, while Niji mastered Space Suppression and Decompression. As the ability of Silver Mirror Byakugan activated, Fu immediately felt that the space around her was continuously compressing towards her. Her movements became increasingly unsteady. Moreover, as time passed, the suppression was growing stronger. It wouldn't be long before she might be completely suppressed and unable to move. She absolutely could not be completely bound, otherwise she would lose. Thinking this, Fu unhesitatingly borrowed the power of the seven tails, and in an instant, her body was enveloped in crimson-tailed beast chakra. There is mutual sensing among tailed beasts. So Fu revealing that she was a Jinchuriki did not surprise the shadows. They just wanted to see how Niji, who was also from the Hyuga clan and had a higher level of Byakugan, would perform. After all, the reason Hinata was able to win against the Wooden Man was partly due to some clever tricks. Almost instantly, the three pairs of wings on Fu's body were enveloped by tailed beast chakra, and a tail grew out behind her. Directly seven tails? Luo knew that the form of the seven tails was different from that of other tailed beasts, and he was somewhat surprised that Fu could master all of the seven tails power so quickly. With the enhancement of the seven tails power, the binding of this space gradually loosened. Choosing a direction, Fu used all her strength to charge straight ahead. Little did she know that Niji, witnessing this scene, had a hint of a triumphant smile on his lips. In the next moment, as the silver light flashed in Niji's eyes, the space suppressing Fu suddenly vanished. Not only that, but at this moment the bindings that had existed in the space also disappeared. Whoosh! Fu had no time to adapt to the current space and was instantly propelled outward. The speed was so fast that even Lo could only see a blurred shadow at that moment. Boom! However, in the next instant, Fu's form was once again trapped in that suppressed space. The sudden change in space under the violent impact produced a series of sonic booms. Watching Niji's performance, a satisfied smile appeared on Lo's face. To use space in such a way, he was truly a genius. It was like having a rope binding you from behind, and you struggle to break free. Suddenly, the rope disappears, and someone kicks you from behind. That sensation, I can't even imagine it. Of course, that is not the most important part. The most important part is that a wall suddenly appears in your path. Just ask yourself, what would you feel? The sudden change in space left Fu dazed, and her body instinctively froze in place. Seeing the opponent once again suppressed by the space, Niji slightly bent his legs, his palms positioned in an attacking stance. 8 trigrams air palm. As Niji continuously waved his palms, the chakra-concentrated air masses surged towards Fu. Watching the dense attacks coming at her, an anxious expression appeared on Fu's face. The rebound force from just entering the space had already caused her significant injury. If she were to be hit by such concentrated attacks now, her injuries would inevitably worsen, and she might even lose the ability to continue fighting. Struggling to control her body and trying to dodge, the restraints of space made it extremely difficult for her to move. No, I can't dodge. As the attacks drew near, Fu's heart was filled with helplessness. Seven Tails, help me. Glug glug. As the crimson-tailed beast chakra continuously surged out, Fu in the sky could no longer be recognized in her original form. Fully tailed beast transformation. Bang bang bang. The 8 trigrams air palm continuously struck against the hard shell of the seven tails, producing a series of muffled sounds. However, it did not cause Fu herself any significant harm. Secret technique. Scale powder concealment technique. The fully tailed beast transformed Fu controlled the wings behind her and gently fluttered, letting silver scales fall down like snowflakes. Watching the scale powder drifting like snowflakes, Niji's brows slightly furrowed, his body spinning rapidly, and a layer of light blue chakra orbs appeared around him. Heavenly return. However, the sky full of scale powder did not get blown away with Niji's spinning body. Instead, it continued to gather around him. Although it could not provide effective attacks, it disrupted Niji's rhythm of attack. Seeing her opponent fall into a passive position, a smile returned to Fu's face. A black-tailed beast ball quickly condensed under her control. Watching the battle in the arena, Lo couldn't help but facepalm. A good Chunin exam, and now everyone was fighting like gods. Constantly using tailed beast balls. Did they want to destroy Sunagake here? Helpless. Lo could only again split off 4 shadow clones to rearrange the 4 red suns formation in the arena. However, just as Fu was about to throw the tailed beast ball, she hesitated. Sai, if I want to win, I can only use the tailed beast ball. But I can't control its power. What if I hurt the opponent? But if I don't use the tailed beast ball, I will undoubtedly lose this battle. So conflicted. In the end, Fu still did not throw the already formed tailed beast ball, but instead controlled it to slowly dissipate. Forget it, forget it. I'm here to make friends. If this time doesn't work, there will be a next time. Muttering to herself, Fu's body, wrapped in tailed beast chakra, returned to her body, revealing her original appearance. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Fu slowly descended to the ground. Judge, I concede. Ering fu concede. Anger filled Niji's face. This was a contempt for him. However, when he saw the genuine smile on Fu's face, like a flower blooming, all his anger gradually dissipated. This time you win, but I will not give up. Fu gestured a fist towards Niji, flapping her wings behind her, and left the arena. Watching her departing figure, the silver light in Niji's eyes gradually faded. Next time, I will truly win against you. The 8th match, Konoha's Haruno Sakura versus Tsunagekyu's Kankuro. As the judge's voice fell, the last match of the first round officially began. Chapter 100. Seven Tails seek help, is it you? I remember you. I didn't expect you to continue being a ninja. Kankuro's tone was casual as he spoke, slowly taking down the puppet from his back. Sakura frowned slightly, with deep-seated anger hidden in her eyes. Cut the crap. Let us start. Fine, let us make it quick. Kankuro's movements remained slow. His impression of Sakura's strength was still based on the last joint Chunin exam between Konoha and Tsunagakure. She was easily subdued by Gaara and had her limbs broken. Click, click, click. As Kankuro's fingers moved, blue chakra threads connected to the puppet crow. Instantly, the puppet crow came to life, twisting as it charged towards Sakura. Watching the puppet coming at her, Sakura showed a hint of disdain, raising her right leg high, and her entire momentum erupted at that moment. Boom! Painful heaven kick. Seeing Sakura's move, Lo's face showed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect she had already learned Tsunade's monstrous strength punch. Then, what she was hiding must be the Yin seal. However, Lo quickly negated this thought. The Yin seal is impossible to hide. That diamond mark on her forehead is just too obvious. Boom! Just as Lo was still pondering, the first clash between the two sides had already begun. As Sakura's right foot came crashing down, the approaching puppet crow was instantly shattered under the force of her kick. Moreover, as her foot landed on the ground, a huge deep pit was created directly in the earth. Such terrifying destructive power startled Kankuro, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, Sakura wouldn't care if he was in a daze. She exerted force with her feet and charged towards Kankuro. During her advance, the chakra within her quickly gathered towards her right fist. Sakura blossom. Kankuro fully witnessed the destructive power generated by Sakura's previous attack. He couldn't imagine what would happen if this punch landed directly on him. In a panic, he hurriedly connected his chakra threads to the puppet toad and quickly controlled the toad puppet to block between them. However, seeing the puppet toad blocking her path, Sakura didn't even feel the need to dodge. She unleashed a powerful punch right onto the steel plate on the back of the toad. Fortunately, the purpose of the puppet toad was to serve as a defense. This time, Sakura didn't completely shatter the puppet toad. However, even though it wasn't destroyed, the terrifying power unleashed from Sakura's fist still sent the puppet toad flying. With this moment of delay, Kanjiro dared not be arrogant. His fingers twitched as he quickly connected the chakra threads to the puppet Black Ant. In an instant, Black Ant's arm suddenly fell off, revealing blades radiating cold light as they appeared before everyone's eyes. Moreover, the blades shimmered with a purple cold light, clearly indicating they were highly toxic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 arms shot out quickly from different directions, aiming to stab Sakura. Meanwhile, the remaining head of the puppet crow, which Sakura had just kicked into pieces, floated up. As the puppet crow's mouth opened, steel needles glimmering with cold light shot out toward Sakura, watching the barrage of attacks coming her way. Sakura's expression showed not a hint of panic. She quickly formed a few hand seals, and in an instant, her figure vanished from where she stood. A wooden stump was turned into a sieve by the onslaught of attacks. Boom! Having just activated the substitution technique, Sakura immediately launched another attack, propelling herself towards Kanjiro again. Seeing Sakura use the same tactic, Kanjiro's lips curled into a mocking smile. Using the same move again. Do you look down on me? With that thought, Kanjiro once again controlled the puppet salamander to charge at Sakura. However, what he didn't know was that this time, the amount of chakra Sakura had gathered in her right fist was incomparable to her previous punch. Cherry Blossom Strike. As the puppet salamander collided with Sakura's fist, the steel plate on the salamander's back deformed from the impact. However, that was not the end. Sakura's other hand had already been charged with power for some time. Just as her right fist was retracted, her left fist came crashing down. Seeing Sakura, who looked like a madwoman, Kanjiro couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly controlled the puppet black ant's arm to stab at Sakura, hoping to create an opening for the entangled puppet salamander. However, even though Kanjiro reacted immediately, it was still too late. With Sakura's third punch landing, even the steel plate on the salamander's back could no longer withstand such impact. It shattered suddenly. With the steel plate broken, the entire salamander black ant could no longer block Sakura's attack. Boom! Another punch, and the puppet salamander was reduced to fragments. Watching the puppet salamander turn into pieces, Kanjiro's heart bled. As Sakura set her sights on the puppet black ant, Kanjiro couldn't help but shiver. Damn it! This was all his possessions. He treated it better than himself. Now, in the blink of an eye, two had been destroyed, and judging by the opponent's demeanor, she was aiming for a third. How could Kanjiro remain calm? He hurriedly raised his hand. I concede. Hearing Kanjiro's concession, Sakura stopped her advance toward the puppet black ant and coldly glanced at the disheartened Kanjiro. The things I've lost, one day, I will get them all back. This sentence was directed at Kanjiro. However, for some reason, Luo felt as if it was meant for him. Just because he learned a bit from Tsunade, he thought he could regain face here. However, what Luo didn't know was that in the near future, he would pay a heavy price for underestimating today. The first round of the competition ended, and the second round would have to wait for a week. As for Fu, she seemed to have had enough fun and decided to return to the village to ask the village chief if he would allow Luo to come and play for a few days. Upon hearing this news, Luo's brow furrowed slightly. In the original timeline, Fu seemed to have encountered the immortal duo, Haiden and Kakuzu, on her way back. Are you sure you want to go back? Looking at the always smiling Fu, Luo felt a bit worried. I made a lot of friends this time. It's also time to go back. Fu's eyes curved like crescent moons. Don't worry, my friends' matters are my matters. After I go back, I will ask the village chief to let you come to the village to play. It's a promise. Luo nodded gently, watching Fu turn and leave. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The second round of the assessment had already begun. First match, Konoha's Hinata Hyuga versus Konoha's Rock Lee. Hinata Hyuga wins. I have to say, Lee's strength among his peers is still quite formidable. Unfortunately, he had too many burdens. Even when he opened the fifth gate, he could only barely keep up with Hinata's space-time transfer speed. In the end, he could only helplessly lose. Second match, Konoha's Inuzuka Kiba versus Yunin's Darui. Inuzuka Kiba wins. The almost roguelike group attack tactic left Darui completely stunned. Seeing the last person from Yunin village similarly eliminated, Anoki's smile was hard to suppress. Third match, Sunagekyu's Temari versus Kirigakyu's Suigetsu. Suigetsu wins. The outcome of this battle was likewise not unexpected for Luo. The Hozuki clan's hydration technique is virtually invincible unless countered by a specific method. However, while Luo was eagerly awaiting the final battle, Gaara's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly tugged at Luo's sleeve. What's wrong? Seeing Gaara so anxious, Luo couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Seven Tails is in trouble. Gaara succinctly stated the reason without any hesitation. This was a backup plan Luo had left for Fu. Should anything unexpected happen, the Seven Tails would notify the One Tail to seek his aid. Did it really happen? Luo's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed Fu's location, his form suddenly flickering out of existence. Fifth Kazekage, what happened? Other Kage, sitting next to him, noticed Luo's hasty departure and inquired. The Seven Tails was attacked. Someone is trying to make a move on the Jinchuriki. Gaara didn't hide it and spoke directly. Oh, I didn't expect that someone would have designs on the Jinchuriki of other villages. I turned to Inoki with a playful expression. What does the rakage mean by that? You don't think it was me who took action, do you? Inoki snorted coldly. I'm not foolish enough to do that. Don't ask me. Just ask your Raikage if he dares to target the tailed beasts of other ninja villages. He also snorted coldly, not answering. However, he had to admit that Inoki was speaking the truth. Iwagakure and Yunin already possessed two tailed beasts. If they were to obtain another one, they would undoubtedly face targeting from the other four great ninja villages. He understood the principle of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Since it was not Iwagakure, and ruling out Konoha, which went to rescue, and Sunagakure, which transmitted the message, only Kirigakure remained. Moreover, with the death of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, the three tails had vanished as well. If they wanted to quickly enhance the village's strength, the best method would be to seize a tailed beast. The other four great ninja villages were not weaker than Kirigakure, making it difficult to act. Thus, the seven tails became the most suitable target. As for the consequences after the matter was exposed, Kirigakure, being at sea, was easy to defend but hard to attack. Without sufficient benefits, the four great ninja villages would not easily take action, losing the support of the four great ninja villages. A small ninja village like Takigakure would not be able to create much of a storm. With this thought, everyone's gaze inevitably shifted to Mizukage Terumi Mei. Chapter 101, The Descent of the Evil God. Noticing that everyone's gaze was on her, Terumi Mei pondered briefly and quickly understood the key. He hurriedly explained, "It wasn't me who made the move. With that monster around, there's no point in me stealing the tailed beast." Kuratsuchi's explanation was powerful. It not only cleared the suspicion, but also cast a shadow over the hearts of Inoki and Ei. Indeed, with the existence of this monster, the strategic significance of the tailed beasts had been drastically reduced. It was just like the time of Hashirama's Senju. In the eyes of the opponent, the tailed beasts were merely larger toys. "Kurama, this part I'm familiar with. Damn it, they keep saying, 'Kurama, your power is too strong.' Then, one hand just suppressed me." While several Kage were discussing, Luo and Kagaya had already arrived beside Fu using the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, Fu was in a very weak state, with several deep wounds bleeding profusely. Luo scanned the battlefield and quickly noticed Haiden, who was standing in the center of the altar, his body already turned black and white. Without any hesitation, Luo clapped his hands together. Senjutsu, birth of the forest world. Suddenly, towering trees rose from the ground, pulling Haiden's body out of the altar. Luo's sudden appearance was originally meant for an attack. However, upon seeing the continuously growing trees, his hands, which were forming seals, suddenly halted. A not-so-pleasant memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had accepted a mission to assassinate Hashirama Senju. However, the opponent was just a would-release clone, and he was easily defeated. Although, after Hashirama's death, he often boasted about having fought him. Only he knew the truth behind it. It was no different from throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away. When he saw the wood release that made Hashirama famous again, his first reaction was not to fight, but to flee. How fast he could run. He didn't even bother to say a word to Haiden before he used a body flicker technique to appear several meters away. Moreover, his speed was increasing. Within a few breaths, he had vanished from sight. Seeing the pathetic retreat of his ally, Luo was taken aback. So, the reason he had survived this long was entirely because he could run fast. Haiden, witnessing this scene, was also bewildered. He completely couldn't understand what his partner was doing. However, now was clearly not the time to consider his partner's escape. "Kid, hurry up and let me go." Haiden shouted angrily, swinging his scythe wildly, bound by the vines. As the most loyal follower of the evil god, possessing an immortal body, he was fearless. "Boom, you're seeking death." Luo had some understanding of Haiden's past. Therefore, he didn't take the opponent's madness to heart. However, Kagaya beside him was unaware of this. Of course, even if she knew, being insulted by a man in front of her was unforgivable. This was Kagaya's first kill in front of Luo. Her delicate jade hand casually swept across Haiden's neck, and immediately a head flew high into the air. However, seeing the head fly up, Kagaya seemed not to feel relieved. Her jade hand raised again, ready to turn him to ashes. Luo stared blankly at Kagaya, who was emanating a cold aura, feeling warm inside. Such a decisive goddess remained gentle in front of him. If it weren't for Haiden insulting him, Kagaya might still want to quietly stay by his side, acting like an innocent girl who knew nothing of the world. Gently wrapping his arms around Kagaya's waist from behind, he slowly rested his head on her shoulder. "It's so nice to have you." Kagaya's body stiffened slightly. The hand she had raised did not continue the previous attack, but slowly lowered, tightly grasping Luo's arms that were holding her, tilting her head slightly to lean against him. However, such a beautiful atmosphere was soon interrupted by someone inappropriate. Haydn's head, rolling to the side, looked at the two who completely disregarded him, his eyes filled with rage. And he shouted wildly, "You fools, how dare you chop off my head? The evil god will never let you go." In a dark space, on a crimson altar, the evil god slightly closed his eyes, feeling the offerings contributed by his followers, his body involuntarily feeling a wave of comfort. What a wonderful feeling. The evil god's crimson tongue licked his lips, revealing a sickly, bloodthirsty smile. But why is this wonderful feeling so short-lived this time? Opening his eyes, the evil god's gaze quietly looked into the distance, as if he could see his followers through endless space. Hearing Haydn's wild words, Kagaya's brows slightly furrowed. However, she was not angry because Haydn insulted her, but because he interrupted her intimacy with Luo. "Shut up, or you and your evil god behind you won't survive." Kagaya's voice was cold, yet within the coldness, there was boundless dominance. "Ha! How can a mere mortal understand the greatness of the evil god?" Haydn's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins. The life of his faith was insulted. How could he not be furious? He swore to make the two who desecrated the divine pay the price. With his teeth scraping against the ground, Haydn crawled slowly towards Luo. As long as he could bite off a piece of flesh from him, they would know what kind of power the great evil god possessed. Watching Haydn squirming, Luo let out a slight sigh. He couldn't help but recall someone joking that in the Naruto world, there were two concept gods. One was healthy Itachi, and the other was university diploma Haydn. But now it seemed he didn't know how strong healthy Itachi was. As for university diploma Haydn, there was no need to think. A person who was completely brainwashed had already lost the most basic ability to think. What remained was only the instincts of an animal. Luo had seen the Grim Reaper, and now he also wanted to see this mysterious evil god. He released his arms around Kagaya and slowly walked to Haydn's side. Chakra suddenly glowed on his left hand. Chakra, surgical knife. Gently slicing his finger, a drop of blood slowly fell, dripping onto the ground in front of Haydn. Seeing the other party actually offering his blood to him, a hint of astonishment appeared in Haydn's eyes, but in an instant, it was replaced by ecstasy. He crawled even harder towards the blood, swallowing the soil along with the blood. Upon obtaining new blood, the curse he had connected with Fu was already severed. The target suddenly shifted to Luo. Then, he continued to crawl towards the altar he had just inscribed. Once I get there, you will know how great the evil god is." Haydn's heart was filled with madness. However, in Luo's eyes, such madness was so pathetic. As he got closer to the altar, the madness on Haydn's face grew even stronger. Finally, his head rolled and entered the altar. Welcome the great evil god." Facing the sky, Haydn's face was filled with reverence for the divine. In the next moment, Luo felt a strange power enveloping him. This power constantly flowed within him, eventually resting at his neck. Is this the power of the evil god? However, feeling this power that wanted to sever his head, Luo's heart was not panicked. Although this power is strange, it is the strength left in him by Kagaya, which prevents the opponent from inflicting any substantial harm on him. He is waiting for the evil god to personally descend. However, Luo's calmness makes Fade One uneasy. This is the first time his secret technique, the death of blood, hasn't activated immediately. How could this be? Why hasn't the evil god harvested your life? Fade One's eyes widened even more, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming denser, making him look incredibly eerie. It seems that your evil god is nothing special after all. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Luo's mouth. Impossible. The evil god will definitely harvest your life. Fade One's emotions were on the verge of collapse, muttering incomprehensible spells, seemingly summoning a stronger power from the evil god. Evil god space. Is there a follower summoning my true self? Fade One's call was quickly sensed by the evil god. and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Could it be that there is still something that cannot be solved with the power I bestowed upon them? I've been in this space for almost 1,000 years. It's time to go out for a walk. But how many people in this world still know my evil god's name? It's all that crazy woman's fault. Whispering to himself, the shadow of Kagaya appeared in the evil god's heart. However, I heard she has already been sealed by her own son. Haha, she deserves it. The evil god slowly stood up, his body slightly flickering, and had already left the hidden space. Let me, the evil god, dominate this world. Boom! Suddenly, a layer of shadow enveloped Fadewan's head, the shadow hanging its head low, obscuring its face, filled with endless mystery. Is this the true form of the evil god? Although he couldn't see the opponent's appearance, Luo had already guessed some things. At the moment the opponent appeared, the mysterious power surrounding his neck suddenly intensified. My devout follower, are you calling for me? The evil god's voice was incredibly ancient, giving an oppressive feeling of antiquity. Great evil god, I am your most devout follower. Someone has defiled the name of the evil god. Please be sure to teach him a lesson. Seeing the evil god descend, Fadewan's eyes were filled with fervent worship. Devout follower, I have heard your inner prayers. As the evil god spoke, he slowly raised his head and looked towards Luo. Rest assured I will. What the hell? Chapter 102. Faith shattered Fadewan. In an instant, the evil god's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he saw before him. The goddess of the hair, Kagaya. How could she be here? He couldn't help but recall a scene from 1,000 years ago, when the entire world turned into the dusk of the gods. On that day, blood stained the sky. On that day, he, the evil god, secretly slipped away. It was said that everything Kagaya did was to find someone. The evil god's gaze involuntarily shifted to Luo, who was beside Kagaya. Could it be that the person Kagaya was searching for was this person in front of him? Wait a minute. Am I overlooking something? What the hell? Did my followers summon me to deal with these two people? Vaguely, the evil god sensed the power belonging to him within Luo. In an instant, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? The evil god spoke in a trembling voice. His head slightly lowered, stealing glances at the two in front of him from time to time. Hearing the evil god's cowardly words, Luo's expression appeared very playful. Turning his gaze to the now headless Fadewan. Devout follower? Fadewan stood frozen in place, no longer making noise, just staring intently at the shadow of the evil god before him. It seemed unbelievable, yet with a hint of pleading that he had simply misheard. How could it be? I don't even know this person in front of me. However, at this moment, the evil god had no time to care about what his so-called follower thought. He only wanted to save his own life. He is the evil god. Better to let the world down than to let the world down on him. But a mere follower, losing him will be fine. The evil god's words shattered the last shred of faith in Fadewan. In an instant, he seemed to lose his soul. His gaze was vacant, looking up at the sky. In that moment, scenes from the past appeared before him. He vaguely remembered that it was during his childhood. At that time, he had a father, a mother, and a happy home. But suddenly, one day, a group of people broke into his home and killed his father. His mother hid him under the bed, telling him that no matter what happened, he must not come out. However, just as his mother had settled him, before she could leave, a long knife severed her head. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as his mother's head rolled before him. Her wide-open eyes seemed to mock this chaotic world. Yet, even though his mother had hidden him under the bed, how could she know the methods of ninjas? Those ninjas of the evil god cult easily found his position. He struggled. He cried out, but what awaited him was endless whipping. Along with him were countless children, each with faces filled with fear. They did not know their future fate, nor where to go. In the dark dungeon, they could only huddle together, licking their wounds. Suddenly, one day, all of them were taken by the evil god cult to an altar. Fadewan stood at the end of the line, watching helplessly as his companions from the dungeon had their heads severed. The blood spraying from their necks stained every part of the altar. At that moment, Fadewan despaired. He was dragged up to the altar in a daze. He watched as one of them brought a long knife down on his neck. He could clearly feel the pain of the blade entering his flesh. However, he did not die like those companions before him. Watching a group of people pass his head around, they shouted that this was the evil god's gift. But this power was not what Fadewan wanted. All he wanted was to live quietly with his parents. Give me back my life. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them. The angry cries of vengeful spirits echoed endlessly in Fadewan's mind. He could no longer maintain his sanity. All that remained in his heart was wild slaughter. On that day, he plunged the scythe bestowed upon him by the evil god into the chests of those people. Watching the fear on their faces, he felt unprecedented satisfaction. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Become my devout follower, and you will gain unprecedented power. It echoed over and over again, falling again and again. That day, Fadewan lost all memories of the past, only knowing that he was the evil god's most loyal follower in the world. That day, the meaning of his life transformed into promoting the evil god's cult, letting the brilliance of the evil god shine in every corner of the world. And today, he finally remembered the forgotten past. He remembered his not-so-large, but warm and happy little home. He remembered his father and mother holding his hand, whispering secrets. At this moment, Fadewan's faith completely collapsed. No longer believing in the evil god, he also lost his immortal power. At the last moment when all strength had vanished, Faden used his last bit of power to turn his head and look in Luo's direction, his mouth slightly opening and closing. Luo couldn't hear what the other party was saying, but he understood the words he wanted to express. Thank you. In the final moment of his life, Faden finally regained the heart he had lost. With a rush, a trace of the evil god's power was withdrawn, and Faden's body and head turned into a pool of black blood, completely disappearing from this world. With Faden's complete death, the evil god's power that had been lingering within Luo also dissipated at that moment. Lord Evil God, do I look easy to deceive? Looking at Faden's body transformed into a pool of blood, Luo's expression was incredibly cold, and his gaze towards the evil god was as if he were looking at a dead person. Compared to the Grim Reaper's soul harvesting as an equivalent exchange, the evil god's seductive behavior was obviously more despicable. Luo finally understood the secret of Faden's immortality. The moment Faden obtained the evil god's power, in a certain sense, he was already dead. The reason he appeared to be alive was entirely because his soul had merged with the evil god's will, completely imprisoned within his body. Thus, even when suffering fatal injuries, because the soul couldn't leave the body, it seemed as if he were immortal. Haha, it's all a misunderstanding. Before coming here, I didn't know the person who charged in was you and Lady Kagaya. The evil god humbly lowered his head and flattered. Now he has what he deserves. Please calm down, my lord. Looking at the obsequious evil god before him, Luo truly felt sorry for those brainwashed followers of the evil god. He no longer had the mood to continue talking with him. The fusion of two chakra attributes was quite easy for Luo. However, the other party was at least referred to as a god. Luo did not believe that a bloodline limit ninjutsu purely enhanced by natural forces could end the other's life. However, he had only seen dust release used by Noki, which involved the fusion of 3 or more chakra attributes. Sage Art, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Without any hesitation, Luo raised his hands, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his palms. In the next moment, the light in Luo's palm transformed into a beam, instantly enveloping the evil god's body. When the golden light disappeared, the evil god's figure was no longer visible. Luo couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the previously vanished evil god slowly reappeared in the same spot. It seemed that he hadn't suffered much damage from Luo's attack. Is the bloodline limit ineffective? Luo's brows furrowed tightly. The evil god felt a surge of anger at Luo's sudden attack. However, in an instant, that anger was extinguished by the fear within. The other party truly wanted to kill him. Although it seemed that he didn't have such strength, Kagaya was right beside him. Cold sweat dripped down the evil god's forehead as his body involuntarily shifted backward. No, I need to find a way to escape, the evil god thought to himself. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Kagaya was merely a manifestation of will and similarly lacked the power to kill him. Kagaya seemed to notice Luo's confusion and gently explained, "The souls of gods are immortal and indestructible. To eradicate them, you need to fuse all chakra attributes." Having accompanied Luo in the ninja world for so long, Kagaya had gained some understanding of modern terminology. Or, you can fuse the 3 types of sage arts you currently possess. After a moment, Kagaya seemed to feel that her explanation was insufficient and added, however, upon hearing Kagaya's words, Luo's brows furrowed even tighter. Regardless of whether it was the bloodline limit or the fusion of sage arts, he had not yet mastered either. Could it be that he really had no way to deal with the evil god now? After much contemplation, Luo could only helplessly admit that his strength was still too weak. Perhaps there was another way, which was to draw the evil god's soul into the mental space unique to him and Kagaya. However, Luo did not intend to do so. Kagaya had previously told him that the mental space had been closed, and to reopen it, he would need to disperse the will manifestation and allow the divine consciousness to return to the body. However, condensing this will manifestation had consumed a large amount of her power. If she dispersed it, she would be unable to condense it again in a short time. Therefore, rather than annihilating the evil god, Luo preferred to stay by Kagaya's side. Consider this a lesson for you. Luo fixedly stared at the evil god, who had unknowingly moved 10 meters away, and coldly said, "If there is a next time, there will definitely be no next time," the evil god immediately assured. At the same time, he let out a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. Get lost. Luo absolutely couldn't show any weakness now, so he didn't hide his disdainful gaze and coldly shouted, "Whoosh!" Upon hearing Luo's words, the evil god felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and instantly vanished from this space. Phew, the human world is too dangerous. I should just stay in this space that belongs to me, the evil god thought as he returned to his own space, gently touching his chest and feeling a lingering fear. Are you really willing? However, at that moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 103. Have you heard of Lingxi? Luo was unaware of what was happening in the evil god's space. He was now more concerned about Fu's current situation. With their previous interaction, Luo simply pulled, and a ball of 7-tailed chakra was drawn out of Fu's body. How's the situation? Looking at the small 7-tailed chakra, Luo asked indifferently. The injuries have started to improve. After being hit by Phaeton's death god blood, even the tailed beast chakra couldn't heal Fu's wounds. Now that Phaeton is dead and the evil god has fled, Fu's injuries have begun to gradually heal, said the small 7-tailed chakra. Luo glanced at the 2 dead Takigakure Jonin not far away and let out a long sigh. This is the ninja world. Where there are people, there will always be slaughter. Slowly sitting down against the tree trunk formed by wood release, Luo gently pulled Kagaya into his embrace. My dear, once your seal is lifted, we'll go find a faraway place, just the 2 of us, okay? Leaning against Luo's chest and feeling the warmth, Kagaya nudged her small head. As long as you're there, it doesn't matter where we go. However, just as Luo and Kagaya were being affectionate together, the exam venue in Sunagakure was in an uproar. Are we continuing or not? We've been waiting for an hour. Damn, did I buy a ticket to come here and watch air? As time passed, the emotions of all the spectators grew more and more irritable. Even the daimyo of the Land of Wind was feeling a bit impatient. Bring the Kazekage to see me. The daimyo of the Land of Wind, who had already felt embarrassed after 2 defeats in the Ninja World Wars, felt even more humiliated when he learned that the current Kazekage was just a little kid. This time, he had reluctantly carved out some time to come watch, because it was a joint CH-NIN exam of the 5 great ninja villages. He never expected to be left waiting for a whole hour doing nothing. His anger was now on the verge of exploding. Receiving the daimyo's order, a Wind Country official immediately rushed towards Gaara. Although very reluctantly, the development of Sunagakure cannot be separated from the support of the daimyo. Gaara finally stood before the daimyo. I wonder what your excellency the daimyo wants with me? Oomph. The daimyo of the Land of Wind snorted coldly. What do I want with you? How can you even ask? It's been so long, and the last match hasn't even started yet. You, a ninja, have all this time, while I, a dignified daimyo of a nation, don't have so much time to waste with you. Your excellency, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused. However, since the representative from Konoha has left for something, I believe it would be better to wait for his return before starting, Gaara said with a slight bow. But his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. What do you think? I don't want your opinion. I want my opinion. He is just a representative from Konoha, not the Hokage. Whether he is here or not, what does it matter? Seeing Gaara's attitude, the daimyo of the Land of Wind became even more displeased. I think the funding for Sunagakure is a bit too much, making you unable to see your own position. As Gaara fell silent, the daimyo of the Land of Wind, thinking that he had frightened Gaara into silence, continued to ramble on. A person must be clear about his own status. Blind arrogance leads to self-destruction. Whoosh! Just as the daimyo of the Land of Wind became more and more enthusiastic in his speech, the figures of Luo and Kaguya suddenly appeared behind Gaara. Just now, after Fu awakened, Luo had calmed her emotions and returned immediately. After all, the Chunin exams had not yet concluded, and leaving like this was not appropriate. However, upon returning, he heard the daimyo of the Land of Wind chattering away. Luo couldn't help but frown slightly. Long ago, he had felt that the relationships in the world of Hokage were quite unreasonable. Why should an ordinary person like the daimyo be above ninjas? Is it just because they claim to be of divine blood? The sudden appearance of Luo startled the daimyo of the Land of Wind, and just as he was about to scold him, he suddenly noticed Kaguya beside Luo, and for a moment, his eyes went wide. He had seen many beautiful faces as a daimyo, but he had never seen someone with such beauty and presence. He admitted that at this moment, he was moved. You must be the representative of the Land of Fire. Good, very good. The daimyo of the Land of Wind laughed heartily. I haven't seen the daimyo of the Land of Fire for a long time. I must pay a visit soon. Although he spoke about Luo, the daimyo's eyes never left Kaguya. By the way, since you could be the representative of Konoha, I assume your strength and reputation in the village are not too bad. How about I talk to the daimyo of the Land of Fire and let you become the next Hokage? Luo remained silent, but his frown deepened, and cold light flashed in his eyes. However, the infatuated daimyo of the Land of Wind still didn't notice Luo's displeasure and continued to speak to himself. Of course, all of this comes with conditions. I find this woman beside you quite pleasing. Let her be my maid. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the last words of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, Luo completely exploded, and his laughter echoed across the arena, causing the noisy crowd to quiet down in an instant. What are you laughing at? The daimyo of the Land of Wind still did not realize he was in grave danger and glared at Luo. I just spoke with the Wind Shadow, and I don't mind repeating it. A person must be clear about his own status. Blind arrogance leads to self-destruction. Leave her and get lost. After saying that, the daimyo waved his hand impatiently. In an instant, several samurai and ninjas rushed forward, trying to force Luo away. Luo stopped laughing, his face turned icy cold, and he turned to Gaara. Yes, a person must be clear about his own status. Gaara, I'm ready to take over the Land of Wind. Is that okay? What a joke. Who do you think you are? The daimyo of the Land of Wind sneered at Luo's words. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly discovered that he didn't know when a huge vine had grown beside him, binding his body tightly and rendering him immobile. Whoosh! The next moment the vine pulled, and the body of the daimyo of the Land of Wind was lifted high above the center of the arena. His bodyguards, wanting to intervene, found that as they moved, their bodies suddenly froze into ice sculptures, which then shattered, leaving only shards of ice on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Noticing the unusual scene in the arena, Oenoki, Terumi Mei, and AI quickly flashed to Luo's side. What happened? Matters concerning a nation's daimyo could not be taken lightly, and Oenoki was the first to ask. Don't interfere in matters that don't concern you. Otherwise, you could try to see if I dare to directly declare war on Iwagakure. Luo paid no mind to Oenoki's changing expressions, took Kaguya's hand, and walked step by step towards the daimyo of the Land of Wind. As he walked, four enormous ice screens suddenly appeared in the sky, allowing everyone to see the situation in the arena clearly. Watching Luo walk away, Oenoki's expression gradually improved, and he turned to Gaara. Wind Shadow, what exactly happened? That is your daimyo of the Land of Wind. With Oenoki's question, Terumi Mei and AI also looked at Gaara. Faced with the three pairs of eyes, Gaara shrugged helplessly and recounted what had just happened in detail. After hearing Gaara's account, the three fell silent in unison. What could they do? They were just as helpless. If someone told them, I have my eyes on your wife, let her come serve me as a maid, they wouldn't be able to stand it either. Reikage, what do you think of this matter? Oenoki and AI had fought against each other for many years and harbored deep animosity. But at the most critical moment, they also trusted each other the most. What do I think? I'm just sitting back and watching. Damn it, this daimyo of the Land of Wind is simply a fool. AI was also quite annoyed. With Luo causing such a ruckus, the daimyos of all nations would probably not be able to sleep peacefully. They would inevitably directly mobilize their own ninja villages to demand accountability from Konoha. Of course, this also included the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, if Luo were just an ordinary ninja and was abandoned by his own country, he would inevitably have no place to stand. But is Luo an ordinary ninja? Clearly not. AI did not think that Luo's earlier statement about declaring war on Iwagakure alone was a joke. Just the way he effortlessly made tailed beasts submit convinced everyone that he definitely had such strength. Thinking of the 9-tailed beasts surrounding the village and unleashing their tailed beast bombs, AI felt a headache coming on. Everyone, it seems that a war between the daimyos and Luo is unavoidable. You should all consider whether to intervene. As for me, Sunagakure has no intention of intervening. On the contrary, I want to help Luo a bit. I've long been displeased with those nobles of the Land of Wind. Unlike the worries of the other shadows, Gaara was completely on Luo's side. Perhaps replacing them would lead to better development for the ninja village. After saying this, Gaara turned, stepping on his sand sword, and flew into the sky. Little did he know that his words ignited an indelible flame in the hearts of the 3 shadows. Let me tell you, I am the daimyo of the Land of Wind. You better let me go. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the entire ninja world. Even at this point, the daimyo of the Land of Wind was still hysterically shouting. He has never respected these ninjas from the bottom of his heart, always believing that they are merely tools. Looking at the distorted face of the Wind Country daimyo, Luo's expression appeared extremely calm. However, beneath the calm exterior, anyone could see the anger burning within him. Have you heard of Lingxi? Chapter 104. Replacement. Seeing the Wind Country daimyo still making a scene, showing no signs of fear. A hint of disappointment appeared on Luo's face. It seems he hasn't heard of it. But that's okay, you'll find out soon enough. Whoosh! With a gentle point of Luo's finger, a shiny ice dagger suddenly formed in the air. The ice dagger then pierced through the Wind Country daimyo's clothing, taking a piece of flesh with it. As a Wind Country daimyo, when has he ever suffered such pain? Just a minor flesh wound. It seemed like he was enduring immense suffering. You. How dare you? Someone, come here, kill him for me. Watching the Wind Country daimyo scream in agony, a cruel smile appeared on Luo's face. Is it a bit too early to call for help now? Save some strength. This process needs to be repeated 3,356 times. As he spoke, a shiny ice dagger appeared once again before the Wind Country daimyo. Whoosh! Another piece of flesh was taken away as the ice dagger danced. This scene, along with the sounds, was directly presented to everyone through Luo's senjutsu, the telescope technique. Soon, this news spread through various channels to the ears of other country daimyos, including the Fire Country daimyo. Upon receiving the news, the Fire Country daimyo immediately sent people to Konoha, asking Tsunade to personally capture the murderer. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade also learned of this news, and, at this moment, her head was aching with worry. She could already foresee the immense pressure Konoha would face afterward. Jiraiya, hurry to Sunagakure. You must stop Luo from continuing. Tsunade's golden hair was almost being pulled out by her own hands. However, Jiraiya remained calmly seated, not following Tsunade's orders to act. Why aren't you moving? Don't you know what the consequences will be if this continues? Seeing Jiraiya's inaction, Tsunade exploded in anger. Let's not even mention if I can catch up. Even if I do catch up, are you sure I can stop him? Jiraiya looked at the furious Tsunade, his face filled with helplessness. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade slumped down in defeat. Stop him? With what? The information in front of me clearly states that the Wind Country daimyo wants to forcibly take Luo's wife as a concubine. Do you think the Wind Country daimyo is out of his mind? How dare he? Knowing that the situation was already beyond salvation, Tsunade finally calmed down. Those noble lords had thought they were untouchable for a long time. Now that something has happened, it was completely within expectations. Jiraiya lounged back in his chair, his legs crossed, occasionally swaying them. Sigh. This shinobi world, which has just settled down, will once again be stirred up in blood and chaos. Tsunade's face was filled with worry. This time, it seemed the Fire Country daimyo would not stand on Konoha's side. Blood and chaos, huh? You're overthinking it. I reckon the shinobi world is about to change. Everyone thought that among the 3 legendary ninjas, Jiraiya was the most foolish. But in fact, that was not the case. He simply didn't want to reveal it most of the time. How so? Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she guessed something, but she still wanted confirmation for Jiraiya. How does Luo's strength compare to the first Hokage? And what about the woman beside him? How does her strength compare to the first Hokage? With the existence of these two, the shinobi world can't fall into chaos. Jiraiya straightened up, his small eyes now shining brightly. But this time it concerns the daimyo. Tsunade still felt somewhat worried. Concerning the daimyo? Huh. If the daimyo dares to force the shinobi village to send troops, then it's about time for a change in leadership. A hint of disdain flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. However, in an instant, it seemed he thought of something else, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Oh, I almost forgot, you and the Wind Country daimyo are still relatives. Is there really no other choice? Tsunade's mind had already sketched out the events that were about to unfold, and in the end, a hint of reluctance appeared on her face. No, Tsunade has clearly taken a stand behind Luo, and you know that Luo doesn't have much of a sense of belonging to Konoha. Jiraiya's expression grew more serious, also pointing out the crux of the problem. Ugh, so annoying. Is the Wind Country daimyo's brain filled with shit? Tsunade started to get irritated again. She knew that the day for her to make a decision was not far off. In the Tsunade Chunin exam arena, dozens of ice daggers were now floating in the sky, each one adorned with a piece of flesh from the Wind Country daimyo. The scene looked incredibly eerie, sending chills down everyone's spines. In the stands, the crowd, initially shocked, gradually became noisy. Some ninjas supporting the daimyo could no longer sit still. Since the onset of Lingqi, more than a dozen ninjas or warriors had rushed forward, wanting to save the daimyo. However, as soon as they entered the combat arena, they turned into ice sculptures. For 3 whole days, the Wind Country daimyo remained in a state of being cut into pieces. In fact, to keep him alive, Luo even personally used medical ninjutsu on him. The Wind Country daimyo, once arrogant, gradually turned into a figure begging for mercy. Upon realizing that begging for mercy was futile, he was once again filled with hysterical hatred. Until the end, he lost even the strength to harbor hatred, only numbly accepting Luo's merciless judgment. Everyone watched as the Wind Country daimyo was cut down to nothing but bones and internal organs. However, this was not the end. Furious to the extreme, how could Luo allow him to die easily? A sudden green light shone in his hands. Senjutsu, the technique of creation and regeneration. Modify. In an instant, every cell in the Wind Country daimyo's body rapidly divided. In just a few breaths, he who had lost all human form returned to normal. Aside from his tattered clothing and slightly weakened and aged spirit, there were no other abnormalities. Outside the arena, the 4 Kage, who were watching this scene, were left dumbfounded. Can this still be called ninjutsu? Inoki, who had lived the longest and seen the most, had never witnessed such a miraculous scene. In response to Inoki's question, the other 3 remained silent. They were equally stunned by Luo's godlike ninjutsu. Whoosh! Another ice dagger appeared before the Wind Country daimyo, and this time, it did not directly slash down like before, but slowly approach him bit by bit. Watching the ice dagger slowly closing in, the Wind Country daimyo's mind was constantly tormented, and finally, he could no longer bear it and broke down. Kill me. Please, give me a quick end. He was no longer thinking about surviving or getting revenge. He only wanted the other party to give him a swift end. Looking at the Wind Country daimyo's desperate pleas, Luo felt no pity in his heart. You can't handle it so soon? This is just the beginning. Now, there should be quite a few countries that know about the situation here. Do you think anyone will come to save you? Kill me, please kill me. The heart and mind of the daimyo of the Wind Country had completely collapsed, repeatedly uttering the same phrase, begging for release. However, Luo paid no heed and continued for another 3 days. The same methods yielded the same results. Yet this time, the appearance of the Wind Country daimyo aged a few more years. In his eyes, no trace of life could be seen. 6 days had passed. How many more days do you think you can endure such a process? A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means death. However, Luo still had no intention of letting the Wind Country daimyo die so easily. For a full 6 days, all the spectators could no longer bear to watch such a scene and fled the viewing platform one by one. Even Yuki, who had been the shadow of a village for many years and had witnessed countless interrogations of spies, could not tolerate the scene and left the viewing platform as well. However, when everyone dragged their weary hearts into sleep, the bloody images would instantly appear in their dreams, causing them to wake up in shock. At the Yunin village guest house, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had issued a fourth order for Yunin village to mobilize. With the technique of tens, Yunin village's communication speed was significantly faster than that of other ninja villages. At this moment, Yunin village was in complete chaos. However, AI was somewhat reluctant to return to deal with it. Sitting opposite him was Yuki, who also wore a worried expression. The daimyo of the Land of Earth had also issued a mobilization order. These past few days, he felt more exhausted than if he had participated in the Ninja World War himself. Although he did not have communication methods as fast as Yunin village, he had also received 2 letters from the daimyo of the Land of Earth requesting Iwagakure to mobilize. This time, Terumi Mei had also joined their discussion. Sitting on the other side, her beautiful face flickered with an inscrutable light. The daimyo of the Land of Water had done the same. I believe we cannot continue to delay. It is time to make a decisive decision. A decisive decision? What do we use to make a decision? To drag the ninja villages to their deaths in front of that monster? AI's face was filled with irritation, unable to refrain from cursing again. That damn fool. The daimyo of the Wind Country. Perhaps there's another way. Terumi Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a fierce cold light. Those who survived in the blood mist and successfully became Mizukage possessed a resolve that no one could compare to. What does Mizukage mean? Both Yuki and AI turned their gazes towards Terumi Mei. Under their intense scrutiny, Terumi Mei's lowered eyelids suddenly lifted, her eyes gleaming with icy light, her voice calm. Replace them. Chapter 105. The change of a ninja world begins listening to Terumi Mei's cold words. Both Yuki and AI's pupils constricted. As seasoned shadows, they lacked such determination. They never expected that this young girl, who had just become a shadow, would possess such great courage. However, without a proper justification, the resistance we face will be enormous. Yuki's expression darkened, speaking with a tone that mixed excitement with hesitation. In the past, there might have been considerable resistance, as every ninja village would hinder each other. Thus, once the plan was implemented, it would inevitably lead to chaos in the ninja world. Terumi Mei rested her elbows on the table, her hands crossed, supporting her chin as she stared unblinkingly at AI and Yuki. But now it's different. We have a compelling reason to do this. Terumi Mei's voice was firm, as if she had made up her mind. Moreover, we now have the best excuse. After assassinating the daimyo, no one will suspect us. Of course, once a daimyo is assassinated, another will rise to take their place. Then, we will need to continue the assassinations until they are too afraid to choose anyone to take power, forcing them to come begging us, the shadows of the ninja villages, to appoint a new daimyo. Those who emerge from the blood mist are decisive in killing. This is not just talk. Although Terumi Mei had been implementing a policy of appeasement in the village over the years, that was only directed at the villagers. AI and Yuki lowered their heads, remaining silent, their minds racing with thoughts about the pros and cons of Terumi Mei's plan and its feasibility. After a long time, AI looked at Terumi Mei and spoke in a deep voice. If we do this, we are exploiting that individual. Are you sure that individual won't come looking for trouble with us? The rakage is overthinking. Do you think such an existence would care about such trivial matters? Moreover, what we're doing is also clearing away some minor troubles for him. Isn't it? Terumi Mei wore a confident smile. I believe we should inform that esteemed individual before we act. Among those present, Yuki, being the oldest, was the most cautious in his considerations. That is also fine. Thus, the event that would determine the fate of the 3 great nations was decided during the discussion of the 3 shadows. In Konoha Hokage's office, Princess Tsunade, the daimyo has issued a command for the third time. Please capture the murderer as soon as possible. The envoy from a land of fire slightly bowed to Tsunade. Tsunade and the daimyo were relatives, and to be precise, she belonged to the noble class. Therefore, the envoy's attitude did not come off as condescending. Tsunade sat behind the desk, her head slightly bowed, hiding her expression. However, anyone could sense her inner turmoil. She had very few close people left in the world. The daimyo of the Land of Fire could barely be counted as one. Thus, she truly did not want to stand on the opposing side. But now, there was no choice. Go back and tell my uncle. Tsunade did not refer to him as the daimyo, but instead invoked their familial bond. Tell him he must not participate in this conflict. Princess Tsunade this. The envoy hesitated, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Tsunade's determined gaze, ultimately refrained from speaking. Understood. I will convey the message. At the Sand Silver Village arena, the daimyo of the Wind Country had been subjected to a third round of torture. Reduced to nothing but a skeleton, he had become completely numb. Even begging for mercy had ceased at some point. The entire person seemed to have lost its soul. Bound by vines, showing no signs of life. Daimyo, it's a pity that until now, no one has come to save you. At this moment, Luo also felt somewhat bored. The Wind Country daimyo had completely lost his will to survive. Moreover, the other party's mind had become numb. Continuing the torment clearly held little significance. Thus, Luo raised his hand and struck down, directly ending the life of the daimyo. Kagaya, who had been standing beside Luo the whole time, remained silent. She had experienced too much slaughter and felt no discomfort at the scene before her. In fact, seeing Luo protect her like this brought a hint of sweetness to her heart. When Luo severed the head of the Wind Country daimyo, Yuki, AI, and Terumi may soon receive the news. They immediately left the guest house and arrived at the arena. However, the scene that unfolded before them only strengthened their resolve. At this moment, the arena was shrouded in a golden spherical barrier, and the skeleton of the Wind Country daimyo was surrounded by chunks of flesh, silently suspended. Everything seemed to convey to everyone that this was the fate of those who offended Luo. Meanwhile, Luo, too lazy to even glance back, held Kagaya's hand and left the arena directly. At that moment, some of the daimyo's supporters attempted to rush into the barrier to reclaim the daimyo's corpse. However, as those people's bodies made contact with the golden barrier, they directly disintegrated into thin air. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. It seems somewhat like dust release. Ohyuki hesitated for a long time before uncertainly speaking up. Don't flatter yourself. Can your dust release last for such a long time without dissipating? I disdainfully glanced at Ohyuki and said dismissively. Ohyuki opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. He himself didn't have the confidence to confirm it. Don't forget our main business. Terumi May took a deep look at the golden barrier, then turned and chased after Luo. A and Ohyuki exchanged glances and quickly followed Luo's footsteps. Mr. Luo, please wait. From a distance, Terumi May called out sweetly. Luo stopped in his tracks, turned to look in Terumi May's direction, his eyes slightly narrowing. He was unclear about the other party's intentions, and his expression was extremely cold. Are you here to take revenge for the daimyo of the Wind Country? No, no, no. Upon hearing Luo's cold and emotionless words, Terumi May hurriedly waved her hands to explain. The purpose of our visit is because the daimyo ordered us to kill Mr. Luo. However, we do not wish to be enemies with Mr. Luo. Therefore, to minimize harm, we have decided to take his place. The coldness on Luo's face did not wane at all. After listening to a fragment, Luo already understood Terumi May's plan and said, as long as you don't disturb me, you are free to do as you please. Hearing Luo's assurance, Terumi May, and Ohyuki finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were all smart people. Some things didn't need to be said too clearly. The joint Chunin exam was clearly not going to happen. Luo did not hesitate and directly led the Konoha Genin back on the road to the village. 7 days later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the ninja world. Following the daimyo of the Wind Country, the daimyos of the Lightning Country, Earth Country, and Water Country were also successively attacked by malicious individuals and died suddenly in their palaces. Everyone who knew this news discussed it fervently, ultimately locking their suspicions on Luo. In the Fire Country Palace, a few days ago, after receiving a message from Tsunade, the daimyo of the Fire Country immediately summoned Tsunade to the imperial city, wanting to ask her what she really thought. Now, upon receiving this news, he could no longer sit still. Little Tsunade, what should we do now? That murderer has already killed the daimyos of 4 countries, and I am the only one left. Looking at the pale-faced daimyo of the Fire Country, Tsunade said, Uncle, do you really think that the daimyos of those 3 countries were killed by Luo? Who else could it be? The daimyo of the Fire Country was like a startled bird, feeling unsafe everywhere. What if I tell my uncle that if I were to fight him, he only needs a glance to kill me? Tsunade's eyes fixed on the daimyo of the Fire Country. And what if I tell my uncle that even grandfather is not his match? Now, does my uncle still think that those 3 daimyos were killed by him? To become a daimyo of a country, one can be ruthless, but absolutely cannot be foolish. Having sat in this position for so many years, the daimyo of the Fire Country was not a simple-minded person. The previous speculation was because he was completely unaware of Luo's strength. Now, upon being reminded by Tsunade, he suddenly understood. Little Tsunade, you mean? Tsunade gently nodded. This upon receiving Tsunade's confirmation, the daimyo of the Fire Country gasped. Then, what should I do now? You don't need to do anything. I know Luo's character very well. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't bother with you. Tsunade earnestly advised. The daimyo of the Wind Country was simply asking for death. However, although Tsunade said this, the daimyo of the Fire Country still felt uneasy. Cautiously, he asked, Little Tsunade, do you think with so many daughters, is there a possibility? However, upon hearing the daimyo of the Fire Country's words, Tsunade's expression suddenly changed. Absolutely not. This is the second point I want to tell you. The woman beside Luo might be even stronger than him. Hissed the daimyo of the Fire Country, gasped again. He secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had Tsunade as a connection. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Little Tsunade, your uncle's life depends entirely on you. The daimyo of the Fire Country said excitedly. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt it was somewhat insecure, so he rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, Little Tsunade, would you be interested in becoming the queen of the Fire Country? Uncle, you don't have to do this. Tsunade truly gained a deeper understanding of the daimyo of the Fire Country's fear of death. Cough, cough. Your uncle is getting old. Managing a country is becoming somewhat beyond my capabilities. I see you manage Konoha so well. Surely, you can manage the Fire Country too. Suddenly, the daimyo of the Fire Country felt that this idea was simply brilliant. He clapped his hands and decisively said, It's settled then. Tomorrow, you will take office. Chapter 106, Jiraiya's Choice. Someone convey my decree. Starting tomorrow, Princess Tsunade will succeed the position of daimyo of the Fire Country. Coming out of the palace, Tsunade was completely stunned. Even now, she still didn't understand why her trip to the imperial city had cost her so much. The next day, the news of Tsunade succeeding the daimyo of the Fire Country spread throughout the 5 great countries, including the nobles of various countries and the Kage of each village. This was the first time someone with the title of Kage had become a daimyo. Although Tsunade herself had noble blood, this news still surprised everyone, especially at this time. In the 4 great countries, whenever a new daimyo was elected, without exception, he would become a corpse the next day. The position of daimyo seemed to have become a death warrant at that moment. Originally, a position that should have been fought over was now avoided by all the sons of the daimyo. As a result, it had been a long time since a new daimyo had ascended in the 4 great countries. Therefore, a discussion arose among the 4 great countries. Why not let the Kage of each village become the daimyo? They should have the ability to resist the assassination from that criminal. Initially, this discussion only spread among a small circle of nobles. Later, almost all the nobles were talking about it. No way I pose. Historically, the daimyo has always been from our noble bloodlines. How can we break this rule now? Of course, among those discussing, there are not only supporting voices, but also some hardliners. Why don't you take the position of daimyo then? However, faced with these old hardliners, those in favor simply said a single line that made them fall silent. Do they really care whether the daimyo is succeeded by noble blood? Not at all. They were just afraid that when those ninjas became a country's daimyo, their power would be affected. Even if those Kage became the daimyo, they must guarantee that our rights will not be taken away. In the end, those hardliners compromised. It was inevitable. Even those who had already agreed did not oppose this proposal, who would foolishly give up the chance to fight for greater power. Luo completely ignored what was happening between the countries. Today, he finally brought all the Konoha ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam back to Konoha. Jiraiya, has anything happened in the village recently? On the way, Luo had already received the news that Tsunade succeeded the position of daimyo, which surprised him a bit. It seems that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is unexpectedly shrewd. Of course, Luo would never have thought that this was actually Tsunade's intentional hint. There haven't been any major events in Konoha, but something big is about to happen in the Land of Fire. Jiraiya, holding a pipe, pretended to take a puff dramatically. Where did you learn this? Luo said, looking at Jiraiya's pretentious pose with disdain. Cough, cough. Don't you think it looks cool? Jiraiya completely ignored Luo's contemptuous gaze and struck a cool pose. He even summoned the atmosphere group from Mayaboka Mountain. Not at all, Luo said without hesitation. Jiraiya shot Luo a glance, filled with disdain, as if to say he had no taste, but was interrupted by Luo. I think Tsunade wouldn't like it either. Cough. Cough. Who cares if she likes it or not? Jiraiya retorted stubbornly, hearing Luo's teasing. TCH. By the way, Luo, teach me some experience. Although Jiraiya wanted to keep being stubborn, seeing Kagaya leaning her head on Luo's shoulder made him change his words immediately. What experience? Luo raised his eyelids slightly, teasingly looking at the somewhat shy Jiraiya. That one, Jiraiya stammered, lacking the decisiveness of a hero. Which one? I don't understand. Seeing Jiraiya showing such a demeanor for the first time, Luo felt he had opened his eyes and didn't mind teasing him a bit more. You see, I've known Tsunade for quite some time. Why is she not interested in me? Jiraiya, being clever, immediately realized that Luo was purely messing with him and decided to let it go. Of course, who would be interested in a pervert who peeks at the women's bathhouse every day? Luo looked at Jiraiya with blatant disdain. But I've changed recently, Jiraiya said somewhat embarrassedly, realizing that his past actions were indeed excessive. Then it can only be said that the impact of the first love is too great. Seeing Jiraiya determined to turn over a new leaf, Luo began to analyze seriously. First love? That's Kato-dan. The taste of first love is always beautiful, especially when the first love is no longer around. So, no matter when, in Tsunade's heart, there will always be a shadow of that person, making it hard for her to forget. Luo spoke the most genuine reason, but this reason made Jiraiya feel instantly despondent. Do I still have a chance? After a long time, Jiraiya finally lifted his head, looking at Luo with a pleading expression, wanting to get the answer he desired. Yes. Luo nodded affirmatively. What? In an instant, Jiraiya's eyes regained their brightness. Invite Tsunade for a drink, then make her pregnant. A mischievous smile appeared on Luo's face. What the hell? Hearing Luo's terrible idea, Jiraiya jumped up from his chair. If I really do that, will I even have a chance to live? TCH. If you don't even have this courage, what do you call love? Luo shook his middle finger and seriously persuaded. I tell you, for serious illnesses, you must take strong medicine. Otherwise, Tsunade will never get out of the walls she built for herself. Trust me, Tsunade has feelings for you too. Jiraiya hesitated. He understood that Luo was right. But if he really did that, if Tsunade, as Luo said, had feelings for him, then they could naturally be together. However, if Tsunade had no feelings for him, he would definitely die a glorious death. Seeing Jiraiya still hesitating, Luo decided to give him one last strong push. Jiraiya, to be honest with you, you don't have much time left. Jiraiya found that Luo's words were becoming increasingly vague. What do you mean? In the near future, I plan to resurrect a group of people. This may very well include Kato-dan. So, if Kato-dan is resurrected, do you think you still have a chance? Luo stared intensely into Jiraiya's eyes, wanting to find an answer there. As expected, Jiraiya, who had been hesitating, instantly made up his mind. However, this decision was something Luo completely did not expect. If you really can resurrect Kato-dan, then I will bless him and Tsunade. Wang Defa? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Luo was completely stunned. This script doesn't match. Do you really think that way? Luo looked at Jiraiya, who seemed to have come to terms with it, in disbelief. Yes, to love someone is to make her happy. Jiraiya nodded heavily. Goodness, you're something else, Luo exclaimed. This level of awareness is definitely king level. It seems that trying to approach Jiraiya from here is no longer feasible. I can only wait for a chance to ask Tsunade what she thinks. By the way, you just said something big is about to happen in the Land of Fire? Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward, Luo could only change the subject. Oh, about that. The Land of Fire is preparing to move its capital, moving the imperial city to Konoha. Jiraiya quickly adjusted his emotions and spoke with a smile. What? Are you serious? Luo seemed to suspect that there was something wrong with his ears. Moving the capital? Even if Tsunade becomes the daimyo and wants to consolidate military and political power, it should be Konoha moving to the imperial city. Why is it the other way around now? You heard it right. For the first time, Jiraiya saw a look of surprise on Luo's face and found it interesting, explaining with a hint of showmanship. Tsunade wants to better carry out her work. But Konoha was established in the place chosen by the first Hokage. It has this important significance. So, it can only be a move of the capital. Heh! Luo directly let out a laugh, not expecting that Tsunade, such a carefree person, would have such a pretentious side. So, Konoha is about to expand soon? Luo pulled Kaguya and turned to walk out of the Hokage office. What are you doing? Seeing Luo's actions, Jiraiya was puzzled. Of course, Konoha is expanding. It's definitely going to be busy. If I don't leave now, am I supposed to wait for that old woman Tsunade to conscript me? Luo didn't he look back. With a few shunshin, he had already disappeared. That makes sense. At that time, even I will probably be conscripted, Jiraiya muttered to himself. However, whether he was avoiding work or avoiding Tsunade, only he knew in his heart. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Since they were in the Hokage office, Luo felt that Kaguya's emotions seemed a bit off. Now that they had left, he directly asked, Am I your first love? Kaguya's little face was flushed, shyly asking. Luo totally didn't he expect that Kaguya's emotional state was because of this and answered without thinking. No. Upon hearing Luo's answer, Kaguya's mood visibly dropped. She hoped to be Luo's one and only. Kaguya's little thoughts could not escape Luo's eyes, and he lightly patted her head. What are you thinking? The unrequited love is the first love, and we will always be together. Not counting words. With past lessons in mind, I want to ask now. Do people hope that Jiraiya and Tsunade will be together? Or do they wish for Kato Dan and Tsunade to rekindle their past romance? Chapter 107. The Truth of a Ninja War. Realizing she misunderstood Luo's meaning, Kaguya shyly buried her head in Luo's arms, not daring to look at him. Fool! In this life, I only love you and have only loved you. Gently holding Kaguya in his arms, Luo's tone grew even more tender. Due to the decree of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tsunade's succession went very smoothly, and they were even planning to relocate the capital to Konoha. However, the succession in other countries was not as smooth. Those nobles not only demanded the preservation of their rights as nobles, but also requested a large sum of money every year. The four Kage clearly did not anticipate that these people's appetites were so large. If they really followed the nobles' demands, they would simply become hired hands attracting fire. Such a result was something they could never accept. Thus, both sides became deadlocked in mutual pulling. However, as time passed, the patience of the four gradually wore thin. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, then the truth would come under the barrel of a gun. Thus, a campaign against these nobles began in a grand manner. The first to act was the Land of Wind, where the daimyo died in Sunagakure. Those nobles not only demanded the conditions mentioned above, but also, for the sake of so-called face, insisted that Gaara must kill Luo in order to succeed as daimyo. Gaara originally stood on the same side as Luo, and if it weren't for the fear that acting rashly would cause internal strife in the Land of Wind, he would have already wiped out all these nobles. However, now, they were stubbornly insisting that he must kill Luo, leaving no room for negotiation. This finally provoked Gaara's anger. That night, in the royal city of the Land of Wind, a gust of yellow sand blew, and when the yellow sand settled, all the nobles had been buried beneath it. The next day, there were no more disputes, and Gaara successfully succeeded as the daimyo of the Land of Wind. However, when the news spread, The internal strife that Gaara had anticipated did not occur. The Land of Wind was still the same Land of Wind. It seemed that the change of daimyo had not had much impact on this country. With the Land of Wind leading the way, the second to act was the Land of Water. Terumi may displayed a ruthlessness that was completely opposite to her sweet beauty and used thunderous means to eliminate all the nobles. Subsequently, the nobles of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth also disappeared overnight. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Although they had tried their best to seal off the news after succeeding as daimyo, a few whispers still leaked out. At this time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who was soaking in hot springs in the Land of Hot Water, had already lost count of how many times he had been grateful for making such a wise decision. This revolution in the ninja world began quickly and calmed down just as quickly. Once the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages successfully succeeded the daimyo of the 5 great countries, everything seemed to be completely resolved at that moment. However, at this time, their moods were not as good as imagined. The reason is simple. Each of them had a scroll placed in front of them. The contents recorded on the scroll made each of them feel as if they were re-recognizing this ninja world. They originally thought they were the players, but in the end, they found out they were merely pawns. Ha ha! Looking at the contents of the scroll, Onoki laughed maniacally. However, as he laughed, tears could not help but flow down. It is said that a Wagakure is warlike, and even Onoki believed this. But in order to provide a better environment and resources for the young men of a Wagakure, he had to do this. However, seeing this scroll now made him feel that his years of effort were like that of Clown. Whenever the number of ninjas in the village reached a certain level, the daimyo of the 5 great countries would secretly discuss reducing the funding given to the ninja village, creating a false appearance of being unable to sustain themselves. So, in order to have a better life, they had no choice but to choose war, hoping to plunder enough resources from other countries. In each battle, the ninjas that were painstakingly cultivated in the village lost their lives one by one. The daimyo of the 5 great countries felt that it was about enough. The power of the ninjas could no longer threaten their status. Thus, they convened once again, trying every means to end the war. In the eyes of these people, ninjas were merely a knife. They would pick it up when needed and feel that the knife would harm them when not needed. Thus, ninjas did the most dangerous work, yet were repeatedly schemed against. Poor young men of a Wagakure, in such schemes, lost their lives. They all possessed the will of stone. Onoki's tears flowed like a floodgate, soaking the scroll in his hands. This old man, over 50, was truly heartbroken this time. Moreover, this was not the last thing he feared. What frightened him the most was that this time, if it weren't for Luo's matter, based on what was recorded on the scroll, the daimyo of the 5 great countries had already begun planning for the 4th Great Ninja War. It was ridiculous that he was still completely unaware, still constantly increasing Iwagakure's military strength, hoping to plunder more resources in the next Great War. In the Land of Lightning, AI also saw a scroll similar to what Onoki had seen, and at this moment he sat silently on the high seat. However, the electric sparks erupting from his body from time to time revealed his inner unrest. Get someone to contact the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Kazekage, and Hokage to discuss going to Konoha to initiate a 5 Kage summit. However, after the anger, he had to consider a very realistic issue. A monster like Luo had appeared in Konoha. If the other party used the previous war as a reason, their Unigakure would be in danger. He had to strangle it in the cradle before danger appeared. Of course, it was clearly impossible to kill Luo now. The only thing that could be done was to make the information recorded in the scroll public, hoping that Konoha would understand that they had also been schemed against and would no longer hold it against them. AI had not yet liberated himself from the mindset of a Kage, and his first thought was still about the issue of the ninja villages. Like AI, Onoki, Terumi, and even Gaara had not yet liberated themselves from the mindset of a Kage. After endless anger, they all thought of this point. Thus, the 4 made the same decision and sent people to contact the Kage of the other 4 great ninja villages. They prepared to hold a 5 Kage conference, and each of them, to show their sincerity, decided to hold the conference in Konoha. On the other side, Luo ultimately did not succeed in sneaking away. Of course, it was not because of Jiraiya's obstruction, but because Naruto had returned. After more than half a year, Naruto had grown quite a bit. His once childish face had now become resolute. His golden hair had grown long, looking a bit like Minato in his prime. However, unlike Minato's sunshine, Naruto now always gave off a somewhat mischievous vibe. In the Konoha Tavern, Luo looked at Naruto, who was drinking and eating meat across from him, with an expression that was quite strange. In the past 6 months, what exactly happened? Why has such a naive and bright little kid changed so much? Luo really wanted to ask, but seeing Naruto happily eating and drinking, he decided to wait a bit. It seemed that Naruto noticed Luo's gaze, stopped eating, and looked at Luo, waving his hand boldly. Come on, eat. Why are you just staring at me? We're brothers, so don't hold back. This meal is on me. No. Naruto, the 3 prohibitions of ninjas. Have you forgotten? Luo's expression became even more peculiar. Hey, in life, there are not so many taboos. Eating meat, drinking wine, and flirting with girls is the true essence of life. Naruto raised a bowl of sake and drank it all in one go. Perhaps feeling a bit tipsy, Naruto's actions became even more bold. Where did you learn all this? Luo was completely stunned. It's only been half a year. How could he have changed this much? It's from the books. Naruto looked at the dazed Luo with a confused expression, as if curious why he would ask such a stupid question. What book? In an instant, Luo felt a chill, as if Minato in the Pure Land was glaring at him fiercely. From Intimate Paradise. Wasn't it you who recommended me to shoot this movie with Xiaoxua back then? Naruto looked at Luo strangely, speechless at Luo's forgetfulness. Damn it! Although Jiraiya's novel Intimate Paradise is quite famous, Luo had never read it. He really had no idea that it contained such insights about life. Wait a minute. Did I just overlook something? Naruto, you just said you, and who? Luo's heart ignited with a fierce curiosity. Xiaoxua, remember? For some reason, upon returning this time and seeing Luo, he felt that Luo seemed a bit dazed. What the hell? Such an intimate address. Have they gotten together? Minato. Although Naruto's personality has changed a bit now, at least I helped you find a daughter-in-law. When we meet in the future, we can have a good chat. Are you and her together now? To be cautious, Luo decided to confirm this seriously. Yeah, when I become Hokage, I'll personally go to the land of snow and marry her. After all, as a big man, I can't just live off her, Naruto said, downing another bowl of sake nonchalantly. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, Luo's gaze involuntarily shifted to Kaguya, who was nestled in his arms, and his face darkened. Why do I always feel like he's implying something about me? In a ninja world, when it comes to living off others, am I not the biggest one? Naruto, it's been half a year since we last met. I don't know if your training has fallen behind. Let us go to the training ground and practice. Luo's words made Naruto's body stiffen instantly. The drink he was about to sip spilled all over him. Ahem, maybe we should forget it. We came here to eat and drink well. Fighting would just ruin the atmosphere. Putting down his bowl, Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly and quickly denied it. Inside Naruto, the Ninetales also had a reluctant expression. Although it wasn't T the one getting hit, it didn't T want to go against Luo for no reason. In the end, under Naruto's strong refusal, their fight did not break out. However, Luo also felt that Naruto seemed a bit too laid back now. It should be time to give him a wake-up call. By the way, Naruto also knew the true reason why Sasuke left the village. That is why he didn't make a fuss about chasing after Sasuke. If they met and Sasuke, who once had similar strength to him, now completely outmatched him, would that ignite his competitive spirit? It probably would. After all, the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra is quite mysterious. Having made up his mind, Luo planned to wait for Tsunade to return, take a mission out of the village, and search for Sasuke. If possible, he would go to the Cloud Village and discuss with whether they could visit Turtle Island to help Naruto activate the Ninetales chakra mode. Time flies when you're in love, and Luo always felt that the time spent with Kaguya passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade arrived in Konoha with a group of people. In the Hokage office. This land is mine. I'm going to build my mansion here. A person dressed in gold and silver, looking very prosperous, arrogantly circled a piece of land belonging to the Hyuga clan. So this land is mine now. Another, similarly dressed person circled a piece of land belonging to the Sarutobi clan. The daimyo's mansion will be built here. Let us just flatten the Hokage building and a ninja school next to it. They're too small-minded. Another person spoke up and secretly gave himself a pat on the back while talking. A bunch of fools, all thinking about their own interests. Unlike me, who was considering for the daimyo. In this way, when the daimyo later inquired about what rewards they wanted, they would be able to ask for something in return. A group of noisy people made Tsunade's head ache. Her uncle, after declaring the decree, ran away the next day. He just left such a big mess behind. She couldn't just watch the land of fire fall into turmoil. She had no choice but to step in. However, during this time, those nobles had also secretly given her a lot of trouble, making her really furious. So, she decided to cut through the chaos and directly move the capital to Konoha, originally thinking that once she was on her own turf, they wouldn't dare to cause any more trouble. Who would have thought that it became even messier? Swoosh! However, just as everyone was arguing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Oh, little Tsunade, you finally came back. I've been waiting for you so long that the flowers are about to wither. Seeing the newcomer, the previously arguing crowd immediately froze as if the pause button had been pressed. Each one stood stiffly in place, not daring to make a sound. They were all too clear about the identity of the person before them. A person who had dared to kill the daimyo of the Land of Wind. A person who had forcibly changed the landscape of the ninja world. They didn't believe that their status would be of any use in front of this person. Tsunade glared at Luo, who had caused her so much trouble, and impatiently said, "Speak your mind." Ahem. Luo knew that Tsunade's current troubles were largely due to him. So he awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked, I want to go out of the village for a bit. Can't you just stay put? You just caused such a big commotion, and now you want to leave again. Hearing Luo's words, Tsunade exploded. Isn't the village expanding recently? I can't really help with that. Luo said earnestly. No, I think you can help. Tsunade's eyes turned, and a plan formed in her mind as she looked at the nobles. You see how they arrange things. Isn't that something you should be worried about? Luo had no intention of catching the ball that Tsunade kicked him. I said you arrange it, so you arrange it. There is no need for so much nonsense. Tsunade slammed her palm on the table and shouted angrily. Once you've arranged them properly, then talk to me about leaving the village. Luo pouted, damn it. I came here just to say hello to you. That's giving you face. And you're acting like I'm trying to leave the village. Who would dare stop me? Well, forget it. This matter was stirred up by myself. So let us give Tsunade some face. Fine. I'm scared of you now. I'll handle it. But just make sure you don't have any objections to how I handle it. Luo sat down in the usual spot in Jiraiya's office. To be honest, these people are of no use at all. It'd be better to just kill them all like the other 4 great nations, saving food in the process. Just as he sat down, a group of nobles quietly looked at Luo, eager to see how he would arrange things for them. However, what Luo said made them shiver, and one of them lost his balance and fell to his knees. What are you saying? These are my beloved friends and brothers. Tsunade was speechless. Although she felt that Luo's approach was indeed the most hassle-free, she was still taken aback. I get it. You want more money, right? Hearing this somewhat familiar phrase, Luo blurted out. What do you mean? Luo's sudden remark left Tsunade dumbfounded. How much is land in Konoha worth per square meter now? Luo did not answer Tsunade's question, but directly asked back. In the central area, it's 200,000 per square meter, but there are no buyers. In the outer area, it's 100,000 per square meter. Why are you asking this? Tsunade asked, confused. Well, since these people are all your beloved friends and brothers, shouldn't you support them for the development of the Land of Fire? Moreover, since Konoha is about to become the imperial city, land prices will naturally rise. How about this? Not much, just 10 million per square meter in the central area. I'll help them negotiate. In the outer area, it's 5 million per square meter, Luo said calmly. Hearing Luo's words, Tsunade's mouth dropped open, unable to close for a long time. So this is what he meant by wanting more money? She had never seen such a black-hearted businessman. However, she liked it, hearing such outrageous prices. The group of nobles immediately erupted, unable to help but speak up. Lord Luo, since that's the case, we won't stay here any longer. We want to return to the original imperial capital. The calculations in their hearts were ringing loudly. Originally, they came here because they did not want to give up their power. Now it seems that this path is unfeasible. Since that's the case, they would just guard their foundation and live as leisurely rich men. Moreover, although they would lose their power, their status would not decrease. Tsunade understood these people's thoughts as well. The reason she brought them here was that she valued their control over the trade flow in the Land of Fire. Since they wanted to leave, Tsunade naturally did not want that and was about to speak. However, Luo gently laughed. Of course, you can. It's just that the mountains are high and the roads are long. There will inevitably be some nearsighted bandits around. If any problems arise then, it could be quite troublesome. With such an obvious threat, how could all the nobles not understand? So what Luo had just said about wanting more money was actually a life or death fee. Now they wanted to leave, but found themselves unable to. Yet, seeing the ugly expressions on their faces, Luo still did not intend to let them off, and his leisurely voice once again reached their ears. By the way, the ninja world is currently in turmoil, and many spies from other countries have appeared in the village. Sai, you all should be careful. Don't wander around the streets at night. All the nobles were rendered speechless. This statement was nothing more than telling them to hurry up and pay for their lives. Otherwise, they would all die tonight. Another blatant threat. Suddenly, a group of people felt like they were in a bitter situation, unable to voice their grievances. I want to buy 100 square meters of land in the outer area. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, someone immediately spoke up. However, these nobles were not foolish. They could muddle through this situation first, and later they could settle down elsewhere under the pretense of doing business. Could Luo really stop them? Luo looked at the speaker, a portly man dressed in gold and silver, exuding an air of nobility. 100 square meters? That wouldn't even fit his butt. That's completely not in line with your temperament. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Luo. How could your but be 100 square meters? However, since Luo's actions were helping her, she felt a bit embarrassed to say more. Then, 200 square meters? The noble who spoke first asked tentatively. Let us start from 1,000 square meters. Otherwise, it's too shabby. Luo was already too lazy to haggle with them and directly made a decision. What? The noble was so shocked that he nearly fainted. 1,000 square meters is 5 billion. Their family's entire liquid assets don't even add up to half of that. To purchase the land, they would even need to mortgage part of their family South real estate and trade flow. Why don't you go rob someone? The noble's head was buzzing, and he no longer cared if he would offend Luo with his words. Otherwise, you think I'm doing this to talk business with you? Chapter 109, Old Man. How long has it been since you received news from the outside world? A group of nobles was left speechless, realizing that they had to bow their heads under the eaves. After everyone left, Tsunade looked at the pile of IOUs in her hand and smiled widely. In the past, it was always others coming to her for IOUs. She never expected that one day she would also gather so many IOUs. Tsunade has made it big. With these issues resolved, there was nothing more for Luo to do in the village. In a great mood, Tsunade waved her hand and directly agreed to Luo's request to leave the village. Thus, the next day, the three people and a fox set off grandly from the village. Why is the Nine-Tails here? Who doesn't look for a mount when going out? The Nine-Tails felt quite bitter. He, the mighty-tailed beast, and the one with the most tails, never expected to become someone else's mount one day. Where can he argue about this? Sage of Six Paths, where are you? Your cute little fox is being bullied. Pure Land, Sage of Six Paths. A sneeze. What is going on? Caught a cold? No way. Has this turned into a soul? Luo, where are we going now? Relaxing on the back of the Nine-Tails, Naruto asked leisurely while crossing his legs. Looking for Sasuke. Luo directly stated the purpose of their trip. Looking for that stinky Sasuke. Has his task been completed? Naruto sat up, looking at Luo in confusion. He clearly remembered that when Sasuke left the village, he wanted to bring him back. However, Luo directly stopped him and took him to the Hokage's office, letting him see Sasuke executing a secret mission as a rogue ninja. At that time, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Why could Sasuke go on such an amazing mission while he couldn't? Then he went to the Land of Snow. Not yet. He should still need some time. Nine-Tails, can you sense when the Three-Tails will be revived? Luo asked the Nine-Tails beneath him. It should still be a little while. I can sense his aura slowly taking shape. The Nine-Tails answered truthfully. Nine-Tails, if one day I were to reclaim all your powers. Would you agree? Upon hearing the news of the three tails about to be revived, Luo knew that Kagaya's plan was about to begin, and he did not intend to stop this plan. Of course, I would agree. If it weren't for this power, why would I be coveted? I should be free to roam the vast lands instead of at this point. The Nine Tails suddenly choked on his words. Whoops. He almost forgot the occasion due to his momentary slip of the tongue. Lord Luo, my meaning is that it is my honor to become your mount. The Nine Tails said somewhat awkwardly. No need to explain. Freedom. Who doesn't yearn for it? But who can truly attain freedom? Luo waved his hand, not caring at all. It seems that the tailed beasts, like the Jinchuriki, also do not want this power. In Orochimaru's laboratory, the whirlwind that Lord Luo has stirred among the ninjas is growing stronger. Orochimaru sighed as he looked at the busy construction of Konoha village. Lord Orochimaru, why didn't you go find Lord Luo when he returned this time? Asked Kabuto, who stood behind Orochimaru, slightly lowering his head out of curiosity. When Luo needs me, I will naturally be by his side. When he does not need me, I will not disturb his life. Orochimaru turned his head to look at Kabuto, smiling as he spoke. Kabuto, how long have you been following me? It's been a long time, hasn't it? I've almost forgotten. A hint of admiration appeared on Kabuto's face. Why were you so willing to follow me back then? Orochimaru's tone was very calm, as if he were having a heart-to-heart with Kabuto. In fact, Orochimaru's mindset had indeed become much more peaceful, and he no longer had much desire to vie for power. My life, I do not know where it came from, nor do I know where it will go. Perhaps only by following Lord Orochimaru can I find the meaning of my existence. Kabuto easily noticed Orochimaru's change, so he expressed his true feelings. The orphanage in Konoha is missing a director. Luo wants you to go over. Orochimaru understood Kabuto's past and directly stated his purpose. Since it is Lord Luo's order, I will definitely complete the task well. Kabuto's expression froze, as if he recalled memories from long ago, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. Orochimaru patted Kabuto's shoulder. Luo said that if you do well, he will give you a surprise. Watching Kabuto leave, Orochimaru murmured, such a good assistant. If it weren't for Luo's suggestion, I really wouldn't want to let him go. I remember Tsunade seems to have recently taken on a new disciple. I should go check later to see if I can bring him over. Having Kabuto manage the Konoha orphanage was Luo's proposal. However, Orochimaru's idea of having Sakura take over Kabuto's assistant position was something Luo had not anticipated. At this moment, he felt the flying thunder god mark left on Sasuke and was swaying as he made his way. In a land of earth, in a remote, small mountain village, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, had decided to stop his journey here. I will rest for a while. The village was secluded, creating a sense of isolation from the world. Old Purple enjoyed the peace and tranquility here. He had left his village because he disagreed with Inoki's philosophy. Inoki advocated actively invading and plundering resources from other ninja villages to continue training a ninja army, fighting to sustain fighting. Old Purple believed that sacrificing the lives of the young men of Awagakure for those resources was extremely foolish. Thus, neither could persuade the other. In a fit of anger, Old Purple left the village and began his wandering life. In this small mountain village, watching the children play and frolic, Old Purple seemed to have found the life he idealized. One day, lying quietly on a branch, enjoying the breeze and bathing in the sunlight, Old Purple suddenly felt a terrifying aura approaching the village. He was startled, sitting up abruptly and looking towards the direction from which the terrifying aura was coming. This aura was that of a tailed beast. Although Old Purple could fully control the power of the Four Tails, he did not like to communicate too much with the Four Tails inside him during normal times. Therefore, he could sense that this was the aura of a tailed beast, but he was unclear about which tailed beast it was. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails, who was running, also suddenly halted, looking in Old Purple's direction, turning its head to Luo. Lord Luo, I sense the presence of the Four Tails. They are rapidly approaching us. Luo also sensed the tailed beast's aura, even earlier than the Nine Tails did. One of the purposes of this outing was to establish a complete communication network for the tailed beasts. Cough, cough, that is a mental space where we can connect so that he could execute his plan later. Old Purple was fast. After sensing the Four Tails aura from the Nine Tails, in less than a minute, He had already appeared far in the vision of the others. Seeing the nine tails and the people on its back clearly, Old Purple's pupils shrank. Old Purple did not like to talk to the Four Tails, and the Four Tails was also somewhat proud. It did not want to talk to him either. However, today, for the first time in many years, the Four Tails took the initiative to speak. Run? Quickly escape. Just now, it had only sensed the aura of the Nine Tails and its Jinchuriki, completely unaware that there were two others. In this situation, the other party was either an ordinary person without chakra or possessed unimaginable strength. Clearly, it was the latter. In front of these two, the Four Tails felt it did not even have the courage to make a move. However, no matter how much it called out, Old Purple completely ignored it and instead quickened his pace toward the others. Konoha ninjas, secretly infiltrating my land of Earth, what is your intention? After a few quick movements, Old Purple finally arrived in front of Luo and the others, narrowing his eyes and staring directly at Luo. Secretly infiltrating? Luo looked surprised, incredulously gazing at Old Purple. Which of your eyes saw me secretly infiltrating? Old Purple's expression froze. He glanced at the massive nine tails, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Right? What normal person would ride a tailed beast to infiltrate another country? However, Old Purple's temper did not allow him to admit the error in his words, and he stubbornly argued. Taking without permission is considered theft. Coming without an invitation is considered infiltration. Who says I didn't receive an invitation? If you don't believe me, ask the daimyo of the land of Earth. He invited me here. Luo knew that this old man had a bad relationship with Inoki, and asking him to inquire about Inoki would probably be harder than climbing to the sky, so he deliberately pressed on. Ridiculous. How could the daimyo possibly invite you? Old Purple replied disdainfully. How could it not be possible? During the joint Chunin exams, Inoki personally invited me. Luo loved to slap the old stubborn man in the face. Ha ha, ridiculous to the extreme. Who would have thought that upon hearing Luo's words? Old Purple laughed, so hard he nearly couldn't straighten up. I really don't know how your Konoha's textbooks teach. Inoki, the daimyo of the land of Earth? Ha ha ha. Watching Old Purple laugh uncontrollably, Luo looked puzzled. You still don't know? What do you know? Luo's gaze, like that of a monster, deeply pierced Old Purple's heart. Since childhood, people around him had looked at him with such eyes. He never expected that, even to this day, there were still people who looked at him like that. Inoki has already become the daimyo of the land of Earth. What? This is impossible, Old Purple exclaimed. How could Inoki possibly become the daimyo of the land of Earth? On what basis? Because he's old? Because he doesn't bathe? Without thinking, Old Purple scoffed derisively. This shows just how much animosity there was between him and Inoki. Not only had Inoki become the daimyo of the land of Earth, but Tsunade, Trumi, and Gaara had all become the daimyos of their respective countries as well. Luo increasingly looked forward to the scene of this stubborn old man discovering the truth. I say, old man. How long has it been since you received news from the outside world? Chapter 110. Another member joins the tailed beast chat room. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kid, you're lying to me. Old Purple's expression suddenly became hysterical, and streams of crimson chakra flowed out from his body, quickly forming a layer of chakra armor on the surface. Boom! With a forceful push from his feet, Old Purple transformed into a blur and charged towards Luo. Moreover, during the charge, the chakra armor enveloping his body underwent another transformation, turning into rolling magma. Seeing the aggressive Old Purple, Luo could only shake his head helplessly. What a stubborn and irritable old man. Sage Art. Ice Release. Ice Age. Quickly placing his hand near his mouth, a gust of cold air was blown out from Luo's mouth in an instant. Suddenly, the entire forest transformed into an icy world. Snowflakes fell from the sky, looking crystal clear and colorful. However, this was merely an appearance. In the center of Luo's attack aimed at Old Purple, the reality was entirely different. The magma enveloping Old Purple, with its scorching temperature, could not stop the surrounding cold. In just a few breaths, the red magma gradually cooled. In fact, as more snowflakes fell, blue ice crystals began to form on the surface of the magma. Impressive. Such a thought suddenly arose in Old Purple's mind. However, if this was all he had, wouldn't he be underestimating the power of a Jinchuriki? With a loud roar, Old Purple instantly entered full-tailed beast transformation mode. The snowflakes surrounding him were blown away by the surging chakra. Then, with his head held high, completely transformed into a tailed beast, he quickly condensed a black chakra ball. Another tailed beast ball. 9 tails. Is there no other way for you tailed beasts to fight? Why is it always tailed beast balls? Looking at the rapidly forming tailed beast ball in front of him, Luo's expression showed little reaction. He even had time to tease the 9 tails beneath him. Of course not. The 9 tails argued vigorously. I am different from them. Oh, do you have other combat methods? Luo was a bit surprised. It was the first time he learned that the 9 tails had other abilities. Of course. I can also create consecutive tailed beast balls. Oof. Those trash need so much time to condense one tailed beast ball. I don't need any of that. The 9 tails raised its head proudly. Luo was left with a black line on his forehead. Goodness. After all this, isn't it's still just tailed beast balls? Noticing Luo's expression, the 9 tails thought Luo didn't believe him and immediately turned to the direction of the 4 tails, slightly raising its head. A tailed beast ball suddenly formed. Boom! With a loud explosion, it was directly shot towards Old Purple. However, that was not the end. The 9 tails gathered power again, and another tailed beast ball formed. Then, under Luo's strange gaze, the 9 tails crazily shot tailed beast balls at Old Purple as if it were spitting. Watching the 9 tails show off, Luo couldn't help but recall a joke. Back when Yui distributed the 10 tails chakra, it was allocated like this. 1 for the 1 tails, 1 for the 9 tails. 1 for the 2 tails, 1 for the 9 tails. 1 for the 8 tails, 1 for the 9 tails. 1 for the 9 tails, 1 for the 9 tails. Okay, perfect. Fair distribution. However, it seemed that this was very likely not a joke. The chakra amount of the 9 tails was completely on a different scale compared to the other tailed beasts. Soon, the roaring ended. Old Purple lay in the deep pit, gasping for breath. No longer the spirited figure, he was in full-tailed beast transformation. His entire armor was shattered beyond recognition, and he was barely breathing. If it weren't for the 4 tails chakra frantically healing his injuries, he would have likely already reported to the afterlife. However, even with the 4 tails chakra's help, it seemed there was no hope left. Jumping down from a 9 tails back, Luo stepped forward to look down at the disheveled Old Purple, shaking his head and sighing. Why bother? Peace is hard-won, and I will never allow you to destroy this hard-won peace. In Old Purple's eyes, someone like Luo infiltrating the land of Earth meant the beginning of a new wave of conflict. So, he used all his strength to try to stop it. However, in his weakened state, it seemed he couldn't do anything anymore. Thinking of the land that would soon fall into chaos again, a tear slipped from the corner of Old Purple's eye. Hey, don't do that. You're making me look like a villain. Looking at the somewhat desperate Old Purple, Luo felt like he was bullying an old man. Old Purple's eyes slightly closed, as if he hadn't heard Luo's voice at all. His consciousness had fallen into memories. When he was still very young, war broke out between the ninja villages. Many people died in Iwagakure. Watching those familiar faces go from parting to eternal farewell, it could happen in the blink of an eye. He felt powerless. Later, under the village's arrangement, he became the 4 tails Jinchuriki, and that war seemed to have ceased. But he knew that this was not permanent peace. So he worked hard to train, hoping to protect those familiar people in future wars. Even though the people in the village always looked at him with malice, he remained undeterred. Finally, he succeeded. After long efforts and training, he could perfectly control the 4 tails power. And at that moment, another ninja war broke out. With his formidable strength, he saved one companion after another. However, inside him, the confusion deepened day by day in the war. Because this time, Iwagakure was the one actively participating in the war. Why do this? Old Purple clearly remembered that day when he stood in front of Noki, desperately shouting that sentence. What greeted him were Naka's cold words, for a better life. He didn't understand, nor did he want to understand. He only knew that because of Naka's decision, more familiar people would die. So that day, he left the village. The Jinchuriki was a major force in the village. He wanted to force Noki to compromise by leaving, making him think twice about initiating war. But deep down, he still yearned for Iwagakure. So, after meeting Luo, he attacked without hesitation. Even though the 4 tails sealed within him warned him countless times, he still disregarded everything. It seemed he could do nothing anymore. Old Purple's consciousness grew increasingly blurred. He seemed to see old friends waving at him, following in their footsteps. His consciousness gradually faded into darkness. Sigh. Luo let out a long sigh. Indeed, Naruto had influenced him, and he had become somewhat of a saint now. Sage art. Mastery of sage techniques. A green light mixed with a hint of blue enveloped Luo's palm as he gently pressed it against Old Purple. As Luo's palm landed, Old Purple's injuries rapidly healed. The speed was astonishingly immediate. Meanwhile, the Four Tails consciousness was pulled into the Tailed Beast chat group. A new member has arrived. Let me see who it is. The One Tails and Nine Tails are the first to join the group. So here, they seem like the big brothers. As soon as the Four Tails entered, the delicate voice of Shikaku rang out. Wow, it's Sun Wukong. Luo, are you going to Wagakure now? After realizing it was the Four Tails, Shikaku immediately started chatting with him. Just entered. The Four Tails still looked confused, glancing around at the environment. Well, in this darkness, there was only a faint light. Nothing much to see. However, the things illuminated by the light, indeed, made its heart tremble. One Tails Shikaku, Two Tails Matatabi, Five Tails Kokuo, Seven Tails Chome, and, finally, the Nine Tails Kurama. In this small space, a large portion of the Tailed Beast chakra from the ninja world had gathered. Who on earth is this person? The Four Tails felt uncertain, its gaze scanning back and forth over the few mini-tailed beasts. Haha, let me tell you something fun. At that moment, the Nine Tails spoke up. What fun thing? Did the Four Tails challenge Lord Luo? Shikaku lazily rubbed its belly, asking curiously. Almost, the Four Tails Jinchuriki just challenged Lord Luo. Haha, let me tell you, I directly taught him a lesson with a string of tailed beast balls. The Nine Tails laughed heartily, clearly having found a bit of confidence in the Four Tails after the recent battle. Just as the Nine Tails finished speaking, for pairs of eyes all turned to the Four Tails. Well, it's really not easy for you to be alive. The Two Tails was the first to speak, looking at the Four Tails with full sympathy. Following a Jinchuriki who is so unreliable is truly a tragedy. Wait a minute. Your Jinchuriki fought with Lord Luo? Oh no, this is a big problem. Recently, that old man, Onoki, wanted to hold a meeting of the 5 great nations daimyo. If this goes on, oh no, I need to hurry and tell Han to get out of here. After the shock, the Five Tails immediately reacted, feeling that the beast's life was hopeless. In the land of Earth Daimyo's residence. What? Oh, Onoki suddenly sat up from his chair, and because he got up too quickly, he strained his old back. However, he couldn't care less about the pain, flying in front of Han, pressing his hands tightly on his shoulders, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Are you saying that old Zai just attacked that lord? Yes, the Mu King just told me. The Mu King and the other's consciousness can enter a very peculiar space where they can contact each other. Just now, the Four Tails also enter that space. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Han's forehead. Chapter 111, Should we have a sweet date? This is a problem. After receiving a definite answer, Onoki flew around in the air like a headless fly. After a while, it seemed that Onoki thought of something and rushed back in front of Han, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, asking, You just said the Four Tails entered that strange space. Does that mean the Four Tails is still alive? Han nodded dumbly, completely not understanding the connection between the Four Tails being alive or dead in the current situation. Haha, that's good. The land of Earth is still saved. Onoki let out a long sigh of relief. What does Lord Tsuchikage mean? Onoki became the daimyo of the land of Earth, but the ninjas of the original ninja village still habitually referred to him as Lord Tsuchikage. Thus, an unwritten rule emerged. The people of the ninja village call him Tsuchikage, and the people of the court call him daimyo. Han, do you think if Lord Luo wants to kill you, do you have the ability to resist? Seeing that Han still didn't understand, Onoki swayed back to his seat, his demeanor relaxing. No, Han didn't understand why Onoki would ask such a foolish question. Isn't that good? Since the Four Tails is still alive, it means old Zai is still alive. Lord Luo not killing him means he isn't blaming him. Otherwise, just look at the fate of the daimyo of the Wind Country. At that moment, Onoki felt as if he could see through everything. I see. After Onoki's explanation, Han also understood, nodding repeatedly. Akatsuchi, have you contacted the other 4 great countries? Then, Anoki turned to the stout man beside him and asked, I've contacted them. The daimyo meeting is set for the first day of next month. The location is Konoha Village. Akatsuchi nodded, confirming the answer. Just now, he was indeed quite frightened. That's good. However, even though that lord did not kill Old Zai did attack that lord. We must obtain that lord's forgiveness regarding this matter. So Akatsuchi, you and Han, go apologize to that lord on my behalf. Anoki waved his hand, giving the order. Yes. On the other side, I'm still alive. Old Zai's consciousness gradually awakened, slowly opening his eyes, murmuring in confusion. Old man, you should think about how to thank me for saving your life. Seeing Old Zai wake up, Luo, who was roasting skewers over the lava spat out by the four tails, turned his head, curled his lips, and teased. Oof. Even if you saved me, don't expect to get any information about a Wagakure from me. Old Zai turned his head away. Information from you? Old man, don't joke around, okay? You don't even know that Anoki has become the daimyo of the land of Earth. What information could you possibly know? Luo disdainfully scoffed, flipping the meat on his skewer while signaling the four tails to spit out more lava. Anoki really became the daimyo of the land of Earth. Hearing this news again, Old Zai turned his head, looking at Luo with uncertainty. What benefit would I get from lying to you? Old Zai opened his mouth, but couldn't finish a sentence, because he realized that it seemed there was no benefit for the other party to lie to him. What on earth happened? Old Zai's mind was now a mess. Everything seemed too unbelievable. No need to rush. Soon, someone familiar to you should come over. At that time, they will explain it to you. Luo didn't intend to explain too much to Old Zai. The purpose of this trip had already been achieved. The Four Tails successfully joined the Tailed Beast Chat group. He also got to use the Four Tails as a free barbecue grill. Having eaten his fill, it was time to continue on the road to find Sasuke. Old Zai wanted to stop him, but after raising his hand, he ultimately gave up. He couldn't stop him and wasn't in the mood to stop him. He wanted to quickly figure out what had happened. So, he stood up and quickly rushed towards the imperial city of the land of Earth. Hidden Rain Village. Nagato, are you okay? In the central tower, Conan looked at the increasingly weak Nagato, concerned. It's fine. My mastery of the sage has become increasingly proficient. At that time, the plan should be able to proceed more smoothly. Nagato slightly raised his head. His eyes, covered by red hair, seemed to be able to see the tailed beasts of various countries through time and space. I heard that the Nine Tails has appeared in the ninja world recently? Yes. Moreover, they seem to have no intention of hiding their whereabouts at all. And strangely, even though the Nine Tails appear in the territory of the land of Earth, Anoki did not attack the Nine Tails. Conan pondered over the intentions of Konoha and Wagakure, her face filled with worry. I heard that recently, the matters of the 5 great countries have been quite tumultuous. Perhaps Anoki has not completely taken control of the land of Earth yet. Nagato sneered disdainfully. It really is impossible to avoid conflict at any time. It's a pity that the plan is not yet the right time, otherwise. I heard that all of this started because of one person. Should we check this person's information? Conan's thoughts were evidently much further than Nagato's. No need. Those are merely excuses they found to gain greater power for themselves. Moreover, even if that person really exists, so what? Before the gods, everyone must bow their heads. Nagato's face was filled with unprecedented confidence. In a mountainous graveyard, Obito tightly gripped the kunai in his hand, seriously carving into the hard rock wall. From a distance, it was clearly a series of sculptures of Rin. Rin, it's almost done. Soon, I will be able to create a world with you in it. Finally, another sculpture was completed, and Obito obsessively touched the statue's cheek, muttering crazily to himself. Obito, it seems that some major events have happened in the ninja world recently. Behind him, Kagaya's face revealed a strange smile. Crazy, isn't it? Anticipate it. The more crazy and eager you are, the smoother my plan will go. Does it affect our plan? Hearing Kagaya's voice, Obito slowly turned his head. But the obsession in his eyes had faded, replaced by indifference. A little, but it's not significant. Kagaya slowly spoke. However, all the news seems to be related to one person. Otherwise, we could. As he spoke, Kagaya made a slicing motion across his neck. Forget it. The plan has reached a critical moment. If we disturb the grass, it won't be good. Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a faint killing intent, but in an instant, The killing intent dissipated. He waved his hand, indicating that this matter need not be concerned. Just pay attention to Nagato's movements. All right, Kagaya shrugged, saying no more. He too did not take this matter seriously. Fortunately, he did not regard this matter lightly. Otherwise, if he really went to investigate, it would be a big deal. After several days of travel, Luo finally confirmed Sasuke's location at the border of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. As for why he didn't use Flying Thunder God to travel, it was mainly because Luo wanted to wander around outside the village for a while. Konoha had been too busy lately. To put it simply, he was just lazy. There's a very powerful aura moving toward us. It's very fast. In the cave, before Luo and the others could approach, the aura was already detected by Kagaya's Byakugan. Leaning against the wall, Sasuke leisurely brought a piece of freshly grilled meat to his mouth. A powerful aura? How powerful? After some time, Sasuke had fully adapted to the power of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. At this moment, his confidence was unprecedentedly inflated. I don't know. I just feel that the aura is very evil. It sends chills down my spine. In contrast, Kagaya was not as confident as Sasuke. Since receiving the Byakugan technique from Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, it was her first time feeling such a powerful aura. Is that so? I wonder if it's coming for us. If it is, a smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. Soon, Luo and the others arrived at the cave where Sasuke was. They're here. At this moment, Kagaya couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Kagaya's voice, Sasuke slightly paused his chewing, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. He could now feel that aura. Very familiar. Don't worry, it's an acquaintance. I didn't expect him to come. Sensing the aura of a long-lost companion, Sasuke felt a bit excited. However, not sensing Luo's aura slightly dampened that excitement. Ah, Sasuke. Long time no see. Naruto's voice came from afar before he even arrived, shouting loudly. Oh, Kagaya, long time no see. You've become even prettier. What do you say? Are you interested in a sweet date? Soon, Naruto turned the corner and appeared in front of the two, but his first glance was not at Sasuke, but at Kagaya. No, absolutely not. I like. Kagaya's face was filled with rejection, her gaze secretly darting towards Sasuke, who was leaning against the rock wall. Hey, you like Sasuke? What's so good about him? He's as cold as an ice block. It must be said that Naruto's experiences in the Land of Snow over the past few months had really changed him. He immediately noticed Kagaya's special feelings for Sasuke. Naruto, after spending so long alone with Kagaya, Sasuke had gradually forgotten that this was a task given to him by Luo. Although it was not quite romantic, it was still above friendship. Seeing Naruto's flirtatious behavior, Sasuke felt quite dissatisfied, and his brows furrowed tightly. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you like someone, you have to say it out loud. Look at you, still the same as before, not straightforward at all. Chapter 112. Fighting against a cheating ninja, 6,000-word chapter. Ahem, too lazy to split it. Naruto certainly did not intend to steal Sasuke's thunder. His main goal was to stir the pot. He knew Sasuke's personality too well. He was just at Sundara, with your whole body burned to ashes. That mouth will still be hard. Shut up. Sasuke secretly glanced at Kagaya, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met for a moment, and then they quickly avoided each other. Oh, just met, and the tension is already so high. Why don't you two go out and practice? At this moment, Luo also walked in, looking at the two bickering, and directly began to stir the flames. With him, Sasuke disdainfully glanced at Naruto. If it were with you, Luo, I might be a little interested. But with him, forget it. Just a weakling. Listening to Sasuke's defiant words, Luo's eyelids lifted slightly, looking at him with a somewhat helpless gaze. Some people are naturally pretentious. Others cannot imitate them. Sasuke was evidently such an existence. Luo knew Sasuke's nature, so he didn't dwell on it too much. However, Naruto, listening to this, was a bit displeased. You arrogant Sasuke, it's been so long, and you're still so full of yourself. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, clenching his fists tightly, ready to challenge Sasuke. Sasuke glanced sideways at Naruto, and in an instant, the Mangekyou Sharingan activated, locking onto Naruto. Amaterasu. However, at that moment, Naruto also sensed the danger. Crimson chakra suddenly enveloped his body. Black Amaterasu flames directly adhered to Naruto's tailed beast cloak, burning fiercely. Naruto smirked, Still that same move, huh? No creativity at all. As he spoke, Naruto casually flicked the tailed beast chakra, tainted with Amaterasu flames away. Aren't you using the same move? A smirk appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. We can't unleash our full power here, so let's go outside and play. Naruto cracked his neck, making a series of cracking sounds, beckoning Sasuke with a finger, then turned to walk out of the cave. I'm in. Sasuke slowly stood up, handing the grilled meat in his hand to Kagaya. Hold this for me. I'll eat it when I come back. It'll get cold. Kagaya, embarrassed that her feelings for Sasuke were exposed by Naruto, found it hard to look at him for a moment. It won't get cold. Sasuke confidently turned around, striding proudly after Naruto. Seeing this posture, Luo was momentarily stunned. This pretentiousness was indeed unmatched. Bring out all your strength, or our battle will end in an instant. Outside the cave, looking at Naruto not far away, Sasuke's face was filled with defiance. Heh, then you better be careful, because after the battle, the one who falls will definitely be you. At that moment, Naruto also wore a confident smile on his face. Watching Naruto's careful smile, Sasuke gradually put away his arrogance. It must be said that although he often mocked Naruto, he recognized the other's strength in his heart. Watch out! With a loud shout from Sasuke, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared in his hand, and the lightning quickly elongated, shooting straight at Naruto with lightning speed. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. As the lightning attack rushed towards him, three tails suddenly appeared behind Naruto. One of the tails struck directly at the Chidori sharp spear's lightning, while the other two transformed into a large hand, reaching out from both sides to grab Sasuke. Sasuke forcefully pushed off the ground, quickly retreating, and as he did, his left eye suddenly focused, directly enveloping the two tails. The Amaterasu flames instantly engulfed the two tails. Is that all you can do? It's useless against me. Naruto smirked, and the two tails suddenly vanished. With their disappearance, the Amaterasu flames that had wrapped around the tails fell directly to the ground. Fire release, great fireball technique. However, seeing the Amaterasu flames hit the ground, Sasuke's face showed no hint of surprise as his right eye focused on the flames. The ninjutsu was activated. The large mass of Amaterasu flames that fell to the ground instantly transformed into a giant shuriken, flying straight towards Naruto. Interesting, but it's still not enough. The sudden change surprised Naruto slightly, but he wasn't worried. As the tails behind him suddenly lifted, a black-tailed beast bomb quickly formed and was thrown directly at Sasuke. Watching their battle, Luo felt his teeth ache a bit. Naruto ball spin spin spin. Sasuke, Amaterasu, burn burn burn. Come on, you two. Can't you be a bit more original? Perhaps the two heard Luo's inner voice, and their confrontation suddenly paused. Boom! With a loud bang, a giant purple Susanoo erupted around Sasuke. Complete body Susanoo. Standing at the brow of the Susanoo, Sasuke casually swung the giant sword in his hand. Then, pointing the sword at Naruto from distance, he declared, "Show me your strongest power, or our battle will end in an instant." You've already said that. Hearing Sasuke's harsh words, Naruto rolled his eyes and replied. However, despite his words, his actions were indeed not slow. In an instant, he was enveloped in golden chakra. Seeing Naruto's transformation, Luo's eyes lit up. Golden Naruto. Cough, perfect Nine-Tails chakra mode. He didn't expect that he had already mastered it without his help. Although he didn't know what had happened during these days, it seemed that the bond between the Nine-Tails and Naruto had grown deeper. Wow, so shiny. It must be said that he looked really cool. Tail Beast Bomb. Fire release. Great fireball technique. However, in the next moment, the way the two fought left Luo speechless. What is this? After such a cool transformation, you still fight in such a glitch way. You two are really enough. Do you think you're playing Fruit Ninja? Naruto continuously launched tailed beast bombs at Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood still like a pillar, waiting for the tailed beast bombs to come. Swinging the giant sword wrapped in Amaterasu flames, cleaving the tailed beast bomb in half. After that, as the tailed beast bomb exploded, he braced himself with Susanoo. Luo couldn't bear to watch. Their battle was truly unbearable. Stop, stop, stop. So he unapologetically called for a halt. Hearing Luo's voice, the two looked at him in confusion and asked in unison, "What's wrong?" Looking at their puzzled expressions, Luo was exasperated. "What is wrong?" You two still have a nerve to ask me what is wrong? Look at your battle. What does it look like? You have no grasp of any ninja combat essentials. Any ninja with even a little bit of sense wouldn't fight like you. Sasuke and Naruto were even more confused now, their gazes at Luo becoming more perplexed. If not like this, then how should we fight? Come, let me demonstrate. As he spoke, Luo slowly released his grip on Kagaya and flew straight into the sky. Looking down at the two, watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once. Sage Art, Ice Shield, Absolute Zero. As Luo's voice fell, suddenly, the entire world seemed to turn into a blue realm. The icy world quickly spread, rushing towards Naruto and Sasuke. Tail Beast Bomb, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided, shaking the ground as they clashed. Sage Art, Wood Release, Birth of the Trees. Tail Beast Bomb, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sage Art, Wind Release, Gale Dragon. Tail Beast Bomb, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. After several rounds of back and forth, Luo finally stopped his attacks, raised his head, and proudly looked at Naruto and Sasuke. Did you see that? This is how a ninja should fight. Looking at Luo's smug face, Sasuke and Naruto were even more confused. What fighting method? You two are really foolish. Luo was utterly speechless, his face showing an expression of you can't teach a child. Ninjas should use versatile ninjutsu and release them at the most appropriate moment to achieve victory. Look at you two. After so many rounds, one only knows how to use tailed beast bombs, and the other only knows how to use Great Fireball Technique. Do you even know any other jutsu? After hearing Luo's words, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, but in just an instant, they reacted. At the most appropriate moment? Using the most suitable ninjutsu? Really? Are you serious? The two began to directly ridicule him, one after the other. Come on, tell me about your ninjutsu just now. First, you open with Ice Release, then what about the Birth of the Trees? You just destroyed the ice layer you worked so hard to set up? Hearing their rebuttal, Luo was taken aback, and, after thinking carefully, his face turned red. It seemed they had a point. However, how could he admit it now? He stubbornly defended. With an ice layer, after using Wood Release, the enemy's escape speed will be reduced, making it easier to capture with the Birth of the Trees. All right. Even if what you said makes sense, what about the Wind Release that directly destroyed the Birth of the Trees? Facing Luo's defense, Naruto rolled his eyes. Cough. Wasn't that after capturing the enemy with the Birth of the Trees, I used Lightning Release to finish them off? Luo secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Good job, Luo, really clever. Did you capture that? Sasuke looked at Luo with a face full of disbelief and muttered, that was an accident. At least my battle thinking is not wrong. At this point, Luo could only stubbornly continue down this path. Battle thinking? How dare you talk about battle thinking? Who is it that just confidently said to use the most suitable ninjutsu at the most appropriate moment? Seeing that Luo was at the end of his wits, Naruto and Sasuke were completely unwilling to let him off easily. Wow, are you two never-ending? What's wrong? I have plenty of chakra. I can waste it as I please. Do you have any objections? Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Luo chose to give up. Lousy, my chakra is abundant. Do you have any objections? I have plenty of chakra too. Naruto calmly waved his hand. So, the two of them turned their gazes towards Sasuke at the same time. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Seeing the strange looks from the two, Sasuke immediately got upset. I have plenty of chakra too. Are you sure? Hearing Sasuke's stubborn words, Naruto and Luo immediately voiced their doubts. Among the three, Luo is a chakra user. Naruto has the 9 tails, and as for Sasuke, compared to the other two, his chakra amount is simply pitiful. I have the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. So what if my chakra is a bit less? Sasuke was somewhat angry and embarrassed by their questioning. These guys with excessive chakra are really annoying. Luo glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, feeling like he had entered some kind of misunderstanding. After thinking carefully, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, I was being dumb. Luo's strange action immediately drew everyone's attention, and they looked at him curiously. What's wrong? I'm just sick, okay? Talking about ordinary ninja battles with you two idiots. Luo glared at Sasuke and Naruto, thinking that their fighting styles were just too monotonous. But he forgot the most important point. Do they need other fighting styles? Absolutely not. Okay. As for himself, he should belong to the category of ordinary ninja. At least, he knows quite a few ninjutsu. Luckily, Naruto and Sasuke didn't hear Luo's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely face unprecedented disdain. You, an ordinary ninja? Which ordinary ninja can casually use ninjutsu that covers the entire map? After that, Luo asked Sasuke about the current situation of Akatsuki. He was right in his guess. The Tailed Beast plan hadn't started yet, and Black Zetsu and Obito hadn't joined Akatsuki either. As for Heiden's death, it seemed that Nagato didn't care and wasn't in a hurry to assign teammates to Kakazu. Of course, it might also be because it was too hard to find teammates for Kakazu. After all, ninjas are high in attack and low in defense. Who knows? Today he might become Kakuzu's teammate, and tomorrow he could have his heart ripped out. In the ninja world, building a village is quick. After parting ways with Sasuke, the three of them stayed outside for almost a month, and the new Konoha village, now called the capital of the Land of Fire, was already built. Luo felt it was timely to bring Naruto back to Konoha Village, which will still be called Konoha Village, too lazy to change it. Back already? The place where Tsunade works is still called the Hokage office, but the area and luxury level are much better than before. This mission really wore me out. Honestly, Tsunade, you should raise my mission commission a bit, right? Luo casually sat down in a chair, holding Kagaya in his arms, playing with her little hand, and spoke without looking up. Aren't you embarrassed? Tsunade was already immune to Luo's shamelessness, handling her affairs while casually complaining. Damn it, Jiraiya. I don't know what is wrong with him lately. As soon as I got back, he said he needed to go out to gather intelligence. Then, without looking back, he just slipped away. Now so many things have fallen on my shoulders. Damn, not only that, but now everything in the Land of Fire has fallen on me. It's even more tiring than before. If this continues, I might hit menopause early. Tsunade couldn't help but complain in her heart. Why should I feel embarrassed? I am working hard for the development of Konoha and the Land of Fire. I am truly dedicated. Luo spoke eloquently, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed. People like me, who worry about the troubles of the world first and enjoy afterwards, are rare these days. Tsunade raised her head in surprise, looking at Luo as if trying to see how thick-skinned he really was. Come on, if you're so noble, come help me handle some official business. After a long time, Tsunade saw no trace of guilt on Luo's face, and she completely gave up struggling. This is nothing. Let me see. Saying that, Luo slowly stood up, walked to the desk, and casually grabbed a scroll. Is there unrest in the Grass Village recently? Suspected ninjas sneaking into the Land of Fire? Hey, I thought it was something serious. After reading one of the scrolls, Luo casually tossed it onto the desk. Such a simple matter. And you don't even know how to solve it? Do you have a solution? Tsunade looked at Luo with suspicion, finding it hard to believe that Luo could come up with any good ideas. Just let the Nine Tails come over and launch a few Tailed Beast bombs, and everything will be fine. Luo shrugged, completely unconcerned. The door is over there. Get out of here. Tsunade completely lost her cool. However, Luo was not so easy to dismiss. He casually grabbed another scroll. TSK, TSK, TSK. A meeting of the Four Nations daimyos. So boring. What is there to meet about? Is there something going on? If not, then get lost. Tsunade couldn't take it anymore with Luo babbling away, not solving any problems and still affecting her work. I'm just looking. After all, I'm free anyway. Oh, I think I found something amazing. Suddenly, Luo opened a scroll, and after seeing its contents, his eyes brightened. What is it? Seeing Luo's expression, Tsunade was also curious, putting down the scroll in her hand and looking up at Luo. Jiraiya's old lover actually wrote him a love letter. Luo had a mischievous smile on his face, looking at Tsunade with a teasing expression. Boom! Sure enough, the next moment, upon hearing this news, Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk. Instantly, the solid wood desk splintered into pieces. Bring it over for me to see. Tsunade's eyes were blazing with fury, making Luo shiver involuntarily, and he almost instinctively handed over the scroll in his hand. Yiron-yakun. Tsunade's face wore a cold smile as she read, muttering, such an affectionate title, truly worthy of an old lover. After parting ways years ago, it has been several years since they met. I wonder if he still remembers the promise made back then. The more Tsunade read, the more the veins on her forehead bulged. Well, how nice. The love letter from an old lover has arrived at the Hokage office. Jiraiya, you really are something. Watching Tsunade lose her cool, Luo stroked his chin, silently pondering. Perhaps Jiraiya occupies quite a significant place in Tsunade's heart. At the end of next month, the annual traditional New Year's meeting of the Fuzi village will begin. I wonder if you can bring your disciple over? Upon seeing this, the veins on Tsunade's forehead suddenly disappeared, replaced by a look of confusion. What does this mean? Why should Jiraiya bring his disciple over? Tsunade looked up at Luo, who had a knowing smile, asking in confusion. Back then, Jiraiya went to Fuzi village to spy. To gather materials. Yes, to gather materials. He was discovered by the village chief of Fuzi village. What kind of place is Fuzi village? It's a village full of women, and their village has a rule. They look for husbands. So, our great hero Jiraiya was chosen by the village chief, who wanted him to be her man. However, our great hero Jiraiya had a woman in his heart and did not agree. So, the two decided to determine Jiraiya's fate through a battle, but unexpectedly, they ended up in a stalemate. They agreed that when their disciples grew up, they would continue their unfinished competition and agreement. You mean, Jiraiya has a woman he likes in his heart? Who is she? However, after all that Luo said, Tsunade seemed to only catch that one sentence. You're asking me? Who should I ask then? If you want to know, go ask him yourself. Luo pouted, truly baffled by how things worked in the ninja world. Everyone seemed to be either genuinely confused or pretending to be. He had already left the village, and it was uncertain when he would return. A hint of sadness appeared on Tsunade's face. Is it my fault? Luo shrugged nonchalantly. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was suddenly taken aback. Wow, it seems like it really is my fault. Ahem. Since the village head of UchihaMassacre has extended an invitation, we cannot refuse. How about this? Naruto is also Jiraiya's disciple, so I'll take him along to the meeting. Stealing a glance at Tsunade's expression, he found that she didn't seem to notice his embarrassment, so he quickly changed the subject. Taking Naruto again? Tsunade's face was filled with suspicion. Recently, she had taken Naruto to the land of snow for a mission, and she was aware of the convoluted events that followed. Now, right after returning, he was going to take Naruto out again. What was Luo up to? Was he trying to breed Naruto with all the ninjas in the world? Timeline is flexible. Don't take it too seriously. Chapter 113. The 5 Great Nations Daimyo Conference. In fact, Luo's trip to UchihaMassacre wasn't solely for Naruto. Another part of the reason was the village's proximity to the Land of Lightning. Luo wanted to take some time to search for Killer Bee. Among the 9-tailed beasts, only the 3-tails Isabu, the 6-tails Saiken, and the 8-tails Gyuki had not yet joined the tailed beast chat group. The 3-tails had not yet revived, and Luo had other plans for the 6-tails, leaving only the 8-tails for him to contact in advance. Originally, he thought of finding Sasuke to undermine Naruto's confidence, and then using that as an excuse to take Naruto to Turtle Island to help him master the 9-tails chakra mode. At that time, he could have Killer Bee lead the way, thus allowing him to connect with the 8-tails as well. Who would have thought that Naruto had already formed a bond with the 9-tails and mastered the 9-tails chakra mode ahead of time? Therefore, Luo also lost the motivation to make a separate trip to the Land of Lightning. However, since the UchihaMassacre conference was at the end of next month, there was still plenty of time. Luo wasn't in a hurry, staying in the village to help Tsunade and support the first meeting of the newly appointed daimyo of the 5 Great Nations. Wandering through the streets of Konoha, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery, Luo felt everything was so novel. It was as if he had just crossed over, filled with curiosity about everything. Back then, he had been a bit apprehensive, but now he felt much more at ease. Luo, long time no see. At that moment, Luo heard a female voice calling him from afar. Following the sound, his expression suddenly changed. Ino, goodness, what is she doing here? If she did something, would Kaguya just take her out? However, Luo was clearly overthinking it. Ino simply walked up slowly, her eyes filled with a hint of joy, but without the previous fervor. Where have you been since the Chunin exams? I haven't seen you. I was out on a mission and just returned today. Seeing Ino's change in attitude, Luo felt a slight relief in his heart. Lord Luo. Hello. Standing next to Ino, Sai slightly bowed to Luo and greeted him. There's no need to be so polite. The foundation is gone, so you don't have to carry so many shackles anymore. Luo smiled and nodded at Sai, reassuring him. Yeah, I'm doing well now. Sai also displayed a smile, but this smile was vastly different from when they first met, now genuinely carrying a hint of sunshine. Watching someone poisoned by the foundation emerge from the darkness, Luo felt quite gratified and half-jokingly teased the two. Looks like Ino is taking good care of you. Yes, Ino is really a great girl. I like her a lot. Sai turned to look at Ino, his fair face filled with affection. Under Sai's intense gaze, Ino's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head, unable to meet Sai's eyes. Watching the situation between the two, Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Konoha has changed a lot recently. I'm going to wander around, so I won't disturb you. Goodbye, Luo. After bidding farewell to the two, Luo continued walking down the street with Kaguya. He couldn't help but admire Ino. It had to be said that when it came to love, Ino was absolutely clear-headed. She knew what she wanted and would never become blind due to love. Hey, Luo, long time no see. Want to do a handstand around Konoha with me? After walking a few steps, Luo encountered another familiar face. Without even looking, just hearing the content of the words, Luo knew it could only be Rock Lee. As expected, when he turned to look, he saw Lee doing a handstand, running wildly down the street. Lee, your youth is slacking. Watching the hard-working Lee, Luo couldn't help but tease. My youth is just beginning to burn. It can never slack off. Lee quickly retorted, refusing to allow anyone to insult his youth. I remember you used to run around the village several times. Why is it only one lap today? Luo knew the reason behind this, but he just wanted to joke with Lee. Lee suddenly choked on his words, wanting to argue, but doing so would betray his own youth. So he directly placed one hand on the ground and gave Luo a thumbs up with the other hand. Luo, you're right. My youth can still be even more passionate. I've decided. Today I'm going to do 2 laps around Konoha while handstanding. At this point, Luo was left dumbfounded. The Konoha of today was not the same as before. If he did 2 laps while handstanding, Lee probably wouldn't even have dinner tonight. Youth. It seemed that everyone's youth was not to be desecrated. Watching Lee's retreating figure, Luo couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps it was because the village had just completed its expansion, and the busy people had finally found some free time. Today, Luo encountered quite a few familiar faces on the streets. Niji and Tenten, Kiba and Hinata, Shikamaru and Choji. It seemed some strange ones had mixed in. In the end, Luo and Kaguya arrived at Naruto's small house. Naruto was not home, and after carefully sensing the location of the Flying Thunder God Mark, Luo couldn't help but shake his head. This guy had gone to the izakaya again. When Luo found Naruto, he was already a bit tipsy. It should be noted that with the 9 tails in him, drinking was like drinking water for him. Who would have thought he was actually drunk now? One can imagine how much he had already drunk here. Fortunately, the acting profession was quite lucrative. Naruto still had some savings. Otherwise, just relying on mission commissions, his wallet would have dried up long ago. Lo, why are you looking for me? Naruto squinted his hazy eyes in confusion as he looked at Lo. What's going on with you? Didn't you aspire to become Hokage? Why are you drinking here in broad daylight? With no other option, Lo could only start the conversation with Naruto about dreams. I'm chasing the footsteps of the Hokage, Naruto said defiantly, puffing out his chest. Are you serious? Lo was completely bewildered. What does drinking have to do with becoming Hokage? Seeing Lo's confusion, Naruto grinned and explained, Look, Granny Tsunade is the Hokage, right? Yeah, that's true. Lo nodded, slightly impressed but still uncertain. She likes to drink, right? I saw her drinking in the office not long ago. Naruto counted on his fingers. So, I'm following Granny Tsunade's footsteps. Lo was left speechless by Naruto's reasoning. What a strange argument. By your logic, the first Hokage liked gambling. The third Hokage liked smoking and watching beautiful women. Originally, Lo was just joking, but to her surprise, Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Now I finally understand the gap between me and the Hokage. What gap? A bad feeling crept into Lo's mind. As a ninja, you must break the norms to achieve greatness. The 3 forbidden things for ninjas are women, gambling, and alcohol, Naruto proclaimed passionately. Damn, Lo thought to herself. This is going to ruin everything. Naruto, you're so vulgar. To become Hokage, you absolutely can't be this vulgar. Realizing the severity of the situation, Lo quickly tried to stop Naruto's terrible thoughts. Is it really that vulgar? Fine. Let's put it this way. Women, money, and fun. Naruto felt that what Lo said made sense, and immediately changed his argument. Lo was dumbfounded. Minato, I am Sora. Seeing Lo's expression, Naruto scratched his head. Still not good enough? How about love, career, and true self? Sigh. Lo sighed deeply. That's more like it. A ninja's life should be about pursuing love, career, and true self. What? But in an instant, Lo realized. After all that talk, isn't it still about women, money, and fun? Minato, I'm really sorry. No, I absolutely cannot let Naruto continue down this path. Lo immediately reached out and grabbed Naruto's shoulder. To become Hokage, you need more than that. You also need the strength to protect everyone. Your current strength is still too weak. Swish. In the next moment, Lo activated Flying Thunder God and appeared next to Kakashi with Naruto. However, everything in front of Lo made her feel dizzy. The sixth Hokage in this original timeline was currently sunbathing and enjoying paradise of warmth. This is bad. Konoha is in ruins. Lo felt a great mission calling her. She must combat these corrupt ideologies. Kakashi, I have two purposes for coming here today. First, I need you to help Naruto with his chakra nature transformation. You've already done well with your Chidori, so teaching Naruto shouldn't be a problem, right? Lo furrowed her brows, looking sternly at the lazy Kakashi. Kakashi silently put away the paradise of warmth he was holding, showing no embarrassment at being caught. No problem. I'm a professional at this. After all, what he teaches Naruto, he can also sneak a peek. The second point, Kakashi, haven't you realized that your strength hasn't improved in a long time? So, I hope you can develop your own unique chakra transformation before Naruto learns his chakra nature transformation. Do you know? Sasuke has already developed a transformation for Chidori. As his teacher, how can you let your students surpass you? Aren't you ashamed? My greatest achievement in this life is raising 3 students. Seeing them surpass me brings me great joy. Kakashi slowly stood up, dusting off non-existent dust from his clothes, and spoke proudly. Lo was so infuriated, she almost laughed. Is Kakashi just giving up? In the future, I have a plan. Perhaps you will meet the person you want to see. If they see you like this, TSK, 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 I wonder if you can still maintain your former glorious image. Lo looked at Kakashi sideways, pretending to be expectant. What did you say? Kakashi's lazy demeanor instantly vanished as he grabbed Lo's shoulders, staring intently at her. Is what you said true? Having lost his father in childhood, friends in youth, his first love in adolescence, and now his teacher, Kakashi had always doubted whether he was a cursed star. Why did everyone related to him ultimately meet a tragic fate? Therefore, he dared not face reality, immersing himself in novels to escape. Now, Lo's sudden words were like a bolt from the blue, bringing a ray of light to his dark heart. He wanted to grasp this light tightly, hoping Lo would tell him that she wasn't lying. Lo remained silent, simply gazing calmly at Kakashi. The two stared at each other for a long time without speaking. I understand now. Kakashi released Lo's shoulders, his dejected aura dissipated. It's time to show you what a genius looks like. The spotlight has always been stolen by you youngsters, and I've lost some of my shine. After the reconstruction of Konoha, all training grounds were designated around the Death Forest. Thus, in Training Ground 7, 2 diligent figures practicing hard appeared daily. Soon, it was early in the 2nd month. Today, Konoha village was bustling with activity, as many civilians and ninjas gathered at the city gate. The first meeting of the new daimyos of the 5 nations was set to take place tomorrow. Today was the day the daimyos from the 5 great nations arrived. Lo originally didn't plan to attend, but Tsunade offered too many benefits. Konoha was no longer as poor as it used to be. Now Tsunade had control over a significant amount of funds. The first to arrive was Gaara, the daimyo of the Wind Country. Behind him were the new generation leaders of Sunagakure, Temari, and Kankuro. Lo, long time no see. As soon as he reached the gate, Gaara spotted Lo standing next to Tsunade and rushed over, not even bothering to greet Tsunade. Seeing the gaze Gaara directed at her, Lo couldn't help but shiver. No, this is completely out of control. A thought instantly popped into Lo's mind. She needed to find Gaara a girlfriend quickly. Otherwise, Things seem to be heading in an uncontrollable direction. Long time no see. Konoha has prepared a resting place for you all. Shikamaru, hurry and take your little brother over. Lo felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, wanting to escape Gaara's gaze as quickly as possible. Hearing Lo's words, Gaara's expression visibly dimmed. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was preempted by Temari. What are you saying? You haven't even started yet. Lo raised an eyebrow, looking at Temari with an odd expression. Isn't this called not even getting started? It's all written on his face. Yes, you're right. I shouldn't have said that. Without the first stroke, does it mean that there's already a second stroke? Listening to Luo's teasing, Shimaru's little face turned red, and she glared at Luo fiercely, but still obediently followed Shikamaru's footsteps and left. The next to arrive was the daimyo of the water country, Terumi Mei. This time, her guard were Zabuza and Haku. The twists and turns of the situation were well understood by everyone present. After the usual pleasantries, Terumi Mei was also taken to a resting place. The arrival of the four country daimyos was not far apart. Onoki and Asun arrived as well. After all, they had just become daimyos and did not have the grand entourage that the previous daimyos had when they left. They simply brought along 2 guards. They might have thought that with the presence of Luo, a monster, even if they brought more people, it would probably be useless if a real fight broke out. After resting for a night, the first meeting of the newly appointed daimyos of the 5 great nations began as scheduled the next day. At the start of the meeting, the 4 great nations directly took out a scroll and had it passed to Tsunade. Hokage, before the meeting starts, you should take a look at the contents above. Seeing Tsunade receive the 4 scrolls, Onoki slowly spoke. Tsunade opened the scroll with a puzzled expression, and her face became increasingly grim as she read. Following that, she opened the 2nd and 3rd scrolls up to the last one. The contents recorded were almost identical. They detailed how the former daimyos of the 5 great nations had pushed the shinobi villages to the brink, forcing them to start the shinobi wars. Luo, do you want to take a look? After reading all the scrolls, Tsunade's anger seemed to have been controlled, and she turned to Luo, who was almost dozing off beside her, and asked. Hearing Tsunade call him, Luo yawned loudly, did not reach for the scroll that Tsunade handed over, and said with dissatisfaction, little Tsunade, this is your daimyo's meeting content. You let me sit in, I can tolerate that. But to involve me in this, that's a bit unreasonable. Used to Luo's complaints, Tsunade wanted to say a few words to change his lazy character. However, before she could speak, Onoki took the lead and said, this isn't a secret. If Mr. Luo wants to read it, there's no problem. Although he said that, his eyes were clearly filled with anticipation. Not only Onoki, but the other 3 also shared the same sentiment. Their main purpose for coming this time was to let Luo understand the contents of the scrolls, so that the subsequent discussions could go more smoothly. Since there was now an opportunity, they naturally could not miss it. Luo glanced at Onoki, wanted to say something, but saw Gaara looking at him with the same eager gaze. He sighed inwardly. Sigh, after all, this is my little brother I'm protecting. I can't let him feel disheartened. Taking the scroll from Tsunade, Luo quickly skimmed through it, frowning slightly. It wasn't the content that surprised him, but Tsunade's reaction after seeing the scroll. Turning to Tsunade, he asked, haven't you seen the scroll recorded by the Fire Country? Tsunade shook her head, her expression extremely cold. No. It seems there are bad people inside the Fire Country. A smirk appeared on Luo's face. It seemed that those nobles had concealed quite a few things in secret. However, that was fine. They had leverage in their hands. And when they ran out of money one day, it would be a huge income. The contents above, Hokage and Mr. Luo, should already be clear, right? Seeing that the 2 had understood the content of the scrolls, Onoki continued. I didn't expect that all these years we have been fighting to the death, all planned by others. This time I only represent the Earth Country, and I want to sign a peace treaty with the Fire Country. As soon as Onoki's voice fell, I immediately spoke up. I also represent the Lightning Country and want to sign a peace treaty with the Fire Country. I, from the Water Country. I, from the Wind Country. Hearing the words of the 4, Luo's fingers lightly tapped the table, his eyelids slightly lowered. Without speaking, Tsunade also remained silent. Being in this position, she naturally understood that everything happening now was brought about by Luo. She wanted to hear Luo's opinion. The atmosphere in the room felt extremely oppressive. After a long while, Luo slightly raised his head, looked at the four people across from him, and spoke faintly. Do you really think that the so-called peace treaty can have much effect? Seeing that the four did not respond, Luo continued, or to put another way, when we are all old and dead, how much binding power will this signed peace treaty still have? Then what does Mr. Luo mean? The four's gazes all turned to Luo, wanted to hear his insights. In fact, all conflicts stem from unequal distribution of interests. Luo's voice was calm, but he articulated the essence of conflict in the shinobi world. The fire country produces abundant food, while other countries only have a small output. Moreover, food is a necessity. Therefore, the fire country has a monopoly on food. For example, the wind country has rich mineral resources, but the earth country also possesses them. Thus, under competitive bidding, the price of minerals becomes low. As a result, what is paid does not yield the expected return. Over the years, this has created a wealth gap. The fastest way to bridge the wealth gap is war. Thus, war breaks out. Therefore, for lasting peace, a mere peace treaty is evidently insufficient. We need to establish an economic community. In the past, you were merely shadows of a village and could not achieve this. But now you have become the daimyos of the 5 great nations. This should still be feasible. Once an economic community is formed, wanting to start a war in the future, you probably wouldn't agree to it yourselves. Listening to Luo speak eloquently, the 5 daimyos occasionally pondered, occasionally nodded, as if a new world had opened before them. Watching the few who were lost in thought, Luo sighed inwardly. Nagato, I hope that everything I do today can convince you when we meet again in the future. Chapter 114. I temporarily cling to the Buddha's feet. How do you respond? With a preliminary goal established, Luo was too lazy to participate in the subsequent detailed planning. Hey Naruto, it's been over a week. Haven't you completed the nature transformation of your Rasengan yet? Luo lounged lazily on a tree branch, boredly watching the army of Narutos practicing below. Almost there. I've already made a little progress. Thousands of Narutos in the training ground answered in unison, their voices deafening. It must be said that Naruto no longer needed to split his chakra to suppress the 9 tails, so he could summon shadow clones at will. If it weren't for the small area of the training ground, perhaps Naruto would have summoned even more shadow clones. Hey Kakashi, is this what so-called genius looks like? It's been a week, and you can't even complete the transformation of a Chidori. Just how much fluff is there in your genius? After teasing Naruto, Luo turned his gaze to Kakashi. Shut up. Kakashi was really having a hard time tolerating Luo's incessant nagging. If it weren't for the fact that he simply couldn't win against Luo, he would have wanted to go up and teach Luo a lesson. The days of training always pass quickly. Of course, watching others train made the time pass even faster. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had quietly passed, and Tsunade and the others had finally come up with a plan that satisfied everyone. With excitement in their hearts, Hyuki AI and Terumi May couldn't wait to return to their respective countries to execute their plan. Only Gaara remained, feeling somewhat reluctant. It was rare for him to see Luo again, and he really didn't want to leave so soon. If it weren't for Kankuro's strong insistence, Gaara could probably have stayed in Konoha for a few more days. Temari felt the same reluctance. Over the past few days, several feudal lords have been discussing matters, leaving her with nothing to do. Under Shikamaru's guidance, she explored the new Konoha. The relationship between the two grew increasingly close. However, Gaara had just become the Kazekage, and domestic affairs still required her, as an older sister, to strategize for him. Therefore, even if she wanted to stay in Konoha a little longer, she had to give it up for her brother. If you don't want to go back, just stay. Luo couldn't stand such a scene of reluctance, and immediately spoke up. Hearing Luo's words, Gaara's eyes instantly lit up. Not you. You're now the Kazekage of the Wind Country. Seeing Gaara's excited expression, Luo's face immediately darkened. Oh, although you've become the Kazekage, you're still just a kid with power. You still have some childishness. In an instant, his mood turned gloomy. With so many people in the Wind Country, one more or one less doesn't make a difference. Luo glanced at Temari, then pulled out a masked ninja from behind Tsunade. Compared to you, this person beside me should be of greater help to Gaara. The ninja Luo brought out was none other than Yamato. As the saying goes, the first Hokage built the world, while Yamato is responsible for greening it. For the current Wind Country, someone who can do greening is definitely more cost-effective than a combat ninja. Sigh. I've really spoiled my little brother too much, Luo thought silently. Yamato, who was pulled out, looked confused, glancing at Luo and then at Tsunade. However, what greeted him was the indifferent expressions of the two. No way. Am I being sold out like this? Thus, when they arrived in the Wind Country, it was Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro together. On the way back, it became Gaara, Kankuro, and Yamato. Looking at the poised Temari, standing beside Shikamaru, Luo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. A match made in heaven. During this time, Naruto and Kakashi's training finally bore fruit. Naruto successfully integrated wind nature into his Rasengan, developing wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Meanwhile, Kakashi developed a form transformation of Chidori. Lightning release, Chidori stream. Using the dispersed lightning of Chidori, he created a combined offense and defense lightning cage. One must admit, Kakashi is a true genius. However, when the two excitedly showed off their achievements to Luo, he effortlessly countered with a left-hand boiling release, Rasen Shuriken, and a right-hand storm release, Chidori stream, instantly dissipating their newfound confidence. A few days passed, and there was less than a week until the annual meeting in Natsukawa village. Luo leisurely took Naruto and set out from the village. Recently, Luo and Kagaya had spent half a year exploring the ninja world, leaving many flying thunder god marks in various places. They didn't take long to reach Natsukawa village. After revealing the scroll and stating Naruto's identity, Luo directly dropped Naruto off at Natsukawa village. As for what happened next, Luo expressed complete confidence. With Naruto's current strength, there were less than a handful of people in the entire ninja world capable of defeating him. Is it really okay for us to sneak out this time? Outside the Yunlei Gorge, Killer Bee swayed his way while humming a strange tune, clearly in a good mood. Worrying too much is pointless, Gyuki. My brother is so busy he doesn't even know who he is. Where do you have the time to care about me? Aren't you going back to help your brother? When your brother comes back, he's going to beat you. Killer Bee's demeanor had clearly gotten used to this. I don't want to go back and suffer. My inspiration is about to gather dust. The road to dreams requires fearlessness. Do you think I'm right or wrong? You idiot, you big fool. All right, as long as you're happy. The Eight Tails was too lazy to say anything more. After leaving Natsukawa village, Luo took Kagaya and began wandering around the surrounding towns. Compared to finding Killer Bee, spending time with the person beside him was far more important to him. Unlike the Fire Country, the technology in the Lightning Country was the most developed. Even the small neighboring countries were the same. Here, Luo saw many novel things and finally found a trace of his past life in the ninja world. Dear, do you really like these things? Seeing Luo happily playing with one gadget after another, Kagaya couldn't help but ask. It's okay. Just seeing these things reminds me of some past events. Luo picked up a watch from a stall and gently placed it on Kagaya's fair wrist, nodding in satisfaction. Was I present in those events? Kagaya gazed at Luo with longing eyes, her voice barely audible. Luo was taken aback, not expecting Kagaya to ask this question. Without any hesitation, he replied, Of course you were. Should count as being there. After all, I came to this world because I read about you. Really? Kagaya's eyes sparkled. But why don't I remember? Maybe, dear, you slept for too long and forgot. Luo gently pulled Kagaya into his arms, stroking her silky long hair and speaking softly. I'm sorry. I will definitely remember everything about us from now on. After hearing Luo's explanation, Kagaya genuinely believed it was because of her long slumber that she forgot some things. So, she quickly assured him with deep regret. Luo felt a bit guilty, but could he reveal the truth to Kagaya? No, at least not now. He gently placed Kagaya's small hand on his chest, saying, No matter the past or the future, there will always be a place for you here. Me too. Kagaya buried her head in Luo's embrace, looking blissful. However, at that moment, a scolding voice directly interrupted their sweetness. Hey, are you two going to buy anything or not? If not, put down the stuff quickly and don't interfere with my business. The stall owner felt he was about to be filled with dog food. Cough, cough, cough. Luo awkwardly released Kagaya from his embrace, while calming her emotions and smiling apologetically. Bye, 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 of course we'll buy. After paying, Luo hurriedly pulled Kagaya away. Just now, He had felt a hint of murderous intent from her. Dear, do you know there's a peculiar creature in this world? Seeing Kagaya still, with a frosty expression, Luo held her hand and smiled. What creature? Luo's words were always the best remedy for Kagaya's soul. Single dogs. They will be jealous of our love. The more we love, the more they will be jealous. Luo's nonsense came out effortlessly. Was that person just now one of them? Kagaya's fists were tightly clenched. She wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt her relationship with Luo. Yes. So his jealousy shows how sincere our love is. Luo silently apologized to the stall owner. For the sake of the bond between brothers and wife, I'll let you suffer a little. With Luo's explanation, Kagaya's heart was sweet, and the earlier unpleasantness was quickly cast aside. Huh, there seem to be a lot of people over there. Should we go take a look? Although Kagaya seemed to have moved on from her earlier emotions, Luo still wanted to play it safe and divert her attention again. It's all up to you. So, the two of them walked along with the crowd toward a not-so-distant spot. Whoa, I feel a great terror approaching us. At that moment, the eight tails inside, Karabi, suddenly became serious. Even his voice was a bit urgent. Karabi was loudly performing his rap while swaying his body, suddenly stopping. Is it coming at us? I'm not sure. I didn't sense any attack intentions from them. Perhaps they're just passing by. The eight tails expression became more serious. Don't worry too much, Nibby. Maybe they're just attracted by my wonderful performance. Since they have no malicious intent, Karabi relaxed. At that moment, Luo finally saw the performer on the stage and couldn't help but feel strange. Could this be fate's arrangement? I was just wandering around and ran into Karabi, just like when I first met Old Purple. To be honest, when I watched anime in my past life, I didn't feel much about Karabi's rap. I even secretly doubted why Karabi always wanted to hold a concert with such rap. Would anyone really go to that kind of concert? However, now watching Karabi's performance live, Luo's cells couldn't help but surge with excitement, making him a bit restless. Whoosh. In the next moment, Luo's figure was already on stage. Be careful. Seeing Luo suddenly appear before him and feeling the aura from him, the eight tails called out frantically within Karabi. Karabi also looked at Luo with a serious expression, guessing his intentions. Hey, Mun, your rap makes me a bit stirred. But upon closer inspection, it's nothing special. How will you block my sudden surge of talent on your stage? Now that I'm up here, I plan to show Karabi what I've got. Although I'm just winging it, so what? I'm always winging it, but I'm just wild. Watching Luo dance and rap in front of him, Karabi was somewhat confused. What's going on? Is he here to challenge me? Damn, can I not endure this? I don't see how wild you can be. Just winging it over and over again is still winging it. You have no artistic flair at all. All you do is wing it in my eyes. You're a joke. Please stop winging it. You jerk big dumbass. Karabi's fluent rap immediately put a lot of pressure on Luo. Damn, this guy has some skills. I didn't expect the once popular winging it to be criticized to such an extent. Forget it, forget it. Since that's the case, I'll unleash my big move. Talent too high makes me troubled. Too much slander I can't control. It's all because I'm too prominent, too prominent, too prominent. Luo sang while bending his legs and hopping around, completely stunning Karabi. The atmosphere was lively, the scene was burning, perfectly replicating that performance from my past life. After a long while, Luo finally stopped his performance, feeling satisfied, and looked at the dazed Karabi. Hey man, how is that? Karabi was completely blown away by Luo's amazing performance, even forgetting the rap that he always had on his lips. Are you from Iboka Mountain? Luo was slightly taken aback. Has Konoha been infiltrated to this extent? Even Karabi knows about my training in Myaboka Mountain? How did you know? Luo's expression suddenly became serious as he coldly asked. Karabi was still immersed in Luo's earlier performance and didn't notice the change in Luo's expression. If you weren't from Myaboka Mountain, you definitely couldn't dance like that. Huh? Luo was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Damn, you muscular freak. Are you indirectly calling me a fraud? ISNT rap, all about who can jump higher? What kind of person are you? Not professional at all. Although Karabi said that. Seeing someone who loves rap just like him made him quite happy. As for the eight tails warning, he had already tossed it to the back of his mind. He decided to bring Luo onto the true path of rap. Between men, there's nothing that a small barbecue or a drink can't solve. If there is, it's 2 meals. Upon their first meeting, Luo didn't hesitate to take Karabi to an izakaya. Bro, I haven't found anyone who loves rap like I do for a long time. Karabi downed his cup of sake in one go and laughed heartily. Huh, I'm also very happy to meet you, bro. Luo was in a good mood too. The plan for the tailed beast chat group had taken another step forward. I didn't expect that someone like me would be a ninja from Konoha. Karabi picked up another cup of sake, downing it in one go. Then gently placed the cup down, his gaze towards Luo suddenly turning sharp. Konoha ninja, I wonder what brings you near my land of lightning. How did you find out? Hearing Karabi's words, Luo was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but smile wryly. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover. It's hard to associate Karabi with his nickname, the Killer Bee. Be a Kugan, and he is from the Hyuga main family. I didn't expect Konoha would dare to let you come out like this. Karabi raised another cup of sake and drank it in one go. His heart was in turmoil. On one side were the interests of the ninja village. On the other side was a kindred spirit. He was momentarily caught in hesitation. And after a while, he picked up another cup of sake, clinked it hard with Luo's, and drank it again. I'll give you 1 hour to leave quickly. Whether you can escape my pursuit depends on your abilities. In the end, he thought of this compromise. Luo shook his head with a smile, as expected of the Killer Bee from Kimogakure. But, are you sure you can beat me? As he spoke, Luo's right hand suddenly reached out toward Karabi's abdomen, intending to directly pull out the 8 tails chakra. However, Karabi's reaction was equally swift. His left hand holding the sake jar suddenly moved sideways, the jar crackling with lightning, instantly blocking Luo's right hand. Luo's mouth curled into a slight smile. His fingers bent, and he gently flicked. A wisp of black lightning shot out from between Luo's fingers. Wind release, 1,000 birds net. With Luo's voice falling, that wisp of lightning suddenly expanded, transforming into a cage that instantly enveloped Karabi. Wind release? Karabi's brows furrowed tightly. He knew the power of wind release, as Darui in the village possessed such a bloodline limit. However, even with wind release, Karabi felt no fear. As he slammed the sake jar onto the table, crimson-tailed beast chakra surged around his body, instantly destroying the cage formed by wind release. Watching the destroyed cage, Luo's expression didn't change at all. He flicked his fingers again. A black lightning bolt reappeared at his fingertips. However, this time the black thunder was mixed with some purple light. Célestial technique, gal escape, tous en beurre net. Crackle. The black lightning cage once again enveloped Killer Bee in an instant. At this moment, Killer Bee's eyes burst with intense fighting spirit. The tailed beast chakra wrapped around his body became even denser. The effect of 1,000 birds net is not just that. Trapping the enemy is only the first step. As the black thunder between Luo became more solid, the cage surrounding Killer Bee suddenly shot out countless finer black thunders, striking hard against Killer Bee's body. Too weak. Even the bloodline limit doesn't mean much to me. Feeling the strength of Luo's ninjutsu attack, Killer Bee shook his head slightly, expressing extreme disappointment. However, at that moment, the 8 tails inside Killer Bee suddenly exclaimed, Be careful. But the warning from the 8 tails came too late. The next moment, the tailed beast chakra that was originally wrapped around Killer Bee's body suddenly vanished. What's going on? Killer Bee exclaimed in shock, hurriedly asking. My chakra has been sealed. The 8 tails looked around at the black-purple lightning cage, letting out a helpless sigh. Can't break free? Killer Bee exclaimed in disbelief. Can't do it. The opponent is a monster. His chakra amount is not inferior to mine at all. Moreover, his chakra is very strange. I can't break the seal for a while. The 8 tails was also very anxious, constantly ramming against the lightning cage that surrounded him with his physical body. This is troublesome. Hearing the 8 tails explanation, a dense bead of sweat suddenly appeared on Killer Bee's forehead. When did such an existence appear in Konoha? His strength is actually so strong. Wait, Konoha, unmatched strength. This one must be the one that my big brother repeatedly warned all the cloud-hidden village ninjas not to provoke. Yes, only that one has the power to easily suppress the tailed beasts. This is a big problem. If my big brother finds out that not only did I provoke him, but also wanted to abduct him back to the village, will he directly kill me? Thinking of this, More cold sweat broke out on Killer Bee's forehead. That, brother, is your name Luo? Killer Bee weakly inquired, completely losing the earlier imposing manner. You know me? Luo was somewhat surprised that Killer Bee actually knew him. I know. My big brother also said that if I encountered you, I must invite you to visit the land of lightning. I have been staying in the Cloud Thunder Gorge and have never seen your portrait. So, I didn't recognize you at first. Killer Bee scratched the back of his head. Speaking foolishly, he tried to use his honest appearance to confuse Luo, hoping the other party wouldn't hold it against him and wouldn't go to tell his big brother. Visiting the land of lightning is unnecessary. Luo casually waved his hand, wearing an inexplicably strange smile. Luo's words made Killer Bee breathe a long sigh of relief. But when Luo spoke again, Killer Bee's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened once more. I came here this time to find you. Chapter 115. The Tail Bee's plan is advanced for me? Killer Bee's muscles suddenly tensed, looking at Luo with a wary gaze. Exactly, it's for you. To be precise, it's for the 8 tails inside you. Luo's fingers lightly tapped the table, his expression a mix of a smile and seriousness. It seems we can only have a battle between us. With the 8 tails chakra sealed by Luo, he could only rely on his own strength now. Crackle. Suddenly, arcs of lightning lit up on Killer Bee's body, and his muscles swelled at that moment. Bee, wait. Just as Killer Bee was about to make his move, the 8 tails suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. The chakra surging through Killer Bee did not stop, and his eyes behind the sunglasses fiercely stared at Luo. Bee, you're not his opponent. I have been very happy during the time we have been together. The 8 tails expression suddenly became wistful. Many years ago, he was sealed inside Killer Bee. At that time, he was irritable, always wanting to escape the cage that imprisoned him. As a result, Killer Bee faced a lot of rejection. His childhood was filled with endless loneliness because of his existence. However, he never closed his heart. Instead, he treated the world with a more sunny attitude. Slowly, he was also influenced by Killer Bee's attitude. Eventually, the two became the closest comrades and partners. Sometimes, the 8 tails even thought how nice it would be if they could continue like this forever. But he knew that human life has an end. One day, Killer Bee would reach the end of his life. At that time, where would he go? But now, there was no need to think about anything. He just wanted to use his life to protect his most precious companion. Killer Bee didn't know how long it had been since he last cried. Since he became a Jinchuriki when he was very young and was rejected by everyone, his tears had already dried up. But at this moment, he felt his eyes were somewhat sore. It's okay, Bee. The 8 tails softly comforted Killer Bee, his expression becoming more resolute, as if he had made a certain decision. I want to bring that person's consciousness here. I want to talk to him. The lightning radiance on Killer Bee suddenly vanished. Just as the 8 tails understood him, he also knew the 8 tails character. The 8 tails wants to talk to you. I will now pull your consciousness into the spiritual space. Don't resist. Killer Bee's tone was very impolite. Of course, who will be polite in such a situation? No need to be so troublesome. Luo smiled, his right hand quickly reaching toward Killer Bee's abdomen. With a swift pull, a ball of crimson chakra was drawn out from Killer Bee's body. Soon, that ball of crimson chakra transformed into the image of a mini 8 tails. I heard you have something you want to say to me? Luo smiled at the 8 tails, very curious about what the other party would say. The 8 tails looked at Luo with a complicated expression. Can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Luo slowly spoke, his voice flat, revealing no emotions. When you take me away, could you not harm Bee's life? The 8 tails felt that the other party could accomplish this. Looking at Luo, his eyes carried a hint of pleading. Why do you think I would take you away? After hearing the 8 tails' request, Luo's expression became quite strange. Why would the other party think he would take him away? Could it be that he already knows his plan? The 8 tails turned his gaze to Kagaya, his voice sorrowful. I sense a very familiar aura from her. It's as if all my power comes from her. What? After hearing the 8 tails' explanation, Luo was taken aback, suddenly standing up from his seat. You can sense it? Yes, not just me. The 9 tails should be able to sense it too. The 8 tails nodded seriously. Luo's expression became extremely grave. Regarding this, the 9 tails had never mentioned it to him. Cunning as a fox, this is not just talk. It seems the 9 tails has been hiding many things from him. Sitting back in his seat, Luo's brows furrowed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table again. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became incredibly oppressive. It seemed I needed to have a talk with the Nine Tails. As for what you mentioned, I will give you an answer after I finish talking with the Nine Tails. After a long while, Luo finally spoke slowly. He just wanted to find a Nine Tails and get a clear answer. I will pull you into a place later. Don't say anything. Pulling the Eight Tails into the Tailed Beast chat group, Luo then took Kaguya and Killer Bee, directly using Flying Thunder God to disappear from the spot. Kaguya's unsealing required the power of the nine-tailed beasts, and he couldn't allow any accidents to happen in the process. In Fuzi Village, Naruto felt like he had arrived in paradise. The girls here were beautiful and had lovely voices, and he was even a bit lost in bliss. However, the only downside was that the person he had a duel with, Fuzi Shizuka, seemed not very interested in him. The look in her eyes carried a hint of hatred. Naruto didn't know why, but since it was his first time here, he didn't dare to ask too much. Hey, Kurama, what do you think about me becoming Hokage and letting Fuzi Village join Konoha? Lying in a hot spring, Naruto lazily spoke. It's still early. The mini Nine Tails was also soaking the hot spring, its nine tails swaying with the water flow. What do you mean? Naruto turned to the Nine Tails, confusion written all over his face. It's still early. It's not time to sleep yet. The Nine Tails replied disdainfully, not even bothering to lift its eyelids. What a boring, stinky fox. Naruto pouted and didn't bother to say more. Just as Naruto finished speaking, he suddenly saw three figures appear in front of him, startling him. What the hell? Luo, how did you get here? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Naruto relaxed. Lord Luo, why are you here? Hurry, little fox, make some room for you. Compared to Naruto's casualness, the Nine Tails' attitude seemed a bit obsequious. The Eight Tails within Killer Bee looked at the Nine Tails' flattering demeanor and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Was he caught in some illusion? However, Luo's expression didn't change at all due to the Nine Tails' flattery. This made the Nine Tails shiver. When did I offend this guy? Did I say something wrong? Am I going to be finished today? Reflecting on himself, the Nine Tails felt very panicked, especially panicked. Don't you have anything to say to me? After staring at the Nine Tails for a long time, Luo finally coldly spoke. What to say? The Nine Tails looked utterly bewildered. Whoosh! Luo suddenly moved, pulling the mini Eight Tails from Killer Bee's body. You tell it. After the Eight Tails explained the whole situation, the Nine Tails was stunned, and only then did its heart completely relax. Its expression instantly turned incredibly aggrieved. Lord Luo, you misunderstood the little fox. The Nine Tails cried while hugging Luo's leg, looking as pitiful as possible. I didn't feel Lord Luo's malice, so I didn't say anything. In my heart, Lord Luo is the best person in the world. How could I possibly hide anything from Lord Luo? The Eight Tails, I must have really been caught in an illusion. Hearing the Nine Tails lament, Luo's expression froze. Feeling so awkward he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment in the ground with his toes. What the hell? How could I forget this? The Nine Tails has a special ability to sense good and evil. I never intended to harm it. In fact, I was even thinking about preserving the consciousness of all tailed beasts when unsealing Kaguya. So, it's very likely that the Nine Tails overlooked this point. I wronged the Nine Tails. So awkward. Oof. From now on, no matter what you discover, tell me immediately. But could Luo admit his mistake? No, absolutely not. If he admitted it, would he still have a face left? Yes. Lord Luo, the little fox will definitely remember your words. The mini Nine Tails straightened its body and earnestly promised. By the way, besides you two, can the other tailed beasts sense the connection between you and her? At this moment, Luo thought of another question and asked. They shouldn't be able to. Back then, when Sage of Six Paths distributed chakra, I and the Eight Tails received more, so we are more sensitive. The other tailed beasts should not be able to sense it, especially that stinky raccoon cat. It's a shame of tailed beasts and absolutely cannot sense it. The Nine Tails explained seriously, patting its chest. All right, since that's the case, then there's nothing else. Naruto, do your best to try to bring the village head's disciple of Fuzi Village back to Konoha. Luo smiled and patted Naruto's shoulder, teasing him. Don't worry, I'll try my best to bring Fuzi Village back. Naruto gave Luo a thumbs up, confidently declaring. Hearing Naruto's words, Luo almost stumbled. Wow, really wow. I just wanted to scoop a bowl of porridge. You want to take the whole pot? Sai, Minato, if you want to blame someone, blame Jiraiya. It's all his novels that cause trouble. Whoosh. Another flying thunder god, and the three reappeared at the izakaya they had just left. These ninjas are all no good. Coming here to drink and not paying. In the izakaya, the waiter was cursing. Luo and the others had just left, causing him to receive a good scolding from the boss. Now, having just been scolded, he came over to clean the table where Luo had just been sitting. However, at that moment, the three of them reappeared beside the table, causing the waiter's hand to tremble, and the sake pot he had picked up fell back onto the table. Why you? The waiter's voice trembled, fear filling his heart. This world is too cruel. If these ninja lords found out he was cursing them behind their backs, he would definitely not have a good ending. Thud! The waiter's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Ninja lords, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Looking at the waiter performing so earnestly, Luo was completely confused. What's going on? Little brother, what happened to you? Upon hearing Luo's voice, the waiter's pleading suddenly paused, and he realized the other party hadn't heard. Thank goodness. However, he didn't dare to be disrespectful anymore and hurriedly stood up. Ah, guest. I didn't see you guys and thought you had left. That's why I came over to clean the table. Oh, I see. You can go now. We haven't finished drinking yet. Luo, not understanding the situation, waved his hand to let the other leave. Watching the waiter leave, Luo shook his head. It's not easy for anyone. Luo had actually already heard the waiter's words, but he didn't plan to hold it against him. Life in this world was inherently unsatisfactory, so why make things difficult for others within his ability? Luo's actions were completely seen by Killer Bee, who couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Such a person shouldn't be trying to take Eight's life, right? As long as Eight's life was safe, it didn't matter what happened to him. What are you dazed about? Let's drink. Turning around, Luo saw Killer Bee in a daze and called out. Killer Bee didn't react. Was it time to drink now? Wasn't it supposed to be time to talk about Eight's situation first? With a haze of confusion, Karabi lifted a bowl of sake and downed it in one gulp, then turned his gaze back to Lo, waiting for the other party's judgment. Good drinking capacity. Watching Karabi down another bowl, Lo couldn't help but applaud. However, the more Lo avoided mentioning the 8 tails, the more uneasy Karabi felt inside. Are you going to give me my last meal? Everyone knows that if a tailed beast leaves its Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki will definitely die. Therefore, since the other party wants to obtain the 8 tails, my life will definitely end here today. It seems the other party wants me to be a gluttonous ghost. Huh? What last meal? Oh, you mean the 8 tails? I've already completed that. Lo suddenly didn't react, but after a moment of thought, he understood Karabi's idea and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Huh? How come I didn't know? Karabi looked bewildered, his consciousness sinking into the spiritual world. What happened, 8? Lo, you are really too good to us tailed beasts. However, what greeted Karabi was the excited laughter of the 8 tails. We tailed beasts grew up together. Later, because we liked different environments, we lived in different places. But every once in a while, we would gather together. Seeing the puzzled expression on Karabi's face, the 8 tails explained. But later, all the tailed beasts were captured. We haven't been together for a long time. Lo created a space for us to enter at any time with our consciousness. This way, we can chat together when we have free time. The 2 tails is already inside. You didn't know? What? The 2 tails is there too? Why did my big brother tell me? Damn, if I had known it was such a small matter, and that it was for 8's good, why did I have to be so worried? No wonder the 9 tails just said he didn't sense any malice from Lo. I thought it was because the 9 tails was afraid of Lo's power. Broterlo, I toast to you. Thank you for everything you have done for the tail beasts. Karabi filled another bowl of sake and downed it, speaking boldly. Everything I do is just to give the tailed beasts a little sugar first, then trick them into lending me most of their chakra. Now, being suddenly praised by Karabi made Lo blush a bit. With this little episode, the relationship between Lo and Karabi rapidly closed in. The 2 finally open up to chat. Brother Lo, your rap concept is absolutely wrong. To put it bluntly, the 2 songs you just performed are garbage in my eyes. The 2 had been drinking in the izakaya for nearly a day, and at this point, Karabi's tongue was a bit tangled. Impossible. Such rap has been recognized by countless people. It absolutely cannot be wrong. Lo slammed his hand on the table. Are you kidding? That one was just a last-minute effort. And the other one was a big tree attracts the wind. Those were recognized by the industry. Who would recognize that kind of rap? That would be pure nonsense. Rapping should just be about rapping. Isn't competing over who jumps higher just cheating? The two drank and chatted, growing more and more into it, to the point where neither could remember what they talked about afterward. The next day, both woke up and couldn't recall clearly what had happened. As for the debate about rap, neither could remember who won or lost. In Fusumura, this battle, I will definitely win. The village chief of Fusumura specifically found a quiet room so that Naruto and Fusumura Shizuka could get to know each other in advance. However, the atmosphere in the room was not as pleasant as she had imagined. The two sat facing each other, creating a tense atmosphere. You will win, you will win. I don't like fierce women like you at all. I doubt anyone would. Naruto said lazily, looking at the frost-faced Fusumura Shizuka, yawning casually. Who says no one likes me? However, upon hearing Naruto's words, Fusumura Shizuka seemed to be poked at a sore spot, and the frost on her face was instantly replaced by anger. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Naruto raised an eyebrow, showing a mischievous expression. Fusumura Shizuka's fair cheeks turned red with anger. She opened her mouth to retort, but nothing came out. A hint of grievance arose in her heart. Who said no one likes her? Obviously there is. It's just that person can no longer appear before her. I hit a sore spot, didn't I? I said it. How could anyone entrust their future to others in such a joking manner? However, Fusumura Shizuka remained silent, while Naruto persisted. What do you know? You don't know anything. Why are you spouting nonsense here? Fusumura Shizuka's expression gradually turned sad, and her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. If you don't tell me, how would I know? Seeing that Fusumura Shizuka was already breaking down, Naruto's voice suddenly became incredibly gentle, and even his gaze towards her softened. I don't know what happened in your past, but no matter what happened, I won't let it happen again in the future. People are most afraid of sudden tenderness. Once, there was someone who liked me very much. For me, he was even willing to marry into Fusumura. But he was not a ninja. Tears finally couldn't be held back and streamed down Fusumura Shizuka's face. Just when we were about to be together, he was assassinated. Fusumura is just a small village. And as the heir to the village chief, the villagers would never agree to me marrying a weak person. Naruto didn't know when he had already moved to Fusumura Shizuka's side. He quietly reached out his arm to wrap her in his embrace, gently patting her back. From now on, with me here, no matter what happens, I will always be with you. Fusumura Shizuka didn't know why she didn't struggle or push him away. She just felt that at this moment, Naruto's embrace was so warm. Time passed slowly, and perhaps after crying enough, Fusumura Shizuka's emotions finally stabilized. She gently pushed Naruto away and playfully glared at him. Anyone can talk big. If you want to accompany me, you have to see if you have that qualification. Naruto smiled and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Is this our agreement? Looking at Naruto's sincere eyes, Fusumura Shizuka's face turned red. Bad guy. After saying that, she turned and fled the room. Watching her retreating figure, Naruto's gentleness slowly faded, gradually turning into a look of pity. What a pitiful village. No, in order to ensure Fusumura's future without worries, this time, I absolutely must bring them back to Konoha. Sigh, there's no helping it. I'm just such a kind and simple person. Looking at the shameless Naruto, the Nine-Tails couldn't help but spit. The perverted apprentice handed down by the old lecher is still a pervert. Don't make excuses for your lecherousness, okay? You solitary stinky fox, what do you know? At the central tower of Rain Village, the Three-Tails is actually about to be resurrected, much earlier than predicted. Nagato lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with one hand, murmuring, "This is news from Zetsu. The specifics still need investigation." Conan, standing beside him, spoke. Recently, she had also acquired a few detonating tags, which gave her some confidence. Since it was news from Zetsu, it shouldn't be wrong. Nagato's tone was very determined. Although our ultimate goals are different, the plan to capture the tailed beasts is the same. However, once all the tailed beasts have been captured, Conan frowned slightly. Ever since Yahiko left, Nagato's temperament had changed. She couldn't stop it and could only subtly remind him. It doesn't matter. Any small movements will be exposed under my eyes. Chapter 116. Task Assignment. Get ready to convene an organization meeting. After speaking, Nagato activated the hologram technique. Mr. Itachi, what do you think the leader summoned us for at this time? Feeling the unusual sensation from the ring on his finger, Kisame turned to Itachi. Wanted to hear his thoughts. Who knows? It seems this is the first time since joining the Akatsuki that the leader has actively contacted us. Itachi's brow also slightly furrowed. Something unusual must have happened. He was considering how to convey the Akatsuki's plans to Orochimaru after learning about them. The leader's summon, I wonder what it's about. Sigh. It's really troublesome. It seriously affects my research on art. Scorpion complained while fiddling with the puppet parts in his hands. Senior Scorpion, I still believe that only the brilliance of an instant is the most beautiful art. Deidara casually shaped a bird and watched it explode in the air, his eyes bursting with bright light. No, only eternity is the greatest art. The two had completely different understandings of art, each believing their own was the greatest. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would argue when together. However, their pursuit of art also made their arguments somewhat mutual respect. Sasuke-kun, the leader summoned us. Having been hit by Orochimaru and Naruto last time, Sasuke had been refining his chakra almost non-stop except for eating and sleeping. Got it. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. He was clearly dissatisfied to be interrupted just as he entered a training state. The leader summoned us? I wonder what it's about. Sigh. Ever since Haiden's gone, the hunting speed has slowed down a bit. But fortunately, I've saved quite a bit of money for the organization over the years. Soon, I'll return to the organization base to see the fruits of our labor. Just coming out of the currency exchange, Kakuzu's mood was obviously good. Haiden's death clearly didn't weigh on his mind. I just don't know how Kakuzu would react if he knew that all the money he worked hard for through bounty tasks had turned into explosive tags. Not long after Nagato activated the hologram technique, all Akatsuki members found their safe hiding places and successively entered the hologram space with their consciousness. Oh, everyone is here? Among all the Akatsuki members, Deidara's personality was the most lively, and he immediately spoke up. Hey, wait, Kakuzu, where's your partner? You didn't kill him again, did you? Umph. A while ago, I encountered the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and originally planned to kill her for the bounty. Kakuzu coldly huffed and began to explain. However, before he finished speaking, Nagato became agitated. What? You killed the Seven Tails Jinchuriki? Shocked. The Akatsuki organization had barely started and already was facing a crisis. The reason was that the boss hadn't informed the employees of the company's goals. No, it was bound to succeed. We encountered a Konoha ninja. Thinking of this, Kakuzu felt a bit frightened. The jutsu used by the opponent was actually wood release. His strength was not inferior to the first Hokage. Haiden fell into the opponent's hands. Whether he is dead or alive, I don't know. Hearing Kakuzu's explanation, Nagato let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, he almost thought that the Three Tails had just revived, and the Seven Tails was gone again. A Konoha ninja would release. It seems we've encountered Luo. Hearing Kakuzu's explanation, Sasuke slowly spoke. If Haiden fell into that person's hands, it should be over. Kid, do you know who the opponent is? Kakuzu glanced sideways at Sasuke. Wanted to probe for information about Luo. I know. Moreover, we used to be in the same small team. As for strength, it's not inferior to the first Hokage. Sasuke said lightly, but did not reveal all of Luo's strength. Hiss. After hearing Sasuke's explanation, Kakuzu secretly gasped. Fortunately, he ran fast. All right, enough of this. I wonder why the leader has summoned us all here. Compared to others, Itachi only wanted to know the leader's purpose quickly and then pass the information to Konoha. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to him, Nagato, controlling pain, slowly began to speak. Before stating the purpose of calling you here, let me first talk about the original intention of our Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization was born for peace in the ninja world. However, achieving peace in a ninja world is not something that can be accomplished with just a few words. Therefore, we need to use absolute power to make everyone submit. However, to achieve this goal, our current strength is clearly insufficient. Therefore, we need to rely on the power of the tailed beasts. Thus, we need to capture all the tailed beasts. Deidara, Scorpion, the task of capturing the One Tails Jinchuriki will be assigned to you. Kakuzu, I will arrange a teammate for you soon. You will take on the task of capturing the two tails Jinchuriki. The three tails is not yet revived, but it will soon. Itachi and Kisame, you two will go capture the four tails Jinchuriki first. Sasuke and Karen, the task of capturing the five tails will be assigned to you. No problem, right? As for me, I will personally handle the six tails. Nagato quickly distributed the tasks, and no one had much objection. Everyone present possessed strength at the level of a Kage. The terrifying Jinchuriki in others' eyes was not without the strength to fight back in their eyes. Moreover, they were still paired up. Fusic Village. What? You want Fusic Village to join Konoha? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After hearing Naruto's words, the village chief of Fusic slammed the table and looked at Naruto with some anger. If it weren't for the fact that he was Jiraiya's disciple, she would have slapped him already. Village chief, what's wrong with joining Konoha? It saves us from worrying every day about Fusic Village being targeted by others. With Konoha's protection, Fusic Village will definitely prosper even more. Naruto did not retreat at all in the face of the village chief's anger and tried to persuade her with reason and emotion. Fusic Village has been passed down for generations for so many years. If I were to let it join another village, those ancestors would haunt me. The village chief of Fusic Village, seeing Naruto's sincere eyes and that he was considering the future of Fusic Village, reluctantly suppressed her inner anger. A friend of mine once said, for the ninja world to progress, it must undergo reform. The same goes for the continuation of a village. If we stick to the old ways, we will inevitably become a backdrop to the times. Naruto continued to persuade her. We must convince everyone from Fusic Village to go to Konoha. What he said is true. Even if Sage of Six Paths came, it would be useless. I know what the village chief is worried about. It's just the fear of being ostracized after joining Konoha. Don't worry, it won't happen. The current Hokage is Granny Tsunade. She's very nice. Actors experience all walks of life. It is also the most tempering, so acting in a half-year-long hot paradise has allowed Naruto to grow so much. He could see through the village chief's concerns at a glance. You say who the Hokage is? However, the village chief of Fusic Village seemed not to have heard the first half of Naruto's sentence and directly asked Granny Tsunade, "What's wrong? Do you know her?" Naruto was puzzled and repeated, "I don't know her, but I would really like to meet her." The thoughts of the village chief of Fusumura drifted back to many years ago. Back then, she had just become the village chief of Fusumura. In the prime of her youth, it was during that time that she met the equally youthful Jiraiya. It was also from Jiraiya that she first heard this name. She didn't understand why she lost to him, and it became a knot in her heart. So now, when she heard this name again, she couldn't help but feel the urge to meet Tsunade. That's just perfect. If you join Konoha, you can meet Granny Tsunade anytime you want. Naruto's eyes lit up, and his eloquence continued to work its magic. How about this? The village chief of Fusumura thought carefully about the pros and cons before slowly speaking. Originally, if you lost this match against Shizuka, you would have to join Fusumura. If you won, you could take the beauty home. Now, I've thought about your proposal and believe it could be a good choice for Fusumura. So, if you lose, the conditions remain the same. If you win, I will lead Fusumura to join Konoha. How about that? Sound good? A smile crept onto Naruto's lips. I'm really worried about the population of Konoha. He couldn't help but think. Achoo! Far away, who knows how many kilometers away, Reikage sneezed. How strange. It feels like someone stole something from me. What could it be? While Naruto was flirting in Fusumura, the Akatsuki organization had already begun its operations. Inside the Land of Wind. Brother Scorpion, is this your hometown? It's really desolate. Looking at the endless desert, Deidara sighed. It's just a disgusting country, a disgusting village. Even now, Scorpion still blamed the third Kazekage for the death of his parents. Brother Scorpion, you seem to really hate your village, Deidara curiously inquired, lowering the altitude of his clay bird to come beside him. Stop talking nonsense. Scorpion coldly replied, not wanting others to mention his past. Oh dear, don't be angry. I hate my village too, especially my master, always controlling me. It's really annoying. Deidara said nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. If you say another word, do you believe I will kill you? Scorpion's tone turned even colder upon hearing Deidara's words. What he had been longing for was now the very thing he despised most coming from the other's mouth. At that moment, Scorpion was genuinely angry. All right. I won't say anything. Why are you so angry? Although Scorpion usually gave off a very irritable vibe, it was the first time he showed such blatant killing intent. By the way, Brother Scorpion, how are we going to enter the capital of the Land of Wind? Although he intended not to provoke Scorpion, Daidara's restless nature made him speak again after a brief silence. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Not mentioning sensitive topics anymore, Scorpion's mood improved a bit. Brother Scorpion is impressive, Daidara flattered. Although he didn't really appreciate Scorpion's art, he still felt a sense of camaraderie as fellow artists. Inside the Land of Thunder. Kid, when we capture the Two Tails Jinchuriki later, don't hold me back. Kakuzu looked at the teammate that the leader just assigned to him and found him increasingly displeasing. You should be the one not to hold me back. Anyone brave enough to become a rogue ninja and to be selected by Pain as Kakuzu's teammate was clearly not a good person. Even if he was just a passerby, he was still a ninja with a bloodline limit. So how could he endure such disrespect? He immediately shot back. How many lives do you have? Kakuzu turned his head, his dark green pupils staring intently at the passerby, coldly asking, Nonsense. Do you think you have 2 lives? The passerby responded with even more contempt upon hearing Kakuzu's seemingly foolish question. Kakuzu, I don't have 2 lives, but I have 5. So, you're immortal? With a freak like Haiden, Kakuzu frowned again and asked, If I were immortal, why be teaming up with an old fool like you? I would have gone to capture the Two Tails by myself long ago. The passerby looked at Kakuzu as if he were an idiot. Oh, no 2 lives and no immortality. Then, can you use Wood Release? Kakuzu had to admit that he was really traumatized by Wood Release now. Are you senile? Wood Release is a bloodline limit only the first Hokage has, right? The passerby started doubting if the leader made a mistake assigning him to Kakuzu's team. The other party's brain seemed to be a bit off. Then what are you pretending for? Kakuzu's threads suddenly bound the passerby tightly, and then one hand fiercely grasped his heart. Come on, tell me, what are you pretending for? You have neither 2 lives nor immortality, and you can't use Wood Release. Damn it, what are you pretending for? Do you really think I, Kakuzu, am easy to deal with? Pain would never have expected that before Kakuzu's team even encountered the Two Tails, they had already lost 1 member. After properly storing the heart, Kakuzu took out a ledger from his pocket. Passerby, bounty 5 million. Damn, garbage, wasting my time. He muttered this, but honestly hoisted the passerby's corpse and headed for the nearest exchange office. Inside the Land of Earth. Although Itachi and Kisame's mission was to capture the 4 Tails, and Sasuke and Karen's mission was to capture the 5 Tails, the 2 Jinchuriki were not in the same place. Originally, Orochimaru intended to go to the capital of the Land of Earth to confirm things, but just after leaving the mountains, he encountered Han and Inoki who were heading this way. He also got the answers he wanted, because he did not know the truth of the Ninja World War. He still had a fundamental contradiction with Inoki. Therefore, he did not follow Han and Inoki to the capital of the Land of Earth. Instead, he continued his wandering life. Sasuke-kun, when we capture the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, I can use the Diamond Lock to restrict the other party's movements. At that time, you can seize the opportunity to capture them. Knowing that their prey was a Jinchuriki, Karen felt a bit nervous. Moreover, this time, their target was located in the capital of the Land of Earth, making the difficulty of capture even higher. Think of a way to lure out the 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto is a Jinchuriki, and Sasuke believes that all Jinchuriki's strengths are comparable to Naruto's. So this time, he did not overestimate himself. But what kind of method should we use to lure out the 5 Tails Jinchuriki? Karen pondered hard, but couldn't find a suitable method. Don't worry, just leave it to me. On the other side, Mr. Itachi, your brother is also on the mission to capture the Jinchuriki. Aren't you worried? Kisame grinned, revealing shark-like sharp teeth. There's nothing to worry about, Itachi replied very relaxedly. With Reikage around, Sasuke wouldn't encounter any life-threatening danger. He didn't believe the other party hadn't left any means on Sasuke. Mr. Itachi, that's a bit unlike your style. Kisame knew that Itachi had wiped out his entire clan, leaving only his brother's life. Moreover, not long ago, he even transplanted his Sharingan to his brother for his sake. I can't protect him forever, can I? A hint of sadness appeared on Itachi's face. Kisame clearly sensed Itachi's emotions. If given another chance, Would Mr. Itachi make the same choice? Perhaps not. The figure of Luo unconsciously emerged in Itachi's mind. If he had known the other person a bit earlier, perhaps the other could have helped him. There are no ifs in this world, since a choice has been made. One must continue forward even on their knees. Indeed, a world full of lies is truly frustrating. Kisame couldn't help but recall the plan of the person who called himself UchihaMassacre. Perhaps having everyone trapped in an illusory world wouldn't be such a bad choice. Kisame, you seem to know quite a bit. Itachi turned to look at the contemplative Kisame, and his Sharingan suddenly activated. At least, we are still teammates now, aren't we? Seeing the Sharingan activated in Itachi's eyes, Kisame shrugged, seemingly indifferent to whether Itachi would use Jinjutsu on him. That's right. At least, we are still teammates now. Itachi pondered, and the Sharingan in his eyes gradually closed. In the land of water, Konan pushed Nagato in a wheelchair, walking at a steady pace. It had been many years, and Nagato had never left the central tower of the Rain Country. The pressure on his heart was immense. Therefore, she didn't want to end this mission too soon. Konan, did you see? Even if 5 great nations can't avoid chaos internally, one can only imagine what the small nations struggling for survival must be like. The blood mist had just ended, and the regime in the land of water had changed again, making it appear quite chaotic compared to the other 4 great nations. Watching the riots in the distance, Nagato spoke faintly. Yahiko's wish, let me fulfill it for him. Now, only I can shoulder the responsibility for peace in the ninja world. Ha! A cripple is actually boasting here. Nagato's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by someone. A bald man with a scar on his face scoffed derisively. That cripple refers to you. Be sensible and hand over the woman behind you, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, hearing the bald man's words, his companions also noticed the situation, immediately distracted by Konan's eyebrows. Nagato, who regarded himself as a god, hadn't been angry for a long time. Gods do not concern themselves with these mortals. But now he was enraged. If there was one person he cared about in this world, it was undoubtedly Konan. Why aren't you speaking, you cripple? Do you want me to give you a live performance? Seeing Nagato silent, the group grew even bolder, each wearing lewd smiles and laughing recklessly. Nagato's gaze turned increasingly cold, and his right hand slowly lifted. Shinra, Tensei. Boom! Instantly, the group felt a terrifying force slam into them, sending them flying backward. You are all dead. Nagato's voice was chilling, like that of the King of Hell. Bansho Tenin. As the words fell, the terrifying, repulsive force suddenly transformed into an attractive force. One of the group members was instantly pulled in front of Nagato. Nagato grasped the person's neck, and the ability of the human path activated. Instantly, the captured person's mouth involuntarily opened, and their tongue was pulled out. Within a few breaths, they had died a gruesome death. Seeing this scene, the others could no longer care about their own pain and hurriedly fled. Summoning Jutsu. Cerberus. Then, Nagato activated the animal pass ability again, and a hellish 3-headed dog was summoned. The just summoned Cerberus charged towards the group. The speed of Cerberus was incredibly fast. In a flash, it caught up with the fleeing group. With a gaping maw, it lunged at the last person's calf, biting down. Crack! The last person's calf was torn off like tofu under the sharp teeth of Cerberus. Meanwhile, Nagato wasn't idle. He pointed at another person. Bansho Tenin. Today, he intended to grant these people death in the most brutal way possible. Konan quietly watched the scene before her, saying nothing and not intervening. She was no longer the innocent girl from years ago. Having witnessed too many farewells and deaths, her heart had long since turned icy. Just as Nagato only got angry for her. In this world, the only person who could move her was Nagato. Chapter 117. The Migration of Fuziko Village. What the heck? Did the village chief of Fuziko really say that? Is she crazy? In Fuziko Village, Luo looked at Naruto across from him with disbelief, secretly doubting whether the power of words was really that great. It turned out that the only reason for the initial disagreement was that when I mentioned that the current Hokage was Tsunade, the other side immediately agreed. Naruto leaned on his hands. Casually speaking, it seems that Tsunade's reputation for benevolence has spread to Fuziko Village. Luo's face darkened. Benevolence, my ass. He suddenly understood why this was happening. Jiraiya, when you return to the village next time, I wonder if you can handle it. As for whether Naruto would lose, Luo felt that it was completely unnecessary to consider. Village chief, do we really have to choose to ally with Konoha? In the room, several elders gathered together, each looking heavy-hearted as they gazed at the village chief. There is no choice. A coup has occurred in the 5 great nations, revealing their ambitions. The reason the village chief of Fuziko agreed is partly because of Tsunade, but more so because of the current situation in the ninja world. I must consider everyone in Fuziko village. Given the current circumstances, allying with a great nation is our only way out. Then why ally with the land of fire? Compared to that, isn't the land of lightning, which is closer to us, a more suitable choice? The elders understood the village chief's concerns, but still raised different opinions. Actually, I had already considered this when I sent the invitation to Konoha. A faint, barely noticeable smile appeared on the village chief's lips. All those bets with Naruto, wanting to see Tsunade's appearance, those are all lies. She just wants to use her connection with Jiraiya to get more attention for Fuziko village in Konoha. I have some interaction with one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya. And now, the Hokage of Konoha, the daimyo of the land of fire, is another one of the legendary 3, Tsunade. Therefore, Konoha is our best choice. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, the village chief continued to explain. Also, did you notice the person who came with Jiraiya's disciple? The one with a member of the Hyuga clan, one of the 2 great ocular clans of Konoha? The elders looked curiously at the village chief, wanting to know what she was about to say. The Hyuga clan has historically never allowed intermarriage with outsiders, especially among the clan members. And that woman is clearly a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. The village chief spoke eloquently. Moreover, why would Konoha trust him to take a member of the Hyuga main branch into other countries' territories without hesitation? Let's boldly speculate that the opponent's strength is definitely formidable. So formidable that they are fearless. Konoha believes that even if other countries discover them, they absolutely won't be able to keep them. Perhaps you have heard that this time, the coup among the 5 major countries was instigated by one person. I highly suspect that person is him. After hearing the village chief's words, all the elders couldn't help but gasp. Impossible. I didn't sense any trace of a ninja from that person. Haha, doesn't this just prove that the other party is not simple? The village chief of Fuziko village had a mysterious smile on her face. Relocating the entire village is no small matter. Therefore, we must have strong guardians. Now is just the right time. Achoo! The moonlight poured down like a waterfall, and Luo's head rested on Kagaya's thigh as he quietly gazed at the bright moon in the sky. At that moment, he suddenly couldn't help but sneeze. Last time, I felt someone had stolen something from me. This time, why do I feel like someone is plotting against me again? It's really strange. Luo rubbed his nose, looking puzzled. Having crossed over and grown up in Konoha, he completely understood the sorrow of small villages. So he never thought that the village chief of Fuziko village had already planned to agree to Naruto's conditions. The annual meeting of Fuziko village was very lively, but Luo did not participate. The main reason was still the fear that Kagaya might be unhappy and directly wipe everyone out. A village full of women, with a quantitative change leading to a qualitative change, would always have a few stunningly beautiful girls. What if Luo couldn't control his eyes and looked a little too long? That would be quite the mess. Fortunately, Luo decided not to participate. As expected, the battle between Naruto and Fuziko Shizuka ended with Naruto's victory, which was completely unsurprising. Although everything proceeded according to his own thoughts, upon seeing the result, the village chief of Fuziko village couldn't help but let out a long sigh. From today on, we will leave the place where we have lived for generations. Early the day after the annual meeting, all the villagers of Fuziko village gathered at the annual meeting square under the village chief's command. Although everyone was filled with reluctance, they could fully understand the village chief's good intentions. Let's go. The village chief of Fuziko village nodded at Luo and said with a smile. Obviously, she had regarded Luo as the backbone of this migration. Sai, when I go back this time, I don't know how Tsunade will nag. Looking at the large crowd in front of him, Luo shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, when the time comes, just tell Granny Tsunade that everything was done by me, and it has nothing to do with you. Naruto patted his chest and spoke with a sense of loyalty. Get lost. If you say that, Granny Tsunade will believe it too. Although complaining verbally, Luo's actions did not stop. Shadow clone jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, 3 identical shadow clones of Luo appeared beside him. The shadow clones quickly moved into a triangular formation, surrounding all the villagers of Fuko village in the center. Flying Thunder God Technique. As Luo's voice fell, the densely packed crowd in the square vanished in an instant. This way of traveling is convenient. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Naruto rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Haha." Luo shot Naruto a speechless glance. Indeed, this way of traveling is quick and convenient. However, the consumption of chakra is also quite quick and convenient. So amazing. The village chief of Fuko village was completely stunned. She had thought that Luo's strength was formidable, but she never expected it to be this strong. Fuko village was thousands of miles away from Konoha, yet unexpectedly, he could bring everyone over in an instant. After Konoha expanded from a village to a capital, the number of barrier troops also increased. With so many people invading at once, it immediately attracted the attention of the barrier troops. In an instant, alarms rang out in the skies above Konoha. Lady Tsunade, a large number of ninjas are invading Konoha. Location: the 7th training ground. Tsunade also received this news immediately. Upon receiving the information, she didn't dare to delay for even a moment. She took the umbu and rushed to the 7th training ground. However, just as she arrived at the 7th training ground, her face instantly darkened. "Luo, can you explain to me what the situation is?" Luo shrugged and directly pulled Naruto out from behind him. "It has nothing to do with me. As for what happened, you can ask him." Don't look at Naruto being righteous when he was in Fuko village, but now, seeing Tsunade's furious expression, he still felt a bit intimidated. Scratching the back of his head with a guilty expression, he awkwardly said, "Well, Granny Tsunade, you see, I brought so many powerful ninjas to join Konoha. Don't you want to praise me?" "Praise? Haha, of course I want to praise." Tsunade cracked her knuckles and walked towards Naruto with a sinister smile. "Not only do I want to praise you, but I also want to give you some extra rewards." I'll pass on the extra rewards." Seeing Tsunade coming at him aggressively, Naruto immediately sought Luo's protection. However, when he turned around, he could no longer see Luo's shadow. There was no choice. He could only keep retreating. In the end, he still couldn't escape Tsunade's grasp. When he reappeared, he was already bruised and battered. "IBI, take them to the interrogation department for screening." As a village leader, well now, a daimyo, she certainly couldn't act based on her personal preferences. She needed to understand whether these people were spies before deciding their fate. However, after issuing the order, Tsunade hesitated for a moment, waved her hand to interrupt IBI's actions. "Wait, no need for screening. Just arrange accommodations for them." These people were nominally brought by Naruto, but Tsunade believed that the final decision still lay in Luo's hands. Although Luo could sometimes be quite unreliable, he should not have any issues with matters of great significance. Moreover, even if something went wrong, it would be fine to let Luo handle it. Why should she worry about so much? After arranging everything, Tsunade directly returned to the Hokage office. Luo had already been waiting here for a long time. "You're back so soon. I thought it would take a long time." Looking at the tea in his hand, which hadn't fully steeped, Luo was a bit surprised. "Haha, do I need to screen each person you brought back?" Tsunade snatched the tea from Luo's hand and drank it all in one go. Ouch, ouch, ouch. However, as soon as the tea entered her throat, it burned her mouth. Of course, it was freshly brewed. Luo shot Tsunade an annoyed glance. "With your personality, I really doubt that the Land of Fire will still exist after you're done with it. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? If you don't like it, you could take over." While using the healing palm technique, Tsunade shot Luo another glare. "Don't. Hokage, I wouldn't even want to be a dog. And you're the Hokage who also holds the title of daimyo." Seeing that Tsunade was serious, Luo hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. "Just kidding, look at the old Tsunade. She would drink a little and play cards without a care. Life was so carefree and pleasant. Now, look at Tsunade, cooped up in the office every day, buried under paperwork. Forget about drinking and playing cards. She barely has time to eat. So, tell me, what exactly happened this time? I don't believe Naruto would dare to bring them back to the village without your permission." After treating her mouth burn, Tsunade finally got to the point. "I swear, I'm wrong. I sent Naruto to Fuko village, took a stroll, and came back to this." Luo had an innocent expression, This matter really had little to do with him. As for whether the people from Fuko village would have other ideas, Luo didn't care at all. Like Tsunade, they all believed that the other party would handle it well. Sigh. Such a thing happened among the 5 major countries. Many small villages are probably getting restless. Next, the ninja world will have a lot to deal with. Tsunade sighed. She had already fully envisioned the situation in the ninja world afterward. It's just the trend of the times. Tsunade slightly nodded, agreeing with Luo's viewpoint. By the way, Luo, do you have any other plans recently? What's wrong? Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Luo instantly became alert. This woman really doesn't seem like a good person. She is always thinking of ways to trick me. The Tsuchigumo clan and the Land of Demons have requested our assistance. The village is a bit short-handed right now. Why don't you choose someone? Tsunade looked at Luo, speaking with a slightly embarrassed expression. No. I plan to take it easy for a while. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Luo immediately shook his head in refusal. However, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Did you just say that Tsuchigumo clan and the Land of Demons requested assistance? Hearing the refusal, Tsunade was initially a bit troubled, wondering who to send. Unexpectedly, Luo's sudden turn of events caught her off guard. Yes. Is there a problem? The problem is quite significant. Luo's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't expect that the timeline would change so much due to the replacement of the feudal lords of the 5 great nations. Wait for me. After saying that, Luo's figure vanished from the Hokage office. Watching the two disappear before him, Tsunade shook his head helplessly. They really are inseparable. Sigh. I'm going to be so busy recently. That bastard Jiraiya. In the Land of Earth, Sasuke was planning how to lure out the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails. At this moment, Luo suddenly appeared in front of him. Sasuke, has there been any change in the Akatsuki organization recently? Luo got straight to the point without any hesitation. Recently, the leader ordered us to capture the Jinchuriki. I came here with Karen to prepare for capturing the 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke nodded, readily admitting it. It's actually ahead of schedule. Luo nodded thoughtfully. There is no need to rush the matter of the 5 Tails. I have other arrangements. Tell me about your specific groups and targets. You already know about me and Karen. Itachi and Kisame's target is the 4 Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing Luo's thoughtful expression, Sasuke didn't hide anything and explained everything. Deidara and Sasori's target is Gaara. Kakuzu and a new member's target is the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. The leader will personally capture the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Is it still the same? Luo nodded slightly, even though the timeline had advanced. It seemed that some things still hadn't changed. Luo gently embraced Kaguya. Your other was already started to act. Leaning in Luo's embrace, Kaguya looked surprised. I almost forgot. 1,000 years ago, I split off a will. The existence of that will was to plan my unsealing if you hadn't returned after 1,000 years. 1,000 years is enough time for my clan to find the exact location of the ninja world. I need to prepare in advance to guard against unforeseen circumstances. What about now? Luo gently stroked Kaguya's long hair and said softly, now you have returned. I forgot about this. Kaguya felt a bit shy, her little face blushing as she nestled in Luo's embrace. Black Zetsu, Mom, are you being polite? Sasuke and Karen were both stunned to hear this. What 1,000 years ago? What another will? In an instant, they felt as if they had fallen into a huge conspiracy. Since the action has already begun, I think we should be able to meet in person soon. Feeling Kaguya's love, Luo's heart was filled with happiness. Yes, by then, we can find a place where no one can find us and live together forever. Kaguya's heart was filled with longing for their world together. Sasuke, if nothing unexpected happens, your parents will also return soon. Luo was a bit worried that Sasuke, not being a submissive person, might have other thoughts upon hearing this. So he preemptively gave him a warning. Really? Upon hearing Luo's words, Sasuke's face was filled with anticipation. Father, I have become very strong now. This time, I will definitely earn your praise, right? Of course it's true. I believe that when your parents see you again, they will be very happy. Seeing the expression on Sasuke's face, Luo knew that this wave was stable. Sasuke shouldn't cause any trouble. Once again, activating the Flying Thunder God, Luo returned to the Hokage office. I can go to assist the Tsuchigumo clan. As for the Land of Demons, let Naruto go over. His current strength is fully capable of handling it alone. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. Naruto? Can he do it? Previously, most of the tasks executed by Naruto were accompanied by Luo. Now, Tsunade was still a bit uneasy about letting Naruto carry out a task alone. Don't worry, Naruto's current strength is among the top in the entire ninja world. Resolving the problem in the land of demons is a piece of cake, Luo said with a smile, but secretly thought that this time, Naruto shouldn't bring the land of demons along as well. Alright, then it's decided. You set off first, and I will notify Naruto later. Tsunade nodded in agreement with Luo's suggestion. In front of the Tsuchigumo clan. So close to success. Damn it, who is that person next to him? Bai Lang slammed the table in front of him with a heavy hand, his face filled with frost. Yesterday, he sent people to launch a surprise attack to seize the forbidden technique Anger of the Heavens from Ing. Unexpectedly, it was disrupted by the man beside her. This made him furious. Returning to Lord Bai Lang. We have already clarified that person's identity. He is the Six-Tails Jinchuriki from the former Hidden Mist Village, Yu Gao. A ninja half-kneeling in front of Bai Lang replied while bowing. He was labeled as a rogue ninja for killing his master. Later, for some unknown reason, he mixed with Ing, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Bai Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. With the 5 great nations in turmoil, he believed that it was now the Tsuchigumo clan's opportunity to rise again. Therefore, for this goal, he would spare no expense. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village has just taken over as the feudal lord of the Land Water. Now is a good time for them to establish their authority. Go spread the news. Watching his subordinates leave, Bai Lang lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Ing, this time, I want to see who else can be your helper. However, the Konoha side should have already received those old geezers' requests for assistance. That's quite a hassle. In a small grove outside Tsuchigumo village. Ing, do you know who those people are? Looking at Ing, who still seemed a bit shaken, Yu Gao's brows furrowed slightly. Judging by their attire, they shouldn't be the pursuit team from the Hidden Mist Village. So they shouldn't be coming for me. I don't know, master. Ing replied softly. She bears the hope of the Tsuchigumo clan's rise, the anger of the heavens. Similarly, she also knows the dangers of this forbidden technique. Right now, she and T considered whether or not to tell Yu Gao this news. Don't call me master. Hearing Ing address him as master, Yu Gao's emotions suddenly became agitated. Why not? Master. Although he had warned Ing many times, she still had no intention of giving up. You have clearly taught me to learn ninjutsu. Yu Gao's gaze slowly shifted from indulgence to indifference. He knew that once he revealed the reason, it would be time for him to leave. Do you really want to know? Hikari clearly didn't understand Yutaka's thoughts. Her sparkling big eyes were seriously focused on Yutaka's cheek, and she nodded earnestly. Okay, I understand. In an instant, Yutaka seemed to have transformed into a different person. His whole demeanor appeared to repel others from a distance. Since I could remember, I'd already become the Jinchuriki of the village. You know what Jinchuriki means, right? It means a terrifying monster is sealed within me. Originally, Yutaka thought that Hikari would be scared upon hearing this. But to his surprise, Hikari not only didn't appear frightened, but seemed to breathe a sigh of relief instead. This monster was incredibly powerful. Everyone feared its strength while secretly coveting it. Those people included my master, someone who raised me since I was little. Yutaka recounted the events of that time word by word, and with each word he spoke, he felt a pang in his heart. It wasn't because he was hung up on the past, but because with every truth he revealed, the distance between him and Hikari seemed to widen. After spending so many days together with this innocent and carefree girl, it was impossible for Yutaka to say he had no feelings at all. However, he felt like a time bomb ready to explode. How could he dare to confront his own heart and be with her? After finishing the last word, Yutaka turned to look at Hikari, about to say goodbye. He wanted to deeply imprint this girl in his heart. However, the scene before him caused Yutaka's face to turn red. Chapter 118. No time to waste. Hikari gently pulled down her clothes, revealing her fair shoulders. Yutaka had never seen such a scene before and hurriedly covered his eyes, not daring to look at the girl in front of him. As her clothes slid down, Hikari turned around, exposing the terrifying patterns on her back. Yutaka's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the mysterious patterns on Hikari's back, which gave him a sense of danger. I'm just like you, master. Turning her head again, Hikari revealed a sweet smile, refreshing and heartwarming. Since I was very, very young, I've been marked with the forbidden technique, the Wrath of Heaven technique. Since then, I have carried the fate of reviving the Tsuchigumo clan. Everyone covets the powerful force within me while fearing it. That's why I haven't had many friends since childhood. They isolated me, which is also why I don't live with my clan members. At first, I didn't dare to tell you these things, Master. But now it's good. I didn't expect that we have the same past, Master. The corners of Hikari's eyes curved, as if she had shed a heavy burden, and her mood lightened instantly. Looking at the smile on Hikari's face, Yutaka's heart was deeply moved. He had endured the pain of the rain, and he didn't want Hikari to be like him. He wanted to provide her with an umbrella that belonged solely to her. Slowly walking forward, he pulled Hikari's clothes up and then hugged her tightly. From now on, I will be here for you. Simple words, but they carried extraordinary determination. Yutaka decided that from now on, he would protect this girl. However, in the world of ninjas, one is often not in control of their own fate. Their whereabouts had already been leaked to Kirigakure. The pursuit team from Kirigakure had now arrived. Layers of mist began to rise in the sky, instantly covering the vision of the two. Mist technique? Yutaka's expression suddenly turned serious as he tightly embraced Hikari, his eyes vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. With his other hand, he drew his weapon, a curved straw, quickly bringing it to his mouth, intending to blow out a bubble bomb. However, at that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, causing the bubble bomb he had just activated to shatter instantly. Kirigakure had clearly come prepared this time. They had completely figured out Yutaka's attack methods. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, countless shurikens flew out from the thick mist, shooting straight toward Yutaka. With one hand, Yutaka hurriedly pulled Hikari to the side while quickly forming hand seals with the other. Water release, water wall technique. Torrential waves of water surged to block the incoming shurikens. However, before Yutaka could catch his breath, a water whip swiftly struck. It wasn't aimed at Yutaka, but at Hikari. Hikari was directly bound by the water whip, and then it violently yanked, pulling her away from the spot. Hikari! Yutaka exclaimed, his body lunging forward as he tried to save Hikari. However, the pursuit team from Kirigakure had long set up an ambush. The moment Yutaka stepped forward, countless water whips rose up, binding him in place. Lightning release, earth walk. With a deep cold shout, blue lightning spread along the water whips toward Yutaka. Hikari, being pulled by the water whip, couldn't help but scream, Master. Hearing Hikari's heart-wrenching cry, Yutaka felt his heart twist painfully. The chakra of the six tails surged within him uncontrollably. Just then, a cool voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, can you give me some face? This person, I will protect. The owner of this voice was none other than Luo, who had just arrived. Seeing the chaos before him, Luo let out a slight sigh of relief. It really was better to arrive at the right moment than too early. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice, but the mist was too thick, so they could only vaguely see two figures. Who are you? The Kirigakure pursuit team said in a deep voice. The prey had already been captured, and the task was about to be completed. Unexpectedly, a change had occurred now. Sage art, wind release, great breakthrough. Luo did not respond to their words, but instead placed his hand to his mouth and unleashed a fierce wind release technique. In an instant, a violent wind arose, and the thick mist around them was almost instantly blown away. At this moment, the Kirigakure pursuit team finally saw the true appearances of the newcomers. Konohagakure ninjas, a man and a woman. You are Lord Luo? Upon seeing the two's faces, the Kirigakure pursuit team couldn't help but feel a shock. The Mizukage had specifically instructed that in this ninja world, anyone could be provoked. However, there were two people who must not be provoked. These two were both ninjas from Konohagakure, inseparable, one man and one woman. The woman was from the Hyuga main family, and the man, Wallo, could be described as handsome. They never expected to encounter these two today. Huh, you know me? Luo said in surprise, not expecting his current fame to be so great. Of course, Lord Mizukage has specifically instructed. The Kirigakure pursuit team slightly bowed and respectfully replied. That's good. Can you do me a favor? This person, I will protect. Luo brought up this topic again, still wearing a gentle smile. However, this smile put immense pressure on the Kirigakure pursuit team. causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Of course, since Lord Luo had spoken, they had to give him this favor. The Kirigakure pursuit team dare not oppose and quickly said understood. With that, they immediately released their control over Yutaka's water whip. Losing the supply of chakra, the water whips suddenly turned into splashes of water, scattering everywhere. Lord Luo, we need to relay the news from here to the Mizukage. Would that be possible? The mission failed, and the Mist Hidden Pursuit team must return to report to the Water Shadow as soon as possible. He again bent down to ask. Of course, I think Terumi may will give you this face. Before leaving, the captain of the Mist Hidden Pursuit team looked deeply at Yutaka and let out a long sigh. When you have time, go back and pay respects to your master. Hearing the captain's words, Yutaka scoffed. Why should I go back? He is just like everyone else, coveting my power. Sigh. Back then, your master didn't want to seize the power within you. He wanted to trade his life to save you from the sea of suffering. He just feared you would disagree and didn't tell you the truth. The captain of the Mist Hidden Pursuit team sighed again. After so many years, the truth from back then had long been diluted in countless battles. Yutaka and the village were left with a huge rift. Now that Lord Luo has appeared, he believes it is an opportunity to reconcile Yutaka and the village. Impossible. I don't believe it. Yutaka's emotions were somewhat agitated. In his heart, he had always been alone, and no one would ever protect him selflessly. The captain of the Mist Hidden Pursuit team said nothing more, slowly walked in front of Yutaka, and gently patted his shoulder. Then he turned and left. Some things needed Yutaka to understand on his own. Saying more wouldn't help. Master, are you okay? Seeing that Yutaka's emotions seemed a bit agitated, Hikari hurried over and asked anxiously. Looking at Hikari's concerned eyes, Yutaka's heart tightened. His master's voice and image appeared before him once more. Could it be that he was really wrong? Some things you see are not necessarily true. At this moment, Luo also slowly approached, looking at the internally struggling Yutaka, unable to help but speak. Perhaps the truth is buried in corners you haven't noticed. What do you understand? Without experiencing my pain, how can you say these words? Yutaka's eyes reddened, glaring fiercely at Luo. Perhaps Luo indeed had not experienced such pain, but he could understand it. He had seen Naruto cry. He could feel that sense of being unrecognized. Luo quickly reached out and grabbed Yutaka's abdomen. The sudden action left Yutaka with no time to react. When he finally understood and wanted to resist, a ball of crimson chakra was already torn from his body by Luo. Gradually, that ball of crimson chakra transformed into the shape of the six tails. If you don't want this power, I can help you extract it from your body. Don't worry, it won't cost you your life. Luo's fingers lightly tapped the many six tails antennae, as if teasing a child. Yutaka's pupils contracted slightly. The methods of the person before him were somewhat beyond his expectations. The burdens he had carried for so many years could perhaps be completely resolved on this day. Just as he was about to agree, however, Luo's voice sounded again. But can you really protect your loved ones without this power? Listening to Luo's calm words, Yutaka opened his mouth, but could no longer make a sound. Yes, giving up power would mean he could not protect her. Having power, he dared not approach her. This was indeed a contradictory choice. However, Yutaka hesitated. In Hikari's heart, it seemed like a new world had opened up. If she could abandon the forbidden technique, then perhaps she wouldn't have to worry about hurting the person she liked, and could be with them without fear. I have something to do. I want to go back to the village. Hikari smiled as she took Yutaka's hand, looking into his eyes. Wait for me. Yutaka said nothing, just nodded slightly. He had made his decision. No matter how much he hated this power, he would not give it up. In this ninja world, only by possessing powerful strength could one protect the people they cherished. Hikari ran back to the village, and a figure appeared in her mind. That person, known as the genius of the Tsuchigumo clan, was Shirahama. Perhaps only he could perfectly inherit the forbidden technique engraved on her. Finally, by a small river beside the village, Hikari found Shirahama. Brother Shirahama, can I ask you for a favor? Seeing Shirahama, Hikari's face revealed an innocent smile. In her heart, Shirahama was truly a very good and gentle person. The people in the village all feared and hated her, except for Shirahama. He was completely different from the others in the village. What's wrong, Hikari? Shirahama smiled as well. He never expected Hikari would take the initiative to find him. Can you help me remove the forbidden technique of the Tsuchigumo clan? Hikari felt a bit embarrassed. This forbidden technique was a huge trouble. She felt a bit shy about making Shirahama take on this trouble. Really? A hint of greed flashed in Shirahama's eyes. However, this greed was well concealed, and Hikari did not notice. Is it possible? Hikari lowered her head, her small face filled with entanglement. Of course. Shirahama laughed heartily, as if bearing the forbidden technique was nothing to him. Hearing Shirahama's words, a glimmer of light appeared in Hikari's eyes. Brother Shirahama is really great. However, when she raised her head, what greeted her was Shirahama's sinister gaze. Hikari's heart jolted, and she instinctively wanted to flee. However, Shirahama was faster. He swiftly appeared beside Hikari. He pressed a palm on her. Sea chain. Instantly, a sea appeared on Hikari's arm. As the sea appeared, Hikari found that she could no longer move her body. Ha! Do you know how long I've wanted to obtain the forbidden technique? Seeing Hikari successfully controlled by him, Shirahama laughed wildly. Congratulations, leader. Just then, four figures suddenly appeared in front of Hikari and Shirahama. Seeing the faces of these four people, Hikari felt even more despair, because she realized that these four were the ones who ambushed her in Yutaka that day. What coincidence! It seems I have found what I was looking for without any effort. Shirahama walked up to Hikari with a smile. Do you know? The last guardian of the forbidden technique was my father. Do you know how he died? That's right, I killed him. That old man actually tried to stop me from obtaining the forbidden technique. The great opportunity for the revival of the Tsuchigumo clan was right in front of him, and he actually disagreed. Truly despicable. Shirahama's tone grew more excited, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. But today, everything will come to an end. The Tsuchigumo clan is destined to be revived by my hands, and the entire ninja world will be trampled underfoot by me. Haha. While speaking, Shirahama was continuously inscribing a magic circle around Hikari. Before long, the magic circle was completed. He gently pulled down Hikari's clothing, revealing the forbidden technique on her back. A hint of obsession appeared in Shirahama's eyes. Truly a perfect ninjutsu. Activate. As Shirahama's voice fell, a series of seals flowed from the ground into Hikari's body. At that moment, the forbidden technique on Hikari's back, Fury of Heaven's Wrath, was completely unsealed. Waves of terrifying natural power gathered towards Hikari's body. Haha, what a charming power. Watching the constantly gathering power, Shirahama's face revealed an even crazier smile. Lo was teasing the mini-Kyuubi, his brow slightly raised. Had he fallen for the other party's trick so quickly? He sensed a sudden upheaval of natural energy in the air. Massive amounts of natural power were coalescing in a certain direction. What? Lo's words surprised Yutaka for a moment, an ominous premonition suddenly rising in his heart. And this bad feeling was growing stronger. Lo tilted his head to glance at Yutaka, observing his anxious expression. You, who have the tailed beast sealed within you, should know that the more terrifying the power, the more it will be coveted by others. Not good, Hikari. Just as Lo's words fell, Yutaka thought of Hikari, who had just left. He no longer had time to think. His body suddenly stood up and charged towards the territory of the Tsuchigumo clan. Watching Yutaka rush away, Lo couldn't help but shake his head. Really impatient, huh? Why not ask me if I know the other party's current location? However, turning to look at Kagaya, who was happily leaning on his shoulder, Lo's mouth also curled into a faint smile. Love, it truly is a wonderful thing. Let's go. Let's check out as well. Saying this, he took Kagaya's hand, and the two followed Yutaka's bubble, slowly ascending into the sky. Yutaka was frantically searching for Hikari's trace in the sky. Finally, he found her, but it was already too late. On Hikari's back, the Fury of Heaven technique had accumulated too much power. Haha, are you here to admire this great moment as well? The ritual is just one step away, and no one can stop it now. Landing quickly on the ground, Yutaka rushed towards Hikari, wanting to disrupt the ritual's progress. You can't. Not yet. A sinister smile hung on Shirakawa's lips as he pointed. A sea seal rapidly fell onto Yutaka. However, how could a small sea seal bind a furious Yutaka? The power of the six tails within him erupted suddenly. The crimson-tailed beast chakra burst forth. and the sea seal on him dissipated under the impact of this surging chakra. At that moment, however, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted around Hikari. This white light was so bright that, even in the daytime, it was hard to look at directly. Ha ha, this is the power I seek, this is the power. At this moment, Shirakawa was already mad with excitement. After preparing for so many years, he was waiting for this moment. Natural energy was gathering around Hikari, and Shirakawa's sea seal was also dispersed at this moment. Run, hurry. Master, run. Hikari felt that her body was about to explode. She looked into Yutaka's eyes, filled with endless reluctance, tears flowing uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. No, I don't want this. I said from now on, I will be there. Yutaka roared, the tailed beast chakra within him surging out, instantly transforming into the complete form of the 6 tails. He quickly arrived in front of Hikari, wrapping her with 6 massive tails. In the sky, watching Yutaka's actions, Lo couldn't help but cover his face. Goodness. Fortunately, the Fury of Heaven technique explodes outward, accumulating power, and it does not harm itself. Otherwise, if you covered it like this, the chance of survival would be completely gone. You can't stop this. Haha. No one can stop this power. However, seeing Yutaka rush up, Shirakawa scoffed. The power accumulated by the Fury of Heaven technique had already reached a critical point, about to explode completely. But would Lo allow such a thing to happen? Of course not. With such massive power, how could Lo let it go to waste? Whoosh! In the next moment, he directly used the flying thunder god mark inscribed on Yutaka to appear beside him. With a casual wave, the fully tailed beast-formed Yutaka was directly returned to his normal state. Lo's palm pressed against Hikari's back. Saja, Shaka Absorption Technique. As Lo's ninjutsu activated, massive amounts of natural energy flowed from Hikari into Lo's palm. I have to say, this power is really immense. Feeling the natural energy flowing into him, Lo turned to Shirakawa with a mocking smile. Rather than let this power go to waste, why not give it to me? Shirakawa was completely stunned by Lo's actions. He never expected that there would be such an existence in this world. How is this possible? Shirakawa's body trembled uncontrollably, his hands seemingly out of control, retreating. In the sky, Kaguya looked at Hikari, her brows furrowing deeply. This woman, damn it! How dare she let Lo's hand touch her back? Hikari. This is really the thought process of a normal human. Fortunately, Hikari didn't know Kaguya's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been either blown up by the forbidden technique or driven to death by Kaguya's anger. Seeing that Hikari seemed to be out of danger, Yutaka turned to look at the retreating Shirakawa, his killing intent increasingly hard to suppress. With Yutaka's cold voice falling, the next moment, he transformed again into the complete form of the 6 tails. A black-tailed beast ball suddenly formed and was thrown violently towards Shirakawa. Watching the scene, Lo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Wow, you, the mighty 6-tailed Jinchuriki, are actually using a tailed beast ball against such a small fry? Isn't that like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito?" The path of the tailed beast ball left no grass behind. Facing the tailed beast ball head-on, Shirakawa was almost instantly reduced to ashes. However, Yutaka's anger did not subside with Shirakawa's death. His gaze turned once again to the 4 small pawns under Shirakawa. Locking onto them, the 4 small pawns were filled with terror. Run. With a loud shout, the 4 quickly scattered to escape. However, with Yutaka's eyes already red with rage. Happy to let them go. Boom, 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 boom. 4 tailed beast balls, 1 for each person. Nobody gets a break. Lo felt a bit of toothache. Is having a lot of chakra really this reckless? If Sasuke saw this scene, he would definitely cry in the bathroom. The main culprit had been completely eliminated, and Yutaka seemed to have finally vented his anger. The tailed beast chakra returned to his body as he turned to look again in Hikari's direction. Concern reappeared in his eyes. Just now, he had been blinded by anger, and now that he calmed down, he realized that Lo could only absorb the gathered natural energy. It seemed he could not completely eliminate the hidden danger. Chapter 119, Deidara vs. Gaara, Part 1. As the natural energy violently surged into Lo's body, the 3-color Tomo Sage pattern on his forehead kept spinning. Signs of fusion were gradually appearing. The fury of heaven-forbidden technique is indeed a good thing. If I can keep absorbing like this, my sage mode will definitely reach a higher level. Luo silently thought, unable to forget the scene when he was powerless against the evil god. Time passed bit by bit, and Utaka grew increasingly anxious watching from his side. The energy Luo had just absorbed was already comparable to all the chakra of the 6 tails within him. He didn't know where Luo's limit was, nor did he know when the forbidden technique behind Hikari would stop. He could only silently pray in his heart. Perhaps heaven really heard his prayers. The speed at which Hikari's fury of heaven technique absorbed natural energy actually began to slow down, until it finally stopped. Feeling that there was no longer a trace of natural energy within Hikari, even the patterns of the fury of heaven technique had disappeared at this moment. Luo could only let out a quiet sigh. Just a little bit more, I can already sense the barrier of fusion. However, this layer of barrier, if there is no external force intervening, I don't know when I'll be able to break through on my own. Luo slowly retracted his palm, and Ying's body involuntarily fell down. Yu Gao swiftly dodged and came to Ying's side, gently catching her collapsing body. Thank you. Raising her head, Yu Gao expressed his sincere gratitude to Luo. No problem. Luo nodded slightly. This should be considered an unexpected joy, and he hadn't exerted much effort. Lu Yun, you seem to be in a good mood. However, at that moment, a resentful voice reached Luo's ears, making him shiver involuntarily. Luo turned his head, and what met his eyes was Hui Ye's aggrieved expression. In an instant, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. What have I done to incur the wrath of the heavens and the hatred of the people? Wasn't it just saving a person? Could it be that Hui Yi and Ying have a grudge? That can't be. These two don't belong to the same dimension at all. Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to cross Luo's mind. Could it be that when I just absorbed the natural power from Ying, placing my hand on her back, Hui Yi became jealous? Oh no, given the goddess's character, it truly could be that way. I need to explain this clearly. My head may be severed and blood may flow, but I cannot lose my reputation. Luo slowly walked to Hui Ye's side, took her small hand, and tried to pull her aside. However, this time, Hui Yi stubbornly did not follow Luo. She just stared at Luo's face with her resentful eyes. This is a big problem. This is the first time the goddess has acted this way. Luo suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Not caring whether Yu Gao would hear his conversation with Hui Yi, he hurriedly explained, "Darling, let me explain. I'm happy because I absorbed a lot of natural power from that girl, and my 3 great magical systems are about to merge. It's not for any other reason." However, after hearing Luo's explanation, Hui Ye's expression did not change at all. She continued to stare at Luo's face with a resentful gaze. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Luo immediately changed his strategy. "Sigh. I'm sorry. I was just too anxious. You are about to be unsealed, soon to become the exalted goddess of the hair. And I'm just an ordinary person among the masses. I just want to work hard to become stronger so that I can stand by your side. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. You will still be the exalted goddess, and I will just let myself gradually fade away with time." In that moment, sadness was written all over Luo's face. Life is but a fleeting 100 years. You were born before I was. You are still here, but I have already become the wind. I'm sorry, I am unworthy. Perhaps, at the beginning, Luo truly wanted to soothe Hui Ye's emotions. However, as he spoke little by little, his mood gradually became desolate. Yes, no matter what, I am just a mortal. I do not have a long lifespan, nor a lengthy life. In the future, even if the two of us truly meet, it will just be a fleeting glance. I never considered this before, but as Hui Ye's unsealing time draws nearer, Luo couldn't help but worry. Perhaps his efforts to become stronger were secretly searching for a solution. Looking at Luo's lonely figure, Hui felt a pang of pain in her heart. She threw herself into Luo's arms, tears streaming down her face. "It won't be. It won't be. We will be together forever. I won't let you die." In 1,000 years, she had forgotten the same. Luo is not from the Otsutsuki clan. He does not possess a mortal life. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Gao was completely absorbed in Ying's safety. Otherwise, Luo and Hui Ye's conversation would have made him question his life. After half a day, Ying finally woke up from her coma, slowly opening her eyes. The first thing she saw was Yu Gao's concerned gaze. Feeling the warmth coming from Yu Gao, Ying smiled and nestled closer. "Master, Hearing the word master, Yu Gao's expression stiffened slightly, but he did not refute. What you see may not necessarily be true. Perhaps. The truth of the matter has been buried in a neglected corner. Your master wants to exchange his life for your freedom. Luo's words and the words of the captain of the Mist Hidden Pursuit team echoed in Yu Gao's mind. Perhaps he really misunderstood his master. Perhaps he really should go back to the village to find out the truth from back then. Once your body recovers, I want to return to the village. Yu Gao hugged Ying a little tighter and slowly spoke. Then, Master, will you come back? Hearing that Yu Gao was going to leave, Ying's face was filled with reluctance. I definitely will. I said, in the future, I will be there for you. Why come back this time? We will never be apart. Yu Gao affectionately patted Ying's head. Let's make a pinky promise. Not far away, Hui Yi and Luo also recovered from their sadness. We should also be like them, never to be apart. Hui Yi leaned against Luo's embrace and murmured. Hearing Hui Ye's words, Luo's heart jolted. Goddess, this kind of flag cannot be carelessly raised. Luo knew that pain was already on his way. If he were not here, it would be truly dangerous for Yu Gao to return this time. But thinking about it, things are determined by effort. Now, I have already come, right? Perhaps Luo and Hui Ye's future can really change the so-called fate through hard work. Once again, thank you. If it weren't for you, it would have been in real danger this time. Yu Gao held Ying's hand and slowly walked to Luo, slightly bowing to him. Each gets what they need. Seeing lovers become a couple. I'm also very happy. Luo nodded slightly, accepting Yu Gao's gratitude. I have completed my task here, and now it's time to return to the village to report. See you again if fate allows. After bidding farewell to the two, Luo took Hui Ye's hand and directly activated the Flying Thunder God, disappearing from the spot. Mountain Graveyard. Obito, the Akatsuki organization, has already started to take action. Should we go help? Kurizetsu stood behind Obito, watching Obito's increasingly deranged state, and quietly asked, No need. If Nagato can't even handle this small matter, he doesn't deserve to be chosen as a pawn by Madara. Obito gently stroked the statue of Rin on the wall and spoke lightly. Then, should I check the situation over there? Since it concerns his mother's unsealing, Kurizetsu must be extremely vigilant. No need. It's just the nourishment for the Moon's Eye plan. It won't stir up any major waves. Obito remained unmoved, and after a moment, a nostalgic expression flashed in his masked eyes. When it comes time to capture the three tails, I will go in person. Understood. Although Kurizetsu wanted to monitor everyone's movements, he couldn't act rashly to cooperate with his current identity as Madara's will. Back in his small room, Luo gently embraced Hui Yi, and the two half lay on the sofa. Sanjutsu, télescope technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Luo's voice falling, 5 screens formed from ice crystals suddenly appeared before him. 1-tail Jinchuriki, Gaara. 2-tail Jinchuriki, Yujito. 4-tail Jinchuriki, Yagura. 5-tail Jinchuriki, Han. And just now, the 6-tail Jinchuriki, Yu Gao. A few figures appeared on the ice crystal screen. The improved version of the celestial technique, the telescope technique, is quite good. As long as they are marked by their own Flying Thunder God seal, I can see every move of the other party, no matter how far apart we are. It's much better than Sarutobi's half-baked version. Looking at this masterpiece in front of him, Luo nodded in satisfaction. Dear, what are you planning to do? Kagaya asked, a bit confused, as she watched Luo leisurely gazing at the ice crystal screen. The 10 tails have been separated into 9-tailed beasts. Over the years, they have developed their own consciousness. I must eliminate their independent thoughts and enter the body of the 10 tails to prevent these thoughts from affecting you later. Luo explained seriously. So, I plan to extract 99 of their chakra, leaving 0. 1 for them to protect their self-awareness. That's right, this is Luo's plan. He will preserve the self-awareness of the tailed beasts, which is equivalent to saving their lives. At the same time, he will extract most of their chakra to unseal Kagaya. Luo has already discussed this with Sasuke, so there shouldn't be any problems for now. Now, the only ones left are the other 4. At this moment, Gaara was sitting in his office, seriously reviewing the scroll in his hand. Seeing the serious expression on his face, Luo couldn't help but nod. It seems that when little brother is not around, he is pretty normal after all. Suddenly, Gaara, who was reviewing the scroll, furrowed his brow sharply. For some reason, he just felt a gaze observing him. He slowly closed his eyes, and countless tiny grains of sand began to rise slowly from around him, then quickly dispersed. This feeling of being monitored made him very uncomfortable. He had to find the source. However, when the sand dispersed, he didn't find the source of the surveillance. Instead, he discovered traces of two unfamiliar ninjas dressed in black with red clouds, wearing forehead protectors of rogue ninja in the village. Gaara's brow furrowed again. Has the defense of the Wind Country's capital decayed to this extent? Since when could a rogue ninja enter the capital so openly? Senior Scorpion, it seems our presence has been discovered, Deidara said, looking at the drifting sand in the sky, a hint of mockery appearing on his lips. I didn't expect the defenses to be so tight. It seems it's time to showcase my art, Scorpion said as he prepared to summon his puppet army. Senior Scorpion, when it comes to art, let me perform, Deidara said with a hint of fervor in his eyes, as the mouth in his palm quickly spat out a giant bird-shaped clay bomb. Deidara leaped up, the giant bird carrying his body soared into the sky. Feel my art. Deidara's wild laughter echoed in the air. The mouth in his palm opened again, and countless small spiders fell like snowflakes towards the capital below. Explode. As the small spiders landed on the ground, Deidara raised his index and middle fingers to his chest and shouted, "Boom! Boom! Boom!" In an instant, countless bursts of fire engulfed a corner of the capital. Deidara is a madman pursuing the art of explosion. He doesn't care whether he can complete the Akatsuki's mission. He only cares about letting more people see his masterpiece. Watching the chaos caused by the explosion, Deidara's face revealed a frenzied smile. What intoxicating art! However, at this moment, Gaara, standing on the sand sword, had somehow appeared in front of him. Hey, do you know that causing a ruckus in someone else's capital is very impolite? However, Deidara ignored Gaara, his eyes fixed on the fiery light caused by the explosion, as if he had treated Gaara like air. Gaara's brow furrowed once again. He suddenly raised his hands. Suddenly, countless grains of sand shot up from the ground, and the fiery light caused by the explosion was instantly engulfed by the sand. Watching his masterpiece being destroyed like this, Deidara's face showed a hint of anger. You dare to destroy my artwork? Damn it. If your art is just causing trouble in someone else's capital, then your art really lacks taste. Gaara shrugged and said disdainfully, You little brat, you dare to deny my art. Deidara said angrily, raising his hand, and instantly, countless white bombers flew towards Gaara. However, looking at the overwhelming white bombers, Gaara crossed his arms and made no move, as a large amount of sand had already risen from the ground, like a sand wave blocking the two. Boom! 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 Countless thunderous sounds echoed in everyone's ears. However, the violent explosion did not cause Gaara the slightest harm. This wasn't over. After blocking the explosion's attack, the overwhelming sand continued to envelop Deidara, as if trying to bury him directly. Deidara's eyes narrowed slightly, and the giant bird beneath him suddenly spread its wings, twisting and turning in the air, skillfully dodging the sand wave's attack. At this moment, Gaara slowly extended his hands, continuously waving at the sand in the sky. Under Gaara's manipulation, the speed of the pursuing sand became even more rapid. In the territory of the Wind Country, I am invincible, Gaara said coldly, because all the sand here is my weapon. As Gaara's voice fell, another wave of yellow sand shot up, encircling Deidara from another side. Seeing the sand reappearing, the giant bird beneath Deidara accelerated again, its wings flashing as it almost formed an afterimage. The sand sword under Gaara's feet lifted his body slowly into the air. His hands also slowly lifted. As Gaara's hands rose above his head, a more turbulent wave of sand suddenly surged behind him, as if wanting to cover the entire sky. Hey, little brat, I'll help you too. At this moment, one tail within Gaara also spoke up. It hadn't fought in a long time, and its heart was itching. In the past, it could still quarrel and tease Gaara. Now, it's hard to explain. Saying this, regardless of whether Gaara agreed or not, a stream of crimson chakra suddenly surged from Gaara's body, instantly transforming into a huge arm with black patterns. The arm suddenly elongated, entwined in the sand wave, and reached out to grab Deidara. Looking at the yellow sand pouring down from the sky, Daidara's face showed no sign of panic. Instead, he revealed a triumphant smile. If all your chakra is used for attack, your defense will be very empty. Daidara's giant bird suddenly soared again, and his hand waved gently, throwing out countless white bombers once more. The fluttering wings rushed towards Gaara again. Your attack is too slow. This time, the speed of the white bombers was noticeably faster than the initial test. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Gaara. However, looking at the rapidly approaching white bombers, Gaara's expression remained calm. Boom! The gourd on his back suddenly opened, and streams of yellow sand quickly flowed out from the mouth of the gourd. In an instant, it completely enveloped his entire being, and a giant sandball suddenly appeared in front of Daidara. Boom! 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 The white hummingbird exploded violently, causing no damage to the sand sphere at all. Daidara's eyes narrowed slightly, not expecting the opponent to have such a defensive measure. He indeed made a slight miscalculation. However, before he had time to think, the sand enveloping Gaara's body suddenly dispersed, rushing towards Daidara at a speed several times faster than the sand that had just chased him. Caught off guard, Daidara's arm was directly grabbed by the sand. Gaara swung his right hand down sharply, and with his movement, Daidara's arm was also yanked down. The intense pain made Daidara let out a muffled groan, but also made his mind become clearer. That clump of sand was his last line of defense. Since that was the case, why not turn the situation to his advantage? Watching the sand that wrapped around his arm, Daidara's eyes narrowed slightly. From his severed arm, the mouth and the palm continuously spat out clumps of explosive clay into the sand. The preparations were complete, and with his remaining hand, Daidara quickly reached into his ninja tool pouch. His fingers moved rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a giant puppet bomb was formed. Feel my art. Looking at the puppet bomb in his hand, a hint of madness reappeared in Daidara's eyes. Whoosh! With a flick of Daidara's wrist, the puppet bomb rapidly descended towards the area in the Land of Wind's capital, where people were most densely gathered. Attack the must-save. This was the first step of Daidara's plan. As expected, seeing the rapidly descending puppet bomb, Gaara's expression grew serious. He raised his hands again, and waves of sand quickly rose from the ground with his movement. Boom! The puppet bomb exploded, but all its power was blocked by the sand waves. The people beneath the sand waves were completely unharmed. All the sand was used to protect others? Then, how will you respond next? Seeing that Gaara indeed acted as he had anticipated, Daidara's smile grew even more pronounced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of Daidara's arm, dozens of white hummingbirds flapped their wings and charged towards Gaara. Looking at the white hummingbirds flying towards him, Gaara did not care. The sand that had just severed Daidara's arm quickly flew back, enveloping Gaara. Boom, boom, boom. Everything went completely as expected for both of them. The explosions of the white hummingbirds did not shake him at all. Have they returned to defense? This is just what I wanted. A triumphant smile appeared on Daidara's face, and as his hand seals changed, the clay wrapped in the sand rapidly transformed into a spider shape. It began to burrow into the interior of the sand sphere. Before long, it had already broken through the sand sphere's defenses. Looking at the white spider that appeared before him, Gaara's expression finally showed a hint of astonishment. Was it at that moment? After a brief thought, Gaara quickly reacted. However, it was already too late to make any other moves. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, Gaara took all the impact head-on. Ha ha ha! It worked. Looking at the somewhat deformed sand sphere, a crazed smile appeared on Daidara's face. Sure enough, as the sand sphere dispersed, what was revealed was Gaara's shattered face. However, seeing Gaara's broken body, Daidara's expression suddenly changed. What? How afraid of death are you? There is still a layer of defense? Chapter 120. Daidara vs. Gaara. Part 2. Gaara was breathing heavily, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness as he looked at Daidara. Just now, if it weren't for his habitual construction of a layer of sand armor on his body, that attack from the opponent could have put him in danger. Shikaku, Gaara whispered. Understood. The two had coexisted peacefully for so long that they had developed a certain tacit understanding. Seeing Gaara's condition, Shikaku did not hesitate to lend his chakra to Gaara. In an instant, a surge of crimson chakra erupted around Gaara. He waved his hand, and the vast amount of sand in the sky followed his figure, flying towards the outskirts of the Wind Country's capital. In the city, he had too many concerns. He needed to lure the opponent outside the city. Watching Gaara's movements, Deidara instantly understood his intentions, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want to lure me outside? But why should I do as you wish? He was just an art madman, not a fool. He wouldn't think of engaging in a fair fight. Deidara didn't even look at Gaara, who was now a distance away. Instead, he manipulated a white spider with one hand, which slowly descended. Gaara's pupils contracted slightly. The opponent actually didn't follow. Damn it! Gaara's palm suddenly swung out, and the sea of sand behind him transformed into several currents. Part of it reached out to grab Deidara, while another part headed towards the descending white spider. Indeed, Deidara's face seemed calm, but in fact, he was also betting that Gaara wouldn't give up the lives of those civilians. Since you have so many concerns, then it will be much easier. The white bird beneath Deidara flapped its wings, and his figure twisted and turned in the sky, dodging the waves of sand while continuously dropping clay bombs. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the capital of the Wind Country was filled with the sound of continuous explosions. Quick, 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 emergency evacuation. Every ninja village or capital would have such a place, meant to organize personnel to take cover in case of a powerful ninja invasion to avoid being affected. At this moment, it was Kankuro and Maki who were organizing the crowd's evacuation. After Temari left the village, Gaara's 3 major aides had become 2. As for the replaced Yamato, well, he was currently somewhere planting trees. Watching the battle in the sky, Kankuro's expression grew increasingly serious. Controlling such a terrifying sea of sand consumed chakra that definitely wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. Even Gaara, who had the one tail sealed within him, couldn't manage it. However, Gaara still chose to fight this way, largely to end the battle quickly and prevent it from affecting a larger area. However, now, this strategy was clearly not working. The opponent was obviously an experienced fighter. No, I need to find a way to help Gaara. With that thought, Kankuro ran towards the center of the battle between Gaara and Deidara. Maki glanced at Kankuro, but didn't say much. She just accelerated the pace of evacuating the crowd. In a courtyard next to the daimyo's residence, Chiyo was quietly holding a fishing rod, her eyes slightly closed. Sister, aren't you going to help that kid? Aizo asked. Chiyo was also holding a fishing rod, her eyes scanning the sky filled with yellow sand. I've worked hard for Sunagakure for most of my life. I'm old now. But that kid's situation seems quite bad. Aizo slightly opened his eyes, a strange light flickering within them. What does it have to do with me? Chiyo remained unmoved, her expression still calm. However, at that moment, her expression suddenly changed, because in her perception, a very familiar chakra appeared. Thud! Feeling this chakra, a tear involuntarily slid down Chiyo's murky eyes, and the fishing rod in her hand fell. What happened? Aizo asked curiously, noticing his sister's unusual reaction. It's Sasori, he's back. I can feel his chakra. Chiyo's hands trembled slightly, her gaze seemingly able to pierce through layers of walls to see the figure she had longed for in the distance. Bang! On the other side, just as Kankuro was about to support Gaara, he suddenly found a hunched figure blocking his path. Seeing the person's attire and then glancing at the invading figures in the sky, he asked, "Are you in cahoots?" Kankuro took a puppet from his back, looking at the other with a serious expression. Crows, black ants, and the pepperfish? Sasori didn't even glance at Kankuro. His gaze fell on the 3 puppets controlled by Kankuro, letting out a sneer. I didn't expect that after all these years, Sunagakure's puppet technique still hasn't made any progress. What do you mean? Hearing the other's mockery, Kankuro was furious. With a wave of his hands, he commanded the 3 puppets to attack Sasori. Trivial skills. Sasori's voice was filled with disdain as the tail of his Hiriko suddenly shot out, striking precisely at the weak points of the 3 puppets. Crash! In an instant, the 3 puppets that had come with great momentum were reduced to a pile of parts. How is this possible? Kankuro could hardly believe his eyes at the scene before him. There's nothing impossible. Sasori's hoarse voice coldly mocked. The puppets you take pride in are merely toys from my childhood. Who are you exactly? These 3 puppets are the genius creations of Sunagakure. Sasori-sama. Kankuro still couldn't believe what was happening, his voice sounding somewhat hysterical. Haha, they're just toys I made casually. Sasori's tone became even more dismissive. What? You are? Sasori-sama. Kankuro seemed to have discovered a shocking secret, his voice trembling. Have you figured it out? But it's too late. Sasori coldly spoke as the tail of Hiriko suddenly lunged at Kankuro. Drops of purple poison, accompanied by a glimmer of cold light, made one shiver at the sight. Watching the attack rapidly approaching him, Kankuro seemed to lose his senses, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Sasori, is that really you? Just as Hiriko's tail was about to hit Kankuro, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. Sasori's movements with Hiriko paused slightly, then he quickly withdrew his tail. His gaze turned towards Chiyo, who was rushing over. I didn't expect you to come. Is it really you, Sasori? Aizo, following Chiyo, looked at Hiriko with disbelief. Who knows? Sasori neither confirmed nor denied it, calmly manipulating Hiriko as it opened its mouth. In an instant, countless tiny poison needles shot out from Hiriko's mouth, covering the area and targeting Kankuro, Chiyo, and Aizo. Are you still in such a hurry? Sasori, don't you have anything to say to this old lady? The three dodged left and right, continuously avoiding the attack of the poison needles. The poison needle assault seemed to pose no threat to the three. In fact, while evading, Chiyo even had time to converse with Sasori. Sasori didn't respond. He controlled the tail behind Hiriko and thrust it straight at Chiyo. Chiyo quickly dodged. Her fingers moved slightly, and several nearly invisible chakra threads quietly surged towards the tail of the scorpion puppet. Seeing his sister's actions, Ebizong instantly understood her intention. To subdue the scorpion, they had to destroy the puppet protecting him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his grasp. Whoosh! In an instant, the scroll opened, and three humanoid puppets dressed in white flew out. Black secret technique, 3 men become a tiger. With the appearance of the 3 puppets, they quickly combined and charged straight towards the fiery flowing jade controlled by the scorpion. A trivial skill. Seeing the swift attack coming, the scorpion snorted disdainfully. He quickly attempted to control the tail of the fiery flowing jade to defend. However, just as he pulled the chakra threads, he suddenly realized that the tail of the fiery flowing jade was no longer under his control. In an instant, he was greatly alarmed and turned his gaze towards Chiyo in the distance. When he saw her fingers trembling continuously, everything became clear. So that's how it is? A slight smile appeared at the corner of the scorpion's mouth. Now, this is interesting. Boom! The combined puppet controlled by Ebizong struck fiercely at the joint connection of the fiery flowing jade, instantly tearing away the defenses behind it, revealing the scorpion hidden inside. With this scene, the scorpion abandoned his control over the fiery flowing jade and slowly straightened his body. He stomped hard, rapidly retreating to land on a rooftop several meters away. Crack, 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 with a series of sounds like mechanical parts. The scorpion slowly turned around to face the 3 people on the street. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face, and since he was exposed, he no longer hid anything. It's been a long time, Grandma. How could it be? However, looking at the scorpion, who had hardly changed from years ago, Chiyo couldn't help but tremble at the corners of her eyes. Life is always so brief. Only puppets are eternal. The scorpion paid no attention to Chiyo's shock. He suddenly raised his hands, and blazing flames erupted from the tubes in his palms. Facing the roaring flames, Chiyo hurriedly dodged, her eyes still filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that her grandson had actually transformed himself into a puppet. As the scorpion attacked, he continued to chatter, and I now possess eternal life. After the flames were unleashed, the tubes in the scorpion's palms transformed into high-pressure water guns, and a torrent of water swept towards the 3, tearing everything apart in its path with its terrifying cutting power. Although the attack was fierce to Chiyo and the others, it was merely that. They easily dodged it. Seeing the opponent evade so easily, the scorpion seemed unfazed. Stopping his attack, he looked down at the 3, extending a chakra thread that connected to a scroll behind him, which quickly opened. On it was written the big character 3. Bang! As the scorpion pressed his palm onto the scroll, a humanoid puppet appeared before the 3. However, Upon seeing the puppet's appearance, Chiyo and the others' pupils shrank in shock. This puppet was none other than the third Kazekage, who had gone missing many years ago. You actually turned the third Kazekage into a puppet. You were the one behind that incident, Chiyo exclaimed in disbelief. She never expected that the culprit behind the third Kazekage's disappearance, which led to the start of the Third Shinobi World War, was her own grandson. Ha ha, how is it? Surprised, aren't you? This is my newly invented type of puppet, the human puppet. Looking at the incredulous expressions of the three, the scorpion laughed heartily. His face filled with pride. Those who harm my parents deserve to die. Konoha's white fan, he died too early. Otherwise, he would definitely have a place among my human puppets. Hearing the scorpion's mad laughter, Chiyo's feelings gradually calmed down. In her gaze towards the scorpion, a trace of heartache even surfaced. Back then, the third Kazekage had ordered the invasion of the Land of Fire, which led to the outbreak of the Second Shinobi War. The scorpion's parents, her own son and daughter-in-law, had been killed by Konoha's white fang in that war. At that time, the scorpion was only 5 years old. She couldn't bear to tell the young scorpion the news. So, she fabricated a lie, telling him that his parents were on a mission at the front lines. Meanwhile, she secretly developed the forbidden technique, self-resurrection. Unfortunately, it was too late. As the scorpion grew older, her lie was eventually uncovered. Thus, the seeds of hatred were sown at that moment. However, the real culprit who killed the scorpion's parents committed suicide during a coup in Konoha. Of course, this was partly due to some dealings she had with Danzo. Originally, Chiyo only wanted to take revenge for her son and daughter-in-law. But unexpectedly, in the end, the scorpion transferred his hatred for Konoha's white fang onto the third Kazekage. Eventually, the third Kazekage went missing, and the scorpion also disappeared at that time. In the village, it spread that the scorpion had assassinated the third Kazekage and defected from the village. Finally, because the Third Shinobi War broke out, the village needed her as a main force to lead the troops onto the battlefield. Therefore, this matter was left unresolved, and the scorpion was not classified as a rogue ninja. Who would have thought that upon seeing the scorpion again, she would witness this scene? Scorpion. Chiyo's voice was slightly hoarse. After so many years, her feelings for the scorpion were filled with longing, but more so with guilt. However, the scorpion completely ignored what Chiyo was thinking. The puppet of the third Kazekage he controlled charged straight towards Chiyo. Black's secret technique, 3 men walking. Seeing that his sister seemed a bit dazed, Ebizong did not hesitate at all and commanded his puppet to charge towards the third Kazekage puppet. However, his control over the puppets was not as good as his sister's. Not to mention the scorpion, who had been hailed as a puppet genius since childhood. In just a brief exchange, the 3 puppets in his hands were quickly reduced to a pile of parts. Sister, seeing that he was outmatched, Ebizong exclaimed, trying to pull Chiyo's focus back. Hearing her brother's call, Chiyo's heart jolted, and she turned back. Losing focus on the battlefield was a grave mistake. Everything had to wait until they captured the scorpion first. So, she no longer hesitated and waved her hand, summoning 2 puppets that appeared before everyone. Seeing the 2 puppets summoned by Chiyo, the scorpion's movements momentarily stalled, because he was far too familiar with these 2 puppets. Father, mother, the scorpion murmured, and a momentary daze appeared in his eyes. However, it was just a moment before he regained his composure. In an instant, his mind was filled with anger. He didn't want to see these 2 puppets at all, as they would remind him of his painful past. Perhaps he really didn't want to. Therefore, he manipulated the third Kazekage's hand even more swiftly. The puppet threads danced continuously, and the body of the third Kazekage transformed into an afterimage, charging towards the puppets of his parents. Chiyo was not to be outdone. Her manipulation of the puppets was not in the slightest inferior to the scorpion's. For a moment, the 2 sides were evenly matched. However, there were not just Chiyo and the scorpion present. Ebizong and Kankuro, who had been watching for a long time, were also there. The movements of the 2 were almost in sync. One by one, they pulled out scrolls from their ninja tool bags and quickly unfurled them. Bang! With a few muffled sounds, several puppets were summoned directly. Crows, black ants, and salamanders. The puppets summoned by Kankuro were still the ones he was most skilled with. Although these puppets were created by Sasori, he had no opportunity to search for more suitable ones now. As for the puppets summoned by Ebizo, they were still similar humanoid puppets as the three just summoned. Puppet masters share a common weakness: their real bodies. Kankuro and Ebizo understood this better than anyone else. Therefore, the 6 puppets they controlled rushed towards Sasori without hesitation. Oomph. Looking at the 6 puppets rushing towards him, Sasori scoffed disdainfully and waved his hands. Recalling the 3rd Kazekage puppet that was originally fighting against his mother and father puppets. Let me show you the true power of a human puppet. Magnetic shield, sand, iron geometry. With Sasori's loud shout, the sky was suddenly filled with black iron sand. The iron sand quickly gathered and formed a massive cone shape in the air. Seeing the 3rd Kazekage puppet unleash the magnetic shield, Chiyo's hand controlling the puppets paused slightly. Has Sasori already researched puppet techniques to this extent? Boom! The huge cone fell straight from the sky, creating a rushing wind sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Chiyo and the others dodged instantaneously, they maneuvered their puppets to attack the 3rd Kazekage puppet. Useless, Sasori said coldly. Magnetic shield, sand iron rain. Shoo! The sky full of iron sand fell, instantly enveloping the joints of the puppets controlled by Chiyo and the others. In an instant, all 8 puppets lost their ability to move. Let's settle this quickly. I have no patience left, Sasori said coldly. Magnetic shield, iron sand domain. As Sasori's voice fell, the sky filled with densely packed sand iron branches, resembling withered tree limbs. Boom, 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 boom. As the massive sand iron cage formed, countless sand iron pieces shot towards the 3. This time, it was evidently impossible for the 3 to dodge easily. The attack was simply too dense. Summoning technique, wind release, vacuum wave. At this moment, a rough voice rang in everyone's ears. It was Maki, who had just finished evacuating the civilians and rushed over. Upon arriving, he saw the critical situation before him. Without any hesitation, he summoned Kamaitachi and unleashed the strongest wind release ninjutsu he could use. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades sliced towards the 3rd Kazekage puppet. Although he was not a puppet master, he had considerable experience fighting against puppet masters. To deal with a puppet master, there were 2 ways. The simplest was to bypass the puppets and eliminate the puppet master. However, time was already running out. So, he had only the other option left: eliminate the puppets. Although fighting this way was somewhat thankless, it was the most appropriate choice at this moment. The 3rd Kazekage puppet was currently casting ninjutsu and could not move an inch. He could attack without restraint. Fortunately, his judgment was not wrong. In an ambush, Sasori momentarily did not react. The violent wind blades arrived in an instant, viciously cutting through the 3rd Kazekage puppet, and in the blink of an eye, the once mighty puppet was reduced to fragments. Moreover, the iron sand domain also shattered into countless black iron sand. You dare destroy my collection? Unforgivable. Seeing the 3rd Kazekage puppet turn into pieces, Sasori glared angrily at Maki. He suddenly flipped open the cover on his chest, and densely packed red-clad puppets surged forth, trailing chakra threads. Crimson secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. The strength of a puppet master is determined by how many puppets they can control simultaneously. While releasing the puppets, Sasori coldly said, "And I have now reached the limit of puppet mastery. Are you ready to die?" As he spoke, 298 puppets flew into the sky, each gaze fixed tightly on Maki, who had just finished casting ninjutsu. Under the gaze of so many emotionless puppets, Maki couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It felt like he was doomed. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Chiyo no longer held back and quickly pulled out a scroll from her bosom, suddenly opening it. 10 puppets dressed in white appeared before everyone, accompanied by a puff of white smoke. White secret technique, Puppet Brigade of Chikamatsu. Chapter 121. Unfortunately, your clay bombs 1T explode. Watching Chiyo summoned the Chikamatsu Puppet Brigade, a cold smile appeared on Sasori's lips. So this is the legendary Chikamatsu Puppet Brigade that can single-handedly destroy a city. But so what? My 100 machine manipulation can easily annihilate a nation. Suddenly, Sasori's expression turned ferocious, manipulating the strings of countless puppets, constantly waving them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, over 200 puppets charged towards the four present. Be careful. Chiyo's expression turned grave. Kankuro and Ebizo, as puppet masters, currently had no suitable puppets, so their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Thus, she took the lead to confront Sasori's puppet army. Bang, bang, bang. However, as soon as they made contact, Chiyo's expression changed to one of shock. The so-called 100-machine manipulation, capable of destroying a nation alone, did not seem as formidable as imagined. After just a brief exchange, dozens of 100-machine puppets were torn apart. This was completely unlike Sasori's previous level of puppet control. Chiyo raised her head, looking at Sasori, who stood calmly on the roof. Is it because he needs to control too many puppets that he cannot manipulate them finally? Thinking of all this, Chiyo's expression did not show any surprise. Instead, it became increasingly grave. Sure enough, as one 100-machine puppet after another was destroyed, chakra threads retracted back into Sasori's body. His control over the puppets became increasingly precise. The Chikamatsu puppet brigade, which had just held the upper hand, could now only fight evenly against Sasori. On the other side, Maki was in even worse shape. Facing the overwhelming 100-machine puppets, he had already sustained several wounds. More terrifyingly, around each wound, his skin had turned dark blue. Clearly, the blades that had just attacked him were laced with deadly poison. As the fierce battle continued, the speed at which the toxin spread within Maki's body accelerated, causing his vision to darken. His movements also became slower. Sasori glanced disdainfully at Maki, seeing that his opponent was already at the end of his rope. He recalled the 100-machine puppets that were attacking Maki and concentrated all his power on Chiyo. Suddenly, Chiyo faced even greater pressure. Crack! As the first Chikamatsu puppet was pierced through by a long sword, it seemed to signal the beginning of a disaster. The sound of cracking began to echo continuously. 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, 9 Chikamatsu puppets had been torn to shreds by the violent attacks. The destruction of the 10th puppet seemed inevitable. What remained was just a matter of time. However, at this moment, Sasori suddenly stopped. It was unclear whether it was due to a cat-and-mouse mentality or some other reason. He slowly raised his head and looked around at the somewhat unfamiliar environment. Indeed, as time passes, everything will change. Once treasured things will also be buried in the river of time. In an instant, Scorpion felt an overwhelming sense of emotion, especially for those who have died slowly. Who will remember them? Only eternity is the truth. It's over, Grandma. While saying this, Scorpion prepared to take action to end everything in front of him. On the other side, Deidara had been pushed to a dead end. As the personnel were evacuated, Gaara's attacks became bolder. With the support of the one-tailed chakra, his attacks grew increasingly reckless. The sandstorm seemed to swallow everything. The space for Deidara to dodge became smaller and smaller. No, if this continues, it will be disastrous. Deidara's brow furrowed slightly. With one careless move, he was once again enveloped by the surging sand waves. This was already the 3rd time he had been successfully surrounded. Although he could barely escape each time using clay bombs, over time, his chakra would definitely not be able to sustain him. You force me. After breaking out of the sand wave-s encirclement, once again using clay bombs, Deidara's expression began to turn frantic. Standing on the giant bird beneath him, Deidara quickly ascended. Reversing his hand, and a gigantic puppet descended from the sky again. Looking at the somewhat familiar puppet bomb, Gaara felt disdain in his heart. Would using the same method again yield results? How naive C4. Garuda! However, as Deidara's voice slowly fell C4, Garuda instantly expanded, and Gaara's disdain vanished in that moment. He realized that the sand he had controlled to encircle Deidara had, in an instant, disappeared. It was as if the drawing on a canvas had been erased by an eraser. What's going on? Gaara was horrified, raising his hands abruptly. More yellow sand surged from the ground. It obstructed the invisible attack. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, Scorpion originally wanted to end this battle he found somewhat boring. However, just as he manipulated the puppet to attack, he saw in the distance Deidara's massive puppet. As a teammate, Scorpion was well aware of what kind of attack this was. Even he had to retreat in the face of such an attack. Crazy. When one artistic madman calls another artistic madman crazy, It shows how unsettled he is inside. At this moment, he could no longer care about the battle in front of him. The steel wings behind him spun rapidly, taking him away into the distance. Even the released 100 machine puppets could not be retracted in time. Chiyo and the others watched Scorpion flee in embarrassment, their expressions suddenly frozen. They all looked towards the direction Scorpion had just gazed at, and in an instant, their hearts seemed to plunge into an abyss. Buildings seemed to be wiped away, disappearing from before their eyes. Moreover, the speed was increasing, spreading towards them. "Run!" Chiyo suddenly shouted sharply, quickly moving to the father and mother puppets, pulling them into a scroll. This was the first puppet Scorpion had made. For her, it was a cherished memory, even in the face of a life-threatening crisis. She did not want to abandon it. Kankuro quickly flashed to Maki's side, throwing the soon-to-be unconscious Maki onto his back and quickly fleeing into the distance. "Did you see that? This is my art. What a magnificent art!" Everyone's hearts were filled with fear of the unknown, except for Deidara, whose eyes were filled with frenzied madness. Watching the lives and buildings being erased by C4, Garuda, he seemed to see the greatest miracle in the world. However, when he saw the yellow sand surging from all directions, blocking C4, Garuda's advance towards Gaara, his mood suddenly worsened significantly. "What a detestable kid. Isn't it good to be conquered by my art?" Deidara curled his lips, but now he didn't dare to take any other actions. He could indeed control the direction of the explosion after C4. Garuda detonated. However, once this process had begun, even he would be powerless to stop it. As for using other clay bombs to sneak attack Gaara now, don't joke. He'd probably be blown apart by C4, Garuda before even getting close. All he could do now was watch from the side. Deidara felt displeased, while Gaara felt miserable. The opponent's attack methods were too strange. He had to go all out. Therefore, the amount of chakra consumed was immeasurable. Even with the enhancement of the one-tail chakra, he still felt that the chakra within him was running out. The explosion of C4, Garuda, lasted a full quarter of an hour. By the time everything calmed down, a quarter of the Wind Country's capital had been destroyed. Fortunately, almost everyone had already evacuated to the shelter, so there were not too many casualties. Gaara's chakra had now reached a point of complete exhaustion. Slightly hunched over, Gaara panted heavily, his eyelids feeling as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, making him unable to resist the urge to close them. However, he could not yet. He had gathered too much yellow sand to block C4, Garuda's attack. If he fainted now, that sand would pour down, causing an unbearable disaster for the Wind Country's capital. Straining to squeeze out the last bit of chakra within him, Gaara controlled the vast yellow sand, moving it outside the capital. At that moment, he could no longer endure the exhaustion of his body. His vision went black, and he fainted. Originally, this move was meant to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Unexpectedly, he used it ahead of time. Deidara curled his lips, clearly feeling very displeased about using a trump card here. The giant bird beneath him flapped its wings, and Deidara was already by Gaara's side. With a casual wave, he threw Gaara onto the bird's back. It was time to find Scorpion. I wonder how he is doing. It seemed that as soon as his C4, Garuda, exploded, Scorpion had directly retreated. Now Scorpion should acknowledge my art, right? As he tied Gaara up, Deidara muttered to himself, his mood gradually shifting from previous gloom to delight. He could hardly wait to show off his art to Scorpion. However, what he did not know was that, at this moment, Scorpion's expression was extremely grim. In fact, he even had the thought of killing Deidara. After so many years of hard work, being messed up like this, he was back to square one. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Moreover, the most important thing was that he was being watched by 4 people. 3. Maki had been poisoned by his own toxin and was now in dire straits. Scorpion, give it up. The father and mother puppets controlled by Chiyo had just cleared away the iron sand that had been attached to them. Give up? Haha, don't be so naive. Hearing Chiyo's words, Scorpion, who was originally thinking about how to retreat, suddenly flew into a rage. Do you think I'm an ordinary puppet master? With Scorpion's furious roar, the steel wings behind him spun wildly again, heading straight for Chiyo. That's right. If it were an ordinary puppeteer, having all his puppets destroyed would indeed leave him at a loss. But is he, Scorpion, just an ordinary puppeteer? Even if all the puppets are destroyed, he himself is the last puppet. Chiyo's eyes narrowed slightly as she manipulated the father and mother puppets to directly confront Scorpion's attack. Clang, clang, clang. The two sides quickly engaged in battle, weapons clashing and sparks flying. However, for some reason, Scorpion's attacks became hesitant at this moment. Sometimes, when he had the opportunity to directly sever the heads of the father and mother puppets, he would suddenly stop and instead attack elsewhere. Sigh. After all, he is not a true puppet. He cannot act without any emotions. Chiyo clearly observed the scenes of Scorpion's struggle. If we say that Obito is alive in body but dead at heart, then Scorpion is exactly the opposite. His body is made of dead things, but his heart is still alive. The battle gradually intensified. Chiyo's speed in manipulating the puppets became faster and faster. The father and mother puppets transformed into afterimages, attacking Scorpion from left and right. Scorpion, I'm sorry. 2 drops of murky tears flowed from the corners of Chiyo's eyes, because at this moment, she found a fatal flaw in Scorpion's defense. Whoosh, whoosh. With 2 sounds of something cutting through the air, the father and mother puppets, one on the left and one on the right, thrust their swords straight towards Scorpion's body. However, as Scorpion watched the 2 rapidly approaching figures, it seemed as if he saw scenes from many years ago. At that time, he had just learned puppetry. So, he hid in a small room and secretly made these 2 puppets. He joyfully controlled the 2 puppets, allowing them to gently embrace him. At that time, he seemed to feel a touch of warmth from his parents through these 2 puppets. He really longed for that feeling. However, when his chakra was exhausted and the 2 puppets fell to the ground powerless, it shattered all his fantasies. At that moment, Scorpion fell into complete despair. The father and mother puppets were getting closer, moving faster and faster. Scorpion knew he needed to dodge quickly, but for some reason, at this moment, he felt somewhat reluctant to move. He really wanted to enjoy that embrace one more time. Now, he had become a puppet. It seemed quite nice to die in the arms of his parents' puppets. Scorpion's thoughts drifted, as if at this moment, it was not a life-and-death battle. Even the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Clang! However, just as the long swords and the father and mother puppets were about to pierce Scorpion's core, a solid ice suddenly appeared behind him. The long sword struck the ice, sending shards flying. At this moment, Deidara had also arrived, glancing at the sudden appearance of ice behind Scorpion, then looking at Luo, who had suddenly appeared beside Gaara with his right hand still raised, and asked in confusion, "Are you reinforcements sent by the organization? Why aren't you wearing the organization's uniform?" Just now, Scorpion had almost been killed, and Deidara wanted to rescue him. But clearly it was too late. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 2, Deidara instinctively thought they were reinforcements sent by the organization. Hee. Let's go over first. Luo smiled and did not answer. Oh, to be honest, besides his extreme madness for art, Deidara is usually a bit foolish. Without thinking much, he controlled his large bird and flew to Scorpion's side. Luo, you're here? Other people might not recognize Luo, but Kankuro knew him well. He was very clear about the other's strength. Since the other had arrived, then the affairs of the Land of Wind could come to an end today. Luo nodded slightly, his gaze directed at the somewhat distracted Scorpion, and smiled. Scorpion, are you seeking death? Hearing someone call his name, Scorpion finally came back to his senses. Why save me? Scorpion's tone was very calm, with no trace of joy at surviving a disaster. I want you to be my spy in the Akatsuki organization. Luo stated his intention directly without any small talk. What? Deidara finally reacted, reaching for his explosive clay from his ninja tool pouch. Shoo, don't get excited. Luo turned to the foolish Deidara, made a shushing gesture, and then turned back to Scorpion. So, how about considering it? Bastard, I'm asking you a question. However, seeing the other party ignore him, Deidara became completely enraged, suddenly throwing the clay in his hand, which transformed into several hummingbirds in midair, directly attacking Luo. He believed that at this close distance, no one could evade his sneak attack. Luo glanced at Deidara speechlessly. Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. He turned his attention back to Scorpion, waiting for the other's response. It seemed that Deidara's attack was insignificant to him. Explode. However, the reality was the same. Just as the hummingbirds approached Luo, before they could explode, Black lightning appeared around Luo, directly enveloping the clay hummingbirds. The explosion Daedara anticipated had not even been initiated before it was stillborn. Give me a reason to agree. Looking at Luo's calm demeanor and seemingly all-seeing eyes, Scorpion felt a ripple in his heart. I can help you fulfill a wish you've always desired. What a joke. Do you know what wish I've always wanted? Scorpion's heart, which had been somewhat stirred, calmed down again upon hearing Luo's words. Of course. I can help you resurrect your parents. A smile appeared on Luo's lips. Scorpion, he had him figured out. Even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't stop this. Sage of Six Paths, get lost. You are so great, you are so lofty. What? However, upon hearing this news, not only did Scorpion react, but even Chio, who had been secretly relieved that Luo had blocked her attack, exclaimed in surprise. Can you really do it? There was a slight tremor in Scorpion's voice. He hated waiting the most, yet his whole life had been spent waiting. Could it be that today, everything he had been waiting for was finally here? Yes, but it's not time yet. Luo spoke lightly. However, upon hearing Luo's words, Scorpion's expression visibly fell. He had heard this phrase many times since he was very young. You can bet whether I will go back on my word. Scorpion's expression was fully seen by Luo, who did not continue to persuade him, but instead turned to Daedara. What do you think art is? Daedara, who was prepared to launch a sneak attack again, suddenly stopped when he heard someone talking to him about art. Art is, at that moment, a light seemed to shine on Daedara's face, making him look immensely sacred. However, seeing this scene, a bizarre image floated in Luo's mind, causing him to laugh out loud. SpongeBob? What? Daedara, who had been brewing emotions, suddenly froze in place. What did you say? Cough, cough. Seeing Daedara's confused expression, Luo quickly stopped laughing. I just remembered something happy. You continue. Art. Of course, it is explosion. Don't you think the moment of explosion is the most devastating art in the world? Daedara didn't think too much. His eyes, filled with a hint of fervor, were fixed on Luo. However, it seems your clay bombs haven't exploded? Luo extended his hand and pointed at the white hummingbird floating beside him, a playful expression on his face. You. Daedara was left speechless. You actually deny my art? No. I think explosions are a great form of art. For an art fanatic, one must acknowledge what he considers art and then deny his artistic accomplishments. However, your clay bombs don't qualify as art. Hearing the first half of Luo's words, a smug smile appeared on Daedara's face. However, the latter part of Luo's statement made his face turn crimson with anger. Shut up. Why do my clay bombs count as art? Luo shrugged and pointed again at the white hummingbird wrapped in wind release. You let them explode. You. Daedara was left speechless. Suddenly his expression turned incredibly frenzied. He would not allow anyone to defame his art. With a rip, he suddenly tore off his robe and pressed the clay in his hand directly against his mouth over his heart. Ultimate art. C0 self-detonation. The corners of Daedara's mouth curled into an endless madness. He wanted everyone to see his art. Seeing Daedara's frenzied actions, Luo shook his head helplessly. The world of artists is indeed simple and pure. Crackle. However, just as Daedara's skin became transparent and black lines appeared along his meridians, black wind release surrounded Luo once more. In an instant, it surged towards Daedara, flowing through his limbs and bones along his meridians. I said, explosions are a great form of art. Luo looked at Daedara with a hint of mockery in his eyes, but unfortunately, your clay bombs won't explode. Chapter 122. The curtain falls on Kakuzu with the wind release invading his body. Daedara's C0 self-detonation was abruptly terminated. In an instant, his expression froze. The art he was so proud of was so easily destroyed. It made him feel as if he couldn't breathe, unable to swallow. Oof. You keep saying my clay bombs aren't a form of explosive art. Then tell me, what counts as explosive art? Daedara would never admit that the art he was obsessed with was wrong. Do you really want to see? If it strikes you down, it won't be good. Luo casually approached Gura, placing his hand on his abdomen. Suddenly, a stream of crimson chakra flowed out from his body. Luo, what are you doing? A tailed beast exclaimed in surprise at its power being stripped away, giving you freedom. I believe you wouldn't want to stay forever inside the Jinchuriki, right? Luo's smile remained, appearing harmless. If terrifying power requires freedom as a price, are you really willing? Listening to Luo's guiding words, the tail beast hesitated. Being trapped inside a Jinchuriki for many years, how it longed to roam freely on the vast ninja world roads. Lord Luo, can I really gain freedom this way? No one would be foolish enough to do thankless tasks. Inside Gara, the tail beast had already shrunk to miniature size. 99% of its power had been stripped away by Luo. All right, you can take it back for the report. Luo patted the tail beast, which was purely chakra, transformed, appearing reborn. At this moment, it was in its purest state. It hadn't yet formed its own independent consciousness. Hey, I still haven't seen the explosive art you mentioned. Seeing Luo's methods, Deidara was already convinced that Luo had a more perfect explosive art than his own. At this moment, he was itching to see it, feeling as if he wouldn't be able to rest until he saw the outcome. If you want to see it, become my undercover agent in the Akatsuki like Scorpion. Once your mission is completed, I'll let you see what true art is. Deidara's fatal flaw was his pursuit of art. Luo wasn't worried that the other party would refuse him. Similarly, Scorpion's fatal flaw was his deceased parents. Showing this hand before them was to tell the other party that his methods were beyond their imagination. Remember what you promised me today, or I won't let you go even if it costs me my life. The outcome was as Luo expected. Scorpion ultimately agreed to become Luo's undercover agent in the Akatsuki. I agree. Seeing Scorpion agree, Deidara felt that even if he refused, it wouldn't matter much. So he also agreed. He had no real loyalty to the Akatsuki anyway. The matter was settled. Scorpion glanced at the already unconscious Maki, casually tossed out a potion, and then left the Wind Country's capital with Deidara and the reborn tail beast. Remember to keep what I said today a secret. Rest assured, I've never gone back on my word. Luo turned to the eager Chiyo and assured her. After leaving the Wind Country's capital, Deidara and Scorpion immediately found a secret base of the Akatsuki in the area. Leader, the tail beast capture is complete. Through the ring, Scorpion began communicating with Pain. So soon? Good. Pain was slightly surprised. He hadn't even started acting, and his subordinates had already completed the task. It felt somewhat like employees working hard while the boss slacks off. Yes, there was a slight problem with the Jinchuriki. I directly captured the body of the tail beast with Deidara. Scorpion continued to explain. The body? No problem. Pain didn't think much. After all, his target was the tailed beast inside the Jinchuriki. I'll summon the others now and begin the sealing. Soon, in the space of the illusion, all members of the Akatsuki had gathered. Scorpion, is this your real appearance? As soon as he entered the illusion space, Kisame seemed to discover a new continent and asked in confusion. Scorpion had already started riding tricycles when he joined the Akatsuki. Strictly speaking, this was his first time seeing Scorpion's true form. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Scorpion maintained his previous demeanor, his face showing impatience. All right, no more arguing. This sealing of the tail beast is expected to take 3 days. Seeing that Scorpion and Kisame were about to argue, Pain directly interrupted. His gaze swept over everyone present, and when it landed on Kakuzu, he paused slightly. Kakuzu, where's the teammate I just assigned you? Oops, I accidentally killed him and then used him to exchange for a bounty. Kakuzu's expression showed no change at all. He had done this more than once or twice. Sai, forget it. Kakuzu's repeated misbehavior had, to be honest, made Pain somewhat accustomed to it. Then the time required for this sealing will have to be longer. Let's get started now. Illusion Dragon 9 Seals. As several people began to perform the technique, chakra constantly surged into the body of the reborn tail beast. Its form visibly shrank. Tsuchigumo tribe. Rin, I want to return to the village and find the truth from back then. When I come back, we will never be apart. You look down at Rin leaning in his embrace, a hint of a doting smile on his lips. Is it time to leave? So soon? I'm a bit reluctant to part with you. Hikari looked up, blinking her sparkling big eyes. How about I go back with you? No, be good. You wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Even with Luo's presence, Yu Gao still couldn't guarantee the attitude of Mist-Hidden Village towards him. He certainly didn't want Hikari to accompany him on such a risky adventure. All right. Hikari's little face instantly fell. You must come back, okay? Yeah, definitely. After the promise was made, Yu Gao began to set off towards the island where the capital of the Land of Water was located. We need to speed up our actions. 3 days later, the seal of the One Tail finally ended. As he emerged from a space of the projection, Nagato clenched his fists tightly. I can't wait to see peace in the ninja world. However, when he sensed a bit, his expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment. What the heck? Where's my huge one-tailed Jinchuriki? In the Land of Lightning, after collecting his teammates' bounties from the exchange office, Kakuzu held a small box, his face showing disdain. What a waste, only worth 5 million. But the bounty for the 2 tails Jinchuriki is quite hefty. Should I discuss it with the leader? Kakuzu rubbed his chin, carefully considering the feasibility of the situation. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a somewhat familiar figure. Huh, isn't this the walking 35 million? Quickly pulling out a small notebook from his ninja tool pouch, Kakuzu began to carefully check the list. Soon, he found the information about the person. Saratobi Asuma, son of the 3rd Hokage, elite Jonin of Konoha, formerly served as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Bounty, 35 million. Slurp. Seeing that long bounty amount, saliva almost dripped from the corner of Kakuzu's mouth. What 2 tails Jinchuriki? What organization mission? He threw all that out his mind. Completing a mission can't compare to making money. Moreover, if he acted now, the exchange office was right next to him. He wouldn't even have to walk. Thinking of this, Kakuzu suddenly put his hand to his mouth. At that moment, a small figure with a black mask suddenly sprang out from behind. Fire release, head hardening jutsu. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu's mouth curled into a cruel smile, his green eyes shining brightly. Be careful. Asuma's team had just completed their mission and were preparing to return to the village. Suddenly, they felt such a massive chakra fluctuation and couldn't help but look in the direction of the chakra. However, when they saw Kakuzu, what met their eyes was an overwhelming sea of fire. It made their scalps tingle. Flame, wind, chaos, wave. Seeing the expressions on Asuma and the others' faces, Kakuzu's smile became even more pronounced. He seemed to see piles of cash waving at him. Body flicker technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His contemporaries had now become independent ninjas, which put immense pressure on this generation's Inoshikacho trio. Similarly, it also motivated them to become stronger. At this moment, Inoshikacho had already become many times stronger than during the joint Chunin exams with Suna. Although the incident happened suddenly, they still managed to barely dodge the incoming attack. Multiplication technique. Just after dodging the attack, Choji was the first to counterattack. His massive palm came crashing down toward Kakuzu. However, when Kakuzu saw the giant palm descending from the sky, there was not a hint of panic on his face. Earth release, hardening technique. In an instant, the skin all over his body turned black. Choji's giant palm hit him as if it were striking steel. Looking at Choji's retracted hand, Kakuzu's face showed a hint of disdain. Brat, I have fought against Hashirama Senju. Is this level of attack just scratching me? What? Kakuzu's words shocked Asuma and the others. Do they feel despair? Kakuzu laughed heartily, enjoying their incredulous expressions. Senju Hashirama, no matter how powerful you once were, what good is it now? In the end, you can't escape the ravages of time. In this ninja world, living long is the real deal. Help! Facing a ninja from the same era as the 1st Hokage, Asuma and his team didn't dare to be reckless and immediately began to call for help. However, they knew in their hearts that hope would be very slim. After all, the village was too far away from them, and by the time reinforcements arrived, they would probably be long gone. In a mansion of the Land of Wind. Luo, you're here. Gaara, who was unconscious, slowly woke up and saw Luo sitting beside him. He completely ignored Kagaya. Yeah, luckily I made it in time. Otherwise, you would have been in danger. Luo smiled and nodded. Then a hint of guilt appeared on his face. Gaara, there's something I need to tell you, and I'm very sorry. What is it? Gaara was slightly taken aback. He hadn't noticed that the one tail inside him had now turned into a little cub. I reached an agreement with the one tail and stripped away most of its power. So, your strength will be severely affected. Luo sighed. Moreover, you will be the last one tail Jinchuriki. Oh, that. It's fine. Hearing Luo's explanation, Gaara's face showed a look of relief. Isn't it just stripping away the one tail's power? I thought it was a big deal. Don't you think it's a pity? Luo looked at Gaara in surprise. Not really. After being with the One Tail for so long, I feel that guy is quite pitiful. If it weren't for not finding a way, I really wanted to release it from my body. Gaara spoke calmly. His broad-mindedness made Luo admire him. Since things here are settled, I'll take my leave. Seeing that Gaara wasn't feeling down because of the stripping of the One Tail's power, Luo let out a slight sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Huh, aren't you staying a few more days?" Compared to Gaara's earlier reaction, his current response was a bit intense. "Luo, little brother, you're not normal." "Yeah, I've been a bit busy lately. Once I have some free time, I will definitely come to the Land of Wind to play for a few days." Luo felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, "Definitely." Gaara stared at Luo with a serious expression, his little face full of anticipation. However, looking into Gaara's eyes, Luo felt he really couldn't stay any longer. "Yeah." After casually brushing him off, Luo took Kaguya and directly activated the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha. It was truly terrifying. Back at his residence, Luo let out a long sigh of relief. He would rather fight with a tailed beast than face Gaara. No, this won't do at all. Let me think. Should I send Naruto over? Let him educate Gaara. Luo rubbed his chin, carefully considering the feasibility of this idea. In the Land of Demons. Achoo! While entering the sealing place of the Morio with the priestess, Naruto couldn't help but sneeze. Why does it always feel like someone wants to harm him? Just as Luo was contemplating whether to send Naruto to the Land of Wind, a masked Umbu suddenly burst into his room. "Lord Luo, the Hokage has an urgent summons." Reacting instinctively, Luo almost moved to attack, but fortunately, the Umbu spoke quickly. Otherwise, he might have acted rashly. "Tsunade is looking for me? I'm not going." It definitely didn't sound like good news. The Hokage said it was urgent. Asuma's team was attacked by ninjas from the same era as the first Hokage. Fascina de situation. They needed Lord Luo to rush over for support. Tsunade clearly understood Luo's personality, so when she sent the Umbu to deliver the message, she also asked him to take the mission with him. Ninjas from the same era as the first Hokage. Upon hearing the Umbu's words, a strange expression appeared on Luo's face. Could it be Kakuzu? Unexpectedly, in the original timeline, Asuma's death occurred after Kakuzu and Haiden captured the Two Tails Jinchuriki. It was surprising that even if the Akatsuki's tailed beast plan was advanced, Asuma couldn't change his fate of encountering Kaku. Got it. Luo nodded slightly, and in the next moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique with Kaguya and vanished from the spot. Fortunately, Luo had left Flying Thunder God marks on many people in Konoha. Otherwise, he might not have made it in time. At this moment, Asuma's team of 4 appeared to be in a desperate situation under Kakuzu's assault. Various ninjutsu were pouring down on them from Kakuzu as if they were free. Among them were several combination techniques. Boom! Just as Luo appeared in front of Shikamaru, a massive fireball came crashing toward his face. What the heck? Seeing the fireball so close, Luo was startled. Is the battle this intense? Water style, water barrier. However, Luo's speed in performing ninjutsu was not something an ordinary ninja could compare to. Even though the fireball was right in front of him, he still managed to perform a technique. Instantly, a huge water curtain appeared out of nowhere, blocking the fireball's attack. Kakuzu, who was attacking furiously, suddenly caught sight of Luo's figure out of the corner of his eye, and his body froze. It seemed he had seen someone he never wanted to see again. Stopping his actions, Kakuzu fixed his gaze on Luo's direction. As the water curtain slowly descended, Kakuzu's last shred of hope was shattered. "Kakuzu, long time no see." Looking at the stunned Kakuzu, Luo smiled and waved. However, to Kakuzu, Luo's smile resembled that of a demon. In an instant, his voice trembled. Why are you here?" Luo shrugged, walking slowly toward Kakuzu. "Is it strange? A ninja from the same village was attacked, and I came to rescue them. Isn't that normal?" Don't come any closer." Kakuzu screamed in a panic, and the little masked figure representing wind and thunder behind him suddenly unleashed a ninjutsu from its mouth. Earth Grudge Fear, final shot. This was the strongest attack Kakuzu could currently perform. He prayed constantly that his attack would be effective. However, contrary to his hopes, as a laser shot toward him, Luo seemed oblivious. His pace did not falter in the slightest. Just as the laser was about to strike Luo's body, a golden light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The laser emitted from Earth grudge fear. Final shot disintegrated before the light cone as if ice met the scorching sun. Kakuzu, your personality is still so impatient. But this time, aren't you planning to escape? Luo's calm words instantly awakened the fear in Kakuzu's heart. His last teammate, the one before the last, known as the immortal Haiden, ultimately met his end before this person. Kakuzu did not believe that his survival abilities were stronger than Haiden's. No way, I must escape. Kakuzu continuously screamed in his heart. Of course, he thought so and acted accordingly. A little masked figure detached itself from Kakuzu's body and quickly burrowed underground. Seeing Kakuzu's little trick, Luo couldn't help but shake his head. If it were someone else, perhaps today, Kakuzu would have truly escaped. However, sorry, old man Kakuzu, I know all about your tricks. Senjutsu, Earth Style, Ground Burial. Luo stomped his foot hard on the ground. Instantly, countless clods of earth surged violently toward Kakuzu's shadow clone. Puffed. Under this immense pressure, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear Techniques clay clone couldn't even struggle before its mass shattered. Feeling the clone's disappearance, Kakuzu's expression suddenly stiffened. How is this possible? How did I get discovered despite being so stealthy? However, regardless of how the other party discovered him, Kakuzu knew he had no way out now. To survive, he could only fight desperately. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, head pain. Lightning style, false darkness. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. With no way out, Kakuzu fell into madness. Different ninjutsu were frantically unleashed toward Luo. Watching the sky filled with ninjutsu, Luo simply shook his head slightly, just a dying struggle. His right hand slowly rose, pointing at Kakuzu. Senjutsu, dust style, original world separation technique. As the words fell, a golden light appeared between Luo's palms, continuously growing and becoming blinding. Whoosh! As the golden light shot out, the sky full of ninjutsu instantly vanished into thin air. However, Kakuzu was also a seasoned ninja. The moment Luo raised his hand, he felt an enormous danger. His body instinctively activated the body flicker technique and disappeared in an instant. Dust style? Looking at the place where Luo's attack swept through, seeing that void, Kakuzu's heart filled with even greater fear. What kind of monster is this person? Why can he even use Inoki's dust style? However, Luo had no intention of giving Kakuzu a chance to continue thinking. His right hand rose again. Senjutsu, wood style, birth of the world tree. Instantly, towering trees shot up from the ground, intertwining vines crazily enveloping Kakuzu. Watching the sky, full of wood style, Kakuzu's eyes twitched. However, despite his inner fear, Kakuzu did not give up struggling. Amidst the intertwined vines, his body continuously maneuvered, trying to escape the prison created by the birth of the world tree. But Luo had no intention of giving him the opportunity. He pointed his fingers again, and the vines enveloping Kakuzu suddenly transformed. Senjutsu, wood style, spiral shuriken. Buzz! The sky full of vines turned into countless spiral shurikens, descending upon Kakuzu. With no way to escape, Kakuzu let out one last unwilling roar. I hate wood style. Chapter 123, Drawing a Cake, or just drawing a cake. Crack! With the sound of masks shattering, Kakuzu's life came to its final moment. Cough! In his last moments, Kakuzu struggled to pull out a piece of paper money from his bosom. Gently rubbing the texture of the bill, a hint of a relieved smile appeared on his face. Indeed, in the end, the only trace that could prove my existence is you all. Looking at Kakuzu, who was gasping for breath but had a faint smile, Luo felt a twinge of conflict in his heart. He was contemplating whether to tell Kakuzu the terrifying truth. Junior, are you pitying me? Luo's conflicted expression made Kakuzu feel somewhat emotional. He never expected that after living so many years, he would be pitied by his enemy at the moment of his death. There's indeed a bit. Luo nodded, affirmatively responding. No need for that. Actually, being alive is quite meaningless. Now, I consider it a release. However, after living for so many years, I still had some happy moments. For example, Over the years, I have made a lot of money. As one nears death, their words become kind. At this moment, Kakuzu had completely lost his usual hostility. Actually, I wanted to tell you that the money you earned over the years is very likely to be spent. In the end, Luo still conveyed this cruel news to Kakuzu. Haha, Junior, that's absolutely impossible. Do you know how much money I've earned over the years? Kakuzu scoffed, completely disbelieving Luo's words. However, when he saw Luo's increasingly pitiful expression, even with his confidence, he couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. You can't be serious, right? Kakuzu's voice trembled at this moment. He could calmly accept his own death, but he absolutely could not accept that the money he had worked so hard to earn over the years was gone without him even knowing. Luo sighed slightly. According to the information I have, your organization recently purchased a large number of explosive tags. Almost 6 trillion in total. What? How many tags did you say? Kakuzu's eyes widened, and his voice became hoarse. 6 trillion tags. Uffed. Hearing Luo's words, Kakuzu could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The last bit of energy within him dissipated at that moment. Until his death, he never closed his eyes. Sigh. What a pity. Such a diligent employee, just like that, fell into the trap set by the boss's mistress. Luo shook his head helplessly. However, he forgot that the main reason Kakuzu couldn't close his eyes was that he had told him this news. In the land of Earth, Hoshigaki Kisame threw the body of Old Purple onto the Samahata. The Jinchuriki is indeed terrifying. If it weren't for the attribute restraint, I might not have been able to handle it. Take it easy. The other party is quite old. Don't accidentally kill them. Itachi glanced at Old Purple hanging on the Samahata and said helplessly, Itachi-san is joking. A Jinchuriki is not that easy to kill, Kisame replied with a wide grin. However, when he smiled, it looked even more ferocious. Just then, Itachi activated his Mangeki Sharingan. After a period of practice, he could fully master the new abilities he had obtained. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he liked to look into the future. In the world of ninjas, being cautious is never too much. However, just as he activated his Mangeki Sharingan, his expression suddenly changed. What's wrong, Itachi-san? Kisame immediately noticed the change in Itachi's expression. Kisame, wait a moment, someone might come. As your teammate, I will only remind you once. Do not engage with them. Itachi's expression became extremely serious. His relationship with Kisame was somewhat contradictory. They were mutually constraining each other while also sharing a sense of camaraderie. Is that person very powerful? Kisame asked again, grinning with a sinister smile. When he was 6 years old, I once wanted to kill him. As a result, it was clear that I failed. Itachi's thoughts involuntarily returned to the night of the UchihaMassacre. Hearing Itachi's words, Kisame's expression also became grave. Did Itachi-san use all his power? Yes. Amaterasu, Tsukuyami. I used them all, Itachi said with a hint of sadness. If it weren't for Luo asking Sasuke to bring him a message recently, he would have truly lost the courage to continue living. Since Itachi-san says this, I'm quite interested in having a bout with that person, Kisame said with an eager expression. In his eyes, this world was a mere illusion. He wanted to find the true reality. But where is the true reality? Perhaps only death is the most real. Kisame thought to himself. Itachi glanced at Kisame, but didn't say much. Over the years, he had somewhat understood Kisame's thoughts. They have arrived. After dealing with Kakuzu, Luo directly took Asuma and the others back to Konoha. To be honest, although Luo had no feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he held a good impression of Asuma. His understanding of the will of fire was genuine. At this time, Kurenai should not have conceived a child with Asuma yet. Luo also hoped they wouldn't leave any regrets. After bringing the 4 back to Konoha, Luo returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw Kisame had already captured Old Purple, which surprised him. Wow, the efficiency of the Akatsuki organization is too fast. Just a moment of inattention, and they caught another Jinchuriki. So, as soon as he got home and hadn't even had time to drink some water, Luo set off again. Bang! Hearing Itachi's warning, Kisame immediately swung the Samahata to defend. However, he completely forgot that Old Purple was still hanging on the Samahata. The pressure from Itachi's words was too great for him. Thus, Old Purple was inevitably flung away. Itachi, long time no see. You're still so alert. Seeing Itachi, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Luo sighed. Thinking back to the first time he met Itachi, it was when he sent Sasuke to school. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years had passed. Thank you for taking care of Sasuke all these years. Itachi slightly bowed to Luo and sincerely thanked him. It's nothing. Your eyes have indeed evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Looking at the patterns of the Mangeki Sharingan in Itachi's eyes, Luo's heart was actually not particularly stirred. Since that's the case, you should know the purpose of my visit here. Huh? Luo's words surprised Itachi. He never expected that Luo would know about his eternal Mangeki abilities. There's no need to be so surprised. There aren't many things I don't know in this ninja world. Just like how I know that in Kisame's heart resides an unforgettable person, Luo said, turning to look at Kisame, who was watching him warily with a half smile. What? Compared to Luo knowing about his eternal Mangeki abilities, Itachi was obviously more shocked by the latter part of Luo's statement. After being teammates with Kisame for so long, he knew that Kisame couldn't possibly be someone with tender feelings. In contrast to Itachi's expression, Kisame's was even more peculiar. There was indeed a chapter in his heart that he couldn't forget. At the same time, that chapter was the key to his character undergoing such a significant change. It was during a mission to escort intelligence before he defected from the Mist Village. At that time, his superior, the previous wielder of the great sword Samahata, Kisame Hashigaki, had given him a task to protect the intelligence and told him that if necessary, he could kill the intelligence personnel to prevent the information from leaking. To complete this task, he dared not interact much with the intelligence personnel because he was afraid that if such a situation arose, he would be unable to take action. However, there was still a girl who, despite his efforts to remain indifferent, still broke into his heart. That line, "Mr. Kisame, you must be very tired," almost broke him at that moment. He killed all the intelligence personnel, striving to complete the task. But in the end, he discovered that this leak of information was caused by Kisame Hashigaki himself. At that moment, his beliefs collapsed entirely. That line, "Mr. Kisame, you must be very tired." For so many years, it had lingered in his mind. However, after killing the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, the thing that made him feel his beliefs crumble once again appeared before him. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, K.Y. Yuzakura. All these years, he had been controlled by someone through illusion techniques. In despair, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Therefore, when the person claiming to be Uchiha Madara proposed the Moon Eye plan, he agreed without hesitation. Originally, Kisame thought that no one knew about this part of his past. Yet today, this person, whom he had only met once, had exposed it with a single remark. How could he not be shocked? Who exactly are you? A hint of panic appeared on Kisame's face. It was the first time in many years that he showed such an expression. That's not important. I'm here to tell you that the so-called Moon Eye plan is actually still a lie. To be honest, Luo had a bit of admiration for Kisame. His ninja way was simple. Complete the mission. In the end, he fulfilled his ninja way with his life. Luo respected him as a man. Therefore, he didn't mind telling him this cruel truth. Is it true? Everything in this world is false. A hint of self-mockery appeared at the corner of Kisame's mouth as he slowly sat down, leaning against the tree trunk, as if all his spirit had been drained in an instant. No, there's one thing that is real. Watching the dejected Kisame, Luo spoke softly. What? Luo's words once again ignited a glimmer of hope in Kisame's heart, as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation. The concern that girl had for you. With Luo's words, the hope that had just risen in Kisame's heart shattered again. What use is there in mentioning that now? Even if her concern for him was genuine. He had already killed her with his own hands. I can help you resurrect her. Seeing Kisame fall back into despair, Luo spoke lightly. This sentence was not only meant for Kisame, but also for Itachi. Sure enough, upon hearing Luo's words, Itachi's expression became excited. Although he had already had his suspicions when Sasuke relayed the message, hearing Luo say it in person still made it hard for him to suppress his inner excitement. In an instant, two pairs of expectant eyes fixed firmly on Luo, wanting to see from his expression whether he was lying to them. Luo did not disappoint them, nodding and confirming again. Yes, I am indeed planning to resurrect some people. What do you need me to do? Kisame spoke in a deep voice after hearing Luo's affirmative response. In this world, there is no love without a reason. If someone is good to him, they definitely have ulterior motives. He was very clear about this. Like Itachi, become my undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. Luo then explained his purpose. Okay, Kisame readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Seeing Kisame agree, Luo slowly walked towards the unconscious Ozi. As for whether he could find the corpse of that girl from the hidden mist, haha, that's a joke. The grave robber expert, Orochimaru, is still in Konoha. What? Orochimaru might not be able to find it. Huh. The more professional grave robber, Yakushi Kabuto, also in Konoha. That guy can even find the body of UchihaMassacre. The passerby from the hidden mist village is not that easy. Besides, when Senju Ibiki chased after those ninjas back then, Luo didn't believe that they didn't bring those corpses back to Konoha. Searching like this would be even simpler. Communicating with the Four Tails would be very easy. After all, Luo had always gotten along well with the tailed beasts. Moreover, regarding freedom, the Four Tails didn't have much resistance. Since he was already in the land of Earth, Luo decided to take care of the Five Tails matter at once. After handing the newly born Four Tails to Itachi and Kisame, he directly used Flying Thunder God to appear behind Han. Bang! Han, being an elite ninja, reacted immediately when someone appeared behind him. However, in Luo's eyes, his reaction was still too slow. Would release, hammer technique. Alright, just kidding. Luo simply used would release power to condense a hammer in his hand and directly struck Han on the head. As a result, Han didn't even struggle and fainted immediately. Until he fell, he didn't see who had ambushed him. Originally, when the Jinchuriki was in danger, the tailed beast would instinctively protect the Jinchuriki from harm. The same was true for the Five Tails. As soon as Han fell, it immediately controlled its chakra and dispersed it. However, upon seeing the person in front of it, the chakra that had just been released instantly shrank back. Can't see me, can't see me. The Five Tails not only retracted its chakra, but also curled its body into a ball, covering its eyes with its tail and repeatedly muttering. Seeing the Five Tails like this, Luo couldn't help but feel that this scene was somewhat familiar. The Nine Tails seemed to have done the same back then. Could it be that this action is a universal gesture for tailed beasts? Five Tails. Seeing the situation of the Five Tails, Luo immediately took out the persuasion tactics. Can't call it persuasion. It was a sincere attempt to help them. Thus, the Five Tails naturally agreed. The chakra of the tailed beast was still quite obvious. Just as Luo had finished the separation, Inoki had already arrived. When he saw Han lying on the ground, he couldn't help but be startled. He quickly checked Han's breath. Luckily, when he found out that Han had just fainted, he let out a long sigh of relief. What happened? After waking Han up, Inoki hurriedly asked. I don't know. Just now someone suddenly appeared behind me and knocked me out. Han rubbed his sore neck, looking as confused as possible. Is the tailed beast inside okay? Inoki's main concern was still the tailed beast issue. Although Luo's strength could crush tailed beasts, people would eventually die one day. At that time, the tailed beast would still be the most powerful military weapon of the land of Earth. It should be fine. I can still feel the power of the Five Tails, Han said while sinking his consciousness into the ceiling space of the tailed beast. However, the next moment, he exclaimed, Where's my tailed beast? Where's my huge tail beast? Just as Han was at a loss, a mini Five Tails kicked him hard. Han, what kind of look is that? Can't you see that I have such a big tail beast here? Hearing the voice, Han finally noticed the other party, and he couldn't help but lean down. He looked at the mini Five Tails and then at his palm. Wow, the current Five Tails is even smaller than my palm. What use is that in battle? In the end, Han helplessly conveyed this painful news to Inoki. Hearing this news, Inoki was momentarily at a loss for words. However, in the ninja world, there are no fools. In an instant, he figured out the key to the matter. With the ability to subdue the Jinchuriki with one blow, and after the Jinchuriki lost the ability to resist, the tailed beast still did not protect its host. Moreover, there is only one person in the entire ninja world who can separate the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki without harming their life. That person is Luo. In an instant, Inoki felt a slight headache. This matter was too tricky. The tricky part was not Luo's strength. After all, Senju Hashirama also had the power to dominate the ninja world back in the day, yet he still distributed the tailed beasts to various villages in the end. The tricky part was Luo's personality. Inoki did not believe the other party would be as easy to talk to as Senju Hashirama. Forget it, forget it. After a long silence, Inoki could only helplessly compromise. In that moment, he seemed to age a few years. By the way, Lord Suchikage, the Five Tails just told me. Not only it, but the One Tails, Four Tails, and Five Tails have all had most of their power stripped away. Seeing that Inoki's emotions seemed to stabilize, Han spoke again. Is that so? What exactly does he want? Inoki's brows furrowed slightly, constantly calculating in his mind. If it were just the stripped power of the Five Tails, this matter would still be relatively simple. However, three-tailed beasts have already been stripped, and Inoki did not believe the other party's goal was just these three-tailed beasts. Alright, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. However, just as Inoki was deep in thought, Han continued speaking. What else do you have to say? Can you just say it all at once? Inoki was thoroughly exasperated by Han's way of speaking, which was like squeezing toothpaste. Nothing, just the last thing. The Five Tails told me that the person who stripped its power, it doesn't recognize. Han weakly said. It was the first time he had seen Inoki so irritable. Are you sure? Inoki was instantly stunned. It was Luo's doing. That made things a bit more serious. The Five Tails also said. Han continued speaking. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Inoki now wanted to use dust release to directly disintegrate Han. Calm down, Lord Suchikage. The Five Tails also said that the other party possesses eyes like those of the Sage of Six Paths. Seeing Inoki completely enraged, Han hurriedly spoke up. Eyes like those of the Sage of Six Paths? Inoki exclaimed, and a wave of helplessness rose in his heart. How is this possible? What has happened to the ninja world? After a long time, he finally managed to pull himself together and gave the order. Relay this information to the daimyo of the other four great nations. This is no longer just a matter for the land of Earth. However, at the same time, there was a trace of relief in his heart. Since it wasn't Luo's doing, then he could enjoy being carried away for a while. Land of Water, are you really not going to tell me the whereabouts of the Six Tails Jinchuriki? The Deva Path's hand was tightly gripping Hikari's neck as he spoke coldly. After several days of searching, Nagato finally followed the Six Tails chakra and found the Tsuchigumo clan's village. Who are you? Being choked, Hikari found it hard to speak. I am a god, the god who creates a new order for the ninja world. The Deva Path coldly said, tell me the whereabouts of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. I don't know what you're talking about. The other party's attitude was clearly hostile, and although Hikari was filled with fear, she still refused to reveal any information about Yutaka. Stubborn. No one can resist the will of a god. The Deva Path coldly said and immediately activated ninjutsu, intending to extract Hikari's soul. Boom! Just at that critical moment, a bubble suddenly floated behind the Deva Path. It exploded instantly. Taking advantage of the explosion that sent the Deva Path flying, Yutaka arrived beside Hikari in an instant and rescued her. I'm late. Are you okay? Chapter 124. A fait ça, a fait fly. Master, you need to leave quickly. They are here to capture you. However, after being saved by Yutaka, Hikari didn't take a moment to breathe easy. She immediately pushed him, wanting him to leave quickly. Silly girl. It's fine. I'm very strong. Otherwise, how could I become your master? Yutaka patted Hikari's little head and smiled. Six Tails Jinchuriki, you really made me search hard for you. Such a warm atmosphere, of course, was not without someone to interrupt it. The Deva Path, who had just been knocked back, slowly stood up, staring at the two with cold eyes. Yutaka turned his head to look at the Deva Path. I don't know your purpose in finding me, but you absolutely shouldn't harm Hikari. Although he spoke such harsh words, Yutaka did not attack immediately. Instead, he blew out a huge bubble that wrapped around Hikari. Master, in the bubble. Hikari looked at Yutaka anxiously, unwilling to leave him for even a moment, especially in such a situation. Yutaka smiled slightly at Hikari. Don't worry. I'll come find you soon. Watching the bubble carry Hikari away, Yutaka then turned his attention back to the Deva Path. With crimson-tailed beast chakra emerging from his body, The Devapath gave a faint glance at the drifting Hikari, showing no concern. As long as Yutaka didn't run away, those ants were not worth his attention at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yutaka entered his semi-tailed beast transformation state, 5 figures flicker before him. Allies? Seeing several people dressed in the same attire, Yutaka narrowed his eyes slightly. Today, I'll take care of all of you. The arrival of the Heavenly Path naturally stood at the forefront of the 6. The aura was directly filled to the brim. Is this the power of the tailed beasts? No wonder it can help me create a new order for the ninja world. The expression on the Heavenly Path's face showed no change at all. Looking at Yutaka's eyes was like gazing at prey caught in his hands. Seeking death, Yutaka roared, and the tail behind him suddenly swung out, attacking the 6. The speed was so fast that it created afterimages in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 paths of pain were also swift, almost dodging the moment Yutaka attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Yutaka's tail missed, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. The Azura path, jumping into the air first, suddenly pulled off its mechanical arm, revealing a tracking missile hidden in its arm. Then, as the Hell path just landed, it slammed a palm on the ground. Instantly, a purple Yinluo rapidly rose from the ground, giving an extreme sense of oppression. On the other side, the animal path landed on a large tree and quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning technique. Immediately, with a puff of white smoke, a giant chameleon appeared before everyone. The Heavenly Path floated calmly in the air, lightly waving his right hand. Go. Whoosh. The moment his voice fell, the Devapath took the lead in launching the first wave of attacks, his figure rushing forward, charging towards the semi-tailed beast transformed Yutaka. Seeing the other party charge, Yutaka's counterattack was equally swift, his tail swinging out with a whoosh. However, although Yutaka's attack was fast, the Devapath dodged even faster. His body shifted and moved with incredible agility. For a moment, Yutaka's tail couldn't catch up to the other party's speed. Just then, a black chakra rod suddenly appeared in the Devapath's hand. After dodging once more, he thrust it into Yutaka's tail. In an instant, Yutaka felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. No, I must quickly break free from the restraint of that black chakra rod. Yutaka gritted his teeth through the discomfort and spat out a mouthful of acidic liquid. The acidic liquid sliced through the air and headed straight towards the human realm. At that moment, the hungry ghost realm, which had been inactive, suddenly rushed in front of the human realm. Stretching out both hands, it blocked the 2 individuals. Yugao's nearly certain ninjutsu attack was instantly absorbed by the hungry ghost realm's hand upon contact, causing no damage whatsoever. Yugao felt a jolt in his heart and was about to launch another attack. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed something binding his body. Turning his head, he saw that the chameleon, which had just disappeared, had quietly wrapped its tongue around his body at some point. It seemed he still couldn't utilize the power of the tailed beast very well. This is truly disappointing, seeing how easily he captured the opponent. Heavenly Dao felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. Had he overestimated the power of the tailed beast? However, at that moment, Yugao, who was originally enveloped in crimson-tailed beast chakra, suddenly turned purple-black. He broke free from the chameleon's tongue. In the next moment, the purple-black Yugao charged towards the human realm at an imperceptible speed. At that instant, his hands transformed into the sharpest weapons. Stab! With 2 consecutive sounds of blades piercing flesh, the hungry ghost realm and the human realm fell to the ground before they even reacted. Seeing Yugao launch such a fierce counterattack, there was not a trace of disappointment on Heavenly Dao's face. Instead, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Haha, it really isn't that simple. Upon seeing the hungry ghost realm and human realm attacked, the beast realm quickly manipulated the chameleon, rapidly shooting out its tongue to stab fiercely at Yugao. However, the chameleon's most troublesome ability was undoubtedly its invisibility. The now visible chameleon was completely disregarded by Yugao. His body quickly transformed into a streamlined figure, wrapping around the chameleon's tongue. In the next moment, acidic liquid erupted around Yugao. The acid fell on the chameleon's tongue, burning it and producing billowing white smoke. The chameleon could not withstand Yugao's attack, and with a bang, returned to the spirit world. Just as Yu Gao was attacking the chameleon, the Hell Realm and Beast Realm flashed to the side of the fallen human realm and hungry ghost realm, directly taking their bodies and tossing them into the mouth of Yama. Yu Gao coldly watched Heavenly Dao, who had not made a move from afar, raising his head high as a massive tailed beast ball quickly formed. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yu Gao hurled the tailed beast ball towards Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao coldly watched the tailed beast ball coming towards him, slowly raising his right hand. Shinra Tensei! Boom! The rapidly advancing tailed beast ball instantly stopped in place. Yu Gao was shocked, having never encountered such a situation before. However, that was not the end. An even more astonishing event appeared before him. The tailed beast ball suddenly reversed direction, returning along the same path at an even faster speed. How is that possible? Yu Gao exclaimed, quickly condensing another tailed beast ball and firing it at the returning tailed beast ball. Mortal beings can never understand the power of life. Heavenly Dao looked at the astonished Yu Gao with a hint of disdain in his voice. Boom! The two-tailed beast balls collided, resulting in an explosion. The massive shock wave sent Yu Gao flying. After all, he was not the Nine Tails, and his speed in condensing the tailed beast ball was not as rapid. By the time he finished condensing, the rebounding tailed beast ball was already very close to him. Heavenly Dao, taking advantage of the situation, suddenly soared into the sky and shot out 6 black chakra rods from his sleeve, directly aiming for Yu Gao's half-tailed beast form's 6 tails. Yu Gao had just been blasted away by the explosion of the tailed beast ball, and before he could regain his balance, he had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the 6 black chakra rods pierced into his half-tailed beast form's tails. Gurgle! In an instant, the tailed beast cloak on Yu Gao's body shed away. Whoosh! Just as the tailed beast cloak had just fallen off, Yu Gao was at his most vulnerable. The Azura realm wasted no time and struck at that moment. 6 tracking missiles came crashing towards him. Damn it! I can't die. Ink is still waiting for me. Yu Gao roared in his heart. Inside him, the 6 tails also sensed the opponent's unwillingness. Release the restraints. I want to use all my power. 6 tails? Yu Gao had not expected that at this moment, the 6 tails would actively help him. Hurry up. There's no time left. Feeling the approaching tracking missiles, 6 tails' voice grew increasingly anxious. Got it. Yu Gao could sense that 6 tails genuinely wanted to help him. He no longer hesitated and directly released the restraints on 6 tails. Boom! In an instant, Yu Gao entered a fully tailed beast transformation mode. The tracking missile struck the fully transformed Yu Gao without any effect whatsoever. Is this all your power, 6 tails? Feeling the powerful energy flowing within him, Yu Gao was somewhat incredulous. Who do you look down on? You think you can unleash all my power? 6 tails scoffed, disdainful. A mere human. How could you understand the might of a tailed beast? Except for that one person. Gazing at the fully transformed Yu Gao, Heavenly Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. Is there more to come? I'm getting more excited. However, just as both sides were on the brink of confrontation again, a thick fog suddenly appeared in the air, blocking the view of both parties. Who dares to cause trouble at this time? Seeking death? Heavenly Dao immediately recognized this as the Mist Village's signature technique. Let me handle this. At that moment, the hungry ghost realm, resurrected by Yama, suddenly appeared in front of Heavenly Dao. His hands raised once more, the surrounding fog was rapidly absorbed by his hands. Using such childish ninjutsu, looking at the quickly thinning fog, the hungry ghost realm revealed a hint of disdain. Are you looking down on me? Huh, looking down on you? Perhaps. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from a mist. It was near yet far, real yet illusory, making it difficult to pinpoint its source. Seeking death. The hungry ghost realm had not expected to be underestimated. Instantly, endless rage flashed in his eyes. However, just as his anger ignited, he suddenly discovered that his body was being corroded by a strange force. Absorbing chakra? Is that impressive? Looking at his rapidly corroding body, Luo laughed disdainfully. Do you think this is just an ordinary mist technique? Wrong. This is the mist technique infused with the wet bone forest sage art. By the time he finished speaking, the hungry ghost realm's body had been almost entirely corroded, leaving only a sticky puddle behind. Who exactly are you? Such a bizarre situation made Heavenly Tao feel a sense of caution. Just passing by, just as he was comparing who could act more pretentiously with the hungry ghost realm. Luo had already communicated with Six Tails. At this moment, what remained in place was merely a clone of Yu Gao, transformed by Six Tails chakra. The real Yu Gao had already been sent by Luo to where Ying was. Passing by, I see you are deliberately looking for trouble. Heavenly Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand quickly raised, Shinra Tensei. Boom! Instantly, the surrounding fog was blown away. Heh, if you can find me, I certainly won't hide. The question is, can you? Luo left a sentence behind and directly activated the Flying Thunder God to head to the location of the Two Tails. At this moment, it was not yet time to meet with Pain. He still needed the other party's help to seal the tailed beast. As Luo left, the mist that had been dispelled by Shinra Tensei also completely dissipated. Come out, don't hide. Pain spoke coldly. Luo's appearance gave him a bit of pressure. He never expected that someone could come and go freely right under his sage eye. However, despite Pain's continuous roars of anger, the forest remained silent. Pain's eyes shifted, as if he had thought of an idea, and he suddenly sneered. Huh, I found you. Be careful, I'm going to attack. Fortunately, Luo did not see Pain's one-man show. Otherwise, he would definitely mock him. You can find me in the land of lightning from the land of water. You really are something. Nagato, are you in trouble? Why does your face look so bad? Conan, who was hiding in the shadows protecting Nagato, suddenly noticed that his expression had become very grim. Thinking that he had encountered trouble while capturing the Six Tails Jinchuriki, she hurriedly asked. It's nothing. Through Pain's perspective, Nagato found that he had not taken away the Six Tails Jinchuriki. It seemed he was just passing by, so he didn't say much. However, with the shadow left by Luo, Nagato's desire to capture the tailed beasts intensified a bit. Later, perhaps out of anger, Nagato decided not to hide his strength and ordered Pain to attack with full force. Or perhaps it was because the newly extracted Six Tails had not developed any new intelligence at all. There was no intense resistance, and the new Six Tails was captured successfully. In the space of the projector, how's the capture of the tailed beast going? In the eyes of ordinary people, the more tails a beast has, the stronger it is. Having captured the Six Tails, Nagato felt that he could at least save some face. So, he eagerly gathered everyone together. 4 tails, capture complete. 5 tails, capture complete. Just as the words fell, Itachi and Sasuke successively reported that their tasks had been completed. Very good. As expected of the Uchiha clan, Nagato was very satisfied with the efficiency of the two teams. However, suddenly he felt that something was missing. Where's my financial manager? Where's Kakuzu? How could he let me down at such a critical moment? Nagato's brows slightly furrowed. Because the Rinnegan he possessed was not his own, he could only seal the tailed beasts in order. Of course, he didn't know this and thought that the sealing of the tailed beast should be like this. Who knows? He might have died. Among the Akatsuki organization, there wasn't much friendship between different teams. The death of others had no effect on anyone's feelings. Who could go capture the Two Tails now? Nagato scanned everyone's faces and then called out, Kisame, Deidara, my puppets are severely damaged. Hearing his name, Sasori immediately refused. He had no mood to carry out tasks. All his thoughts were on reviving his parents. If big brother Sasori won't go, I can't handle alone. Deidara shrugged besides. According to the data on the Two Tails Jinchuriki, I'll be at a disadvantage in a fight. Hearing the refusals from the two, Nagato turned his gaze to Itachi. Itachi, Kisame. What do you say? However, just as he finished speaking, Sasuke quickly interjected. I'll go. Sasuke knew that Luo had ulterior motives. Moreover, he didn't know if the others would affect Luo's plan. So, he volunteered. Seeing Sasuke actively step forward, Nagato felt greatly relieved. This is a good employee of the Akatsuki. Okay. Nagato nodded slightly, his gaze towards Sasuke filled with appreciation. However, when he looked back at the others, his mood immediately soured. One by one, they were acting carefree and irreverent, which greatly displeased Nagato. Deidara, the Three Tails is assigned to you. I received news that the resurrection of the Three Tails is imminent. No, Big Brother Sasori's puppets are not yet repaired. I don't want to carry out the mission alone. As soon as Nagato's words fell, Deidara immediately waved his hands in refusal. Deidara's second refusal made Nagato's expression even worse. Were all of them trying to rebel? Was he, the leader of this organization, already so lacking in authority? It's you. No refusal allowed. As for your teammates, I will arrange them for you. Nagato said coldly, his aura suddenly erupting at that moment. Oh, seeing that the boss was really angry, Deidara could only back down. After leaving the projector space, Conan could still see the anger on Nagato's emaciated face and softly said, "Do you want that person to take action?" "Yes. The plan has already begun." "It's time for him to contribute." Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp coldness bursting forth from them. "At the mountain graveyard, Obito, I'm preparing to let you participate in the capture of the tailed beasts." Black Zetsu stood behind Obito and quietly spoke. "Oh, is that so?" Obito still wore a look of obsession, gently stroking the stone carvings on the wall, as if he had not been moved in the slightest by Black Zetsu's words. "Do you want to go?" Obito had been like this for an unknown number of years, and Black Zetsu had long since gotten used to it. Of course. Obito slowly turned around, but at this moment, the expression on his face underwent a dramatic change. It became irreverent and, "Of course I want to go." Seeing Obito's expression, Black Zetsu was slightly taken aback. Having existed for 1,000 years, it was the first time he had seen such a split personality. No one knew that this might be Obito's original personality. The capture of the tailed beasts had already begun, which meant that the Moon Eye plan could soon be implemented. This was the last segment of time he had left in this real, yet cruel world. He wanted to completely release his true nature during this time. He had suppressed himself for far too long for this plan. When Sasuke and Karen emerged from the projector space, they were astonished to find that beside the Five Tails, a Two Tails was lying there, having arrived without anyone noticing. Undoubtedly, it was Luo who had delivered it in such a short time. Thinking about the gap in strength between them, Sasuke couldn't help but let out a sigh. The gap in strength was getting larger and larger. Forget it. Don't think about it. Anyway, I've been beaten by Luo since I was little. I should have been used to it by now. However, he certainly didn't foolishly inform Nagato that the capture of the Two Tails had been completed. Doing so would be obviously problematic. On the other side, outside the cave where Sasori and Deidara were resting, a sudden spatial fluctuation appeared. Obito also slowly walked out with this fluctuation. Who? Although it didn't cause much of a commotion, it was still detected by the puppet traps set by Sasori outside. Swish, 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 as Sasori's fingers trembled slightly. Countless mini puppets holding shurikens surrounded Obito. "Oh dear, Senior, we're one of us. Please don't attack." Surrounded by the mini puppets, Obito immediately raised his hands above his head and shouted for mercy. At this moment, Sasori and Deidara finally walked out of the cave. As they looked at Obito, both of them couldn't help but frown. "Oh my, you must be Senior Scorpion and Senior Deidara, right? My name is Akatsuki." Akatsuki as in A, and Katsuki as in flying. Completely different from the two of them, Obito seemed to be seeing his legendary idols, his expression exaggerated to the extreme. Seeing Akatsuki's actions, Scorpion's frown deepened. As a puppeteer, he hated such exuberant people most. With a cold snort, he turned around and re-entered the cave. "You're my temporary partner? I'm honored to be your temporary partner, Senior." Hearing Deidara's question, Akatsuki suddenly straightened up and bowed at a 90-degree angle. All right. Do you know about this mission?" Deidara waved his hand impatiently. "Of course I do, Senior." Obito's eyes sparkled. "I heard that you have successfully captured the one-tail beast. That's really amazing. This time, capturing the three tails will depend entirely on you, Senior." Chapter 125, Getting a Bargain and Acting Innocent. All right, let's set off. Deidara shot Obito a glance filled with disdain. Received. However, Obito seemed to ignore Deidara's disdain, giving a precise salute and striding forward. But just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something. "Wait, Senior. Where's the three tails?" Deidara stumbled, almost throwing out his back. "You asked me, who do I ask?" Deidara had a black line on his forehead, genuinely doubting whether he could complete the mission with such a temporary teammate. "You could ask the leader." Obito leaned his face close to Deidara, sincerely suggesting his opinion. "Of course I know that." Deidara glared at Obito, feeling an impulse to beat him up. But wasn't the Senior just saying he didn't know who to ask? Obito's expression was was as sincere as could be. However, to Deidara, this all felt like a blatant provocation, causing him to seethe with anger. He no longer wanted to talk to him. So, he directly sank his consciousness into the space of the illusion and asked Pain about the current location of the three tails. It's gone. After receiving an accurate answer, Deidara formed a large clay bird and jumped onto it. Wow, a flying bird. You're amazing, Senior. Obito's eyes sparkled, jumping onto the clay bird as well. But, Senior, why are the colors of your two arms different? Deidara suppressed the urge to kick Obito off and coldly scolded. Shut up. Oomph. If you want me to shut up, I will. Obito turned his head coolly, pretending to be angry. However, less than a minute of silence passed before he turned his head back again. Senior, I still want to know why the colors of your two arms are different. Deidara felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to respond to that? Should he tell him that his arm was torn off during a battle with a one-tailed Jinchuriki, and then someone used ninjutsu to regrow another arm? Regenerating a severed limb was beyond what normal people could understand. If he said that, would anyone believe him? Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Deidara could only threaten coldly. If you want me to shut up, I will. But wouldn't that make me lose face? Obito proudly lifted his head. But upon seeing Deidara's serious expression, he quickly changed his tune. Face? What's that worth? With the clay bird as their mode of transportation, their speed was quite fast. In just 3 days, they arrived at the lake where the Three Tails was resurrecting. Senior, it seems like someone is trying to mess with the Three Tails. After holding back for 3 days without speaking, Obito finally found a reason to speak up. I see. Akatsuki, I'll leave them to you. Deidara's mouth curled into a slight arc. Obito pointed to his own nose, looking incredulously at Deidara. Senior, you must be joking, right? With so many people, how could I possibly defeat them? Then why don't you go capture the Three Tails? Deidara shot Obito a sidelong glance, his face filled with mockery. No way, no way. The Three Tails, that's the Three Tails. I can't defeat it. Obito shook his head vigorously. That won't work, and this won't work either. Tell me, what can you do? Deidara was completely speechless towards his temporary teammate. Obito fell into deep thought. After a long while, it seemed he finally thought of something. I can cheer for you, Senior. As he spoke, Obito waved his arms, looking as ridiculous as possible. Get lost. The farther, the better. Deidara had completely lost any hope for his temporary teammate. All right, Senior. I'll cheer for you from very far away. After saying that, Obito dashed off into the distance. Damn it. Seeing Obito run far away, Deidara felt an impulse to spit blood. Forget it, forget it. Let's quickly complete this mission and never team up with this guy again. Controlling the clay bird, Deidara flew high into the sky, looking at the crowd below, his mouth curling into a slight arc. Feel the baptism of art. Boom, boom, boom. As he waved his hands, clay spiders fell from the sky. The explosions from the indiscriminate attacks directly engulfed all the people below. Wow, Senior, you're amazing. At this moment, Obito, who had run far away, somehow returned again. Get lost. Deidara now didn't want to say a single word to Obito. All right, Senior. After saying that, Obito once again dashed off into the distance. Such a large commotion soon disturbed the Three Tails that was sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Its single eye coldly glanced at the sky. So it really is, as that person said, someone comes to trouble me so quickly. Then, it closed its eyes again. Why bother with so much? Most of my power has already been stripped away. Right now, I'm just a weakling. Isn't it nicer to sleep or chat with other tailed beasts in the consciousness space? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed across the lake again. Roar. At that moment, a giant turtle poked its head out of the lake. It was the newly reborn Three Tails that had been stripped away by Obito. Finally out, Deidara looked at the dazed Three Tails on the lake's surface, revealing a hint of doubt. Why does this Three Tails feel just like the one tail back then? Could it be that person has come early? Forget it, don't think about it. First, complete the mission. Deidara's clay bombs kept falling. However, all the attacks had no effect against the newly reborn Three Tails' powerful defenses. Roar. The newly reborn Three Tails let out an angry roar, its head raised high, quickly forming a tailed beast bomb. Wow, Senior, run. It's the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, Obito had somehow sneaked back over. Get lost. However, What greeted him was still Daidara's cold get lost. What the heck? Senior, you're really so rude. Obito said angrily, but despite saying that, the Sharingan under his mask suddenly transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. In almost an instant, he had used Jinjutsu to control the newly reborn Three Tails. Daidara was well aware of the terrifying power of the tailed beast ball and was preparing to evade with his clay bird. However, the newly formed Three Tails had yet to launch the tailed beast ball. Was it indeed that person's doing? Daidara murmured as he observed the Three Tails not continuing its attack. Fortunately, Obito was unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, he would likely be too angry to sleep. After all the effort he put into using Jinjutsu to control the Three Tails, it would be a shame if it ended up being credited to someone else. Senior, what a great opportunity. The Three Tails is not moving. Hurry over and catch it. At this moment, Obito, who had already taken control of the Three Tails, dispersed the tailed beast ball and shouted again. Get lost. The aloof Daidara was back online. Get lost then. With Obito's help, Daidara's process of capturing the Three Tails went smoothly without a hitch. He easily subdued it, pushing it away with two large birds. Just as Obito had run a distance away, he slipped back. Wow, Senior, you really are impressive. Daidara shot a cold glance at the Obito, and the pent-up anger within him erupted at that moment. Did no one tell you that you really talk too much? What's wrong, Senior? Isn't that good? Obito looked at Daidara innocently. Of course it's not good. Daidara helplessly rubbed his forehead. They were merely temporary teammates, and once this mission was over, they would part ways. They were just passing acquaintances and shouldn't be talking so much. However, seeing Obito's cheerful attitude, Daidara couldn't help but say, if you keep this up, your teammates will dislike you. Luckily, your partner this time is me. If it were Brother Scorpion, he would have probably acted against you long ago. Huh? Brother Scorpion, is that scary? Obito took 2 steps back, covering his chest with both hands, looking terrified. Sigh. I really don't know who your future teammates will be. I hope they can accept you. In the Akatsuki organization, there were no kind-hearted people, and Daidara genuinely worried for Obito's future. Teammates, will they accept me? Upon hearing these words, Obito fell silent. He jumped onto the belly of the Three Tails and lay quietly. Teammates. He used to have them. That girl was probably the first person who didn't mind him being a slacker. Feeling the warmth of the Three Tails beneath him, it was as if that girl appeared in front of him again. Lin, soon, I will create a world with you in it. Daidara glanced at the suddenly silent Obito and felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. It seemed he had taken his words to heart. That's good. Now the 2 Tails, 3 Tails, 4 Tails, 5 Tails, and 6 Tails had all been captured. The Akatsuki organization began the long sealing process, which lasted nearly a month. 1 every 3 days. So 5 should be 15 days, right? Nonsense. Even a donkey in a production team gets time to rest. Let alone people. Next up were the captures of the 7 Tails, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails. Looking at a group of slightly fatigued members, Nagato spoke calmly. I see everyone is a bit tired. How about this? This time, I will take care of capturing the 8 Tails. As for the 7 Tails, all of you can go. It should be easy. Huh? Upon hearing the leader's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. Just a mere 7 Tails, and the village it belonged to was Takigakure. Wasn't a bit too much to send so many people over? Takigakure. Originally, the village chief didn't agree to let you come. Fu patted her chest and boasted, but after my dismissive persuasion, he finally consented. How about that? Am I impressive? Lo looked at Fu with a half-smile. Is that really the case? Of course. How could I lie? Fu felt a little guilty. Originally, the village chief absolutely refused to let outsiders enter his village. However, recently, for some unknown reason, he suddenly changed his tune. Takigakure's village chief. Nonsense. Do you think I dare to disagree? The other party directly skinned the feudal lord of the land of wind in public. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such a ruthless person? All right, take me to meet your village chief. Lo smiled and didn't expose her. The village chief is very nice. Seeing that Lo didn't seem suspicious, Fu breathed a sigh of relief and led the way. Lord Lo, the village chief of Takigakure, has been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the 3 arrive, he hurriedly greeted them. This time, I came to Takigakure to discuss some matters regarding the Seven Tails. On the other hand, I also want to ask the village chief for a bottle of hero's water. Lo got straight to the point, not hiding his purpose for coming. Oslo Slavly Nahatad. The village chief's expression changed dramatically. Is this how a big shot talks? Directly discussing matters with a tailed beast. However, why would such a big shot want hero's water? It should be known that while hero's water can enhance a ninja's combat power, the cost of using it is life. Lord Lo, since you want hero's water, I certainly have no objections. However, I must remind you of one thing. While hero's water can enhance combat power, the cost is equally terrifying. Anyone who uses hero's water ultimately meets a fate of exploding to death. If it's not a matter of life and death, you must not use it yourself. Lo nodded slightly. I know all this. I'm just curious. That's good. The village chief of Takigakure turned and left, and shortly after, he brought back a bottle. Lo gently opened the bottle cap, and immediately, a strong natural power emanated from it. Huh, such a violent natural power. No wonder those who use hero's water end up exploding. However, it seemed he wasn't afraid of these side effects. So, under the shocked gazes of the village chief and Fu, Lo directly drank the hero's water in one gulp. Lord Lo, you. Sigh, what a fool. The village chief felt the whole world dimmed. If something were to happen to him, Takigakure would probably not be able to hold on. Lo licked his lips and smiled. Hero's water seems a bit sweet. Lord Lo, are you all right? The village chief of Takigakure looked at Lo, who seemed completely unaffected, in disbelief, and exclaimed, I'm fine. I must say, this hero's water is quite delicious. Feeling the progress of merging the sage art system had increased again, Lo nodded in satisfaction. Village chief, is there any more of this hero's water? Even with Lo's thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. My lord, you wouldn't want to drink more, would you? The village chief of Takigakure was completely numb. If it's a hassle, then forget it. Although Lo said this, the longing in his eyes completely revealed his true thoughts. This isn't a hassle. Takigakure has avoided the world, and nothing major has happened in recent years. So there hasn't been much hero's water produced. However, Lord Lo, I'm worried whether your body can handle it. The village chief of Takigakure scrutinized Lo with suspicion. I know my body well. Even if I drink 10 or 8 more bottles, it should be fine. Lo patted his chest and assured. Upon hearing Lo's words, the village chief of Takigakure staggered and almost fell over. 10 or 8 bottles. You really dare to say that? This is hero's water, not boiled water. Over the years, Takigakure has only saved up 3 bottles. There are only 2 bottles left. Lord Luo, if you need them, I could go get all of them right now. The village chief of Takigakure looked at Luo with a resentful expression, then turned around and went to fetch water again. Luo, is your body really okay? Fu's eyes were filled with worry. She truly regarded Luo as a friend. The hero's water isn't as terrifying as you might think. To put it simply, the so-called hero's water is just water that has condensed to a certain degree of natural energy. Luo explained with a smile. If someone who hasn't practiced any celestial techniques uses the hero's water, they naturally won't be able to withstand that power. Is that so? Fu nodded hesitantly. Since Luo said so, it should be fine, right? Soon, the village chief of Takigakure returned. Luo took the 2 bottles of hero's water that the chief handed over, opened the caps, and drank them in one go. Still a little short. After feeling the progress of the fusion of celestial techniques, Luo felt a bit regretful. Since I have accepted the help of Takigakure, I shouldn't take it for free. How about this? I'll take care of the hidden danger of the Nine Tails as well. Luo, having gained an advantage, started to act all nice. The trouble with the Nine Tails? The village chief of Takigakure looked a bit confused. Well, I imagine that the Nine Tails has caused a lot of trouble for Takigakure over the years. Luo waved his hand, and 99 of the power sealed within Fu was stripped away. All right, I've now stripped most of the power of the Nine Tails away. With this, Takigakure will be safe in the future. Luo looked at the newly born Nine Tails and nodded in satisfaction. The village chief of Takigakure chuckled. You seem to be quite nice. Back then, the village spent a lot of money to buy the Nine Tails back from Hashirama Senju, and now you just take it away as you please. Can you act like a person? Cough, cough. Chief, you don't need to thank me too much. Luo fully demonstrated the so-called robber logic, By the way, Fu, this way. It will be easier for you to make friends. Fu. Do you all think that what I'm doing is to trick you? Haha, you're mistaken. Seeing the ugly expressions on the village chief and Fu's faces, Luo continued to explain. Just now, he sensed the 6 paths flying thunder god Mark rapidly approaching Takigakure. It was indeed the members of the Akatsuki organization. It seems that Nagato's actions are quite swift. They've already sealed several tailed beasts so quickly. However, since these 6 have come to Takigakure, I suppose the 8 tails is being handled personally by Nagato. It's time to find a moment to visit Killer Bee. Is this Takigakure? It really is hidden. If it weren't for that guy Kakuzu leaving behind a map, I wouldn't have been able to find it all. Looking at the rushing waterfall in front of him, Deidara sighed. Deidara, where's your temporary partner? At this moment, Sasori was no longer hidden in the crimson sand but showed his true face. I don't know. After the mission ended, he just disappeared. To be honest, I always feel that guy doesn't fit in with the Akatsuki. He's too much of a chatterbox, Deidara complained. The two of them waited for the others while chatting idly. Soon, the other 2 teams arrived as well. Boom! Seeing everyone gathered, Deidara was the first to act. With a flick of his hand, he threw a clay bomb. Instantly, the rushing waterfall experienced a momentary disruption. The group also saw the passage hidden behind the waterfall. Inside Takigakure, the village chief of Takigakure wanted to ask Luo for the reason when suddenly he heard an explosive rumble. The words he was about to say got swallowed back. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. See, I told you, everything I'm doing is for your own good. Luo shrugged and smiled. This is impossible. Outsiders absolutely cannot know the entrance to Takigakure. The village chief of Takigakure exclaimed in disbelief. Chief, have you forgotten? Many years ago, a rogue ninja came out of Takigakure. It is said that he joined an organization. Luo hinted without making things too clear. I also heard that the Akatsuki organization is currently capturing tailed beasts on a large scale. Tell me, what would happen if I didn't strip the 9 tails from Fu's body? By the way, I forgot to mention one more thing. All the members of that organization are at least at the level of Kage. Luo's calm words hit the village chief of Takigakure like a heavy hammer. All are at the level of Kage. If this group of people wanted to seize the 9 tails, how could the village defend itself? Then, Lord Luo, are you taking the 9 tails away now? The village chief of Takigakure no longer thought about anything else. He just wanted to quickly get rid of the troublesome 9 tails. Luo nodded slightly. I'll take care of that group of people. Thank you, Lord Luo. The village chief of Takigakure bowed slightly. I'll go too. Seeing Luo prepare to fight the enemy, Fu immediately expressed her desire to go as well. It's fine. I can handle it. You no longer have the power of the 9 tails. You're not their match. Luo smiled and declined Fu's kindness. All right. The main reason is that if Fu follows, how can I hand the 9 tails over to them? Whoosh! With the 9 tails, Luo and Kagaya instantly disappeared from spot. Boom! Just as the 6 members of the Akatsuki organization were about to enter Takigakure, a massive object suddenly fell from the sky. After getting a clear look at the giant object, the faces of the 6 were filled with question marks. What is going on? The 9 tails has fallen from the sky. Chapter 126. Meeting 1,000 years ago, everyone's expressions were all seen by Itachi. No need to mention Kisame. He was right there when Luo was persuading the others. He also knew what was going on with Sasuke and Karen. However, looking at Deidara and Sasori, they seemed to be equally unfazed. Could it be? A very frightening thought suddenly appeared in Itachi's mind. He secretly gave Kisame a glance and said lightly, "The 9 tails has fallen from the sky." It seems you all aren't that surprised. Everyone in the Akatsuki is clever, after all. As soon as Itachi's words were spoken, everyone almost understood what he was trying to express. Indeed, Itachi, you don't seem to be surprised either. Sasori's eyes narrowed slightly, his entire body exuding a strong aura of danger. Whoosh! In almost an instant, everyone distanced themselves from each other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It seems that unless we clarify the situation, it will be difficult for us to act together. Deidara dug into his ninja tool pouch and casually pulled out some clay. Just right, Itachi, since you defeated me back then, I've been feeling a bit resentful. How about we have a rematch today? Itachi shot Deidara a faint glance, and suddenly a layer of red Susanoo flames enveloped him. This time, The appearance of the Nine Tails is strange, and it is entrusted to me. I don't want to raise the leader's suspicions. So sorry. Hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke also reacted, and a layer of purple Susanoo flames enveloped him as well. Kisame drew the sword Samehada from his back, and in an instant, the three of them began to surround Deidara and Sasori. Entrusted? Seeing the actions of the three, Sasori's eyes narrowed slightly. I wonder who entrusted you? I was also entrusted, and so was Deidara. Seeing Sasori's reaction, Itachi's heart sank slightly. So it is true? This is getting a bit scary. There are currently 9 members in the Akatsuki organization. Among them, 6 are actually undercover agents. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, all 6 should have been invited by Luo. In the entire ninja world, only he has such great power. At this moment, Itachi even felt a hint of sadness for pain. Konoha. Since he had already guessed, Itachi decided not to hide it and immediately spoke Ra's name. Are you also like this? The corner of Scorpion's mouth curled up slightly, and his tense body relaxed at that moment. This is really interesting. Nagato is currently on the way to capture the 8 Tails and, of course, is unaware of what is happening here. Otherwise, he would definitely be questioning his life. Come on, brother, let's drink. When RA and Killer Bee met, the first thing they did was drink. I have to say, in terms of cultural personality, the people of the Land of Lightning are quite bold. Drink. RA also raised a bowl of wine and downed it in one go. He was indeed in a good mood. The faster Nagato captures the tailed beasts, the faster Kagaya's unsealing will proceed. Compared to your relationship with the 8 Tails, is it the best one I've seen between any Jinchuriki and tailed beast? As they drank merrily, RA led the conversation in this direction. Haha, of course. Little B is my best friend and my most important partner, Killer Bee said while looking at the mini 8 Tails squatting on the table. Little B, don't you think so too? Of course. The 8 Tails nodded heavily. We are the most in-sync partners. But, RA, if one day your life comes to an end, will the next Jinchuriki still see the 8 Tails in the same way? RA thought that communication would be easiest with Killer Bee. Just a little hint. And with Killer Bee's relationship with the 8 Tails, he should easily agree. But I can't change anything. Ra's words instantly brought Killer Bee's mood down. The 8 Tails felt the same way. Yes, their relationship is indeed very close now. However, the life of a tailed beast is infinite, while a ninja's life is only a few decades. Decades later, when Killer Bee's life fades away, where will he go? Seeing the two fall silent, RA seized the opportunity to speak again. Perhaps I can help you. How? A glimmer of light flashed in Killer Bee's eyes. Although it sounds unpleasant, in the eyes of all villages, tailed beasts are merely weapons of war. No matter how good Killer Bee's relationship with the 8 Tails is, he cannot deny this fact. I can strip most of the 8 Tails' power away. RA only said this much, and he believed that Killer Bee should be able to figure out the rest. Originally, RA thought Killer Bee would quickly agree. However, to his surprise, Killer Bee fell silent. After a long time, he wore a pained expression. As Little Bee's friend, I really hope things can develop as you say. However, as a member of the village, I cannot do that. The 8 Tails nodded in agreement. That's right. Although I really want to gain freedom, if my freedom would make me uncomfortable, I would also give it up. RA was slightly taken aback. He truly hadn't expected this development. Since that's the case, then forget it. RA smiled and didn't continue to persuade. Come on, let's keep drinking. They continued to drink for a long time before parting ways. Watching Killer Bee leave, RA raised another bowl of wine and downed it. When he set the bowl down, his eyes instantly became sharp. No one can stop the decision I've made. Since I can't actively persuade Killer Bee to strip away the 8 Tails' power, then I can only make a small move. I believe Nagato will arrive soon. Konoha Hokage's office. Naruto. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Naruto in front of her. Cough, cough. Granny Tsunade, don't be so agitated. I'm doing this for the development of Konoha Village. Naruto scratched his head a bit sheepishly. For the development of Konoha Village? I'll be damned if I let you do this for Konoha Village. Tsunade exploded, punching Naruto in the face. Is this how you develop Konoha Village? Last time, you went to Takigakure and brought someone from that village back to Konoha. I didn't say anything about it. But this time? Damn it, you brought back the priestess from the Land of Ghosts. Do you know the significance of the priestess to the Land of Ghosts? Of course I know. Naruto didn't dare to fight back. His face bruised. If I bring the priestess from the land of ghosts back, then the land of ghosts becomes part of my land of fire, right? Look, suddenly there are so many more people in my land of fire. Aren't you happy? Happy? I'm damned happy. Tsunade's pressure dropped to the lowest point. You're happy and still hitting me, Naruto muttered quietly. You. Tsunade was about to explode from anger. If the annexation of a country were really that simple, Tsunade wouldn't be so worried. Slug, inform RA to come back. Thinking about future matters, Tsunade's head felt like it was getting bigger, and she immediately decided to slack off. Not long after, RA arrived at the Hokage's office with Kagaya, using a flying thunder god technique. Oh, Naruto, did you get beaten up again? As soon as he appeared, RA saw Naruto's bruised face and teased him with a smile. Ask him what good deed he did, Tsunade said irritably, looking at the carefree RA. Wait a minute. Naruto, don't say anything yet. Let me guess what you did? RA raised his hand to interrupt Naruto's impending complaints. Did you bring back the priestess from the land of ghosts? How did you know? Tsunade looked at RA suspiciously. Could it be that this was your idea? Thinking about the Takigakure incident, Tsunade felt it was quite possible. How could it be? I just had a guess. RA shrugged and directly denied. With such a big move from the 5 great nations, those small countries must be wary. At this time, seeking protection from the 5 great nations is the most suitable choice. It's all your mess. Speaking of this, Tsunade became even angrier. Originally, she was just a little Hokage who needed to manage the Konoha village created by her grandfather. Damn it, now she directly became the daimyo of the Land of Fire. She needs to manage an entire country. That's an entire country. During this time, Tsunade felt like her hair was thinning. Sigh, it's the trend of the times. How can a country have 2 leaders? Even if they don't unify now, they will definitely unify in the future. Haven't you seen the plans of those daimyos? Zaziplit nunchalen. No, I have to quickly choose the next daimyo. If this continues, my youth will vanish into thin air in these trivial matters. Tsunade slumped in her chair, lost in deep thought. Wow, no way, little Tsunade. You're talking about youth? You really dare to say that? Have you forgotten your age? Seeing Tsunade's lament over her youth, Ra's mouth dropped open in surprise. Get lost. If she weren't unable to defeat RA, Tsunade would want to tear apart this annoying guy right now. Damn it, doesn't Tishi know that women care the most about their age? RA pouted. What kind of person is that? She's already of age, and I can't even say it. At least my goddess doesn't care about age. Lo gently pecked Kagaya's face, feeling delight in her heart. Lo, why don't you become the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Seeing Lo happily showing affection, Tsunade became even angrier. Do you think I'm stupid? Lo shot Tsunade a glare and said, but I can recommend someone to you. Who? Upon seeing Lo suddenly become serious, a hint of joy appeared on Tsunade's face. The person Lo recommended might not be 100% reliable, but they would definitely be capable. Maybe she could finally be free. Look far away in the sky, but right here in front of you. I think Naruto is very suitable. The corners of Lo's mouth curled up slightly. What? Are you serious? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, deeply suspecting that there was something wrong with her ears. Me? I have to be willing. Naruto pointed at his own nose, his face filled with excitement. Becoming Hokage was a dream he had never changed. Although the current Hokage seemed a bit different, it was nothing serious. Get lost. I didn't ask you. Tsunade shot Naruto an annoyed glare and turned to look at Lo intently. What do you think? It's simple. Although Naruto is a bit foolish now, everything can be learned. Lo shrugged and explained. Not to mention the basic situation of the Land of Fire. The small forces coming to join Konoha now are all somewhat related to Naruto. For example, in Fzai village, their village leader's disciple has a marriage contract with Naruto. In the Land of Demons, their priestess has already returned to the village with Naruto. And then there's the Land of Snow. Wait a minute. Tsunade suddenly waved her hand to interrupt Lo. What does this have to do with the Land of Snow? The Land of Snow hasn't allied yet. That can't be. Lo looked at Naruto with suspicion, as if asking how he managed that. Wow, Tsunade exclaimed. Konoha's current foreign policy is to send Naruto out and then charm the leaders of those forces, right? Daimyo-sama, the envoy from the Land of Snow, requests an audience. At that moment, a minister's voice came from outside. Huh, Isn't that just in time? A knowing expression appeared on Luo's face. Forget it, I'll think about it some more. Tsunade had to admit she was a bit tempted. As Luo said, abilities can be cultivated. If Naruto becomes the next daimyo, it would indeed save a lot of trouble. By the way, the Tsuchikage just sent news that someone with sage eyes is capturing tailed beasts. Do you know about this? Changing the topic, Tsunade brought up the tailed beasts. Not clear, lo dinaid outright. Since the other party was capturing tailed beasts, Naruto's situation was a bit dangerous. For this period, let him follow you, Tsunade continued. Just in time, Gar sent a message saying that there has been a riot in the Land of Wind, and he can't spare the time, so he's requesting assistance from Konoha. You take Naruto and go over there. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. A riot in the Land of Wind at this timing made him think of the ancient country of Luon. Sure, this matter doesn't seem too troublesome to me. I'll go over and take a look, he immediately agreed. No, I just got back, and now I have to go out again. Naruto was a bit unhappy. He had just heard that the envoy from the Land of Snow had arrived. Maybe Fuka and Snow were among them. He hadn't seen them in a long time. Shut up. Thinking of this, Tsunade's head started to hurt again. This time, if you have the ability, bring back a country for me. Damn it. Luo was completely speechless. Isn't this your request for help to Konoha? I'm just here to carry out a mission. Is it that exciting? A while ago, when Yamato was planting trees in the desert, he discovered a ruin. Inside, there were faintly large chakra fluctuations. Seeing that Luo was about to explode, Gaara finally began to talk about the riot. Thus, the ninjas protecting him went to check the source of the chakra fluctuations and found that it was the ruins of the famous Lost Luon. However, when those ninjas delved deeper into the investigation, they mysteriously disappeared. Consequently, the situation was reported to me. Okay, arrange for someone to take me there, Luo said. Now lacking the energy to think about the Luon issue, he just wanted to leave this place for now. Gaara was feeling increasingly abnormal. How about I take you there personally? Gaara's eyes revealed a hint of hope. No. Los King Krov. You are the daimyo of the Land of Wind and have many matters to attend to. All right then. Being a daimyo is really troublesome. Gaara's expression visibly depressed. Wow. It's only been a few days since the power of the 5 great nations was centralized, and 2 daimyo are already considering stepping down. This is not good. Luon. I was so close to fully controlling this power. Baiju looked at the seal on the dragon vein, a hint of ecstasy appearing on his face. Although he didn't know who set this seal, it no longer mattered. A couple of days ago, 2 ninjas from the Land of Wind intruded. Although I killed them, the Land of Wind has already detected the anomaly. They should send someone over in these 2 days. But none of this is important anymore. Looking at the flickering, soon-to-be broken seal, Baiju's face showed a hint of obsession. He had prepared for this moment for countless years. Now is the time to reap the fruits of victory. No one could stop him. Outside the Luon ruins. Is this it? Looking at the broken ancient country ruins in front of him, Luo turned to the guiding ninja. Yes, Lord Luo, this is it, the guiding ninja respectfully answered. All right, you don't need to stay here anymore. You can go back. Luo smiled and nodded at the guiding ninja, then took Naruto and plunged in. Finally succeeded. At that moment, the seal broke, and Baiju's ecstatic voice reached Luo's ears. Swish, swish. Quickening dirpache, lo, Naruto. And Kagaya hurried toward the direction of the sound. Boom! However, just at that moment, a terrifying pulling force directly acted upon the 3 of them. Luo only felt a flash before his eyes, and when his vision became clear again, he found that the surrounding environment had suddenly changed. There were no longer the ruins of the ancient country of Luon. All that remained was a desolate wasteland. Luo was certainly aware of the power of the dragon vein. Therefore, he was not surprised by the situation. What puzzled him was that although the 3 of them were together, he was now the only one here. Huiyi and Naruto had already disappeared without a trace. Luo called out loudly. However, all he heard in response was the sound of the wind, with not a trace of reply. Unable to find any sign of Huiyi, a hint of anxiety began to grow in Luo's heart. Right, the flying thunder god mark. After being inseparable from Huiyi for so long, Luo had almost forgotten about it. The other party was the will incarnation of the Tao-seeking jade that he had condensed. Now, he only needed to sense the location of the Tao-seeking jade to find her. With that in mind, Luo began to carefully sense the position of the flying thunder god mark. Under his careful perception, he indeed found the location of the flying thunder god mark. However, why was there only one? Never mind. Let's go over and take a look first. Whoosh! Activating the flying thunder god, Luo directly disappeared from the spot. My dear, I finally found you. As soon as he arrived, Luo discovered Huiye's trace. However, what puzzled Luo was that at that moment, Huiye's face showed confusion. The gaze she directed at him was devoid of strong affection, as if she were looking at a stranger. Who are you? Soon, Luo's suspicion was confirmed as Huiye's calm voice, as gentle as water, reached his ears. However, such a pleasant voice struck Luo like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why, after traversing through time, had the goddess lost her memory? I am Luo, the one who loves you the most. We promised to never part for a lifetime. Have you forgotten? Luo clearly could not accept the reality before him. I have indeed forgotten some things. I only remember that I need to plant the seeds of the divine tree in this land. Huiye's expression carried a hint of confusion. What exactly have I forgotten? Why can't I remember anything? As she pondered, Huiye crouched down, painfully clutching her head. Planting trees. A bolt of realization struck Luo's mind. In an instant, everything seemed to become clear. The encounter 1,000 years ago, the wait 1,000 years later. So that's how it is. Chapter 127. Prophecy, Seeing the Pained Huiye. Luo slowly walked forward, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders, and softly said, "If you can't remember, then don't think about it." Huiye's body stiffened slightly at Luo's gentle embrace. However, she did not struggle. Although she did not recognize the person before her, she sensed no malice from him. On the contrary, the compassion emanating from him made her somewhat reluctant to part with this feeling. "What is your name?" Perhaps Luo's comfort had an effect. As the pain on Huiye's face gradually faded, she lifted her head, her pretty smile staring blankly at him, and quietly asked, "My name is Luo. I am your future husband." Luo's face revealed a doting smile, and the hand that had been resting on Huiye's shoulder tightened slightly again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the 9 Tao-seeking jades marked by Luo's flying thunder god flew out from Huiye's wrist. As if they had gained consciousness, they quietly floated around the two of them. "I believe you." Huiye's expression showed a hint of hesitation, but it quickly solidified, and she spoke. "Because I can sense the aura that belongs to both of us on these 9 Tao-seeking jades." Holding her soft figure, feeling the warmth coming from Huiye, this was the first time Luo saw her in such a manner. Gone was the imposing aura of the goddess of the rabbit, and the majesty that looked down upon the world. All that remained was a gentle demeanor like that of a neighbor's little sister. Just then, a commotion broke the warm atmosphere between them. Luo was jolted back to reality by the noise. He had just experienced an unprecedented shock to his thoughts, and even his alertness had dropped significantly. So many people had surrounded them, and he had only just noticed. Luo gently took Huiye's small hand and turned to face the crowd. Without saying a word, the imposing aura emanating from him made the surrounding crowd involuntarily take 2 steps back. Just now, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the sky, so I brought people to investigate. You are the ones who caused this phenomenon. At that moment, a person stepped out from the crowd and spoke blandly. Under the gaze of so many people, Huiye, who had lost all memories and combat ability, couldn't help but shrink into Luo's embrace. "So what if we are? And so what if we are not?" Sensing Huiye's emotions, Luo's brows slightly furrowed as he coldly spoke. "It's nothing. It's just that this is the land of my ancestors. As the emperor, I naturally want to understand the ins and outs of the situation." Tianji seemed not to notice the coldness in Luo's tone, still smiling as he spoke lightly. Seeing that Luo did not respond, Tianji continued, "I mean no harm. If you two don't mind, you can come to my ancestral country to rest for a while." Luo pondered for a moment and then nodded. "That works. The two of us currently have no place to stay." Although, as a ninja, sleeping outdoors was a norm. Looking at the lovely girl nestled in his arms, Luo did not want her to suffer any grievances. 1,000 years later, in Konoha, Hokage's office. "What? Luo has disappeared? I thought it was a big deal. With that guy's strength, who in the entire ninja world could threaten him? Don't worry. He probably doesn't know where he ran off to play. Hearing Narashikaku's report, Tsunade waved her hand casually, clearly not taking it to heart. Furthermore, we have received news from the land of earth, the land of lightning, the land of water, the land of wind, and Takigakure, stating that their Jinchuriki's tailed beasts sealed within them have been extracted. Narashikaku continued, the news indicates that all of this was done by an organization called Akatsuki. The daimyo of the land of earth, Noki, claims that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possesses the legendary Sage's Eye. Sage's Eye? Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly. Although she was very confident in Luo's strength, the legendary Sage's Eye made her feel a bit worried. This is troublesome. Tsunade's fingers tapped incessantly on the table. What do you think? Currently, we know very little about this so-called Akatsuki organization. We need to gather more intelligence about it. Narashikaku pondered slightly. Who do you think would be suitable to send to investigate? First of all, the person sent to gather intelligence must possess powerful combat strength. This point undoubtedly refers to Lord Luo. However, Lord Luo's whereabouts are currently unknown. Narashikaku paused slightly and continued, considering the current situation in the village. I believe that Orochimaru would be the most suitable. Orochimaru? Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. She still harbored some reservations about this person who had once betrayed the village. If it weren't for Luo's protection, she would never allow someone like him to stay in the village. Therefore, Tsunade had never thought of Orochimaru for this matter. However, now that Narashikaku mentioned it, Tsunade had to admit that Orochimaru was indeed the best candidate at present. Go find Orochimaru. Tsunade waved her hand, instructing the Umbu to search for Orochimaru. Orochimaru's laboratory. Looking at the silver light in his own eyes in the mirror, Orochimaru couldn't help but murmur, the evolution of the Byakugan has reached its final step, but I have been unable to take that last step for a long time. Sigh. Orochimaru-sama. Hyuga Niji cast a somewhat resentful glance at Orochimaru. As a member of the Hyuga clan, my ocular power is still not as good as yours. It's different. This body of mine carries the hopes of Kimimaro. Orochimaru sighed softly. Ultimately, his goal of living reincarnation is Kimimaro. Niji remained silent about Orochimaru's actions. He had seen Kimimaro too, and in his eyes, he was not a normal person. His only dream was to become a vessel for Orochimaru's living reincarnation. That was a child I had high hopes for. A compassionate expression appeared on Orochimaru's face. But how much of it was true and how much was false was unknown. Compared to Kimimaro, that person surprised me a bit. I didn't expect her to betray the village at this time, and Niji felt a bit emotional. Sakura Haruno. He vaguely remembered that she participated in the joint Chunin exam between Suna and Konoha back then. However, at that time, he, who considered himself a genius, did not take her seriously. Everything also did not exceed his expectations. She, like he thought, did not advance to the third round. Moreover, it was said that she was crushed by Gar's attack. But this seemingly ordinary person, who had completely lost her qualifications to be a ninja, later became Tsunade's disciple and eventually entered Orochimaru's laboratory. After entering Orochimaru's laboratory, with her extraordinary medical skills and diligent learning attitude, she quickly became Orochimaru's trusted assistant. If the first half of her story was a legendary beginning, then the madness of the latter half made Niji unable to help but click his tongue. Perhaps it was because the experiments in Orochimaru's laboratory changed her temperament, or perhaps she had other undisclosed motives. She secretly stole Orochimaru's forbidden technique, living reincarnation. Moreover, when pursued by Orochimaru, she displayed formidable combat power. Tsunade-sama's secret technique, Baika, the creation and regeneration technique. Gai-sensei's 8 gates of opening, coupled with Orochimaru's living reincarnation. The terrifying combat power displayed made even Orochimaru have to retreat. Of course, this was not what surprised Niji the most. What surprised him the most was that after she fled the village, the body of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was discovered by the clan's ninjas. However, his head had mysteriously disappeared. However, this news did not spread throughout the village. The external message was that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had passed away due to old age. Many people in the village believed that the perpetrator of the incident was Sakura Haruno. However, because there was no evidence, the matter was left unresolved. Sakura's parents did not suffer difficulties from the village. However, their daughter's defection had caused the couple to lose the smiles they once had. The reason why Orochimaru is now so eager to evolve the Byakugan again is largely due to the fact that he was defeated by someone who was once his assistant during that pursuit, feeling reluctant to accept that defeat. Thus, Neji was summoned by Orochimaru to become his assistant. After all, the Byakugan is the unique bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps some research could be done. Orochimaru-sama, Tsunade-sama, Sumonsiu. At that moment, an Umbu appeared before the two. Oh, what is it? Recently, Orochimaru has been immersed in the study of the Byakugan and has not been paying much attention to what is happening outside. Unclear, the Umbu bowed. I understand. I'll go over now. While in Konoha, Orochimaru still showed respect to Tsunade on the surface. As for the ban on human experimentation, Orochimaru pretended not to hear it. After all, as long as he doesn't seek experimental materials in Konoha, it's fine. Akatsuki? Upon arriving at the Hokage's office and learning about the situation, Orochimaru's face showed a hint of surprise. What's wrong? Do you know this organization? Tsunade squinted her eyes slightly at Orochimaru's strange expression. A little. I was once a member of that organization. Orochimaru extended his tongue and lightly licked the corner of his mouth. The leader of the organization possesses the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. At that time, my purpose for joining was to find an opportunity to seize his eyes. And the result? Tsunade, knowing Orochimaru's character, directly asked. Clearly, I lost. And I lost miserably. Orochimaru shrugged, recalling their battle back then. He just glanced at me, and I was defeated. I have to say, the Sage's eyes are indeed very powerful. The current Orochimaru no longer fears the Rinnegan, because Luo told him that when the Byakugan evolves again, its terrifying ocular techniques would be no weaker than the Rinnegan. Akatsuki has been crazily capturing tailed beasts in the ninja world recently. Since you were once in that organization, could you go investigate? Tsunade now had to admit that Orochimaru was probably the person in Konoha who understood Akatsuki the best. Assigning the task of gathering intelligence to him was the most appropriate. I refuse. However, without even thinking, Orochimaru directly refused. Why? Tsunade was very surprised by Orochimaru's refusal. I have seen the power of the Sage's eyes with my own eyes. The only outcome of going to investigate is to die for nothing. Orochimaru spoke frankly about Pain's strength. Myobo-cousin, since Jiraiya left the village to travel, his mood has not improved with the journey. Instead, it has gotten worse. The figure of Tsunade kept flashing in his mind. This caused him to lose interest in what he originally planned to do. Ultimately, feeling very down, he came to Myobo-cousin, wanting to calm his heart by distancing himself from the noise of the world. Little Jiraiya, why do you always seem so troubled lately? Seeing that Jiraiya was in a bad mood, the Shima couple wanted to help him, so they approached to ask. It's hard to explain. A hint of bitterness appeared on Jiraiya's face. Why don't you go find the great sage to see if he can help you with the prophecy? Maybe you can find a glimmer of hope from the prophecy. Jiraiya had grown up watching them, and seeing him so gloomy now made the Shima couple feel uncomfortable. It's useless. Prophecies won't solve my problems. Right now, I just want to quietly stay in Myobo-cousin. Maybe after some time, it will get better. A smile squeezed out of Jiraiya's face. He didn't want to worry those who cared about him. Jiraiya, the great sage is looking for you. At that moment, Fukasaku leaped over excitedly. It seems he dreamed about you again. Hearing Fukasaku's words, Jiraiya and the Shima couple exchanged glances. This is too coincidental. However, coincidence aside, Jiraiya still headed towards the place where the great sage was. Who are you? As soon as Jiraiya entered, he heard the inquiry from the great sage Toad. It's me, Jiraiya. Such things had happened more than once or twice, so Jiraiya was somewhat accustomed to it. Although he had a black line on his face, he still answered truthfully. Oh, little Jiraiya, why did you come here? The great sage Toad asked, looking confused. Didn't you ask me to come? Jiraiya's forehead had even more black lines. Oh, right. It was me who asked you to come. I dreamed about you again. The great sage Toad slowly spoke. Death might be the true nirvana when you return. However, before he could finish his words, the great sage Toad fell asleep again. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Why would he say such a prophecy to me? Does it mean I'm going to die? How could that be? The 5 great nations have just established their common interests. There's no way they would turn against each other so quickly. Besides, with that kid, Lo, around, what kind of wave could the ninja world stir up? However, the great sage Toad's prophecy definitely wouldn't be unfounded. Could it be that something happened in the village? Should I go back and check? With this thought, Tsunade's figure reappeared in Jiraiya's mind. For a moment, he fell into a dilemma. He didn't want to get deeper into it, but he couldn't let go either. After much inner struggle, he finally made up his mind. Let's go back and take a look. That silly girl sometimes acts too impulsively. I still need to help her a bit. With that thought in mind, he bid farewell to the Jima couple and headed back to Konoha. Are there any good candidates left? Orochimaru's refusal caught Tsunade off guard. Since Lord Orochimaru has declined, then Lord Jiraiya is the most suitable candidate. However, we have no news about Lord Jiraiya's whereabouts. Narashikaku replied somewhat regretfully. Damn, that guy. I'm almost dead from work, and he won't come help. Mentioning Jiraiya, Tsunade's face immediately showed a hint of grievance. Can we ally with the other 4 great nations to send people together? This probably won't work. On one hand, all the countries are currently in a state of rebuilding. On the other hand, the Jinchurikis of the other nations have all been stripped of their tailed beasts. Narashikaku analyzed seriously. Let's send out letters to everyone first. Although knowing the hope was slim, Tsunade still gave the order. In the land of lightning. Little 8. Why is this happening? How can losing the tail mean losing almost all of our power? Killer Bee looked frustrated. I don't know either. It's the same operation as before. Who knew it would turn out like this? He replied. A very ordinary operation had directly left him incapacitated. Sigh, how am I going to explain this to my brother? Looking at the sign of the land of lightning's daimyo, Killer Bee looked disgruntled. Lord Bee, what are you doing here? Just as Killer Bee was pondering a countermeasure, AI's secretary, Mob E, happened to come to report work, looking puzzled at his presence. Nothing, just wandering around, Killer Bee said with an awkward smile. By the way, you know that the tailed beast of the wood village has been stripped, right? You should be careful during this time, Mabu E said with concern. What? The tailed beast of the wood village has been stripped too? How come I didn't know about this? Little 8, did you know? Upon hearing this news, Killer Bee was shocked. I don't know. I haven't chatted with other tailed beasts recently. Wait, let me ask. 8 Tails also looked confused. How could things suddenly change without exchanging news with the other tailed beasts for a while? Lord B, wait a moment. Did you just say also? Mabui immediately caught on to the key point in Killer Bee's words. No, you heard wrong. Killer Bee shook his head nervously. Lord B, how many years have we known each other? Mabu E said speechlessly. Let's go. We need to explain the situation to Lord AI. This time, the person who acted seems to be overly strong. Arriving at the conference room of the daimyo's mansion, many high-ranking officials of the Land of Lightning had already gathered. Recently, the ninja world has been somewhat unsettled. I think the Land of Lightning should contact other great nations to jointly find the mastermind behind this. My Land of Lightning is not afraid of those who hide in the shadows. If they dare to target Lord B, let them come and go without return. In the conference room, everyone was agitated. AI, sitting at the head of the table, had his eyes slightly closed, not saying a word. B, what do you think? Noticing Killer Bee's arrival, AI finally opened his eyes and asked. After all, this discussion was mainly about the arrangements for the Jinchurikis. Killer Bee looked dejected, even afraid to raise his head to look at AI's expression. Brother, 8 Tails has also been stripped of most of his power. On the way here, 8 Tails had already communicated with other tailed beasts. Except for the 9 Tails, which he couldn't contact for the time being, all the other tailed beasts had their powers stripped by a mysterious organization. Thus, Killer Bee also hid his own act of cutting off his tail to survive. What? Upon hearing Killer Bee's words, AI suddenly stood up. In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop. Now, only the 9 Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha has not encountered any incidents. Do you think? At this moment, a high-ranking official of the Land of Lightning whispered, once something happens, no matter how angry we get, it won't change anything. After becoming the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, AI's composure had clearly improved a lot. Slowly calming his mood, he sat down, squinting his eyes slightly. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. It shouldn't be Konoha's doing. On one hand, the information from the tailed beasts indicates that it was done by someone who has the sage's eyes. On the other hand, considering that person's strength, I feel that if they wanted to act, they wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, I received a letter from Lady Tsunade of the Land of Fire. The letter states that the 5 great nations are interconnected and should jointly send people to find out the true culprit behind the scenes. Mabui pulled out a letter from the documents he was holding and conveyed its contents. Did the Land of Fire really say that? AI's eyes narrowed slightly as he read different information from the letter. At the same time, Anoki and Terumi may also read the same information from the letter. That monster has a close relationship with a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With his presence, Tsunade has no need to worry about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki encountering any problems. And now, sending out a call for help would only mean 2 possibilities. The first is that the monster has been killed. However, the 3 of them immediately ruled out this possibility. Since it is not the first possibility, it can only mean that the person has gone missing, and even Tsunade cannot contact him now. Tsunade did not expect that just because of a letter, the 3 great nations could deduce so many things. Of course, mainly because Lo and Naruto disappeared together. She had not considered this aspect at all. Yes, should we send someone over? Mabui asked. The Land of Fire should be more anxious than us right now. We just need to wait quietly. AI's eyes sparkled with a different light. I want to thoroughly understand whether the situation is truly as I think. Replying, the Jinchurikis of the Land of Lightning have all been stripped of their tailed beasts, causing the people to panic. We urgently need to reassure them, but we are short on manpower. I hope the daimyo of the Land of Fire can understand. Chapter 128. The starlight covers the face in the Hokage office. Tsunade looked at the letters sent by the 4 great nations. Although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Short on manpower. Damn it, short on manpower. The manpower is still insufficient. Can't we spare 1 or 2 elite jonin? And what did Gaara from the Land of Wind say? The daimyo of a country is preparing to go look for Luo's whereabouts? With Luo's strength, does he really need you to search for him? Can't you find a more reliable excuse? However, regarding Gaara, Tsunade has truly misunderstood. The chakra disturbance in that area disappeared after Luo entered. But along with it, Luo's trace also vanished. Gaara really intends to go personally to search for Luo. It's really frustrating. Tsunade tugged at her golden hair, her face filled with displeasure. Oh dear, what is happening? At this rate, I might pull all my hair out. Just then, a nonchalant voice sounded from behind Tsunade. Hearing this voice made Tsunade's heart leap with joy, because she was so familiar with this voice. She quickly turned around to look out the window. Sure enough, Jiraiya was sitting leisurely on the windowsill, looking at her with a teasing expression. Although she was happy in her heart, the moment she saw Jiraiya, Tsunade couldn't help but straighten her face. How could you bear to come back? If I didn't know any better, I would think you would never return. Tsunade's voice was filled with endless grievance, making Jiraiya shiver. With such a big incident happening in the ninja world, I had to go out for a walk and see what's going on. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and smiled. You see, I heard you were in trouble, so I rushed back immediately. Oomph. Tsunade snorted coldly, turning her face away and pretending to be angry, refusing to look at Jiraiya. All right. I heard that the ninja world has been a bit unstable lately. Tell me what happened, and I'll see if I can help. Seeing Tsunade's proud demeanor, Jiraiya could only smile apologetically. This matter is none of your concern. However, hearing Jiraiya say this, Tsunade directly refused. Unlike Orochimaru, where Tsunade could say without hesitation to let him go investigate, she simply couldn't say the same to Jiraiya. Tsunade knew better than anyone how dangerous this mission was. In her heart, did she have a place for Jiraiya? Undoubtedly, yes. This point Tsunade could not deny, and precisely because of this, she was unwilling to let Jiraiya take risks. Because she also knew that as long as she made the request, Jiraiya would never refuse. It's fine. A while ago, I went to Mayaboka Mountain. The great sage Toad has predicted that I 1T run into trouble this time. Jiraiya waved his hand. Just as Tsunade understood him, he understood her as well. Really? The great sage Toad's predictions have never been wrong. Hearing Jiraiya say this, Tsunade finally raised her head to look at him, wanting to find a definite answer in his eyes. Of course it's true. Over the years, well, have I ever lied to you? Jiraiya wore his usual smile, making it hard to discern his true thoughts. Even so, I still don't want you to get involved. However, seeing Jiraiya's expression, Tsunade felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Why exactly? She couldn't explain. All right. Tell me what is going on. Maybe I can give you some advice. Seeing that Tsunade still wouldn't relent, Jiraiya decided to ask what had happened. A while ago, Tsunade had no doubts and recounted everything that had happened during this time to Jiraiya. What? The leader of the organization possesses the legendary Sage Eye? However, upon hearing this news, Jiraiya was taken aback. It's hard to believe, right? I was equally shocked when I heard this news. Now you see why I disagree with you going, right? Seeing Jiraiya's shocked expression, Tsunade thought he had completely given up on the idea of investigating, and her worries eased a little. Jiraiya lowered his head, his thoughts returning to many years ago. That red-haired child, that child who also possessed the Sage Eye. However, Jiraiya hadn't heard from him in a long time. Moreover, after the war ended, he didn't know how many times he had gone to the small house where they once lived, wanting to see if the three had ever returned. Yet it always ended in disappointment. The signs still indicated that they were out. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly, under the devastation of war. How fragile life is. He never expected to hear about the Sage Eye again today. How could this not shock Jiraiya? After a long time, Jiraiya finally raised his head. I want to go investigate. His voice carried a hint of determination. Back then, although he had seen many things clearly, his character was too weak. He couldn't help it. Being born a commoner, he carried a sense of inferiority. Though he tried hard to disguise it, his thoughts remained the same. Therefore, he knew the darkness of the village, and he couldn't bring people into the village, so he could only secretly teach them ninjutsu. He prayed that they could survive in the ninja world, and he also had a little selfish hope. He hoped that this child with the sage would be the savior of the ninja world he had been looking for. Now, with this information, whether for Konoha or for the guilt he had buried in his heart for so many years, he had to go. What? Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what I just said? Tsunade's expression suddenly became excited. Do you know what kind of people are in that organization? They're all rogue ninjas with strength at the level of a Kage. The strength of someone who can become the leader of the Akatsuki organization is unimaginable. If it really comes to that, we can wait for Luo to return. He will definitely be able to solve it. Hee. But you don't know when Luo will come back, do you? Jiraiya's expression was extremely serious. Don't forget, I'm one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. The great Jiraiya. I'm not as weak as you imagine. I really didn't expect the enemy's actions to be so swift. They have already stripped all the tail beasts except for the 9 tails. However, by coincidence, when supporting the Land of Wind, Naruto and Luo acted together. Tsunade once again seriously advised, some things must be done by someone. How can we always rely on others for hope? Jiraiya's gaze looked toward the horizon. Don't try to persuade me anymore. Looking at Jiraiya's serious demeanor, Tsunade wanted to convince him, but for a moment, she didn't know how to start. Come back alive. If even you die, I really. Seeing her expression filled with worry, Jiraiya pretended to laugh it off. Will you cry for me? That would make me very happy. But it shouldn't be as sad as when Dan died, right? Jiraiya leaned closer to Tsunade, looking seriously into her eyes, seeming to joke but also wanting an answer. Idiot. Tsunade shot Jiraiya an annoyed glance, not knowing why she didn't feel much nostalgia for the mention of Dan. Instead, there was a hint of irritation. Since that's the case, let us make a bet. Jiraiya suddenly clapped his hands as if he thought of something, laughing as he said, You bet that I will die on this trip. After all, you lose every time. However, if I come back alive, Jiraiya wanted to say what was on his mind, but he remembered the great sage Toad's prediction. However, no words could come out. Seeing Tsunade's somewhat bewildered expression, Jiraiya burst into laughter again. Just kidding. As a hero, what I yearn for is boundless freedom. All right, enough said, I'm off. After saying all this, Jiraiya seemed to lift a heavy stone from his heart and jumped down from the windowsill. With his back to Tsunade, he waved his hand casually and walked away without looking back. Watching Jiraiya's figure gradually fade into the distance, Tsunade couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears. You must come back alive, you idiot. In Orochimaru's laboratory, that idiot Jiraiya. Upon hearing that Jiraiya had set off to gather information, Orochimaru couldn't help but curse, the tail end of the crane showing off what ability. While scolding, Orochimaru looked at his own silver-shining eyes in the mirror, feeling a hint of unwillingness in his heart. Lord Orochimaru, there is something in the family that needs to be dealt with. At that moment, Niji suddenly burst in, shouting, "Doesn't the laboratory need to be quiet?" Orochimaru's mood was obviously not good, and seeing Niji making a racket, he couldn't help but reprimand him. "I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Hinata Hanabi has had her eyes gouged out by unknown persons, and the Hyuga clan is now in a state of panic. To ensure the words I once said, I must go back to help the family." Niji had not forgotten what he had said back then. The method to protect the Byakugan from leaking, besides the caged bird, also requires great power. Unexpectedly, what was once said now became reality. "What?" Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. "Whose eyes did you say were gouged out?" "Hinata Hanabi. Lord Orochimaru may not know her. She is the second daughter of the Hyuga main family, Hinata's younger sister," Niji explained. "Huh, has it really happened?" It was worth the wait. However, upon hearing Niji repeat his words, there was no trace of worry on Orochimaru's face. Instead, a mad smile spread across it. "Lord Orochimaru, what do you mean?" Orochimaru's words deeply stimulated Niji's spirit, and he couldn't help but retort angrily. "If I tell you, this matter was already predicted by Luo a few years ago. Where'd you think?" Orochimaru couldn't help but extend his tongue and lick his cheek. "Very well. The opportunity for the Byakugan to evolve again has finally arrived. Let's go see." Saying this, he beckoned Niji to head towards the Hyuga clan. On the way, his gaze couldn't help but glance towards the direction of the Rain Village. The Hyuga clan was bustling with noise at this moment. The members of the branch family were indifferent. Compared to losing their eyes, they hated losing their freedom even more. However, the members of the main family couldn't sit still. They had never been bound, and at this moment, each felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen rabbit and the grief of the fox. "Where's Niji? That guy promised that with great power, he could protect the Byakugan from leaking. Where's he now? Why can't we see him?" An elder from main family was furious. However, how much of this anger was truly about Hanabi's eyes being gouged out remained unknown. The system of the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan hasn't changed for how many years? Now that it has just changed, something has happened. You must give everyone an explanation. Another member of the main family shouted angrily. "Explanation? What explanation do you want?" Upon hearing the words of the main family members, the branch family members were displeased. In their eyes, Niji was the hero who saved them from suffering. A hero cannot be so slandered. He must commit seppuku to apologize. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan should re-establish the main and branch family system. The main family members clamored. You can certainly try. I've thought for a long time that the main family members are nothing but a bunch of parasites. It's just right to clear them all out this time." The branch family members also emanated chakra, and the atmosphere became tense. Creak. The door opened, and Hayashi Hyuga stepped out of the room with Hinata. He heard the noisy voices outside, clearly while in the room. Although the system of the main and branch families had not erupted into major conflicts under Luo's strategy for a while, those conflicts would not disappear. They would only accumulate more and more in their hearts. When the fuse was encountered, it would be the moment when the conflict completely exploded. And now, it was obviously the moment the fuse had appeared. If not handled properly, the Hyuga clan would likely suffer heavy losses today. Clan leader. Upon seeing Hayashi come out, the members of the main family hurriedly approached. "Hanabi is your daughter. You must take a stand for her." A bunch of petty flies. Instead of looking for the murderer, you are fighting amongst yourselves. Truly ridiculous. Today, I want to see who dares to touch Lord Niji. The branch family members also saw Hayashi come out, but their anger did not subside. Clan leader. "Look, you shouldn't have agreed to Niji's request to release these people from their caged bird. Now, they completely disregard us." The members of the main family cried out. The branch family members were all ninjas who had fought their way out of a sea of corpses and blood. They were not comparable to these main family members. For their provocations, these people could also find Hayashi for support. Moreover, the leader of the branch family, Niji Hyuga, was in existence with the Silver Mirror Byakugan. The fighting power of both sides was not on the same level at all. The only one who could limit each other was Hinata, who also possessed the Silver Mirror Byakugan. Thus, if they wanted to return to their former glory, they could only pull Hayashi into their camp. As the situation escalated, Hayashi let out a helpless sigh. Let's separate. Ultimately, he could only make this decision helplessly. What? No way. Although they looked down on those branch family members, they absolutely did not want to see a separation. Unlike the main family members, the branch family members expressed that they had no objections upon hearing such a proposal. Why make separation so troublesome? At this moment, a cold laugh echoed in everyone's ears. Looking for the source of the voice, Orochimaru's figure appeared before everyone. Luo told me a long time ago, someone would gouge out Hanabi's eyes. I didn't expect it to be now. Moreover, Luo also told me that this time is the time for my Byakugan to evolve again. Orochimaru wore a sinister smile on his face. However, he also told me that when I retrieve Hanabi's eyes, I will know what to do. By then, I can also resolve the conflicts of the Hyuga clan. Watching Orochimaru approach slowly, Hayashi hurriedly bowed in respect. I have seen Lord Orochimaru. The larger the family, the more they knew what Orochimaru had done in the past. For this ruthless person, Hayashi felt a hint of fear in his heart. Let me handle this matter. By the way, Luo once said to bring Niji and Hinata along when resolving this matter. Clan leader Hayashi, is that all right? Although Orochimaru was asking, he was not worried at all that the other party would refuse. No problem. With Lord Orochimaru leading, I can rest assured. Hayashi smiled and flattered. 1,000 years ago, in the ancestral country, the weather was cool. Why not wear a little more clothing? Luo gently draped a coat over Kagaya's shoulders and sat down beside her. Kagaya, who was gazing at the sky, was slightly taken aback upon hearing the voice. After seeing Luo, a faint smile appeared on her face as she gently leaned on Luo's shoulder. I always feel like I came from there, Kagaya said while extending her right hand and pointing at the sky. Looking at the sky makes me feel like I'm looking at my hometown. Once, I also loved looking at the sky because my hometown is far away too. Luo's hand gently brushed through Kagaya's hair, and he leaned his head against hers. What about now? Feeling the warmth of Luo's cheek, Kagaya softly asked. Now I just want to look at you, because where you are is home. Luo's large hand slowly slid to Kagaya's waist, holding her tighter. Where I am is home. Kagaya murmured Luo's words, feeling the tenderness and indulgence in them. And she couldn't help but feel a bit enchanted. Luo. Kagaya turned her face, looking seriously at Luo, softly calling out. What's wrong? Luo also turned his face, looking at Kagaya with confusion. Weir is also my home. Kagaya didn't know what love was. She only knew that being by Luo's side made her feel safe. Looking at Kagaya's unadorned cheeks and hearing her speak the most sincere words of affection, Luo was momentarily captivated. Unable to help it, the distance between them grew closer. The stars in the sky blushed, pulling the thin clouds to half cover their faces. A night quietly passed. Why didn't we seize the opportunity when we were at the purest age? Damn it, 1,000 years later, in an inconspicuous stone cave, Orochimaru, Niji, Hinata, and Kiba, Akamaru said, the scent disappears here. When it comes to tracking, no one in Konoha can compare to the Inuzuka clan. Among the Inuzuka clan, Kiba and Akamaru are definitely the best. Hearing Kiba's words, the four of them looked at the glowing lake before them. Now it seems there's only one truth. A hint of heat flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. There must be something else going on in this lake. The kid from the Inuzuka family. You probably won't have anything to do with this next. However, after hearing Orochimaru's words, Kiba looked worriedly at Hinata. In an instant, he made a decision. Orochimaru-sama, I want to go with you. Oh, Orochimaru looked at Kiba and Hinata with interest. On this trip, you might not gain anything. No problem. Kiba patted his chest, indicating he didn't care at all. Then let's go together. Orochimaru nodded and jumped into the lake first. Don't worry, Hanabi will be fine. Kiba noticed Hinata's worry and gently took her small hand to comfort her. Splash, splash. The four jumped into the lake, but they didn't feel the coldness of the water. It felt more like wandering in a void. As time slowly passed, everyone felt their heads becoming heavy. They wanted to resist, but they couldn't manage to do so. Unconsciously, they fell into a hallucination. Luo-kun, why are you here? Orochimaru hurriedly urged the chakra in his body. Try to break the illusion. However, The illusion seemed to be easily dispelled. But what came into his sight was someone he never expected. "I'm waiting for you guys." A wicked smile hung on Luo's lips. "Waiting for us?" Orochimaru was puzzled and looked at Luo with a hint of inquiry. "Yes, I want to quietly take your powers. It seems you all have done well in developing the Byakugan recently, saving me a lot of effort." A playful smile remained on Luo's face, making Orochimaru's heart tighten. This is all Luo's scheme? His goal is to have us help nurture the Byakugan? This thought suddenly enveloped Orochimaru's mind. A powerful ninja like you still needs the Byakugan's enhancement? Orochimaru's body slowly retreated. He was very clear about the gap between them. Of course, who would care about having more means? A hint of heat appeared on Luo's face. However, seeing Luo's expression, Orochimaru suddenly froze. The retreating figure abruptly stopped. Chapter 129. Confronting the Sharingan. Orochimaru let out a series of wild laughter. "What are you laughing at? Are you scared out of your wits?" Luo teased. "You're not Luo at all." Orochimaru's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold. A wave of violent aura emanated from his body. Clang! With the sound of a sword being unsheathed. The Kusanagi sword shot out from Orochimaru's mouth, tearing apart the Luo before him. Boom! As Luo's figure vanished, the scene around Orochimaru shattered. What came into his sight was an endless wasteland. Around him, Neji, Kiba, and Hinata were still unconscious. So it was a reflection of the most fearful thing in his heart. A sinister smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, but Luo, such an arrogant person, if he really wanted to gain stronger power, would absolutely not use this method. In Neji's dream, "Who are you?" Not far away, a tall figure stood in white clothes. Hands behind his back. Neji's body tensed, silver light flickering in his eyes. He was ready to strike at any moment. However, when the person not far away turned around, Neji's body suddenly froze, because that person was none other than his longed-for father, Hayashi Hyuga. "Neji, you're here." A warm smile appeared on Hayashi's face. Father, where's this?" Neji seemed a bit incoherent. "This is your inner world." Hayashi's smile remained unchanged as he slowly approached Neji. "And I am the reflection left in your heart. How have you been lately?" "Quite well, father." Neji hadn't felt this way in a long time. He felt very warm at that moment. "That's good, then I can rest assured." Hayashi continued to chat casually. "Do you have someone you like? Is it someone from the clan?" "Yes, there's someone I like." Neji's mind unconsciously conjured up the image of a girl with a bun, but she is not from the clan. "What? Not from the clan?" Hayashi's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly softened. "That's fine, as long as the other party agrees to mark the caged bird seal on your child. Our branch family's mission is to protect the main family." However, upon hearing this, Neji, who had just been basking in the warmth of talking with his father, suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes. "Father, did you just say that my child should also be marked with the so-called caged bird seal? What is wrong? Isn't that the mission of the Hyuga branch family?" Hayashi's figure was already very close to Neji, just 2 steps apart. "Haha." Neji laughed loudly, his eyes flashing with cold light, his right hand instantly enveloped in chakra, and in the next moment, his palm pierced through Hayashi's body. Boom! The environment shattered. What came into his sight was Orochimaru's probing gaze. Father would never say such a thing. A tear fell from Neji's eye as he muttered to himself. "You're awake?" Looking at Neji's appearance, the probing look on Orochimaru's face grew more intense. "You're awake. Can you tell me what you saw?" Orochimaru is quite interested in this illusion. He wants to explore its key aspects. He encountered my father. Since Orochimaru asked this, it indicates that the other party has also faced a similar situation. Neji did not hide anything and answered truthfully. "I see. Extreme emotions of worry and sadness? It's truly amazing. If it weren't for the evolution of the Byakugan, which has a stronger allure for Orochimaru, he would definitely want to understand this place thoroughly first." Just as the two were talking, Hinata also gradually woke up. Their gazes turned to Hinata simultaneously. "What's wrong?" Seeing their gazes, Hinata paused for a moment and asked in confusion. "What did you encounter?" Orochimaru asked directly. "Me?" Hinata pointed her fair finger at her nose, seriously recalling, and replied, "I saw us returning to the time of the joint Chunin exams between Sunagakure and Konoha." Hinata's words made Orochimaru and Neji exchange glances. Wow, this memory is indeed profound for them. During this Chunin exam, their fates were drastically changed by Luo. Orochimaru found a new pursuit. Niji broke free from the shackles of fate. Can you elaborate on that? I want to study what kind of illusion this really is. The nostalgic expression on Orochimaru's face fleetingly disappeared, and his mood became somewhat calmer. It was when we fought against Niji brother again. Hinata explained everything in detail. Niji exchanged glances, recalling the childishness of his past self. Out of hatred for fate, he vented his frustrations on Hinata. If it weren't for Luo's intervention, he might have made a significant mistake. I am sorry, Hinata. I was really too impulsive back then. Niji bowed his head and sincerely apologized. It's okay, Niji brother. This time, I didn't avoid it. I didn't let you hurt Kiba. I gave you a good beating. A sly smile appeared on Hinata's face. After I beat you up, the illusion shattered. Ahem. The embarrassment on Niji's face deepened. Unlike Niji, Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Worry, sadness, fear. 3 different emotions have already emerged. I wonder what kind of emotions that Inuzuka kid will have. Kiba, why are you so late coming back today? In her dream, Hinata looked at Kiba with dissatisfaction. Did you forget that today is our child's 3rd birthday? Ahem. I am sorry, Hinata. Work was really busy today. You know, my dream since childhood has been to become Hokage. Kiba scratched the back of his head foolishly. Now that I've succeeded, how could I let down those who trust me? But you can't abandon our small family for everyone. The complaint on Hinata's face showed no signs of diminishing. Meanwhile, the child sleeping in her arms seemed to have dreamt of something, and his brows furrowed slightly. Kiba found himself in a dilemma, torn between family and the greater good, making it hard for him to choose. Just as he wanted to say something more, Hinata suddenly laughed. All right, I was just teasing you. You've worked hard. With Hinata's words, the little one suddenly opened his big eyes and jumped to the ground. Daddy, you've worked hard. While saying this, he brought a small piece of cake from the table. Daddy, eat cake. Seeing Hinata smiling at him and looking at the little one holding the small cake with an expectant face, tears of happiness flowed from the corners of Kiba's eyes. Yes, very good. I'm sorry this year, but next year, I promise I will attend your birthday party on time. Daddy, it's okay. I've grown up. The little one patted his chest, trying hard to act like an adult. Now that the ninja world is so peaceful, Dad has contributed a lot. My classmates all say Dad is a great daimyo and a great Hokage. I'm proud of you, Dad. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Kiba grew older and eventually reached retirement age. His son also gradually grew up and, through relentless effort, became a man like him. Under the dusk, Kiba and Hinata leaned on a rocking chair, enjoying the warm glow of the sunset, feeling so cozy. Hinata, I love you so much. A hint of a happy smile appeared on Kiba's wrinkled face. Woof woof. Beside them, Akamaru seemed no different from when Kiba was young. I know, I feel the same. Hinata's face also carried a happy smile. But I'm sorry. I have to leave. After enjoying this warmth once again, Kiba struggled to open his mouth. Why? Isn't this place good? This is what you've always wanted to see. Confusion was written all over Hinata's face. Yes, this is what I always wanted to see. Kiba's face still showed longing, but this is ultimately fake. The real Hinata is still waiting for me. I want to stand by her side and protect her. Being here for so long has reached the limit of my heart. As soon as Kiba finished speaking, the sunset's glow and Hinata's figure suddenly shattered at that moment. Are you awake? Opening his eyes, Kiba saw Hinata's worried gaze. The 3 had been awake for a long time, and even Akamaru had already woken up. Only Kiba remained still, which made Hinata worry. Yes, I'm awake. Kiba's face wore a doting smile as he pulled Hinata into his arms. Hinata, I love you so much. Being suddenly embraced by Kiba, Hinata's face flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Me too. The scene of Kiba recklessly blocking in front of her during the Chunin exam also surfaced in her mind. Ahem, you two have had enough. Niji's face was as dark as a pot bottom. His big brother was still standing here, and they were being so unrestrained. The 2, interrupted by Niji, finally woke up from their own world. However, the hands that were tightly clasped together were unwilling to let go. Inuzuka kid, what did you see in your dream? At this moment, the emotionally detached Orochimaru naturally stepped in to stir the pot. Hee hee. Kiba felt a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and sneaking a glance at Hinata. I became Hokage, and I got together with Hinata and had a big chubby boy. Kiba's words made Hinata's already flushed face turn completely red to the roots of her ears. Is that so? The four emotions, worry, joy, sadness, and fear, have all emerged. Hee hee. It's really interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips, his interest deepening in his eyes. If it weren't for the urgent situation, I would really want to study this. But for now, let us focus on the big picture. Inuzuka Kid, did you sense the presence of the intruders? Yes. Finding Kiba and Akamaru, who had already formed a bond, immediately understood Akamaru's thoughts. Let's go. Following Akamaru's lead, the group quickly moved in one direction. However, they had barely advanced when a group of strange people blocked their path. Why are they called strange? Because the people before them, although they appeared no different from ordinary people, did not have the slightest trace of life. Unexpectedly, in this desolate place, there exists such a mysterious entity. A smile appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. He was always very interested in all unknown things. 10,000 snakes formation. However, being interested was one thing. But Orochimaru knew the urgency of the situation, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu. In an instant, countless small snakes appeared densely in front of everyone, making their scalps tingle. Following that, his eyes shone with silver light. As the silver light illuminated, the group of small snakes suddenly flickered with spatial fluctuations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless small snakes surged towards the blocking crowd. Hinata was not to be outdone. A flash of silver light appeared in her eyes. A spatial door suddenly opened. Those rapidly approaching small snakes passed through the spatial door and instantly arrived in front of the enemy. Boom, 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 with a series of buzzing sounds. Those who were blocking the way were instantly shredded into pieces. After dealing with these people, Orochimaru then stepped forward to face the opponent. On the pile of corpses, not a drop of blood flowed, making it look even stranger. A puppet? Seeing this scene, Orochimaru immediately thought of Sasori. Back in the day, when he fought Sasori, he personally observed the third Kazekage puppet that Sasori created. Lord Orochimaru, what's wrong? Seeing Orochimaru lost in thought, Niji asked. It's nothing, just reminded me of an old opponent. Orochimaru replied with a smile, not elaborating further. That battle with Sasori truly left Orochimaru speechless. After he used Edo Tensei to summon the soul of the third Kazekage, Sasori controlled the body with his puppet technique. Just when Orochimaru thought it would be a thrilling battle, to his surprise, the third Kazekage directly broke free from his control in a haughty manner. As they continued to advance, a massive castle appeared before them. Unexpectedly, there was such a magnificent castle here. It was getting more and more mysterious. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement written all over his face. Inside the castle, Sharon had just finished changing the eyes of Anabi and, feeling the presence of several people, couldn't help but frown slightly. Did they arrive so quickly? It seems I'm not their match right now. It looks like I'll have to rely on that thing's power. With his eyes covered by white cloth, Sharon quietly sat in the deepest part of the palace, waiting for their arrival. As for controlling those puppets to block them, Sharon had thought about it, but quickly gave up. With their fighting strength, no amount of puppets would be enough to stop them. Boom! With a loud noise, the stone door of the palace was pushed open from the outside. Hinata, Niji, and three unfamiliar presences. Hearing the sound, Sharon, who had originally lowered his head slightly, raised it to look in their direction, his tone incredibly calm, as if greeting old friends he hadn't seen in years. Who are you? Hinata asked in confusion upon hearing someone call her name directly. I'm Otsutsuki Sharon. I visited you with your grandfather when you were a baby, Sharon said, revealing a faint smile. So, you're the one who took Hanabi's eyes? Silver light erupted from Hinata's eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Regardless of whether the opponent knew her or not, anyone who harmed her loved ones would not be spared. The Hinata now was no longer the timid Hinata of the past. Yes, Sharon did not deny it, nodding in acknowledgement. Give them back. Hinata did not hesitate, her aura erupting completely, the silver light in her eyes even more intense. The spatial door opened, and her figure transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at Sharon. Why won't you let me finish my sentence? Sharon shook his head and sighed, while controlling the power of the Rinnegan formed by the fusion of all his clan's Byakugan, generating a layer of defense for himself. Boom! Hinata's fist slammed hard against the barrier. Instantly, ripples spread across the barrier. Not bad. You could become the other half of my new era. Feeling Hinata's power, there was no anger or surprise on Sharon's face. Instead, it bore a hint of satisfaction. New era? Orochimaru, who had been watching coldly, showed interest again upon hearing this term. Yes, that's right, a new era. Sharon seemed to sense Orochimaru's fervor and explained while defending against Hinata's attacks. I will control the moon to crash into the ninja world. By then, everyone will vanish, and Hinata and I will become the new generation of creators. Originally, Sharon thought Orochimaru would understand him and even be shocked by his grand plan. However, what he completely did not expect was that after hearing Sharon's narrative, Orochimaru's previously eager expression suddenly cooled. Wishful thinking. Heh, I just felt your passion from your heart. I thought you could understand me. I didn't expect you to be no different from those mortals, still unable to escape the shackles of thought. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Sharon's mouth, as if he had misjudged someone. No. I also don't mind the arrival of a new era, even if I'm not part of it. Orochimaru shook his head upon seeing Sharon's mockery. He would not allow anyone to insult his attitude towards new things. But with your power, wanting to achieve that is just wishful thinking. As long as that person is around, I absolutely cannot accomplish it. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a hint of surprise appeared on Sharon's face. Which person are you referring to? Do you know why we found you so quickly? A hint of admiration appeared on Orochimaru's face. A long time ago, he told me that someone would steal Hinata Hanabi's eyes. Impossible. There's no way anyone in the ninja world knows that there are still people on the moon. Sharon's mind finally wavered. What else did he say? He also said that the opportunity for the Byakugan to evolve lies entirely in this incident. A dangerous glint appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Now, can you tell me how the Byakugan can evolve again? So that's it. I thought someone really knew everything. Turns out, you just want to know the secret of the Byakugan's evolution. Sharon laughed heartily, truly shocked just now. He didn't expect the opponent was actually trying to trick him. Orochimaru shook his head, quickly understanding the opponent's thoughts. Since he won't say, then let's have a battle. As he spoke, silver light also shone in Orochimaru's eyes. Space collapse. Orochimaru's silver Byakugan possesses the powers of spatial defense and spatial collapse. At the first moment, he aimed to directly collapse the protective barrier around Sharon. However, as the spatial power acted on the barrier, the collapsing force seemed like a mud cow entering the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. Interesting. Feeling the power being devoured, Orochimaru's eyebrows furrowed slightly. It seems that special power is needed to shake that layer of barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru's hands quickly raised, and 10 finger bones swiftly shot out from his fingers. 10 finger piercing. The white finger bones transformed into a remnant shadow and fiercely shot towards the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. As the finger bones collided with the barrier, the milky white barrier's vibration frequency became more intense. Damn it. Watching the barrier seem unable to withstand the opponent's attacks, Shiren's face showed a hint of surprise. He never expected that these people from the ninja world would actually have some strength. Crack. As he spoke, Orochimaru continuously waved his hands, and a series of finger bones shot out. The barrier finally shattered under his furious assault. However, before a smile could appear on Orochimaru's face, another layer of barrier appeared in front of Shiren. The speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. Seeing this scene, the brows of several people couldn't help but furrow tightly. How are we supposed to fight? That barrier is like a turtle shell. Just moments ago, he had also attempted an attack, but the Red Maru Army's assault had no effect on that barrier at all. Remembering what the opponent had just said, he felt a bit anxious. That power doesn't seem to belong to him. Orochimaru carefully sensed the breakage and formation of the barrier and spoke in a deep voice. To break the deadlock, we must find the source of that power. Is that so? After hearing Orochimaru's words, Niji's eyes continuously scanned the surroundings. When it comes to reconnaissance, nothing is better than the Byakugan. Chapter 130. The Request of the Little Frog There. Soon, Niji discovered an abnormality. Under his Byakugan's scrutiny, everything was laid bare before him. However, there was one place that even his Byakugan could not see through to uncover what was hidden within. Wait a minute. It seems there's another place. After looking at the sky, Niji's gaze shifted to the underground, and it seemed there was also a place that his Byakugan could not penetrate. Split up. I will hold them here. Niji, you go to the sky and destroy that place. Hinata, you have the space gate, so the underground area is up to you. Orochimaru quickly made arrangements. Understood. Whoosh. In an instant, the two disappeared. When Shirin heard that the opponent wanted to destroy the Rinnegan in the sky, he still wore a look of disdain. However, when he heard that they wanted to destroy the seal in the Earth's core, Shirin's expression suddenly became excited. Don't do anything reckless. Orochimaru and the others didn't know what the Earth's core was, but how could he not? His ancestor, the Otsutsuki Yui, came to the moon to guard the sealed object in the Earth's core. If the seal is broken, Shirin couldn't imagine what kind of consequences would occur. However, why would they listen to him? In fact, after hearing what he said, Orochimaru even wanted to go underground himself. However, just as this thought arose in Orochimaru's mind, Hinata had already returned. Her face was filled with disbelief, as if she had encountered some great horror. What's wrong? Hinata was no longer the Hinata of the past. She now had her own ninja way and would typically never show such an expression. Seeing Hinata's appearance, you immediately asked with concern. She is sealed in the Earth's core. Hinata's voice trembled slightly, and even now, she still couldn't believe her eyes. Who? Hearing Hinata's words, Orochimaru and you exchanged glances, their faces filled with suspicion. Kagaya. Hinata took a couple of deep breaths before slowly uttering those two words. What? However, those simple two words were like a thunderclap, making Orochimaru and you lose their composure. How is that possible? Luo would never allow such a thing to happen. Orochimaru seemed to doubt whether his ears were malfunctioning. A person who had skinned someone alive for teasing his woman could not allow his woman to be sealed away where there was no light. Hinata, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Even you began to have doubts at this moment. No, I definitely didn't see it wrong. The aura on that person is exactly the same as Kagaya's. Hinata nodded seriously. What are you talking about? Seeing that the others seemed so familiar with Kagaya, Shirin was completely unsettled. Do you know that person? Of course, we know her. And very well. You glanced impatiently at Shirin. She is the woman of my best brother. Just a few short sentences caused great harm to Shirin. That person is your brother's woman? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Shut up. Do you know who the person sealed there is? Shirin's face suddenly turned red, as if he had received some great humiliation. Why are you getting so worked up? Of course I know. Kagaya. Isn't she my brother's woman? Jariplaid dismissibly. However, such a nonchalant comment made Shirin even angrier. That is the progenitor of Chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Shirin suddenly stood up, filled with a furious aura. Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you even know who she is? Seeing the confused expressions on the others' faces, Shirin felt as if he was talking to a wall. In order to make them understand how ignorant they were, Shirin had no choice but to recount the history of the ninja world. Otsutsuki Kagaya had two sons, Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Hamura. He, Shirin, belonged to the branch of the Hamura line on the moon. The Hyuga clan is the branch of the Hamura line in the ninja world. If you don't know Otsutsuki Hamura, then you should know his brother, Otsutsuki Yui. He has another title, the Sage of Six Paths. After explaining everything, Shirin's emotions finally calmed down. He looked at the others with disdain and said lightly, Now, do you realize how ignorant your words were? However, the reactions of the three were completely beyond Shirin's expectations. I see. No wonder Luo-kun is so unreasonable. Orochimaru seemed to have discovered some great secret, feeling completely relieved. So Luo is my ancestor? Hinata stared blankly at you, feeling somewhat at a loss. Wow, are you kidding me? I thought of him as a brother. But he turns out to be my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather from that generation. How can I handle this? Jia felt somewhat overwhelmed. Hey, did you guys understand anything? That person and the one you mentioned are definitely not the same person. Shirin was completely on the verge of collapse. Boom! Just as the group was arguing, a sudden explosion rang out in the sky. It was only then that Shirin realized, this is impossible. How could the Rinnegan be shattered? He knew all too well the power of the Rinnegan formed from countless Byakugan. He never expected it to be so easily destroyed. Looking at the Byakugan falling like raindrops, unlike Orochimaru's indifference, Neji and Hinata showed a hint of sadness on their faces. How many people must die for so many Byakugan? Just as the group was feeling emotional, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly occurred. Orochimaru, Neji, and Hinata's eyes suddenly shone with silver light. The power from the falling Byakugan continuously surged into the eyes of the three. This pushed their silver mirror Byakugan towards a higher level of evolution. Is this the opportunity for evolution that Luo-kun spoke of? This power is simply wonderful, making Orochimaru unable to help but murmur. Stop. Watching the actions of the others, Shirin could no longer sit still. At this moment, he could no longer care about continuing to fuse Hanabi's Byakugan and flew towards the others. However, without the power of the Rinnegan, relying on his still unfused Byakugan, how could he be a match for the others? He was the first to step forward, and with a wave of his hand, the Red Maru army blocked Shiren's path. The scholar's eyes were about to split, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, a streak of crimson seeped through the cloth wrapped around his eyes. Damn it! Boom! With a loud explosion, a soft green light illuminated the scholar's body. Stimulated by his emotions, his white eyes unexpectedly evolved into the reincarnation eyes ahead of time. You all deserve to die, the scholar roared. But just as he was about to make a move, a similar green light suddenly shone from Orochimaru's body. His silver mirror white eyes had reached the highest level of development. Likewise, they were also the fastest to evolve. What a wonderful power! Orochimaru glanced at the scholar, who was in the same situation as him, and couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. Swish! Looking at the 5 floating orbs of the path of truth behind him, Orochimaru's admiration for Lo intensified. It turned out that the power he had longed for was only at the level of Lo several years ago. How strong must Lo be now? Seeing that Orochimaru's eyes had also evolved into reincarnation eyes, the scholar showed no signs of worry on his face. The reincarnation eyes achieved through this method were far inferior to his current strength. Just looking at the number of orbs of the path of truth behind them, they were not even in the same league. Orochimaru had only 5 orbs, while he had a total of 9. However, just as the scholar was about to take action, boom boom, 2 more auras suddenly erupted. Neji and Hinata also burst forth with green light. At this moment, the two also evolved their silver mirror white eyes into reincarnation eyes. Like Orochimaru, they too had 5 orbs behind them. However, even though the scholar was confident he could handle any one of them, facing 3 was beyond his capability. His steps toward attack came to a halt. In the Rain Village, Jiraiya believed he had successfully infiltrated through the Toad, unaware that every move he made was clearly sensed by Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Teacher, he's here. Conan, will you stop me? Nagato's voice was tinged with a hint of hoarseness. If Yahiko was the first light in Nagato's life, then Jiraiya was the second light. Now, in order to fulfill Yahiko's dream, he was willing to go against the entire ninja world. Moreover, the 8-tailed beasts had already been successfully sealed. The only one left was the 9 tails of Konoha. He knew that his teacher was a ninja from Konoha. Hesitating to act, he felt a bit reluctant to confront his own teacher. Now, he asked Conan, seemingly wanting her to dissuade him, and perhaps hoping she could give him a bit of resolute determination. Nagato. Conan slightly lowered her head. A girl's heart is always emotional. In that war-torn era, it was Jiraiya who protected them and taught them the skills to survive. In her heart, Jiraiya was like a father to her. But now, she had to stand on the opposite side. There was inevitably some sadness in her heart. I hope the teacher can understand our actions. The corners of Nagato's mouth carried a faint, bitter smile. It's impossible. No one can empathize with the suffering of others. While Jiraiya thought he was secretly gathering information in the Rain Village, unbeknownst to him, 2 hearts in the shadows were silently praying. Go back. Don't investigate any further. However, things did not go as hoped. As Jiraiya delved deeper into his investigation, he finally stepped into the central tower of the Rain Village. Swish, swish. The moment Jiraiya entered the central tower, a flurry of white paper appeared within, floating down like snowflakes. Jiraiya's body froze, and his mind instantly tensed. He knew he had been exposed. However, as one of the legendary Sannin, he was not overly worried. Even if he couldn't win, he had confidence in his ability to escape. Yet, as the paper fluttered down, the figure gradually forming before him made Jiraiya's tense heart momentarily rejoice. "Conan, is that you?" Although her demeanor was completely different from the image in his memory, Jiraiya easily recognized her. "Teacher, long time no see." A hint of a smile appeared on Conan's cold face. "What are you doing here? What about Yahiko and Nagato? I went to the small house looking for you many times, but you never returned. I thought you were all dead. I didn't expect to run into you here, huh? This is really great." In that moment, Jiraiya seemed to have forgotten the purpose of his visit. Conan's head slightly bowed, her eyes carrying a hint of sadness. She could feel the concern in Jiraiya's tone. She also remembered Yahiko's death. "Teacher, please stop investigating and go back." The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and, after a long time, Conan slowly lifted her head, and the nostalgic look in her eyes was replaced by determination. "What?" Jiraiya seemed momentarily confused, not understanding what Conan meant. A hint of bewilderment appearing on his face, but in an instant his pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. Could it be that the hidden hand, for Yahiko's wish for the peace of the ninja world? Conan's voice carried an undeniable resolve. "Can you tell me what exactly is going on?" Jiraiya suddenly felt his mind become chaotic. Although he didn't raise them himself, he had accompanied Conan and the others in their lives. He really didn't want to become enemies with them. "Yahiko is dead. He died on the road to peace." Conan's words were brief, but delivered a fatal blow to Jiraiya. He was well aware of the bond between the three of them. Things had reached this point, and there was no room for negotiation. Isn't the ninja world already at peace? Yet, Jiraiya still used his last strength to persuade. Peace. It's merely the peace of the great nations. When one day the great nations no longer want peace, where do we small countries go? However, before Conan could respond, another person suddenly appeared beside her. Seeing the newcomer, Jiraiya's expression froze suddenly, followed by a look of confusion. "Yahiko?" But then he shook his head. "No, you are not Yahiko." He saw the reincarnation eyes in Yahiko's eye sockets. These eyes should belong to Nagato. Moreover, with what Conan said, Yahiko was already dead. He believed that Conan would never joke about this. "Let me introduce myself. I am Pain. I am God." Compared to Conan, Nagato's tone while controlling the Deva path was even colder. "Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Why do you resemble Yahiko so much?" Jiraiya finally remembered the purpose of his visit and began to probe for information intentionally or unintentionally. "Also, what is your purpose in capturing the tailed beasts?" What is the purpose of capturing the tailed beasts?" "For the peace of the ninja world." Yahiko is dead, and with his death, the grand vision of using love to change the world that he cherished has also died. And I am Pain and God. What I must do is make the world feel the same pain as I do. Only when everyone experiences pain will they understand the preciousness of peace. Nagato's hands slowly spread open, as if embracing the entire world. "No, people can only welcome peace by letting go of their hatred and understanding each other. What you said cannot truly lead to peace." Jiraiya also yearns for peace, but the peace he longs for is definitely not the kind that Nagato speaks of. Let go of hatred? Mutual understanding? No, it's useless. The Deva path laughs up to the sky, looking at Jiraiya with a hint of sarcasm. "Without experiencing others' suffering, do not advise others to be good. If you have not experienced my suffering, you may not have my goodness. It is absolutely impossible to understand each other without having gone through the same pain. What I need to do is to make them experience the same pain." Listening to the mad words of the Deva path, Jiraiya's heart grew heavier. He knew that no amount of verbal dispute would be of any use. Looking at Jiraiya's tense body, a hint of disappointment appeared in the Deva path's eyes. Can even his teacher not understand him? He couldn't help but shake his head. "Teacher, are you planning to take action against me? 1,000 years ago. Dear, what's wrong?" Kagaya gently rested her head on Lo's shoulder, asking with concern. She noticed that Lo's emotions seemed a bit off these past few days. Especially during the quiet of night, she could feel Lo's strong love for her. However, when she closed her eyes and fell into a dream, Lo's expression would become gloomy. Every time she occasionally woke from a dream and saw the complex look in his eyes, her heart would ache faintly. Lo stretched out his hands and gently hugged Kaguya. It's nothing, just thinking if one day, for some reason, I have to leave, would you wait for me? Why would you leave? Didn't we agree to be together forever? Kaguya was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Lo was considering such things. I'm just saying, what if? Lo gently brushed Kaguya's hair, smiling with endless tenderness. Although his expression did not reveal much, he knew that this what if was inevitable. Then I will wait for you. Wait for the day you find me again. Kaguya's face was filled with unwavering determination. Tianji, is that the goddess you mentioned? However, just as Lo and Kaguya were immersed in their feelings, a voice broke the atmosphere. Yes, Tianji nodded and followed behind the speaker. Although both were sons of different nations, the country of the ancestor was at a disadvantage compared to the other's national strength. Moreover, with Tianji's cowardly personality, he did not seem like a monarch at this moment, but rather like a sycophant. You, get lost. The speaker pointed at Lo and coldly spoke. I want this woman. Hearing the other person's impolite words, Lo couldn't help but shake his head. Whether 1,000 years later or 1,000 years before, the goddess was still that goddess, still capable of making people fall for her. Similarly, whether 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, he himself had not changed in the slightest. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it and you will die. Tianji. Lo ignored the shouting person and turned to look at Tianji. The cold gaze made Tianji lower his head, unable to meet his eyes. Kid, you're seeking death. Seeing that Lo ignored him and instead focused on Tianji, anger instantly filled the speaker's heart. I hope this is the only time this happens today. However, Lo's gaze remained fixed on Tianji, without a hint of compromise. Kid. The person wanted to say more, but suddenly found himself unable to speak. In his eyes, a headless corpse appeared, looking so familiar. It seemed to be himself. Take care of it. If such a thing happens again, your fate will definitely not be better than his. Lo did not want Kaguya to see such a bloody scene. From the moment he made a move, he had gently covered Kaguya's eyes with his hand. However, Lo forgot that even if Kaguya lost all her combat power, she was still a pure member of the Otsutsuki clan. As time passed, the power within her was slowly recovering. And how could the power of the Byakugan be blocked by just one hand? As night fell, holding Kaguya, Lo watched as she gradually fell asleep. Lo slowly got up again and went outside the room. He vaguely sensed a force that was pulling at him. Moreover, as time went on, this force became increasingly strong. Lo knew that it was the power of time urging him to leave. Quack, quack, quack. At this moment, a frog croak interrupted Lo's thoughts. Little frog? Lo turned his head to look around, puzzled. It was already deep autumn, and winter was approaching. Whether it was frogs or toads, it was time for them to hibernate. Why would a little frog appear now? Quack, quack, quack. The little frog croaked desperately, seemingly trying to express something. However, Lo couldn't quite understand what it was trying to convey. Quack, quack, quack. Seeing that Lo didn't understand its meaning, the little frog's voice became increasingly anxious. And in the end, it even used its little hands to push at Lo. Are you asking me to follow you? Lo asked in confusion. Quack. The little frog nodded earnestly. A hint of surprise appeared on Lo's face. However, in the end, curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to see what the little frog was up to. Seeing Lo agree, the little frog hopped around him, occasionally drawing patterns on the ground. What is this? The aura of sage art? As the formation was completed, Lo felt the aura of the Mayaboka mountain sage art from it. Could it be that the little frog sought him out because he practiced the techniques of Mayaboka mountain? As the formation grew brighter, Lo and the little frog's figures suddenly disappeared from their original spot. Chapter 131. Jiraiya. Perhaps there are still some regrets. As his vision blurred and then cleared again, Lo had followed the little frog to a familiar yet strange environment. Where's this? Mayaboka mountain? Lo spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Quack, quack, quack. The little frog, however, did not care about Lo's expression and kept tugging at Lo's pant leg with its little paws. Lo looked down at the little frog and followed the direction indicated by its little paw. Soon, he discovered something unusual. Is this the aura of the Dragon Cave sage art? With sage power swirling around him, Lo slowly ascended into the air. carrying the little frog as he flew towards that direction. Before long, a brutal battlefield came into view. Countless large snakes and countless frogs were engaged in a frenzied battle. Various sage arts danced wildly in the sky, and the scene was extremely tragic. However, upon closer inspection, the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain seemed to be falling into a disadvantage. Given this, the little frog's purpose in seeking him out was already self-evident. It wanted him to save the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain. Survival of the fittest. This is the law of nature. Originally, Luo did not plan to get involved. However, seeing the pleading look in the little frog's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted. Fine. After all, he had once practiced sage arts at Mayaboka Mountain, and the great toad sage of Mayaboka Mountain had shown him such respect. If he could help, then he would help. With that thought, a flash of lightning seemed to cross Luo's mind in an instant. When he first met the great toad sage, the sage's words resurfaced in his mind. You have returned. Of course I remember. 1,000 years ago, I was just a little frog. It seems, however, that you have lost the memories of that year. Uncontrollably, Luo's gaze turned towards the little toad at his feet, and an incredible guess emerged in his mind. Could this be the great toad sage of Mayaboka Mountain? It turns out that he had encountered this being 1,000 years ago. It seems that today, he had to take action. With this thought, Luo's figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Boom! Stop! With the surge of Senjutsu chakra, Luo's voice immediately echoed throughout the area, causing both sides of the battle to feel their heads buzzing. Human, why are you here? Once the buzzing in their minds faded, the battle between the Dragon Cave and Mayaboka Mountain came to a halt. All the giant snakes and toads couldn't help but look towards Luo in the center of the battlefield. The leading giant snake from the Dragon Cave stared at Luo with cold, piercing eyes and said, "Can you give me a favor and call off this battle?" When Luo practiced Senjutsu, he had shown favor to Mayaboka Mountain, and he had also done the same for the Dragon Cave. He did not wish to overly favor either side, nor did he want to make things too extreme. Human, this is not something you can interfere with. Leave now, and I, the Dragon Cave, will not hold it against you, the giant snake coldly replied. In this era, humans were merely their food, and the only beings they valued were the gods. Therefore, the giant snake scoffed at Luo's words. Sigh. The Dragon Cave is still the same as it was 1,000 years ago, whether it 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, still so unapproachable. Luo couldn't help but shake his head. I don't want to be your enemy. However, I have my duties and principles. I hope you can give me a favor. Luo looked at the giant snake and slightly bowed. Your favor isn't worth much, the giant snake said coldly, its tail swinging violently towards Luo. Sigh. Luo let out a light sigh. Why bother? With both hands extended, Luo murmured, Senjutsu. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Whoosh. A blinding golden light suddenly appeared, moving so quickly that the giant snake in front of him had no time to react before it vanished from existence. Now, can you give me a favor? Luo looked at the snake group and sighed. Without their leader, the snakes immediately fell into chaos, twisting their bodies and instinctively retreating. Luo's earlier attack had left them in shock. I do not wish to kill. Just retreat. Seeing the snakes appear to want to retreat, Luo spoke again. Hearing Luo's words, the snakes felt as if they had been granted amnesty, losing the ferocity they had just displayed, and one by one, they withdrew, disappearing from Luo's sight in no time. Quack quack. At that moment, the leading toad from Mayaboka Mountain came before Luo to express its gratitude. However, there was a hint of strangeness on Luo's face. Clearly, 1,000 years later, the toads of Mayaboka Mountain could speak human language. Why couldn't they do so 1,000 years ago? Moreover, the giant snakes of the Dragon Cave could also speak human language. What Luo didn't realize was that, unlike the Dragon Cave, which occasionally hunted humans for food and often clashed with the gods they worshipped, and the wet bone forest, where humans traveled great distances for healing, Mayaboka Mountain had always remained aloof, having little contact with humans. The main reason they learned to speak human language 1,000 years later was to express their gratitude for Luo's rescue today. After accepting the thanks of the toads from Mayaboka Mountain, Luo activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to Kagaya's side. You're back. However, the worrying thing he feared happened. Recently, his premonition of leaving had become stronger, and despite his efforts to hide his emotions, Kagaya still sensed something was off. As a result, Kagaya had become increasingly restless at night. Luo was afraid that Kagaya would panic upon waking and finding him gone. That was why he hurried back after resolving the crisis at Mayaboka Mountain. To his surprise, he was still detected by Kagaya. I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk, Luo said as he embraced Kagaya, gently stroking her hair. Kagaya didn't ask much. She just greedily felt the aura emanating from Luo. Another night passed. Luo watched as Kagaya fell asleep, and once again, he couldn't help but step outside. Quack, quack. This time, however, the little toad had been waiting for him for a long time. Little toad, you're here again, Luo said with a smile. Quack, quack. The little toad hopped around, looking very happy. Luo had helped them fend off the Dragon Cave's invasion, and Mayaboka Mountain had once again become peaceful. How wonderful it is to be carefree like you. Looking at the little toad hopping around, a hint of envy appeared on Luo's face. Quack, quack. The little toad tilted its head, seemingly asking Luo what was troubling him. If I told you, you wouldn't understand, Luo said with a wry smile, not expecting that one day he would confide in a toad. Quack, quack. The little toad waved its hands, as if to say, who says I don't understand? As if treating the little toad as a confidant, Luo slowly expressed his concerns. He didn't expect the toad to understand his meaning. He just wanted someone to talk to. Little toad, what do you think will happen to Kagaya if I leave? Quack, quack. Little toad, is there a way to make time jump directly to 1,000 years later so that I could still be here? And when she wakes up, she will see me at first glance? Quack, quack. Little toad, 1,000 years later on the moon. Why? Clearly, I am the one who is right. Facing the siege of the three, Shinra ultimately fell into a disadvantage, barely hanging on as he looked at the equally disheveled but still filled with fighting spirit Orochimaru and the others. You don't need to worry about the matters of the ninja world. Your so-called new era, is just wishful thinking. Orochimaru disdainfully sneered. Hinata, make your move. I'm going to check the Earth's core. No. However, as soon as Orochimaru's words fell, Shinra, who had been on the brink of collapse, suddenly stood up. A trace of fear appeared in his light blue pupils. Orochimaru ignored him and vanished from his spot in a flash. After evolving his Byakugan into Rinnegan, his control over space became even more adept. In an instant, he arrived at the Earth's core. Looking up, he saw Kagaya sealed within. Orochimaru's heart trembled slightly, for even with the sealing barrier between them, he could still sense an overwhelming aura emanating from her. What a powerful force. If only I could. Orochimaru's tongue involuntarily licked his lips, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. However, such thoughts lasted only a moment before he forcibly suppressed them. Based on his understanding of Luo, since the latter already knew about the future, it meant he had everything planned out. Even seeing Kagaya now, or his current thoughts, must have been accounted for by Luo. He believed that if he entertained any wicked thoughts, the result would definitely be his demise. As for breaking Kagaya's seal, let alone whether he could do it, Orochimaru believed that Luo definitely had his own arrangements. The reason he came here was merely to see what kind of barrier could trap Kagaya, and whether it was possible to study it. Just as Orochimaru slowly approached the barrier, his mind was suddenly pulled into a dark space. Opposite him sat a man in white clothes, with his back to him. Who are you? Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, because even in his current state, he still felt weak in the presence of the other's aura. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Yumura slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at Orochimaru. My name is Tsutsuki Yumura. Tsutsuki Yumura, the brother of Sage of 6 Paths? A hint of shock appeared on Orochimaru's face. Are you here to destroy the seal? Yumura's face bore an endless pressure, and as he spoke, a wave of oppression heavily descended upon Orochimaru. No, senior, you misunderstand, Orochimaru explained. I don't intend to destroy the seal. I just want to study it and see if I can replicate the sealing technique. Oh, is that so? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a glimmer of light appeared in Yumura's eyes. The barrier sealing his mother was becoming increasingly weak. Recently, he even sensed a force belonging to his mother slipping out from it. However, he was powerless to stop it. The person before him possessed the Rinnegan and now wanted to learn sealing techniques. He might as well do a favor and teach the other the sealing techniques while also having him help reinforce the seal. Is there any condition? Upon hearing Yumura's words, a glimmer of light appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. However, he did not agree immediately. He understood very well that there is no free lunch in the world. Help me reinforce the seal. Yumura directly stated his purpose. Goodbye. Upon hearing Yumura's words, Orochimaru shivered all over. Are you kidding? Reinforcing the seal of a woman? Am I looking for trouble? Wait, can you tell me the reason for your refusal? Seeing Orochimaru's decisive rejection, Yumura's face showed a hint of astonishment. I won't agree. I might have another chance to study it later. If I agree to you, my life will likely be over soon. The world is so big. I still want to see more. Orochimaru pouted. Don't worry. My mother is currently sealed and has fallen into a deep sleep. She will definitely not harm you. Yumura continued to persuade. Is there a possibility that I'm not afraid of your mother, but your father? Orochimaru felt that this old man in front of him was utterly unreliable. My father? Yumura's expression stiffened. I don't have a father. Hee. Orochimaru sneered. However, looking at Orochimaru's smile, Yumura's face grew increasingly stiff. Could it be that my father really exists? His thoughts involuntarily returned to many years ago. At that time, whenever night fell, his mother would always gaze at the starry sky. He and his brother were still young and did not understand why their mother did this. They curiously asked their mother, Mother, why do you always look at the sky? Because your father is up there watching over us. Whenever the two asked, their mother's face always wore a happy smile as she answered them. However, as they grew older, they learned some sayings. Those who had passed away were often compared to stars in the sky, quietly watching over their loved ones. Thus, the two naturally assumed that their mother was referring to their father, who was no longer in the world. Unexpectedly, today they heard such news, causing Yumura to doubt his previous judgment. Of course, your father doesn't exist. Did you pop out a rock? Orochimaru rolled his eyes, completely speechless at the old man before him. Who is he? Have you seen him? Yumura's voice trembled slightly. Orochimaru glanced at Yumura in silence before turning to disconnect his consciousness from this space. He really had no interest in continuing the conversation with this old man. It was simply absurd. Watching Orochimaru leave, Yumura looked at Kagaya's seal before him and fell into deep thought. When Orochimaru arrived again on the moon's surface, Hinata had already dug out Sharon's eyes, and without the support of his eyes, Sharon had become even weaker. He was clearly nearing death. Let's go. Orochimaru didn't even bother to look at Sharon and turned to leave. He was unwilling to intervene in Kagaya's matters and felt incapable of doing so. After leaving the moon and returning to the ninja world through the transport portal, Orochimaru did not follow the three back to Konoha. Instead, he separated from them and quickly headed towards the Hidden Rain village. He hoped to make it in time. However, even with his unparalleled speed, when he arrived at the Hidden Rain village, the scene before him was the last moment of Jiraiya's life. Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru's figure, a faint smile appeared on Jiraiya's lips. Many years ago, he fantasized about bringing Orochimaru back. Many years later, seeing Orochimaru's approach, it seemed that his purpose had finally been achieved. As for the news about Pain, he had already sent it back to Konoha via Messenger Frog. At this moment, he had completed his mission. If he said there was no attachment, no regret, that would be a lie. He still wanted to see Tsunade one last time, to see the woman he loved, but it seemed that he could not do so. The light before Jiraiya slowly faded until he fell into endless darkness. Boom! Jiraiya. Orochimaru dodged and blocked Pain's attack with a wave of his hand, supporting Jiraiya's body that was about to fall. The smartest between us is you. The most foolish is still you. Orochimaru, are you here to seek death? Looking at Orochimaru's figure, Pain spoke coldly. However, Orochimaru did not strike back. He merely coldly glanced at him. I want to take him back to Konoha. Seeing Orochimaru's cold gaze, Pain fell into silence. After a long time, he also did not make a move and turned to leave, returning to one's roots. Although he had to personally kill his teacher due to their differing ideologies, Orochimaru's steps became heavier as he carried Jiraiya's corpse. Memories of the past flooded back. Even though he had once left Konoha, it was because of Konoha's decay. When Jiraiya chased after him, although he always gave the impression that he truly wanted to kill him, How many times did he actually go through with it? He just didn't want Jiraiya to fall into his quagmire. In the Konoha Hokage office. Crack. While reviewing scrolls, Tsunade suddenly felt a wave of unease, and the pen in her hand broke at that moment. A feeling of panic surfaced in her heart. What is going on? Why do I feel this way? Could it be because... No, it's impossible. He promised me he would come back alive. Tsunade repeatedly comforted herself, but the tears from the corner of her eyes flowed uncontrollably, until Orochimaru brought Jiraiya's corpse before her. The tears that should have gushed out at that moment could no longer flow at all. Looking at the already stiff corpse before her and the faint smile on his face, Tsunade felt her heart suddenly become empty. Numbly walking to Jiraiya's side, she reached out and gently touched his cheek. There was not a trace of warmth. You promised me you would come back alive. Kneeling on the ground, Tsunade kept murmuring to herself. Looking at Tsunade before him, Orochimaru did not know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh. Life is truly fragile. He can use the impure world reincarnation to summon Jiraiya's soul back. However, even if he has consciousness, he is not a living person, which holds no significance. 1,000 years ago, little Toad, I feel that my time to leave is getting closer. But I really don't want to leave. Luo's expression was filled with endless frustration. Ribbit, 1,000 years. I can't imagine how much pain she must have endured. Ribbit, a human and a toad converse like this. However, Luo did not notice that Kagaya had quietly come up behind him at some point. Listening to Luo's murmured words, tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. 1,000 years, that is 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, the world has changed. Luo's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. Just then, a pair of warm little hands slowly embraced him from behind. Luo's body stiffened, feeling a bit at a loss. Darling, did you hear everything? Kagaya nodded slightly, her tears soaking the back of Luo's clothes. I am sorry, Luo's voice choked, unable to finish his words. No, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I will wait for you. I love you. Where you are is home. Kagaya slowly revealed the words of love that Luo had first said to her. I am sorry, feeling the deep love from the person behind him. Luo didn't know how to express his feelings and could only repeatedly say sorry. The next day, as the sun rose, Luo looked at the sleeping beauty beside him, feeling waves of happiness in his heart. However, after happiness came endless bitterness and reluctance. His departure was already a foregone conclusion. That feeling was becoming increasingly strong. However, before leaving, he must do something for her. Gently waving his hand, 9 pieces of the Sikh Truth Jade fell into Luo's hands. A surge of power, infused with a protective heart, flowed into the Sikh Truth Jade. Based on the situation of the Sikh Truth Jade when he arrived, Luo had a premonition that it would not leave because of his departure. Then, he would let the Sikh Truth Jade guard Kagaya in his stead. After completing all this, Luo slowly got up, kissed Kagaya's forehead gently, and turned to leave. Tianji, I have to leave for a while. Seeing Tianji shivering in front of him, Luo spoke coldly. During this time, she will stay in the land of ancestors. If I come back and find that she has suffered even the slightest grievance, then the land of ancestors will no longer have any reason to exist. As he spoke, Luo's right hand clenched tightly towards the distant mountain peak. The towering mountain instantly vanished with his grip. Do you understand? Watching the mountain disappear like that, Tianji was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Such a method, even the deity he revered, was nothing compared to this. Chapter 132, Memory Restoration, starting to reverse the Heavenly Gang. Based on this book, please don't overanalyze. Thank you. After warning Tianji, when Luo returned to his residence, Kagaya had already awakened from her dreams, a hint of laziness on her beautiful little face. Luo couldn't help but give her cheek a light peck. Usually, when facing Luo's affection, Kagaya would always show a sweet smile. However, today was a bit different. At that moment, Kagaya's face bore a faint sadness. Are you leaving? That short sentence made Luo's throat feel as if a giant rock had lodged in it, making it difficult to speak. I will wait for you. Whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I will wait for you. Kagaya's gaze was firm and affectionate, in life and death, without regrets. The more serious Kagaya's expression became, the more guilty Luo felt in his heart. If I say that parting is for a better reunion, would you believe it? Luo gently embraced Kagaya, greedily inhaling the fragrance of her hair. As long as it's what you say, I believe. The ancient country of Lulon. I'm going to seal your memories. Minato looked at Naruto seriously, his voice carrying a hint of indulgence. No, absolutely not. I don't want to forget this memory. However, at this moment, Naruto was acting like a mischievous little boy, playfully clinging to his father. Naruto, don't mess around, Minato said helplessly. The moment he saw Naruto, Minato felt a strange connection with this little guy. Later, during their conversation, he finally confirmed that this was his child. Who is messing around with you? Sarah, would you let me lose my memory? Naruto directly pulled Sarah over and asked. Seeing Sarah, Minato's head began to ache. His heart felt like a stampede of horses. If he knew who had educated Naruto, he would definitely fight with that person. Although he was happy that his son found a daughter-in-law for himself, who in the world taught him about love across time and space? The most annoying part was that even if he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. The two had already made their choices. As a father, could he be the villain? Fortunately, Minato's thoughts were unknown to Luo. Otherwise, he would surely say Minato was overreacting. It's just love across time and space. You've only crossed how many years? Look at me, I directly crossed 1,000 years. However, if memories weren't sealed, it might change history. Minato expressed his concerns. I see. After hearing Minato's explanation, Naruto hesitated. Then, Dad, my memories don't need to be sealed. You seal your memories and Sarah's instead. No. However, as soon as Naruto finished speaking, he was met with Sarah's vehement opposition. I don't want to forget Naruto-kun. Silly. Seeing Sarah so emotionally agitated, Naruto affectionately patted her head. If I don't seal your memories, perhaps the future me won't appear. Only by sealing your memories can we have a better reunion. But I really don't want to forget Naruto-kun. Sarah's eyes turned red, and tears fell down her cheeks. Be good. I promise I will find you again. Naruto gently embraced Sarah, soothing her softly. All right, it's almost time. Since Naruto doesn't want to seal his memories, then forget it. Naruto's stubbornness leaves me no choice but to compromise. We will meet again. Naruto waved at Sarah, his body slowly disappearing into the light. However, Naruto never expected that his encounter with Sarah would come so quickly. Sigh. Although he saw his father, Luo was nowhere to be found. Otherwise, he would surely be happy for me. Naruto, who traveled back through time and space, couldn't help but sigh. But then again, the ancient country of Lulon has disappeared. Where am I supposed to find Sarah? Muttering to himself, Naruto walked toward the ruins of the ancient country of Lulon. Why won't you let us in? This is our former homeland. Just as he stepped out of the ruins of Lulon, Naruto heard the sound of arguing. Following the noise, his eyes widened in surprise. Who else could it be but Sarah, who he had just been thinking about? However, at this moment, she seemed to have a hint of mature charm compared to his memories. Sarah. Without thinking, Naruto called out her name. Hearing Naruto's voice, Gaara stopped his attempt to block. His eyes filled with surprise as he looked in the direction of the sound. Luo had been gone for a long time. He disappeared when he was with Naruto. Now that he heard Naruto's voice, it meant that Luo must have appeared as well. However, when Gaara looked towards Naruto with excitement, the expression on his face suddenly stiffened. He did not see Luo's figure. Only Naruto stood there all alone. Naruto. Sarah also saw Naruto, and in an instant, countless memories flooded her mind. It turned out that the memory seals set by Minato for Sarah would automatically lift when she encountered Naruto. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of longing filled Sarah's mind, causing her body to uncontrollably lunge towards Naruto. I finally see you again. Tears streamed down Sarah's cheeks, soaking Naruto's clothing. Isn't everything better now? We will never be apart again. Naruto gently brushed Sarah's hair, soothing her softly. However, seeing Sarah leap into Naruto's arms, the man who had just been standing beside Sarah was momentarily stunned. Mother, what are you doing? With his exclamation, both Sarah and Naruto's bodies stiffened slightly. Ahem. Turning her head, Sarah looked a bit embarrassed at her son and explained, Well, Tianzi, didn't you once ask me who your father is? Because at that time, my memories were sealed, and I only had a vague recollection. So, I told you that you were a gift from heaven. That's why I named you Tianzi. Ahem. Sarah's face flushed slightly. Now, my memories have returned. Naruto Uzumaki, is your father. Hearing his mother's explanation, Tianzi was completely stunned. What? This kid who looks younger than me is my father. Mother, are you joking? Tianzi, don't be disrespectful to your father. A hint of displeasure appeared on Sarah's face. This is a long story. Without waiting for Luo to appear, Gaara decided not to leave. So, Naruto camped alongside them near the ruins of the ancient country of Luon. After a few days together, Tianzi finally accepted the fact that Naruto was his father. However, the word father was still difficult for him to say. Hey, Tianzi, you don't have to be so tangled up. From now on, you can call me Dad, and I'll call you Bro. We'll keep it separate. Seeing his son's conflicted expression, Naruto clapped him on the shoulder and reassured him. No way. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with Sarah's objection. Wouldn't that mess up the hierarchy? Then what can we do? Naruto felt a bit frustrated. Suddenly having such a big son was something he found hard to accept as well. 1,000 years ago, Luo was surrounded by glowing halos. This was the power of time and space, urging him to return. But Luo truly did not want to part with Kagaya, and he struggled against this force. However, as the pull of time and space grew stronger, Luo ultimately could not hold on any longer. My dear, I will wait for you. Leaving behind his last words, Luo's figure vanished 1,000 years ago. Watching Luo leave, tears fell from the corners of Kagaya's eyes. However, Luo's disappearance was witnessed by Tianji, who was personally delivering food to Kagaya. However, at that moment, he still did not dare to act rashly. Luo's methods were not something an ordinary mortal like him could fathom. However, sometimes things do not go as one wishes. The killing of a nation's emperor was certainly not a trivial matter. When the news reached the other nation, it immediately fell into turmoil, with countless people vying for the emperor's position. However, mutual fighting would severely damage the national strength. Therefore, it was ultimately decided that whoever could capture the murderer of the previous emperor would be supported to become the emperor. Thus, the grand army of the other nation began to assemble and march towards the ancestral nation. Compared to the military strength of the other nation, the ancestral nation had no chance of winning. After receiving this news, Tianji fell into a panic. On one hand, he feared Luo's power. On the other hand, he had to face the oppression of the other nation. For the past few days, he had locked himself in his room, the immense pressure making him look haggard. I'll risk it. Ultimately, he made a difficult decision. On that day, he had personally witnessed Luo disappear in a flash of white light, and he bet that Luo would not return. If he lost the bet, death would be the only outcome. And now, if he did not make a decision, the army of the other nation would still leave him with no place to die. However, Kagaya was completely unaware of all this. She lay quietly on the bed where Luo had once lain with her, feeling the remnants of his presence. An odd thought suddenly arose in her mind. What if she could sleep for 1,000 years? How wonderful that would be. When she woke up, the first thing she would see would be her lover. Boom! Just as Kagaya was lost in her fantasies, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Who are you? Seeing the imposing crowd, Kagaya was startled, instinctively wanting to grab Luo's arm. However, when she reached out, she suddenly remembered. Luo was gone. You are the woman who killed the emperor? The leader of the other nation glanced at Kagaya, and a hint of amazement appeared in his eyes. What a beautiful woman, but her fate would likely be quite tragic. Seeing that Kagaya did not respond, the leader of the other nation waved his hand. Take her away. As his hand fell, countless people rushed into the room, ready to act. However, just as they approached Kagaya, 9 Dao-seeking balls suddenly flew out, instantly claiming several lives. Demonique technique. Seeing this scene, the leader of the other nation could not help but exclaim, Hurry, summon the gods. Every country has its own deities. When a nation is invaded, they can summon their gods to help them through the crisis. However, because the ancestral nation and the other nation are neighboring countries, they worship the same gods. This was also the reason Tianji did not resist. Boom, boom, boom. As the leader's voice fell, several people in the army behind him suddenly radiated divine light. Divine descent technique. By sacrificing their lives, they temporarily gained the power of the gods. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ones who initiated the divine descent turned into shadows, rushing straight towards Kaguya. The divine descent would continuously consume their life force, so time was limited, and they had to act quickly. Bang! Bang! However, even though the enemy had activated the divine descent technique, the Dao-seeking balls could still protect Kaguya's safety. The 9 Dao-seeking balls continuously blocked the enemy's attacks, and for a moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Seeing that they couldn't take down the enemy for the time being, the leader of the other nation raised his arm again. Continue. Boom, boom, boom. With another series of loud explosions, several more people behind him activated the divine descent technique. They were the assassins cultivated by the other nation, and their existence was for this moment. With their addition, the Dao-seeking balls were beginning to fall short. They could only manage a feeble defense. Come on, hurry. Just as Kaguya was at a loss, an ancient voice echoed in her mind, calling her to move forward. Listening to this voice, Kaguya involuntarily stood up and walked out step by step. Upon seeing Kaguya emerge, the generals of the neighboring country couldn't help but step back, fearing that they might be caught in the aftermath of the battle. He hadn't used the divine descending technique. Kaguya's eyes gradually became dazed, as if everything around her had disappeared. In her eyes, there was only a towering tree that seemed to be on the horizon. As Kaguya's thoughts stirred, a Dao-seeking jade flew to her feet, lifting her body and quickly flying toward the divine tree. Come, Uri. The divine tree continued to call out, its voice tinged with urgency. Beneath the divine tree, various strange deities stood silently. See, God, this is a divine artifact on land. Do you want to join in? Ha ha. God of death. You a rat from the underworld. Do you dare meddle in the affairs of the living? Shut up. This divine tree is within the territory of my sky god, and rightfully belongs to me. Several deities argued incessantly, all wanting to seize ownership of the divine tree. There was no choice. The power emanating from the divine tree truly moved them. Moreover, these were the first deities to receive the news, and soon, more deities would arrive. However, just as they were quarreling, a figure dressed in white, protected by the Dao-seeking jade, quietly floated above their heads. Who are you? The sudden appearance of this person quickly drew the attention of all the deities. The current continent was ruled by deities. Yet, the person before them felt unfamiliar. She was not a deity they recognized. Kaguya did not respond. The Dao-seeking jade lifted her and slowly floated to the crown of the divine tree. Stop! Seeing Kaguya about to pluck the fruit from the divine tree, all the deities immediately shouted to stop her. Attacks followed their voices, suddenly unleashed. However, at that moment, a bright light shone around the divine tree, blocking all the attacks. How is this possible? The divine tree is actually helping her. Who is she? Seeing this situation, a deity exclaimed in shock. They had just tried to pluck the fruit from the divine tree, but all had ended in failure. They had no choice but to dispute the ownership of the divine tree before figuring out how to pluck its fruit. Unexpectedly now, the fruit of the divine tree was so easily plucked by the person before them. Moreover, the divine tree was actually protecting this person. Kaguya ignored the bickering of the deities and numbly brought the divine tree's fruit to her mouth, swallowing it in one bite. Boom! As the fruit of the divine tree entered her stomach, a violent aura instantly erupted from her body. Along with it, Kaguya's lost memories exploded forth. In that moment, she remembered everything. She was Otsutsuki Kaguya, the princess of the Otsutsuki clan. The purpose of her coming to this land was to plant the divine tree so that it could absorb the power of the planet and bear fruit. The Otsutsuki clan could enhance their power by consuming the fruit of the divine tree. This seed of the divine tree was a wedding gift from the Otsutsuki god, her father. After receiving the gift, the two agreed to come to the shinobi world together. No need for the planet's name, please understand. However, just as they were about to reach the shinobi world, they suddenly encountered a space-time turbulence. During their struggle against the turbulence, they became separated. She descended into the shinobi world, but lost all her memories, only remembering that she came to plant a tree. Then, as her memory returned to this point, the figure of R appeared in Kaguya's mind, and a slight smile curved her lips. The Otsutsuki clan had never known love. What they had was only the desire to become stronger. If she hadn't lost her power or memories, perhaps she wouldn't have even glanced at R. It was very likely that when the other party appeared, she would have killed him. However, things were so coincidental. At that time, she not only lost her power, but also her memories. R, just like that, entered her heart. Wherever you are is home. That simple phrase made Kaguya feel attached. At the same time, for the first time, she felt less desire for power. Now, she just wanted to come to R's side and quietly be a small woman, enjoying his care. A girl who has secretly tasted the forbidden fruit of love always has such beautiful thoughts. Outside the planet. Found it. Kaguya has actually eaten a fruit of the divine tree. Damn, I'm still a step too late. Even though he had a marriage contract with Kaguya, there were no feelings involved. Or rather, the Otsutsuki clan had never known such a thing as feelings. Ichihashi felt the aura of the divine tree, continuously shuttling through the doors of space, heading towards the shinobi world. If Kaguya had not regained her memories, perhaps her heart would only have the mindset of a small woman. But now that she had regained her memories, she had to consider her and R's future. After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, she knew that Ichihashi would definitely be able to sense her location. The Otsutsuki clan was proud. They would never allow themselves to fall in love with a human. Therefore, for her and R's future, Kaguya's eyes coldly gazed at the divine tree. Her hands slowly raised. Boom! With a burst of terrifying power, the divine tree suddenly shattered into pieces. The divine tree had been destroyed, and Ichihashi could not gain power from it. Meanwhile, she had already consumed a fruit of the divine tree, and the power she possessed could definitely kill him. By then, the gods would be none the wiser. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Kaguya's lips, which, however, Kaguya's actions, in the eyes of the various deities, were a provocation. Not only did she easily obtain the fruit of the divine tree that everyone was vying for, but she also destroyed the divine tree. In their eyes, this was tantamount to not only stealing their food, but also overturning their pot. How could they tolerate this? Boom! The first to strike was the sea god. In an instant, towering waves rose from the ground, and the sea god soared upwards on the waves. Sea god's trident. With a roar from the sea god, a weapon emitting a ghostly light suddenly appeared in his hand. Never to return. With the weapon in hand, endless pride surged in the sea god's heart, and with a shout, the trident was hurled forward. It surged towards Kaguya, accompanied by rolling waves. However, upon seeing the attack, Kaguya merely showed a hint of disdain. A portal opened abruptly in front of her. Whoosh! The sea god's trident instantly fell into the portal. Sea god's trident. The sea god roared again. It was his life weapon, and no matter where his opponent was, he just needed to summon it, and it would return to his hand. However, as the sea god's voice fell, the imagined scene did not occur. His hand remained empty. Sea god's trident. The sea god, not believing in evil, called out again. Yet, the sea god's trident still did not appear. It really is gone and not returned? At such a scene, the god of death revealed a hint of sarcasm, but his figure quietly slipped away. This woman before him was clearly not an ordinary character. He wouldn't wade into this murky water. Once the outcome was decided, he would jump out to reap the benefits. Sharing the same thought was the evil god. From a distance, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Let us kill the gray bones. However, the sea god stood there in a daze, while Kaguya did not. A gray bone spur suddenly appeared in the palm of her right hand. As she raised her right hand, the bone spur shot out violently, so fast it was like an afterimage. Zayadaor looked at the opponent's attack, equally dismissive. However, just as he was preparing to dodge, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Chapter 133. Undercover game. At some point, a spatial door appeared behind the sea god, and through the door, a bone spur quietly extended and stabbed straight into his waist. The sea god was startled, completely unprepared for such a bizarre method from his opponent. Just as he was momentarily stunned, the bone spur attacking from the front had already arrived silently, piercing fiercely into his chest. Feeling the power transmitted from the bone spur, the sea god felt his body becoming increasingly rigid. Lowering his head slightly, he saw that the area around the bone spur had already turned to stone. Zayadaor, as the sea god, how could he care about such a small trick? With a slight tremor of his body, The 2 bone spurs embedded in him were already shaken out. Feel the sea god's rage. Without weapons, all the sea god could rely on was his power over the sea. As he felt the sea goddess call, the ocean began to boil completely. Towering waves surged from thousands of miles away. Wherever they passed, devastation followed. One by one, humans were swallowed by the waves. Until their deaths, they were still guessing what they had done to anger the sea god. The cries of those people were of no concern to the sea god, nor to other gods. They were high and mighty deities, the rulers of the world. Those mortals were merely ants, surviving under their faith. Ever since being with Luo, Kaguya had developed more humanity. Seeing such a scene, her brows couldn't help but slightly furrow. Ushai-di. Kaguya's tone was extremely cold, devoid of any warmth. As she gently pointed with her hands, the sea god's body, which had originally stopped petrifying, erupted once again. Feeling the petrifying power emanating from his wounds, the sea god was momentarily stunned. How could this be? He had thought that it was his own power suppressing the petrifying force. He didn't expect that it was the other party who had stopped the attack. Crack, crack. With the continuous cracking sounds, the sea god's mind was gradually overtaken by despair. No, I concede. 1,000 years later, in the ruins of the ancient country of Lulon, Luo's figure slowly appeared, but his expression was filled with a hint of confusion. He instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to embrace the lovely person beside him. However, when he extended his hand, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had already left the Tao-seeking jade beside Kaguya. And similarly, Kaguya's avatar also vanished with the leaving of the Tao-seeking jade. It's coming soon, you must wait for me. At this moment, Luo felt a strong emotion to unseal Kaguya for the first time. Perhaps someone would say Luo is both enjoying Kaguya's help while being wary of her. The world is bustling for profit. There is no love without reason. Suddenly, a big shot says you are her destined one, and anyone would suspect whether she has ulterior motives. However, all of this is now clear. Luo finally understood the sequence of events. Kaguya found him who had just crossed over 1,000 years later, and after he fell for her affection, he crossed back 1,000 years to complete their meeting. Speaking of which, this development was even more dreamlike than his own crossing into this world. Luo, you're back. In these days, Gaara had been waiting anxiously, so the moment Luo appeared, he had already noticed him. Especially when he saw that Kaguya was not beside Luo, his eyes instantly lit up. Looking at the smile on his little brother's face, Luo felt numb. He understood how much a light in the darkness could be remembered. However, he never expected it to be so unforgettable. Luo had reason to suspect that in the original world line, Gaara's loneliness was all due to Naruto. Just when Luo was unsure of how to speak, fortunately, someone helped him out. Luo, Lady Tsunade wants you to return to the village as soon as possible. A ninja wearing a Konoha headband said respectfully. Oh, is that so? All right. Luo's eyes brightened, and he quickly apologized to Gaara. I'm really sorry. It seems I can only come back to the Wind Country to chat another time. Oh. Although Gaara felt disappointed, he had no choice but to nod in dejection. Taking Naruto and the communicating Konoha ninja with him, Luo directly activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the Hokage's office. However, as soon as he entered the office, Luo's brows furrowed tightly. A strong scent of alcohol constantly assaulted Luo's sense of smell. What's going on? Luo turned to see Tsunade slumped over the desk, sound asleep. Hearing the noise, Tsunade struggled to lift her head, her eyes still carrying a hint of confusion due to drunkenness. Luo, you're back? When she saw who it was, Tsunade's voice suddenly choked up. Why did you just come back now? Tsunade always gave the impression of being bold and unrestrained. Luo had never seen this side of her before. His confusion deepened. What exactly happened? Jiraiya. Tears streamed down Tsunade's face, and she could barely complete her words. Luo's heart sank as he guessed what had happened. He had originally thought that his appearance would allow Jiraiya to escape his fate. Unexpectedly, in the end, did they bring back his corpse? However, Luo was not currently worried about Jiraiya's death. After all, his plan was to resurrect many people. Having one more Jiraiya wasn't a big deal. What worried Luo was whether they could even find Jiraiya's corpse. Orochimaru brought him back. Tsunade's tears never ceased. Phew, that's good. Hearing that Jiraiya's corpse was brought back, Luo let out a long sigh of relief. However, in an instant, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Orochimaru, Jiraiya's corpse, was actually brought back by him? This was indeed somewhat unexpected for Luo. Seeing Luo breathe a sigh of relief, Tsunade looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he was so calm. Noticing Tsunade's puzzled expression, Luo's demeanor also became serious. Tsunade, next, I have a choice for you. What? The more serious Luo's expression became, the more a glimmer of hope arose in Tsunade's heart. Perhaps there was still a chance for things to turn around. If you had to choose between Jiraiya and Kakashi, who would you choose? Luo spoke lightly. You don't have to give me an answer now. Take your time to think it over before telling me. Watching Luo's departing figure, Tsunade's heart suddenly became difficult to describe. She understood the meaning behind Luo's words. He had the means to resurrect the dead, but was making her choose between two. Kakashi was the white moonlight in her heart, holding a significant place for many years. And Jiraiya, on the other hand, was the red mole in her heart. After so many years of companionship, he also held a crucial position in her heart. However, after all these years, Tsunade still didn't know how important Jiraiya was in her heart. Turning around, Tsunade stared blankly out the window, her thoughts constantly tugging at her. After a long while, she unknowingly walked out of the Hokage office. The direction she was heading was the Konoha Cemetery. Unexpectedly, you went to rescue Jiraiya. After leaving the Hokage office, Luo went straight to Orochimaru's laboratory. He was still one step too late. Orochimaru didn't beat around the bush and directly expressed his regrets. Compared to this, I am more curious about your confidence in facing pain. Luo looked at Orochimaru with a half-smile, not believing that Orochimaru would do something without certainty. In front of Luo, Orochimaru had no intention of hiding his thoughts, and the white in his eyes suddenly turned a faint blue. With the change in his eyes, "A dangereux aura instantly sur un dead Orochimaru." The Rinnegan? Luo's expression froze. How long had it been since he left Konoha, and so many things he didn't know had happened? I went to the moon. There, I found the evolution method of the Byakugan. Orochimaru spoke eloquently. Moreover, I also met someone there. Kaguya? No, it was another person. Orochimaru carefully watched Luo's expression, cautiously probing Luo's attitude. Oh, you saw her true body. However, in Luo's expression, apart from a trace of longing, there was nothing else. True body. Hearing Luo's words, Orochimaru's snake-like pupils involuntarily contracted. It turned out that Kaguya, who had been following Luo and exerting so much pressure on him, was just a clone? But how was such terrifying power sealed? Orochimaru couldn't figure out, but he didn't rashly ask Luo. He was a smart man, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. When the other party wanted him to know, they would naturally let him know. 1,000 years ago, Kaguya did not spare the sea god due to his pleas for mercy. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the sea god was turned into a stone statue inch by inch. After dealing with the sea god, Kaguya turned her gaze to the other deities. She did not strike, just glanced at them lightly before turning to leave. However, the warning in that gaze was self-evident. Seeing Kaguya leave, all the deities couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. If things could just pass like this, with both sides remaining peaceful, that would be quite good. However, all the surface tranquility was shattered by the arrival of one person. After several days of traveling, Otsutsuki Ishiki finally arrived in the ninja world. However, as soon as he arrived, his expression turned extremely gloomy, because, within the ninja world, he did not sense the presence of the divine tree. Where's the divine tree? The first thing Ishiki did was find Kaguya, who had returned to the land of ancestors and was currently immersed in nostalgia. Destroyed, Kaguya slowly raised her head, giving Ishiki a casual glance, and spoke lightly. That thing shouldn't exist here. What a joke. Hearing Kaguya's words, veins popped on Ishiki's forehead. Their Otsutsuki clan wanted to enhance their power, and the quickest way was to consume the divine tree's fruit. When did the notion that the divine tree shouldn't exist arise? Ha! You consumed the divine tree's fruit, and then you destroyed the divine tree. Good. Kaguya, you really did a great job. Ishiki seemed to go mad. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, surging towards Kaguya. You're not my opponent. Looking at the mad Ishiki, Kagaya spoke coldly. She did not want to engage in a large-scale battle now. She just wanted time to pass quickly so she could see her beloved. Kagaya's words made Ishiki even angrier, but he also calmed down a little in his heart. Indeed, he was currently not as strong as Kagaya. However, being alone did not mean that a group of people couldn't do it. Just as he was searching for Kagaya, he also sensed several powerful auras on this planet. Their strength was not weaker than his current self. If he teamed up with these people, he might still have a chance. At that time, after defeating Kagaya, he could extract the energy of the divine tree-s fruit from her body, and the outcome would still be the same. Ishiki's retreat did not attract Kagaya's attention. Or rather, there was nothing now that could capture her attention. Originally, those deities were already itching to move. But Kagaya's terrifying strength made them bury their little thoughts deep inside. However, now with Ishiki taking the lead, the little thoughts that had been buried in the hearts of the gods flared up again. But Ishiki still underestimated Kagaya's strength. The battle power of both sides was completely not on the same level. That day, blood stained the sky. That day, the gods fell. I actually didn't plan to kill you. Looking at the barely alive Ishiki, Kagaya's expression remained indifferent. Haha, who would believe such words? The Otsutsuki clan would abandon everything for power. The victor is king. Make your move. Looking at Kagaya, who was calm and unruffled, Ishiki couldn't help but mock. Strength? Actually, I don't care about that kind of thing. Kagaya's mind once again flashed with Luo's figure, and she couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile. Kagaya's expression and words made Ishiki pause slightly. What the other party displayed was completely not the attitude of the Otsutsuki clan. Why? He couldn't help but ask this question. Because someone told me that where there is him, that is home. I really like this feeling. Kagaya's face always carried a faint smile. You, Ishiki exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The proud Otsutsuki clan could never fall in love with an ant. I want to allow you to say anything bad about him, no matter what Ishiki did. Kagaya could ignore it, but if he spoke ill of Luo, that was absolutely unacceptable. Her face showed anger, and a terrifying attack struck fiercely at Ishiki. However, after enduring Kagaya's furious blow, Ishiki laughed wildly. You want to have a good ending. The Otsutsuki clan will never allow such humiliation to exist, including that ant. In the end, will be burned to ashes by the wrath of the Otsutsuki clan. If just now, Ishiki's humiliation of Luo made Kagaya angry, then now, his words touched Kagaya's reverse scale. In an instant, the aura around Kagaya lost any trace of calmness and became extremely cold. You will not see that day. Boom! However, facing such a terrifying attack, Ishiki's expression appeared extremely calm. I've already sent the message back to the clan. You are doomed. Hearing Ishiki's words, Kagaya's heart couldn't help but pause slightly. She didn't realize that, under her attack, the Ishiki who had vanished had retained a trace of his soul and quietly slipped underground. No, I can't bring trouble to Luo. Ishiki's words alerted Kagaya, making her think of temporarily leaving the ninja world. However, just as she had this thought, she suddenly felt a strange sensation within her body. This strange feeling made her thoughts of leaving temporarily vanish. It was the aura of two new lives being born. That was the crystallization of her and Luo's love. She could wander in the universe, but she couldn't bear to let Luo and their child wander with her in the universe. Since that's the case, she could only think of another way. Kill that demon. However, at that moment, a cacophony of voices reached Kagaya's ears, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Looking around, she realized that, at some point, countless people had surrounded her. Is the demon you speak of me? Kagaya's eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at the crowd, her gaze carrying a hint of frost. Demon, we will kill you to avenge our gods. However, faced with Kagaya's icy stare, the fervent followers of the gods remained unfazed, brandishing their weapons and charging straight at her. Watching the people rushing toward her, Kagaya felt a surge of anger within her. Do those gods even regard you as human? If so, the divine tree realm descends. Kagaya clapped her hands lightly, and enormous vines suddenly sprouted from the ground. The charging individuals were almost instantly ensnared by the vines. Observing the crowd suspended in the air like mummies, Kagaya's expression remained largely unchanged. For lo, she could have feelings, but she was not a saint. Gently touching her abdomen, the coldness on Kagaya's face gradually faded, replaced by a gentle warmth. No one could disturb our family's reunion. Not them, nor the Otsutsuki clan. 1,500 years later, in the Konoha cemetery, Dan, I've come to see you. Leaning quietly against Dan's gravestone, Tsunade's face appeared exceptionally calm. It has been a long time since I last visited you. How long has it been? Well, I forgot myself. I originally thought it was because I was too busy after becoming Hokage, but now it seems that that's not the case. Tsunade murmured to herself. Continuing to speak, I've realized that I seem to have fallen for someone else. Only, that person like you is also dead. Someone told me he could resurrect one of you. Actually, I wanted to ask him to bring both of you back. But thinking back, did that person really mean I had to choose? Perhaps not. He wanted me to see my own heart. Let me be selfish just this once, okay? At this point, tears streamed down Tsunade's face uncontrollably, as her heart had already made a decision. Boom! Just as she was about to seek low, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the center of Konoha. It caused her to pull back her sorrow, and she quickly dashed toward the source of the explosion. Shin, don't go overboard. Looking at the explosive Shin, Scorpion shook his head in disbelief. Oh dear, it's been a long time since I've had a chance to act. I couldn't help myself, Deidara replied, pouting nonchalantly. Mr. Itachi, is this your former village? It's quite prosperous. On the other side, Kisame was scanning the surroundings with a smile. Do you want to eat? Itachi, with a hint of nostalgia on his face, took out a dango and offered it to Kisame. I don't really like sweets, Kisame replied with a firm shake of his head. What a pity. It's been a long time since I came back. The village has changed so much, said Karui, looking at the unfamiliar environment. I just want to see who in the village is still my opponent, Sasuke said, lifting his head slightly with an air of arrogance. Lo, Karui couldn't help but counter. Karui, talking like that will make me lose you, Sasuke said, ruffling Karui's hair, speechless. Hee. Such a huge commotion quickly attracted the attention of Konoha's ninjas as they watched the crowd gradually gather. Tendo's lips curled into a cold smile. Welcome. The arrival of the gods. Action. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tendo's heart showed no signs of wavering as he waved his right hand, preparing to have someone find the Nine-Tails' whereabouts. However, although his hand fell, only the 5 bodies of pain darted out. What is going on? Seeing the 6 people still wandering around, Tendo's brows furrowed slightly. Ahem, leader. I regret to inform you. I'm an undercover agent. Deidara raised his head coolly, looking proud. Scorpion, what about you? Tendo's expression showed little change as he looked at Deidara. He had suspected that there were undercover agents from other ninja villages infiltrating the organization, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Me too. Hearing Scorpion's words, Nagato felt a sharp pain in his heart and couldn't help but turn his gaze to the others. Itachi sincerely bowed to Tendo, his face filled with regret. Sorry. Thank you very much for your protection back then. I want to find the real world, Kisame grinned. Sasuke shrugged, uninterested in speaking. Karui slightly hid behind Sasuke. Watching this scene, Nagato felt his heart ache to the point of suffocation. Good heavens. It turns out that besides me, as the leader and Konin in the Akatsuki organization, everyone else is an undercover agent. Chapter 134. The one who picks the peaches. Are you stepping forward to stop me now? Tendo's body slowly rose into the air, looking down at everyone coldly. Not interested. I just want to see the true art of explosion. Seeing Tendo get angry, Deidara shrugged and slipped to the side. I'm not interested either. My mission was completed the moment you came to Konoha. Scorpion's gaze swept around Konoha, searching for Kakashi's figure. Once, his father had killed his parents. Now, as a son, it would be unreasonable not to confront the opponent. As Tendo's gaze swept over the crowd, he noticed that everyone had their own purpose. Moreover, everyone mentioned one person. Just when Tendo wanted to ask who was behind them, Lo had already quietly approached Nagato and Konin's hiding place. 1,000 years ago. Wow. It had been nearly 10 months since Lo left. Today marked the day her and Lo's love child finally arrived. Looking at the 2 little ones in her arms, Kagaya revealed a slightly disdainful smile, wrinkled and ugly. Not as handsome as their father. However, despite saying this, Kagaya still gently held the two little ones in her arms. The number of white Zetsu had already reached a certain scale. Even if the Otsutsuki clan descended now, she wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Gazing at the distant groups of white Zetsu, a glint of gloom flickered across Kagaya's face. Otsutsuki clan, ancestral star. After receiving news from Ishiki, it was confirmed that Kagaya Otsutsuki had betrayed her clan. On the high platform, the clan elder of the Otsutsuki clan coldly spoke. I suggest stripping Kagaya of her status as the princess of the Otsutsuki clan. Agreed. Agreed. Soon, this proposal garnered the support of everyone present. Tao and Jean, I command you to go quickly and bring her back. Life or death is of no concern. Our clan's god is about to awaken. If the god learns of this matter, you understand the consequences. Yes, the Otsutsuki clan within the clan, each had their own life mark, allowing them to locate Kagaya based on the life mark's guidance. Thus, they were not worried about failing to complete the task. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 15 years had gone by. The fervent believers of the dead gods had all been transformed into white Zetsu by Kagaya. Even if there are still some who have escaped detection, they no longer dare to show themselves. She has become the only goddess, the goddess of the moon. However, the more mundane her life became, the emptier her heart felt. Her longing for Luo deepened more and more. 15 years have passed. There are still 985 years until 1,000 years. Looking at her two children in the distance, Kagaya couldn't help but murmur, I really miss him. Ribbit. At her feet, a small frog croaked. Kagaya recognized this frog. It was the one Luo had helped years ago. Therefore, she did not drive it away, but instead quietly confided her thoughts to it. Little frog, do you miss him? Ribbit. Little frog, you know, if there were a way for me to wake up and see Luo, how wonderful that would be. Kagaya didn't expect the frog to understand her words, just murmuring to herself. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener had intent. To repay Luo's life-saving grace, the little frog kept this matter in mind. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. The little frog finally completed its plan. It found a fervent believer of the old gods, a 17-year-old girl named Ui. Do you want to take revenge for the god you believe in? To achieve its plan, the little frog finally learned the human language. In today's world, the old gods have become taboo. Having a talking frog casually mention these things in front of her made Ui feel a hint of wariness. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Seeing her wariness, the little frog continued. Why do you want to help me? Ui did not fully believe the little frog's words and asked cautiously. I'm fulfilling someone's request. The little frog did not elaborate. I can help you fulfill your wish, but the price is your life. Are you willing? Ui hesitated. She was not afraid of losing her life. She simply didn't believe the little frog's words. Will you take the gamble? There is only this one chance. Seeing her hesitation, the little frog knew the matter was already half accomplished and continued to tempt her. All right, I agree, even if the chance is slim. Ui didn't want to miss out, and she nodded vigorously. Very well. Next, you just need to follow my arrangements. Before long, Ui and Yuhui had their first meeting. Slowly, from meeting to knowing each other, they fell in love. Just when their feelings were deepening, the little frog revealed Ui's identity as a fervent believer of the old gods to Kagaya. Kagaya had always had zero tolerance for believers of the old gods. Without any investigation, she directly manipulated the divine tree and pulled her into the infinite Tsukuyami illusion. By this point, the little frog's plan was already more than halfway completed. It timely shared this news with Yuhui and Yumura. When the two discovered that Ui had already died, resentment towards Kagaya arose in their hearts. However, they both underestimated Kagaya's combat power, even after practicing on Mayaboka Mountain. When facing Kagaya, there was still no match for her. Kagaya looked incredulously at her two sons, angrily asking why. Yuhui and Yumura did not speak, but their attacks grew even fiercer. Kagaya's heart burned with anger, wanting to strike hard. But Luo's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. The urge to strike disappeared instantly. Ribbit. Just then, the familiar croaking sound returned to her ears. Looking at the frog, Kagaya immediately understood everything. It turned out that all of this was the little frog's scheme. She swung her hands, wanted to squash the frog, but suddenly remembered that she had repeatedly expressed her desire to wake up and see Luo in front of it. In an instant, everything became clear. Is that so? With this suspicion, Kaguya stopped struggling and allowed her two sons to seal her. However, before being sealed, she secretly used Inyang escape to create Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu would never know that his existence was not meant to plan Kaguya's unsealing, but so that when Luo appeared, Kaguya could immediately sense his presence through him. At most, he was just an alarm clock outside the planet. Huh? Why has Kaguya's life mark disappeared? Has she been killed? Taosher looked at the life mark representing Kaguya in his hand and asked in confusion. Truly a disgrace to the Tsutsuki clan. Jinshur scoffed disdainfully. What should we do now? Taosher was a bit uncertain. The task from above was to bring Kaguya back, regardless of life or death. Now that the life mark indicator was gone, where were they supposed to find Kaguya? Forget it. Let us just wander around. It would make sense to go back now. Let us talk again after some time. Jinshur shrugged casually. All right, then let us split up. We'll contact each other after 1,000 years. 1,000 years later, outside Konoha village. Using the power of nature to sense, Luo easily found Nagato's hiding place. Pushing aside the tree branches that Konan had disguised with paper, Luo walked straight in. Whoosh! Noticing someone intruding, Konan quickly stepped in front of Nagato. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo. Looking at the gaunt Nagato, Luo couldn't help but sigh. UchihaMassacre really caused a lot of harm. Just look at this young man, ruined by a pair of Rinnegan. You were the one behind them. Hearing Luo's name, Nagato's brow furrowed slightly. Konan's body also tensed up, her gaze towards Luo becoming more vigilant. They both understood what kind of people were in their organization. Someone who could make so many desperate people submit to him was definitely not an insignificant character. Yes, that's right, Luo generously admitted. What do you want? This was unexpected for Nagato, making him, who claimed to be a god, feel quite uncomfortable. To help you collect tailed beasts. A signature smile appeared on Luo's face. Look, I help with 1 tail, I help with 2 tails, 3 tails. As he listed off the 8-tailed beasts. Nagato's expression grew increasingly grim. You're being unreasonable. Even if they are your people, capturing the tailed beasts was done with your help. But I personally captured 6 tails and 8 tails. Nagato argued. Is that so? Luo's gaze turned playful, just staring motionlessly at Nagato. Being stared at by Luo made Nagato feel uneasy. Reflecting carefully on his process of capturing 6 tails and 8 tails, it seemed a bit too smooth. Could it be that he really had help from this guy in front of him? Wait a minute. Nagato suddenly recalled the person who caused trouble while capturing 6 tails. That person back then was you? Ha, not too dumb. Luo laughed heartily. Don't be so nervous. I'm just here to have a chat with you. Chat about what? There's nothing to talk about between us. Nagato said coldly. If he weren't uncertain about the other's background, he would have probably attacked already. Is that so? What if it's about Pain's Devapath? Luo's face continued to wear a playful smile. Or rather, Yahiko. Hearing the name Yahiko, both Nagato and Konan's bodies trembled slightly. The Rinnegan has the ability to revive people. You should know that, right? The smile on Luo's lips grew even more pronounced. Have you ever thought about using the Rinnegan to revive Yahiko? I can't do that. Yahiko's soul has already reached the Pure Land. Even with the Rinnegan, it cannot be revived. Nagato let out a long sigh. He had of course considered this question. He would be willing to exchange his life for Yahiko's. What if I said I could summon Yahiko's soul back from the Pure Land? Lo wanted to see what choice Nagato would make. I agree. If you could do it, I might even give up on capturing the 9 tails. A hint of excitement was on Nagato's face. Compared to creating peace in the ninja world himself, he wanted to create a peaceful ninja world under Yahiko's leadership. This was also why he made Yahiko into Pain's Devapath. It was as if Yahiko was still leading him. I disagree. However, at that moment, Konan's voice suddenly sounded excited. I disagree with you sacrificing your life for Yahiko's. Upon hearing Konan's words, Lo's eyes lit up. Big scoop. There's a big scoop. Konan, thank you for your care all these years. However, Nagato had made up his mind. He had feelings for Konan. He liked Konan's gentleness. Since he was very young, Konan always wore a warm smile that pulled him out of the dark abyss time and again. Similarly, He knew that Conan liked Yahiko. One was the person he loved, and the other was the person he admired. Nagato had to hide his feelings and bless them both. But all the beauty faded away from that day onwards. Since then, Conan had never smiled again. Nagato thought he understood Conan, but he had forgotten that time could change a person. Over the years, Nagato silently worked hard for his past dreams, which had long planted a seed in Conan's heart. Until now, that seed finally took root and sprouted. I said I disagree. Conan's attitude was very stubborn. Nagato was taken aback. This was the first time in all these years that Conan expressed such obvious resistance. Seeing that the two seemed to be on the verge of an argument, Luo decided to stop eavesdropping and quickly interrupted. All right. I didn't intend for Nagato to use the Rinnegan's natural technique. I have other plans. As Luo spoke, he looked toward a corner. You've been listening for so long. It's time to come out. Who? Luo's words made Conan and Nagato slightly startled. Could there be someone else here? At that moment, a blob resembling a black ink stain wrapped around Nagato. Since I've been discovered, I won't pretend anymore. Anyway, the mission is almost complete, and the plan shouldn't have any unexpected issues. Black Zetsu. Luo looked at the somewhat simple-minded Black Zetsu with some exasperation. From now on, you will follow my orders. Oof. Who are you? What qualifications do you have? Black Zetsu's hollow eyes stared at Luo with disdain. I'm your father. Luo was completely speechless. You're looking for death. Luo's words made Black Zetsu furious, and he lunged at Luo. However, as soon as his body touched Luo, it froze. This aura? It's Mother's aura. Black Zetsu looked at Luo in disbelief. You are really my father? Although I really don't want to admit that I have such an ugly son. Luo shook his head helplessly, constantly comforting himself. The other party is an entity born of yin-yang release. The other party is the tool, Little Black. This barely brought some balance to his heart. Dad, what should I do? Sensing Kagaya's aura, Black Zetsu became obedient. I will soon seal the Nine Tails chakra into the outer path golem. Once the sealing is complete, you will bring Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan to him. Luo directly arranged. Luo's words left Nagato and Conan stunned. What Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan? What Obito? What is going on? Looking at the surprised expressions of the two, Luo helplessly shook his head. You really don't think this pair of Rinnegan is yours, do you? Isn't it? The unexpected turn of events made Nagato feel a bit insecure for a moment. Of course not. Specifically, Black Zetsu. You explain it to him. I need to go seal the Nine Tails now. Luo shrugged and turned to leave. Black Zetsu gradually explained the situation to Nagato, and as he continued to recount, Nagato's expression grew increasingly grim. He had originally thought he was the chosen one, but in the end, he was just a pawn. What tailed beast weapon project? What Moon Eye plan? It turns out it was all someone else's scheme. It was ridiculous that he had actually believed it. However, he then recalled the person who claimed to be Uchiha Obito, and his mood improved. When a person is kept in the dark, it feels uncomfortable. But when someone else is kept in the dark with you, your mood inexplicably becomes lighter. He, now even the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has become a spy. Obito, let me ask you, are you panicking? After leaving Nagato's hiding place and returning to Konoha, he saw a large number of ninjas gathered together. The pain bodies that had just scattered were already captured in the short time it took for Luo to meet with Nagato. Luo, why did you only come now? Naruto, stepping on the body of the Azura path, smiled brightly at Luo. This guy actually tried to take me away. Luo, I need one of them to study their Rinnegan. Orochimaru said straightforwardly, extending a white snake from his sleeve to tightly wrap around the human path. Luo, they said they were all entrusted by you. Is that true? Compared to the 6 paths of pain, Tsunade was more concerned about what Deidara and the others had just said. Yes, it's true. Looking at Tsunade's skeptical gaze, Luo smiled and nodded. This matter has been in my calculations from start to finish. Why did you do this? Tsunade's expression suddenly turned very ugly. Luo shrugged and did not answer Tsunade's question, but turned to look at Naruto. Naruto, do you want to meet your parents? Upon hearing about his parents, a glimmer of expectation appeared in Naruto's eyes, and he nodded without hesitation. Kakashi, do you want to see Rin and Obito again? After getting Naruto's answer, Luo turned his gaze to Kakashi again. Kakashi bit his lip and said nothing, but his eyes also held a hint of hope. Itachi, Sasuke, do you still want to see your clan? Niji, do you want to see your father? Luo asked one by one, and finally turned his gaze to Tsunade. Little Tsunade, do you still want to see Jiraiya? The temptation in Luo's words was something everyone could not resist, including Tsunade. What are you planning to do? After a long silence, Tsunade finally compromised. It's very simple. I'll take care of the rest. Luo slowly walked up to Naruto, reached out, and pulled at his abdomen, extracting 99 of the Nine Tails chakra. Seeing the terrified expression of the Nine Tails within Naruto, Luo smiled and said, "Nine Tails, do you want freedom?" "Aye." The Nine Tails was very conflicted. "What will happen to Naruto if I leave?" "You're not leaving yet, are you?" Naruto is the last Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Luo, who had known the Nine Tails the longest, patiently explained, "Do I have any other choice?" Kyuubi forced a bitter smile. Although it was just a tailed beast, it was not foolish. It knew very well that once Luo made a decision, no one could stop it. Hee roar. Just as Luo extracted Kyuubi's chakra, a huge summoning array appeared in front of everyone. The massive Outer Path Golem appeared before them. Illusionary Dragon 9 Seals. With the appearance of the Outer Path Golem, Pain's Deva Path suddenly shouted sternly, and phantom dragon shadows quickly enveloped the newly reborn Kyuubi, gradually devouring his chakra. Too slow. Seeing the scene, Luo couldn't help but shake his head. He wasn't impatient anymore. Saying this, Luo instantly appeared behind Deva Path and placed a palm on its back. A torrent of chakra surged into Deva Path's body in an instant. In the distance, Nagato, who controlled Deva Path, felt this chakra and couldn't help but change his expression slightly. How could there be such terrifying chakra? No kidding, don't you see who that person is? That's Dad. Seeing Nagato's astonished expression, Kurizetsu's face was filled with pride. With the infusion of Luo's chakra, the originally illusory dragon shadows suddenly became solid and almost instantly devoured all of the newly reborn Kyuubi's chakra. The members of Akatsuki, who had experienced the sealing of a tailed beast, couldn't help but swallow hard at this sight. They had worked tirelessly for 3 to 4 days, and it still took 10 people working together to seal one tailed beast. Yet this process in front of this monster only took a moment. The gap between them was truly hard to bear. While everyone was waiting for Luo's next move, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared before everyone. Haha, since I've already captured all the tailed beast chakra, I won't be polite in accepting it. The newcomer was Obito, who at this moment wore a white Tomo mask and looked at everyone with a hint of mockery in his eyes. As he appeared, a pull of spatial force acted on the Outer Path Golem. Small tricks. Seeing the other's actions, Niji sneered coldly, his eyes suddenly turning ice blue. Chapter 135. The Ultimate Dream Master. Suddenly, the godly power vortex surrounding Obito stopped spinning. The Outer Path Golem, which was about to be sucked into the godly power space, also came to a halt. How is that possible? Obito exclaimed in surprise. The godly power space was his unbeatable trump card. He never expected it to fail today. And, judging by the situation, it was still a younger member of the Hyuga clan who did this. Since when could a member of the Hyuga clans be a Kugen possess such abilities? Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Luo looked at the astonished Obito, his face always wearing a smile that suggested everything was under control. Mr. Uchiha Madara, or should I call you by your true identity? Uchiha Obito. Whoosh. As Luo's voice fell, the crowd erupted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he be Uchiha Obito? Kakashi was the first to disbelieve and immediately stood up. His exposed single eye widened, staring unblinkingly at Obito standing atop the Outer Path Golem. What Uchiha Obito? I am Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing his identity exposed, Obito's pupils constricted as if he had heard something terrifying. But in just a moment, he desperately tried to argue. Right now, he did not want to face his former best friend, Kakashi. Oh, really? Snake Uncle, it's up to you. Luo did not continue to argue, instead tilting his head to look at Orochimaru and said with a smile. Hearing Luo's order, Orochimaru revealed a hint of a sinister smile, and his tongue flicked like a fan. Watch this, Luo-kun. Crack. Suddenly, a coffin rose behind Orochimaru. A large character for Rin was written on the coffin. Everyone present looked curiously at Orochimaru. They had seen the Edo Tensei before, They were just curious about who the person in the coffin was. No, don't. However, unlike everyone else, when Obito saw the coffin, his face turned pale, and he was filled with a violent aura. Why not? Luo had a teasing smile on his face. Aren't you UchihaMassacre? The person in the coffin has nothing to do with UchihaMassacre. Looking at Luo's playful expression, Obito desperately suppressed the rage in his heart and coldly glared at Luo. He knew that the person before him was now the one in charge of all the Konoha ninjas. Who are you really? Obito did not believe that someone who had completely seen through his identity and secretly laid out plans behind the scenes was just an unknown junior from Konoha. Who am I? That doesn't matter. Luo's smile finally disappeared, and he looked at Obito with a profound gaze. What matters is, who are you now? Obito was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding the other's meaning. Didn't the other already know his identity? Why ask such a pointless question? However, after careful thought, Obito understood in his heart. The question the other wanted to ask should be whether he would continue to speak as UchihaMassacre or as Uchiha Obito. I am who I am. I have never changed. Obito was caught in a struggle in his heart, and, after a long time, he nodded firmly and said seriously, "Very good. If you are still you, then we still have something to discuss." Luo's face finally showed a relieved smile, and his figure flashed, directly appearing beside Obito. Seeing the other's arrival, Obito did not make any unnecessary movements, merely speaking. Where shall we talk? In a godly power space. What? You really dare to go to the godly power space with me? Obito's face was filled with disbelief. One must know that once they entered the godly power space, it was no longer something the other could control. It was a space that belonged solely to him. Once inside, he would truly be free as a bird in the sky or a fish in the sea. What is there to be afraid of? Luo's face bore unparalleled confidence. Looking at Luo's confident face, the little schemes that had just risen in Obito's heart vanished in an instant. The person before him was definitely not reckless. Since the other was confident about entering the godly power space, he must have already had a way to break through. Luo made a gesture toward Niji, who understood, and a light blue color in his eyes flashed away. The space that confined Obito suddenly dissipated. Obito did not hesitate. Upon discovering that the space was disappearing, he brought Luo into the godly power space. What do you want to talk to me about? Looking at Luo, who was scanning the surroundings in the godly power space, Obito was somewhat impatient. He eagerly wanted to know what scheme Luo had. Do you think the Eye of the Moon plan is feasible? Luo withdrew his gaze and looked directly at Obito, asking seriously. Feasible? Only a world of infinite Tsukuyomi is a beautiful world. Obito answered without any hesitation. Hee. Is a false world really what you desire? Luo's expression became serious again, questioning word by word. I. Obito opened his mouth to answer, but didn't say anything. After a long time, he firmly resolved in his heart. I want to create a world with Rin. Hee. Hearing Obito's words, a hint of disdain appeared on Luo's lips. Do you want to create a world with Rin, or a world where Rin loves you? Of course, a world with Rin. Toby absolutely would not allow anyone to insult his feelings for Rin, his gaze burning as he looked at Luo, angrily saying, Then why don't you use the Rinnegan to revive Rin? I don't believe you don't know this ocular technique of the Rinnegan. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Luo's mouth. He always believed that Toby had become an extremely selfish person after Rin's death. Do you think I don't want to? At that moment, Toby's expression suddenly turned desolate. His right hand tightly grasped the muscles on his chest. But I can't. Even if I were to trade my life for Rin's, I still couldn't do it. Tears streamed down from beneath Toby's mask. Seeing the pained Toby, Luo was momentarily stunned. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had crossed his mind. How could he have forgotten? Toby's heart was marked with a curse by Madara. Even if he wanted to trade his life for hers, he could not do it. As for controlling Nagato to revive Rin, that was even more impossible. Black Zetsu would never give him that opportunity. I'm sorry, I may have wronged you, Luo said, lowering his head to apologize to this deeply emotional man, realizing his thoughts had gone astray. So, I can only do my best to promote the Moon Eye plan. Then, Rin will be revived in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. At that time, Rin, Kakashi, and the teacher couple can continue to live together in that world. Toby at that moment resembled a lonely child. Luo fell into silence. It turned out that Toby killed Minato because he felt that as long as the infinite Tsukumi plan succeeded, no matter who died in reality, they could meet again in that world. He no longer cared. The Moon Eye plan is a lie. Lo sai deeply. He truly did not want to deceive this pitiful person before him. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Toby's head, which had been lowered, suddenly shot up, his gaze burning as he looked at Lo, wanting to see evidence of deception in Lo's eyes. However, what greeted him was Lo's gaze that contained not a shred of lies. His spirit plunged into an abyss. The Moon Eye plan is just a conspiracy of Black Zetsu. Lo continued to explain. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing Lo's words, Toby, who was already in despair, seemed to have grasped the last straw for survival. Roaring, Black Zetsu is the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. Sigh. Black Zetsu has existed for thousands of years. Lo continued with a sigh. Even Uchiha Madara was deceived by him. For some of his own purposes, Lo could not tell Toby everything. Guilt began to stir in Toby's heart. Toby said nothing, just fixed his gaze on Lo's eyes. Looking at Lo's calm eyes, he finally lost hope. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm sorry, clan members. Toby buried his head deep in his chest, his voice choked. I'm sorry, Rin. I couldn't protect you. There is another way. Seeing Toby had fallen into despair, and his own goal achieved, Lo continued what way. A glimmer of light reappeared in Toby's eyes. The Rinnegan ocular technique. Moreover, it is after you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki that you activate the Rinnegan ocular technique. To revive so many people at once, Nagato cannot do it, nor can Toby. You must rely on the power of the Ten Tails. But Black Zetsu, Toby hesitated. As long as you can revive Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu will not stop you. Lo said seriously, because only Madara can initiate the Moon Eye plan. Is that so? A miserable smile appeared on Toby's face. It turns out that my desire to initiate the infinite Tsukumi myself was just a joke. I promise you. Toby had no choice. Perhaps he did have options, but he did not intend to choose that way. As long as he could revive Rin, he would spare no effort. On the other side, Nagato, I'm going to act now. It might hurt a bit. Having found his father, Black Zetsu gained a backbone and a bit of humanity. Come on. Nagato's face, however, showed no sign of resistance. Instead, there was a hint of expectation. Yahiko, the person he admired most, was about to be revived. How could he not look forward to it? Although he said it might hurt a bit, Black Zetsu's speed was not slow at all. With swift movements, he plucked out 2 eyeballs, and as the Rinnegan was removed, Nagato collapsed directly to the ground. Black Zetsu used a technique to appear beside the outer path golem. At that moment, Toby and Lo also appeared above the head of the outer path golem. Let's begin. As Lo's voice fell, Toby removed his mask and placed the 2 Rinnegan into his eye sockets. Meanwhile, he threw the other Kimui Sharingan he had plucked out into Kakashi's hands. Kakashi, with one eye you cannot protect Rin, then take my other eye. At the same time, Orochimaru pressed one hand on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Countless coffins rose from the ground. The corpses of Chiyo's parents, Sakomo Hatake, Nan-Yakushi, Jiraiya, the first, second, and fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan corpses, and so on appeared one by one before everyone. And before all the corpses lay the body of Uchiha Madara. With Black Zetsu's help, Madara's body did not need to be sought out by Orochimaru at all. In front of each corpse lay a white Zetsu. With orders given, these white Zetsu did not struggle much. Edo Tensei, as the technique succeeded, Orochimaru summoned the souls of these people back from the Pure Land. With the fluttering sound of paper flying, the Edo Tensei was successfully activated. Ha ha ha! Is the Moon Eye plan about to begin? The first to react was Uchiha Madara, a wild smile on his face. However, in an instant his brows furrowed tightly. What is going on? Why is it Edo Tensei instead of revival? Madara. Just as Madara furrowed his brows, a deep voice rang out behind him, filled with joy and shock. Hashirama. Madara. Hashirama. The scene gradually became strange. Director. At this moment, Kabuto had already collapsed into Nan-Yakushi's arms, crying uncontrollably. Who are you? Nan-Yakushi did not recognize Kabuto. It's me, Kabuto. I am Kabuto. Kabuto had learned everything and did not blame Nan, urgently explaining. Kabuto? But Kabuto doesn't look like this. Nanyakushi was puzzled. This is all Danzo's conspiracy. Father, mother. Itachi suddenly knelt before Fugaku and Mikoto, tears slowly flowing from the corners of his eyes. I'm sorry. Child, you've suffered. Fugaku understood Itachi very well. His eyes could see the future, and he had already seen the fate of the Uchiha clan, so he didn't blame Itachi. Father, mother. At that moment, Sasuke also rushed to Fugaku and Mikoto's side. Who are you? Fugaku did not immediately recognize the current Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was about to explain, Mikoto hugged Sasuke tightly. Sasuke, you've grown so big. The Edo Tensei body does not have tears. But at this moment, Mikoto's emotions were felt by everyone. After a long time, Mikoto finally finished expressing her feelings and then noticed the blushing Cheyenne behind Sasuke. Who is this? I'm... Cheyenne stammered, unable to complete her words. She is my beloved, Sasuke finally explained. Haha, great, wonderful. Boom. Unlike over here on the other side, Naruto directly punched Minato in the abdomen. So clever, sealing memories. I've suffered so much. Just one punch to you, let's be friendly. However, Naruto hadn't been smug for long. Bang! A frying pan slammed on top of Naruto's head. Naruto, you're so rude. Then, before Naruto could explain, Kushina hugged him tightly. Naruto. Boo-hoo, you're already so big. Mommy is so happy. Have you found a girlfriend? Being hugged by his mom, Naruto found it hard to cope for a moment, and finally found time to respond. Of course, there's one called Kazuhana Koyuki, one called Natsuki Shizuka, one called Cheyenne, and one called Sarah. This is my son, Tensei. As Naruto listed them one by one, Minato and Kushina's mouths dropped wider and wider, especially at the last part, looking at Tensei, who was significantly bigger than Naruto. They were completely speechless. Minato, it seems the bigger version is a failure. I think so too. How about practicing a smaller version? Makes sense, but with our current bodies, it might be a bit difficult. On the other side, Tsunade jumped into Jiraiya's arms, her small fist relentlessly pounding on his chest. Bad guy. Bad guy. Jiraiya looked confused at the papers flying around from being pounded by Tsunade, feeling a mix of emotions. Father, mother, I finally waited for you to come back. Scorpion also pounced into his parents' arms, his face rarely showing a childlike smile. Watching the scenes below, Luo couldn't help but show a faint smile of satisfaction. It was worth all my efforts. Teacher, why have you gone white again? Unlike the warm atmosphere here, S.H. Suk rushed out and pounced on Orochimaru, exclaiming in surprise. Slap! Orochimaru slapped S.H. Suk on the head, pretending to be angry. How can you talk to your teacher like that? However, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. Obito quickly put his mask back on, staring intently at a corner. That was the person he longed for. But now he didn't dare to acknowledge her. You don't have much time left. Are you sure you won't go talk to her? Seeing Obito standing still, Luo asked in confusion. No, I don't deserve to see her in my current state. Obito withdrew his gaze, a relieved smile on his face. Luo was speechless. Obito's love for Rin had reached the bone. He didn't care about what he could gain. Let's begin. Seeing Luo silent, Obito smiled and patted Luo's shoulder. I just want to see Rin truly resurrected quickly, even if it's just for a glance. Boom! Obito immediately formed a hand seal and slapped it on the outer path golem. Instantly, the outer path golem entered his body. Realizing this abnormality, Madara, who was flirting with Hashirama, suddenly reacted, Obito, how dare you? However, he realized it was too late. Obito had already become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Because the current Ten Tails was just pure chakra, without the tailed beast thoughts mixed in, Obito didn't experience much pain. He directly transformed into Sage of Six Paths mode. Just as Madara prepared to rush up and use his last resort to stop Obito, Obito's next action had already begun. Reincarnation Ninjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the reanimated people below glowed with green light. Their cracked bodies rapidly healed, and soon, they had returned to their normal human forms. Phew, phew, phew. After doing all this, Obito collapsed to the ground, panting. He knew his time was running out. Are you really not going to say a few words to her? Luo looked at the weak Obito with concern and asked again. No. Obito's face showed relief, liberation, and deep love. Being able to see her resurrected is enough. Well, all right. Luo sighed helplessly, placed his hand on Obito's abdomen, and suddenly pulled, extracting the 10 tails from him again. Losing the power of the 10 tails, Obito's mental state became even more languid. However, even as life approached its final moments, his gaze remained on that girl. Rin seemed to notice Obito's gaze as she turned to look in his direction. Her small mouth slightly opened. "Obito, is that you?" While speaking, she jogged towards him. Watching Rin come running, Obito, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, urgently called out, "Take me away." He didn't want Rin to see him in such a miserable state again. He also didn't want Rin to experience life and death separation once more. Luo said nothing, just placed his hand on Obito's shoulder, and with a sudden activation of Flying Thunder God, the two instantly vanished before everyone. The place they appeared was the Konoha Cemetery. "Grandma." Obito looked at the photo on the tombstone, a hint of happiness reappearing at the corner of his mouth. He struggled to extend his hand, clawing out his Rinnegan from his eye socket, and handed it to Luo. "I want to stay with Grandma for a while." Luo had lost count of how many times he had been silent today. This time, he also fell into silence. Sigh. With a long sigh, he handed the Rinnegan to Black Zetsu and slowly walked away from here. Watching Luo walk away, Obito finally spoke slowly, his voice filled with endless weakness. "Grandma, do you think my whole life has been a failure?" Seeing himself resurrected, Madara's expression didn't improve at all. The curse mark on Obito's heart was set to prevent any suicidal behavior other than resurrecting himself. He never expected Obito would do this. Now, his plans were suddenly disrupted. Obito had taken the Rinnegan away, and his current self was no match for the people of Konoha. He never expected that the final step of the plan would fail like this. However, at that moment, a black figure suddenly emerged from under his feet. "Madara, I brought back the Rinnegan for you." "Really? Ha ha ha." Hearing Black Zetsu's voice, Madara's heavy heart suddenly lightened, and he snatched the 2 Rinnegan, laughing wildly. "Madara, what are you laughing about? Did you encounter something happy? Does meeting me again make you happy? Hey, what's this black thing?" Hashirama, no matter when, was always so straightforward. Even now, he hadn't noticed Madara's abnormality. Madara silently placed the Rinnegan into his eye sockets, and as the green healing light flickered, he turned to Hashirama. "Hashirama, leave the dream of peace in the ninja world to me." Chapter 136, a world where only Uchiha Madara is injured. "Madara, what do you want to do?" Even though he had just been resurrected and his mind was still a bit unclear, seeing Madara now, Hashirama suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "This world is too disappointing to me." Madara's tone gradually became deep. His and Hashirama's ideals had always been just ideals. The ninja world still spent its days in endless war. "I want to create a ninja world without conflict," Madara said, turning his back without looking back, and flashed to the top of the outer path golem. Unbeknownst to him, in one corner of the crowd, a guy resembling Hashirama was being firmly held down by Luo, unable to make a sound. "Madara, does this person have no great love in his heart?" "No, if there is no great love in his heart, how could he have built Konoha Village with Hashirama?" As for those who say Madara was subdued, haha, don't joke around. The Shura of the ninja world is not someone who fears death. Just as time was of the essence, before everyone had reacted, Madara had already arrived at the top of the outer path divine tree. "Luo, what exactly are you planning?" Everyone was immersed in the joy of reunion and the shock brought by Uchiha Madara, but Tobirama was not so. It was as if he had a sense of telepathy. He immediately saw Izuna tightly controlled by Luo. He hurriedly approached Luo, his red eyes fixed on him, and coldly asked, "Don't rush, you'll know soon enough." Luo's gaze was far away, looking at Madara, his tone very calm. Boom! Just as Hashirama was about to step forward to stop him, the outer path divine tree beneath Madara suddenly took root in the ground. A towering ancient tree suddenly appeared before everyone. The majestic and ancient tree made everyone's hearts involuntarily feel a hint of gloom. Not good. Something went wrong in the end. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly felt the resurrection of the 10 Tails. His slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. "I don't know if there's still time." Although he murmured, his actions showed no hesitation. With a sudden move, 2 phantoms appeared before him. With the appearance of the phantoms, Naruto and Sasuke's bodies suddenly fell to the ground. losing all vitality. The Sage of Six Paths knew time waits for no one, so he did not keep them in suspense. He directly narrated the events that happened 1,000 years ago. However, while the Sage of Six Paths was telling the story, he did not notice that Naruto and Sasuke's expressions were becoming increasingly strange. Why is it that the person this old man is talking about is so similar to Luo's wife? The two exchanged puzzled glances but did not voice their questions. Compared to this unfamiliar old man, they trusted Luo more. They believed that after leaving here, Luo would give them a reasonable explanation. I will now bestow my power upon you. If my mother breaks the seal, it will cause great harm to the ninja world. The rest will depend on you. The Sage of Six Paths spoke solemnly, granting the power of Yang release to Naruto. Whoosh! In an instant, 9 black chakra orbs appeared around Naruto. Then, the Sage of Six Paths continued to grant the power of Yin release to Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke's left eye evolved from the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to the Rinnegan. The future of a ninja world is entrusted to you. The Sage of Six Paths said one last thing, and their consciousness left that space. Naruto, Sasuke. Just as they emerged from that space, they saw their parents and girlfriend anxiously calling out to them. Both of them felt a bit emotional. Is this home? Is this the feeling of family? So nice. I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you. X2. Meanwhile, seeing that the divine tree had already taken shape, Luo finally released his control over Izuna. Father, my plan has reached its final step. Black Zetsu respectfully smiled as he approached Luo. Luo nodded slightly. Although he wanted to refuse, he also understood that the other party was a remnant of his wife's will, so he let it go. What exactly do you want to do? Izuna looked at the two who were pointing fingers, feeling a sudden bad premonition in her heart. It's nothing. Don't worry. Your brother will be fine. Of course, that is provided he continues with the plan. Luo looked at Izuna and couldn't help but sigh internally, noting how much she resembled Sasuke. I don't want you to cause trouble. Otherwise, your brother will definitely die. I'm telling you, even the Sage of Six Paths won't be able to stop it. A sneeze. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly sneezed. Huh? Why do I always have a feeling of being in trouble? What's going on? My brother will definitely not be fooled. Facing the threat, Izuna could only snort coldly. Didn't he know the whole story and didn't he dare to gamble? Hee, we just need to watch quietly. The good show is about to begin. Black Zetsu chuckled, his gaze fixated on the sky, eagerly awaiting his mother's unsealing. We cannot just watch. Luo shook his head slightly. Don't underestimate the people of the world. If we don't take action, do you believe that Madara will definitely catch on? While saying this, Luo suddenly appeared before Madara. Give it up. With me here. You can't succeed. Seeing Luo's appearance, the crowd below, although somewhat confused, still rushed to his side out of trust in him. What wonderful power! Orochimaru licked his lips, grinning sinisterly. I don't care who you are, even if you're Uchiha Madara. Today, you are destined to fail. Neji quietly stood beside Luo, his blue eyes fixed on Madara, and spoke. I will protect the one I love. Hinata also soared into the air, standing beside Neji, her azure eyes filled with unwavering determination. Father, mother, I'm coming too. Naruto nodded at Minato, and Kushina, quickly taking to the sky and standing beside Luo. The child has grown up. He has his own responsibilities. Feeling Naruto's strength, Minato nodded with satisfaction. Should we take it slow with that trumpet plan? Kushina blushed and looked at Minato, her eyes turning into a pool of spring water. Ying. Father, let me show you my current strength. Sasuke said confidently, but seeing his father's hollow eyes, he felt a bit disheartened. Okay, father can't see it anyway. However, he did not stop his actions. The complete body, Susanoo, suddenly unfolded, his body soaring into the sky. Brother, I can return your eyes to you. Itachi, sensing his younger brother's emotions, knelt before Fugaku and said firmly, No need. You keep them. It's more suitable. However, Fugaku shook his head firmly. I actually do not suit being the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Itachi wiped away his tears and also unfolded his complete body, Susanoo, soaring into the sky. Itachi. In a corner of the Uchiha clan, Izuna looked at the youth flying into the sky, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Mr. Kisame, are you going to help? The girl from the Mist Village finally snapped out of her surprise at being resurrected and turned to Kisame, asking in confusion. No, I've already found the real world. Kisame looked seriously at the girl before him, grinning. Seeing Kisame's fervent gaze, the girl from the Mist Village couldn't help but blush. Is there only this few people? However, looking at the crowd before him, Madara's mouth revealed a hint of disdainful smile as he tilted his head towards Hashirama on the ground. Hey, Hashirama, aren't you coming over? Bleep, you're just a bleep. Madara, is it impressive that you can fly? Hashirama cursed angrily. Seeing the furious Hashirama, the smile on Madara's face grew wider. After so many years, he had finally won against Hashirama once. His mood was incredibly refreshing, and since he felt good, he naturally needed to use battle to celebrate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Madara waved his hand, and 9 chakra orbs flew towards several people. However, seeing the flying chakra orbs, the expressions on their faces revealed a hint of disdain. Is this the Uchiha Madara, known as the Shura of the ninja world? Is his brain not functioning well? Can't you see you only have 9 chakra orbs? Over here, we have 24 chakra orbs. Ningxi 5 beads, Orochimaru 5 beads, Hinata 5 beads, Naruto 9 beads. Luo's truth-seeking balls returned to Kagaya's side. As the attack was just unleashed, Madara immediately noticed the mocking expressions on everyone's faces. In an instant, he realized something was off. He had just gained such powerful strength and had not yet adapted to it. This move was indeed a bit overconfident. Shinra Tensei, seeing his 9 truth-seeking balls being surrounded and attacked, the remaining few flew towards him. Without hesitation, Madara activated Shinra Tensei to push away several truth-seeking balls. That was close to capsizing in the gutter. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth. Limbo, border jail. He planned to eliminate some opponents first. Otherwise, even he felt a bit of pressure. However, just as Limbo, border jail was successfully activated, Luo directly waved his hand. With just a simple motion, the 4 bodies created by Limbo, border jail around him were instantly retracted back into his body. How is that possible? Uchiha Madara was stunned. He had no idea how Luo discovered it. Nothing is impossible. Luo smiled and didn't continue to say anything. However, Sasuke was not like Luo, taking things lightly. His Sharingan suddenly locked onto Uchiha Madara. At the same time, he controlled Susanoo, slashing down with a sword towards the empty space ahead. Products of the old era should not embarrass themselves in the new era. As Sasuke's voice fell, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly disappeared from the spot, reappearing under Sasuke's sword. Damn it! Uchiha Madara roared, not expecting that during the years he had been dead, the ninja world had developed to this extent. Even a small fry could make him suffer a loss. Luckily, Luo didn't know Uchiha Madara's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. It's not that everyone in the ninja world is powerful, but that these people have been given a boost by him and his son. Boom! At the last moment, Uchiha Madara activated Shinra Tensei again. The giant sword in Sasuke's hand suddenly stopped falling. He finally found the time to quickly retreat. No, if this continues, the Eye of the Moon plan will definitely fail, Uchiha Madara muttered. In the end, he underestimated everyone. Swallow me. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. Who are you? However, the voice did not answer him, continuing to repeat, swallow me. Following his instincts, Uchiha Madara's gaze fell on the divine tree behind him. Is it asking me to swallow you? With no way out now, Uchiha Madara stopped hesitating and flashed to the side of the divine tree. He pressed his palm against it. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud sound, the divine tree plunged directly into Uchiha's body. Wait. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but want to rush forward to stop it. But Luo opened his hands to stop everyone. Out of trust, everyone halted their movements. They just watched as Uchiha Madara absorbed the divine tree completely. Feeling the power within him, Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally. However, when he looked at Luo and the others, he suddenly discovered Luo's calm, tranquil eyes. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. No way. Am I still not a match for them in my current state? Uchiha Madara found it hard to believe, but Luo's gaze was too certain. It made him hesitant to gamble. Fight out, since he couldn't do it with strength. He prepared to quickly complete the plan recorded on the Uchiha clan stone tablet. His body suddenly soared into the sky, forcefully cracking open a corner of his forehead, looking at the moon in the sky. In an instant, a crack appeared on his smooth forehead, and the crack grew larger. A scarlet Rinnegan appeared right before everyone's eyes. Appear! Infinite Tsukuyami world. As Uchiha Madara's voice fell, the moon in the sky suddenly turned crimson. Circles of Tomo appeared on it. Seeing the scene, a smile of success crept onto Uchiha Madara's lips. This world will ultimately welcome peace. His voice resonated in everyone's ears. However, just as excited as Uchiha Madara were Luo and Black Zetsu. They knew that at this point, Kagaya's unsealing had been completed. Swish, swish, swish. As the infinite Tsukuyami ocular technique was completed, the entire ninja world, which was originally in daylight, became a bit brighter. Nagato, what's going on? Yahiko asked, looking at Nagato, who had a pitying expression watching Uchiha Madara's every move in the sky, puzzled. Just a blind drummer. Over the years, Nagato's aura had developed such that even if he had restrained it, it still didn't resemble the past. It made Yahiko feel a bit uncomfortable. He turned to look at Conan, but sensing Conan's aura of do not approach, he could only sigh, as things have changed. So much has happened during the years he was dead. As the moon in the sky turned crimson, beams of white light fell on everyone. Those illuminated by the light had their eyes transformed into Rinnegan. Of course, the few people next to Luo were exceptions. Orochimaru, Ningxi, Hinata were under the protection of the Samsara. Itachi and Sasuke were protected by Susanoo. Naruto was protected by the truth-seeking balls. Luo had nothing. He just greedily enjoyed the feeling of the white light shining on him, as if he were feeling Kagaya's aura. None of this was noticed by Madara, who was immersed in the joy of success. As he brought his hands together, the God Tree's world descends. A towering tree rose from the ground, connecting the entire ninja world. White silk wrapped around everyone, hanging them on the tree. After completing everything, Madara finally looked over here. However, the scene that entered his eyes shocked him greatly. Luo and the others were completely unaffected by the infinite Tsukuyami, especially Luo, whose eyes revealed waves of excitement. It was as if his actions were exactly what the others wanted to see. What was going on? Uchiha Madara became uneasy, especially when he saw his will, Black Zetsu, resolutely standing behind them. His inner anxiety surged even more. However, he didn't have to wait long, as a graceful figure slowly descended from the sky, suddenly appearing in front of him. Can you give me my power? Kagaya's words, though a question, sounded more like a command. Impossible. That power belongs to me. Uchiha Madara shouted angrily. However, no matter how he roared, the power of the 10 tails within him had already begun to go wild at Kagaya's call. Boom boom. Waves of dense chakra surged from his body into Kagaya's. No. Why? Uchiha Madara howled in anguish. Lord Madara, from beginning to end, this is what I designed to save Mother. Black Zetsu grinned, smiling as he spoke. You are not my will? Uchiha Madara turned his head with difficulty to look at Black Zetsu. Although he had already believed what the others said, he still didn't want to admit it in his heart. Your will? Haha. Black Zetsu's smile was extremely proud. When I was born, the Uchiha clan hadn't even appeared yet. The content on the Uchiha clan stone tablet, was all altered by me, just to unseal Mother. No, it's impossible. Uchiha Madara's beliefs suddenly collapsed. His years of effort finally bore fruit. However, just as he succeeded, someone told him that this was all a trap designed by the opponent. How could he accept that? Yet, no matter how much he couldn't accept it, the power within him was continuously fading, which was an undeniable fact. Soon, all the power belonging to the 10 tails entered Kagaya's body. Kagaya's weakened body was finally filled with power again. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara absorbing the power of the 10 tails, to be honest, the Kagaya from just now wouldn't have been a match for Uchiha Madara, let alone control him. One could say that he succeeded because of the 10 tails and failed because of the 10 tails. However, Kagaya did not completely absorb the power, only taking in 99% of it. Uchiha Madara was also not in any danger of losing his life. After absorbing all the power, Kagaya flashed and headed towards LuoFaces. Luo looked at the swiftly approaching Kagaya with longing, his hands trembling uncontrollably. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. He really missed Kagaya so much. Without hesitation, Luo prepared to fly towards Kagaya. However, a faster figure shot out from behind him. Mom. Hearing this voice, Luo's expression froze. And Kagaya's expression also froze. What the heck? So ugly. Without any hesitation, Kagaya slapped Black Zetsu away. Dear, let me explain, this is definitely not my child. Kagaya was genuinely afraid that Luo would misunderstand. Would Luo misunderstand? Of course not. At that moment, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, looking at Black Zetsu, who was knocked to the ground, unable to get up, with a face full of grievance. Luo really felt a bit sorry for him. Mom. Black Zetsu looked up with teary eyes at Kagaya, who had jumped into Luo's arms. However, the moment of grievance was fleeting, as he quickly filled in the blanks. Oh, I'm so dumb. Mom has waited so long for Dad. If I go over now, won't that just make me unwelcome? After a while, once Mom and Dad are done flirting, they'll definitely praise me. Fortunately, Kagaya didn't know what Black Zetsu was thinking. Otherwise, she would have directly said, ugly rejection. The further your thoughts are, the further you should roll. I'm afraid Luo would misunderstand. Naruto, what do you say? On the other side, seeing Kagaya hugging Luo, Sasuke raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you mean? Naruto didn't react immediately, and when he did, he looked at Sasuke in disbelief. I mean, do you really not fear getting beaten up? Ahem, I mean, hurry up and lift the God Tree's birth limit. It's not good for the people trapped in it for too long. Sasuke recalled the scenes of being beaten up since childhood, shivering involuntarily. Cleared his throat. He quickly corrected himself. I thought you were going to. Shut up. Sasuke hurriedly covered Naruto's mouth, fearing he would say something outrageous and get himself beaten up for no reason. Release. As their hands clasped together, forming a hand seal, those wrapped in the God Tree's birth limit fell to the ground one by one. The satin wrapping around them also slowly disappeared with the God Tree. This aura is... Feeling this aura, Kagaya, who was resting in Luo's arms, slightly furrowed her brow and looked towards Naruto and Sasuke. However, just a glance, and she withdrew her gaze. Who cares? Right now, nothing is more important than being warm with Luo. However, those two people seemed a bit familiar. Naruto. Sasuke. So, big sister-in-law, you've never opened your eyes to look at us? The atmosphere was harmonious, and a world with only Uchiha Madara injured was established. However, just as everyone's emotions were difficult to calm down after the ups and downs, a voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Sasuke, I've finally found you. Chapter 137. Infinite 8 Gates. Following the voice, Luo's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Sakura, Haruno. Someone who had long since disappeared from Luo's memory. Someone he would have almost forgotten if the other party hadn't appeared here. Of course, this was not the reason for Luo's surprise. Luo was shocked by the person accompanying her. Or rather, not someone who could be called a person, but a god. An evil god. Luo's heart was filled with surprise at the appearance of the other party. If it weren't for having sufficient backup, they would definitely not appear here. Long time no see. The evil god grinned broadly, sneering. You dare to appear here like this. Aren't you afraid of death? Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his aura suddenly surged. Afraid? How could I not be afraid? The evil god's gaze meaningfully glanced at Kagaya. But this time, I also have a backup plan. Hey, are you not going to come out? Luo's gaze followed the evil god, looking towards the sky. He wanted to see who had given the other party such confidence. Ishiki? Upon seeing the face of the incoming person, Kagaya couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You're actually still alive? Seeing Kagaya, a hint of anger appeared on Ishiki's face. Especially upon seeing her leaning against Luo, that anger was already hard to suppress. You, the disgrace of the Otsutsuki clan, are still alive, so why can't I? It's not over yet. Just one more kill will do. Looking at the furious Ishiki, Kagaya's tone was very indifferent. Just a defeated opponent from the past. Even after 1,000 years, it was still the same. After all, 1,000 years, in the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan, was just a fleeting moment. You can certainly try. Ishiki sneered. Deiko couldn't. Boom! Suddenly, a crack opened in space, and a huge black cube fell from it, crashing directly towards Kagaya. Trivial skills. Yomi Hirasaka. Without even looking at the falling black cube, Kagaya suddenly opened a space crack above her head and swallowed it. In the next moment, the swallowed black cube suddenly appeared above Ishiki, plummeting down rapidly. Oomph. Seeing Kagaya able to so easily defuse his attack, Ishiki felt no surprise, snorting coldly. The black cube had already disappeared. 80 God's vacuum attack. Not having succeeded with one strike, Kagaya did not stop her movements. A massive amount of chakra suddenly gathered in her palms, and as the chakra coalesced, countless translucent fists appeared in the air, smashing fiercely towards Ishiki. A divine guardian. As Ishiki's voice fell, his figure suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Boom, boom, boom. With Ishiki's disappearance, Kagaya's attack, as expected, missed. Rabbit hair needle. Although Ishiki's figure was not visible, Kagaya could sense Ishiki's aura. The hair behind her suddenly elongated, crazily rushing towards the spot where Ishiki had just stood. Watching the battle between the two sides, Kagaya did not fall behind. Luo also temporarily planned not to help, his gaze directly locking onto the evil god. Evil god. I couldn't kill you back then. Today, I want to see if you can still escape. Huh, you're so arrogant. The evil god sneered. The only ones who can kill me are those with bloodline limits or those who merge sage techniques. Neither of those is something you could learn in such a short time. In the name of the evil god, I will judge you. However, the evil god did not stand still, waiting for Luo to make a move. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Puff! The evil god's fingers, like swords, pierced fiercely into his own body. At the same time, Luo's brow furrowed slightly because he felt an evil force pulling at his body. Boom! With a loud explosion, a terrifying blood hole erupted in Luo's chest, just like the evil god. Looking at the wound on his chest, Luo's brow slightly knitted. Is this your method? Just trivial. Immortal technique, création rebirth. His current vitality is such that even if a blood hole opens in his chest, he can instantly recover, let alone if his head were to be smashed. Such means are truly beneath his notice. Hee, do you think this is over? Seeing Luo's disdainful expression, the evil god coldly laughed. As expected, just as Luo's chest was just repaired, it burst open once again. In this situation, Luo was indeed a bit taken aback. This time, his brow truly furrowed into a shape. Ancient gods still have some tricks up their sleeves. Now, are you ready to continue accepting judgment? On the other side, Sasuke. This time, even if I have to tie you up, I will bind you to my side. Haruno Sakura's face revealed a sinister laugh. Looking at the somewhat deranged Haruno Sakura, Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Do we know each other? Hearing Sasuke's indifferent words, the smile on Haruno Sakura's face suddenly disappeared. You actually dare to ask me who I am? Huh, you actually don't know who I am? Haruno Sakura's expression became sinister. For you, I have endured so much suffering, day and night, constantly training just to stand by your side one day. No longer just following your shadow. For you, I even personally killed the third Hokage. Things you couldn't do, I did for you. And now, you actually ask me who I am? Haha, crazy. Sasuke's expression grew even colder. The excuse he used when he left the village was that he had failed to assassinate the third Hokage and was forced to defect. He never expected that the other party actually went and killed the third Hokage. Isn't this madness? His parents and clansmen have just been revived, and Sasuke really doesn't want to be associated with such a madwoman. I'm crazy, but my madness is for whom? Haruno Sakura roared hysterically. Today, even if I have to break your hands and feet, I will bind you to my side. With you? You could try. One is enough for me. And that is Luo. 8 gates released formation. Open the first gate, the opening. Open the second gate, the rest. Open the third gate, the life. Open the fourth gate, the wound. Open the fifth gate, the door. Open the sixth gate, the view. Open the seventh gate, the view. Open the eighth gate, the death. In an instant, Haruno Sakura opened all 8 gates, and the sweat steam surrounding her gradually changed from green to blue, eventually turning crimson. Creation rebirth. As the 8 gates opened, Haruno Sakura simultaneously activated the creation rebirth technique. Although this technique cannot completely negate the side effects of opening the 8 gates, it can greatly extend the time of opening the 8 gates. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Haruno Sakura reached in front of Sasuke's Susanoo and smashed down with a punch. Sasuke had almost no defense, and the Susanoo was directly shattered. His body was also sent flying dozens of meters by the residual force of that punch. Haruno Sakura, not slowing down, launched another surprise attack on Sasuke. Just then, Naruto suddenly blocked her path. Beside him stood Neji, Hinata, Orochimaru, and Kiba. For the person who killed the third Hokage, they may not have many thoughts, but they would not allow anyone to forcibly take Sasuke from the village. Like them, the Uchiha clansmen also reacted at this moment. All the clansmen instantly gathered to protect Sasuke behind them. Even though many of them had their eyes gouged out, this included Izuna. Although he did not know what happened after his death, he could identify from the chakra's aura that these people were all Uchiha clansmen. Protecting the clansmen is the responsibility of him, the younger brother of the clan leader. As soon as Izuna stepped forward, the previously dazed Madara's body suddenly froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected he would have a day to see his brother again. Izuna! Almost in an instant, Madara's figure appeared beside Izuna. This aura, you are brother? Izuna could not see Uchiha Madara's appearance, but he could identify from the aura that this was his elder brother. Izuna, it really is you. Ha! To hell with the Eye of the Moon plan. To hell with peace in the ninja world. Nothing matters compared to my brother reappearing before me, which made Madara feel joy. Brother, now is not the time to talk about this. I just heard that someone is preparing to attack the Uchiha clansmen. Compared to Madara, Izuna was undoubtedly very calm. The joy lasted only a moment, and his mind was already clear. Don't worry, with Big Brother here, no one can take anyone away from my hands. With a target in mind, Madara regained his former dominance. With his younger brother by his side, he, as the older brother, absolutely cannot lose face. However, Madara forgot that the embarrassing image he had just displayed had already been completely sensed by Izuna. Junior, I'll give you a piece of advice. Retreat now. And I can let it go. Madara's words were always filled with dominance. His level of pretentiousness far surpassed that of Naruto. Madara, it's been a long time since we fought side by side, right? Seeing his good buddy standing on his side again, Hashirama felt great joy. Don't get me wrong. I only promised Izuna's request, Madara said coldly. Madara's words made Hashirama feel emo for a moment. However, in the next moment, he eagerly moved closer to Madara. No matter the reason, I hope to fight alongside you again. However, ideals are plentiful, but reality is stark. The terror of Sakura, who opened the 8 gates, is something no one can imagine. Come on, please me as much as you can. Just as Uchiha Madara said this dominantly, Haruno Sakura's big foot directly stepped on his face. Fortunately, Luo did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would definitely doubt whether there is a rule in the ninja world that those who act pretentious get slapped in the face. Moreover, the more pretentious they are, the harder they get slapped. Wood release, birth of the tree world. Seeing his good buddy getting hit, how could Hashirama sit still? He clapped his hands, and countless vines suddenly shot up from the ground, clawing toward Sakura. Cherry Blossom Fury. With a furious shout, Sakura swung her fist fiercely, and in an instant, accompanied by a fierce fist wind, the air in front of her fist was violently compressed. The next moment, the compressed air exploded, forming a fierce air cannon that shattered all the vines reaching for her. So strong. Is this the power of the forbidden technique, the 8 gates? Orochimaru's crimson tongue couldn't help but lick his lips, and the 5 truth-seeking balls behind him suddenly shot out toward Haruno Sakura. For his former assistant, he still felt a bit of face loss. When had he, Orochimaru, ever suffered such a huge loss? Simultaneously, Neji and Hinata also immediately controlled the truth-seeking balls behind them, fiercely smashing them toward Haruno Sakura. Ha! Here we go. As she watched the seeking Dao Jade rushing toward her, Sakura Haruno wore a faintly mad smile on her face. She would never forget. Back then, there was also a guy controlling the seeking Dao Jade who had slapped her hard. Although her target today was not that person, it did not prevent her heart from being filled with madness. Swish! In an instant, her figure vanished from a spot. The attack of the seeking Dao Jade was powerful, but that was only if it could touch her body. Sakura did not use the body flicker technique. She simply moved so fast that she surpassed the limits of others' vision. Not good. Gentle fist, heavenly return. The moment they saw her figure disappear, Niji and Hinata had already acted, and heavenly return suddenly unfolded, enveloping the two in a blue chakra sphere. The defense of heavenly return was all-encompassing. If the opponent's attack could not break through this defense, they would be severely injured by the counterattack generated by the defense. However, could Sakura's attack break through the defense of heavenly return? The answer was yes. Almost as soon as the sphere of light from heavenly return appeared, it was forcibly interrupted. Sakura's punches and kicks had already slammed heavily into the chests of the two. Boom! Hit by such a terrifying attack, the two were sent flying like cannonballs. Who else? Coldly looking at the people who were sent flying, Sakura disdainfully glanced at everyone present and sneered. Wind release, seeking Dao Jade Shuriken. However, even though Sakura was imposing, there was still someone who launched an attack. This person was none other than Naruto. 9 massive spiral shurikens, guided by the seeking Dao Jade, approached Sakura from all directions at an unimaginable speed, completely surrounding her. If hit by this attack, Sakura would not die but would be severely injured. But could they hit her? The answer was no. Everyone underestimated Sakura's movement speed after opening the 8 gates. With a single step, she had already vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of Naruto. How could a thing that was born from a mother but not taught by one always be by Sasuke's side? From beginning to end, Sakura had nothing but disdain for Naruto. In her eyes, Naruto was a clown who should be despised by everyone. Yet, it was this clown who took her place and could stay by Sasuke's side all day long. She could not tolerate this. Today, she would once again tell everyone that by Sasuke's side, only she, Sakura Haruno, could stand there. Boom! A heavy punch slammed into Naruto's abdomen, sending his body crashing down to the ground like a shooting star. However, just as his body was about to touch the ground, a flash of yellow light appeared beside him. It was Minato Namikaze. Although he had just met with Kushina and teased Naruto, he would never allow anyone to harm his son in front of him. Sakura had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Swish! In a flash, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique and placed Naruto beside Kushina. Turning to look at Sakura, his eyes were already filled with icy coldness. However, before he could act, a massive rumbling sound interrupted all his movements. Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama, who had just been sent flying, were now standing together. Obito, Hashirama, with a deep gaze exchanged. The two finally initiated their first-ever collaboration. Sage Art, Buddha of the Summit. Susanoo, the giant Buddha of Susanoo, the two annihilate 4 nations. It was not just talk. As all the cannon's 1,000 hands were wrapped in Susanoo, their attack power was geometrically enhanced. Boom, boom, boom. As fists rained down like raindrops, Sakura's expression finally grew serious. However, it was only slightly serious and did not reach the level of fear. Cherry Blossom Dance. In an instant, her hands transformed into a series of afterimages. With every swing, a massive air cannon shot up into the sky, colliding fiercely with the fists of the giant Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky was filled with dust and smoke. Fortunately, when Pain arrived, Lo had already evacuated all the residents of Konoha in advance. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died today. Konoha Cemetery. With his eyes dug out, Obito leaned against his grandmother's gravestone, barely breathing, feeling the terrifying fluctuations from afar. He recalled the so-called Moon Eye Plan, and a bitter smile crept onto his lips. The ninja world was too vast. Both he and Uchiha Obito had somewhat overestimated their own perspectives. As the dust settled, Sakura's figure reappeared before everyone. At this moment, she looked a bit disheveled. Such intense collisions had taken a toll on her. Fortunately, she managed to fend it off, feeling the flickering life force within her. It had now become just a faint glimmer. Is this the limit? Seeing the opponent's condition, Tobirama Senju, who had not acted until now, squinted slightly. The 8 gates formation was a forbidden technique he invented. No one understood its key better than him. Once the 8 gates were opened, life would wither like autumn leaves, gradually fading away. Therefore, when fighting someone like this, all he needed to do was drag it out, from flourishing to declining, and then to exhaustion. Although he despised Uchiha Obito, He had to admit the other party's strength. With his brother and Obito around, the opponent could not stir up much trouble. Tobirama knew the drawbacks of the Eight Gates, and how could Sakura not know? Therefore, she had long been prepared. Back then, the reason she so readily went to Orochimaru's base to become his assistant was to solve this future problem. Impure world reincarnation. As Sakura's cold voice fell, a white Zetsu suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, her soul shot out and directly entered the body of the white Zetsu. In an instant, the body that lost its soul turned to ash like a dead tree consumed by wildfire. Here we go again. Having acquired a new body, Sakura reopened the Eight Gates and activated the resurrection technique. The lethargy in her eyes vanished, and she regained her domineering demeanor. This change was something no one had anticipated. In an instant, the hearts of everyone who had relaxed were once again tightened. I never thought that one day, the immortality technique I researched would be used like this to exploit a bug. Orochimaru licked his lips with his crimson tongue, his eyes bursting with fiery light. Whoosh! Just as Orochimaru was still marveling, someone had already made a move. A specially made kunai suddenly shot towards Sakura's neck. Watching the flying kunai, a disdainful smile appeared on Sakura's lips. You think such an attack can hurt me? She slightly tilted her head and easily dodged the kunai. However, the next moment, a yellow figure appeared behind her. Rasengan, is that all? Do you know how many times I practiced this move in my dreams to kill that person? Feeling the attack coming from behind, the cold smile on Sakura's lips grew even stronger. The signature technique of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God technique. How could she not know? Moreover, Lo also knew this move. How could she not be on guard? Without any hesitation, she threw a simple punch backward. Feeling the might of Sakura Haruno's punch, Minato's pupils involuntarily constricted. Such an attack is unpreventable. Fortunately, what Minato prides himself on is not just his Flying Thunder God technique, but also his terrifying reaction speed. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the second stage of the Flying Thunder God was already activated. In the next moment, his figure returned to its original position as if nothing had happened. I admit, this one's speed has surpassed that of the inventor himself. Tobirama couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon seeing Minato's attack and counter. However, amidst the admiration, his heart grew a bit more serious. The flaw of the Eight Gates has now been completely compensated for by the opponent. How should the next battle proceed? Is this the strength of all of you? Sakura Haruno laughed wildly, her body emanating blood-colored steam from the opening of the Eight Gates, making her look incredibly fierce. Then I announced that today, I will take Sasuke away, and those who stand in my way will die. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 138. The choice of the god of death. Watching the arrogant Sakura Haruno, everyone's faces turned grim. Far away in the shelter, Sakura's parents also received the news. Just a little time has passed, and their appearances have aged significantly. Even now, they cannot believe why their daughter has become like this. But they are powerless. Ever since their daughter became a ninja, a huge generation gap has emerged between them. Faced with a daughter who is becoming increasingly distant, they are anxious but helpless. Shameless. The brutality of Uchiha Madara continued to rise. As a Shura of the ninja world, when has he ever received such contempt? Hashirama, with his furious shout. Hashirama instantly understood the meaning behind it. The tacit understanding between the two sides is not trivial. He suddenly clapped his hands in front of his chest, and with a roar, the sound reverberated throughout the battlefield. Sage art, true thousand hands. As the thousand-handed cannon rose once again, Uchiha Madara did not hesitate, attaching the armor of Susanoo to his fists. Boom! Another round of fierce confrontation began, and both of them, having launched attacks once again, couldn't help but breathe heavily. Looking at the sky full of dust, after a long time without any movement, their hearts finally eased a bit. Whoosh! However, just at the moment when the two relaxed, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly rang in their ears. Following the sound, a figure so fast it was almost impossible to catch suddenly appeared before them. It was Sakura Haruno. Bang bang! Her eyes were crimson, and a hint of disdainful mockery curled at the corners of her mouth. With just two simple punches, she struck directly at the defense of Susanoo and would release. It seemed to have little power. However, It was precisely these two simple punches that turned the incredibly solid defense into what seemed like thin paper at that moment. Susanoo shattered in an instant, and the magnificent giant Buddha transformed into countless wooden chips. Boom! Both Hashirama and Madara were sent flying by this punch, instantly losing their combat ability. Just as Sakura was preparing to deliver a finishing blow, her body suddenly stiffened. Waves of intense pain surged into her mind, causing her brows to slightly furrow. Could White Zetsu's body not withstand such a high-intensity battle? The duration of the 8 gates had unexpectedly shortened so much. The flame of life flickered weakly. She could only temporarily stop her movements and change to a new body from the impure world reincarnation. On the other side, the evil god watched as Luo's body continuously crumbled and then repaired itself. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more unrestrained. Now you understand the power of the ancient gods, right? Humans, like ants, should become the followers of the gods and not foolishly think they can defy fate. Hee. I think it's nothing much. Luo, enduring the pain of his body being torn apart, snorted coldly. Don't let me catch an opportunity. Otherwise, I will ensure you have no place to bury your body. No place to bury my body. The evil god laughed skyward. It seems you really understand nothing. A hint of nostalgia appeared in the evil god's expression. Ever since I practiced immortal techniques and comprehended the life force within the natural power, only I can control others' lives and deaths. No one could declare my death. Listening to the evil god's nostalgic words, Luo felt as if he grasped something in the dark. Practicing immortal techniques? Why is it only now that you know? Didn't that person tell you? The evil god's expression was somewhat unexpected. Indeed, 1,000 years ago, all the gods were merely at the level of being easily destroyed in her eyes. Considering your imminent death, I will kindly tell you. From you, I sense the aura of 3 types of immortal technique cultivation. Don't be surprised. It's not just you who can master 3 types of immortal techniques at the same time. I can too. As the evil god spoke, patterns symbolizing the 3 types of immortal technique cultivation flickered on his body. Why are we called gods? It's because after mastering the 3 types of immortal technique cultivation, we comprehend our unique natural power. For example, I comprehend the life power. For example, the god of death comprehends the soul power. For example, the sea god comprehends the water power, and so on. Although everyone comprehends different natural powers, the overall difference is not significant. Therefore, in ancient times, even though we fought countless times, we ultimately could not determine a victor, because none of us stepped into the 3rd step, reaching the realm of immortal technique fusion. At this point, a hint of fear suddenly appeared in the evil god's eyes. Until that person's appearance, the evil god turned his gaze to Kaguya, who was battling Ishiki. She possesses a cultivation system that completely does not belong here. Yet she can directly annihilate us. 1,000 years ago, under Ishiki's leadership, the other gods launched a divine war against Kaguya. The final outcome? There were no gods left in the world, and the god of death and I, having hidden early, were not affected. Then why do you dare to stand out now? Luo narrowed his eyes. He wanted to know the opponent's backup plan. I know you're trying to extract information from me, but it doesn't matter. In the evil god's view, both Luo and Kaguya are destined to die today. Whether he speaks or not makes no difference. The 1,000 years of frustration made him unable to hold back for a moment, because I sense the same power as the goddess of the moon from Lord Ishiki. The evil god's words carried a hint of reverence, causing Luo to furrow his brows tightly. The same power as Kaguya? Isn't that the power of the divine tree? Could it be that there is not just one divine tree? All right, having talked so much nonsense with you, consider it a favor to the goddess of the moon. The evil god withdrew his gaze from Ishiki and Kaguya, turned his head, and looked back at Luo. Let me show you the true power of the gods. As he spoke, the evil god lightly pointed, and strange powers quickly enveloped Luo. In an instant, Luo felt as if his body was leaking air. The life power continuously dissipated from the wound on his chest. Useless. Watching Luo madly using immortal techniques to repair his body, the evil god shook his head. The gap between humans and gods is not something that can be simply crossed. Without comprehending the natural power that belongs uniquely to you, your level of life is destined to remain within the human realm. The commotion here quickly caught Kagaya's attention. Luo. As she watched the life force of Luo continuously flow away, Kagaya exclaimed in surprise. The attacks in her hands became even more intense. Strands of black hair flew out from behind her, wildly targeting a figure that was invisible to the naked eye. She wanted to end this quickly. It was truly a disgrace for the Otsutsuki clan to give up their pride for a mere human. Watching the frenzied Kagaya, Ishiki dodged while controlling his shrinking body, mockingly taunting her. Shut up. However, what greeted him was Kagaya's even fiercer attacks. Just when Kagaya was anxious, Luo's voice reached her ears. It's okay. Kagaya's attack faltered as she looked in Luo's direction, and what she saw was his warm smile. Yet, seeing Luo endure pain while smiling made Kagaya's heart ache. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. However, at that moment of distraction, she suddenly felt a slight stabbing pain in her abdomen. Kagaya quickly focused, only to find that a black chakra rod had pierced her abdomen without her noticing, and it was continuously growing larger. Damn it! Kagaya shouted angrily, reaching out to grasp the black rod and yank it out. Crimson blood stained her clothing as it flowed down her abdomen. Kagaya! Seeing Kagaya's hand, Luo couldn't help but exclaim, Kid, do you still have the time to care about others? I think you should take care of yourself first. The evil god laughed maniacally, watching Luo, who was already overwhelmed but still concerned about Kagaya. From today on, I, the evil god, will return. I, the evil god, will become the only god of this continent. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura had changed bodies and activated the 8 gates again. Watching the blood-red steam burning around her, Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm sorry, Kushina. Minato! No. Seeing Minato's resolute expression, Kushina was already in tears, tightly gripping his sleeve and shaking her head repeatedly. I'm a 4th Hokage of Konoha. Protecting the village is my mission. Minato gently caressed Kushina's cheek, his eyes like water. Naruto, I'll leave him in your care. But it's good that he's grown up. Minato forced a smile. Just after being reborn, he had to face another farewell. He was reluctant, but he had to do it. With a swift motion, he gently pulled Kushina's hand away and quickly formed several hand seals. In an instant, the figure of the Shinigami appeared behind him. The sudden change immediately caught the attention of everyone present, including the evil god. Sensing the Shinigami's aura, the smile on the evil god's face grew wider. Originally, when Ishiki found him, he had planned to seek the Shinigami to conspire together. He didn't expect that the Shinigami, this old guy, would hide better than he did. He had never managed to find him. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. The Shinigami actually showed up at this moment. Shinigami, long time no see. The evil god greeted the Shinigami's apparition casually. The recently appeared Shinigami also quickly assessed the situation on the battlefield. In an instant, he prepared to flee. What the hell? Who did he just see? That god of death. Don't worry. This time, the goddess of the rabbit will definitely have no chance of survival. The evil god saw through the Shinigami's thoughts and said lightly, Don't say I forgot you, bro. Join our camp. And this continent will be the world of us 2 brothers. Hearing the evil god's words, the Shinigami's fleeing footsteps could not help but pause. Only then did he take the time to carefully observe the situation on the battlefield. In the battle between Ishiki and Kagaya, Kagaya was already injured and seemed to be at a disadvantage. In the battle between Luo and the evil god, Luo's life force was continuously depleting and seemed to be at a disadvantage as well. At this moment, if he joined, it could be said that he could enjoy the fruits of victory without lifting a finger. However, for some reason, an unease began to rise in the Shinigami's heart. It was as if his choice was related to his own life. Why did he have this feeling? Unconsciously, the Shinigami's brow furrowed slightly. Shinigami, were you still considering? At that moment, the evil god's enticing words echoed in his ears again, causing him to glance back toward the evil god. However, a casual glance finally allowed him to find the source of his unease. That's right, it was Luo. As a person whose life force was continuously waning, his expression was far too calm. No, it couldn't be called calm. His face was filled with anger. However, shouldn't the expression of a dying person be one of fear? The complete absence of fear was truly too abnormal. Understanding this, the Shinigami made a decision almost instantly. He pulled out a dagger and suddenly lunged at Haruno-Sakura. He didn't attack the evil god. As a fellow deity, the Shinigami knew that his attack wouldn't cause much trouble for him. Just after switching bodies and preparing to unleash her power to take Sasuke away, Haruno-Sakura suddenly found that her body could not move at all. Shinigami, what are you doing? Seeing the Shinigami's actions, the evil god was furious. He didn't expect the other party to stand on the side of his opponent. My admiration for the goddess of the rabbit and Lord Luo is something a little evil god like you can't understand. The Shinigami's expression was righteous, exuding a momentum as if he would march forward regardless of the consequences. You, the evil god, was at a loss for words, his cheeks flushed. Just wait to die. Lord Ishiki won't let you go. However, the Shinigami disregarded everything and frantically pulled at Haruno-Sakura's soul. Haruno-Sakura wanted to struggle, but suddenly realized that although the reincarnation of the dead theoretically allowed her to open the 8 gates infinitely, her soul had become extremely fragile after continuous reincarnations. She was powerless to resist the Shinigami's attack. She could only watch helplessly as her soul was pulled out of White Zetsu's body and into the Shinigami's abdomen. No, I'm not willing, Haruno-Sakura shouted. If we can't live together, then let's die together. In an instant, her eyes turned fierce. Yet within that fierce gaze, there was an infinite love. She used her last bit of strength to turn her head to look at Sasuke. Even in death, I will bind you to my side. Boom! Sakura's anger surged. The pink air cannon shot straight towards Sasuke, determined to take his life. However, at that moment, a red-haired figure resolutely stood in front of Sasuke. I absolutely won't allow anyone to harm Sasuke-kun. Kinomoto's figure was so small in front of the gigantic air cannon, yet it was so determined. Everyone who saw this scene was moved. One by one, they couldn't help but close their eyes, as if they had already seen the outcome. Sasuke. However, Kinomoto's eyes contained no one else. She could only see the unconscious Sasuke, lying in his parents' arms. Just then, Night Guy. Boom! A red dragon suddenly charged in, fiercely colliding with the air cannon, directly intercepting it. The one who made the move was Might Guy. At this moment, he was shining with his youthful vigor. I won't give in. Seeing the attack blocked and her soul already pulled from Haruno-Sakura, only a reluctant roar remained. Phew, phew, phew. The consumption is really large. Just activating it for a moment, I can already feel death beckoning to me. Maite Kai felt relieved as he touched his chest, lingering with trepidation. However, with this strike, my youth will have no regrets. Seeing the Grim Reaper devour Haruno-Sakura's soul, Minato slowly turned around, reluctantly glancing at Kushina and Naruto lying in her arms. In the end, only a gentle smile remained on his face. I'm sorry. Having experienced using the Reaper Death Seal once, Minato knew that his soul was about to be taken by the Grim Reaper. He slowly closed his eyes and waited quietly. However, after waiting for a long time, Minato felt no discomfort at all. He turned his head in confusion to look at the shadow of the Grim Reaper behind him, as if asking, Big brother, what's going on? If you're going to act, do it quickly, don't dawdle. However, the Grim Reaper's shadow didn't even bother to look at Minato. Instead, it ran over to Luo with a flattering expression. Lord Luo, see, I did pretty well, right? Luo looked at the Grim Reaper in surprise and said lightly, Very good. You didn't disappoint me. I'm playing tricks. The evil god was almost furious. He completely didn't understand why the Grim Reaper was still so respectful to this kid. Out of anger and humiliation, he decided to stop playing around. He resolved to kill Luo directly to show the Grim Reaper how foolish his choice was. However, at that moment, a mocking smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Luo's mouth. His aura changed dramatically at that moment. The heaviness of earth, the sharpness of wind, the softness of water, the intensity of fire, the brutality of thunder, the warmth of light, the chill of darkness. In an instant, 7 types of chakra auras fused together violently. The plan encountered a slight twist, but it seemed the result was still good. As he spoke, the evil god's power that had enveloped Luo's body was suddenly shaken off, and the recently dissipated life force seemed to be drawn back into his body. Luo looked at the Grim Reaper with interest. Originally, I was just waiting for your appearance. Your choice is good. Upon seeing Harino Sakura's 8 gates, Luo immediately knew that those people were absolutely no match. The only way to deal with them was the Reaper Death Seal. Luo wanted to see what choice the Grim Reaper would make after descending. Listening to Luo's words, the Grim Reaper's forehead broke out in cold sweat, layer after layer. He was almost finished. Thankfully, he was clever. However, what he didn't expect was that you would actually hurt her. Just then, Luo's tone suddenly changed from calm to furious. The only thing he anticipated was that Kagaya, worried about him, was successfully ambushed. Now he was completely enraged. In the pain of death, repent. With a flash, Luo's figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared right in front of the evil god. A hand pressed directly on the opponent's head. A terrifying suction force suddenly acted on the evil god. I must thank you for telling me that the so-called deity's cultivation system is actually the sage art system. I was just worried about where to find natural power for the final fusion. Sage art, bloodline net capture, devouring heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, Luo seemed to transform into a black hole, a terrifying suction directly enveloping the evil god. No, feeling this irresistible power, the evil god finally felt fear. This person before him had indeed not fused sage arts. However, he actually possessed the same power as Kagaya and Ishiki. This was something he never expected. Spare me. Spare me, the evil god begged. As long as you spare me, I'll be your servant. Too late. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Luo's mouth. Last time, I let you escape, but this time, you won't be so lucky. Boom! As Luo continued to devour, the sage art's mark on his forehead spun rapidly. The purple represented the Dragon Cave sage art. The blue represented the Wet Bone Forest sage art. Its speed increased in the spinning, actually severing the orange represented by the Mayaboka Mountain sage art in the middle. Crack! Just then, a black lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky, as if warning that this action was crossing the line. However, Luo didn't care. Success or failure hinged on this moment, and he couldn't stop now. Crack! Another black lightning bolt appeared, seemingly wanting to strike down fiercely. However, just as Luo prepared to endure the lightning baptism, the thunder in the sky seemed to sense something. The descending lightning suddenly halted in midair. Then, the lightning dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Without the obstruction of thunder, Luo's fusion of sage arts faced no more barriers. In just a breath, the 3-color Magatama on his forehead had already fused together. The Wet Bone Forest sage art, led by physical power, and the Dragon Cave sage art, led by spiritual power, formed an yin-yang fish on his forehead. Meanwhile, the Mayaboka Mountain sage art, embodying the middle way, was like an eye of the fish adorning the 2 yin-yang fish above. Boom! At that moment, behind Luo, the Tao-seeking jewels suddenly appeared. Feeling the emergence of the Tao-seeking jewels, power flowed from within the yin-yang fish on his forehead, wanting to fuse into the Tao-seeking jewels. However, even though all the power belonged to Luo, the 2 types of power seemed inherently incompatible. The fusion momentarily fell into a stalemate. However, it didn't matter anymore. Luo turned to look at Ishiki, who had stopped attacking and was squinting at him. His face filled with a cold expression. Are you ready to die? Chapter 139. The Battle Stops. Otsutsuki Tsukuyami. At this moment, thunderclouds rolled, and black lightning continuously ravaged the land. In the center of the thunder, a figure could be vaguely seen. Damn, just one step away. The Otsutsuki god floated in the air, feeling the Tao-seeking jewels behind him gradually change from black to tricolor, his face filled with unwillingness. His gaze involuntarily turned to the clansmen below, his eyes revealing a chilling light. I want to become a true god, and you will become my nourishment. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. The Otsutsuki clan had no such thing as familial ties, as long as it could enhance his strength. Even parents and siblings could become nourishment for becoming stronger. He suddenly spread his arms wide, a terrifying suction enveloping everyone below. Ancestor God, what are you doing? At this moment, the Otsutsuki clansmen who had been kneeling on the ground finally noticed something unusual, each lifting their heads in confusion to look at the Otsutsuki god. Becoming my transcendent nourishment is your destiny. What, do you still want to resist? The Otsutsuki god said coldly, his actions becoming even more ruthless. Ancestor God, you can't do this. Hearing the cold voice of the Otsutsuki god, the Otsutsuki clansmen panicked in an instant, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. However, the Otsutsuki god ignored them, crazily absorbing everyone's power to resist the descending thunder in the sky. At this rate, we will all die. Desperate, seeing that the Otsutsuki god had no intention of sparing them, the Otsutsuki people finally stopped kneeling and slowly stood up. Their bodies erupted with waves of hazy chakra light. If it were usual, even with 10 times their courage, they wouldn't dare to resist the will of the Otsutsuki god. However, things are different now. The opponent is currently undergoing a baptism of thunder. At this moment, striking out might actually lead to success. At that time, not only could they seize the opponent's power and elevate their own combat strength once more, but without the constraints of the sage of the Otsutsuki, they would truly be free as birds in the sky and fish in the sea, no longer subject to control. This is the Otsutsuki clan, a race that prioritizes strength above all else, devoid of any human affection. However, they seem to have forgotten one thing. The sage of the Otsutsuki nurtured a generation of Otsutsuki clan members, bestowing upon them power. The first generation of Otsutsuki clan members combined to give birth to the second generation. With each passing generation, it can be said that all those below are pure descendants of the sage of the Otsutsuki. Their power comes entirely from the sage of the Otsutsuki. Streams of life force flow into the sage's body like rivers converging, gradually healing the wounds caused by the thunder baptism. Seeing this, it is indeed effective. The sage of the Otsutsuki seems to finally see hope. Without any further hesitation, the actions in hand become even more ruthless. No, this cannot continue. Even if I die, I will bite off 2 pieces of your flesh. A series of anguished voices mixed with anger echoes throughout the starry sky. Boom! The unwillingness in their hearts is palpable, yet they are powerless. They can only resist in this manner. Self-detonation. A series of earth-shattering sounds suddenly erupt, adding a touch of color to the dark starry sky. Damn it! You group of minions should become the stepping stones for my transcendence. Yet you dare to resist. Damn it! Seeing the actions of the people below, the sage of the Otsutsuki erupts in fury. The movements in hand accelerate once again, frantically draining the life force of the clan members below under his madness. The originally green life force has now turned blood red. No one can stop my transcendence. Heaven cannot, and neither can you. The sage of the Otsutsuki appears to be mad, completely unconcerned. Crack! The thunder in the sky flashes faster. It seems even heaven cannot tolerate such a despicable race. Therefore, even though he has absorbed all the life force of his clan members, the sage of the Otsutsuki has already healed most of his injuries. However, the thunder in the sky has not vanished. It seems to be at odds with the Otsutsuki clan to the end. Ha! All living beings will be my stepping stones. I live, they live. Iti, titi. With the heavens blocking me like this, a hint of brutality flashes across the sage of the Otsutsuki's face. He appears to be mad, and in a flash, he leaves the Otsutsuki ancestral star. When he reappears, his figure is on a strange planet. Looking at the beings below, he declares, "Accompany me to the grave," while he crazily slaughters the crowd below. The sage of the Otsutsuki also provocatively glances at the thunderclouds above. It's as if he is saying, as long as you do not stop, there will be more people to accompany me to the grave. For a moment, the thunderclouds in the sky seem to lose their composure, unsure of what to do. If this continues, they do not know what kind of mad actions the crazed sage of the Otsutsuki will take. However, if they do not continue, allowing him to transcend, the laws of the world will be overturned, and many living beings will still face death. In the past, the sage of the Otsutsuki had quietly absorbed the foundations of other beings. He had not noticed. By the time he did, it was already too late. The opponent is now prepared to fight to the death. Apart from condemnation and demonstration, he has no other means. Above is just a plot from the book. Please do not make reckless assumptions. Ninja World. After defeating the evil god, Luo flashes to Kagaya's side. Are you okay? Looking at Kagaya's clothes stained red with blood on her abdomen, Luo asks with concern. Mifine. Kagaya leans closer to Luo, a bright smile appearing on her face. Now just leave it to me. Luo gently brushes Kagaya's hair and turns his gaze to the vigilant Ishiki standing by. I can do it. However, Kagaya thinks Luo is blaming her for not fighting well and is eager to prove herself. Fool! Luo whispers something into Kagaya's ear. In an instant, Kagaya's face turns red. As for the continuation of the battle, it is no longer mentioned. Boom! You really don't take me seriously at all. Seeing the two being affectionate, Ishiki's heart instantly fills with anger at being underestimated. Daijutsu. Blocks of black cubes are released from the space gate, smashing heavily towards Luo. However, looking at the rain of black cubes, a hint of disdain appears at the corner of Luo's mouth. Having just merged all the sage arts, he has yet to test his combat strength. Now is just the right time to give it a try. Therefore, he does not rush to end this battle. Sage art. Dissolve. With the sound falling, streams of natural power surge from Luo's body, instantly intercepting the black cubes. Moreover, all the black cubes, upon contact with the natural power, begin to dissolve inch by inch. Before long, there are no traces left. Such an eerie scene brings a hint of fear to Ishiki's face. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Looking at his own creation in the sky, Luo is evidently very satisfied. Turning to Ishiki, didn't your partner, the evil god, tell you the source of this power? TSK, TSK, TSK. Your alliance is indeed filled with intrigue. Shut up. Ishiki, furious at the face-to-face mockery, suddenly waves his hand, summoning a towering giant tree. The god tree? How is that possible? I clearly destroyed it. Seeing the appearance of the god tree, Kagaya exclaims. 1,000 years ago, to create a peaceful world to welcome Luo, Kagaya did not hesitate to personally destroy the god tree. Now, seeing the god tree reappear, how could she not be shocked? Huh? Did you think there was only one seed of the god tree? Ishiki contemptuously mocks. Although I don't know why the elders in the clan are so wary of you. As Ishiki speaks, he begins to absorb the power of the god tree. Streams of rich chakra surge into his body. In the cosmic starry sky, other members of the Otsutsuki clan who had gone out to plant trees have all been recalled due to the sage of the Otsutsuki emerging from seclusion. Their task was to kill Kagaya before the sage's emergence. So even though they received news, they have not returned to the clan land. The sage has emerged. I didn't expect that Kagaya, the disgrace of the Otsutsuki clan, would appear at this time. Damn it, Taosher mutters angrily. The sage's emergence will definitely bring rewards. I really don't want to miss out on this. Jin Shur is also filled with indignation. However, what they do not know is that their clan members did not receive any rewards due to the sage of the Otsutsuki's emergence. Instead, they avoided a disaster because of their mission, becoming the last lucky ones to know the news of the sage's emergence. We have locked onto Kagaya's position. We need to hurry. Understood? Two figures continuously jump through the space gate, racing madly towards the ninja world. Originally, I didn't want to directly absorb the god tree. After absorbing the power of the god tree, Ishiki obviously gains more confidence. The gaze directed at Ishur was tinged with a faint arrogance, in my opinion. Sacrificing the potential of the divine tree for such an insignificant ant as you is truly unwise. You forced my hand, and you should feel honored now. Ishur spoke incessantly, as if victory was already assured. However, Luo had grown tired of his rambling. In a flash, he moved at a speed that made it impossible to discern his figure, instantly arriving beside Ishur. He raised his knee and struck Ishur's abdomen hard. Caught off guard, Ishur didn't even have time to activate the lesser-known Pigua technique before his body arched like a shrimp under the blow. Has no one taught you that if you can fight, you should try not to chatter? Boom! Luo clasped his fists and struck Ishur's nape again. The tremendous impact forced him down to the ground. Heavenly attraction of all phenomena. Just as Ishur's body hit the ground, still rigid from the collision, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pulling force acting on him, preventing any chance of resistance as he was drawn back toward Luo's palm. Itachion, who had sustained severe injuries and withdrawn from the battlefield to watch, couldn't help but gawk. Why could Luo, who clearly lacked the Rinnegan, still utilize the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan? However, The next scene made UchihaMassacre question his existence even more. Luo's palm gently pushed forward, and a terrifying repulsive force, centered around Luo, slammed violently into Ishur. In an instant, Ishur was propelled back to the ground at an even greater speed. Heavenly divine force. Damn it. Why? I have absorbed the power of the divine tree. So why am I still not his opponent? Clearly, the power system he is using belongs to the abilities granted by the divine tree. Why can't I, who has also consumed the divine tree, block him? In that moment, Ishur's heart was filled with fear. He had been careless. He should return to the ancestral planet to find more companions before coming back. As he thought this, his body suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Hiv, is it the only trick you have? Don't you find it boring? Through his sage techniques, Luo sensed Ishur's position, who had shrunk his form using the Great Black Heaven technique, and mockingly taunted him. Sage art, space imprisonment. With Luo's words, the space around Ishur instantly froze, far stronger than the power Niji had displayed. No, it's impossible. Ishur struggled with all his might, but it was futile. The space around him felt like solid ground, and he was just a grain of sand within it. He could hardly move a muscle. It's over. Luo's voice fell softly as his hand reached out to grasp that patch of space. Sage art. Chakra absorption technique. As the Jin clan member and the Peach clan member arrived in the ninja world after a long journey, Luo, as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, couldn't afford to fall behind, so he decided to directly drain Ishur's divine tree chakra. Boom! However, at that moment, Jin and Tao finally arrived, weary but determined. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the scene before them. Without hesitation, the two launched their most powerful attacks, smashing into the space that imprisoned Ishur. Ishi, you're still alive? Haha, I never thought I'd see you in such a sorry state one day. Looking at the panting Ishur and the fear on his face, the two couldn't help but mock him. You're really going backward. You've been defeated by an ant. The name of the Otsutsuki clan will be tarnished by you. When we get back, I will definitely report this to the elders. The two chattered on, enjoying Ishur's misfortune. However, in the face of their ridicule, Ishur's mind was filled with a different thought. He had already understood Luo's strength. He was absolutely no match for him. Even with these two clan members teaming up, they probably wouldn't stand a chance either. Not to mention, Kaguya was lurking nearby. Watching closely, what he was thinking now was how to escape. As long as he could return to the ancestral planet, there would still be hope. Watching the three, Luo's brows slightly furrowed. If one batch was taken out, another would come. If this continued, when would it end? It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to visit the Otsutsuki clan's ancestral planet and eliminate the root of the trouble. With the power of sage arts now fused within him, Luo's confidence surged like never before. Enough with the nonsense. If you can do it, step up. If you can't, stop yapping. Seeing the two prattling on, Ishur secretly plotted and immediately urged them to take action to create an opportunity for his escape. Haha, useless. Watch how I deal with this ant. Jin turned to Luo, beckoning with his finger. Ant, you defeated Ishur? Very well, you have my acknowledgement. Come on, I will bind my hands and let you have 3 moves. Ishur thought, what kind of idiot is this? Does he really have no idea of his own strength? At that time in the clan, he had fought his way out, stepping over blood to join Kaguya in going to Earth. How did it come to this, making him feel so out of place? He really could act. Looking at the arrogant Jin, Luo's gaze fell upon Ishur. Who is this idiot? And how weak are you in the Otsutsuki clan to be looked down upon like this? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't endure it. Just beat him up. Ishur's mind was in turmoil. I really don't want to know this idiot. Besides, if you weren't there, ready to take my life, I would have dealt with him myself. Ant, you have angered me. I will grant you death. Remember my name, I am Otsutsuki. However, before Jin could finish, Luo had already flashed behind him. With a powerful slap, he struck Jin's nape. What the hell, who are you two? Boom! Luo's slap sent Jin crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I've really given you face, calling me an ant with every breath. Come on. Today I'll let you see how the ant you speak of will kill you. Luo's movements did not pause. The moment Jin crashed into the ground, Luo had already appeared in front of him. He struck Jin hard in the face with a punch. Bang, bang, bang. Keep pretending with me. Why are you silent now? Don't you love talking? Speak up. Each punch landed accompanied by Luo's taunting, causing Jin's anger to swell uncontrollably. You, seeking death. Finally, finding an opening, Jin spat out a harsh word. Oh, you dare to speak? I've given you face. Seeing the other still being stubborn, Luo was thoroughly enraged, his hands moving at a speed that turned into afterimages. In just a moment, Jin's face was unrecognizable. Watching such a brutal scene, Ishur quietly prepared to slip away. What the hell, this guy is a madman. Completely unreasonable. Tao did not notice Ishur's odd behavior. At this moment, witnessing the scene that completely defied his understanding, he fell into a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Why is he so fierce? After a long time, the shocked Tao finally reacted. Damn, my little brother was humiliated like this. And, as the leader, how could I just stand by? Thus, he made the worst decision of his life. Boom! Tao slowly extended his hands, each palm containing a Rinnegan. As the energy of the Rinnegan gathered in his hands, a massive chakra ball was hurled violently toward Luo. However, Luo's perception had been paying attention to the situation here, including the quietly escaping Ishi. The reason he didn't chase was entirely because Luo had the traditional virtues of the Namikaze family. As long as he had made contact, he habitually left behind a flying thunder god mark. Damn it, I hit him, but I didn't hit you, right? Luo looked at the chakra ball coming from behind, a hint of mockery on his face, and in a flash he appeared beside Tao Shi. Boom! With a simple punch, Tao Shi immediately followed in Jin's footsteps. Senjutsu would release, true thousand hands. Luo's voice echoed across the battlefield. Behind him, a thousand-handed Avalokitesvara appeared, even larger than the one Hashirama had summoned. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fists densely rained down on Tao Shi and Jin, the torrential fists creating waves of sound before they even landed. Seeing Luo's attack, Tao Shi, who was still a bit dazed, instantly became excited. Haha, I was just worried about not having a good attack method. Isn't the opponent delivering it right to me? Thus, without any hesitation, he aimed both hands at the sky, full of fists, intending to absorb the opponent's ninjutsu. However, what he imagined was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Countless fists struck fiercely at the two of them, and in an instant, their bodies were like rag dolls, barely hanging on. Why? Why can't I absorb it? Tao Shi's eyes showed a hint of confusion as he stared blankly at Luo, who was slowly approaching. Even in death, he wanted to know the answer. However, Luo knew very well the principle of keeping calm and not being reckless, and he wasn't prepared to explain anything to him. Slowly raising his hands towards the two, he declared, Senjutsu, deprivation. As Luo's voice fell, the life, energy, and chakra of Tao Shi and Jin transformed into streams that continuously flowed into Luo's body. Within just a few breaths, the two had completely disappeared from this world. After completing all this, Luo's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. One moment of inattention, and Ishi had already escaped across who knows how many star domains. If it weren't for his integration of Senjutsu, he might have really let the other side run away. In the last moment of life, Ishi seemed to finally regain the arrogance of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan will never let you go. Just wait for the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. That day you won't see it. Senjutsu, deprivation. Regarding Ishi's fierce words before death, Luo's emotions showed no fluctuation. Without any hesitation, he harvested Ishi's life and used Flying Thunder God to return directly to Kagaya's side. Are you okay? Seeing Luo disappear and then reappear, Kagaya asked with concern. Of course I'm fine. I was just thinking about the promise I made to you earlier. Luo's mischievous smile made Kagaya's little face blush. It's almost over. Is there anyone who can guess how the other celestial gods are used? Is there anyone who can guess how to fulfill the promise to Deidara? Chapter 140. The final chapter. The battle was over, and all the demons and monsters had also jumped out. The undercurrents had finally been completely resolved. The ninja world seemed to have finally welcomed peace. Konoha had also started its reconstruction these days. Everywhere was a scene of thriving prosperity. It must be said that Wood Release Construction is truly an expert. Moreover, as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's speed in building houses was several streets ahead of Yamato. Wind Country. Yamato, who was planting trees, couldn't help but sneeze. Damn it, how much longer do I have to stay in this deserted desert? When will it come to an end? In less than a week, the devastated Konoha had returned to a prosperous state. Scorpion, are you planning to go back? Looking at the group of people bidding farewell in front of him, Luo gently patted Scorpion's shoulder and asked with a smile. I'm going back. Grandma's getting old. She must miss her son and daughter-in-law very much. During these days, with Luo's help, Scorpion gradually abandoned his puppet body and regenerated a new one. Moreover, with the companionship of his parents, the emotions that had been consumed by the puppet over the years gradually recovered. I also need to thank you. I've troubled you too much in Konoha. It's time to go back. Scorpion's parents slightly bowed to Luo. No need. This is a promise I made to Scorpion. Besides, you helped a lot with Konoha's reconstruction these days. Luo smiled and waved his hand, teasing, by the way, during this resurrection. Did you go find Hitaki Sakomo and have another battle? Hee. Scorpion's father scratched the back of his head, looking naive. Actually, I didn't. He has been dead for so many years. Back then, we fought for our village, and now I've let go. Looking at Scorpion's father's appearance, Luo couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, the actual age of the other party should not be too different from Scorpion now. It seemed a bit strange. Kisame, what about you? Are you planning to return to the Mist Village? Turning his head, Luo looked at Kisame and asked if he planned to go back. I can say hello to Mei Terumi for you. No. Once I return to Samahata, I'm planning to find a place to live in seclusion. Kisame gently held his girlfriend's hand, looking shy. It must be said that a guy like Kisame is quite rare to be shy. That's fine. After so many years as a ninja, you must be tired. Finding a place to rest is also good. Luo nodded in agreement, then turned his head to Deidara. Deidara, what about you? Me? You still have a nerve to ask me? Deidara pointed at his nose, looking at Luo in disbelief. Is there something to be embarrassed about? Luo asked, puzzled. How can you say such cold words with a mouth that has 37 degrees? Didn't you promise to show me your art? Why haven't I seen it yet? Deidara was about to explode. He had been a spy for so long, and finally came to Konoha, just to see the explosion art Luo mentioned. I'll have time for that. Luo felt a bit embarrassed by Deidara's words and quickly changed the topic. I've been too busy lately. Once I have some free time, I'll definitely let you see it. Then I'll stay in Konoha. I'll leave when I see it. Deidara put on a cool expression, looking at the somewhat childish Deidara. Luo couldn't help but rub his forehead. Clay isn't as fun as mud. Kid, why can't you understand? Earth Country. Inoki rubbed his forehead, glancing curiously at the black soil beside him. What's going on? Why do I always feel like someone is keeping an eye on my cabbage? In Minato's new home. Naruto, get out. Kushina, holding a frying pan, slammed it hard on Naruto's head. No one knows what she's been through these days. Originally, a mother-son reunion should have been a joyful occasion. Kushina thought so. She wanted to make up for the guilt she felt for Naruto over the years. But, on the first day, Naruto dragged Minato to drink, and they got drunk. On the second day, Naruto dragged Minato to drink again and got drunk again. On the third day, Naruto dragged Minato to drink once more, and once again, they got drunk. On the fourth day, a whole week passed, and Kushina hadn't seen her husband and son sober for a single day. On this day, when Naruto once again brought alcohol to find Minato, she could no longer bear it. Old man, how did you endure my mom for so many years? Naruto rubbed the big bump on his head and said with a disgruntled expression, cough, cough. Actually, your mom, she's quite gentle. Minato scratched the back of his head, looking happy. Gentle? Dad, do you have some misunderstanding about the word gentle? Naruto couldn't help but picture his mother with her red hair dancing wildly in his mind, shivering involuntarily. It's the same. The man works outside, the woman stays inside. That's how it is at home. Minato felt a bit embarrassed being teased by his own son and scratched the back of his head. TCH, Dad, you're hopeless. Let me tell you my position at home. I'm not bragging. Naruto, X4. Just as Naruto was about to flaunt his family status, he suddenly heard 4 cold voices in his ears. Cough, cough, Dad. We'll talk later. I have some things to do at home. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's new residence. Hashirama, are you done yet? Why do you keep following me? Uchiha Madara looked back at Hashirama, his face full of impatience. Once he was incredibly confident in his combat power, believing that only Hashirama could compete with him in the ninja world. So, he always thought about defeating Hashirama. However, after being resurrected, He found that all his years of planning were just a scam. Moreover, his current strength couldn't even handle a junior. He almost returned to the Pure Land again. This made him lose some of his competitive spirit. Additionally, Izuna's resurrection added a sense of belonging to his family. So now, he just wanted to spend more time with his brother. However, he didn't want to pester Hashirama. Hashirama, on the other hand, was not pleased. In the current ninja world, the only people he was familiar with were Madara and Tobirama. Since Tobirama was resurrected, he had teamed up with Orochimaru. The two, who were enthusiastic about forbidden jutsu development, were simply a perfect match. They stayed in the laboratory every day and never went out. He felt bored alone. He wanted to play a few dice games, but unfortunately, he had no money in his pocket. So, he could only cling to his good buddy. Madara, can you not be so heartless? Madara's reprimand deeply struck Hashirama's pride, and in an instant, his mood became extremely dejected, his small eyes looking as pitiful as could be. How am I heartless? Madara felt a bit overwhelmed. You are so heartless. Enough, Hashirama. Can you stop making unreasonable noise? Faced with Hashirama's expectant eyes, Madara completely exploded. How am I making unreasonable noise? Hashirama looked aggrieved. Was this still the Uchiha Madara he remembered? So, will love disappear? How is that not unreasonable noise? Father, back then, did you see the future of the Uchiha clan? Which is why you chose to stand down. Sitting on his knees in front of Fugaku, Sasuke asked in astonishment. He never expected that there was such a story behind the massacre of their clan. Itachi also looked at his father with piercing eyes. Wanted to hear the truth from him no matter what. Yes, the clan members said I was cowardly. But how could they know that every decision I made was the best outcome observed through the Mangekyou Sharingan? Fugaku shook his head. Konoha had undergone earth-shattering changes, and he was also reborn, so there were some things he had to express. Itachi, if we had fought back then, you really might not have been my opponent. At this point, Fugaku's face showed a hint of pride. My Mangekyou Sharingan's ability is to see the timeline of the future. That night, I saw all the outcomes. However, every outcome led to the extinction of the Uchiha clan. So, I could only choose one chance for rebirth among all the outcomes. However, back then, I was also uncertain whether the Uchiha clan could truly be reborn from the ashes, because in the distant future timeline, it was blocked by a mysterious force. Now it seems everything was worth it. Itachi, Sasuke, you have suffered over the years. Listening to Fugaku's deep words, tears streamed down Itachi's eyes. For so many years, Itachi thought he had run out of tears. He never expected that the reason he no longer cried was that even if he felt wronged, there was no one to tell. Brother. Sasuke's voice was also a bit choked. Those two words seemed to have become easier to say at this moment. Back then, did you let Loth take care of me? Hearing Sasuke's question, Itachi's mood slowly calmed down, turning to look at Sasuke, puzzled. How did you know? You bastard. Sasuke directly punched Itachi. You bastard. Do you know how many times I was beaten because of your instructions? Looking at the furious Sasuke, Itachi, who was sent flying, instead showed a smile. He knew that Sasuke had truly forgiven him now. Outside Konoha village, with his presence, the ninja world will not be chaotic. True peace may come soon. Looking at the brightly lit Konoha village from afar, Nagato sighed. At this moment, he, having lost the Rinnegan, showed significant improvement in spirit and energy. His face finally had some color. Nagato, I didn't expect you to develop the Akatsuki organization to such a strong level. By the way, what plans do we have for the future? Yahiko slowly pushed Nagato's wheelchair while laughing heartily. At this moment, he had accepted Conan's feelings for Nagato. However, he had no resentment in his heart. Over the years, time had changed everything, and coupled with death and rebirth, the previous feelings would eventually fade away. The Akatsuki organization has saved a lot of money over the years. We should find a place to live in seclusion. Being a rich man would be nice too. By the way, Conan, how much money does the organization have now? Nagato took a deep breath, turning to smile at Conan. Facing Nagato's gaze, Conan couldn't help but lower her head. What's wrong? Seeing Conan stuttering, which was clearly not her style, Nagato couldn't help but ask. And no more? Conan buried her head even lower. What do you mean? No way. The Akatsuki organization should have quite a bit of savings over the years. Nagato stiffened all over, nearly standing up from his wheelchair. Recently, the Akatsuki organization has been unstable, so I spent all the money buying explosive tags. Conan's hands nervously rubbed the hem of her clothes, cautiously stealing a glance at Nagato. You bought all explosive tags? Nagato clearly hadn't recovered from this shocking news. Yeah, a total of 6 trillion tags. What? Nagato could no longer sit still and directly stood up from the wheelchair. As for the injury on his leg, to hell with it. The vitality of the Uzumaki clan wasn't that weak. 6 trillion tags. Bang! Just as Nagato stood up, it seemed he lost all his strength and sat back in the wheelchair. By the way, can these explosive tags still be sold now? It might be a bit difficult. The ninja world probably won't have any wars for a while, Conan said weakly. Listening to their conversation, Yahiko couldn't help but shrink his neck. Goodness. With Conan being such a spendthrift, even if she still likes me, I can't take it. Konoha Cemetery. Dan, don't worry. I will take good care of Tsunade. I won't let her suffer even a little bit. Looking at the photo of Dan Cat on the tombstone, Jiraiya promised earnestly. Done? I'm sorry. I know this is unfair to you. However, I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. For so many years, the one who couldn't afford to lose has always been him. You will bless us, right? Tsunade also took a deep look at the photo on the tombstone and said thoughtfully. The two were preparing to start a new life. So they discussed bidding farewell to Kato Dan together. Huh, when did a new grave appear there? However, when the two were leaving, they inadvertently discovered a new grave in the corner of the Uchiha Cemetery, and Tsunade asked curiously. I don't know. Should go take a look? Jiraiya also wasn't sure, pulling Tsunade's hand as they walked towards the new grave. However, when they clearly saw the name written on the grave, their hearts were not only puzzled, but even more confused. Uchiha Obito? Why would his grave appear here? I don't know. I remember he was Minato's disciple and had died many years ago. Could it be someone's prank? That's really cruel. No one knows what Obito has been through all these years. He just wanted to leave his purest self for Rin. Speaking of Rin, Kakashi felt a bit of a headache. After Rin was revived, her actual age was only 13, and he was already a man nearing 30. Even if he liked her in his heart, no matter how he looked at it, it just didn't seem appropriate. The scariest part was that after Rokudo handed Obito's other eye to him, he felt even more hollow now. Sometimes, Kakashi even suspected that Obito handed over the other Sharingan to him for this very reason. Moreover, after experiencing life and death, Rin seemed to cling to him even more, which made Kakashi feel overwhelmed. Outside the universe. Huh, are you not retreating yet? Good, very good. Then I'll take all living beings to accompany them in death. The expression on the Otsutsuki goddess face became increasingly frenzied. He kept traversing through the living planets, destroying one life after another. He was betting that the thunderclouds in the sky would retreat because of his madness. Just as he was about to enter another living planet, his body suddenly froze slightly. Huh? Why do I feel the breath of a bloodline connection here? Didn't I already devour all the clansmen of that generation? Why is there still one? Crack! In the sky, another thunder struck down, directly interrupting the Otsutsuki goddess thoughts. Forget it. I'll know when I go take a look. Saying this, his figure flashed, and he descended into the ninja world. At this time, the ninja world was in the dead of night. Rokudo, who was passionately fighting Kaguya, suddenly froze. What's wrong? Sensing Rokudo's suddenly stiff body, Kaguya's slightly closed eyes opened in confusion as she asked. I sensed a very strong aura. Sitting up from the bed, Rokudo quickly put on his clothes, and in a flash, he wanted to see who it was. Kaguya carefully sensed for a moment, and her expression slightly changed. No longer confused, she finally felt this aura. It belonged to the same clan. Similarly, she hurriedly put on her clothes and traversed the space door to Rokudo's side. Crack! At the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky followed the Otsutsuki goddess footsteps and arrived at the ninja world. The rumbling thunder awakened everyone in Konoha. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, figures jumped out from their houses, their eyes wide open, looking up at the sky. Kaguya? When the Otsutsuki god saw the appearance of the newcomer, the calm expression on his face finally changed. It's you? Ancestor god. At this moment, Kaguya also clearly saw the appearance of the newcomer. An instinctive fear made her involuntarily hide behind Rokudo tightly grasping the hem of his clothes. Rokudu immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer and also sensed Kagaya's fear. He gently squeezed Kagaya's small hand, wanting to give her a little strength. I didn't expect that after all my efforts to seal your humanity, it would still be undone in the end. The Otsutsuki god's voice was laced with coldness. You are indeed the shame of the Otsutsuki clan. Even though he was tightly held by Rokudu, Kagaya still couldn't withstand the authority the Otsutsuki god had formed in her heart over the years. Bowing her head deeply, she didn't dare to say anything for a while. Shut up. The Otsutsuki clan you speak of is not even worth a hair of Kagaya in my eyes. In Rokudu's heart, it was acceptable for someone to insult him, but absolutely not for anyone to insult his woman. At this moment, Rokudu angrily took action. Senjutsu, deprivation. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying energy enveloped the Otsutsuki god, attempting to directly strip away his life. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who has reached this step in the world. Feeling the power enveloping him, a hint of astonishment appeared on the Otsutsuki god's face. However, it was only astonishment. He merely waved his hand, and the power enveloping him instantly dissipated. Watching the other party's nonchalant actions, Rokudu's pupils couldn't help but shrink to the size of a needle tip. Since merging with Senjutsu, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Surprised? I can also merge with Senjutsu. After witnessing Rokudu's methods, the Otsutsuki god showed a hint of interest, looking him up and down, and he no longer rushed to take action. Are you interested in joining me to fight against the thing above? While speaking, the Otsutsuki god also pointed to the dark thundercloud above. Hearing the Otsutsuki god's words, Rokudu couldn't help but look towards the sky in the direction he pointed. Instantly, his brows furrowed tightly. The reason was simple. He had seen this thundercloud before. When he had just merged with Senjutsu, the other party had wanted to strike him. Later, for some unknown reason, it left. He didn't expect it to go strike the Otsutsuki god. Now, encountering it again, not knowing whether the other party was friend or foe, how could Rokudu not be surprised? Think about it. If we join forces, fighting against that thing above will become easy. Seeing Rokudu not speaking, the Otsutsuki god continued to tempt. At that time, both of us can reach the transcendence realm. I don't want to be enemies with that thing above. I just want to protect the people around me. Hearing the Otsutsuki god speak again, Rokudu finally released his gaze from the thundercloud, turned to look at the Otsutsuki god, and calmly replied, Are you kidding? The strange thundercloud up there is clearly not a good thing to provoke. I would be foolish to confront it. Protect the people around me? Her? The Otsutsuki god pointed at Kagaya, his eyes filled with disgust. A shame of the Otsutsuki clan, why bother? Seeing the anger return to Rokudu's face, the Otsutsuki god directly waved his hand, stopping Rokudu's words. Let me speak first. Do you know what my true form is? I guess you wouldn't be able to guess. That's right. My true form is the god tree. Those god tree seeds are my blessings to my clansmen. Similarly, I can gain power from the god trees that grow from those seeds. Do you know? Since I became self-aware, I have not had the existence of clansmen. I have always been a lonely existence, and my only goal is to become stronger. Everything I do serves to become stronger. That year, I absorbed all the energy from the planet I was born on. That planet also became a dead star. Therefore, to continue becoming stronger, I traveled to one planet after another, searching for the next target. Countless years, I have traversed countless planets. Watching those living beings all in groups is so laughable in my eyes. But it was these foolish beings that opened the door to a new world for me. That is, why not nurture a group of beings to search for energy on other planets? With that thought, I stopped on a life planet. On that planet, there were humanoid beings similar to those on this planet. Oh, right, that planet is now known as the Tsutsuki clan's ancestral star. I chose a humanoid being as a breeding tool. However, those people did not appreciate me and regarded me as a monster. Even the breeding tool I selected thought the same. This was the honor I bestowed upon them, yet they repaid me with ingratitude. I was furious. So, after that being born my offspring, I personally killed the breeding tool, and she, Kagaya, is my first-generation offspring. However, unlike her brothers and sisters, the newly born did not inherit my pride. When I ordered her to slaughter all humans, she actually intervened secretly to stop it. Later, knowing everything, I ultimately sealed her away. Using chakra, I continuously washed away her humanity. 1,000 years ago, I thought it was enough, so I released her. Unexpectedly, shame is still shame, and even after all these years, she still shows no remorse. The god of Tsutsuki calmly recounted all of this and then spoke again. When life reaches our level, the only ones worthy of each other are ourselves. What do you think? Get lost. I'm not into that. Luo's face instantly darkened, partly because the god of Tsutsuki kept insulting Kaguya, and partly because the other party actually wanted to fight him. Oh, is that what you care about? I thought that at our level, gender is no longer an obstacle. As the god of Tsutsuki spoke, his figure slightly swayed. Suddenly, a voluptuous beauty with big waves appeared in front of Luo. Wow, a hermaphrodite. God of Tsutsuki, you really are something. Luo thought to himself, but a hint of disgust appeared on his face. The humanity you regard as shame is what I value the most. Without humanity, what difference is there between that beast and a monster? Therefore, no matter how flowery your words are, it cannot change her unique position in my heart. Seeing himself rejected once again, the god of Tsutsuki's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a sign of his anger. For the first time in so many years, he encountered a being of a level similar to his own. He had granted the other party the opportunity to transcend with him. He never expected that the other party would be so ungrateful. You have only just reached this step, yet you repeatedly refuse me. Good, very good. Since you are unwilling, then become the nourishment for my transcendence. Whoosh! As the god of Tsutsuki's voice fell, the 9 three-colored chakra orbs behind him suddenly flew out, shooting straight towards Luo. He prepared to end Luo's life in one blow. Sage technique, Shin Hatense. Watching the rapidly approaching 3-colored chakra orbs, Luo initially did not care, regardless of the color. They were just chakra orbs. He quickly extended his right hand, and a surge of repulsive force suddenly erupted from his palm. In response to Luo's defense, a hint of disdain appeared on the god of Tsutsuki's face. Similarly, Luo also saw the expression on the other's face. Instantly, a sense of danger arose in his heart. Whoosh! With this slight warning, Luo hesitated not at all, directly picked up Kaguya, activated Flying Thunder God, and instantly disappeared from the spot, placing Kaguya on the ground. Luo gently kissed her forehead. Wait for me. No. However, Kaguya suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around Luo's waist, trembling all over, her face buried in Luo's chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that this time Luo was leaving. He would never return. Her heart was filled with fear. It was unclear whether it was fear of the god of Tsutsuki or fear of her own premonition, or maybe both. Luo gently stroked Kaguya's hair, his tone full of tenderness. Don't worry, it will be soon. Trust me. In the sky, seeing Luo escape, the god of Tsutsuki's killing intent towards Luo grew even stronger. In his heart, even if he died in battle, he absolutely could not relinquish his pride. And the other party actually chose to flee. Now, in his heart, Luo had already been marked for certain death. The god of Tsutsuki's expression grew colder, a terrifying aura instantly locking onto Luo. This time, he would make sure the other party could not escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 9 three-colored chakra orbs flew out again, directly blasting towards Luo's position. Moreover, the god of Tsutsuki's gaze firmly locked onto Luo's position, disrupting the surrounding space, making it impossible for him to perform spatial transfer. This time, he was determined to kill. However, at that moment, a black thunderbolt, more terrifying than any before, suddenly struck down from the sky. Clearly, the thundercloud intended to take advantage of the god of Tsutsuki's distraction to take his life in one fell swoop. The god of Tsutsuki, who had just made a move, immediately sensed the threat from above. What a hassle! He couldn't help but furrow his brow tightly, unable to refrain from cursing in anger. However, in the end, he suddenly waved his hand fiercely, calling back the 9 three-colored chakra orbs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3-colored chakra orbs that had just flown out instantly formed a barrier above his head, directly intercepting the power of the thunder. He had felt the power of the thunder. If he had not devoured all the Tsutsuki clan members, he would still be injured now. With such commotion, Luo below sensed it clearly. Likewise, he would absolutely not let such a great opportunity slip by. Sage technique, 6 paths, Earth Explosion Star. However, he also knew that the god of Tsutsuki's strength was not to be underestimated. It was basically impossible to kill him at this moment. Therefore, he thought of the sealing technique used by his 2 rebellious children on Kagaya. Without hesitation, he decided to try it out. As Luo's voice fell, a black light sphere emitting a gentle sage power crossed space and arrived beside the god of Tsutsuki. The black light sphere suddenly expanded, emitting a terrifying suction force that not only tightly squeezed the god of Tsutsuki's body, but also continuously pulled at the rocks and soil on the ground. Within a few breaths, a large amount of rocks and soil had already wrapped around the god of Tsutsuki. Seel, watching the god of Tsutsuki completely enveloped, Luo clapped his hands together and shouted loudly. Suddenly, a layer of 3-colored halo appeared around the stone sphere. However, he did not let down his guard in the slightest. His gaze remained fixed on the sky. Even if the technique he used was several times stronger than the 6 paths, Earth Explosion Star, the god of Tsutsuki was certainly not comparable to Kagaya. Boom! As expected, in just an instant, the colorful seal surrounding the stone sphere, enveloping the god of Tsutsuki, began to shake violently. Luo continuously poured sage power into it, but it was of no use. In just a few breaths, the colorful halo shattered, turning into countless light shadows. Is that all you've got? The god of Tsutsuki, having broken free from the seal, looked disdainfully at Luo below. Since that's the case, you're not even worth pleasing me. Whoosh! With the words falling, the god of Tsutsuki's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Once again, he appeared right in front of Luo. Because the multicolored Taoist jade was resisting the attack of the thunderclouds, the Otsutsuki god only used physical techniques. However, even with just physical techniques, it was not something Luo could withstand. In an instant, his fist, accompanied by an imperceptible glow, slammed fiercely into Luo's abdomen. Boom! With just one punch, Luo was sent flying hundreds of meters. As his body rolled, a cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. Puffed. Luo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. So strong, that kind of irresistible strength. Luo could truly feel the pressure brought by the Otsutsuki god. Luo, Kagaya exclaimed. Seeing Luo's condition, she couldn't care about her fear anymore. A bone spike suddenly shot out from her palm, piercing straight towards the Otsutsuki god's body. Bone of death. However, in the face of Kagaya's attack, the Otsutsuki god looked on with utter disdain. Using the power I bestowed upon you to deal with me? Isn't that a bit naive? The Otsutsuki god simply extended his palm and firmly grasped the bone spike created by Bone of Death. Crack! With a slight exertion of force, the seemingly indestructible bone spike turned to dust. In this world, only power is the most real. The Otsutsuki god's hand suddenly changed direction and grabbed Kagaya by the neck. Likewise, only power will never betray you. Humanity? The most useless thing. As he spoke, a terrifying force of devouring descended upon Kagaya. At that moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Grim Reaper. Originally, with the great upheaval in the ninja world, the Grim Reaper was still glad he had chosen the right side. Unlike the evil god, who had survived for so many years only to end up dead. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, a strong sense of danger enveloped him. Even though he was in a different space, it was of no use. At first, he thought Luo still intended to not let him go. But in an instant, he denied this thought. Luo was not the kind of unreasonable person. He wouldn't attack him if he hadn't provoked him. So, he planned to sneak out quietly to see what was happening. However, at first glance, he saw Luo being knocked away and Kagaya being captured by the opponent. In an instant, the Grim Reaper was frightened to the core. These two beings, who were like gods to him, were easily defeated by that person. What kind of strength did that person possess? For a moment, the Grim Reaper's heart was filled with turmoil. If he intervened, once Lord Luo was unable to defeat the opponent, he would surely meet his end. But if he did nothing and the opponent killed Lord Luo, judging by the ominous feeling he just had, he would likely still end up dead. Damn it, I'll risk it. Almost instantly, the Grim Reaper made his decision. Well, actually, This decision wasn't that hard to make. Between certain death and a glimmer of hope, of course, he chose the glimmer of hope. He wasn't foolish. In the void, a large hand, wielding a sharp dagger, lunged fiercely toward the Otsutsuki god's heart. However, such an attack could not escape the Otsutsuki god's perception. His gaze instantly locked onto the Grim Reaper, who was hiding in the shadows and attempting a sneak attack. "Ants, are you eager to seek death?" A beam of white light suddenly shot from the Otsutsuki god's eyes, striking the Grim Reaper directly. In an instant, the Grim Reaper's chest was pierced by the white light, and blood splattered down his clothes onto the ground. So terrifying. The Grim Reaper's heart trembled slightly. However, once he made his move, he clearly had no way out. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his soul power, reaching for the Otsutsuki god's soul. At this moment, he only hoped to buy some time for Lord Luo to find an opportunity to recover, even if just a little. The Grim Reaper prayed within his heart. Luo did not disappoint him. As luck would have it, just when the Otsutsuki god was about to strike and completely eliminate the annoying bug that was the Grim Reaper, Luo appeared in front of Kagaya in an instant, unleashing all his power with a kick aimed at the Otsutsuki god's head. Sage art. Painful heaven's kick. Facing Luo's attack. Although the Otsutsuki god was unafraid, he did not want to be injured for no reason. He immediately released his grip on Kagaya's neck and retreated sharply. Sage art. 8 gates of life and death. Open. Kagaya's life was threatened, which completely triggered Luo's nerves. Determined to fight desperately, he immediately thought of the 8 gates of life and death, a forbidden technique said to increase one's combat power tenfold in an instant. However, upon opening the death gate, Luo's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't because the death gate would burn his life force. The speed at which it burned was negligible for Luo at this moment. It was because the increase from the death gate was not as significant as he had imagined. It could even be said to be barely helpful. Is that all you can do? Looking at Luo, who was radiating red steam from his body, the Otsutsuki god's disdain grew even stronger. You really keep lowering my expectations of you. However, facing the Otsutsuki god's taunt, Luo had no other choice now but to go all in. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the Otsutsuki god and threw a fierce punch at the opponent's head. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, the Otsutsuki god merely raised his arm slightly, and a tricolored light glowed on his arm, easily blocking Luo's attack. Too slow, too light. Are you tickling me? One attack missed. Luo's knee suddenly struck towards the Otsutsuki god's jaw, while his previously blocked fist struck again, turning into a blade as it swung towards the Otsutsuki god's neck. Boom! 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 The series of explosive sounds of air showed how fierce Luo's attacks were. However, even such fierce attacks, in the eyes of the Otsutsuki god, were like mayflies attempting to shake a tree. He hardly exerted any effort to effortlessly block all of Luo's attacks. For the first time, Luo felt the gap in strength. That kind of gap was like a chasm. Just as Luo felt despair, a majestic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Help me break through that barrier, and I can deal with him. Hearing this voice, Luo was momentarily stunned. Who is it? His gaze turned to the thunderclouds in the sky, which were furiously bombarding the tricolored barrier. Could it be them? They were about to complete their transcendence. At that point, I wouldn't be able to stop it. All living beings would die. The voice, seeing that Luo did not respond, urged again anxiously, make a decision quickly. Alvildi? Luo thought to himself, still hesitating. However, upon hearing this statement, he almost instantly made a decision in his heart. Whoosh! The flying thunder god activated, and his figure returned to Kagaya's side. Running away again, the Otsutsuki god's gaze towards Luo became increasingly disdainful. He did not understand what humanity meant, nor did he understand what love meant. He merely coldly observed Luo, who was tightly holding Kagaya, as if watching an ant. I said, I will always protect you. Luo gently placed his hands on Kagaya's shoulders, kissed her forehead, and slowly closed his eyes. As the dual eyes closed, the reluctance in his gaze transformed into resoluteness at that moment. Kagaya felt Luo's emotions, although she didn't know what he intended to do. A deep sadness surfaced in her heart. We promised never to part. Releasing her embrace around Kagaya, Luo slowly opened his eyes. I'm sorry, I've broken my promise again. Forgive me. In an instant, Luo's eyes turned into a colorful pinwheel. Sanjutsu, Ashitanja, gently placing the unconscious Kagaya on the ground. Luo kissed her forehead once more. Don't wait for me any longer. Just now, he had used his full power with the H-Tenjin to plant an illusion on Kagaya to make her forget him. She had already waited for him for 1,000 years. He had wronged her too much. Luo was unwilling to let her continue waiting. Suddenly, Luo reached out, and a spatial door abruptly formed. A bewildered Deidara was pulled out from the spatial door. Protect her. Next, I will show you what true explosive art is. Luo's voice was incredibly deep, filled with intense determination. As he spoke, the Tao-seeking jade behind him suddenly transformed into its original energy state, one by one. At the same time, the Taiji fish on his forehead also slowly dispersed. After taking one last glance at Kagaya lying on the ground, Luo vanished from the spot. Speaking of which, this was Deidara's ultimate move. In the next moment, Luo's figure appeared beneath the tricolor barrier. His gaze firmly fixed on the thunderclouds in the sky. I'm ready. Art is an explosion. Boom! In an instant, the night that had shrouded the ninja world was enveloped in light. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky gathered all their lightning power. And at the moment the tricolor barrier was blown apart, they fiercely struck towards the god of the Tsutsuki. Deidara looked at the disappearing figure in the sky. Is this true explosive art? I see it now. In a lifetime, how many people can recognize themselves? Lord Luo might be the only one, but from today onwards, perhaps there will be none. Don't worry, Lord Luo. From now on, you're my big brother Deidara, and I will definitely protect my sister-in-law. Land of Lightning. What exactly happened? AI looked towards the direction of Konoha from a distance, feeling the battle fluctuations coming from afar. His brows furrowed deeply. Big brother. Aba told me. He got news from the Nine Tails that a mysterious strongman has invaded Konoha. According to the Nine Tails' feelings, that person's strength should be able to defeat 100 of its peak form. Killer Bee's expression was equally grave. 100 Nine Tails? What kind of concept is that? It could completely dominate the ninja world. Why is this happening? How can there be such a strong person? In an instant, AI seemed to age decades. Once, he thought he was the pinnacle of the ninja world. Now, he realized he was at most a floor tile. Land of Wind. Gaara, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. He looked at the bright sky outside, tears streaming down his face. What's going on? Why am I crying? That direction is Konoha. What happened in Konoha? Could it be that Luo is in trouble? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo can never be in trouble. Land of Earth. Sigh, I'm getting old. I can't understand this ninja world more and more. Inoki flew high in the sky, gazing into the distance towards Konoha, and let out a long sigh. Grandpa, you're still very young. At least you can still be the daimyo for several decades. Kuratsuchi said with a smile beside him. Her cheerful personality was such that she would face anything with a positive attitude. Get lost. You're always slacking off. Can't you focus on learning the ways of governance? If you keep this up, how can I trust you with the Land of Earth? Inoki glared at her, his beard puffing. Oh, Grandpa, you're really annoying. Land of Water. Kisame, do you really think the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and UchihaMassacre have been resurrected? Meitarumi asked with a frown. Yes, I don't know the specifics, but they have indeed been resurrected. In addition to the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and UchihaMassacre, the entire Uchiha clan has also been resurrected. Kisame replied truthfully. This is really a headache. I've had enough of the daime of the Land of Water. Meitarumi anxiously ran her fingers through her hair. The recent battle fluctuations had truly startled her. Konoha. The light from Luo's self-explosion slowly faded, and he completely vanished from this world. Along with him, the god of the Tsutsuki, struck by the thunder punishment, also disappeared. The ninja world seemed to have finally returned to peace. Who are you? The next day, in her room, Kagaya woke up slowly and looked at the blonde man in front of her, asking in confusion. I am Deidara. Sister-in-law, don't you remember? We first met in the Land of Wind. Deidara thought Kagaya was still dazed after just waking up and hurriedly reminded her. Deidara? I remember now, but why do you call me sister-in-law? Kagaya's eyes grew increasingly confused, and a familiar figure vaguely appeared in her mind, but she couldn't see the person's face clearly. Because you're my big brother's woman. Deidara was puzzled as to why Kagaya would ask such a question. Who is your big brother? Sister-in-law. You're not suffering from amnesia, are you? Kagaya's words left Deidara momentarily at a loss. Big brother is still unburied. And the sister-in-law he asked me to protect has actually lost her memory. I don't know. It seems I've really forgotten some things. Kagaya painfully held her head, feeling empty, as if something was missing inside. Don't worry, don't worry. Sister-in-law, take your time to think. Seeing Kagaya in pain, Deidara quickly comforted her. Blue Star. Luo slowly sat up from the bed, looking at his body in confusion. Am I not dead? His memory halted at the moment of the explosion. It stopped at the last glance at Kagaya. Unable to understand, Luo couldn't help but pinch his cheek hard. It hurts. The ability to feel pain meant he was still alive. But what exactly happened? At that moment, the book on Hokage characters caught his eye. Flipping it open, the image revealed was none other than Kagaya. Luo trembled as he held the album in his hands, gently stroking Kagaya's cheek in the album, tears involuntarily falling from his eyes. Could it all just be a dream? But why was the dream so real? Luo's hand gently rested on his heart, feeling the pangs of pain coming from it. No, I absolutely do not believe it was just a dream. He dashed out of the room. But what met his eyes was the hustle and bustle of the city, the busy streets and the throngs of people. Ninja world. What is your father really like? Almost a year had passed, and Kagaya had accepted the fact of Luo's existence, although she still couldn't remember his appearance. Gently holding the baby girl in her arms, Kagaya kept murmuring, over the past year, I have dreamed of a person every day, but I could never see his face clearly. He told me that in the future, we would go to a place where no one knows us. The two of us would quietly live together. Wherever we are together is home. That is our home. At that time, the two of us can watch the sunrise and the glow of dusk together. He gently held me, and I lazily nestled in his arms. We were like that, forever and ever, never to part. That person, could it be your father? Where is he now? They all say your father is dead, but I don't believe it. He must be waiting for me in a place where no one knows us. Shall we go find him? Whispering this, Kagaya, holding the little girl, couldn't he help but slowly ascend into the sky. Before long, they had already flown away from the ninja world. Just like that. One big and one small, wandering in one direction. Time. I don't know how long has passed. Kagaya couldn't remember anymore. She just wanted to find that place that belonged to them. That day, she descended upon a planet. A blue planet. The traffic in front of her finally made Luo realize the reality. It was just a dream. An incredibly vivid dream. A heart-wrenching dream. Feeling the sunlight shining on her. The gentle warmth could not warm his empty heart. He couldn't help but raise his head, looking at the sky, wanting the tears not to fall because he looked down. But at that moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Dear? Whether it was hearing Luo's call or a spiritual connection, Kagaya's gaze also turned toward Luo. In an instant, the vague figure in her heart became clear. I found home. Synopsis. Itachi, who loves sweets, but has endured a lifetime of bitterness. Jiraiya, who is always one step away. Or Kagaya, who encountered betrayal in love.